After getting off the plane and returning home, my grandfather was extremely enthusiastic and served me a bowl of soup. Little did I know that my grandfather had put sleeping pills in the soup, and I drank it without any defense. I never dreamed that the old man would use this method to send me on a blind date. At the same time, Shen Xingqing, who was called back to the old house by old Master Shen from the army, was also dazed by a cup of tea from old Master Shen, and then was tied up and sent to the sofa in this bedroom. When the two of us woke up a while later and saw the situation, we understood the reason behind it. Just then, the butler and bodyguards outside the door seemed to have calculated the timing, knowing that Shen Xingqing and I should be awake, and knocked on the door to come in. "Young master, you are awake," the butler of the Zheng family said respectfully to me. When I saw Lu Hui, I confirmed my thoughts. Lu Hui is the personal butler of old Master Jiang, and his presence here indicated that all of this was old Master Zhang's intention. "Miss, I apologize," said Su Lei, the personal butler of old Master Shen, looking at Shen Xingqing and slightly bowing. "You still won't let me go." Shen Xingqing looked coldly at Su Lei and the bodyguards behind him. "Miss, please bear with it for a moment. Once this rope is untied, we won't be your match." Su Lei's tone was very respectful, with a hint of concern. Hearing this, I looked at Shen Xingqing in confusion, and suddenly my eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope flashing in my heart. "You can fight well?" The question I suddenly asked caught Shen Xingqing off guard, and she instinctively nodded. "It's okay." The two housekeepers were shocked to hear Shen Xingqing's answer. The youngest captain of the special forces, taking on more than 10 people, and she only said it was okay. "Then I'll untie you." As I said this, I glanced at the ropes on Shen Xingqing and ran towards her. Shen Xingqing's heart sank. "Don't say it out loud." Sure enough, before I could get close to Shen Xingqing, I was caught by Lu Hui, who acted first, and Lu Hui signaled the bodyguards to tie me up as well. "Let go of me, young master, don't struggle, we won't hurt you." "But you can't let go of Miss Shen." A minute later, I was also tied up and placed on the sofa opposite Shen Xingqing. Shen Xingqing shook her head helplessly. She had just placed her hopes on this man who looked completely lacking in combat ability. Lu Hui and Su Lei stood by the wall, looking at me and Shen Xingqing with serious expressions. "Miss, young Master Jiang, this villa was specially prepared for you two by old Master Shen and old Master Jiang. We hope you both can take this blind date seriously," Su Lei said, bowing to the two of them. "Young master, Miss Shen," Lu Hui also spoke. "The two old masters have spoken. You two are their carefully selected grandson-in-law and granddaughter-in-law, so we hope you both can face this blind date earnestly." After Lu Hui finished speaking, he opened the curtain in the room. The smiling faces of old Master Shen and old Master Jiang appeared, and the two were sitting together playing chess. "Good grandson, you're awake," old Master Jiang said with a smile as he saw my furious face through the camera. "Old man, you better not let me out. Once I get out, I will fly abroad and never come back to see you again." Seeing my grandfather's smiling face made me extremely angry. "Good son, you can't fly away." The faces of my father and mother also appeared. "We have already made arrangements with the airport, train station, bus station, ferry, and all other places that can enter or exit the capital. You won't be able to buy any tickets with that face of yours," my mother said gently. I stared wide-eyed, so angry that I couldn't speak. Shen Xingqing was quite calm, watching the screen without saying a word about old Master Shen. "Granddaughter, Ah Chen is the husband I personally chose for you, so you must treat him well." Old Master Shen also looked very spirited. The two old masters exchanged glances, feeling that this plan was simply perfect, bringing a pair of beautiful people together. "Last time I went on a mission, I casually bought a teapot. In my opinion, it should just be thrown away. There's no need to give it away," Shen Xingqing said. "What teapot?" Old Master Shen, hearing this, put down the chess piece in his hand and instinctively asked. "The last pot made by Zhao Huai." There was a hint of threat in Shen Xingqing's tone. Zhao Huai's final work made old Master Shen's eyes light up instantly, but it was clear that his expression was very conflicted, as if he had made a firm decision in the end. "I don't want it anymore, it's just a pot. I want my granddaughter's husband. That's it. My hopes have been dashed again, this is what I think in my heart." "Who told you to stay in the army for so long? Besides missions, it's just training. We've introduced you to so many young men, but you haven't met a single one. We have no choice." Shen Xingqing's mother also appeared on the screen. "Aiken, this child Shen Xingqing is someone we all like, you have to trust our judgment," the mother continued to add while standing beside her. Shen Xingqing and I exchanged a glance. Good heavens, this is not a blind date, it's no different from an engagement. With the parents all gathered together. "Aiken, hello, I am your future mother-in-law." "Shen Xingqing, I am your future mother-in-law as well. You two cheer up, you both should have a good blind date." Old Lu, after they finished their blind date, "Remember to take down the camera." Old Master Jiang specifically said this before directly exiting the remote video. Seeing the screen go black again, both Shen Xingqing and I looked gloomy. What is this all about? "Well, you two can start now," Su Lei looked at Shin Qingqing and me, kindly reminding us. I glanced at Su Lei and Lu Hui, then looked at my tied-up self and Shin Qingqing, and had no choice but to pretend to comply, planning to escape first and talk about other things later. Jiang Chen, unemployed, enjoys drinking, clubbing, and hanging out with girls. I began to introduce myself seriously. Shin Qingqing, 24 years old, soldier. Shin Qingqing's eyes slightly darkened as she also introduced herself earnestly. After they finished speaking, both looked at the two housekeepers. Su Lei and Lu Hui exchanged glances. Is that it? Old Su, is this considered a blind date? Lu Hui asked quietly. Isn't a blind date supposed to include name, age, occupation, and hobbies? Su Lei thought for a moment and muttered quietly. If you say it that way, it's not wrong. Lu Hui couldn't find any faults at the moment. Regarding the family's assets, they both probably had no idea. Lu Hui thought about his family's young master, who was solely focused on studying the classics and oblivious to the outside world. He really didn't know anything, but upon reflection, it didn't seem right. When did the young master start to like drinking, clubbing, and hanging out with girls? Could this be a hobby from abroad? Su Lei and Lu Hui continued to murmur softly. Their orders were to keep an eye on the two people on a blind date. But does this count as a blind date being over? Just when the two of them were unsure if it was over, a cold voice came from Shin Qingqing's throat. What are you waiting for? Su Lei thought for a moment. I guess so. The next things are none of our business. He waved his hand at Lu Hui, who quickly ran to dismantle the camera, then nodded at Su Lei. Su Lei quickly walked up to me, without any hesitation, and swiftly untied me. Young Master Jiang, I entrust you to untie my young lady. After being untied, the two of them ran out of the bedroom without looking back, and conveniently closed the bedroom door. Is there something wrong with your old man and my old man? This is the first time I've heard of a blind date in a bedroom. I rubbed my wrists and ankles that were red from the ropes. Indeed, I've never heard of it. Shin Qingqing replied with a hint of helplessness. Looking around the entire capital city, the only one daring to drug themselves and tie up for a blind date is that old rascal from my family. I squatted down in front of Shin Qingqing and began to untie her. Why do I have to untie you? They are worried that if they run slowly, I will hit them. Hearing this, my hands paused, and I looked up at Shin Qingqing and smiled. This woman seems quite interesting. Seeing my smile, Shin Qingqing actually felt a sense of spring breeze. She was stunned for 2 seconds before quickly coming back to her senses. What was she thinking? After being unbound, she stood up from the sofa, just about to say something when the two of them suddenly heard the sound of the bedroom door locking. After exchanging glances, they rushed to the bedroom door, turning the handle only to find it was locked from the inside. Uncle Lu, open the door, I shouted outside. Young master, don't be angry. The two elders guessed that you wouldn't cooperate with the blind date, so this locked door was also a reminder from the elder. This door is specially customized, so please don't try to break it down. It would be futile. Even if you used a bomb, you might not be able to blow it open. In addition, all the glass in your bedroom is made of 3 layers of bulletproof glass, and the balcony door has also been temporarily welded shut. I wish you both a pleasant and wonderful evening. We will come back to open the door tomorrow morning. After Lu Hui finished speaking, he walked towards the villa door with Su Lei. Before leaving, the old butler of the Shin family walked to the equipment room, gently pressed a button, and then left with satisfaction. I looked at the woman in front of me with a confused expression. What does this mean? Sito frowned slightly and looked up to see the central air conditioner that had just been activated from outside, then checked the doors and windows. They're right. The only way to get out of this room is if they open the door from the outside. This glass, we can't break it all night. Hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Shu was even more confused. Why was this? Wen Shu rummaged through the clothes on his body, just short of the needle and thread also open to look for his cell phone is not there. Both of our cell phones, neither of us were brought in. Seeing Wen Shu's movements, Si Ting said indifferently. The two men looked at the wine, beer, liquor, and cocktails set before them, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Wen Shu sighed and sat on the sofa. We're not going to sit here all night, are we? Suddenly, Si Ting felt the gradually rising temperature in the room and was a little annoyed. Seemingly sensing Si Ting's annoyance, Wen Shu also raised her head to look at Si Ting, and what she didn't know was that her own little face had also become flushed. What's wrong with you? Wen Shu watched as Si Ting reached up and loosened the tie around his neck with some manic fire. Hearing Wen Shu's voice suddenly turn petulant, Si Ting realized what was going on. This air conditioner was blowing a wind with medicine in it. Reacting, Si Ting looked around. You go to the bathroom and take a shower. A tingling sensation that rose from within Sito reinforced the fact that there was now a sex drug in the room. He slipped off his suit jacket and casually slung it over the back of the couch. A bath? Wen Shu also felt the heat, but when she heard Si Ting's words and his action of undressing, she was instantly shocked in her heart. What is this man going to do? There's medicine in the air blowing from this air conditioner, so you can get comfortable in the shower. Sighting suppressed the desire that surged up from his body, and his voice became hoarse. Medicine? At this time, Wenshu also had some difficulty. She and Si-Ting looked at the removed camera at the same time, and then figured it out. This was also the handiwork of the two old masters. Wenshu was so hard to bear that she stood up and ran to the check room, trying to find a change of clothes and then go to take a bath. But the moment she ran into the check room, Wenshu's heart died. There was nothing but suspenders in it, not a single dress with sleeves or a collar. Men's clothes were even worse, with only a change of underwear and nothing else. Wenshu casually grabbed a sling that looked like it had the most fabric and rushed into the restroom. Turning on the shower, she didn't even take off her clothes and stood straight under the shower head drenched in water. After 2 minutes of drenching, she felt much more comfortable. Thinking that it should not be easy for Sighting outside, he turned on the faucet of the bathtub and started to drain the water. Why don't you come on in and wash up together? Wenshu ran to the bathroom door all wet and looked at Si-Ting, whose tie had been thrown aside by himself. Si-Ting's eyes faded to a scarlet color at this point. Wash them together? Seeing that Wenshu did not take off her clothes, he understood what Wenshu was thinking and nodded, striding in and standing directly under the showerhead. Inside the entire bathroom, the picture does look a little messy. Wenshu sat inside the bathtub, her entire body soaking in the water, while Si-Ting stood underneath the showerhead drenched in cool water. Both of them were soaked through with all their clothes, and appeared to be in a state of disarray. After being drenched for a while, Si-Ting realized something and twisted his head to look at Wenshu sitting in the bathtub. Are you better? Wenshu shook her head feebly. It's getting hard again. I'm so hot and uncomfortable. At this moment, Wenshu's voice was very delicate, but she didn't realize it herself. The medicine can't be undone. Si-Ting paused. He was now very sure that the medicine prepared by the two old men was not at all something that could be solved by soaking in cold water. I'm having a hard time. Wenshu had begun to undress somewhat uncontrollably. Si-Ting stepped out from under the showerhead, kneeling on one leg outside the tub, and grabbed Wenshu's hand. Don't take it off yet. Wenshu's pair of beautiful almond eyes now looked incomparably flirtatious. Si-Ting closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His big hand clasped on the back of Wenshu's head. When the man's thin lips and the woman's soft lips kissed together, Wenshu seemed to regain a trace of sanity and looked at Si-Ting in shock. Wenshu tried to push Sighting away. The moment the kiss went down, Si-Ting's self-control seemed to collapse. This woman was too tempting. After Wenshu pushed a few times, she suddenly felt a strange sensation inside her body. Her brain was telling herself that she didn't want to push this man away. Do you feel any better? Just as Wenshu was about to respond to the kiss, Si-Ting suddenly ended it and let go of his hand to look at the woman in front of him. Wenshu thought back to the kiss, and the dryness in her heart did get a little better, but when Si-Ting let go, the dryness swept over again. Sighting, do we have to? Wenshu understood. Just now Si-Ting had done an experiment. Experiments prove that there is only one cure. Sighting nodded and said nothing more. He was too horny to make any more moves now, so he could only wait for Wenshu to make a decision. Wenshu unconsciously grabbed his clothes. After a few seconds of hesitation, desire overcame reason and she raised her head to the man who was staring at her, reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck and initiated a kiss. Si-Ting reached out and wrapped his hand around Wenshu's not-so-small waist, and with a slight effort of his powerful arm, he fished Wenshu out of the bathtub. While responding to Wenshu's kiss, he raised his hand and turned off the showerhead, and also turned off the bathroom light, placing Wenshu on the sink, transforming this passive kiss into an active one. The two small hands on Sighting's shoulders kept tightening, and the blood marks scratched by the nails kept increasing at the man's shoulders and on his back. Even later, when the timer came on and the air conditioner automatically shut off, the temperature in the room never diminished. Chapter 2. Can I chase you? The ambiguous atmosphere in the room didn't fade until 4 in the morning, and the two fell into a deep sleep. It was 11 o'clock in the morning when Wenshu woke up from her lethargy. The aches and pains that swept through her entire body reminded her of how the night had gone. Wenshu struggled to sit up from the covers, wearing a halter dress that didn't cover much ground at all. The man who came out of the bathroom had already changed into clean casual clothes, and without any hesitation when he saw the waking Wenshu, he walked straight over. Are you okay? The man half squatted in front of Wenshu, a hint of guilt in his tone. Last night he simply couldn't control himself anymore, and in the end the woman was passed out underneath him. Wenshu shook her head. It's not good at all. She wasn't lying either. Her whole body felt like it had been hit by a hammer, but she had to say that the feeling Sighting brought to her was still good. Si-Ting looked at Wenshu's exposed skin, all red marks, all marks left by himself. He took off his jacket and put it on Wenshu's body. Wenshu. Si-Ting looked seriously at the woman in front of him. Wenshu was startled by the man who suddenly got serious. Si-Ting, 24 years old, Special Forces soldier, no bad habits except smoking. There's alcohol, but I can drop it if you don't agree. Single, no ex-girlfriends, clean private life. As for how many assets there are, You should be well aware of the situation of the C and Win families. I have one property in my name and just 2 bank cards in total. One private and one from the army payroll. Both are given to you, and all the money in them is yours to distribute and use. Without my questioning, hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Shu froze on the bed. This is it? I'll go back to the army tomorrow and type up the application report. Citing added. Wen Shu subconsciously asked, what's the report for? When a soldier gets married, he has to file an application. Si Ting replied seriously to Wen Shu. Marriage? You want to marry me? Wen Shu had thought of telling him that it was all a one-night stand, although he touched himself, but last night that kind of situation. The other party is a person his own innocence cannot be preserved. She hadn't expected at all that Si Ting was going to marry himself. Si Ting's eyes moved to the little plum blossoms dotted with stars on the bedsheet, and Wen Shu's little face crying out in pain from the pain last night came back to his mind, and he solemnly nodded his head. When I touch you, I will be responsible for you. Wen Shu followed Si Ting's line of sight to the bedsheets, and in an instant her small face and ears were tinted red. I didn't mean to put you in charge. Wen Shu honestly said that he hadn't been in love yet, hadn't had enough fun, and hadn't thought about getting married. And this matter, you can't rely on Si Ting alone. You should look for those 2 old chess-playing guys. They are the culprits. Citing frowned slightly, but said nothing. Wen Shu looked at Si Ting's appearance and suddenly her eyes moved to his new clothes. Where did you get the clothes? Si Ting said helplessly. The door to the room was opened at 5 in the morning, and when I heard the noise I went out and saw that a change of clothes had been left on the doorstep. 5 o'clock? She clearly remembered the watch on the wall telling her it was almost 4 o'clock before she passed out. The man tossed and turned all night and still managed to get up at the sound of voices? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting with a hint of embarrassment. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay, I'll carry you. Just after Si Ting finished speaking, Wen Shu subconsciously refused. Wen Shu got up from the bed while saying, I'll be fine by myself. The next second, she collapsed into Si Ting's arms, not on purpose, but because her legs simply didn't have the strength. Si Ting caught Wen Shu, who almost fell on the floor, and directly picked her up in a horizontal hug, sending her into the bathroom. Is it okay to take a bath by yourself? Si Ting asked softly as he placed Wen Shu in the bathtub. Can. Wen Shu's head nodded like a drum. Si Ting turned around and went out to put a change of clothes inside the bathroom, then left the bathroom closing the door with his hand. By the time Wen Shu came out of the bath, she had much more strength in her legs. She saw Si Ting sitting quietly on the sofa, not knowing what he was thinking. Si Ting, Wen Shu softly called out to the man. I am. Sito stood up and looked at the woman who was nearly 2 heads shorter than himself. Are we ready to go? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting and whispered. In fact, she was going to talk to him about last night, but after thinking about it, there were more important things to do. Come on, I'll take you to dinner. Si Ting stood up from the couch to look at the woman in front of him. There were no makeup tools here, so the plain-faced Wen Shu looked particularly innocent. The pale skin had not a single blemish, and at the moment she looked like a tame kitten. Dinner? Don't eat first. Wen Shu shook her head. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu in disbelief. It was 12 o'clock. Was it okay for her not to eat? Send me back to Wen's house first. If you're late, you'll be too late, Wen Shu said with certainty. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu's reaction and nodded thoughtfully. When the blue phantom stopped in the courtyard of the Wen family's old mansion, Wen Shu, who was supported by the anger in his heart, also recovered his robust mobility and rushed into the villa. Si Ting stood by Wen Shu's side, accompanying her as she looked at the empty villa in front of her, and didn't know whether he should laugh or not. Wen Shu's cell phone was silently placed on the coffee table on the first floor. She walked over and picked up her cell phone, opening it to a recorded video. It's a video of Wen's old man, Si's old man, Si Ting's parents and Wen Shu's parents. They went on a honeymoon for us. Wen Shu watched the video in shock, then twisted her head to look at Si Ting beside her. Si Ting finished watching the video and also rubbed his brows somewhat helplessly. There was not a single reliable person in the two families combined. Not only that, the only maid left in the old mansion came over and told Wen Shu that the old mansion was going to be renovated for half a year, and during that half a year, she needed to go out and live by herself. After saying that, the servant bowed towards Wen Shu and then left as well. You stand still. Wen Shu came back to her senses and hurriedly shouted to stop the servant who was about to leave. Missy, the servant stopped her feet to look at Wen Shu. Didn't my mom say in the video that she bought me a condo? Where is the apartment? Where are the keys? Wen Shu thought about it. He had just returned from graduate school in M. He had whisked himself out of the old mansion and really had no place to live. And Ms. Shui Wei had done something, saying in the video that she had bought herself an apartment. Missy, I really don't know where the apartment is. Neither Master, Mr., or Mrs. have instructed about this. The maid left after saying that. Wen Shu and Si Ting exchanged a glance. Si Ting thought about what was in the video and suddenly thought of something. pulling Wenshu's hand and running towards the door. The two ran to the car holding hands, and Si-Ting naturally opened the door to send Wenshu into the car first, then walked to the driver's seat. During this time, neither person realized how natural the actions had just been. The world was much quieter as the two stood at the door of the old Si family house with its gates closed. It turned out that Wenshu herself was not the only one who was thrown out of the house, but also Si-Ting. "You're more pathetic than I am. Your family has welded the gates to the villa." Wenshu looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. When Si-Ting saw the smiling Wenshu, he also laughed somewhat helplessly. "Come on, let's find you a place to stay first." Si-Ting took Wenshu to his villa. "I'm going back to the army tomorrow, so you can stay here for now." He recorded pupil recognition and fingerprint recognition on the villa's gate system for Wenshu, so that he didn't need to bring a key when entering or leaving the villa. "There are cars in the garage. The keys are kept in the car. You can drive whichever one you want." Si-Ting took Wenkoro and introduced them one by one. "Si-Ting." Wenshu called out to stop sighting and looked up at him. Si-Ting stopped his feet and looked at Wenshu. "Ha, don't you bother. I'll just get a hotel room." Wenshu said seriously that although she and Si-Ting had been a couple for one night, they were forced to do so. One can't just live in someone's home because of this. "When do you suppose they'll be back?" Si-Ting saw Wenshu's thoughts and asked lightly. She paused, then shook her head. "I don't know. I can't go out for months. It should be like this. The Wen family's old mansion is going to be renovated, and they won't have a place to stay when they come back, so they will definitely wait until the renovation is finished." Si-Ting analyzed it for Wenshu. The company doesn't want it? Wen's group and C's group don't want it? Wenshu felt it was impossible. Both companies were among the best in the capital city, and it was unrealistic for the person in charge to go out and travel for several months. "You call and ask." Si-Ting reminded Wenshu. "I called long ago. Grandparents and mom and dad have blacked me out." Wenshu sighed and turned her cell phone on display. "You call the board secretary." Both the Wen family and the Si family had board secretaries. As soon as Wenshu heard that this was reliable, he found out the phone and immediately called it. When she hung up, she felt abandoned by the world. Wenshu's father, Wen Kong, is the current chairman of Wen's group. Last night he notified the board of directors that he was going abroad to study the project for a period of half a year, during which time the secretary of the board of directors would make the decisions on small matters, and the big matters would be held in a video conference. All in all, 1. Don't come back to the capital city within 6 months. Si-Ting stopped by and called C's group's director's secretary as well, and got the exact same answer. Now, Wenshu was completely speechless. "Forget it, let's both go eat first." Wenshu looked at the watch. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Except for a few mouthfuls of soup with sleeping pills last night, she hadn't eaten a single bite of rice until now. Si-Ting drove Wenshu to a clubhouse, and after the two of them finished eating, Wenshu made up her mind and generally looked at Si-Ting. "Sighting, Wenshu hesitated for a few seconds. Si-Ting instead raised his head and looked seriously at Wenshu. "I'll just stay at the hotel for now. I'm actually coming back for my PhD, so I'll be able to go live in the dorms at Kyoto University tomorrow." Wenshu actually came back to China to get her PhD. She had spent many years out there on her own, so she was determined to come back and get her PhD. "Do you have a favorite?" Si-Ting looked at Wenshu and asked bluntly. No, nothing." Wenshu was surprised for a second, then shook her head. "Is it okay if I chase you, then?" Sito's tone didn't carry a hint of a joke. Looking at Si-Ting with a serious face, Wenshu's mind was instantly confused. "I really should be responsible for you, but you don't want to get married right now, so I'll just take it one step at a time and start by courting you first, and also as we start to cultivate our feelings first. Get along and I'll marry you if you feel I can." Si-Ting looked at the little girl in front of him. Although he couldn't talk about his feelings, but his sense of responsibility as a man always reminded him that he had to be responsible for her. In terms of selfishness, he had a feeling in his heart that he wanted to protect this delicate little girl in front of him. He felt much happier when he heard her voice. "Let's just get along, then." Wenshu thought about it and gave Si-Ting a direct affirmative answer, because she felt that she really didn't hate the man in front of her. On the contrary, with him, she was very solid in her heart. Seeing that Wenshu didn't have the idea of picking up chopsticks in. "Are you full?" Si-Ting thoughtfully asked Wenshu. "Well, it's full." Wenshu nodded. Because she had to go to school tomorrow, Wenshu had to go to the mall to buy some things, so Si-Ting took Wenshu to the mall. Throughout the shopping process, Wenshu had a good and favorable impression of Si-Ting. When she finished choosing what she needed, Si-Ting didn't ask for any price. Whether it was luxury goods or household items, he would definitely pay for her at the first opportunity. She wasn't short of money, and she was rich, but what Si-Ting did made her happy. And at the very least it showed that the man wasn't a calculating person. When she walked to a luxury store, Wenshu stopped in her tracks. "Wait for me, I'll get something." When Si-Ting nodded, he saw that after Wenshu walked in, The store manager enthusiastically handed her the already packed shopping bag. "Miss Won, your things are packed." Won-Shu was satisfied and took the shopping bag. The two slipped into the evening and were just about to go to dinner when Sighting's phone rang. After hanging up the phone, Si-Ting's expression became much more serious. "What's wrong with you?" Won-Shu looked at Si-Ting suspiciously. "I'm sorry, I can't stay with you." Sighting received a call from the army. He had an urgent mission to get out. Won-Shu nodded understandingly. "You take care of yourself." Si-Ting looked at Won-Shu with some concern. "Can you go back to the hotel by yourself?" "Don't worry." Won-Shu gave Si-Ting a reassuring expression. She suddenly remembered something and immediately put the shopping bag she had just taken out from the luxury store into Si-Ting's hand. "This is a gift for you." Sighting paused, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Thank you. I'll contact you when I get back." Won-Shu saw Si-Ting turn around and start running, and within a few steps he was out of sight. At this moment, Won-Shu's heart actually really had a feeling that she had never had before, and only later did she figure out that this moment was the feeling of being in love. Chapter 3, Sooner or Later. "You'll be my sister-in-law." Won-Shu took a cab, and just as she got out of the car and entered the hotel suite, her cell phone rang. Looking at the caller bouncing above the screen, Won-Shu frowned slightly. "Timbers." Sito arrived at the airport in his combat uniform with his own team. A special plane is parked on the tarmac. "Team Tsunami." Sito saluted with the other special operations captain. "What exactly?" Si-Ting looked at Gu Xiao and asked. Gu Xiao was leading the team directly from the army, so he knew a little more about the specifics. "Listen to me as I tell you slowly." The two men stood discussing the situation. "It's almost time for takeoff. Let's board." Si-Ting glanced at his watch and was about to take the people onto the plane when Gu Xiao stopped Si-Ting. "Timbers, wait, there's another team." Hearing Gu Xiao's words, Si-Ting looked at Gu Xiao suspiciously. "Whose team?" He was notified that they were the only two teams going to the F country to provide assistance. "Nah, just got the notice. To help us aid, the capital city center hospital is sending a team of healthcare professionals to go with us." Gu Xiao handed the notification to Si-Ting, who took Gu Xiao's phone and scanned the notification on it. Nodding, just as the two men were talking, a dozen paramedics ran out of the airport lobby, followed by ground crews helping push medical equipment and gear. After taking a glance at it, Sito walked over to his team and explained the situation. "Timbers, boarding." Gu Xiao called out to Sighting after greeting the medical team. "Everyone board in order." Si-Ting nodded, then led the way to board the plane. After the three teams boarded the plane and settled in, there was a 10-hour or so flight time, plus the fact that the people on these three teams needed to get to know each other to facilitate the 3-month-long aid mission down the road. All of the troopers had taken off their hoods and the medics had taken off their masks. The medical captain, Si-Ting and Gu Xiao stood and recognized each other. At that very moment, Si-Ting felt a gaze looking straight at him and instantly turned his head toward that gaze. He also froze when he saw Won-Shu looking at himself with both surprised and puzzled eyes. Winchester is studying medicine. Won-Shu's brain is also being a muddle. Dare to say that he is going to F country to aid 3 months is with Si-Ting? Hatsu? Winchester. Medical Captain Wang Nan called out to Won-Shu 3 times before she came back to her senses. "Senior." Won-Shu looked over at the medical captain before getting up and walking over to the 3 men. Similarly, Gu Xiao also saw Si-Ting and Won-Shu's gaze at each other and slightly hooked his lips in a faint smile. "Captain Tsunami, Captain Timothy, this is Won-Shu." Wang Nan introduced Won-Shu to the two. Although she's not a medical student, she has experience in earthquake rescue while studying abroad. On top of that, she was supposed to report to our capital city university for her doctorate tomorrow, but she's so good in person, fluent in 9 languages, that she's going to be a great help to us in this exotic rescue, so she's the one our dean personally asked her doctoral advisor for. Wang Nan's eyes were glowing as he introduced Won-Shu. "Fantastic, I was just discussing it with Timothy. The only ones in here who know some basic F language, and even then it's a bit difficult to communicate with them locally. I didn't realize that you had invited such a great god." Gu Xiao was thrilled to hear about Won-Shu's situation. "Hello, Wen-Shu, I'm Gu Xiao." Gu Xiao extended his hand towards Won-Shu. "Hello, just call me Xiao Chu." Won-Shu shook Gu Xiao back. "Hello again." Si-Ting didn't avoid the fact that he knew Won-Shu and extended his hand towards her. Won-Shu responded with a smile in return. "It's not a long time apart. You guys know each other?" Wang Nan looked at Won-Shu and Si-Ting with some surprise, more than recognition. Won-Shu nodded. "Tell you what then, Timothy, Team you and Prim know each other just fine. You two sit together and you tell her about the local area. That way she can be prepared and it will save her a lot of work when she translates for us." Gu Xiao's guess in his heart was verified. Sighting, the iron tree that doesn't blossom for 10,000 years, just now looked at Won-Shu with much gentler eyes. Then of course he had to push him. "Good." Si-Ting agreed straight away, because he had to sit with Si-Ting. Won-Shu's seat became in front of the Special Forces team members. After she sat down, The three captains introduced themselves to each other and then took their seats. I was just thinking on the way over here about what excuse I could find to explain to you about not being able to contact you for 3 months. Si-Ting sat down on the seat next to Wen-Shu, his tone much more relaxed. I was also wondering if you would think I ran away when you couldn't find me when you returned from your mission, Wen-Shu said with a smile. Thinking about the living conditions for the next 3 months, Si-Ting asked with some concern, what brings you to aid? Wen-Shu beamed. The director of the hospital in the center of Beijing City is a friend of my father's, and he knows that I'm fluent in the languages of several countries. Just now after the hospital was given the task of assisting you along with the aid, he found my dad when he realized the language level of these healthcare workers. He was going to fly me from M to F to meet you guys. My dad told her about me coming back for my PhD. It just so happened that he knew my mentor again, so he went to my mentor for someone. Wen-Shu was also a bit surprised when she received the call, not expecting that she would go around in such a big circle to find herself. She had been involved in earthquake relief herself when she was in college and graduate school abroad, so she was still very motivated to come. The unexpected bonus was that it was actually with Sito. Si-Ting's heart was also a little happy to be able to cultivate a good relationship with Wen-Shu. I should warn you, though, that going to F this aid has nothing to do with the earthquake. When Si-Ting thought about the local environment, his heart also felt like it was filled with a big stone. F is a war-torn country, and where we're going, we're surrounded by artillery fire. You're not going anywhere but the rescue point. If something really needs to go out, I'll take you out. Si-Ting introduced Wen-Shu to the local situation and carefully admonished. You see how our oldest laughs when he's not worth it. First time I've ever seen him smile at a girl. Don't laugh. When they shook hands just now, I could see that the boss's hand was solidly shaken with the other girl. That's right, when the boss used to shake hands with girls, he'd touch them and immediately let go. Faster than a gunshot. Boss's vision is really good. How pretty this girl looks. I just heard the introduction that she was the accompanying interpreter for all 3 teams. That's awesome. Si-Ting heard the gossiping voices of the team behind him, glanced at the sleeping Wen-Shu, and immediately twisted his head to glare backward. The team received a warning look and immediately shut up and stopped talking, but the corners of everyone's mouths were harder to press than AKs. When it was almost time to land, Si-Ting gently woke up Wen-Shu. Are we there yet? Wen-Shu asked as she opened her eyes in a daze. Landing soon. Si-Ting handed Wen-Shu the water he had already warmed in advance in front of him. Without any hesitation Wen-Shu took the cup and drank from it. I just looked at the dormitory arrangement. And your medical team lives in the same courtyard as our special operations team, so you don't have to worry. I will protect you. Si-Ting looked into Wen-Shu's eyes and said gently. Country F is one of several perennially war-torn countries around the globe, and this time they came to their aid because of the war. Their mission is to take over from the last group of special operations teams that came to their aid, to prevent illegal border crossings and to reduce conflict. So, coming to the aid of this place is not a good job. To put it mildly, it's a case of keeping your head tied to the waist of your pants. Soon the plane landed. Wen-Shu's main identity was that of an interpreter, so she could follow anywhere in the 3 teams. As long as she didn't get lost, she was a free agent. After disembarking from the airplane, the group boarded another bus for transit. Wen-Shu sat in the bus and looked out. At first the surrounding scenery was still saying something, but the more we ran, the more desolate it became. And then it was surrounded by traces of shell bombardment and patches of ruins that could be described as miserable. Scared? Si-Ting looked at Wen-Shu's increasingly heavy expression and softly inquired. I'm not scared. It's just that I feel that the people living here are really too miserable, Wen-Shu said as she looked at the scene outside the window. Indeed, I have traveled to many countries over the years to aid, and after this journey, I have found that China is the safest and most peaceful country. These shell-shocked countries, the kids don't think they'll grow up. In China, the age when you are still pampered in the arms of your parents. Here, kids are learning to pick up guns to protect themselves. Si-Ting told Wen-Shu about his experiences with assistants over the years, and Wen-Shu listened carefully, constantly psyching herself up. Upon arriving at the rescue point, Wen-Shu took a general look around. The rescue point is right next door to the medical and special forces quarters. There is no second floor in the dormitory. All are on the first floor. High walls and large courtyard. A row of dormitory buildings in front of a large playground. The playground was Spartan, but it had basketball frames, soccer frames, and some gym equipment. Wen-Shu saw all of these and knew that they were for the special operations team, and the medical team certainly didn't have anyone to work out with anyway. Si-Ting commanded the special operations team to help the medical team send their luggage into the dormitory first, then casually picked up Wen-Shu's luggage and sent it into Wen-Shu's dormitory. Si-Ting checked around the perimeter of Wen-Shu's room, and after checking all the doors and windows, Gu Xiao came in with one of his team members with a detector. Team Timothy, come check out the room for you and your little girlfriend, Gu Xiao said with a bad smile on his face. Hearing Gu Xiao's words, Wen-Shu's face turned red. Captain Tsunami, we don't Tough luck, Captain Tsunami. Without waiting for Wenshu to finish her sentence, Si Ting nodded towards Gu Xiao. Seeing that Si Ting had actually admitted it, Wenshu didn't say anything more, just quietly watched as the team members took the detectors and checked the entire dormitory. Team Tsunami, Team Timothy, no problem. The team collected the instruments and left first with them after the report. There won't be anything going on here, so I'll leave you guys alone. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he also left the dormitory. The two were just about to say something when the loudspeaker at the aid point rang out. Wenshu, please hurry to the medical point quickly. Let's go. Si Ting looked to Wenshu, who nodded, and the two ran to the door before Si Ting was called away by the Special Forces team again. Just go busy, I'll go to the medical point myself. Wenshu then ran off by herself towards the medical point. Here. Wang Nan looked at Wenshu, who ran over and waved. After Wenshu walked over, Wang Nan pointed out a few of the F country's medical staff and needed Wenshu's help in translating to do some handover work. She translated back and forth for more than an hour before stopping, and it was a good thing that she had a strong command of the language, but at any lesser level, she couldn't have done the handover in 3 hours. Wenshu had just walked back to the dormitory to take a drink of water and was ready to pack and organize his luggage. One of the special warriors ran back and knocked on Wenshu's dormitory door. Sister-in-law, Team Timothy asked me to pick you up for a bit. The special warrior looked at Wenshu with a smile. Wenshu put down the things in her hand without even thinking and stood up. Okay, let's go. Ha, sister-in-law? Wenshu just reacted to the way the team members addressed themselves. Sister-in-law, my name is Jiang Tu. Everyone calls me Di Jiang. You're the first girl we've ever seen who made the boss laugh. Jiang Tu smiled and said to Wenshu, who smiled a little embarrassed. Don't tease me. This is also the second time Si Ting and I have met. Sister-in-law, believe me, the boss definitely treats you differently. Jiang Tu directly ignored Wenshu's comment about a second meeting. With that said, the two walked to the meeting room at the rescue site. At this moment, Jiang Tu also put away the appearance of being cheeky with Wenshu just now and had a serious face. Outside the conference room, Wenshu saw Si Ting and Gu Xiao's team members standing guard at the door with guns, so she knew that there must be more than just her own people inside. Chief, MS, when brought it over, Jiang Tu walked in with Wenshu, and because there were outsiders present, Jiang Tu didn't say much. Si Ting and Gu Xiao twisted their heads to look at Wenshu and nodded. The two men were dressed in rescue suits, but had guns and knives sticking out plainly from their waists, and she understood the nature of the special ops team, so she just swept it up, her eyes not lingering much. MS, what? This is the captain of the special operations team on the F country side. We need to do some docking with them. Please help translate. Si Ting's tone was much harsher than before, and Wenshu naturally walked to the side of Si Ting and Gu Xiao. In the next translation process, Wenshu was even more serious and careful in conveying the expressions of both sides, not daring to make any omissions. The 2-hour-long handover ended with Wenshu feeling like he had been stripped of his skin. It was only when the F country's special operations team left that Wenshu completely breathed a sigh of relief. Okay? Si Ting walked over to Wenshu's side and sat down on the chair next to him, his tone much gentler. Well, I have a feeling that they are not very friendly to you guys. Wenshu voiced her thoughts. Different positions, different missions accepted, different goals, so it's normal to have different attitudes. Si Ting comforted Wenshu. Will you be in danger? Wenshu frowned slightly at Si Ting. Hearing Wenshu's question, Si Ting froze, and only responded after a few seconds. Don't worry, I won't let you be in danger. Wenshu heard that Si Ting's answer was purposely skirting around her question, and she guessed that what Si Ting was doing must be dangerous, but she didn't ask any more questions. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Jiang Tu ran in and sat down on a chair with a smile. Then behind them followed and all the team members, all shouting sister-in-law towards Wenshu. Wenshu instantly blushed. No. She hurriedly looked to the side at Si Ting, who crossed his legs without any thought of explanation. It's all right, sister-in-law. Not now and not later. One of the special warriors waved his hand. Sooner or later, it's right to call early. The other members of the team said that this sister-in-law had to be called sooner or later. After all, the boss's moneyless smile was hanging on the corners of his mouth again. Everyone sat in the conference room and chatted leisurely, and Wenshu familiarized herself with Si Ting and Gu Xiao's crew. In this foreign country, Wenshu felt an overwhelming sense of security. After chatting for a while, Si Ting told everyone to go back to their dormitories to clean up and rest, and from tomorrow onwards everyone would take turns to stand guard. Si Ting and Wenshu walked slowly, and before they reached the door of the dormitory they heard the alarm at the rescue point suddenly go off. The next second, Sito blew his whistle for emergency assembly. Gu Xiao, who had just walked into the door of his dormitory, also whistled. Wenshu, who was standing in place, saw that the members of the two teams had all assembled in just 20 seconds or so, and even the members of the medical team had run out. Wenshu stood next to the three teams. Her job was both simple and tedious. She needed to follow the 3 teams, and if there was anything that needed her she would translate. All 3 teams ran to the rescue point at the same time, and the doctor from F in the rescue point ran out and briefly explained the situation. The western part of the country is in an uproar, with many wounded on both sides, and will soon be sent to the point of relief. The inside of the rescue point was absolutely safe, but once they were out of the door of the rescue point, what happened was out of their control and needed to be controlled by Sighting and the others. Wen Shu conveyed the words of the F country doctor to Si Ting and Gu Xiao, and the 2 of them nodded before they began to make deployments with their own team members. It didn't take long for a dozen or so cars to rush into the rescue point, and Wen Shu stood inside the rescue point and saw that these cars were clearly 2 families, and there were still shots fired from time to time outside the rescue point. But since the head car entered the rescue point, the gunfire ended. Chapter 4 Captain Timothy likes to listen to corners. Wen Shu saw one by one was carried down the people, by the Chinese doctors receive the injured. Wen Shu will quickly go up to the other side to understand the basic situation, and then conveyed to the Chinese medical personnel. Medical then began to resuscitate. Wang Nan was rescuing the injured while thanking his dean in his heart for inviting Wen Shu, a great god, to help them save a lot of rescue time. Having been busy until late at night, finally settling all the injured, Wen Shu had been shouted around by various Chinese medics, and she became the busiest person at the rescue point. When Wen Shu finished his work and walked out of the rescue point exhausted, he saw the special operations team that was also walking towards the dormitory, also dusty. Wen Shu then realized that just now outside the rescue point, something must have happened as well. She saw Si Ting and Gu Xiao standing on the playground doing a summary, so she went back to the dormitory first. Wen Shu was packing her bags when the dormitory door was knocked. She didn't even lift her head. "Please come in, it's unlocked." The man stood in front of Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked up and saw the visitor. It was Wang Nan. "Senior." Wen Shu stood up from the ground and looked at Wang Nan. "Xiao Chu, I worked hard for you today." Wang Nan looked at Wen Shu with extraordinarily gentle eyes. "You medics work the hardest, resuscitating all the time, and I'm just moving my lips." Wen Shu shook her head. As tired as she was, she knew that the healer was working harder than she was. "It's going to be 3 months here. If there's anything you need help with, let me know and I'll take care of you." Wang Nan's face reddened slightly as he spoke. Wen Shu silently thought for a few seconds before she understood Wang Nan's words. "Senior, don't worry, I can take care of myself quite well. You medical nurses are working harder than me. You don't have to take care of me." Wen Shu politely declined Wang Nan's kind offer. Wang Nan was also a smart man and understood Wen Shu's words, so he had to nod his head. "So, Hatsu, you're close to Timothy from the Special Forces, huh?" Wang Nan asked tentatively. Wen Shu looked at Wang Nan and nodded slightly. "Not bad. It's not good to say that you've slept with him yourself. Say it's great. After all, you've just met." So, Wen Shu could only say that it wasn't bad. Wang Nan didn't continue to ask any further questions, but said hello and left Wen Shu's dormitory. When Wen Shu sent Wang Nan out, he saw a little red light flashing in the darkness on the side of his dormitory. She walked over to see that it was Sito, who was smoking a cigarette. Si Ting, who was silent under the night light, was just quietly smoking a cigarette, and extinguished it when he saw Wen Shu walk over. "Captain Timothy still has a hobby of listening to walls?" A smile surfaced on Wen Shu's face. "I didn't realize that Translator 1 was so popular," Si Ting said indifferently, but his body was honestly walking towards Wen Shu. The man followed Wen Shu into her dormitory and looked around. It was pretty much cleaned up. "Captain Timothy, have a seat." Wen Shu poured a cup of water and handed it to Si Ting. Si Ting looked around. His own rescue suit was covered in dust and there was no suitable place to sit, so he just sat down cross-legged on the ground. The movement of sitting on the floor startled Wen Shu. "You scared me to death. I thought you had fainted." Si Ting smiled faintly. "I'm covered in dirt. It's the same wherever I sit." Wen Shu looked at her own clothes, which weren't any cleaner, so she sat down cross-legged as well, sitting face to face with Si Ting. The sudden quiet was a little uncomfortable for both. "You aren't going back to clean up your room?" Wen Shu looked at Si Ting, her voice soft and sticky. "I'll go back and pack in a while, and I came to see you first." Si Ting stared intently at the little girl in front of him. Wen Shu was staring at her whole body. "What are you looking at me like that for?" As Jiang Tu said, Si Ting had an unabashed tenderness for himself. "If I don't keep an eye on you, I'll be abducted." Wen Shu frowned slightly, then smiled. "You mean senior?" Sifan nodded. "He's my senior in M. We both went to the same school, but not in the same major. He's in medical school and I'm a design major. Senior is 4 years older than me, but about your age. I skipped a couple of grades. The school in M busted me out, and he was already in grad school when I was a freshman. He had a PhD by the time I was in grad school, so I'm only 21, but I'm out of graduate school. He came back to Kyoto as a doctor after his doctorate. I didn't expect to run into him this time either. I only found out when we met at the airport gate, Wen-shu slowly explained to Sighting. Si-ting heard Wen-shu's explanation. His heart was much lighter. Willing to explain this shows that Wen-shu has a place in her heart. It's pretty normal for him to have a crush on you. You're really good. When Si-ting thought of Wen-shu's ease in communicating and translating with the F nationals today, he had to say that she was indeed very attractive. It was nothing like the version of herself she had introduced herself to when she had started out on a blind date with herself. Not so much. He's a senior in my eyes. If we really had a crush, we wouldn't have gotten together when we were in school. Wen-shu shook her head. She really didn't have the slightest idea about Wang Nan. It's getting late. You rest. Si-ting could see the exhaustion on Wen-shu's face, so he got up and stood up. Good. You also go back and rest early. Wen-shu sent Si-ting to the door before turning around and heading back to the dormitory. She simply washed up, then changed her clothes and lay down on the bed, thinking back on the events of the past 2 days, knowing very well in her heart that there are destinies that once they come, they can't be blocked. Chapter 5, All the dogs on your team are male. Wen-shu had just fallen asleep not 2 hours ago when she was called up by a nurse from the medical team. Xiao Chu, Xiao Chu. Hearing someone call out to him, Wen-shu hurriedly got up from the bed and opened the dormitory door. Jingjing, what's wrong? The sleepy-eyed Wen-shu looked at the anxious Li Jingjing. Hatsu, the medical station sent 3D soldiers. We can't understand what they're saying, and it'll take half an hour at the earliest for their interpreter to get here. Thinking of the 3D soldiers who were covered in blood, Li Jingjing became even more anxious. Go. Wen-shu didn't say any more. Wearing her pajamas, she ran towards the medical station with Li Jingjing. Since this was a war zone and she had to react at any time, she had only changed into her pajamas when she went to bed and hadn't taken off her small clothes, so it wouldn't have been inconvenient to run out of the house even in her pajamas. When the sun rose, the members of the Special Operations team had already begun their training, and in this humble playground, they weren't slacking off, their entire bodies drenched in sweat. Everyone sat down on the playground to rest after training. Why didn't your Timbers team take off their clothes to cool off after training today? Zhao Quan asked as he looked at Jiang Tu suspiciously. Everyone takes off their t-shirts to cool off after training. In the entire playground, Sighting was the only one still wearing a soaked t-shirt. That back of his is covered in scars, saying that he was scratched by a small wildcat. Jiang Tu replied without even thinking. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, the surroundings instantly quieted down. Da Jiang, I think your brain has been scratched by a cat, Wang Shan said with a bad smile. What? Jiang Tu looked at the person beside him in disbelief. That body on Team Timothy is all bruised up from a wildcat scratch? You can't even think about it with your toes. Wang Hao also denied the claim. So what happened? Injured in a fight? Jiang Tu also felt that everyone had a point. There are some words that can only be understood but not conveyed. Zhang Sheng said with a smile while shifting his line of sight to the direction of Wen-shu's dormitory. Jiang Tu's line of sight followed Zhang Sheng and stopped at Wen-shu's dormitory door. Why is sister-in-law's dormitory door left open? It can't be up so early. Hearing Jiang Tu's words, everyone turned their heads to look at Wen-shu's dormitory. In their eyes, Wen-shu was their sister-in-law. So when Jiang Tu opened his mouth, they all knew who was being talked about. It's only 6 o'clock and your sister-in-law is awake from her nap? Could she be out washing up? Nope. All the dorms for the medics have their own bathrooms. She doesn't need to come out to wash up. Everyone was talking to each other. Sighting and Gu Shao were talking and didn't hear the discussion here. Captain Timothy, Captain Tsunami. Wearing a nurse's uniform, Li Jingjing ran to the playground and shouted at Si-ting and Gu Shao who were training. Nurse Li, what's wrong? Si-ting and Gu Shao twisted their heads to look at Li Jingjing who was on the verge of crying in a hurry. You guys go help Koru. She got into a confrontation with a couple of D soldiers who had guns pointed at her and we couldn't understand what they were saying. Li Jingjing said with red eyes as she pointed to the medical station. Si-ting instantly changed his face, and subconsciously looked at the door of Wen-shu's dormitory. How urgent must this be? To go out and not even close the door? Get the gear! Get the gear! Sighting and Gu Shao shouted at the same time, and everyone quickly ran to the side, quickly putting on their equipment and running towards the medical station. Wen-shu stood in the courtyard of the medical station, and in front of him, several D soldiers who were more than 1 meter 8 pointed their guns at Wen-shu, and behind her were 4 Chinese paramedics. This Chinese interpreter lady, please get out of the way. One of the D soldiers yelled down harshly at Wen-shu. I repeat, you will not take any of the Chinese medical nurses. Wen-shu wasn't the least bit intimidated by the muzzle of the gun in front of him. Then I'll say it again as well. They performed the treatment without our consent, resulting in the deaths of 2 D country soldiers here. We took them away to conduct an investigation and hold them accountable. The D country soldiers said angrily. First, it must not be you who have the power to take them. Secondly, those 2 soldiers came in with cardiac arrests. It was our Chinese medical staff who couldn't bear to give up and carried out resuscitation measures on them. And their deaths had nothing to do with our medical care. Wenchu still stared at the few people in front of her without changing her color. It's not up to you to say whether it has anything to do with them or not. The D soldiers lost their own face when they saw that they couldn't even handle the unarmed woman in front of them. Keep an eye on that operating room. In there lies the third soldier of your country D. If you're capable, go in and operate on him yourself. Don't use our China's doctors. Wenchu's finger pointed towards an operating room. Right at this moment, the faces of several D country soldiers suddenly changed as they saw the 24 gun muzzles behind Wenchu aiming at them in unison. You guys, put down your guns. Si Ting's stern voice rang out from behind Wenchu. Along with it came the sudden drop in temperature around them, and Sito got angry. At this moment, Wenchu, who had been tightening her nerves, suddenly wanted to jump into this man's arms. You guys put it down first, the soldier from country D shouted towards Si Ting. Boom! Si Ting's muzzle moved from its position towards the sky to the D soldiers once again. I say again, put the gun down. It was the first time Wenchu heard such a cold and serious voice from Si Ting, but at this moment, she felt extraordinarily secure. A few D soldiers looked at each other and reluctantly put their guns away. They knew very well that they were the ones who broke in against the rules and pointed their guns at Wenchu, but the thought of their two dead comrades made them very uncomfortable. The door to the operating room opened, and Wang Nan walked out from inside wearing a surgical suit. Wenchu turned her head to look at Wang Nan, who gently nodded. Wenchu, who had been on tenterhooks, finally breathed a sigh of relief that the third one had survived. Suddenly a vehicle rushed in from outside the courtyard, and Cetos and their guns were once again aimed at the vehicle, from which two D doctors and a man jumped out. The man hurriedly raised his hands. Don't shoot. I'm an interpreter for the D military. Ku. Wenchu took a step forward. I'm a Chinese interpreter. Wenchu. At the same time, Si Ting also took a step forward and stood in front of Wenchu's side with his gun raised. Miss One, Chinese soldiers, don't misunderstand. These two are doctors from the D country's military. Please let them look at the three soldiers. Ku pointed to the two doctors beside himself. Wang Nan put his mask back on and looked at Ku and the two doctors. Follow me. 10 minutes later, after Dr. D walked out of the operating room and removed his mask, he walked over to the few people who had confronted Wenchu and whispered a few words. The men froze in place in a daze. Wang Nan also walked up to Wenchu and whispered a few words, and Wenchu reacted just as dumbfounded as the other party. The several soldiers who had just confronted each other with guns suddenly turned towards Wenchu and bowed towards her. Miss Translator, I'm sorry, it's us who misunderstood. The doctors in China are not at fault. It's us who are too impulsive. Si Ting still stood in front of Wenchu's side. His gun arm didn't move at all. He was waiting for a shocked Wenchu to return to his senses. After a while, Wenchu looked back at the person in front of her and spoke in the skillful D language. Your D soldiers really let me see. I can't believe that you can drink after dabbling in drugs and go to war after drinking. I'm going to explain the situation here to the Chinese embassy. You are trespassing on the medical station. Even the armed men know that guns and fire are not allowed in the medical station. And you are here as soldiers with guns and threats. Wenchu said angrily. Just now, Wang Nan had told Wenchu that these three injured D soldiers had a high concentration of drugs and alcohol in their bodies. A concentration that should have been ingested just shortly before their deaths. They were drugged and drunk and didn't realize that they had a temporary mission to get out. So they fought and hallucinated, and that's what led to their serious injuries. Two went into cardiac arrest when they got to the medical station. The other one was saved a while ago. The doctors from Country D also went in to check and matched the results of Wang Nan's tests on them. The one who saved it also came to his senses and admitted these things himself. Si Ting and Gu Xiao didn't know what Wenchu was talking about, but after seeing each other's expressions, they knew that Wenchu had talked about their pain and worries. As soon as Ku heard Wenchu's words, he hurriedly walked up and tried to persuade Wenchu. Don't you talk, I'm not listening. Wenchu directly twisted her head, not even glancing at Ku. In the end, a few people from the other side were led back by their own troop leaders, and before they left, the other side's leaders apologized nicely to Wenchu and the special operations team, but Wenchu didn't care about them at all. Insulting the medical care of China. Don't think about letting yourself off the hook. Gu Xiao and the others watched as Si Ting followed Wenchu back to the dormitory and snickered. Da Jiang, this 10,000-year-old iron tree of your captain has really blossomed. Gu Xiao's team member Zhao Quan said with a smile. Envious, we all have sister-in-laws. Look at you Tsunami team, you're still an old bachelor. Jiang Tu laughed so hard that he couldn't even see out of his two eyes. Cut the crap, be careful I'll get your Timothy team to clean you up. As soon as Gu Xiao heard Jiang Tu bring the matter onto himself, he pointed at Jiang Tu to scare him. Everyone laughed when they heard Gu Xiao's words. The two of them, citing in Gu Xiao, had a very good relationship, and the relationship between the two teams was also very good. so when they went out on missions, both of their teams were basically together because of the high degree of tacit understanding. Your Timothy's team has gone off to fall in love, so just follow the duty roster on your own. Gu Xiao watched Si Ting's team finish up and went back to the dormitory. He and Si Ting were the ones on duty last night, and when the two saw that everyone was asleep, they went to finish washing the clothes that the whole team had changed out of. With this effort, they didn't even know when Shu ran out of the dormitory. The two of them hadn't closed their eyes since they got off the plane, and they had planned to sleep in the morning after training, but they hadn't expected this to happen. Si Ting followed Shu into the dormitory, and the moment the door closed, Shu was pulled into Si Ting's arms and held tightly. You're going to scare me to death. Si Ting's voice trailed off a bit. Shu paused for 2 seconds and also slowly reached out her hand to hug Si Ting back. I bet they don't dare to shoot. Shu honestly said that she was indeed betting. What if you lose the bet? Just collect your corpse when I arrive? Si Ting's tone was a bit bad. When Shu looked up at the man who was hugging her tightly, she saw the word worry in the man's eyes. It couldn't be faked. Your eyes are red. You didn't sleep all night? Shu was a little distressed when she saw the man's red eyes. It's not like you haven't slept either. Si Ting reached out and stroked Shu's soft hair. Ever since he had met this little girl, he had become a lot gentler himself. He just hadn't realized it. Do you still have things to do during the day? Shu asked softly. Sito shook his head. It's okay. Then go to sleep. Shu was indeed sleepy, so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Si Ting lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms and raised an eyebrow. Sleeping together? No. Shu wanted to say for him to go back to sleep as well. Good. Si Ting didn't give Shu any chance to explain and directly agreed. Shu didn't know what to say. You wait for me. After Si Ting finished speaking, he let go of Shu, then opened the door and left Shu's dormitory. Shu stood alone and messed up. Waiting for him to do what? Not 5 minutes later, Si Ting walked back, having changed the combat uniform on his body into military green short sleeves and shorts. Shu looked at Si Ting with wide eyes. You went back, changed your clothes? Well, and took a shower, Si Ting said and locked the door, pulling a shocked Shu to lie on the bed. Shu was in Si Ting's arms and didn't know what she should do. That night was drugged, but today both are sober. She moved in Si Ting's arms and tried to burrow out. Don't move, or you won't tolerate it. Si Ting's voice was low and husky. Shu didn't move a muscle when she heard this deja vu voice, probably so sleepy, too, that she didn't even know how she fell asleep herself. When she woke up with a start, she realized that she was sucking on Si Ting's body like an octopus. Si Ting was also quite honest, looking at the woman in his arms with his eyes open, and letting her stake without moving a muscle. You're awake from your nap? Si Ting said with a smile as he saw the woman in his arms open her eyes to look at him blankly. Shu hurriedly let go of Si Ting's hand and then sat up. When did you wake up? Shu asked with some embarrassment. 2 hours ago. Si Ting still smiled as he looked at Shu. Shu twisted her head and looked at the watch. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This sleep was real in. Then you didn't call me and let me pick at you like this. Shu's face reddened. Si Ting didn't tell Shu that he woke up and saw the sleeping Shu, quietly watching mesmerized, forgetting the time himself. Hungry? Sito sat up from the bed. Shu felt it and was indeed a bit hungry. Aha! You get changed and let's go eat. He still had a smile in his eyes as he looked at her. After Shu packed up, the two of them opened the dormitory door and prepared to walk out. When she saw the special operations team members standing in the courtyard chatting, Shu subconsciously glanced at Si Ting beside herself. Help! Dig a hole in the ground and let yourself down. Hello boss. Hello sister-in-law. The team members greeted each other towards the two men, and the uniform action of everyone after greeting them was to turn their backs on them and run away without looking back. At this moment, Shu understood that Si Ting had done it on purpose, and this time period was the team's rest time. The two of them came out of a room, and at a glance it was obvious that they had just woken up. Talking about how he was going to take his time chasing himself was like setting a dog loose to chase him, and he knew that he couldn't outrun a dog. Sister-in-law, let's go. Si Ting slightly lowered his head to look at the little girl in front of him in the process of changing her face, and knew that she had guessed his thoughts, and was not hiding them. After eating, the two walked over to the playground bench and sat down. Si Ting, have you really never been in love? Shu wasn't going to fight too much either. No. Sito gave an affirmative answer. Then where did you get all these hard eyes from? Shu asked curiously. Si Ting pursed his lower lips in a shameless manner. Looking at you. Shu didn't realize that he played straight ball more than he did. Although she had known him for a short time, she did have a good feeling about him, and Shu's heart was telling herself to give dating a try. What do you call this? Love at first sight or? Shu swallowed her words alive. Both. Sito guessed what the words she swallowed back were. He stood up from the bench, then walked over to Shu and squatted down in front of her, looking at her seriously. Shu, I don't want to chase you anymore. I want to be with you for real. It's true that we've known each other for a short time, but I have to admit that I'm attracted to you. For the first time, a girl will take my eyes off her and make me want to be nice to her. When I found out this morning that you were being held at gunpoint, I couldn't wait to get up there and kill him. When I hugged you earlier in the dorm, I didn't want to let go again. It's true that I've never been in a relationship before, and I don't know how I should treat a girl, and it's possible that I won't do a lot of things very well. But what I can promise you is that I will do my best and my ability to be good to you. You, promise me, okay? Si Ting looked seriously at Wenchu sitting on the bench, his eyes full of anticipation. Hearing Si Ting's words, Wenchu laughed and blinked her big beautiful eyes. If I didn't want to be with you, how could I let you sleep with your arms around me? In the dormitory room, a group of men were looking at the two men at the bench. What the hell did the boss say to his sister-in-law? He has his back to us, and we can't see his lips. Could it be a squatting confession? Impossible. The boss has run away to sleep in his sister-in-law's dormitory. He must have confessed long ago. Do you guys know why Si Ting is turning his back on you? Gu Xiao looked speechlessly at these gossipy people in front of him. Team Tsunami. Why? Everyone turned their heads to look at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao stood up and looked at Si Ting, who had his back to the dormitory. With his alertness, how could he not notice you people peeking in here? With his back to you, just so you don't see what he's saying. These people were all from the special operations team. Other skills aside, the ability to read lips was still in his body. How could Si Ting let them see what he was saying? If you guys had been careful with yourselves and had the awareness of this gossip, you would have gotten off the hook a long time ago. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, the entire room went quiet. He realized what was going on, and everyone looked at him peacefully. Team Tsunami, our team doesn't talk about anything else. The boss is off the hook at the very least. Your team, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. You as the boss are bachelor. Tell me how the players can have a date. Zhao Zhe was not afraid to die and looked at Gu Xiao and said, that's right, Zhe is right. Our team at least has a sister-in-law. Not to mention she looks pretty and speaks with a soft and sticky voice. She'll be our team's group favorite in the future. What about you guys? Not to mention women. That dog in the Chinese team is a male, and he hasn't even mated with a female dog until now, right? Zheng Tu stood by Zhao Zhe's side, strongly supporting his good brother. Boss, we'd love to help you, but I feel like Asawa and Omi have a point. Wang Shan thought about it and sided with Si Ting's crew this time. I agree. How embarrassing for you, boss, when the Special Forces team gathers in the future. Originally, you and Timothy's team were both single, so no one could say anything about anyone. Now you're left on your own. We've got to have this face. Song Feng also stood on Si Ting's side of the team. Gu Xiao was so exasperated that he suddenly got up and turned around to go out. Team Tsunami, where are you going? Zhang Tu looked at Gu Xiao with a bad smile on his face. Where am I going? I'm breaking up your timbers and your sister-in-law to go, Gu Xiao said as he opened the dormitory door and was about to walk out. The next second, they were rushed up and pulled back by Sito's crew. Zhang Tu kicked the door shut. Team Tsunami, it's better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage. Team Tsunami, you can't go out there. Team Tsunami, you can be single, but you can't let our boss be single anymore. We'll never say that all the dogs on your team are males again. The house was an instant mess. The sound of the door closing reached Wenchu's ears. Wenchu's attention was diverted to the dormitory not far away, and she could vaguely see a number of figures hanging around inside. She could hear it, not to mention sighting, who shook his head helplessly. Eavesdropping can be discovered. What else can these people do? Chapter 6, Wenchu's other specialty. Ever since the night when Wenchu agreed to be Si Ting's girlfriend, he ran to Wenchu's dormitory and wouldn't leave. Wenchu came back from the medical station and saw Si Ting, who had finished the meeting, sitting on a chair in his room and looked at him with a surprised expression. Si Ting, what are you doing sitting here in my place? I'm sleeping with my girlfriend. No problem. Si Ting saw Wenchu come back and stood in front of her in a bored, but the words that came out of his mouth were not quite right. I promised to be your girlfriend. I didn't promise to sleep with you. Wenchu walked to the table, poured a cup of water and drank it in. After 2 hours of translating, his own voice was smoking from talking. Si Ting watched Wenchu put down the water cup, and directly reached out with his big hand and grabbed Wenchu's wrist, pulling it into his arms. Xiao Chu, all slept together when you didn't promise me. Ha! Si Ting lowered his head and attached himself to Wenchu's ear and whispered. Wenchu's face turned red when she heard this. That was drugged. She ended up speaking in a lower and lower voice. Si Ting looked at the girl who was shy again and didn't continue to tease her. Instead he hugged Wenchu. I'll just sleep with my arms around you and not do anything. What do you want to do? There's not even a place to buy contraceptives in this shell-shocked place, so you can only wait. Okay, then you can stay at my place. Wenchu didn't know what Si Ting was thinking, but believed what he said and did nothing. It was still early for bedtime. So when Chu opened her laptop in the dormitory and looked at the newly received emails, Sito had nothing better to do. So he went to the playground to run laps. It's the 10th lap. What's the boss doing running laps this late at night when he's not sleeping? Jiang Tu and a few others crouched at the edge of the playground, watching Si Ting run lap after lap. What else could it be? There must be internal fires with no place to vent them. Gu Xiao saw Si Ting running laps and also walked out to watch the fun. A few team members looked up at Gu Xiao with a bad smile on his face. Originally wanted to say a few words, but after thinking that he was going to break up Si Ting and Wen Chu in the afternoon, they swallowed their words alive. Boss, are you saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them? Zhao Quan suddenly stuck his head out and looked at Gu Xiao and said. 10 seconds later, there was one more person running laps on the playground. Team Timothy. Zhao Quan ran to Si Ting's side with an aggravated face and followed him. Why are you running if you're not going back to rest? Si Ting looked at Zhao Quan inexplicably as he ran. I was penalized 30 laps. Hearing Zhao Quan's words, Si Ting twisted his head to look at the black-faced Gu Xiao and guessed in his heart, must be bouncing in Gu Xiao's minefield. Team Timothy, what are you running around here for if you're not going to bed? Jiang Tu very actively joined the running team and asked with a gossipy face. Si Ting glanced at Jiang Tu. I see you want to run 30 laps as well. Gong Tu, why are they all out on the playground this late at night? Li Bin came out of the dormitory and saw the running ones running and the watching ones watching, all gossiping about why the Timbers are out running. Zhou said with a smile, why are you out running? Because my sister-in-law is painting, so she definitely doesn't have time to pay attention to the boss. Li Bin replied without even thinking. How do you know that? How do you know that? Painting? Everyone present froze, turning their heads to look at Li Bin. Anyone who isn't blind can see it, right? Li Bin pointed to the open door of the dormitory. Sitting inside, Wen Chu, there is a large drawing board in front of her. She is concentrating on drawing. Several people froze and looked at Wen Chu in the dormitory, and then looked at each other, always feeling like a cutie. The same. Is there a problem? Li Bin looked at the few people in front of him in disbelief. No problem. No problem. No problem. Everyone present shook their heads. Even Gu Xiao shook his head. Indeed, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Si Ting took a shower after his run, changed into short sleeves and shorts, and returned to Wen Chu's room. The concentrated Wen Chu didn't realize in the slightest that Si Ting had returned, and was still continuing to work. She is now a PhD student in design, but she has been known for quite a few of her previous works, so she is still working as a designer to earn extra money. Although Wen Chu was not short of money, she liked the feeling of having her work recognized. She had just seen the email that a customized brand of high-class wedding dresses she had been working with had asked her to design a Chinese-style outfit, and she had begun drawing prototypes for inspiration. Si Ting, who was standing to the side, looked mesmerized at Wen Chu, who was quietly drawing. Not wanting to disturb her, he stood motionless and silent. At times she stopped her pen to think. At times her brows furrowed. At times she broke into a smile. The hand holding the brush was already stained with color, and as she raised her hand to gently ruffle her hair, she got paint on her face, but didn't feel a thing herself. When Wen Chu put down her pen and wanted to rest for a while, she suddenly saw a figure by her side and was startled. Just about to call out, Si Ting immediately hugged Wen Chu and then covered her mouth. It's me. Hearing that it was Si Ting's voice, Wen Chu slowed down. When did you get in? After Si Ting let go of his hand, Wen Chu looked at him with some shock. An hour and a half ago. Si Ting took the wet towel he had prepared long ago and gently wiped the paint from Wen Chu's face. When Wen Chu heard this, she knew she was too focused to hear Si Ting walk in. Sleep? Si Ting saw that it was already 11:30 p.m. Wen Chu hadn't gotten much rest since she arrived. Wen Chu was indeed a bit sleepy, and after going to simply wash up, she and Si Ting laid down on the bed. Si Ting wrapped Wen Chu in his arms and the two of them cuddled and talked for a while before Wen Chu felt herself getting hotter and hotter, so she pushed Si Ting away and sat up. Is it that hot today? With a puzzled face, Wen Chu picked up her cell phone and looked at the real-time weather forecast. It was only 25 degrees. What Wen Chu didn't know was that it wasn't the weather that was hot. It was Sighting. She muttered and lay back down again. Back in Sighting's arms. It's not right. Wen Chu felt that Si Ting was like a furnace and reached out to touch his head. I didn't realize that just as I touched Sighting's forehead, my wrist was grabbed. Behave. Don't move. Wen Chu heard Si Ting's voice become hoarse, and her brain short-circuited for a moment. Do you have a fever? You're so hot. She drew her hand out to touch Sighting's forehead and neck as she spoke. Si Ting took a deep breath. What was he doing coming to stay at Wen Chu's place when he had enough to eat? I don't have a fever. You listen and sleep. Si Ting's eyes were red as he looked at Wen Chu. Wen Chu looked at Si Ting suspiciously. Why was he so hot without a fever? Suddenly Wen Chu felt something hard against her leg, and in that instant she realized what had happened to Si Ting. The whole of a movement lay on the bed, and she closed her eyes in fear. Seeing Wen Chu's reaction, Si Ting smiled helplessly. The woman's beauty was unaware that every movement in her arms was torture. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wenshu could feel that Siting beside her was not getting the slightest bit better, so she slowly opened her eyes. Sito, are you okay? Wenshu's soft voice was more like pouring oil on the fire. I'm fine, you sleep, I'm going to take a shower. Siting's eyes were scarlet as he sat up from the bed, ready to take a shower. Before he could stand up, Wenshu grabbed Siting's wrist. What's wrong? The man suppressed his body's desire to look at Wenshu. Wenshu didn't say anything and directly got up and sat on Siting's lap, then took the initiative to kiss his slightly cool thin lips. Siting's entire body stiffened, and after slowing down, he hurriedly pushed Wenshu away. No. Siting's voice was even hoarser. There was a feeling of burning desire. God knows how much stamina he used before he pushed Wenshu away with what was left of his sanity. What's wrong? You don't want it? Wenshu looked at Siting with some confusion. Sito paused and said softly, we don't have anything for birth control. Wenshu froze for a moment when she heard this, not expecting him to be because of this question. Then she laughed softly. Seeing Wenshu's smile, Siting was a bit puzzled. I have. Wenshu got up from the bed and took a large bottle of birth control pills out of his suitcase. It was Siting's turn to be dumbfounded. He watched as Wenshu took the birth control pill, and Siting, who had already endured to the limit, didn't care to ask any more questions, and fished Wenshu back in, pressing him underneath with a force on his waist. You lighten up a bit. Wenshu was pressed under Siting's body and said in a delicate and sticky voice, okay, you relax. Siting could sense that Wenshu was a bit tense. He lowered his head and kissed Wenshu's soft lips, then slowly moved to his earlobes and neck, and his big hands kept rubbing around the woman's waist. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room lasted until 3 in the morning. Only after seeing Wenshu exhausted to the point of passing out did Siting reluctantly release her. The next morning when Wenshu woke up, she was the only one left in the bed. Knowing that Seth had gone off to train and patrol, she got herself up and washed and cleaned up, then went to the medical point. Wenshu was busy for a whole day. She needed to be accompanied by an interpreter during medical checkups, and she also needed to be accompanied by an interpreter when receiving new patients, and she drank 5 cups of water in the day and still had a dry mouth. When Wang Nan walked out of the hospital room, he saw that Wenshu's face looked a little worse, and walked over to look at her with some worry. Xiao Chu, are you okay? Wenshu waved her hand. Senior, I'm fine. What's the matter with you? Why are your lips so white? Where are you uncomfortable? Wang Nan held up the shaky Wenshu. My stomach hurts. Wenshu covered her stomach and squatted down, the intense pain making it impossible for her to stand up. Jinjing, quickly pack up the beds in the resuscitation room. Wang Nan supported Wenshu while raising his head to call for help. The resuscitation room had just finished resuscitating the patient, and the beds hadn't even been made up. When Li Jingjing saw Wenshu squatting on the ground, she hurriedly ran into the rescue room to clean up the inside. Wang Nan bent down and picked up Wenshu in a horizontal hug and hurriedly ran in towards the rescue room. It was already 10 o'clock at night when Siting came back from his mission. He first went back to his dormitory to wash off the blood and then changed into clean clothes. When he pushes open the door to Wenshu's dormitory, he realizes that Wenshu hasn't come back yet, and he goes to the courtyard to look around just in time to see Zhao Yuan, the nurse who came back from the medical point. Team Timothy, you finally showed up. When Zhao Yuan saw Siting, she hurriedly ran forward to greet him. Nurse Zhao. Siting nodded his head in greeting. He felt as if he was looking for himself when he heard what Zhao Yuan said. Captain Timothy, we've been looking for you all night. Go to the resuscitation room at the medical point. Xiao Chu is still in there and hasn't come out. Before Zhao Yuan could finish her words, Siting had already lifted his leg towards the medical point and ran over. When he ran to the medical point, he encountered Li Jingjing walking out of the resuscitation room, and was relieved to see Siting. Captain Ting, I finally found you. Siting looked at Li Jingjing with an anxious face. Nurse Li, where is Xiao Chu? Captain Timothy, Xiao Chu is still in the resuscitation room. Her life is no longer in danger. Don't worry. Li Jingjing briefly talked about Wenshu's situation. Food poisoning. What did she eat? Siting instantly furrowed both eyebrows when he heard about food poisoning. She passed out a while ago and is still unconscious. The conditions here are too limited to do tests, and we'll have to wait for her to come to her senses and tell us herself exactly what she's eaten. Li Jingjing was also helpless. The medical conditions here were really rudimentary. Can I come in? Sito asked, pointing to the resuscitation room. Yes. Li Jingjing nodded. Siting walked in with big strides and saw the pale Wenshu lying on the hospital bed, with a retention needle stuck on the back of her hand, and was hanging 2 IVs at the same time. Captain Timothy, you're back. Wang Nan took off his mask, and it looked like he was tired from a long time of treating patients. Dr. Wang, how is Xiao Chu? Siting walked forward, bending down to hold Wenshu's hand with one hand, the other gently caressing her face, his eyes overflowing with heartache. It's no longer a problem and should be waking up soon. just finished washing her stomach. We'll have to wait until she wakes up to find out exactly what caused the food poisoning. Wang Nan was also puzzled when he said here. The things we ate at noon were all the same. If there was something wrong with the things at noon, it shouldn't be just Xiao Chu who was poisoned. The special operations team received a special mission today and left early in the morning. So the special operations team didn't eat in the cafeteria for the entire day. And Si Ting didn't know what he was eating. Does Xiao Chu want to stay here, or go back to the dormitory? Si Ting inquired about Wang Nan's opinion. The 4 will be finished soon. Let her go back to the dormitory after that. The patients here have nothing but gunshot wounds or knife wounds. The smell of blood is too heavy. Wang Nan thought about it. Wen Shuyi has always liked clean and quiet places. Living in a medical point is not a good choice. Si Ting also had the exact same intention. He waited until the 4 was finished, then picked up Wen Shu and walked back to the dormitory. He placed Wen Shu on the bed and used a basin to catch warm water to slowly wipe Wen Shu's body. After wiping her off, she changed into her pajamas by hand. After doing so, Si Ting sat down beside Wen Shu and quietly looked at her. It didn't take long for Wen Shu to come to her senses. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw that she was lying in her dormitory with Sighting beside her. Suddenly he felt a pang of aggravation and got up and hugged Sighting and cried, "Xiao Chu, where else is uncomfortable?" Si Ting gently coaxed the woman in his arms. "No more, just feeling aggrieved." Wen Shu shook her head. He waited until Wen Shu's emotions had stabilized before Si Ting let go of Wen Shu, then handed her a cup of warm water and watched her drink it before he began to patiently ask questions. "Hatsu, you have food poisoning. What have you eaten?" Hearing Si Ting's question, Wen Shu was also a bit puzzled. "I just ate at the cafeteria. Am I the only one with food poisoning?" "Well, Team Tsunami has gone to the medical station and questioned all the medics. And you're the only one with food poisoning." Sifan nodded. "But we're eating the same thing," Wen Shu said in disbelief. "Everyone eats the same thing. Why would they be the only one to be poisoned? You haven't eaten anything except for the cafeteria stuff?" Si Ting signaled Wen Shu to think about it. Wen Shu frowned as she recalled the events of the day. "Except for the cafeteria meal, I've eaten one candy." Wen Shu suddenly remembered that after she had finished translating for a patient, he had given himself a candy to show his appreciation. Wen Shu had refused, but the patient told her that he was thankful for her translation and that's why he was saved. And he didn't have anything expensive to give Wen Shu, only sugar. Wen Shu then was too embarrassed to be refusing, so she ate the candy. "Where's the patient?" Sito was instantly alert. D. Wen Shu suddenly reacted as well. "What time is it?" Wen Shu thought of something, and while turning her head to look at the watch hanging on the wall, she jumped off the bed and put on her shoes. "What are you doing?" Seeing that the newly awake Wen Shu was about to leave, Si Ting immediately grabbed her wrist. "I remember the second time I passed by their ward. They said in there that at 12 o'clock at night the troops would send someone to pick them up and take them back to heal. It's 11:40 now. If we don't go, we'll leave," Wen Shu said anxiously. "Which ward?" Sighting asked as he walked to the door of the dormitory and raised his hand to whistle. "Second floor, the westernmost one." Wen Shu closed her eyes and recalled. The exact ward number didn't come to her mind. "You wait for me in the dorm." Sighting ran towards his dormitory after that, whistling twice more as he did so. Wen Shu was uneasy, so she walked out of the dormitory. She saw the lights go on in the Special Forces dormitories when Sighting finished his third whistle, and in less than a minute, the doors all opened and everyone ran out fully dressed. Team Timothy. Gu Xiao ran the fastest, and at first glance, he was the one who hadn't laid down yet. Medical station. Second floor. Westernmost dormitory. The other party is a D serviceman carrying something resembling a sugar cube, suspected to be poisonous. Just as Si Ting finished speaking, Gu Xiao reacted. "Is it the reason Xiao Chu was poisoned?" "Most likely. That's the only candy bar she's ever eaten besides the cafeteria meal. There's 17 minutes left before the D troops pick them up. We have to find the sugar cubes before then." Si Ting simply laid out the mission and ran off with his team. Gu Xiao also ran off with his team right behind him towards the medical station. Wen Shu looked at the two teams that ran away and was really relieved, so she also ran towards the medical station. When Wen Shu ran to the medical station, Si Ting and the others had already captured 2D soldiers, a Ziploc bag containing the same candy bar that Wen Shu had eaten in the afternoon. Si Ting frowned slightly when he saw Wen Shu come over. So disobedient. Rubbish. Wen Shu walked up to the D soldier who had given him a candy bar in the afternoon and raised his hand to slap him, cursing him in the D language. Seeing Wen Shu's hands, Si Ting was a bit surprised, and Gu Xiao also looked at Wen Shu with a shocked face, not to mention their team members. Wen Shu was always soft and gentle in their hearts, speaking softly and sweetly. It's a big contrast to suddenly be able to hit someone. "Ha, you still ate it," the D soldier sneered. "Give me a reason," Wen Shu asked, looking at him. "My good brother, because you were court-martialed, you think we'll let you go?" The soldier from Country D said with a smug look on his face. I bought this candy bar from the black market just for you, woman. Hearing his words, Wen Shu suddenly thought of something. It's a pity that I didn't die. Wen Shu laughed. Hearing Wen Shu's words, the soldier from Country D suddenly twisted his head to look at Zhao Quan, who had grabbed him. The watch on Zhao Quan's wrist reminded him that it was 12 o'clock at night. Impossible. The expression of the soldier from Country D was a bit unbelievable. Didn't the seller say that this medicine, after taking it, will surely kill you? The D soldier suddenly switched to the E language and turned his head to look at the other captured soldier. She's been eating this candy bar for over 6 hours. Why is she still alive? The two men exchanged glances and looked at Wen Shu in puzzlement. Wen Shu raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. The seller said that the antidote for this candy bar had to be taken before taking the medicine for it to work, and there was no way she could have had an antidote. The other shook his head and replied in the E language. What's the antidote? Did she really know ahead of time and take the antidote? No way. The seller said it would detoxify. It would have to be a high hormone drug and it would have to be taken in advance. Fake drugs. Hell. Let the pussy get away with it. Hearing this, Wen Shu laughed out loud. Ash looked at the 2D soldiers. Among the people present, she herself was the only one who could understand the E language. So the conversation between the two of them, word for word, Wen Shu listened to it all. What the are you laughing at? One of them looked at Wen Shu and insulted him. Without saying a word, Wen Shu slapped his face back and forth a few times. They couldn't break free anyway with the crew holding them. I told you, you guys are trash, Wen Shu said with a sneer in the E language. You can understand. The man looked at Wen Shu with some incredulity. I'm sure your good buddy didn't tell you that I'm the interpreter here, and being fluent in several languages is my forte, Wen Shu said faintly. As they spoke, the man who had come to pick them up arrived at the medical station. Si Ting and Gu Xiao immediately blocked the way, refusing to allow them to pick them up. After Wen Shu once again acted as a translator and negotiated with the other party, Si Ting showed the video that had just caught them, the Ziploc bag with the sugar cubes, and the liquid that had been washed out of Wen Shu's stomach, respectively. Everything they had just said had been recorded, and they didn't even have any room to flip the script. Only after they were taken away did Wen Shu and the others go back to the dormitory area. Hatsu, what did they just say? Gu Xiao was curious as to what they had said that would make such a gentle woman like Wen Shu hit someone. They were curious as to why I didn't die. Wen Shu then told them about the power of the medicine block. This sugar cube is so powerful. Zhao Quan was a bit surprised. They bought it on the black market. Wen Shu nodded. But Xiao Chu, the poison of this medicine is so powerful. Why aren't you that serious? Gu Xiao asked as he looked on in disbelief. They said that the antidote to this candy bar is to take a high hormone drug before eating the candy bar. Wen Shu said this and looked at Si Ting with some embarrassment. High hormone medication? Could it be? You wouldn't have taken a pill that happened to become an antidote before this? Gu Xiao boldly guessed. That's right. Wen Shu nodded. Suddenly I believe in fate. After Gu Xiao finished thoughtfully, everyone laughed and then returned to their dormitories. Si Ting led Wen Shu back to the dormitory, then helped Wen Shu sit on the bed. Xiao Chu, the high hormone medication you mentioned, was it the birth control pill you took last night? Si Ting responded. Just now. Well, that's right. Wen Shu nodded. Eating that candy bar today was a little long before I took my birth control pills, so I'm still having symptoms of poisoning. If it's in the morning with that candy bar, it should be a lot lighter. Wen Shu explained. Can you tell me why you carry around birth control pills? Si Ting was surprised when he saw the large bottle of birth control pills last night. He knew very well that it was the first time when Wen Shu was with him. Why would a woman who has never had a man carry around birth control pills? Wen Shu had long thought that sooner or later, Si Ting would ask this question, and smiled a little embarrassed. This bottle of medicine, it's not really what I wanted to bring here. Came here on short notice. I didn't have time to pack. The luggage that I brought here is all the luggage that I brought back to China from M and brought here again as is. Wen Shu paused at this point. That bottle of pills, it's not really for birth control, something you should be aware of. I haven't had another man before. I went to college and graduate school at M. I've always been a dual degree holder. From last year until I returned home, the exams, thesis, and defense for both majors, along with the design orders I took, led to a lot of stress. Taking this medicine, it's to delay my period. I don't want to delay these things because of my period. The last time I had it was for my defense the week before I returned home. I didn't throw it away when I finished it, and I originally saved it so that I could postpone it a couple times to ease my mind when I was stressed about studying for my degree. After Wen Shu finished speaking, Si Ting's face changed and changed. You rely on taking birth control pills to delay your physiological period. Doesn't it have any effect on your body? Si Ting frowned at Wen Shu. There will be, but compared to the situation at the time, it's better to postpone it. Wen Shu was honest. What effects will there be? As soon as he heard that there would be an effect, Si Ting became even more worried about her body. It's just that the next time you have a physical period, it's going to hurt. Winshu paused, but I always take painkillers in advance. Sito, don't ever toss yourself like that again, okay? After returning to China, I'll take you to condition your body, and in the future, rest when you're tired. I can still afford to support you, Si-ting said helplessly, but he couldn't hide the love in his eyes for Wenshu. Good. Wenshu nodded. It felt good to be cared about. You're a double degree. What's the other one? Si-ting was a bit curious. He didn't really know Wenshu very well. You want to know? Wenshu smiled and winked. Can we talk? Sito nodded. Wenshu held out her hand towards Si-ting. Give me your gun. Hearing Wenshu ask for a gun, Si-ting froze for a few seconds, but still stood up and took it out of his own equipment, handing it to Wenshu with the muzzle pointed at him. Captain Timothy, watch this, Wenshu reminded Si-ting, who nodded. Under Si-ting's gaze, Wenshu took this pistol apart and reorganized it again as fast as he could. It was skillful and took a very short time, so fast that Sito was surprised. My other major, weapons systems and engineering. Wenshu smiled and stated his other specialty. Chapter 7 Postponement of Return. Probably because he had slept for a long time when he was unconscious. This time when he should have gone to bed, Wenshu was awake and not the least bit sleepy. On the contrary, Si-ting, who was probably really tired after a whole day out on a mission, went to bed and fell asleep. Wenshu lightly sat down in front of the drawing board, sat down facing Si-ting, took the brush and started to continue her design. She had to say that Si-ting was really quiet when he slept, not rolling over or snoring, so she painted without any noise disturbing her. The moment a cannon blast resounded throughout the rescue site, Sito quickly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Wenshu also looked out the window in shock. Where did the cannon go off? The next second, the alarm at the rescue point went off. You're intimidated, aren't you? Don't be afraid, the rescue point is safe. Si-ting jumped off the bed and quickly put on his gear. I wasn't scared, it was just a sudden noise that startled me. Wenshu also didn't hesitate for a second, putting down the paintbrush in her hands and hurriedly washing off the paint on her hands and face. Be safe and wait for me to come back. Just as Wenshu was changing her clothes, Si-ting had already put on his equipment and left a sentence before lifting his leg and running out. When Wenshu ran out of the dormitory, he saw that Si-ting and Gu Xiao had already led the team into the military jeep and drove out of the courtyard of the rescue point. Worthy of being as special forces, this speed is too fast. Wenshu stood in the doorway looking at the faraway jeep in shock. She thought she was fast enough, but in the time it took her to wash her face and change her clothes, the others had departed without a trace. Seeing that the other medics who had come back to rest were running towards the medical point, Wenshu did not hesitate any longer and lifted his leg to run over as well. Sure enough, that gunshot just now was unusual. Organizations in the north and south have started a firefight over a shipment. It was none of Si-ting's business, but coincidentally a group of Chinese convoys were about to pass through the road between the two sides of the firefight. Sito's mission for them was to go and take this convoy out of their combat zone. The medical station was busy. There were firefights and there were injuries, and the medical station had to treat those who were injured. Xiao Chu, here. Li Jingjing raised her arm and waved her hand towards Wenshu. Wenshu ran to Li Jingjing's side and looked at the man on the stretcher. His legs had been blown up and bloodied, his facial expression in pain. Sir, can you hear me? Wenshu asked, not caring about her fear, and immediately bent down to look at the man. Yes, save my leg. The man nodded. Okay, tell me your name, age, do you have any drug allergies, blood type, and whether or not you agree to our medical care from China to operate and treat you. Seeing that the man was still in good spirits, Wenshu immediately began to hold a miniature camera and quickly questioned the man. The man endured the pain and replied to Wenshu's words, and Wenshu immediately raised her head to look at Li Jingjing and Wang Nan. Quickly, send it to the resuscitation room. He's 29 years old, blood type B, agrees with all of the doctor's treatment plans, and has no drug allergies. Wenshu helped the medic push into the resuscitation room while reporting back to Wang Nan. Okay, leave it to us, Wang Nan said firmly before striding into the resuscitation room. Next Wenshu looked at the steady stream of injured people being brought in and frowned. How is Si-ting doing? He should be back by now, after all the injuries that have been delivered. Wenshu was running back and forth, switching between multiple languages at all times, and was busy when she heard shouts from the door of the medical station. Doctor! Doctor! It's the Chinese language. Wenshu subconsciously turned her head to look at the door. It was Gu Zhao's team members Zhao Quan and Wang Shan. What's wrong? Wenshu ran over and saw the two people were carrying Lu Chang who was covered in blood. Sister-in-law, save Changzi! Zhao Quan shouted anxiously when he saw Wenshu. Wenshu saw Lu Chang himself covering his abdomen with his hand, and from his fingertips was flowing a steady stream of bright red blood. Quick, put it on the bed. Wenshu ran to the side and pushed in a flatbed cart. Zhao Quan and Wang Shan immediately placed the injured Lu Chang on it. Wang Nan! Wenchu let the two men push the flatbed truck behind her as she ran and shouted for Wang Nan. I'm here. Wang Nan had just walked out of a resuscitation room before he could take off his gloves. Come on, the tsunami team is injured. Wenchu didn't care if there were any injured people at Wang Nan's place. As the accompanying medical care for the Chinese Special Operations Team, the first thing they had to do in this foreign country was to rescue the Chinese soldiers. Wang Nan lifted his leg and ran over to see Wenchu covering Lu Chang's wound. The moment Wenchu removed his hands and Wang Nan lowered his head to check the wound, Lu Chang, who was lying on the flatbed truck, clenched his fists and cried out in pain. Press him down. Wang Nan reacted quickly. Zhao Quan and Wang Shan pressed Lu Chang left and right. Changzi, hold back. Don't ever move. Zhao Quan said while pressing down on Lu Chang. The location of the shot is okay. There is no major problem in removing the bullet now, but there is a large amount of blood loss. What blood type? Wang Nan looked down at Lu Chang. Type B. Type B. Zhao Quan and Wang Shan answered Wang Nan at the same time. It's bad. The B-type plasma is all used up. Wang Nan's face instantly turned white. Is it too late to pick it up at another station? Wenchu hurriedly asked. The nearest station. You'll need 4 hours for a round trip. It's too late. Wang Nan shook his head. Smoke ours? We still have B-type blood on our team. Zhao Quan immediately replied. How many people? Wang Nan asked as he looked at Zhao Quan. 2 on our team. And there should be 1 on the Timbers team as well. Zhao Quan was calm from start to finish. Wang Nan and the others liked communicating with this kind of person the most. Without wasting time. Okay, go get ready. I'll take the bullet first. After Wang Nan finished speaking, he took 2 nurses into the resuscitation room. Just the 3 of you came back? Wenchu looked at Zhao Quan and Wang Shan. Team Timothy and Team Tsunami should be back soon as well, and on our way to escort us. One of the parties didn't see that we were a Chinese team and opened fire. Smoothie took a bullet for one of the convoy's men. That's why he was injured. Team Timothy and Team Tsunami went to get the guy who shot him. Zhao Quan explained. As he spoke, several of Gu Zhao's team members ran in. De Quan, how is Changzi doing? Song Feng asked anxiously. Went in for resuscitation. NDR. Wang said the bullet was in okay position, and went to retrieve it. But Smoothie is bleeding too much, and there's no plasma left here. Before Zhao Quan could finish his words, Song Feng and Zhang Sheng directly took off their jackets and extended their arms. Smoke it. I'm type B. Me and Smoothie are both type B. Seeing the reaction of the 2 people, Wenchu froze for a few seconds. Sister-in-law. Song Feng saw the frothing Wenchu and hurriedly reminded. Right. You guys come with me? I don't know how to draw blood. I'll take you to the nurse. Wenchu came back to her senses and ran away with the 2 men. When the blood bag was ready, Wenchu took it and ran towards the rescue room. When she almost ran to the door, she saw that Si Ting and Gu Xiao had already returned and were staring anxiously at the door of the resuscitation room. In this instant, Wenchu's hanging heart finally dropped, and without having time to say more, she directly ran in. 10 minutes later, Wenchu pushed open the door and walked out. Si Ting took a few steps forward and walked in front of Wenchu. Wenchu smiled. Don't worry, it's out of danger. The bullet was taken out and blood was transfused. The anesthesia hasn't passed yet, so he hasn't woken up. Hearing Wenchu's words, everyone was obviously relieved. Team Timothy, you go with Xiao Chu to get bandaged up first. We'll just stand guard here. Gu Xiao pointed at Si Ting's arm and said. Wenchu followed the direction Gu Xiao pointed and found a cut on Si Ting's sleeve, the perimeter of which was already soaked with blood. You're hurt? Wenchu asked nervously as she grabbed Si Ting's arm. Si Ting withdrew his arm and tenderly touched Wenchu's face. Don't worry. Small injury. Wenchu raised her head to look at Si Ting and took out the sterilized wipes from her own shirt pocket, wiping the dust and stained blood from his face. Cough. Gu Xiao deliberately coughed a few times. The team members have opened their eyes wide. The first scene to eat melon, such a good thing. Absolutely cannot miss. At this moment, Wenchu remembered that there was someone else here, and her face brushed red. Si Ting glared at Gu Xiao, wrapped his arm around Wenchu, and the 2 of them left the door of the resuscitation room. Wenchu first took Si Ting into the bandaging room. Wait for me, I'll go find a doctor. When the doctor and Wenchu walked into the bandaging room, Si Ting had already taken off his combat jacket and was wearing a short-sleeved one underneath, revealing his lean and strong arms. Xiao Chu, don't worry, Captain Timothy, this is a stray bullet graze. Just sterilize it and bandage it. After Yutong looked at the wound, he signaled Wenchu not to worry. Wenchu then nodded reassuringly before helping Yutong with the medicine tray. Just then, a nurse pushed the door from outside and ran in. Dr. You, quick, here comes the big resuscitation casualty. As soon as Yutong heard this, he immediately raised his head and looked at Wenchu. Xiao Chu, you can sterilize this one as well. Just follow the usual order that you help us sterilize and bandage others. Yutong ran to the door after saying that, then turned back to look at the confused Wenchu. Go for it. Hey, Wenchu instantly didn't know what to say. Usually she helped with simple scrapes or scratches like this. Stray bullet grazes never helped themselves. She looked at sighting with some difficulty. I'm not very good at it. Si-ting watched Wen-Shu's expression change and smiled. It's okay, took me for practice. Wen-Shu sat across from Si-ting, holding the sterilizing tools and carefully disinfecting Si-ting, lifting her head from time to time to look at him. Does it hurt? I'll blow on it for you. The man had been sitting on the chair, steadily raising his arm for Wen-Shu to sterilize. It doesn't hurt, just don't worry. It was not until she finished wrapping the gauze that Wen-Shu took a long breath of relief. No matter how difficult the process was, it was good that she had finished wrapping it as well. It should be fine after a few medicine changes. Let Dr. You or the senior give you a checkup in the next medicine change. Wen-Shu gathers the tray and says gently, Chu-chu, I'm in pain, Si-ting suddenly said with a frown. Hearing Si-ting's words, Wen-Shu hurriedly put down the tray in her hand and bent down to look at Si-ting, who was sitting on the chair mountain. Where does it hurt? Show me. Looking at Wen-Shu's small anxious face, Si-ting held Wen-Shu's small hand and placed it at his heart. It hurts here. Heartburn? Come on, let me see when you take off your clothes. Are you hurt here? Wen-Shu looked at Si-ting anxiously. Obviously his clothes are intact. Did he suffer internal injuries? Si-ting reached out and pulled Wen-Shu into his arms, then sat her on his lap. My heart hurts, not the trauma. Si-ting leaned over Wen-Shu's ear, his voice full of compulsion. Wen-Shu was startled by Si-ting, raised her hand and clenched it into a small fist, and struck it towards Si-ting's body. You scared me to death. Where did I do it that made your heart ache? Si-ting looked at the woman in his arms. Think about what you just said. Wen-Shu frowned as she recalled what she had said. Let Dr. You or the senior give you a checkup in the next medicine change. Dr. You? Senior? She seemed to understand something, so she raised her hand and wrapped it around the man's neck, biting his earlobe and softly calling out, Senior? The next second Wen-Shu felt the big hand around her waist tighten. The man was really for this title. I don't think you're heartbroken. You're jealous. Wen-Shu couldn't help but laugh. Si-ting nodded. Well, what about jealousy? Wen-Shu blinked. Then eat more. Soften your blood vessels. When she finished speaking, she tried to get up from Si-ting's lap, but the man tightly clasped the woman's soft waist and wouldn't let go. Okay, then let's go back to the dorm and talk. Immediately after that, Wen-Shu felt her entire body fall backward and was picked up in a horizontal hug. Hey, let go of me. Your arm. Wen-Shu looked at Si-ting worriedly. A small injury. After saying that, Si-ting carried Wen-Shu towards the door. Fine. You put me down. I won't call myself senior from now on. Walking to the position of the doorway, Wen-Shu grasped the door handle and resolutely refused to go out. Si-ting looked down at the woman in his arms and raised an eyebrow. Wen-Shu nodded sincerely. Really, I promise. Seeing the expression on the woman's face in his arms, which was even more determined than when he joined the party himself, Si-ting believed her, and then bent down to place Wen-Shu on the ground. Returning to the embrace of the earth, Wen-Shu breathed a sigh of relief. If this was carried out, there would be no place to put his face. She took Si-ting's arm and looked at the gauze to make sure the wound was okay before she was relieved. Captain Timothy, when did you learn to be jealous? Wen-Shu looked up at the man who was nearly 2 heads taller than herself. Si-ting just looked at Wen-Shu without saying anything, but his expression was arrogant. After the two walked out of the bandaging room, they walked straight to the door of the resuscitation room, and after learning that Lu Chang had already entered the ward, Wen-Shu went to the ward with Si-ting. After going in, Wen-Shu found that all of them were in Lu Chang's hospital room, except for those who stayed on duty at the rescue point. Lu Chang was still awake, and everyone stood quietly in the hospital room. Team Timothy, sister-in-law. Team Timothy, sister-in-law. Everyone whispered greetings when they saw Si-ting and Wen-Shu walk in. Team Sao, how is Changzi doing? Si-ting walked over to Gu Xiao and asked softly. We were just told by the junior seniors that it's completely out of danger, and a follow-up change of medication will take care of it. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he saw Si-ting sink his eyes and not say a word. What else did Dr. Wang say? As soon as she heard the word senior, Wen-Shu's brain went big and she hurriedly interrupted. Your senior said to let Changzi go through the anesthesia in the hospital room first, and after he's awake from the anesthesia, we can take him back to the dormitory to rest. There are too many patients of all kinds here, so I might as well go back to my dormitory and get comfortable. The medical nurse can go to the dormitory every day to change Smoothie's medication. Gu Xiao conveyed all of Wang Nan's words. Why is it a little cold in this house? Jiang Tu looked around suspiciously. Wen-Shu twisted her head to look at Si-ting. Hey, this jealous man, just go back and wear more. Si-ting glanced at Jiang Tu. As he spoke, Lu Chang woke up, and everyone instantly surrounded the hospital bed, looking down at him. I'll go find a doctor and come over for a checkup, Jiang Tu said when he saw Lu Chang who woke up. Wen-Shu stopped Jiang Tu. Don't look for it, the doctors are all above the big resuscitation. I'll do it. After saying that, Wen Shu walked up and bent down to look at the data on top of the various equipment, then checked Lu Chang's sobriety and asked about his state. She had learned all of this while helping the paramedics in the earthquake rescue, plus what the paramedics had taught her in the last few days at the medical station. At the medical station, there were fewer medics and more injured people, so Wen Shu also learned a lot of basic things just so she could help the medics fight. After the examination, Wen Shu looked at Gu Xiao and Si Ting. There shouldn't be any major problems. His consciousness is restored and all the indicators are within the normal range. Hearing Wen Shu's words, everyone was much more relieved. Changzi, let's take you back to the dormitory to recuperate. Gu Xiao conveyed Wang Nan's words, then asked Lu Chang's opinion. Lu Chang nodded and said somewhat weakly, "Good, I'll go find a stretcher." After Zhang Sheng finished speaking, he turned around and left the hospital room, and returned with a stretcher in less than 2 minutes. Wen Shu looked out of breath as she watched everyone individually busy but organized. The tacit understanding between everyone has been honed through countless lives and deaths. Si Ting could tell what Wen Shu was thinking and said softly. Wen Shu twisted her head to look at Si Ting. "You've been together for a long time?" "Well, our team is 5 years old. The tsunami team they've been around for 4.5 years. Si Ting nodded. Over the years they had honed the most understanding with the Gu Xiao team, having been born into death many times, so the relationship was also the best. Wen Shu ran to the warehouse and found a few monitoring machines, then had Zhang Tu bring people to move them all to Lu Chang's dormitory. "Sister-in-law, won't it interfere with the medical station if you bring these over?" While Wen Shu was putting the tester on Lu Chang asked somewhat weakly. "No, these weren't meant for use at the medical station here." Wen Shu shook her head. The movements of her hands never stopped. These were also what she had learned from the paramedics in these 2 rescues. "These are the latest instruments, right?" Gu Xiao walked forward and saw the labels of these machines, all of which were new this year. "I bought these myself. They were just shipped from China yesterday." After Wen Shu put all the testing instruments on, he began to deploy the machine according to the instructions. "Sister-in-law, what are you buying these for?" Zhang Tu asked in disbelief. "Have you forgotten that this medical team of ours is an affiliate of your special operations team? The job is to serve you. I've seen all the machines here, and they're all a few years old. Of course we were selfish, thinking that if you guys did get hurt, you could use the latest and greatest machines. Healthcare workers are financially limited and it takes too long to go through the hospital to apply for funding. But I have the money, they make the list and I pay for it. So the first day we were here, I bought these machines and bought them airfare, 1 seat per machine, and flew them over." Wen Shu pointed at the brand new machines and smiled. After listening to Wen Shu's words, everyone remembered that this sister-in-law was not only beautiful and gentle, she was also one of the top family's big misses in the capital city. "Sister-in-law, you're so nice." Zhang Tu looked at Wen Shu with a silly smile on his face. "For complimenting me, go unpack those boxes." Wen Shu pointed to one side of the boxes that he had just had the team move in together from the warehouse. "Okay." Zhang Tu numbly melted open a few boxes and opened them with shocked eyes. "Oh me, what is it that you're so surprised about?" Zhao Zhe strangely walked forward and looked down into the box. In the next second, Zhao Zhe's expression became as surprised as Zhang Tu's. "Sister-in-law, what are these?" Zhang Tu pointed to the contents of the box and looked at Wen Shu. "It's all for your special ops team." Wen Shu stood up and walked over. I thought to myself, medical equipment buys airline tickets, so they have the right to check things in for free, so I can't waste those checked kilos for nothing. That's all I bought and used the free check-in service on my airfare, Wen Shu said, squatting next to the box and started to pull out men's socks, underwear, t-shirts, shorts, basketballs, hand-brewed coffee, bedding, towels, washcloths, all kinds of snacks, as well as men's toiletries and skincare products. My goodness, I haven't enjoyed this treatment even in China. Wang Hao said in shock when he saw Wen Shu pull out everything in the box. "You guys deserve the best," Wen Shu said with a smile as she lifted her head. "These special ops guys defending their country are worth it to her. I'm not quite sure of your height measurements, but I figure by the time you're all in shape you'll be able to be about the same size. So I bought them in even sizes. So go back and try them on yourselves. I bought 800 pairs of socks, and these 2 boxes should be all of them. So if you guys don't want to wash them when you're done wearing them, just throw them away. We have that." After Wen Shu finished speaking, Si Ting had everyone split a point and take it to their respective dormitories. While everyone was feverishly dividing things, Wang Nan came over with Li Jingjing. "Xiao Chu, how is Lu Chang doing?" Wang Nan walked in and asked while walking towards the hospital bed. "Learn, Dr. Wang, take a look at the machine. I debugged it according to the instructions, and I don't know if there are any problems." According to the tester, Lu Chang is no longer in any serious condition. Wen Shu thought of the way Si Ting was jealous and hurriedly changed her words. When Wang Nan heard Wen Shu address himself, He looked at Wen-Shu suspiciously, but quickly recovered. He examined it once, then inquired about Lu Chang's status, and finally nodded. No problem, just rest well. If you're in a lot of pain, get someone to tell me and I'll put you on a pain pump. Wang Nan exhorted Lu Chang a few more times, then turned his head to look at Wen-Shu. Xiao Chu, may I borrow a step? After thinking about it, Wen-Shu walked out of Lu Chang's dormitory with Wang Nan. Walking to the side of the playground, Wang Nan stopped and looked at Wen-Shu. Xiao Chu, why did you change your name to Dr. Wang? Wen-Shu guessed that Wang Nan was going to ask this question, so she naturally answered. Don't think too much, I just feel that calling Dr. Wang is a bit more palatable. After all, I've already graduated now, not in school. It's because of Captain Timothy, right? Wang Nan guessed it. Citing is now my boyfriend. I should be more careful about how I address other men. Wen-Shu spoke without the slightest hint of evasion. She actually understood why Si-Ting was jealous. If it was anyone else, never mind if she called herself a senior or a junior, Si-Ting wouldn't feel anything. But this was Wang Nan, the man who had made advances with himself, and it was only natural that Si-Ting would mind. You two are really together? Didn't you just meet not long ago? Wang Nan was a bit surprised. Since he came to Africa, he didn't have much contact with Wen-Shu except at work itself. Throw in that day's visit to her dormitory, and the two hadn't interacted privately. He was busy saving patients and operating one surgery after another, and didn't realize that Si-Ting and Wen-Shu were progressing so quickly, not to mention that both were living together. Well, he's my boyfriend now, although we haven't known each other for a long time. I believe he's a good man and worth trusting, Wen-Shu said firmly. Hatsu, you know, I know, Dr. Wang is a very good friend. Wen-Shu didn't let Wang Nan finish his sentence. Once this was said, it would be too much of a slap in Wang Nan's face if he himself refused. Wang Nan paused when he heard Wen-Shu's words. Yes, we are good friends. Then from now on, call me Dr. Wang at work, and call me by my first name in private. Knowing that he was hopeless, Wang Nan decided to make a decent exit. Good. Wen-Shu smiled and nodded. When she turned around, she saw that Si-Ting was walking towards his own dormitory, and because he was walking with his back to her, Wen-Shu couldn't see Si-Ting's expression. Dr. Wang, I'll leave first, you go back and rest early. Wen-Shu finished greeting Wang Nan and walked towards Si-Ting's dormitory without looking back. Walking to the door of Si-Ting's dormitory, Wen-Shu knocked on the door. Enter. Si-Ting's cold voice came out. When he saw that the person who walked in was Wen-Shu, Si-Ting's originally cold and stern eyes became much softer. Why did you come back by yourself? Wen-Shu could tell that Si-Ting was in a somewhat bad mood. I'm fine. Si-Ting stood up and took Wen-Shu's hand and sat down. Are you unaware of how fierce your expression is right now? Wen-Shu said with a pout. Si-Ting helplessly reached out and touched Wen-Shu's head. Just now, Team Tsunami and I received a call from the Chinese forces. We are here to assist for an extended period of time. Si-Ting's expression as he looked at Wen-Shu was a bit torn. How long will it be extended? Wen-Shu froze for a moment, then asked. Extended to a year. Sito replied helplessly. This means that after 3 months Wen-Shu needs to return home first, and without any special circumstances, the two experienced 9 months of foreign love. Si-Ting wasn't sure that the relationship between the two of them would last through these 9 months. You're worried about the relationship between us, right? Wen-Shu thought of this. Well, are you willing to wait for me? Si-Ting looked at Wen-Shu seriously. What do you say? Do I look like the kind of person who sees things differently? Wen-Shu replied with a smile. And Captain Timothy, where did your brain go? Wen-Shu stretched out her finger and gently poked Si-Ting's head. Si-Ting looked at Wen-Shu with some confusion. Why did the medical team come to Country F? We're not a team that aids Country F. We're a team that aids your special operations team. You're going to have to postpone your return. So do you think the Chinese side will agree to let us return first? After Wen-Shu finished speaking, Si-Ting was a bit surprised that she said this, which he really didn't expect. After he calmed down, he thought that Wen-Shu's words were right. The medical team was indeed here for the special operations team. I've been in the army for 6 years, and today is the first time I've ever hesitated to get tangled up over an order from the army. Si-Ting said somewhat helplessly. I both want you to go back to your country first and I don't want to be separated from you. He had to admit that he had some control over his feelings for Wen-Shu. I'd be worried about you getting hurt while you're here. You go back home and I'll be thinking about you all the time again, Sito said with some bemusement. And you, put your heart in your stomach. Something like falling in love is something that should be the icing on the cake for two people. If you're distracted, hesitant because we're together, we're never going to get far. The nature of your work is very special, and when you go to the battlefield and are distracted by these childish things, you may not even have a life, Wen-Shu said in an unhurried tone. In fact, when she herself heard about the extension of the special operations team, Her heart trembled at that moment. She didn't want to be separated from Si Ting for so long. Even if the result of her analysis for sighting was that she would most likely have to postpone it herself. After all, she hadn't been notified yet. But when Chu didn't show it, she didn't want to, or could even say she didn't dare to let Si Ting be distracted by herself, because that could easily lead to him getting into danger and trouble. When Si Ting saw Wen Chu patiently analyzing himself, a trace of apology welled up in his heart that his earlier self didn't believe in himself and Wen Chu. "I'm sorry." Si Ting took Wen Chu into his arms. "Don't think too much." Wen Chu hugged Si Ting back and gently shook her head. Si Ting raised his head and looked at Wen Chu with a hint of lust in his eyes, slowly attaching his thin lips towards Wen Chu's soft lips. Chapter 8 Earthquakes. Suddenly, a sudden shaking of the ground came out of nowhere. The two men's lips really didn't touch, but their heads bumped together. "Ah!" Wen Chu was taken aback. In the next second, her arm was grabbed tightly by Si Ting, and she rushed out of the dormitory by scooping it into her arms. "Get down! Don't be afraid." After Si Ting pulled Wen Chu to a safe area, he lifted his leg and ran towards Lu Chang's room. Wen Chu crouched on the ground, her heart palpitating as she raised her head to look at Si Ting's back as he ran away, and she saw that apart from Lu Chang, there were several other figures all running in the direction of Lu Chang's dormitory. At that moment, she reacted, an earthquake. The first wave of ground shaking passed, and Wen Chu saw that the team members had already helped Lu Chang out, and Si Ting and Gu Xiao led two team members to move out the instruments in the room together. Wen Chu was just about to raise her legs and run towards them when a loud bang resounded through the earth. Everyone subconsciously looked at the place where the sound was made. Less than 500 meters away from the rescue point was a 5-story house, which, after years of shelling and the earthquake, could no longer support itself and collapsed completely. The next second, the alarm at the rescue point went off. Wen Chu quickly ran in front of Si Ting and the others, then held Lu Chang from Zhao Quan's hand and looked at Si Ting. "Leave him to me. Don't worry." Hearing Wen Chu's words, Si Ting and the others didn't hesitate any longer and ran back to the dormitory to change into their rescue suits before rushing out of the rescue point in their jeeps. "Sister-in-law, I'm going too." Lu Chang endured the pain and looked at Wen Chu. "You can't. If you want to cause trouble for Team Sao and the others, you go. If you don't want to cause trouble, you follow me." Wen Chu looked at Lu Chang seriously. Lu Chang looked at the direction of the jeep far away. His eyes have become scarlet. "I blame myself for not competing. Now there are things cannot help, but also become a burden." Wen Chu could see Lu Chang's thoughts. "Changzi, you were injured because you saved people. You are a hero. Go, your mission. Get well and protect me." Wen Chu smiled at Lu Chang, then helped him walk to the bench for him to sit down. Wen Chu ran back to the medical store, pushed a wheelchair and ran back, then helped Lu Chang into the wheelchair. For the rest of the day, Lu Chang sat in a wheelchair and stayed in the medical point, following Wen Chu's side. Wen Chu was translating for the injured who were brought in, and at the same time, she had to help the paramedics to do a simple rescue. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Someone shouted as they ran carrying the injured man. Wen Chu's heart was seized as she looked at the person being carried over. He had a steel bar stuck in his abdomen and was spitting blood from his mouth. "Quick! Into the resuscitation room!" Wen Chu beckoned towards the people carrying the stretcher, then led the way and ran into the resuscitation room. Wang Nan ran out from the other resuscitation room and then entered the place where Wen Chu was and sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the man on the bed. "Quick! Go call Dr. Yu over," Wang Nan said anxiously as he looked at Wen Chu. Wen Chu ran out and called for Yu Tong. The two attending doctors had never dealt with such an injury and were momentarily stumped. "I'll do it." Lu Chang stood up from his wheelchair and walked over shakily. Wen Chu hurriedly went forward to help him. "You come? I'll do it. We've participated in earthquake rescue and have dealt with situations like this." Lu Chang couldn't care less about the pain of his wounds and commanded Wen Chu to return to the rescue point to bring the tools. Everyone stood by the hospital bed, nervously matching Lu Chang's movements. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the rebar was cut. "Quickly, start resuscitation," Wang Nan shouted before teaming up with Yutong to start the resuscitation. When Cho helped Lu Chang to leave the rescue room, she helped Lu Chang to sit back in the wheelchair, directly lifted Lu Chang's t-shirt to check Lu Chang's abdomen. After determining that it was fine, Wen Cho breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Chu." Li Jingjing ran in with Zhao Quan. "Sister-in-law." Zhao Quan looked at Wen Chu with two medical boxes in his hands. "What's wrong?" Wen Chu looked at the two men in confusion. "Sister-in-law, the collapsed site needs medical attention now," Zhao Quan said anxiously as he looked at Wen Chu. "Where is there any extra medical care?" "It's all in the resuscitation room and surgeries." Wen Chu shook her head. "There wasn't a single extra person left." "Xiao Chu, I just got off the operating table. Let's go?" Li Jingjing was also well aware that the medical point really couldn't spare anyone. Wen Chu pondered for a few seconds. "Let's treat the dead horse as a living horse." After saying that, Wen Chu ran into the rescue room, where Wang Nan and Yutong were teaming up to rescue the injured person on the hospital bed. Dr. 1. Li Jingjing and I will go to the scene. Medical care is needed over there at the scene. Wen Shu walked to Wang Nan's side and greeted him. You take care of your safety. We'll come together to look for you after we finish this surgery. As he spoke, Wang Nan's hand movements didn't stop. You guys go to us? What about here? Wen Shu asked in disbelief. We're a medical team that aids the special forces. Where the special forces are we are. The local authorities have sent people here from other medical sites. Yutong explained as he performed the surgery. Okay, let's go first. Wen Shu didn't hesitate any longer and directly left the resuscitation room. Si Ting had just carried out an injured person from the rubble when he saw Zhao Quan rushing over with Li Jingjing and Wen Shu. The three men carried a lot of medical supplies with them. Wen Shu and Li Jingjing put down what they were holding and raised their heads with a big gasp. The next second, the two men couldn't even speak. In front of them is a large area of collapsed houses. Besides the two rescue teams of Sighting and Gushao, there are also several rescue teams from different countries. All those who were rescued, alive, were placed in the clearing on the left, and those who had been confirmed dead were placed in the clearing on the right. Winchester experienced earthquake relief, so the shock received was fairly small. Li Jingjing's first experience of earthquake rescue. On the spot, tears could not stop flowing, especially after seeing a small body was gently placed by the rescuers on the right side of the open space. Nurse, nurse, quickly save him. An F-country soldier rescued a woman from the rubble and shouted towards Wen Shu and Li Jingjing. Wen Shu was the first to return to his senses and reached out to signal for the man to be carried over. Jingjing, there's no time for both of us to cry. Wen Shu pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing quickly dried her tears and then organized the medical equipment that had been moved over. After the F-soldiers carried the injured over, Wen Shu immediately knelt down and bent over to inspect them. Bad. Not breathing. Wen Shu raised her head and looked at Li Jingjing. You do CPR first. I'll organize the instruments right away. Li Jingjing knew that Wen Shu was unable to distinguish these instruments in front of her, but they had to be used during the rescue process, so she then organized them with her hands and feet. Without the slightest hesitation, Wen Shu began CPR. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu, who was kneeling on the ground to be rescued, for a few moments with a serious face, then turned around and entered the ruins again to rescue people. Next, a steady stream of injured people were sent over, and Wen Shu used all the efforts he would to cooperate with Li Jingjing. As a nurse in the emergency department, Li Jingjing comes into contact with patients who are themselves critical and have different conditions. Plus, she is usually a good learner and hard worker, so she knows a little more than the average nurse. She knows everything that a nurse knows, and she knows a little bit of everything that a doctor knows. When the earthquake struck in the third hour, Wang Nan and Yutong rushed over with all the medical team's medical care. The moment they saw Wang Nan and Yutong, Wen Shu and Li Jingjing almost cried out. You guys finally came to save us. Li Jingjing's tears were already circling her eyes. The injured man in front of her was treated for his external injuries, but the problem of the dislocated shoulder was something that neither she nor Wen Shu could do anything about. I'll do it. Yutong didn't stop for a moment, saying that he stretched out his hand, and in just a few seconds, he reset the injured man. Wen Shu's entire body kneeled on the ground and couldn't stand up. She had done 17 CPRs alone from the time she rushed back to now, and her arms, wrists, and knees weren't her own anymore. Her clothes had long been soaked through with sweat, and her entire body didn't want to say a word. For the first time, she felt that it was not easy for healthcare workers. Her eyes reddened as she looked over at Wang Nan, Yutong and the medical staff traveling with her. Hatsu, get up. You rest first, leave the rest to us. Wang Nan and Yutong went forward and helped up Wen Shu, who could no longer stand up. It occurred to Wen Shu that the two of them had also just stood through 2 surgeries, yet they still managed to rush to the scene to rescue them. She wiped the tears from her eyes and shook her head. I can do it, no problem. Wang Nan, Yutong. Gu Xiao's voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone craned their heads to see Gu Xiao sticking his head out of one of the ruins and shouting this way. Wang Nan and Yutong ran over and saw that Gu Xiao had found survivors inside the rubble, who were dying and could not be rescued immediately. We have to go in and save people. Wang Nan looked inside the ruins, and after seeing the condition of the injured, he twisted his head to look at Yutong. I'll go. Without the slightest hesitation, Yutong said that he was going to enter. I'll go in. You go get the machine. Wang Nan pulled back Yutong as soon as he finished speaking, and then climbed in towards the inside of the ruins. After climbing in, he realized that Sighting was also inside this hole in the ruins, and was cleaning up the rocks around him. Dr. 1. Is there enough room? Si Ting pointed at the cleared place and asked Wang Nan. Wang Nan swept around and nodded. Almost enough. Jiang Tu handed in the resuscitation tools that Yutong had brought over, squatting outside a little bit. Si Ting and Gu Xiao caught it and arranged it neatly for Wang Nan's use. Boss, we'll clear a path for you now. Wait for us, Jiang Tu said as he looked inside the ruins. Immediately afterward, the special operators began to clean up the collapsed rocks and walls around the area. because there are people inside, but also do not dare to use heavy machinery. Our team members manual a little cleanup. In order to speed up the process, Gu Xiao and Si Ting were also dealing with the rocks from the direction of inside the ruins to the outside. Wen Shu remained in the clearing, helping the medical team members with translations and simple bandages. Just as everyone was fully engaged in the rescue effort, the ground shook again. Wen Shu didn't stand still for a moment and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, the sound of a booming collapse accompanied by shouts resounded throughout the ruins. Here comes the aftershock. About 10 seconds later, Team Timbers, Team Tsunami, Team Timbers. The shouts of Jiang Tu and the other rescuers reached Wen Shu's ears. She snapped her head up to where she was only, where Si Ting, Gu Xiao, and Wang Nan were, completely collapsed down, being completely crushed by the secondary collapsing wall. Si Ting, Wen Shu's entire body was numb. Her tone trembled and her entire body shook. Dr. Wang is inside. With Li Jingjing's words, all the medical care reacted. Si Ting, Wen Shu's tears flowed involuntarily as she struggled to get up from the ground and ran towards the collapsed location. Team Timbers, Jiang Tu, their voices trembling, desperately moved the stones and kept shouting towards the inside of the ruins. Si Ting, Wen Shu ran over and shouted towards the inside of the ruins, but there's no reply at all. Sister-in-law, stand back, we'll clear the rubble, we'll save the boss. Li Bin grabbed Wen Shu, who was throwing stones with both hands, and led her backward. He clearly saw that Wen Shu's white and tender hands already had blood marks. You let go of me, we're together. Wen Shu cried and ran back to the ruins. Team Tsunami, are you there? Team Sao, Wang Shan and the others were also shouting for Gu Xiao non-stop. Li Jingjing and the others shouted for Wang Nan, but there was no response from the men under the ruins. Everyone was desperately trying to clear the wall, no longer aware of exhaustion or pain, and everyone knew that the people crushed underneath were important to them. Sister-in-law, stop. Jiang Tu twisted his head to see Wen Shu's bloody hands, but she seemed to be unaware of the pain as she cried while moving the stones. Leave me alone. Save Sighting. Wen Shu shook her head. She didn't care. She wanted Sighting to be fine. Sister-in-law, if you go on like this, we won't be able to account for it when the boss comes out. Sorry. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, he slashed Wen Shu unconscious with a hand slash. Zhao Zhe, who was standing behind Wen Shu, caught Wen Shu and carried him to the stretcher. Looking at Wen Shu's two hands that were drenched in blood, Zhao Zhe shook his head helplessly, and his face was also full of worry. Not caring so much, they went back into the rescue. Chapter 9. Si Ting was seriously injured. Gu Xiao, who had received a heavy blow under the rubble, slowly opened his eyes as he twisted his head around to look. Si Ting, Sighting, you wake up. Gu Xiao struggled to get up and moved to Sighting's side, patting Sighting's body and shouting at him. Hearing someone call for him, the unconscious Si Ting slowly opened his eyes as well. Si Ting, where are you hurt? Gu Xiao frowned at Si Ting. He clearly remembered that the moment the wall collapsed on him, it was Si Ting who lunged over and pushed himself away. Si Ting lay in the rubble for a moment to slow down, then shook his head. I'm fine. The two men sat up from the rubble and looked around in a circle. It was the wall that came down that fell next to the one that collapsed the first time, and the two pieces supported each other, so we're both okay. Si Ting looked at his surroundings and analyzed them. Sithin, you're back. Gu Xiao smelled the strong smell of blood, and suddenly saw Sighting's back, cut open by the rocks. Just now Sighting was fine when he was lying still, but as soon as he sat up the wound was completely cracked, and blood flowed out. At this moment, Si Ting also felt the intense pain coming from his back, and he frowned as he endured it. No, Wang Nan. Si Ting suddenly thought of Wang Nan, not even caring about the pain. Right, where did Wang Nan go? Gu Xiao had just focused on Si Ting and forgot about Wang Nan. Team Thunder, Team Tsunami, is that you guys? Wang Nan heard a vague voice from next door and hurriedly shouted. It's us, how are you guys doing? Gu Xiao hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound, and was completely blocked by a piece of wall, so they couldn't see Wang Nan. I'm fine, I fell in a hollow with the wounded, Wang Nan said and looked down. I should say dead now, completely cut off. Dr. Wang, Team Timothy is injured. What should we do? Gu Xiao shouted towards the side of the wall. Where is the injury? Bleeding? Wang Nan hurriedly sat up and asked. The injury is in the back. The wound is about 25 centimeters, and there is a lot of bleeding. Gu Xiao took off his own clothes and pressed them onto Si Ting's back, trying to help stop the bleeding. Si Ting clenched his fists and silently endured the intense pain coming from his back. I have medication to stop the bleeding here, but I can't get through, Wang Nan said anxiously as he looked at the medical kit beside him. I'm fine. Sito shook his head stiffly. Gu Xiao took his and Si Ting's walkie-talkies and contacted Jiang Tu and the others a dozen times without success. This Thai place, Gu Xiao said in exasperation. He had just finished cursing when a voice came from the intercom. It was Jiang Tu and the others who kept calling Gu Xiao and Siting. "Oh me!" Gu Xiao hurriedly shouted towards the intercom. "Team Tsunami! Team Tsunami, is that you? Finally connected!" Jiang Tu shouted anxiously. "It's us. We're about 5 meters or so off the ground," Gu Xiao said as he stood up and observed the gap. "Team Tsunami, are you guys hurt?" Jiang Tu's voice came from the intercom. "Timothy's team is injured and bleeding heavily now. You guys listen to my command. I can see the basic structure from down here now." Gu Xiao forced himself to calm down and observed everything around him. "There's a pivot point there. Let them open the opening and pivot first." Siting's face was a little pale, and he weakly pointed in a direction. Gu Xiao looked in the direction Siting was pointing. "Brothers, the boss is injured. Let's speed up." Jiang Tu raised his head and looked at his teammates whose eyes turned scarlet. "Quick, open the opening." After Wang Hao shouted, the team members used the tools at hand that they could use and began a fiery rescue. The exact location of Siting and Gu Xiao was confirmed a few minutes later. Handing down the tool, Gu Xiao quickly propped up a second fulcrum. "Smash through this wall and Wang Nan will be able to come over." Siting's lips also turned pale as he pointed at the wall that stood between them and Wang Nan. Jiang Tu handed down the hammer from above, and Gu Xiao used all his strength to smash a hole in the wall. Wang Nan first handed over the medical kit from the hole, and then drilled his own. "Team Timothy." Wang Nan didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately rushed to the back of Siting, sitting on his knees and checking out Siting's wounds. "It's bad. The timbers are losing too much blood." Wang Nan looked anxiously at Gu Xiao. "How long will it take to get out?" Wang Nan asked while undressing Siting. "It'll take 10 minutes at the earliest." Gu Xiao looked at the scene. "Fast. It's getting better." Wang Nan took off Siting's rescue suit. The only thing left of Siting's upper body was his army green t-shirt, and Wang Nan directly took scissors and cut the shirt open. A wound of nearly 25 centimeters was exposed. The wound is deep and needs stitches, and there are no suture kits here. "Team Timothy, bear with me for a while. I'll sterilize it to stop the bleeding," Wang Nan reminded Siting. Sito nodded weakly. The moment the alcohol was poured onto the wound, Sito clenched his fists tightly, and the muscles in his entire body tensed. "Team Timothy, you're holding up." Gu Xiao was worried that Siting couldn't help himself and immediately squatted in front of him, holding down his shoulders. Beads of sweat ran down Siting's forehead as the heart-rending pain faded. He didn't say a word from start to finish. Wang Nan used all the medicines and means he could on hand to stop the bleeding, and only then did he barely stop some of it. At the 9th minute, the life passage finally opened, and Siting was the first to be sent up. When Siting was helped onto the stretcher, he saw Wen Shu lying on the next stretcher and his face instantly became anxious. "Boss, sister-in-law is fine. She was cut unconscious by me." Jiang Tu hurriedly supported Siting and explained. "Chopped unconscious?" Siting braced himself for lucidity to look at Jiang Tu. "She didn't have any rescue tools, so she used her one hand to dig through the rubble, and we couldn't talk her out of it, so we had to cut her unconscious." After Jiang Tu finished speaking, Siting looked at one of Wen Shu's hands, and the blood had already solidified. "You get down. She can cry if she wakes up and sees you haven't come out of surgery yet." "That's just it, boss. It hurts us to watch." Jiang Tu and Li Bin hurriedly persuaded Siting. The moment Siting slumped onto the stretcher, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. When Wen Shu woke up, she was lying in the resuscitation room at the medical point, her hands wrapped tightly in gauze. "Xiao Chu, you finally woke up." Yu Tong stood on the operating table on one side and said while doing the surgery, "Why am I here?" Wen Shu sat up in disbelief. "The medical point doesn't even have a bed anymore. Only this one in the resuscitation room. Wang Nan and I discussed it, and this one who did the surgery is your boyfriend. And after disinfecting you, you're just lying here." Yu Tong was still sewing up Siting's wound with a steady hand. "My boyfriend, Siting." Wen Shu jumped down from the bed and ran to the side of the operating table to see Siting was lying on the operating table with his eyes tightly closed. Yu Tong is carefully stitching Siting. "Don't be anxious. He didn't hurt his tendons and bones, but the wound is deep and long. The bleeding is too much. Wang Nan has already gone to adjust the blood." Yu Tong looked at Wen Shu's reddened eyes and hurriedly explained. "Transferring blood? I remember that the medical station is only short of B-type blood, and he's a B-type too?" Wen Shu lifted her head and looked at Yu Tong in puzzlement. "It would have been simpler if it was type B blood," Yu Tong said helplessly. "Your boyfriend isn't a normal person and his blood type isn't a normal blood type. He's a special blood type. There's no one with this blood type in the entire medical site." And Wang Nan found several medical sites around the area. "None of them contacted the embassy to go," Yu Tong said helplessly. I. Wen Shu said and pushed her sleeve up, extending her slender arm to Yu Tong. Yu Tong happened to finish the last stitch and raised his head to look at Wen Shu. "Xiao Chu, you're a special blood type?" Yu Tong looked at Wen Shu in disbelief. "As good as fake." Wen Shu nodded. "Quick, hurry, Nurse Lee." Yutan's eyes lit up. Wen Shu was taken out of the resuscitation room, and when she ran out, Gu Xiao and the others were all standing at the door staring at the resuscitation room. Hatsu, how is Team Timothy doing? Gu Xiao took a big step forward and looked at Wen Shu and asked anxiously. Finished the stitches. Wen Shu nodded. Dr. Wang went to transfer blood. ING citing what blood type is not good. It has to be a special blood type. Grass. Gu Xiao shouted in exasperation. Team Sao, please stop scolding. Xiao Chu is a special blood type. I brought her out just to draw blood. Li Jingjing looked at Gu Xiao and said helplessly. What? Gu Xiao and the special warriors stared at Wen Shu with wide eyes. That's right. I'll go now. Citing will be fine. After Wen Shu finished speaking, she followed Li Jingjing and ran away. Sure enough, after a while, Li Jingjing ran back holding the blood bag. She was very careful, afraid of any accidents. When Li Jingjing finished delivering the blood bags and came out, she saw that Wen Shu was sitting in the doorway of the resuscitation room with a pale face, staring straight at the resuscitation room. Hatsu, why did you run out? Didn't I tell you to rest? Li Jingjing looked at Wen Shu with some heartache. She had drawn 200 milliliters more than the normal amount of blood for Siting, and she looked terrible. Jingjing, how is he? Wen Shu was a little scared, afraid that she would say bad news about Siting from Li Jingjing's mouth. Don't worry, Captain Timothy made it through. He's already awake and will be out soon. Li Jingjing squatted in front of Wen Shu and coaxed her. Hearing this, Wen Shu couldn't hold on any longer and fainted with her eyes closed. Hatsu, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. When she woke up again, she found herself in her dormitory, with a worried-looking Si Ting sitting beside her. When Si Ting saw Wen Shu, who opened her eyes, his eyes lit up for a moment. Hatsu, how are you doing? Si Ting anxiously tried to get closer to Wen Shu. His movements were too large, tearing the freshly stitched wound, and he stifled a grunt of pain. Don't move, don't move. Seeing Si Ting's stoicism, Wen Shu hurriedly sat up and supported him. Ah! Wen Shu felt the pain coming from her fingertips and couldn't help but scream out. It was then that she saw that all 10 of her fingers had been coated with medicine, and the wounds caused by picking at the rocks were no longer bleeding, but exposed and 10-fingered. She was still in pain. Leave me alone. Are you better? Si Ting took a slow breath and raised his eyes to look at Wen Shu. I'm fine. Just drew some blood. Wen Shu shook her head. She sat directly beside Siting to prevent him from moving around. Which is a little bit of blood drawn. I know all about it. You drew 200 milliliters more than the normal amount of blood for me. Where can you stand it with this little body of yours? When Si Ting heard the amount of blood drawn by Wen Shu, his heart seemed to be seized. The body itself was small and thin, and he didn't even dare to use his full strength when he hugged her, for fear of hurting her if he exerted himself. That's the kind of woman who draws so much blood to save herself. You're going to die. So what's a little blood? Wen Shu shook her head as she slowly withdrew her hand and reached for the zipper of the jacket on Siting. Don't! Si Ting grabbed Wen Shu's palms, and because she had injuries on her hands, he didn't dare to exert himself yet. Sito knew what Wen Shu wanted to do. Don't move. Let me see. Wen Shu directly pulled away Si Ting's hand and slowly pulled his jacket open. The movement of her hand was as light as possible, afraid that if she exerted herself she would touch his wound. After pulling off his jacket, Wen Shu gently helped him take it off. There was no more clothing inside the jacket, as the entire upper half of his body was wrapped in gauze, with only his 2 lean arms exposed. One of the arms was also rebandaged from a stray bullet that had swept through it on the last mission. Wen Shu looked at Si Ting's upper body and instantly reddened her eyes, and when she saw the blood seeping out of the gauze on the man's back, she could no longer hold back her tears. Seeing the crying Wen Shu, Si Ting couldn't care less about the pain on his body and took Wen Shu into his arms. Be obedient. Don't cry. You crying hurts more than this wound on my body. Si Ting gently coaxed Wen Shu. Wen Shu shook her head in Si Ting's arms. It was harder for her. He was really hurt too badly. It's me being careless. I'll be more careful in the future. Okay? Si Ting continued to coax Wen Shu. Wen Shu lifted her head from Si Ting's arms. Don't lie to me. Captain Cao told me all about it. Hearing this, Si Ting frowned slightly. That's a lot of words. If you're worried that I have a problem with Captain Cao because of this, you're thinking wrong. Wen Shu wiped her tears. Si Ting didn't speak, but gazed at the woman in his arms. He told me that if it wasn't for you, he would have been smashed under that wall. I don't need him to tell me what the outcome was. Wen Shu knew what Si Ting was worried about and slowly opened her mouth to continue. I want to be selfish too, so you can think more about yourself, but I know you're not like that, and I understand the special nature of your work, so I'm not complaining to anyone, but I'll tell you this, from now on, no matter what you become, I'll be right behind you. I was behind you and protected you when you were protecting your country, your comrades and your people. Wen Shu's tone was soft when she said those words, but in Si Ting's ears, her tone of voice was incomparably firm, as if she had personally fed herself into one of the pills. Hatsu, I promise you, as long as I, Sito, am in the army, This life of mine belongs to the army and to the country. From the day I leave the army, this life of mine belongs only to you. There was not a hint of deception in Si Ting's eyes as he looked at Wen Shu. I don't want your life. I just want to be with you. Wen Shu shook her head. Good. Then we'll be good together from now on. Sito nodded. You're in a lot of pain, aren't you? Why don't you go on the pain pump? Wen Shu still looked at Si Ting with great pain, but she was puzzled why Wang Nan and Yutong didn't put Si Ting on the pain pump. Painkillers affect the normal functioning of our bodies, and those of us in the special operations team don't go on them until we have to. Si Ting slowly explained. Aren't you affecting your body more if you don't rest well like this? Wen Shu frowned at Si Ting. It doesn't matter. Previous injuries heavier than this have come through. Si Ting raised his hand and touched Wen Shu's soft hair. Right. Wen Shu thought of something, stood up and ran to the dormitory cupboard, then took out a pill bottle and poured out 2 pills. Then she poured a glass of water and handed it along to Si Ting. Take this medicine. Sito took the medicine and looked down at it, but didn't move. Don't worry. This medicine has no dependency or side effects on the body. It's a new painkiller from the medical school, but the cost of research is quite high, and it simply can't be done on a large scale. That's the only bottle I got. 100 capsules. Wen Shu explained, pointing to the painkillers. Sito hesitated for a moment, then ate it in. It was the first time he had taken medicine in the last few years. Why do you carry painkillers with you? Si Ting swallowed it and looked at Wen Shu suspiciously. Wen Shu instantly blushed. It hurt so much during my physical period that I used to have to go to the hospital for painkillers. Then I found out about this drug in medical school, and I asked someone to buy out this bottle. Wen Shu said with some embarrassment. When we return to China, I'll make sure to take you for a proper body checkup. Si Ting frowned at the woman in front of him. Don't worry, I know my body. I just don't need to take that medicine to delay my physiological period in the future, and I'll be back to normal soon. Wen Shu looked at Si Ting. She didn't want him to worry about herself. Just as the two were staring at each other, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Hatsu, are you awake? Wen Shu moved her eyes away from Si Ting's face. Wake up, wait for me. She slowly helped Si Ting put his jacket on as she spoke, then walked over to open the door. Hatsu, you scared me to death, Li Jingjing said as she jumped on Wen Shu's body. I'm fine La. Wen Shu smiled and hugged Li Jingjing. Ah, Captain Timothy is here. It was only when Li Jingjing separated from Wen Shu that she saw Si Ting sitting inside. Hey, Captain Timothy, be careful. Didn't I tell you to take a good rest? Li Jingjing thought of how Wang Nan had clearly instructed several times for Si Ting to take a good rest and not sit for long periods of time. This man, why doesn't he listen to medical advice? I'm fine. Sito shook his head faintly. Xiao Chu, keep an eye on Captain Timothy and let him rest. Li Jingjing looked at Wen Shu and barked. Okay. Wen Shu nodded. Oops, I almost forgot. I came to tell you something. Li Jingjing tapped her brain and remembered the purpose of her visit. What is it? Wen Shu looked at Li Jingjing suspiciously. Just now, Dr. Wang was notified that our medical team is going to follow the special operations team to postpone their return to China. We're going to be here for a year, Li Jingjing said with a sigh. Hearing this, Wen Shu's eyes instantly lit up, finally waiting for this news. Dr. Wang is there to count what everyone needs, and the troops will send a special plane to deliver the supplies, bringing our stuff along with them. Li Jingjing reminded Wen Shu to finish writing what she needed to send to Wang Nan earlier. Before he left, he urged Si Ting once more to change his medication on time and get some rest. After closing the dormitory door, Wen Shu couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth as she sat down next to Si Ting. Captain Ting, now you're relieved. Si Ting reached out and pinched Wen Shu's fair little face. When we return to China, we'll get married, okay? Wen Shu heard the anticipation in Si Ting's tone and deliberately smiled and didn't say anything. Chapter 10, Blood Scratches on the Back. Sito, get down and I'll change your medicine. Before going to bed at night, Wen Shu brought the sterilization tools and medicines from the medical point and put them on the small table and looked at Si Ting and said, Is your hand okay? It's okay if I go to the medical point to change it. In his heart, Si Ting was resisting Wen Shu changing his medicine. He knew very well that the way his back looked would scare the little girl. Mine are all superficial wounds. They heal quickly. Get down and I'll change them for you. Wen Shu looked at her hand and shook her head. She had learned a lot of sterilizing and bandaging skills at the rescue site, so she still had no problem changing Si Ting's medicine. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu, who had lowered her head to prepare the medication, and had no choice but to honestly get down. Wen Shu took the scissors and gently cut the gauze. When she was about to remove the gauze, she saw that there were some places where the gauze and the wound were stuck together. It must have hurt when removing the gauze. Si Ting, there are places where gauze is sticking. I have to, Wen Shu said with a frown. She felt pain looking at the wound. It's fine, just come. Si Ting comforted Wen Shu. Just bear with me. I'll try to be gentle. Wen Shu took a deep breath, then bent down and gently handled the gauze. When the tweezers in her hand had just touched the corner of the gauze, she saw the muscles in Si Ting's entire body instantly tense up. I'll get Jing Jing to change it for you. Wenchu knew that Si Ting was in pain, so he didn't dare to do it. I'm fine, just do it. Sito's voice was tinged with stoicism. Wenchu then had to continue to peel, take the gauze, disinfect, change the medicine, wrap the gauze. After bandaging Wenchu, the whole person is going to be deflated. The whole process sighting did not make a little sound. Si Ting, are you okay? Wenchu gently picked up Si Ting, and seeing that the man's face was covered in bean-sized beads of sweat, he hurriedly took a piece of paper and wiped it off for him. I'm fine. Sito took a few deep breaths and shook his head somewhat pale. Wenchu poured a cup of warm water for Si Ting and watched him drink it before she was just about to go to the restroom when the dormitory door rang. After opening the door, it was Gu Xiao and the others who had returned. Everyone was dusty and tired on their bodies and faces. After they sent Si Ting and the unconscious Wenchu back to the dormitory, they retraced their steps back to the ruins to rescue them, and waited until they had reached the team that had come to take over before pulling back. Team Timothy, still alive? Gu Xiao smiled and looked at Si Ting with excitement in his exhaustion. Thanks to you, it didn't die. Si Ting stood up from the bed and walked over to check over his crew, making sure everyone was intact before he let out a sigh of relief. Sister-in-law, you're so brave. That's right, I really didn't expect someone as tiny as you to draw so much blood to save the boss. Sister-in-law, you are the benefactor of our team. AI. You guys say that boss and sister-in-law aren't a natural pair. The whole of China can't find many people with a special blood type, and both of them are surprisingly both. Yeah, they're also both from big families in the capital city, door to door and a natural pair. The players were all huddled in the room giggling and laughing and talking and getting quiet. What are you all looking at me for? Gu Xiao asked suspiciously when he saw that everyone's eyes had shifted to him. Hey, Geng Tu sighed. What are you sighing for? Gu Xiao asked, glaring at Jiang Tu. Again, they're all big gates in the capital city, all equally heirs to the family. Again, both are special ops captains. People are door to door, a natural pair, even the blood types match. None of the dogs in the tsunami team's ranks have ever been bred. How sad. Gu Xiao's eyes instantly widened when he heard the you-know-what from the members of Sighting's crew. How the did this get back to me? Hey, Team Tsunami, let's go. Don't get in the way here. You hurry back to the dormitory to find a date. Zhao Quan comforted Gu Xiao, then brought Gu Xiao out of the room with Wang Shan. If you can't find a date, it's okay to find a for our team dog to mate with. Song Feng walked behind him and comforted Gu Xiao as well. You all want to die. I can't beat you all. Wenchu couldn't help but laugh when she heard a roar from Gu Xiao, followed by the sound of scuffling. All of these people, really, are interesting. Si Ting's team members stood in the room and said a few words to Si Ting, reported the results of today's rescue and the scheduling plan afterward, and also went back to rest. Only Si Ting and Wenchu were left in the room. Don't stand. Sit down, Wenchu said while taking out 3 more bottles of collagen and handed 2 bottles to Si Ting. This? Sighting looked at the small bottle in his hand. Oral collagen, which will help your wounds heal faster, was also developed in-house by the medical school and is not harmful to your body, Wenchu explained. When Si Ting saw the bottle packaging, he guessed that it was something from the medical school, so he didn't question it too much, so he opened it and drank it. Sighting, when I changed your medicine just now, I saw how your back was full of small wounds. Like, Wenchu carefully recalled his wounds. The man raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Like what? It looks like it was scratched. You got into a fight? Wenchu thought about it, one by one, especially like being scratched. Well, there was no fight, but it did get tickled. Sithan nodded calmly. No fight, and you're still tickled like that? Why don't you fight back? Wenchu didn't understand why Si Ting didn't fight back. Don't dare. Si Ting looked at Wenchu with interest. You've been scratched like this, and you still don't dare to fight back? It doesn't hurt. How powerful this other party has to be. Wenchu looked at Si Ting in surprise, putting aside the fact that he was a special forces soldier. He was also the youngest son of the Si family, the premier family in the capital city. He was being scratched like this, but he didn't dare to fight back. So how powerful the other party had to be. Well, don't dare. She loves to cry, and depending on the circumstances, she's in more pain than I am. Si Ting continued to tease Wenchu. Crybaby? It's a girl. Wenchu looked at Si Ting suspiciously. Aha. Sithan nodded. Wenchu was even more curious. Si Ting's injury looked like a new one. The two had been together since that night. How come they hadn't seen any of the girls with Sighting the other night? Wenchu seemed to have realized something as she subconsciously put her hands behind her back. Seeing Wenchu's movements, Si Ting couldn't help but laugh. Little wildcat, come to think of it? Si Ting reached out and touched Wenchu's soft hair. He seemed to be used to this action, and Wenchu was also used to this action. Wenshu's face instantly reddened. Alright, no more teasing, Sighting said with a smile. Since his injury was in his back, he couldn't lie down at all and finally chose to lie down on his back. Wenshu took out a large pillow from her cupboard and asked Sighting to cuddle up. The pillow had a faint scent of cherry blossoms, exactly the same as Wenshu's scent, somewhat disturbing Sighting's mind. Wenshu was unaware of Sighting's thoughts, lying on the bed and quickly falling asleep. The last few days had been too tiring. Since the day he came to F, he has not had a single day of peace and quiet. When Wenshu woke up, she saw that Sighting beside her was still awake, so she gently covered him with the quilt. I don't know if it was the heaviness of his movements or Sighting's alertness, but he opened his eyes the moment he covered the quilt. Woke you up? Wenshu looked at Sighting with some apologies. No. Sighting shook his head gently. His own vigilance was always high, so the slightest movement was enough to wake him up. Wenshu sat on the edge of the bed and helped up Sighting, who sat on the bed without moving. Nah, drink some water. Wenshu poured a glass of water and handed it to Sighting. After watching him finish his water, Wenshu was about to pull the quilt out of Sighting's lap to fold it, but the next second, Sighting, who was sitting on the bed, gripped the quilt tightly and didn't let go. Xiao Chu, I'll fold it in a while. It's fine if you can sit honestly. I'll help you to wash up in a while. I'll fold up the quilt first, Wenshu said and wanted to fold the quilt again, but Sito still wouldn't let go. What's wrong with you? Cold? Wenshu suspiciously sat on the bed and reached out to touch Sighting's forehead. I'm not cold, just need to sit for a while. Sighting shook his head helplessly. Wenshu looked at Sighting in confusion. Just woke up and had to sit for a while? The man saw Wenshu's puzzled look and had to lift the covers. Wenshu looked in the direction of the lift-off and instantly widened her eyes at the sight of the tent that had been erected, and hurriedly covered Sighting with the quilt. I'll go wash up first. Wenshu blushed and quickly walked into the bathroom to wash up. Looking at the fleeing back, Sighting smiled and shook his head. When his body subsided underneath him, Sighting walked off the bed himself, and by the time Wenshu came out, the bed had already been made up. Can't you just sit properly? Come on, sit down and I'll take a look at the wound. Change the medicine first. Wenshu looked at Sighting with a very gentle tone. Good. Sighting obediently sat down in the chair. Wenshu was just about to change his medicine when the dormitory door knocked. Coming. When Wenshu opened the door, it was Li Jingjing and Jiang Tu. Xiao Chu, a few people have come to the medical point. We can't understand them. Can you make a trip there? Li Jingjing said with some urgency. Could be. Wenshu nodded and turned her head to place the sterilized tools in her hand on the tray. Sister-in-law, not eating? In Jiang Tu's hand was the beaten breakfast. You keep an eye on Sighting and eat first. I'll eat when I come back. Wenshu finished speaking and ran away with Li Jingjing. Boss, you're really blessed with a lot of color. Jiang Tu walked in with his breakfast. Sighting looked up at Jiang Tu, then stood up and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Boss, I mean it. Sister-in-law is gentle and beautiful, talented, and has a good family background. No wonder you are like a different person. Jiang Tu chanted, setting out the breakfast one by one. He also picked up the clothes that Sighting had changed out of, and when Sighting had finished washing up, he walked in and washed and dried them all. That was what their team members had agreed to do, to take shifts every day to take care of Sighting while he was recovering. She's so good in your eyes? Sighting suddenly looked at Jiang Tu and asked. That's for sure. I used to feel that my sister-in-law was gentle and pretty, but she was in a real hurry yesterday when she was looking for you in the ruins with her bare hands, crying and searching at the same time. If I hadn't cut her unconscious with my ruthlessness, those hands of my sister-in-law would have been ruined. When Jiang Tu said this, Sighting frowned slightly. Even though he knew what Wenshu had done yesterday, his heart still hurt vaguely when he heard it now. And then when she went ahead and gave blood to save your life, we realized she wasn't the weak girl she appeared to be. Boss, you have a really good eye. Jiang Tu looked at Sighting with a face of admiration. No wonder this 10,000-year-old big iceberg could suddenly smile and talk. Anyone who met a woman like his sister-in-law would change. After listening to Jiang Tu's words, Sighting sat quietly in his chair without saying a word. It's not your own good eye. It's your own luck. It's the old living treasure of the family that has a good eye. When Wenshu walked back, she saw that not a single bite of breakfast on the table had been touched, and looked over at Sighting, who was sitting on a chair. Why don't you eat? Sighting stood up and walked over to Wenshu, pulling out a tissue from the side to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Waiting for you to join us. Yo, bother you too. Yutong's voice came from the doorway, with Wang Nan standing beside him. Dr. You and Senior are here to check your wound, Wenshu said, helping Sighting to sit on the chair. Her name for Wang Nan had changed back to Senior, which was initiated by Sighting. His explanation to Wenshu, before, was indeed that he was careful and jealous. After spending time with Wang Nan over the past few days, he could tell that Wang Nan had some fondness for Wenshu, but was not someone who crossed the line. Moreover, Wenchu had called his senior for many years, and suddenly changed his name to Dr. Wang. Wenchu did feel a little uncomfortable, so, the two talked it over and changed back to seniors. Wang Nan's mood was also much better when he heard Wenchu's change of heart. At the very least, the gap between them was dispelled. Team Timothy, you are really able to endure. When Yutong completely removed the gauze and looked closely at the densely packed stitches on Si Ting's back, he could feel the pain. Every stitch on his back was sewn by his own hand, but he didn't expect that after the surgery was done, Si Ting, who woke up, actively refused to go on the pain pump. As a doctor, how could he not realize how much those hundreds of stitches hurt? Dr. How long will it take to remove the stitches and resume training? Si Ting asked indifferently. Unwiring training. Wang Nan looked at Si Ting in surprise. It's only your second day, and you're still thinking about detraining? Yutong was also surprised to hear Si Ting's words. Team Timothy, as far as this wound of yours is concerned, you will be considered to have recovered well if you can get wet within a month. Wang Nan honestly said that this wound was indeed too deep, and the weather here was hot, so it really wasn't good for recovery. Hearing Wang Nan's words, Si Ting's face sank. He had to find a way to resume his training as soon as possible. He still had to be on duty for a mission. He couldn't stay in the dormitory every day. Don't think too much. Get well first. Wenchu could see the change in Si Ting's mood and walked up and said gently. When Tong Tong and Wang Nan finished changing Si Ting's medicine, they left the dormitory first. In a bad mood? Wenchu sat down next to Si Ting and handed him chopsticks. Smoothie is already injured, and if I can't return to the team, there will be too much pressure on everyone. Sithan explained with a nod. Do you think it's the pressure on everyone to return to the team before you're healed, or the pressure on them to be on duty for you? Wenchu asked lightly. Si Ting looked deeply at Wenchu. This woman could always make double entendres. Alright, hurry up and eat. Luckily when I delivered the medical equipment last time, I got the medical school to buy a few extra cases of collagen. Wenchu smiled and pointed to the large box by the wall. Drinking 2 bottles a day should help you return to the team sooner. Wenchu was not comforting citing, but this collagen was indeed developed by the medical school itself, and could not be bought on the market at all. She had originally bought it for herself to drink slowly, not realizing that she could use it on Si Ting. Chapter 11, Fate and Destiny Make a Perfect Pair. The two had just finished eating when Wenchu's WeChat rang. She took her phone and then looked at it and directly picked it up. Hatsumomo, I miss you so much. Where are you? I need to meet you. Xiao Yu's voice came out of the video. You've returned to China? Wenchu looked at the road behind Xiao Yu in the video, obviously in the capital city. I've decided to go back to Beijing University to study for my doctorate. I can't stay in M country for a single day. Xiao Yu nodded. Wenchu put her cell phone on the stand, then sat down at the table and opened her laptop. She had to take care of Si Ting and Lu Chang, so she didn't have to go to the medical point when she wasn't working as an interpreter, so she had time to start preparing for her PH. Chu, where are you? Xiao Yu looked at the background arrangement behind Wenchu. It didn't look like she was at school, much less at home. I'm in Country F, Wenchu said while looking at the email. Country F? You're crazy. There's nothing but war there, and there was just an earthquake yesterday. Xiao Yu shouted in shock. That's right. I just experienced that earthquake yesterday as well. Wenchu continued to nod her head. What are you doing in F country? Don't tell me to look for inspiration. Your specialty has nothing to do with F country. Xiao Yu asked in disbelief. You asked me what I came for. Wenchu thought of this and looked at Xiao Yu in the video. If I don't ask you, who do I ask? Xiao Yu was confused. There were 2 special operations teams that came to F's aid, and then a medical team was assembled from the hospital in the center of Kyoto to serve the special operations teams. Wenchu continued to look at Xiao Yu in the screen. And then what? What's it to you? Xiao Yu still hadn't sorted out the relationship. Uncle Joe realized that the medical staff of this medical team didn't speak the same language, so he forced me in and sent me along to F. The Uncle Xiao in Wenchu's mouth was none other than Xiao Min, the director of the Beijing City Center Hospital. Xiao Yu's father. My dad straightened you out. He's crazy. Xiao Yu was shocked even after hearing this. I'll go to Country F to pick you up. Xiao Yu thought about it. She didn't feel relieved that Wenchu was in Country F. Okay, 1 year from today, you come and pick me up. Wenchu looked at Xiao Yu in the video and smiled. In a year? You're going to stay in F country for a year. Xiao Yu's brain buzzed. She returned to the capital city from M country and didn't even go back home to find Wenchu. But she didn't even think in her dreams that Wenchu had gone to F country. Well, just now the notice came down. It was originally scheduled for 3 months, but now it's been extended to a year. Wenchu nodded. My auntie, with you like that in F, if those rioters capture you, they'll have to gang rape you a dozen times a day. No, I have to buy a plane ticket to pick you up. I'll talk to my dad. Is he crazy? When Xiao Yu thought of Wenchu spending a year in an environment like Country F, She got goosebumps all over her body. Can you stop thinking about things like I'm going to get gang raped every day? Wenchu stopped the work in her hands and looked helplessly at Xiaoyu in the video. When he himself was in M country, Xiaoyu was almost always attached to his side every day except for the time he spent going to school and doing research. The beauty of the name is to prevent the people of M country who have never seen such a beautiful woman as Wenchu from snatching and gang raping her. I didn't realize that this same rhetoric could be used by myself when I came to F. I'm telling the truth. You're so long and gentle and pretty. I'd be crispy if you threw a wink. Those rioters in F country can't get soft for 3 days in bed when they see you, Xiaoyu said in his serious manner. Wenchu suddenly thought of Si Ting, who was also sitting next to him watching the computer, and slowly twisted her head. Good lord. The latter was also listening to her and Xiaoyu with great interest, and the corners of his mouth that could not be suppressed proved that what Xiaoyu had said, word for word, he had heard it all. Hatsumomo, why are you blushing? Choo-choo, who are you looking at? Is there someone next to you? If you get kidnapped, just blink and I'll come to your rescue. Xiaoyu anxiously called out to Wenchu. Big sister, if I was really kidnapped and you shouted like this, you would have been discovered long ago. Wenchu looked at Xiaoyu in the video with a helpless face. Scared me to death. So who were you looking at? You just blushed. Could it be? There's a man beside you. Xiaoyu instantly became gossipy again. Are you too idle to have to report to school? If you're idle, you'll do an internship at Central Hospital. If the capital city can't hold you anymore, you'll pack up and come along to F. There's just a shortage of doctors here. Wenchu just didn't answer Xiaoyu's question. You wait for me. Xiaoyu hung up the video when she finished. Wenchu laughed and shook her head. It was an ancestor. What are you looking at me for? Wenchu felt Si Ting's eyes on her body the whole time. Throw me a wink. Si Ting held back the smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Wenchu. Captain Timothy, can you have some baggage? Wenchu heard something in Si Ting's words. Your little sister really wasn't wrong. When I see you, I can't go soft for 3 days after going to bed. Si Ting reached out and wrapped his arm around Wenchu and said in a low voice, Si Ting. Wenchu subconsciously pushed Si Ting. Hiss. Sito instantly looked pained. Did you pull the wound? Let me take a look. Wenchu stood up anxiously. In the next second, Si Ting stretched out his robust arm to encircle Wenchu's waist and smoothly hugged it on his lap. Choo-choo. Let me hold you. Si Ting's voice became hoarse. You. Before Wenchu could speak, there was a knock on the dormitory door, and Si Ting had to let go of Wenchu. When Wenchu opened the door, she saw that it was a few people in military uniforms and was a bit puzzled. Hello guys, who are you looking for? Hello, I'm Chen Jian from the Special Forces of the capital city. We're looking for Si Ting. One of the soldiers saluted towards Wenchu and said seriously, Counselor Chen. Before Wenchu could speak, Si Ting had already stood behind Wenchu and saluted towards the people outside the door. Wenchu took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. The people outside the room nodded and then walked into Wenchu's dormitory, and Si Ting looked at the people who walked in and greeted them one by one. Team Timothy, we took a special flight over here as soon as we realized you were injured. How are you doing? Wenchu didn't recognize what the ranks on these people's shoulders represented, but from the tone of voice, she knew that these were Si Ting's leaders, so she just silently exited the room, leaving it to Si Ting and the others. She slipped to Lu Chang's room. Lu Chang was lying on the bed watching a training video, seeing Wenchu walk and struggling to sit up. Sister-in-law, don't move. Let me take a look at your injuries and change your medicine. Wenchu hurriedly held Lu Chang, not allowing him to get up. Trouble sister-in-law. Lu Chang looked at Wenchu with a grateful face. After the earthquake rescue, Wenchu was now very skillful at changing medicines. She used scissors to cut the gauze on Lu Chang's abdomen, then removed the gauze, cleaned it, sterilized it, changed the medicine, and bandaged it. You mustn't get water on your wounds. And if you want to wash your hair, I'll do it for you. If you want to wipe yourself, wait for your comrade to come back and do it for you. Don't stretch the wound yourself, Wenchu said as he bandaged it up. Oh, good. Lu Chang's voice suddenly changed tone, not as natural as it was just now. Wenchu looked up at Lu Chang suspiciously and saw that his eyes stopped behind him. Wenchu twisted her head to look. It was Si Ting with those few leaders of the troops just now, standing in the doorway watching himself change the medicine for Lu Chang. Lu Chang was just about to get up to greet him when he saw a man waving his hand towards Lu Chang. The latter swallowed back the words that were on his lips stiffly. Leaders, then I'll go out first. You guys chat. Wenchu finished with a slight bow, turned around and was about to leave. As he walked to Si Ting's side, the man quickly reached out and grabbed Wenchu's arm. Wenchu looked at the hand that grabbed her and tried to break away. Si Ting did not let go. The few men in uniform in the room all looked at Si Ting's hand, then raised their heads to look at Si Ting thoughtfully. Commander and staff officer, this is Wenchu. Si Ting pulled Wenchu and faced two of the men. Aha! The man addressed as commander nodded. I've typed up my marriage application and want to get married when I return home. Si Ting looked at Wenchu firmly. Hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Chu froze, and it took a while for her to slow down. She turned her head to the two men in front of her and nodded firmly. Si Ting. Commander Lin contemplated for a moment before looking at Si Ting. Here. Si Ting stood up straight and looked at Commander Lin. I've thought many times about the scenario where you hit me up with an application to get married. The only thing I didn't think about was that it would be in a foreign country, with you holding a girl's hand, standing in front of me and saying this. Commander Lin's face faded from its previous seriousness and had a feeling of a loving father. You too. Have you thought about it? Commander Lin looked at Wen Chu as he said this. Si Ting and Wen Chu exchanged a glance and simultaneously looked at Commander Lin and nodded. Okay. Sito's tone was forceful. Okay. Wen Chu's voice was gentle, but it also carried certainty. The marriage application for the two of you will be approved from my side when the results of Wen Chu's political examination come down. After Commander Lin finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Chen Jian beside him and then smiled. You kid. First you give me a shock, then you surprise me. Commander Lin said with a smile as he looked at Si Ting. Chu, let me explain to you. This is my uncle. Si Ting points at Commander Lin and says, Little girl, I heard that it was you who donated blood to save this kid? Lin Jin spoke to Wen Chu in a much gentler tone than he did to Si Ting. He was in the Chinese army compound, and when he realized that Si Ting was seriously injured, he hoofed it over on the army's plane. If anything happened to Si Ting, he didn't even know how he should explain it to his sister. After getting off the plane, he learned that a girl donated blood to save sighting, and that this girl was called sister-in-law by the members of the special operations team. He was amazed at just what kind of girl would move his nephew and lead him to his crew. When he rushed to the aid station, Gu Xiao told himself that it was useless to try to find sighting to go to his dormitory, and went directly to Wen Chu's dormitory, and was guaranteed to stay inside. He then went straight to Wen Chu's dormitory, not realizing that the young master was really staying inside. Call uncle, Si Ting reminded Wen Chu in a small voice. Wen Chu nodded, then looked at Lin Jin. Uncle, it's not that I saved him, it's just by chance that we both have matching blood types. Little girl, in the future, if this kid bullies you, just come directly to the army to find me. I'll clean him up for you. Lin Jin heard Wen Chu's words and was very fond of this girl. In a while when no one was around, he must call his sister to talk about it. Wen Chu? Lin Jin was just about to lift his leg to check on Lu Chang when he suddenly thought of something. Yes, Wen Chu. Wen Chu looked at Lin Jin in confusion. What was wrong with his name? You're that little girl from the Wen family? Lin Jin thought of something. Uncle, you recognize me? Wen Chu listened to Lin Jin's tone as if he knew himself. I saw you at the Winchesters when you were a child. At that time, you were just over 4 years old and followed me around saying that you wanted to marry a soldier when you grew up because you liked the uniform I was wearing. And then you left the country. Lin Jin remembers this little girl. When she was a child, she looked very beautiful and spoke softly, just like a doll. I didn't realize that. Now that you're grown up, you're really going to marry a soldier. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Wen Chu's face turned red. Si Ting, who was standing to the side, reached out and wrapped his arm around Wen Chu, looking at her with eyes that were gentle to the extreme. And you kid, Lin Jin pointed at Si Ting. Me? Si Ting frowned slightly. What had he done? You kid said that when you grow up you're going to be a soldier and then you're going to get your Chu sister to marry you. At the time, we all asked you why you wanted to marry sister Hatsumomo. You said the parents were pretty. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Si Ting froze in place, having actually said that himself. Staff Sergeant Chen and the others standing to the side laughed. It was really unexpected that the famous Captain Timothy, who had grown up with a fondness for pretty girls, what you guys said when you were kids has come true. Lin Jin suddenly felt that the two children in front of him could really be said to be destined to be a natural pair. We both met when we were kids? Wen Chu was shocked to hear this. Well, I've seen it, but I think I've seen it that one time. You went to an international school at the start of your schooling, and then you left the country when you got older. Lin Jin nodded. The kid went to an aristocratic school, didn't go to an international school, and grew up aspiring to be a soldier, so he had no intention of going abroad. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Wen Chu and Si Ting stared at each other for a while. Was this fate? Chapter 12, Wen Chu's privilege. Captain Timothy really didn't expect that from a young age. He is a colorful embryo. Wen Chu and Si Ting walked towards the dormitory holding hands, and Wen Chu said jokingly, I would like to ask you now, pretty little girl, do you have a good look at me as a person? Or do you have a good look at the military uniform I'm wearing? Si Ting raised an eyebrow and twisted his head to look at Wen Chu beside himself. If I have to name 1, 2, 3, then I'll watch. Wen Chu stood on her tiptoes and whispered against Si Ting's ear. After hearing Wen Chu's words, Si Ting's entire body froze in place and his face unexpectedly turned red. Seeing Si Ting's expression change, Wen Chu smiled happily, the girl under the sunlight, her smile all with warmth. As soon as Si Ting grabbed Wen Chu, he bent down slightly to look at Wen Chu's eyes. Wen Chu, You have to remember that there will be a day when this injury of mine heals. The day I'm healed is the day you cry. Mark my words. No begging. Si Ting narrowed his eyes meaningfully, and Wenchu naturally understood what Si Ting meant and hurriedly shook her head. I'm just teasing you. Late. Si Ting raised an eyebrow at Wenchu. As he spoke, the horn at the rescue point blared. Wenchu, get to the medical point as soon as you hear the announcement. Wenchu, get to the medical point as soon as you hear the announcement. Wenchu froze for a moment as he heard the horn blaring at the rescue point for the first time. Chu, go. Si Ting pulls up Wenchu's hand and lifts his leg to run towards the medical point. Hey, I'll go by myself. You can't run. Go back to the dormitory and wait for me. Wenchu hurriedly let go of Si Ting's hand, then ran towards the medical point by herself. After running over, Wenchu found several doctors and soldiers surrounding the courtyard of the medical point. Senior. Wenchu ran to Wang Nan's side. Xiao Chu, quick, this is an injured soldier from X country. We can't understand what they're saying. When Wang Nan saw Wenchu coming, it was like seeing a big savior. Wenchu finished listening to the X-country soldier's narration, then looked at Wang Nan. These two are X-country's field doctors. They want to go into the operating room with you to operate on this injured soldier. Wang Nan glanced at the soldier on the side of the transit bed, so he nodded without hesitation. Okay, you change your clothes and go into the operating room with us. Doctors from both countries teamed up to do the surgery, and the communication between them all depended on Wenchu. By the time Wenchu came out of the operating room, her face was pale. Chu. Si Ting stepped forward to walk and held Wenchu. What's wrong with you? Si Ting frowned at Wenchu. Wenchu couldn't hold it in any longer and pushed Si Ting away and ran into the restroom to start throwing up. Li Jingjing came out of the operating room and looked around for Wenchu, and when she saw Si Ting standing and pacing in front of the bathroom, she guessed that Wenchu was inside. Nurse Li, what's wrong with Wenchu? Si Ting asked anxiously. This surgery has really been pretty hard on Primary. The other guy was seriously injured and his intestines were out. She held back from throwing up the whole time she was in surgery. After Li Jingjing finished her explanation, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom to see Wenchu. Wenchu was washing her face at the location of the wash basin. Her face was able to look a bit better than before. Jingjing, are you used to it? After Wenchu slowed down, she looked at Li Jingjing with some envy. We get exposed to all kinds of cases and corpses from our internship. It's something we're really used to. Li Jingjing graduated from medical school, young but with a lot of clinical experience. I was at the earthquake site before, and I haven't seen such a bloody scene. Wenchu recalled the scene just now, and the feeling of regurgitation immediately surged up again. She turned around and went back to puking and kept tossing and turning for 20 minutes or so before she was fully relieved. Wenchu walked out of the bathroom with one foot and was pulled into Si Ting's arms with the next. Chu, how are you? Wenchu waved her hand. Much better. The two people went back to the dormitory together. Wenchu fell on the bed as soon as she entered the door. After throwing up for more than half an hour, she really didn't have any energy left. Chu, drink some water. Si Ting helped Wenchu up, then handed the water cup to Wenchu. Wenchu had just finished drinking her water when there was a knock on her dormitory door. Jiang Tu walked in, lunchbox in hand, excitement all over his face. Boss, sister-in-law, come eat. Today it's a meal cooked by a Chinese chef. Mao blood wonton. Wenchu watched as Jiang Tu opened the lunchbox in his hand. In the next second, Wenchu felt her stomach instantly turn over and covered her mouth as she rushed into the bathroom. Duh, sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is pregnant? Boss, you're good. Jiang Tu's mind had already brainstormed what the child born from Wenchu and Si Ting would look like. Si Ting looked at Jiang Tu speechlessly and immediately went to the bathroom as well, gently patting Wenchu's back. Little girl pregnant? Lin Jin's voice came into the dormitory with shock in his tone. This is too fast. Just told her sister about the current relationship status between Si Ting and Wenchu. And Wenchu is pregnant this time? Commander Lin. Jiang Tu heard Lin Jin's voice and immediately turned around and stood upright, respectfully saluting. Lin Jin returned the favor and then waved his hand. Omi, are you telling the truth? Lin Jin's mind was on this matter of Wenchu's pregnancy. Then his eyes turned to the two men coming out of the restroom. After hearing Si Ting's explanation, everyone laughed and shook their heads. Gong Tu, Staff Sergeant Chen suddenly shouted. Here. Jiang Tu immediately stood up straight. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and take out that box of groceries. Staff Sergeant Chen pointed to the dish of hairy blood wanted on the table. Jiang Tu then reacted and hurriedly snapped on the lid and took it out. Little girl, it's hard for you. Lin Jin looked at Wenchu with some heartache. It was a crime for a girl who had held a paintbrush all her life to be in a place where blood and gunfire permeated everywhere. Uncle, I'm fine, just get used to it. Wenchu shook her head. She knew she was going to be here for a year, so all of this was something she would have to go through sooner or later. There would be a day when she would get used to it. Xiao Chu, Do you want us to say hello to the central hospital and find someone to replace you while you return home first? Staff Sergeant Chen looked at Wenchu's appearance. It really wasn't suitable to stay here. It's okay. Wenchu shook her head. I have a different kind of fun here. Wenchu thought of a benefit and smiled. Fun? Lin Jin and Staff Sergeant Chen glanced at each other. What fun could there be in a place where there was nothing but guns, fire and ammunition and the corpses of the wounded? I have a dual master's degree. There's one more besides the design. Wenchu's gentle tone. Lin Jin was a bit confused. What does the second major have to do with this place? What specialty? Staff Sergeant Chen was also very curious. Weapon systems and engineering. Wenchu introduced his specialty. Weapon systems and engineering. Weapon systems and engineering. Lin Jin and Staff Sergeant Chen cried out in shock. Well, here I have access to different weaponry. Doing a Ph.D. takes an awful lot of energy, and I couldn't afford to double up, so I chose to go in the design direction. Choosing this direction means I won't have access to these weapons and ammo, but I'm here now, and I have access every day, which is a convenience I didn't have in China. It was hard for Lin Jin to imagine that this soft little girl in front of him was into weaponry. Without even thinking about it, Staff Sergeant Chen directly pulled the gun from his own waist and placed it in front of Wenchu. Wenchu accurately stated the model, advantages and disadvantages of the gun. It was also picked up and disassembled and quickly restored to its original form. When Wenchu placed the gun back on the table intact, Lin Jin and Staff Sergeant Chen once again looked at each other. Can you shoot a gun? Lin Jin looked at Wenchu with some curiosity. Will, just not allowed, Wenchu said with a smile. Not being allowed is normal. Si Ting and the others have all trained countless times before practicing. Lin Jin nodded. Sighting, you kid really picked up a treasure. Counselor Chen pointed at Si Ting with a smile on his face. Si Ting, Staff Sergeant Chen suddenly got serious. Here, Sito immediately rose to his feet. Comrade Wenchu is in the hands of your team while he is on F's aid. When you have time, you can expose her to more of her favorites while keeping her safe. Counselor Chen said seriously. Yes, Sito saluted. When you return from F, I'm going to personally accept the results of your teachings. A graduate student in weapon systems and engineering. A talent indeed, although it didn't continue. But it's okay, after I accept your results, I can authorize you to follow sighting into the army later to touch what you want to touch inside. I hope you can use your specialty to do your part for China's military. Lin Jin looked at Wenchu without a hint of a joke in his tone. Chapter 13, Wenchu's sisters. Wenchu did not eat for 2 days in a row because of this surgery, and as she watched her rosy little face become a bit waxy, Si Ting was anxious. If you go on like this, it's not a solution. Wenchu. Before Wenchu could say anything, a howl rang out from outside the rescue point. Wenchu, are you dead yet? Wenchu, Wenchu. Wenchu was first surprised when she heard the voice, but when she heard the second sentence, she instantly became lifeless. The soul caller is here. I'm here. Wenchu rushed out in order to prevent more people from coming out of the dormitory to confirm that he was dead or not. Hatsumomo, Chu. A girl rushed to Wenchu's side and hugged her tightly. I haven't seen you in 10 days. Your voice has gotten louder again. Wenchu smiled and looked at the girl in front of her. I'm missing you too much. My God. Men. All men. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly looked behind Wenchu and instantly straightened. Wenchu turned her head to look behind herself. It was Si Ting and Gu Zhao's crew. It was now time for everyone to take a lunch break, and Xiao Yu's shouts brought everyone to their feet. Put your eyes away for a moment. These are the special forces that have come to aid. Seeing her bestie's mouth watering, Wenchu hurriedly reminded her gently. Or special forces? Then I can't let it go. Xiao Yu said as she was about to go around Wenchu. Sister, these are special forces. Soldiers, it's not the male model you chose the stage for in the bar in M. Are you crazy? Wenchu blocked in front of Xiao Yu and continued to whisper. Chu, men in uniform are the most handsome. You can't handle them. Leave me alone. Hello guys, I'm Chu's best friend. My name is Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pushed away Wenchu who stopped her, and directly walked to the front of the special operations team members to introduce herself. Seeing Xiao Yu's flamboyant appearance, Wenchu hated to have a hole in the ground for himself to squat for a while. Xiao Yu's generosity also froze these brown men in front of her. Hi, pretty young lady, my name is Gong Tu. Jiang Tu was the first to react, raising his hand to greet Xiao Yu. It's sister-in-law's best friend. No wonder she's so pretty too. Wang Hao also greeted towards Xiao Yu. Then the team members all slowed down and greeted Xiao Yu. You can call me Yuer or Xiao Yuer like Chu. Sister-in-law's best friend. Xiao Yu suddenly reacted to something and jerked her head around to look at Wenchu. Who is their sister-in-law? Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking smart. Who is it? Who's your sister-in-law? Wenchu twisted her head to look at the team and winked deliberately. Wenchu. Xiao Yu walked up to Wenchu and looked straight into her eyes. You just went back to your country a few days before me. Then you came to country F. A total of 10 days of work. and you gave yourself away. Xiao Yu seemed to have transformed into a detective. Don't you look at me with those eyes that look and feel smart. Wenchu took a step backward. Little Primrose, are you going to confess yourself? Or will you confess yourself? Xiao Yu said as she moved her muscles. Wenchu subconsciously gulped when he saw Xiao Yu's movements. Xiao Yu was different from herself. Although she was a weapons major, a major that sounded and felt like a great fighter, she really didn't have much in the way of hands. Although Xiao Yu is a medical student, a seemingly svelte profession, she grew up proficient in mixed martial arts. As Wenchu retreated, she tripped over herself and leaned straight back. Before Xiao Yu could reach out her hand, her waist was encircled by a sturdy arm, which then righted Wenchu's body. Is everything okay? Si Ting looked at Wenchu. Wenchu nodded. I'm fine. What a handsome man. The reason why Xiao Yu didn't have time to strike was that she saw the man behind Wenchu and froze for a few seconds. Hello, Si Ting. Si Ting knew that the nymphomaniac in front of him was Wenchu's best friend, so his tone wasn't very icy. Hello, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu returned to her senses and blinked towards Wenchu. Was it this man? Wenchu had to nod. Everyone stood and smiled at the two lovely girls in front of them. In the end, Wenchu introduced Xiao Yu to the people at the rescue point, and after the introduction took Xiao Yu to her dormitory. Entering Wenchu's dormitory, Xiao Yu saw the military boots beside the bed and traces of a man's life everywhere in the room. In the next second, Xiao Yu looked at Wenchu with a bad smile on her face. Stop. Every question you have in your head I can answer right now. Yes. As soon as Wenchu looked at Xiao Yu's expression, he knew the question she wanted to ask. Little Choo, you're also too powerful. Xiao Yu looked at Wenchu with an excited face. Si Ting and we met in the capital city, and it was pure coincidence that we came to F country together. Wenchu then told Xiao Yu what happened on the day of the blind date. When Xiao Yu heard the story of what happened from beginning to end, her entire body was dumbfounded as she looked at Wenchu. Little Choo, are you making up stories? Xiao Yu blinked her big beautiful eyes and looked at Wenchu in confusion. Wenchu shook her head. It's true. Is that how you two slept together? Xiao Yu was just too surprised. Aha. Wenchu gave an affirmative answer. I'd like to ask you, you really came to F country? Wenchu frowned slightly at Xiao Yu. She thought that Xiao Yu was joking, but she didn't expect her to really come to F country. My dad gave me two choices. The first one, honestly go to Kyoto University to get a PhD. The second, coming to F to accompany you to join the medical team for a year of assistance, which counts as my internship so that I can go back and do my PhD while converting. Xiao Yu said seriously. It's really not a good place for an internship with all the shelling going on. Wenchu shook her head helplessly. Of course I know, but I'm a medical student. The experience of assisting here has been very important to my career. I will have access to patients and casualties here that I wouldn't necessarily have access to in my lifetime in China. These are experiences that I wouldn't have had in how long I've been interning at the hospital. Xiao Yu looked at Wenchu and said seriously. You're right, indeed. It's really very abrasive here, but it's also very tiring. Wenchu looked at Xiao Yu with some heartache. How can a doctor not be tired? Xiao Yu instead said with an indifferent face. By the way, I heard from my dad that Senior Wang Nan led the team here. Xiao Yu, Wang Nan and Wenchu. The three of them all met while attending a school in M country. Xiao Yu and Wang Nan were in the same major, but there was a difference of several levels. Well, Omi went to find the senior. He's on duty at the medical point. Call him back to arrange your dormitory. Just as Wenchu finished speaking, Wang Nan stood at the door and knocked. Senior, you're here. Wenchu and Xiao Yu stood up and looked at the door. Little Yu. Wang Nan was a little surprised the moment he saw Xiao Yu. Senior, long time no see. Xiao Yu walked forward and hugged Wang Nan. So that's the new doctor the hospital said was you. Ever since Wang Nan graduated from M country and returned to China, he and Xiao Yu had never seen each other again. It wasn't that the relationship wasn't good, it was that Xiao Yu's studies in M country were heavy, and until she graduated from graduate school, she had only returned to China once in total. Isn't that a surprise? With a talented internist like me here, I'm sure I can help you guys out a lot. Xiao Yu is back to indulging in self-importance. Alright, senior, you quickly arrange a dormitory for little Yu. Wenchu hurriedly interrupted Xiao Yu's self-importance. Otherwise there was no telling how long she could praise herself next. Wang Nan smiled and shook his head, then took Xiao Yu to arrange the dormitory. When Xiao Yu left, Si Ting also walked back from outside. He knew the two girls must have a lot to talk about when they met, so he had just been outside. You went to the duty room again? When Shu saw Si Ting walking back and knew where he had gone without even thinking about it. When I was injured, it was everyone who helped me with my shifts, and I visited them when I could. Sito took a sip from his water glass. It's hot. You're always walking around. You tend to sweat, and your wounds tend to septicize. When Shu said as she raised her hand and pulled open Si Ting's jacket. It was time for her to help Si Ting change his medicine. I'll pay attention, okay? Sighting said gently. Good, don't move. I'll change your medicine. After Wen Shu helped Si Ting take off his jacket, he took the scissors to cut the gauze. Chu, I'm back. Xiaoyu returned to Wen Shu after looking at the dormitory. Captain Timothy is injured? Xiaoyu was a little surprised as she looked at Si Ting, who had the upper half of his body wrapped up like a mummy. Well, I'll change his medicine. Wen Shu didn't raise her head and continued to cut the gauze. I'll do it, Xiaoyu said as she walked up and took the scissors in Wen Shu's hand, cutting the gauze skillfully in 3 passes. She had interned in a hospital when she was a graduate student in M, so she was clinically experienced. The movements were obviously much more skillful and professional than Wen Shu. My god! After Xiaoyu cut open the gauze, she saw the wound on Si Ting's back and paused in shock. How did you get hurt so badly? This doesn't look like a knife wound, nor is it a wound from a sharp weapon. Xiaoyu looked at the wound carefully and asked suspiciously. Well, neither. Simeon nodded. How does this look like it was hit by something heavy? Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at Wen Shu. He was injured by a collapsing wall during an earthquake rescue. Wen Shu looked at Xiaoyu with some admiration. It must be said that although Xiaoyu seemed unreliable, she was never sloppy about her profession. In her words, she's a genius herself. This is actually recognized by everyone. She was the same age as Wen Shu and had also graduated from medical graduate school. Little Primrose, do you have any anesthetic? Get me a shot. Xiaoyu looked seriously at Si Ting's wound. What's wrong? Wen Shu walked forward and stood beside Xiaoyu. See these spots? The stitches are a little open in these places and have to be dealt with. These places, at a glance, have been sweating and are a bit ulcerated, so they need to be treated. Xiaoyu pointed to a few places. Sweating? Wen Shu raised her head to look at Si Ting. Sito averted his eyes without speaking. You've done recovery training? Wen Shu guessed straight away. Aha! Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Sighting nodded. Are you crazy? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting with some anger. For an injury like that, you should have stayed in bed and recuperated. And you did training? Seeing the angry Wen Shu, Si Ting was a bit anxious and wanted to turn around and explain. You get down. Xiaoyu growled towards Si Ting. Si Ting was startled by Xiaoyu. Then looking at Wen Shu who was glaring at him angrily, he had no choice but to obediently get down. Chu, anesthetic. Xiaoyu looked at Wen Shu. That, you deal with it, no anesthesia needed. Si Ting slightly raised his head to look at Xiaoyu. No anesthetic? Don't be ridiculous, it hurts. Xiaoyu shook her head. You, just deal with it. He really doesn't need anesthesia, and he doesn't even need a pain pump after surgery. Wen Shu pointed at Si Ting's back and explained. After this surgery, there's no need for a pain pump. Xiaoyu pointed at Si Ting's back and looked at Wen Shu in shock. Aha! Wen Shu nodded. Just bear with me. I'll take care of it for you. Xiaoyu put on gloves after sterilizing her hands. Xiao Chu, don't tell me that you've been the one sterilizing and changing the medicine for this wound? Xiaoyu sat on the chair and asked Wen Shu while treating the wound. The people at the medical point are busy. Most of the ones that need to be sterilized and changed are handled by me. Wen Shu nodded. It's hard for you. Xiaoyu understood Wen Shu too well. Wen Shu faintly shook her head, her eyes staying on Si Ting's back. Look, here's how you can handle this place. Xiaoyu handled Si Ting while teaching Wen Shu. She knew that Wen Shu was worried about Si Ting right now, so she was doing her best to divert Wen Shu's attention. Wen Shu watched as Xiaoyu skillfully handled every problematic area, sterilizing, changing medicine, and bandaging in one go. The moment she took off her gloves, she reacted to the fact that Sighting hadn't said a word from start to finish, just silently endured. Sure is awesome. Xiaoyu looked at Si Ting with a face of admiration. Wen Shu looked at Si Ting who had changed the medicine and left the room with the used medical tray before he could get up. When Si Ting saw Wen Shu, who didn't even turn her head back, he knew that she was really angry. Just about to get up and chase him out, Xiaoyu stopped Si Ting. Captain Timothy. Xiaoyu looked at the man in front of her who was nearly 2 heads taller. Si Ting looked at Xiaoyu, waiting for her to continue. Hatsumomo has a good temper, but when she gets angry, it's hard to coax and troublesome. It's understandable that you want to return to the team sooner, but you have to think about your own injury. I hope you won't make her angry again. I'm saying all this to tell you that when Hatsumomo gets angry, she gets a severe headache and has to take painkillers for it. Since you chose to be with Hatsumomo, I want you to protect her and love her. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Si Ting's heart felt as if it was gripped for a moment. Then he firmly nodded. Thank you, I'll go find her. Si Ting put on his jacket while striding towards the outside of the dormitory. When he went to the medical point, Li Jingjing told him that after Wen Shu put the medical tray back, she went to the dispensing room to get a painkiller and then left, not even knowing where she went. Sito stood at the rescue point and thought back to his surroundings and came up with a location. When he rushed over, Wen Shu was indeed sitting there, making a phone call. I won't say yes. What you need to know is that I'm not bad with money, So you're not going to do any good talking to me with money. Sure, try it then and see if you can move me. Your husband? Are you trying to threaten me with a man now? Mark my words, and speak to me with strength yourself if you can. If you are not strong enough and have to bring the so-called husband in your mouth to talk to me, I can tell you right now, not to mention that you only have one husband. I am not afraid if you have 3, 5, or a dozen. Zhao Qian Shan, before you want to do anything to me, I advise you or have that social boyfriend of yours to first check which one is my Wen Chao's last name in the capital city. After Wen Chu finished her phone call, she sat down on the side of the mountain and raised her hand to rub her temples. What the hell? Before Sighting could walk up and speak, her cell phone rang again. Sure fu. She just finished calling me. Wen Chu had just said 2 sentences when she felt someone beside her, and she looked up to see that Si Ting had sat beside her. She wanted to stand up and leave, but Si Ting pulled Wen Chu's hand, so she had no choice but to sit down first. After all, the matter at hand was more important. I told her, there's no way I'm signing her name to this design. I stayed up for 3 weeks drawing a manuscript and she wants to walk away with it as her senior project. Dream on? She did just mention something about having her boyfriend talk to me. Senior, don't worry, I'm not afraid of her. I have the design. I'm in F. She can come over and grab it in the open if she can, but I'll sign it today, leaving her little time. Elder brother, let me think about what you said about this branding design plan again. I do have quite a lot going on right now, and I'm a little short on energy, so if I take on this design again, it could kill me. I still have 27 designs in hand that I haven't started. Don't come looking for me. I'll leave the stuff at your place for now, and I'll come looking for you when I get back. Senior, don't mention him to me. I get a headache just hearing that name. Wen Chu frowned and rubbed her temples again. How come this painkiller didn't work yet? Do something. I could never like him in my life. Really, if you can't handle him again, I'll tell Master Zhou that you've been wanting to break up with him for a long time. Bye. Wen Chu didn't give the other party a chance to retort and immediately hung up the phone. Si Ting sat beside Wen Chu, listening to her chatting with other men on the phone and pampering her. He originally had mixed feelings in his heart, but when he heard the last sentence, he relieved himself. It turned out to be Chu Chu's sister. Chapter 14, Wedding Clothes. Hatsumomo. I'm sorry. Si Ting took Wen Chu's hand and apologized earnestly. Wen Chu didn't even look at Si Ting as she withdrew her own hand and continued to rub the position of her temples. I was indeed too anxious. My comrades were fighting on the front line, and I couldn't even go on duty every day because of this injury. Sighting's tone was laced with helplessness and guilt. Even so, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Wen Chu's shoulders and held her hand in his, then reached out his other hand to rub Wen Chu's temples. Wen Chu wasn't struggling this time, but remained silent. Chu Chu, I promise, I won't do any more training until my injury recovers, okay? Si Ting softly coaxed Wen Chu. You're obviously with me every day. When did you go do the training? Wen Chu finally twisted her head to look at Si Ting. Si Ting hesitated when he heard Wen Chu's question. Wen Chu's voice was still not loud, but it was clear to hear that she was angry. Morning. Sito had to be honest. In the morning? You were in bed when I woke up. Wen Chu looked at Si Ting's eyes. Clearly every morning when she woke up, Si Ting was by her side with her arms around her. I'm up at 5 in the morning. The time for special ops training. When you're done training, clean up and go back to bed and wait for you to get up. After Si Ting finished his explanation, Wen Chu's face became even worse. Chu Chu, I promise, never again, okay? Looking at Wen Chu's appearance, Si Ting hurriedly continued to apologize. You should love the blood on my body even if you don't love your own. Wen Chu was really too angry. She knew that Si Ting was carrying a heavy responsibility, and she was heartbroken for this man. But seeing the way he apologized to himself, she knew she was his soft spot, so she took it upon herself to poke him. Si Ting froze when he heard Wen Chu's words. Yes, this life of his own was saved by the woman in front of him taking in half his life. I'm sorry. Si Ting looked at Wen Chu seriously and apologized. Looking at Si Ting's guilty look, Wen Chu's heart didn't feel good either. Forget it. Wen Chu finally let go. It's your job. Your responsibility. I understand. You get well and I won't have a problem with how you train when you're better. Wen Chu looked at Si Ting, and her voice and tone returned to its former self. Chu Chu, don't be angry with me anymore. It's because I didn't think things through properly. Si Ting directly took the woman into his arms and hugged her tightly. Still got a headache? When Si Ting thought of Li Jingjing telling herself that Wen Chu had taken a painkiller and left, he knew that she must have had a bad headache. Well, not yet. Wen Chu, who was leaning against Si Ting, nodded. Let's go back to the dormitory. Go back and I'll give you a massage, okay? Si Ting coaxed the woman in his arms. Good. Headache aside, Wen Chu did need to make a trip back to the dormitory. She needed to put her signature on her design to save her from a long night's sleep. The two had just walked back to their dorms when the radio at the rescue point came on again. Winchester, Winchester, Please rush to the medical point as soon as you hear the announcement. You go back to the dormitory first and wait for me. No running around. After Wen Shu heard the broadcast, she let go of the hand she was holding with Si Ting and lifted her leg to run towards the medical point. Looking at Wen Shu who ran away, Si Ting's eyes instantly became cold and stern. Zhao Qianshan? The design? Social boyfriend? Little Choo-Choo. Here. Wen Choo had just run into the medical point when Xiaoyu waved towards Wen Choo. What's wrong? Wen Shu gasped and looked at Xiaoyu. You're finally here. There's a pregnant woman with a gunshot wound admitted to the resuscitation room. I've tried an M, D, and F and she can't understand any of it. You go and see what country. Ask for the month of pregnancy, where the family is, contact information, blood type, allergy medications. Xiaoyu pulled Wen Shu's arm and ran towards the resuscitation room while saying all the questions that needed to be asked. Wen Shu walked in and saw that the woman lying on the operating table had been shot in the leg, and must have needed general anesthesia to remove the bullet. But the child in the belly doesn't know what's going on, and general anesthesia for pregnant women can be dangerous. She didn't delay a moment longer, but leaned over and tried to communicate with the pregnant woman. After a few minutes, Wen Shu asked for specifics. She is a native of E. Her husband died yesterday on the battlefield in the south, and she came with the army. She had just tried to return to the battlefield to find her husband's body, not realizing that she had been injured by mistake. Type A blood, no drug allergies, 9 months pregnant. Let's find a way to keep the baby. Wen Shu looked towards Xiaoyu and Wang Nan. At 9 months, the baby can be cesareaned out with a very high survival rate. Xiaoyu said with surprise on her face. But she doesn't have a family anymore. What should we do? The resuscitation room fell silent after Wen Shu finished speaking. Suddenly, Wang Nan had an idea. Xiaoyu, after the anesthesia is put on in a while, you'll be in charge of the C-section, and I'll be in charge of removing the bullet from the leg. Sure, when you get out there, ask Timothy's team to help contact the E-Force or the embassy and have them send someone to pick her up. After Wang Nan finished speaking, Wen Shu conveyed Wang Nan's comments to the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman nodded excitedly. She could tell that the few Chinese medical nurses in front of her were genuinely trying to help her, and then told Wen Shu her husband's troop number. Fearing that he had forgotten, Wen Shusheng hurriedly ran out of the resuscitation room and flew all the way back to the dormitory. Si Ting, who was sitting on a chair looking at his laptop, heard the dormitory door being pushed open and immediately turned around to look. Wen Shu ran in and immediately wrote down a row of letters and numbers with a paper and pen. Si Ting looked at what Wen Shu had written down and pondered slightly before raising his eyes to look at Wen Shu. E-Country's Special Forces, you know? Wen Shu asked in surprise once she heard Si Ting's words. Well, it's been out on a joint mission before, Seth said, pointing to the note. Do you know any of the soldiers on this team? Can you get in touch? When Wen Shu heard this, there was a chance. I know their captain and can reach out. Sito nodded. Wen Shu hurriedly told him about the pregnant woman in the resuscitation room, then asked him to help him contact. After Si Ting heard this, he didn't push back and found a phone number and called it. Team Timothy, long time no see. As Si Ting and Wen Shu stood in the medical point, a few soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the Special Forces of E-Country got out of the car and shook Si Ting's hand. Andre, it's been a long time. Sito took the man's hand back. Where is Sophia? She was Tom's wife, and yesterday Tom died on the battlefield. Andre said with a sad face. It was indeed a surprise. Sophia has given birth. It's a boy, mother and child. Other than that, the bullet in her leg has been removed and is being stitched up, so you can pick her up when she gets out. Sito looked at Andre and explained. We haven't been able to find Sophia all morning, and Tom's body was shattered by a shell yesterday, so we can't find it at all. Andre's eyes moistened as he spoke. Are you here to aid as well? Sito tapped Andre on the shoulder. Yes, we were divided in the south. Andre spoke about the situation in the south. Si Ting sighed helplessly. The war in this place was not for a day or two, but for years and years. They could not do anything about it. They could only keep assisting, advising the east side today and the west side tomorrow. If you don't advise them well, they are prone to war. Finally, they watched as Sophia and the baby were picked up by Andre and the others. After returning to the dormitory, Si Ting sat down in front of the dormitory and smoked a cigarette in silence. Why are you smoking again? Wen Shu asked softly as she sat down next to Si Ting after washing up. Hatsumomo, I was thinking about Tom and Sophia. Tom is a very good special agent and has been assisting here for 2 years. Sophia came over for me so she could stay with Tom. But now, Tom didn't even have a body left at the end. Only Sophia and a newborn child were left behind. What to do with your life afterward? When Si Ting said this, he looked at Wen Shu thoughtfully. Seeing Si Ting's eyes, Wen Shu seemed to understand something. Citing, you're associating you and me, right? Wen Shu voiced out her suspicions. Aha. Citing had never had a girlfriend before. so he never thought of these questions. But when he saw Sophia today, he associated himself with Wenshu, the special nature of one's profession. What should Wenshu do if something bad really happened to him someday? You won't have this day. I'm still waiting for you to return to China to marry me. Wenshu smiled and looked at Si-Ting. Hearing Wenshu's words, a warm current flowed through Si-Ting's heart. His Wenshu really understood him. Let's go, Captain Timothy. I'll change your medicine. Wenshu stood up and extended her hand towards Si-Ting. Si-Ting extended his hand as well, and the two held hands as they made their way back to the dormitory. Wenshu, who had everything packed up, quietly sat down in front of the drawing board and clamped one of her works onto it. It is a complete set of design drawings for Chinese clothing in China. Chapter 15. Why go through so much trouble for a design? Did you design this? Si-Ting asked as he sat down next to Wenshu and looked at the design. Well, I spent 3 weeks looking up a lot of information and finally finished this design drawing. Wenshu was particularly satisfied with this diagram. Is this the one you called about today? Sito matched the number. Yeah, that's the one. This one was supposed to be my graduation piece. Wenshu nodded. She knew that Si-Ting had heard it all, so there was nothing to hide. Then why didn't you use it in the end? Si-Ting saw that although this design was completed, it was indeed not signed, so it was evident that Wenshu did not use this as a graduation work at all. I love this design so much. I actually drew this picture 6 months near graduation, but when it came time for me to sign my name, my mind changed. I don't want it to be on display anymore. I want it to be my own wedding dress. Wenshu looked at the picture in front of her. She had obviously seen it hundreds of times, but she still felt her heart fluttering. Hearing Wenshu's reason, Si-Ting froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Wenshu's side face. She had a light in her eyes when she looked at the picture. But someone else saw the drawing and she's been trying to get it away from me for her senior project. It started out at $20,000 and went up to $170,000. Wenshu laughed to herself when she said this. Her design drawings are sold to the brand, at least from 7 figures per drawing. It was really ridiculous that Zhao Qianshan wanted to buy it away for $20,000. Further on, you've heard it all. She has a boyfriend at school, also from China. I don't know exactly which city, but it's rumored that her family is a local triad. Her boyfriend said he wanted to talk to me in person because of this. I was all thinking, how could anyone be such an idiot? Wenshu shook her head helplessly. Xiao Chu, I won't let anyone hurt you. When Si-Ting heard this, his eyes became much more stern. I'm not afraid of him. Wenshu saw the look in Si-Ting's eyes and reached out her hand to gently brush his eyes. She could see the change in Si-Ting's mood. Just with a so-called person from society who wants to touch my Wen family's missy, he's not even close. Wenshu spoke these words with an innate dominance. The bottom line given to her by the Wen family. My Chu-Chu-Chu is awesome. Si-Ting felt the aura radiating from Wenshu. He realized that this girl had changed quite a bit since she came to Country F. The person who had spoken softly before now had a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. As the two chatted, Si-Ting's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID then stood up from his chair. Hatsumomo, I'm going to take a call. With that, he walked out of the dormitory. Wenshu looked at Si-Ting who walked out. His delicate little face instantly frowned. Is he going out on a mission with an injury? How can this body take it? She thought of Si-Ting's occupation again and shook her head helplessly. Even if she really wanted to go on a mission, she couldn't stop herself. Sito stepped out into the open and picked up the phone. Big brother, check it out. A voice came out lazily on the other end of the line. Si-Ting stood in the courtyard, quietly listening to the other party finish the whole thing. They're at the airport? After the other party finished speaking, Si-Ting was a bit puzzled. Destination, Country F. It's supposed to be about going to your sweetheart. The voice on the other side was still lazy. Why don't you stop it? Si-Ting frowned slightly, his eyes looking in the direction of Wenshu's dormitory. You can do the hero thing yourself. It should be easy to clean up a social punk in that rabbit hole of yours. After the other party finished, he flirted with Si-Ting a few more times, and when he predicted that Si-Ting was going to scold him, he immediately hung up the phone. Si-Ting looked at the other party's hung-up phone. His eyes slightly narrowed. Good job. Wait until we meet. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw that Wenshu had already put away that design and was picking up a brush to seriously draw a new design. This time Wenshu was facing the dormitory door, so she knew that Si-Ting was back. The collagen on the table, you drink it quickly. Although she was talking to Si-Ting, her eyes were on her design from start to finish. Si-Ting walked to the table and drank it in one gulp. He himself could feel that this really worked. At the very least the speed of healing at his wounds was indeed faster than what he could do when he was injured before. After drinking, he gently sat down next to Wenshu and watched her draw. Wenshu, who was painting, had her long black hair casually pulled back twice by a clean paintbrush and stuck up thin powder on his face. The gentleness in his brows and eyes again revealed seriousness and concentration, making Si-Ting completely unable to remove his eyes. Chapter 16, A Painting of the Sealed God. Without realizing it, an hour had passed, and Wenchu didn't have the slightest idea of stopping her brush. It was a rare inspiration, so she had to give it her full attention and turn all her thoughts into paintings. Si-Ting also gathered his eyes and turned on his computer, casually muted the volume, and then opened the training video. The special operations team needed more training methods and techniques, so whenever he had free time, he searched the world for the latest updated training methods. Remembering what he thought would work, he carefully pondered and tweaked it, then practiced it with Gu Xiao before finally teaching it to his own teammates. When Wenchu stopped her pen, she took a serious look at the design. The general outline was out. She was still satisfied. She twisted her head to look at Si-Ting, who was intently watching the video, and the latter twisted his head when he tried to catch the incoming gaze. Chu, are you done drawing? Si-Ting turned his head to look at Wenchu's drawing board, then looked back at Wenchu. Why is there no sound on your video? Wenchu looked at the laptop suspiciously. I'm turning it off so I don't disturb your painting. Si-Ting pointed to the mute symbol. It's supposed to be about watching the action. It doesn't matter if there's no sound. Si-Ting could see that Wenchu was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Wenchu nodded at that, then prepared to put away his drawing board and go wash up. Chu, Si-Ting suddenly called out to Wenchu. Wenchu twisted her head to look at the man. What's wrong? That design drawing of yours, can you show it to me again? Si-Ting suddenly opened his mouth to look at the design, and Wenchu had a puzzled look on her face. Since when are you interested in this? Wenchu said as she took out the design and placed it on the drawing board. Nothing, just wanted to take a look. Si-Ting shook his head lightly, unable to see any problems from his facial expression. You take your time to look, I'm going to wash up. Wenchu didn't suspect anything, so she walked straight into the restroom to wash up. Si-Ting sat on the chair, carefully looking at every part of the design, until he saw Wenchu walk out. His eyes never left. Si-Ting, you can read this diagram? Wenchu saw that Si-Ting didn't move at all and approached him suspiciously. Not that it's readable. The dress, it is indeed beautiful. Si-Ting nodded seriously. I have to say, even as an outsider myself, I feel that this Chinese costume would be beautiful if made into a finished product. Wenchu had outlined every detail perfectly, so it could be said that he had used all his heart. Don't you have to sign your name? Sito pointed to the blank signature. I just considered that I'm planning to keep this picture all by myself. Signing my name doesn't mean much anymore. Wenchu said calmly. Write it on, so that it's a complete design. Si-Ting said thoughtfully. Wenchu thought that there must be a reason why Si-Ting suddenly wanted to look at the picture and suddenly wanted his signature. Tell me, what's wrong? Wenchu was a smart person. She sat directly across from Si-Ting and asked bluntly. Not really, Captain Timothy, there is a price to pay for lying. Wenchu raised her eyebrows and raised her small face to look at Si-Ting. Okay, Sito had to nod. Then he told Wenchu about the message he had just received. You're saying that Zhao Qianshan and her boyfriend are on a plane to F? Wenchu looked at Si-Ting with some confusion. Yes, Sithan nodded. I came back to check on them after I heard you call from the mountains, and then sent someone to keep an eye on them. I didn't think they'd actually come. Si-Ting told Wenchu everything he knew. After listening to this, Wenchu sat on the chair in silence for a long time. She couldn't figure out one thing. Why didn't Zhao Qianshan draw her own graduation design? She was obviously also a high achiever who got into this university. A graduation design drawing shouldn't be so laborious. No matter how you think about it, it just doesn't feel right. Chu, don't worry. I will protect you at all times and won't let them hurt you. Si-Ting's ink eyes sink. He saw Wenchu's expression and guessed that this was not in the capital city and she was not capable of protecting herself. He was injured himself, but he was still capable of cleaning up a punk. What's more, there was his own team and Gu Zhao's team here. I'm not afraid of him. Wenchu frowned and shook her head. Is that? Si-Ting looked at Wenchu in disbelief. I went to a college that was Ivy League. World class. Zhao Qianshan is not so bad that she can't even draw a graduation design. Why would she go through all the trouble of asking for my designs? Take a step back and say she has no inspiration and no direction. But she could have gone out and gotten a shooter. Why did she have to get this design from me? Wenchu voiced the doubts in his mind. When Si-Ting heard Wenchu's doubts, he instantly felt that something was wrong as well. After a while, Si-Ting looked at Wenchu. Rest first, counting the time. They will arrive tomorrow. I'll have someone check her out and we'll have the results before they arrive tomorrow. Si-Ting reached out and pulled out the paintbrush Wenchu had stuck in her hair, then led her onto the bed. Chapter 17, Little Chu, you eat so well? He pulled out his cell phone and sent a message before getting into bed as well, though he was still in the same position of sleeping on his back. Seeing Si-Ting honestly lying on the bed, Wenchu smiled. Your back is starting to scab over, so I guess you'll be able to lie down in 2 more days. Chu, you're collagen. Can you still get it? Si-Ting suddenly thought of something. Medical school made it cost too much. Not many people would have bought it. I'm considered a big customer. Wenshu nodded. Are you worried there won't be enough to drink? I brought plenty. Wenshu thought about it and looked at Si-ting and said, it's not that I'm drinking, can I get the medical school to put out a report and I'll turn it in? If this is something that can be used on frontline wounded warriors to help them recover from their wounds as quickly as possible, then the troops can totally afford it. Si-ting had to admit that this collagen liquid was indeed good. I'll ask tomorrow. Wenshu nodded. If you can, have them prepare an up-to-date box, and then I'll get another box from you and send it back home together to turn it in. After Si-ting finished speaking, Wenshu didn't understand what he meant. These 2 boxes will serve as samples, and when they are handed in the troops will do the experimental tests themselves. The reason for asking for the test report from them is to compare it with the one done by the troops afterward, and it would also be a good way to measure if the sample they provided and the one you have are of equal quality. Wenshu instantly heard that Si-ting had indeed thought carefully. Okay, I get it. Wenshu said with a smile. Captain Timothy, I realized that even though I trapped your body, I still didn't trap your heart. Wenshu said thoughtfully. Although he himself didn't allow Si-ting to do the recovery training, Wenshu could tell that his mind was still on the team from the way he watched the video and learned about the collagen liquid. Si-ting directly heard something in Wenshu's words, but he smiled and gently leaned over Wenshu's ear. My body doesn't need to be trapped by you, and my heart has long been yours. When Wenshu heard Si-ting's words, as well as the hot breath that emanated from his nostrils and thin lips, her entire body couldn't help but cringe. You're so bad. You know that's not what I meant. Seeing Wenshu's reaction, Si-ting hooked his lips and smiled. Choo-choo. You're so sensitive. You sleep well. Wenshu rolled over with a red face. Si-ting looked at Wenshu, whose back was turned to him, and reached out to encircle her waist. Go to sleep. Good night. Wenshu couldn't help but snicker when she heard Si-ting's voice a little hoarse. Good night. Wenshu deliberately turned around and kissed him again. Baby, what's wrong with you? Wenshu blinked, her eyes full of laughter. Si-ting could tell that Wenshu just knew that he couldn't do anything right now, so he dared to be so bold. The man stared at Wenshu and suddenly revealed an evil smile, then reached out his hand and pulled Wenshu underneath himself. I see that you don't really want to sleep, so I'll take you for a little exercise. Si-ting bit Wenshu's earlobe and said softly, your injury. Wenshu didn't expect Si-ting to be able to fight back. It doesn't matter. A minor injury. Si-ting's voice trailed off. I was wrong. Wenshu hurriedly softened. She knew that she couldn't close the game if she kept playing. Si-ting laughed softly, then let go of Wenshu, and the two embraced each other to sleep. The next day, when Wenshu woke up, Si-ting had already washed up and sat in a chair, quietly watching the training video. Choo-choo, you're awake? When Si-ting saw Wenshu sitting up from the bed, he pressed the pause button and stood up. When did you wake up? Wenshu glanced at her watch in a daze. It was only 7 o'clock. Woke up at 5. Si-ting handed a cup of heated milk to Wenshu. Wenshu took it and finished it slowly. She also woke up quite a bit after drinking the milk, so she stepped out of bed to go wash up. During the time that Wenshu was washing up, Si-ting's phone rang, and when Wenshu came out she saw Si-ting looking at himself. What are you looking at me for? Wenshu walked to where the box was and took 3 bottles of collagen. Still 1 for herself and 2 for Si-ting. Zhao Qianshan's matter has been found out. Si-ting pointed to his computer, and Wenshu walked over and saw the file that had just been sent over. Who is this SL? Wenshu asked Si-ting suspiciously. My brother, Si-rin. Without the slightest hesitation, Si-ting explained to Wenshu. And you have a brother? Wenshu was a bit surprised. Yes, 2 years younger than me, now taking over the C group. Si-ting slowly introduced Si-rin to Wenshu, giving Wenshu a brief introduction. In the time it took to speak, Wenshu had already unzipped the file and opened it. After clicking on it, the two of them sat on the chair, eating the buns that Si-ting had brought back from the cafeteria while looking at the contents of the document. As she ate, Wenshu felt that the bun in her hand didn't smell good anymore. She placed the uneaten bun on the table and then quietly looked at the file on the screen. Zhao Qianshan was able to get into this university in Wenshu, not because she herself excelled in her studies. Her entrance score would not have gotten her into this Ivy League college because she took a picture of one of her own drawings. The teachers at the design school agreed that she was very talented in design, so they were willing to give her the opportunity to break the rules. But since Zhao Qianshan enrolled in school, she could no longer draw works with this feeling. Teachers at the School of Design often talk to her, she says, because she can't find the state of mind she was in when she painted this piece here. For the next 4 years, the work she turned in, while all fair, was far from what she had done when she entered the program. But 3 of those submissions really caught the teacher's eye, and it always felt like she had the feel of that piece. Therefore, Zhao Qianshan's teacher gave her the requirement that the graduation work must be at the level of that painting in that year. Otherwise it will not be given for graduation. The reason why she was looking for Wenshu was because her teachers had said that Wenshu's style of painting was particularly similar to the one that Zhao Qianshan had used to seal the deal back then. What kind of work is it that makes the world's most prestigious schools break the mold? Sighting also looked at the screen with some curiosity. Wenchu continued to scroll down the document, and when she saw Zhao Qianshan's painting of the sealed god, she was completely silent. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Siting saw the change in Wenchu's mood and asked in confusion. I painted this picture. Wenchu pointed at this broken picture of Zhao Qianshan and said, yours? Sito was a little surprised. Well, it's a collection of essays about home that I read in high school. I was in M myself at that time, and for the first time I had a special feeling of wanting to go home, and I painted this picture. Wenchu had mixed feelings in her heart when she saw the painting. Seeing that Wenchu had been staring at the painting, Siting gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. This painting? How did it get into her hands? Sito asked in disbelief. Wenchu twisted his head to look at Siting. His eyes are all puzzled. Yes, how to her hands? Wenchu suddenly thought of something and opened her social accounts, flipping them over and over. Suddenly flipping to a picture she had posted when she was in high school. She clicked on it and it was displayed. Siting glanced at the time when Chu sent the work. 3 months before Zhao Qianshan sent it to the school. She must have seen the picture I posted and saved it to send. Wenchu understood, because the information showed that Zhao Qianshan had sent her work to the school by email. It was perfectly fine for her to save the picture from her social accounts and then send it to the school. At the time, she had no sense of copyright, so she didn't sign any of her own work that she posted to her social accounts. It's safe to say that she drew these for fun, and since they were halfway decent, she didn't expect them to be stolen at all. Wenchu calmed himself and continued to look at the findings. Her boyfriend, Lu Ming, 25 years old, K-City people. The family is indeed mixed triad society, but not very powerful, under the total of more than 50 minions. Zhao Qianshan was also from K-City, so it was normal that the two could be together. She came to me because she found out that she had stolen my diagram for her entrance piece that year. The same feeling of work that only I can paint. That's why she went through all the trouble of trying to walk away from my painting. Wenchu completely understood Zhao Qianshan's thoughts. There's one more problem. Siting looked at Wenchu and reminded. What? Wenchu asked with a slight frown of incomprehension. The designs you guys drew. Is everyone's style different? Siting inquired about Wenchu first. You could say that, because everyone has different habits and comes up with different designs. So the styles are all different. Wenchu nodded. While she was in school, she turned in 3 designs that pleased her instructors. It's because the style of these 3 pieces is similar to this piece you did back then. Where did these 3 pieces come from? Wenchu froze when Siting asked this question. It was indeed something she hadn't expected. During her time in school, although she hadn't paid extra attention to Zhao Qianshan's works, she would never believe it if she said her style was similar to her own. If it's not similar, then how did she paint the 3 pieces? Siting put his hand in his laptop and continued to look over the findings that Siling had sent. Sure enough, Siren checked out the 3 designs as well. Wenchu instantly widened her eyes. I drew this too. Hearing Wenchu's words, Siting looked at Wenchu. These 3 pieces, they're not finished. They're first drafts. These are the first drafts I drew for the design order I picked up, and since I had another change later, these were not used. Wenchu said as she used her own computer to pull up her finalized finished draft. I've seen plagiarizers, but I've never really seen a painting stealer. Wenchu was infuriated and kept rubbing his temples. Hatsumomo, don't be angry. As soon as Siting saw that Wenchu was really angry, he hurriedly rubbed her temples, trying to help her calm down. She got up from her chair and went over to the cupboard and pulled out the painkillers, taking one in an empty mouthful, then sat back down and made a phone call. When her senior brother, Lu Yuan, heard what happened, he started cursing through the phone. Chu, you wait, this matter senior brother will give you a breath of air first. Lu Yuan calmed down and comforted Wenchu. I happen to be going to the master's house, and I'll tell my mentor all about it. She alone wants to graduate. Dream on, Lu Yuan. Wenchu and Zhao Qianshan are the same mentor. The difference, however, was that Lu Yuan and Wenchu were the people the tutor himself wanted, and Zhao Qianshan was the one that the school authorities had forced on the tutor. The mentor had always felt that Zhao Qianshan's designs were simply unreadable, and the only ones that could be justified were the enrollment and those 3 design drawings. That's why Zhao Qianshan was given the requirement that she had to draw a design of the same level before she was allowed to graduate. After hanging up Lu Yuan's phone, Wenchu's mood calmed down quite a bit. Better? Siting kept rubbing Wenchu's temples. I'm fine. Wenchu frowned and shook her head. Her mood was calmed down quite a bit, but her head still hurt. What do you want to do? Siting inquired about Wenchu's opinion. He would help her no matter what she wanted to do. Me? Wenchu suddenly laughed. Of course it's guarding her so she can see me sign my name with her own eyes. Wenchu thought of the most stimulating way to irritate Zhao Qianshan, which was to let her see her wish dashed with her own eyes. Zhao Qianshan to you, and her social boyfriend to me. Sithin nodded. You stay out of it. Wenchu shook her head. Citing's status was special, and he couldn't be affected by this small matter. Not to mention that there must be someone willing to fight for her. Someone will take the initiative to clean him up, Wenchu said mysteriously. Si-ting looked at Wenchu's expression, and although he didn't understand what it meant, he still nodded. The two sat in the dormitory and chatted for a while before Xiaoyu came slipping in singing. Did our Miss Xiao win the lottery? Wenchu sat on a chair and looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. I wish, Xiaoyu said leisurely as she walked in. Captain Timothy, take off your shirt. I'll change your medicine. Xiaoyu took out a tray from the side and skillfully put on her gloves. Si-ting then took off his short sleeves, and when Xiaoyu raised her head and saw Si-ting's abs, her eyes widened a bit. My little Choo-choo, you eat so well. Yesterday when she helped Si-ting change the medicine, Si-ting was lying on his back, so Xiaoyu didn't see his abs on the front, and now that she saw it, she was indeed very excited. Wenchu had a helpless look on his face when he saw Xiaoyu's eyes all lit up. You change your meds properly and wait to let Sitting introduce you to men with 16-pack abs, Wenchu said helplessly. 16-pack abs? 16-pack abs? Si-ting and Xiaoyu asked in unison. Well, get 2 8-packs and you eat better, Wenchu said with a smile. I'm horny, but I don't around, and I can't handle 2. Captain Timothy, just introduce me to 1, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Hurry up and change the medicine. Wenchu handed the scissors to Xiaoyu with a helpless face. Xiaoyu was still lightly changing Si-ting's medicine, muttering as she did so, Captain Ting, are you guys in such good physical shape? Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Si-ting and Wenchu were both a bit puzzled. Look, this is the wound I just cleaned yesterday. It's already scabbed over. Xiaoyu was a little surprised. How could it recover so quickly? Wenchu and Si-ting knew what it meant as soon as they heard it. Yeah, all 8-pack abs are in good physical shape. Wenchu deliberately teased Xiaoyu. The look that Xiaoyu lifted her head to look at Wenchu was all envy. It had to be said that Xiaoyu's medical skills were really good, and the bandaging was too much better than what Wenchu had wrapped. Wenchu could only wrap Si-ting left after left, but Xiaoyu would be able to use the most convenient method to both bandage the wound and not need to wrap Si-ting into a mummy. Chapter 18, the last person Wenchu wants to see. After bandaging the wound, Si-ting had just gotten dressed when Jiang-tu suddenly came over. Boss, sister-in-law, Jiang-tu said as he looked at Si-ting and Wenchu. What's wrong? Si-ting asked calmly. There are a few people coming outside, cursing and saying they want to find their sister-in-law. Jiang-tu pointed outside the rescue point. The ones leading are a man and a woman? Wenchu asked indifferently. Yeah, besides the two. A few others looked like ponies and were carrying throwing sticks in their hands. Jiang-tu nodded. They don't deserve to come in yet. I'll meet you outside, Wenchu said and was about to go out. Oi. Who could have come here looking for you? And with a shaking stick, Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. Oh yeah, forgot about you. Wenchu twisted her head to look at Xiaoyu. What? Xiaoyu looked at Wenchu suspiciously. Those people who came outside the door came to bully me. Wenchu pretended to look at Xiaoyu with a pitiful expression. Bullying you, auntie? I can't beat them. Before Wenchu could walk out of the dormitory, Xiaoyu had already rushed out. Is this what you mean by someone cleaning up after you? Si-ting pointed at Xiaoyu, who ran away in a puff of smoke. Don't underestimate her fighting prowess, practicing martial arts from a young age. Come on, if we go late, there will be nothing left for us. After Wenchu finished speaking, she lifted her leg and ran away, knowing that the people outside the door were here to bully Wenchu. Jiang-tu whistled and shook the people to go. By the time Wenchu and Si-ting ran out, the only woman left standing outside the door was Zhao Qianshan. Her boyfriend and the minions she brought with her were all wailing on the ground, throwing sticks all over the place. Come on, it's still too late, Wenchu whispered to Si-ting. This combat power is really possible. Si-ting looked at what was in front of him, his eyes filled with admiration. When Jiang-tu and the others ran out, they froze when they saw this scene. Oh me, who's bullying who here? Zhao Zai's eyes carry a hint of confusion as Jiang-tu tells everyone that someone is bullying Wenchu. Si-ting had injuries on his body, and they were worried that Si-ting couldn't protect Wenchu, so they all ran out in droves, fearing that Wenchu would suffer. But to his surprise, Wenchu stood intact and the other party lay down a piece. Zhao Qianshan, you brought these what's-his-name pretending to be a triad to come here and look for trouble. How dare you bully Hatsu? You think you're going to live long, don't you? Xiaoyu pointed at Zhao Qianshan and cursed. When she rushed out and saw Zhao Qianshan, before she could speak, she heard her boyfriend pointing and cursing. You're Wenchu that little. As soon as Xiaoyu heard that, she knew that this was the person who bullied Wenchu, so she did it without saying a word. Right at this moment, Gu Xiao also ran out with his men, and looked at the scene in front of him. You're not Wenchu. Zhao Qianshan's boyfriend, Lu Ming, pointed at Xiaoyu and asked, that's a dirty mouth you have. Xiaoyu crouched on the ground and slapped Lu Ming twice towards his face. Zhao Qianshan, for the sake of a design drawing, you really came. Wenchu looked at Zhao Qianshan. who had scared away half of her soul, and said with a cold smile, "Wen Chu, it's against the law for you to hit people." Zhao Qianshan said as she pointed at Wen Chu momentarily at a loss for words. "Breaking the law? This is not China. This is country F, war-torn area. If I throw you out of the safe zone, you'll die for sure." Xiaoyu stood up and looked at Zhao Qianshan and said. Zhao Qianshan knew that Wen Chu was here, but didn't know that Xiaoyu was here. "You guys are too much," Zhao Qianshan shouted as she pointed at Wen Chu and Xiaoyu. "Come on, you tell me what you're running here to find Xiaochu for." Xiaoyu didn't know about Zhao Qianshan wanting the design plans. "I'm here to buy a design," Zhao Qianshan yelled with a straight face. "Buy a design? You couldn't even afford to buy one of Xiaochu's design plans even if you sold your house. I think you're trying to bring someone to rob the design plans." Xiaoyu's IQ was always online. She guessed that Zhao Qianshan was trying to grab the design when she heard it. Zhao Qianshan didn't know what to say for a moment. "Zhao Qianshan, I told you, there's no way I'm giving you the design. I won't sell it for any amount of money you give me. And, I told you too, before you try to scare me, go check which one my Wenchu's last name is." Wenchu stood by Xiaoyu's side and looked at Zhao Qianshan and said in an icy tone, "I already know what you went to college on back then. You know very well who the 3 designs you handed in belong to. In this case, I have written up the cause and effect and handed it over to the tutor and to the school. But if I can get you, Zhao Qianshan, to graduate, I'll take your last name from now on." Wenchu thought it over. Since Zhao Qianshan chose to stomp on her nose, she had no intention of letting her go. "Wenchu, I'm warning you, don't go too far." Lu Ming stood up from the ground and pointed at Wenchu. "Yo, standing up? Get on your stomach." Xiaoyu twisted her head to see Lu Ming standing up and lifted her leg. Lu Ming was once again on the ground. "How wild." Gu Xiao looked at Xiaoyu with glowing eyes. "How did you know about the 3 designs?" Zhao Qianshan looked at Wenchu with an incredulous expression. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it," Wenchu said with a cold smile. "Wenchu, with your strength, you've had a good life. Why won't you just give me a hand? It's just one design. Can't I just buy yours? Our family is not as well off as yours, and my parents worked hard for half their lives to pay for me to study abroad. I'll graduate with this design of yours. You're already in a PhD program. I just want to graduate with an undergraduate degree. Why won't you help me?" Listening to Zhao Qianshan's crying, Wenchu frowned. "What kind of tripe is this? Who gave you this name?" Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Zhao Qianshan and asked. "My grandfather." Zhao Qianshan didn't react for a moment and directly answered Xiaoyu. "What a name. You really do owe it to the fan." After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she slapped towards Zhao Qianshan's face. Having been slapped 6 times in a row, Zhao Qianshan clearly froze in place. Wenchu turned around and took his drawing board from Zhang Tu, then displayed the design. "You want this picture, don't you?" Zhao Qianshan's eyes brightened when she saw the diagram Wenchu took out. She had to recognize Wenchu's strength. She couldn't draw this picture in her lifetime. Wenchu picked up the pen on the drawing board and was about to write his name in the signature. "No!" Zhao Qianshan saw Wenchu's intentions and tried to step forward to grab the pen. Asterisk 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 Q. Xiaoyu kicked directly towards Zhao Qianshan. Zhao Qianshan, who fell to the ground, saw Wenchu sign the design with her name. "You die." After signing his name, Wenchu looked at Zhao Qianshan with cold eyes. Zhao Qianshan looked at the design drawings in front of her with a face of despair. At this moment she knew that she could not graduate. At this time, Lu Ming was also helped up by the people he brought with him. "Xiao Shan, are you alright?" Lu Ming was also quite good to Zhao Qianshan, and knew to check on Zhao Qianshan after he himself managed to stand up. "Honey, I can't graduate." Zhao Qianshan threw herself into Lu Ming's arms and cried bitterly. "Are you guys playing house?" Xiaoyu had a disgusted look on her face. "People send goose feathers for thousands of miles. You're giving away your heads here for miles?" Xiaoyu clasped her hands to her chest as she looked at the 2 people hugging together in front of her. Suddenly she turned her head to look at Wenchu and Siting. "You 2 learn from your mistakes and hurry up and cuddle too." Winchester, Gu Xiao and the others stood to the side and laughed when they heard Xiaoyu's words. Right at this moment, Zhao Qianshan's phone rang, and after she pulled out her cell phone and looked at the screen, she directly looked up at Wenchu. Wenchu then had it in her mind. She picked up the phone shakily and hung up as if she was dead. "Wenchu, are you satisfied?" Zhao Qianshan looked at Wenchu with lightless eyes. Wenchu looked at her without saying anything. "I got kicked out of school. I went to school for 4 years for nothing. You ruined me." Zhao Qianshan yelled towards Wenchu. "You were expelled from school because you took work that was supposed to be stolen to get in. What have you paid for these 4 years? Am I the one who ruined you?" "It's you who ruined yourself," Wenchu said with a cold smile. "Wenchu, I'll fight you." Zhao Qianshan finished pushing Lu Ming away and rushed towards Wenchu. Siting suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to directly pull Wenchu behind himself. Xiao Yu, who was standing to the side, reached out to stop Zhao Qianshan. In the next second, Gu Xiao rushed forward and pulled Xiaoyu behind her. raising his hand to grab Zhao Qinshan's wrist. It was only then that everyone saw clearly that Zhao Qinshan had a knife in her hand. Xiao Yu then realized that if she had just reached out to stop herself, she would definitely have been injured by the knife herself, and she looked up at Gu Xiao. A glance at, "You still dare to pull out a knife? I can't beat you." Xiao Yu returned to her senses and pushed Gu Xiao away as soon as she recovered her sight. Grabbing the knife and throwing it out, she struck towards Zhao Qinshan. While the latter was powerless to fight back and could only desperately dodge, Lu Ming saw that Zhao Qinshan had been beaten, and brought his people towards Xiao Yu to make a move, not expecting to be directly stopped by Gu Xiao, and then also began to be beaten without the ability to fight back. Everyone else stood still and watched in fascination as Xiao Yu beat up Zhao Qinshan and Gu Xiao beat up a few others. "Sito, do you sense a little different flavor?" Wen Shu asked Sighting in a small voice. "You want to say, Xiao Yu and Gu Xiao?" Sighting looked at the two people fighting in front of him. "Aha." Wen Shu nodded. The look the two just gave each other did carry a bit of something different. Sito said thoughtfully, "Hatsu, what do you want to do with her?" Xiao Yu grabbed Zhao Qinshan's hair and threw the person in front of Wen Shu. Wen Shu stared at Zhao Qinshan on the ground and thought for a long time before finally squatting in front of her. "I'll give you one last chance. If you want to live, you all get out together, or else, throw you out of the safe zone." Wen Shu looked at Zhao Qinshan and said calmly, "Wen Shu, I hate you." Zhao Qinshan looked at Wen Shu and said viciously, "Then hate it. What's the use of hating me? You can't move me or hurt me either." At this moment, she felt that the woman was pathetic. "Get us killed if you can, Wen Shu, but whenever I return to China, it will be your unlucky day. You remember, I'm Lu Ming from K City." Lu Ming, who was held down by Gu Xiao, yelled at Wen Shu, "Okay, I'll wait for you." "Winchester, capital city," Wen Shu said indifferently, then looked at Gu Xiao, signaling him to let go of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming was released, he stumbled over to Zhao Qinshan's side and picked her up, leading the way. Looking at the disappearing backs of these people, Xiao Yu had a puzzled look on her face. "Chu Chu, Zhao Qinshan was about to stab you with a knife. Why did you let them go?" Xiao Yu knew that in Country F, these people would surely die if they were thrown out of the safe zone. Wen Shu withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Yu. "You err, I wouldn't dare." Wen Shu shook her head. Her tone of voice was helpless. "Why? What's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Yu looked at Wen Shu suspiciously. "Because of you. And them." Wen Shu looked behind herself. It was Si Ting and the others. "You're a doctor. They're soldiers. You are the group that saves lives, preserves peace, and protects citizens. Shouldn't dirty your hands over these cockamamie things," Wen Shu said calmly. The moment she saw Zhao Qinshan pull out a knife, she really wanted her to die here, but she thought of these men who protected her, and shouldn't dirty their careers, their hands, for that matter. "You're just too soft-hearted. When they return to China, do you think they'll let you go?" Xiao Yu said excitedly. She couldn't wait to rush up and fight again now. "They can't beat you alone. Back in China, do you think they can touch me?" Wen Shu laughed at Xiao Yu's appearance. She knew that Xiao Yu was trying to protect herself, but had already taken the heat for herself. Moreover, she wanted to deal with these matters on her own when she returned to China and didn't want to implicate Si Ting and the others, so she chose to let Zhao Qinshan off the hook for the time being. Xiao Yu knew that Wen Shu had a soft heart, so she didn't say any more. She twisted her head to look at Gu Xiao. "Thank you for just now." Xiao Yu knew that if it wasn't for Gu Xiao's quick reflexes just now, the one who was injured would be herself. "You're welcome, it's a small thing." Gu Xiao actually blushed as he spoke. "Captain Tsunami, why are you still blushing?" Zhang Tu was not afraid to die and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu also blushed. When Shu saw Xiao Yu's reaction and didn't hold back her laughter. "Nothing else to do, is there? It's time to be on duty, time to train." Si Ting was the first to react and said as he turned his head to look at the members of the two teams. Yeah, I've got to get back to the laundry. Team Sao, I'll wash your clothes. Cheers. Wan Shan looked at Gu Xiao with an anti-smile on his face. In an instant, only Gu Xiao and Xiao Yu were left in the open space. The smile on Wen Shu's face when she returned to the dormitory simply wouldn't recede. "So happy?" Si Ting asked with a smile as he looked at Wen Shu. "It's the first time I've seen you wear a blush at the sight of a man." She used to be the one to tease people's male models until they blushed and were shy. Wen Shu sat on the chair. "Happy." Just after 2 words, Zhang Tu walked in with Wen Shu's drawing board. "Sister-in-law, you painted this?" Zhang Tu asked curiously as he pointed at the work on the drawing board. "Well, I drew it." Wen Shu nodded as she took the drawing board. "Your painting is really good. No wonder someone would come here to ask you for a painting." Zhang Tu said with a face of admiration. "It's not that I'm a good painter, it's that she's so bad." Wen Shu very much despised Zhao Qinshan. She believed that talent could be poor, but hard work could make up for clumsiness. Zhao Qinshan had to take the step that made people loathe and spit on her, which was stealing. This time, The incident had taught Wenshu a lesson that his own sense of copyright was too poor. Chapter 19, Wenshu's fervent suitor. Hatsu, if anyone bullies you in the future, you can do without thinking about us. We're soldiers, but we don't protect people who hurt our fellow soldiers. All identities aside, you're my woman and it's only right that I protect you. Si Ting took Wenshu's hand and said seriously, I'm trying not to let you leave people talking over this little thing. They weren't important people in the first place, so when I return to China, I'll just slowly clean them up. Wenshu said softly. Si Ting looked at the little girl in front of him and gently rubbed her soft hair before taking her into his arms. The atmosphere in the room instantly became ambiguous. Si Ting lowered his head. His thin lips slowly approached Wenshu's soft lips. Knock knock. There was a knock on the dormitory door and the two men looked at each other helplessly. Wenshu stood up and opened the door. Or was it Gang Tu? Sister-in-law, there's someone at the door looking for you again. Jiang Tu pointed at the entrance of the compound and said, looking for me? Wenshu looked at Jiang Tu suspiciously. Besides Zhao Qianshan, who else would come to find herself? Well, a man. Looks like he just got off the plane with a lot of luggage. Jiang Tu nodded. Men? Wenshu was even more confused. She was about to go out to take a look when she saw Qiaoyu darting towards her, followed by Gu Xiao. Is Captain Cao running after Qiaoyu? Wenshu pointed at the two people who were darting around, feeling a bit amused. I feel like Qiaoyu came to find you. Si Ting looked at Qiaoyu who was running fast. Hatsumomo! Hatsumomo! Qiaoyu ran in front of Wenshu and came to a sharp stop, holding onto Wenshu's shoulders and breathing heavily. You saw a ghost? Wenshu helped Qiaoyu smooth out her breath. He's coming. Qiaoyu pointed in the direction of the compound's entrance. Who? Wenshu frowned with a puzzled expression. Statements. Qiaoyu took a few breaths and finally slowed down. Statement. Wenshu looked at Qiaoyu in shock. We were both just skulking around outside talking, and I watched the statement come in dragging a suitcase. Why does he know you're here? Qiaoyu briefly explained the situation. How do I know? Wenshu's tone rose. What do you want to do? There's no place for you to hide in this poor countryside. Qiaoyu looked at Wenshu with some sympathy. Go out and tell him that I have returned home. Statement is Wenshu's classmate in M. He likes Wenshu a lot. After chasing wildly for 3 years, he followed Wenshu wherever she went. In Wenshu's eyes, statements were like the plague. Sister-in-law, it's late. Jiang Tu looked at Wenshu with some embarrassment. Wenshu looked at Jiang Tu. I told him I needed to come in and ask your permission first before he could come in, so he knows you're here. Jiang Tu felt as if he had gotten into trouble. Winchester, little Chu-Chu, just resign yourself to your fate. Xiaoyu had just finished speaking when she saw Si Ting standing behind Wenshu. Nope, you have Captain Timothy now. Why are you hiding from him? Xiaoyu said as she pointed at Si Ting. Wenshu looked back at Si Ting. Yeah, what am I hiding from him for? I'd like to ask. Who are the statements? Gu Xiao looked at the two girls in front of him in disbelief. When he spoke to Xiaoyu just now, when Xiaoyu saw this man, she scattered her legs and ran as if she had seen a ghost. Statement, our classmate in M. Hatsumomo's avid suitor. From the day he started chasing Hatsumomo, no matter where Hatsumomo hid, he could find her. It's like putting a locator on Hatsumomo. He remembers all of the prima donna's preferences, even their physiological periods and which brand of aunt's napkin they use. After Qiaoyu finished speaking, Gu Xiao looked at Si Ting. Isn't this a pervert? It can be understood that way. Xiaoyu nodded approvingly. First wait. Wenshu thought of something and pulled out her cell phone to make a call. Lu Yuan, you're crazy aren't you? As soon as the phone was connected, Wenshu started to raise hell. Wenshu had a lifeless expression when she hung up the phone. Statement squatted in front of Master's drawing room, heard me and Master on the phone, and then came over by herself. Hatsumomo, to be honest, I feel touched that such a man would be willing to go through fire for you and chase you to the ends of the earth. Xiaoyu looked at Wenshu with a fake sympathetic face. This blessing is for you. Do you want it? Wenshu blankly glanced at Xiaoyu. I'm just not blessed. Xiaoyu shook her head frantically. Never mind. Omi, take him to the conference room. Wenshu looked to Jiang Tu. She had to have a good chat with the statement for once. Citing, you all wait for me in the dormitory first. I'll have a chat with him. Wenshu turned around and gave Si Ting a reassuring look. Captain Timothy, don't worry. The statement is not dangerous because he doesn't want to hurt Hatsumomo. Anyone who knows that statement likes Wenshu knows that in statement's eyes, Wenshu is the sky. Wenshu sat in the conference room, and when the door to the conference room opened, statement rushed in dustily. Xiao Chu. The moment statement saw Wenshu, he wanted to rush forward and hug Wenshu. Statement, calm down. Wenshu subconsciously took a step backward. Prim, I'm sorry, I'm so happy to have found you. Statement stood still, calming himself. It's okay, you sit down first. Wenshu said calmly. Statement sat back in his chair and looked at Winchester. Did you come to see me for something? Wenshu asked lightly. I hoofed it over here as soon as I knew you were here. Xiao Chu, this is a war zone. It's too dangerous. Let me take you away. Statement looked at Wenshu with a worried face. Wenshu sat down across from the Statement and shook his head. Do you know why I'm here in here? Hearing Wenshu's words, Statement was a bit puzzled. I'm here to keep my boyfriend company. After Wenshu finished speaking, Statement's entire body froze in his chair. Hatsu, you're kidding, right? After a while, Statement looked back at Wenshu. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Wenshu shook her head and said seriously. Koru, you know, I've always liked you. How can you have a boyfriend? The Statement was a bit unable to accept the fact that Wenshu already had a boyfriend. Statement, you know, I don't have any idea about you wanting to date. Not even, like, a good friend. Wenshu bluntly put her thoughts into words. I appreciate that you like me, but your liking has become a nuisance and a burden to me. I wish you would let go of this obsession and stop surrounding yourself with me. The Statement's eyes dimmed when Wenshu said this. You know, I've liked you for years. I liked you from the first moment I saw you. Statement said as he stood up from his chair and walked over to the two large suitcases he had brought with him. Opening them, he took out the contents one by one. I learned that you were here and guessed that conditions must be tough. It's the same brands of painting tools you always use. Here's the drawing board, the brushes. These are the tampons you use when you're on your period. All the brands you use most. It's your favorite brand of skincare. I got the whole set. Here are 2 bottles of perfume in your favorite scent. These are toiletries, all your usual brands. Wenshu looked at Statement, who was squatting on the ground to get something out of the suitcase, and shook his head helplessly. This is my boyfriend. Sitting. Wenshu interrupted the Statement and walked over to Si Ting, who had just walked in from outside. Upon hearing Wenshu's words, Statement's movements paused. He raised his head to look at Si Ting, and there was undisguised reluctance in his eyes. Hatsu, this is your favorite. Statement, it's sighting I like. Wenshu interrupted the Statement again. Statement lowered his head and was silent. After a long time, Statement got up from the ground and looked at Sighting. I'm going to fight you fair. You have no chance of winning. Sito said faintly. I believe that one day I will impress Xiaochu. The Statement remained undeterred. Statement, you've been chasing me for 3 years and we still haven't gotten together. Sito and I, who have known each other for less than 2 weeks, managed to be together. Emotional matters have nothing to do with time. Wenshu's tone was filled with helplessness. She didn't even know how else to reject him. In 3 years, she had refused to state it no less than 50 times, but he wouldn't listen no matter what she said. Xiaochu, just give me a chance, okay? He can't possibly love you more than I do. He can't possibly know you as well as I do. I really like you. Give me a chance, okay? The Statement still didn't listen to anything and looked at Wenshu with scarlet eyes. Si Ting pulled Wenshu directly into his arms and wrapped one arm around Wenshu's shoulders. You'll never get a chance in this life. I didn't come to you to play your so-called fair game. What you've done has seriously affected Hatsu's life. It's already late in the day, and since you know Hatsu, you can stay here. I'll send a car to take you to the airport first thing in the morning. If you disturb Hatsu again, I'll make you pay. After Si Ting finished speaking, he directly left the conference room with Wenshu in his arms, and Statement stood frozen in place. His mind repeated over and over again what Sighting had said, that what he had done had seriously affected Wenshu's life, but he didn't want to influence her. He just wanted to pursue her and make her say yes to him. You, come with me. Jiang walked in with a cold face and looked at the Statement. Statement looked at Gungtu in disbelief. I'll take you to your dorm and I'll take you to the airport first thing in the morning. Jiang didn't look at Statement with a good face. The person who wanted to steal his sister-in-law. He was automatically categorized in the enemy's team. When Chu returned to the dormitory with Si Ting, and she sat down directly on her but on a chair, stating it is literally a hurdle for me in the 20 years I've been alive. It's the man God sent to me to sharpen me. When Chu said with a bit of a headache, he confessed to you many times? Si Ting poured a cup of water for Wen Chu and sat down across from her. It's been 7, 8, 9, 10 times in the last 3 years, if not 100, a dozen times just holding up the ring and confessing. 999 roses delivered more than 20 times, just like a stalker. Wherever I am, he finds me. Wen Chu broke down more and more as she spoke, and by the end of the day, her entire body was troubled. Don't think about it. Si Ting looked at Wen Chu, whose brows were furrowed, and directly took her hand, interrupting Wen Chu's memories. Give him to me, will you? Si Ting had it in his mind. After he finished speaking he stood up from his chair, and just as he was about to walk out he saw Jiang Tu leading the statement towards the outside of the rescue point. At the entrance of the conference room stood Gu Xiao and Xiao Yu, and the two of them made an okay gesture towards Si Ting. Statement saw Si Ting, who was standing in front of the dormitory door, looking at himself, and walked towards him. You win, I'll quit myself. Statement came up and spoke to Sighting. Wen Chu, who was sitting in the dormitory. was also a bit puzzled and stood up and walked over to Si Ting's side. I want you to be good to Prim, and if I ever learn that you're bullying her, I'll come back and pursue her again. After finished talking to Si Ting, he looked at Wen Chu again. Koru, I won't stay here anymore. I'm going to the airport now. Back to M country. Hatsu, I wish you well. I've come a long way to bring you these, so take them. After stating this, he placed the suitcase in his hand in front of Wen Chu, then followed Jiang Tu and left without looking back. Wen Chu and Si Ting looked at each other. What was going on? Hatsumomo, thank Captain Tsunami. Xiaoyu walked over and pointed at Gu Xiao with a smile on her face. Team Tsunami, how did you do that? Si Ting asked in disbelief as he watched the back of the statement. Captain Tsunami just asked the statement a few questions, and when he couldn't answer them, he gave up on his own. Xiaoyu said triumphantly, as if she was the one who had persuaded the statement away. What's the problem? Wen Chu looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously. Captain Tsunami asked him about that necklace you're wearing around your neck. It's the latest model of the season. Over $9 million. The bracelet on your hand, a limited global model of the same brand, is over $8 million. These shoes on your feet are $90,000. This t-shirt you're wearing, over $30,000. These things, Captain Timothy wants to buy for you. It's as easy as going to the market and buying a steamed bun. If you're with him, what's he going to buy you? Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Wen Chu froze, then looked down at her bracelet and necklace. She didn't expect Gu Xiao to recognize these brands. Is that all? Si Ting looked over at Gu Xiao. Of course it's more than that. Gu Xiao shook his head. Next, it's time for me to come out. Xiaoyu patted her chest and said, I told him about your room in the old Wen family mansion in the capital city. Over 120 square feet. And then asked in passing, how many square feet is his house? He would have nothing to say. Then Team Tsunami told him that relationships have to be based on a door-to-door relationship in order to live happily ever after. Chances are, he struggled his whole life and can't even afford a piece of your jewelry. So what's he got to keep you alive? After that, the statement doesn't say a word. He was silent for a moment, then looked to Gangtu and asked him to drive himself to the airport. Finally told us he wouldn't be bothering you. Xiaoyu told Wen Chu everything in one breath. Wen Chu had a feeling of relief after hearing this. Chapter 20. Si Ting's recovery slowed down. Just as everyone was about to say something else, the alarm at the rescue point went off. Gu Xiao and Si Ting raised their legs and were about to run towards the dormitory. Hey, you stay here, Gu Xiao said, pointing at Si Ting, who was still wounded, and then ran off on his own, rushing out a minute later in his combat uniform. Another mission. Xiaoyu looked at the two quickly assembled teams and said with some concern, Wen Chu, Xiaoyu, please rush to the medical point immediately. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, the rescue point's horn sounded once again. Move. Wen Chu and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and also ran away. In the entire rescue point, only Si Ting and Lu Chang, who was also not healed, were left. Lu Chang is now able to walk around freely. He stood at the door of the dormitory looking at his comrades who ran away, and could not stop the loss and worry in his eyes. Chanzi. Si Ting walked up to Lu Chang. Team Timothy. Lu Chang stood up straight and looked at Si Ting. Get well and don't think about it. Si Ting could see Lu Chang's loss. Team Timothy, I feel like I can go out on a mission, but Team Tsunami keeps disagreeing with me returning to the team. Lu Chang looked at the vehicle driving out of the rescue point and said dejectedly, you definitely can't return to the team until a doctor issues a report on your recovery. You're in a hurry. I'm in a bigger hurry than you are. My whole team fought on the front lines and I was the only one left here. All we can do now is not add to the chaos and get well, Si Ting said, handing Lu Chang the 2 bottles of collagen in his shirt pocket. Team Timothy, what is this? Lu Chang received the collagen and looked at Si Ting suspiciously. Drink it, it will help you recover from your wounds. After Si Ting finished speaking, he walked towards the medical point. Even though he couldn't go on missions right now, he sat out in the yard at the medical site when he wasn't doing anything, just in case there's a problem at the point of care that no one can handle. Captain Timothy, how come your recovery from this wound has gotten slower in the past few days? Xiaoyu sat in Wen Chu's dormitory, observing Si Ting's wounds. It's gotten slower? Wen Chu looked down at Si Ting's wounds and realized that his wounds really hadn't changed much in the past 2 days. It's probably the heat, Si Ting said calmly. The first few days were exceptionally fast, but the rate of healing is only normal for the last few days, based on normal recovery. The rate of healing before was not normal. Xiaoyu gave Si Ting the wound while treating it. Timbers, Lu Chang's voice suddenly came from the doorway of the dormitory. Wen Chu, Si Ting and Xiaoyu simultaneously turned their heads to look at the doorway. Changzi, what's wrong? Si Ting looked at Lu Chang and asked, Team Timothy, I can return to the team. Thank you for the medicine you've been giving me the past few days, Lu Chang said excitedly. Medicine? Wen Chu looked at Lu Chang suspiciously. Sister-in-law, Team Timothy has been giving 2 bottles of medicine every day for the past few days, and I've been recovering especially fast after drinking them. Just now Dr. Yu has approved my return to the team. The excitement in Lu Chang's eyes could not be concealed. Okay, go back and get ready. Si Ting hurriedly interrupted Lu Chang. Captain Timothy, what kind of medicine do you have? So powerful, Xiao Yu asked in disbelief. It's not medicine, it's collagen. Medical school collagen. Wen Shu instantly reacted to the fact that Si Ting had given Lu Chang all the collagen he had given him, so Lu Chang's recovery had become faster. Chapter 21, Wen Shu's emergency return to China. After Xiao Yu finished bandaging Si Ting, she went straight back to the medical point. Only Wen Shu and Si Ting were left in the dormitory. I'm going out for a smoke. Sit down. Si Ting's ass in the chair was yelled at by Wen Shu before he could get up. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Si Ting honestly sat down on the chair. Tell me about it. Wen Shu stared at Si Ting with her arms folded across her chest. Sito paused. You're right to want to help Smoothie recover sooner. Why take your own? Is there so much more here, laying around? Wen Shu pointed to the box that lay against the wall. Hatsumomo, I'm okay, I was almost done. Those are yours. Little girls like to be pretty. Si Ting stood up from his chair and walked over to Wen Shu, rubbing her soft hair. He knew that Wen Shu's intention of bringing these over was to drink them himself, and he was too embarrassed to ask for 2 more bottles from Wen Shu to give to Lu Chang. So every day he gave Lu Chang all the ones that Wen Shu gave him. Wen Shu had just pushed Si Ting away to say something when the special warrior on duty knocked on the door. After Wen Shu opened the door, the person outside pointed in the direction of the main entrance and said a few words. Okay, I got it. Thanks. Wen Shu nodded and turned to look at Si Ting. Since you've been drinking collagen for nothing for so long, it's always okay to do some work. After Si Ting followed Wen Shu to the door of the rescue point, he saw a dozen large boxes piled up in the open space. He saw at a glance what was in these boxes and then looked at Wen Shu, who laughed. Captain Timothy, these are for your special ops team to keep in your lounge from now on. As soon as Wen Chao's words fell, Si Ting took a step forward and wrapped Wen Chou into his arms. One hand clasped the back of Wen Chao's head then kissed him deeply. Holy, what are these 2 doing? Xiao Yu and Wang Nan stood in the courtyard of the medical point, looking at the 2 people embracing and kissing at the entrance of the rescue point, watching with wide eyes. What are these 2 doing here, and do we have to explain? Wang Nan looked at Wen Shu, who was kissing Si Ting, and felt a little lost in his heart. Are you 2 standing at the first scene of the eating? Yu Tong walked out and walked over to Xiao Yu and Wang Nan, saying with a gossipy face, live, it does look good. Xiao Yu nodded. The Special Forces team members on duty were also excited as they watched the 2 people embracing and kissing, and secretly snapped pictures with their cell phones. When the Special Forces members who had gone out on the mission came back, they saw a dozen or so more large boxes in the lounge, and they all leaned forward to look at them curiously. This is what Hatsu bought for everyone, so in the future, if you have any skin wounds, you can all take and drink it yourself. 2 bottles a day will help everyone recover from their wounds, Sithin said as he looked at his team. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Everyone looked at Wen Shu and thanked him. Wen Shu just smiled and shook her head. You guys deserve the best. While everyone was chatting, Wen Shu's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Lu Yuan's call. Sure Fu. Wen Shu picked up the phone and walked towards the door. More than half an hour later, Wen Shu walked in and called Si Ting away. After the 2 returned to the dormitory, Si Ting looked suspiciously at Wen Shu, who didn't look too good. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Shu hesitated for a few seconds and then spoke. Si Ting, I'm going to return home first. What happened? Si Ting heard this and frowned. Zhao Qianshan and the others went back to China and then reported me for falsifying my thesis under my real name. Now I have to go back and cooperate with the school's investigation. Otherwise it will affect my ability to study for the doctorate. Wen Shu said helplessly. Can you handle going back on your own? What day do you leave? Si Ting asked with some concern. It shouldn't be a problem. I write my own papers and I know them well. I just finished checking. There's a flight tonight. I'm leaving today. Wen Shu couldn't afford to delay here. The school had only given her a week to prove it. I'll see you off. Sithin nodded. Wen Shu simply packed her bags, considering that she would be back, so she didn't take away any of her change of clothes. She ran to the medical point to say hello to Xiao Yu and the others, and Si Ting sent Wen Shu to the airport. You stay safe here. I'll come back for you when I'm done. Wen Shu looked at Si Ting and barked. Good. It's Siren's WeChat. I pushed it to you. He'll pick you up at the airport when you get back. Feel free to call him for anything. Si Ting pushed Siren's WeChat to Wen Shu and then sent Wen Shu into the airport, where he didn't leave until he saw the plane to China take off. After nearly 20 hours of flying, Wen Shu finally landed at the capital city airport. She had just exited the gate when she saw a man who looked like Si Ting standing at the exit leaning on the railing. Hello, Are you Siren? Wenshu walked up and greeted politely. Seeing the girl in front of him, Si-rin stood up straight and nodded with a gangly smile. Little sister-in-law. Hearing Si-rin's words, Wenshu was a little embarrassed. Little sister-in-law, I'll get your bag. Let's go. Si-rin took Wenshu toward the airport exit. Just walked to the parking lot. Wenshu saw two people from the next car out, were talking and laughing. Hubby, it's still you who's smart enough to directly report Wenshu for forgery. If I can't graduate, Wenshu won't be able to study for a doctorate. Zhao Qianshan looked at Lu Ming beside her with a smug expression. Si-rin, who had just put his suitcase in the trunk, looked at Zhao Qianshan in confusion after hearing this. Wenshu? Isn't his own little sister-in-law called Wenshu? He turned his head to look at Wenshu again and saw the look on his face. Cho Sin-san? Si-rin closed the trunk and called out Zhao Qianshan's name directly. Wenshu was a bit puzzled when she heard that Si-rin was able to call out her name, but immediately figured out that Zhao Qianshan's information was what Si-rin had looked up, so he naturally knew. Handsome, you recognize me? Zhao Qianshan froze, and when she saw Si-rin standing next to the trunk of the Bentley, she instantly changed her face and her tone was much gentler. I really don't want to know you. Si-rin looked at Zhao Qianshan with her arms wrapped around her chest. Little sister-in-law, you came back from F. It's for her to report you, isn't it? Si-rin looked at Wenshu, but pointed his finger at Zhao Qianshan's face. Wenshu nodded, then stood in front of Zhao Qianshan. Do you remember what I told you in Country F? Lu Ming also froze for a few seconds the moment he saw Wenshu. He didn't think it would be such a coincidence that he happened to meet Wenshu at the airport. I told you so too. Little, as long as I see you in China, it will be your bad luck. Lu Ming was furious when he thought of the beating he received in F country, and he raised his hand and swung it towards Wenshu. The next second, the slap was caught firmly. Si-rin put away the gangly look on his face, his body surrounded by a cold aura. What the hell are you? Is my little sister-in-law something you can touch? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ming was thrown to the ground by Si-rin in an over-the-shoulder slam. Honey, Zhao Qianshan hurriedly squatted down and helped Lu Ming up. Who the are you again? How dare you hit even me? Lu Ming stood up and looked at Si-rin with a wretched face. Siren. Si-rin resumed his gangly face and stood by Wenshu's side staring at Lu Ming. I'm your mom. Splat. With a sound, Lu Ming looked shocked at this slap that Wenshu had thrown at himself. This slap is a payback for the one you just tried to hit me with. Wenshu looked at Zhao Qianshan again after she finished speaking. Snap. Without waiting for Zhao Qianshan to react, Wenshu slapped Zhao Qianshan again. This slap is to return the work you stole from me. Snap. This slap is payback for the stab you tried to stab me with in F. Snap. This slap is to pay you back for falsely accusing me of falsifying my thesis. These 4 slaps from Wenshu slapped Zhao Qianshan and Lu Ming completely confused. In Zhao Qianshan's eyes, Wenshu was a soft and weak woman who didn't speak loudly much, let alone hit people. Lu Ming was not expecting at all that he would be slapped in the face by a woman after being hit by a man. Little sister-in-law. Nah, alcohol wipes to sterilize. Si-rin handed Wenshu an alcohol wet wipe with a look of amusement. Wenshu subconsciously took the wet wipes and wiped her hands. Then Si-rin raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and in a matter of seconds, several people jumped down from the business car next door to the Bentley. Second young master. The person leading the group walked up to Siren and greeted him respectfully. Take these 2 away from me. I'll clean them up when my little sister-in-law is done with things. Si-rin pointed at Zhao Qianshan and Lu Ming. He knew what the purpose of Wenshu's return was, and when Wenshu was on the airplane, Si Ting had already called to talk about it all. Do you have any idea who I am? Lu Ming was controlled by Si-rin's men, struggling and shouting at the same time. I don't know. Siren had a wicked grin on her face. But you have to know who I am. After Si-rin finished speaking, he waved his hand towards his men, and Lu Ming and Zhao Qianshan were brought onto the commercial vehicle. Little sister-in-law, let's go. Si-rin twisted his head to look at Wenshu on the side, then walked to the passenger seat and pulled open the door. Waiting for Wenshu to get on the car, he closed the door and walked to the driver's seat and drove away from the airport. Thank you for earlier. Wenshu twisted her head to look at Si-rin, who was driving. Little things. Little sister-in-law, you were so handsome when you hit someone just now. Si-rin also didn't expect the delicate-looking Wenshu to be able to hit someone. Those two are just too much of a bully. Wenshu said helplessly. I'll keep them both at my place for now, and I'll help you with whatever you want to do with them after that, Siren said as she drove. Wenshu heard this and nodded gently. Little sister-in-law, my brother is in F. How is he? Si-rin suddenly asked Wenshu. He knew that Country F was a war-torn country, so he had been worried since he knew he was in Country F. He was injured in F, but it's no big deal. Wenshu didn't hide it from Si-rin, so she told him the general situation. Chapter 22, Using Academics to Vouch for You. After listening to Wenshu's story about what happened to Si Ting in Country F, Si-rin's expression became much more serious. Little sister-in-law, would you like to persuade my brother to retire? Si-rin parked the car in the parking lot of the Capital University and asked Wenshu seriously. Hearing Si-rin's words, Wenshu turned her head to look at Si-rin. Retired? Yes, retired. Little sister-in-law. You also know the status of the Si family in the capital city. My brother was never interested in business growing up and was hell-bent on going into the military. But his soldiering is so specific that it's the equivalent of having your head on a panty belt. He is the eldest grandson of the Si family. Once. Moving forward, Si-rin didn't say anything. Wenshu was silent for a while after hearing this. None of us can be Sighting's master. His heart is in the army. So what if he's retired? All we can do is, he protects his family. We guard him. You take care of Si's family and I'll take care of him. Keep him on the front line with no worries. Wenshu said firmly after thinking carefully. Si-rin looked at Wenshu's firm eyes and subconsciously nodded. Little sister-in-law, I suddenly understand why my brother likes you. At this moment, Si-rin had to admit that Si-ting's vision was very good. Sito and I, running in both directions. Wenshu smiled. Little sister-in-law, you go and get busy. I'll wait for you here. Call me if anything happens. Si-rin waved his hand towards Wenshu. You don't have to wait for me. I don't know how long it will take me to get better. I'll just go straight to the hotel when I'm done. Wenshu was well aware of the situation he was going to face. I wouldn't dare go. My brother told me I had to stay with you and let you stay at my place for the night. Si-rin said and handed Wenshu the chat logs of himself and Si-ting. After Wenshu took it and read the chat records of the two, she raised her head and looked at Si-rin. I'm staying at your place? Is he crazy? He's not comfortable with you living on your own, and both the old Wen family home and the old Si family home are being renovated. I'm still comfortable with you staying at my place, but if something happens to you living out there, my brother can chop me up. Si-rin shook her head hurriedly as she thought about her brother's angry appearance. Okay, I'll go up first then. Wenshu pointed to the school building, where his mentor was waiting for him inside. Si-rin looked at Wenshu's walking away figure, took a picture and sent it to Si-ting. After receiving the photo, Si-ting unconsciously hooked up the corner of his mouth. Look at the look on the boss's face. You guys, well, the don't money smile is back. The special warriors who were eating in the cafeteria said quietly while looking at Si-ting. Look at our tsunami team. Their eyes are dropping on the other Dr. Joe. Zhang Sheng pointed to Gu Xiao, who hadn't even eaten his meal on one side, and kept his eyes on Xiao Yu's body. This F country is a great place. Two captains can find girlfriends. Why can't we? Zhang Tu said with a sigh. Omi, don't think about your girlfriend. You might as well think about the fitness test when your timbers return. You can't pass the test. You'll be penalized again. Song Feng said with a smile. The timbers fitness test was real tough. It's scarier than Team Tsunami. Zhang Tu instantly wilted at the thought of this. Your timbers are training you with what he demands of himself. I heard that Team Tsunami is planning to learn from Team Timothy as well. Lu Chang thought of what Si-ting and Gu Xiao had said when they sat in his dormitory chatting earlier. What? Gu Xiao's teammates looked at Lu Chang in shock. That's right. Tsunami said it himself when Tsunami and Timothy came to visit me in my dorm. Team Timothy, they've had fewer injuries than us on missions 3 years in a row. That's why Team Tsunami is also planning to learn from Team Timothy and strengthen our team's training. Lu Chang said what he knew. Jesus, the timbers are practically the devil's training. No. One-ranked team in special teams doesn't blow it. Gu Xiao's teammates shook their heads and wailed. What's going on with your team there? Xiaoyu heard the sounds over here and turned her head to look at Gu Xiao's crew. Gu Xiao's mind was on Xiaoyu just now, so where did he know what his teammates were saying? He also shook his head in confusion. Smoothie told them about your training program afterward. Si-ting put away his cell phone and reminded Gu Xiao. No wonder, all the various ghosts there. Gu Xiao instantly understood. Dr. Joe, when can I return to the team? Si-ting looked at Xiaoyu inquiringly. As per Hatsumomo's advice, she wants you to return to the team when you're fully recovered. Xiaoyu ate her fill and placed her chopsticks on the dinner plate. And according to you? As soon as Si-ting heard Xiaoyu's words, he knew that this was negotiable. According to me, you can return to the team, but you can't do upper body strength training. Your wounds have scabbed over and receded before you can gradually return to normal training. Xiaoyu could tell that Si-ting had returned and decided to release him to the team. Thank you Dr. Joe. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Si-ting's eyes lit up. Take care of yourself. Chuchu will be back in a few days, and if anything goes wrong with you, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Xiaoyu hurriedly reminded Si-ting. I'll watch him. No problem. Gu Xiao hurriedly volunteered. Only then did Xiaoyu nod reassuringly. Teacher, I've said all I have to say. When Shu sat in front of her mentor, Sun Hong, and explained everything that had happened between herself and Zhao Qianshan. Hatsu, before you came back, I had already vouched for you with the school with myself. All these years you were with me in M. I know your character and strength better than anyone else. You go back and write me a note on the specifics of this matter. You stay in the capital city now for the next few days, and return to F country when you come out with the results of the process. Sun Hong liked Wenshu very much. It was the most powerful student he had ever brought up, and because he knew Wenshu well enough, he dared to vouch for her with his academics. Okay, I'll go back in a few minutes and write up the fact sheet. Wenshu nodded. Did you know that Jo Sin-san came to school just now? Sun Hong looked at Wenshu and said helplessly. When he was in M country, he didn't like Zhao Qianshan very much, but he also didn't expect her to do so many ridiculous things. Hearing Sun Hen's words, Wenshu hesitated for a few seconds. Teacher, I know. Sun Hong nodded. You guys had a conflict in F country, and with her expulsion from school, she's holding a grudge against you. Her boyfriend isn't exactly an honest man, so you need to be safe. Sun Hong reminded Wenshu. Teacher, let's not say anything superfluous. All I can tell you is that I won't let Zhao Qianshan go, and neither will the Wen family. By not telling you, I'm hoping that the teacher is completely disassociated from what I'm going to do next. Wenshu stood up and bowed towards Sun Hen. Child, protect yourself. Sun Hong understood something, and he could only help Wenshu academically, but he knew that after leaving the school gates, Wenshu had his own people to protect him. Chapter 23, Wenshu is his. When Wenshu walked back to the parking lot, it was already 8:30 p.m. She saw Si-rin standing by the car, smoking a cigarette and looking at his cell phone. Sorry for making you wait so long. Wenshu looked at Si-rin with some embarrassment. Little sister-in-law. It's okay. Get in the car. Si-rin watched Wenshu walk over, so he extinguished his cigarette, then opened the passenger seat. And when Wenshu got into the car he closed the door with his hand, then walked to the driver's seat himself. Come on, I'll buy you dinner. Wenshu looked at Si-rin, who was sitting in the driver's seat with his seatbelt fastened, and said with a smile, after all, he had waited for himself for hours, so it was only right to buy him a meal. Little sister-in-law, my brother has a lot of money, let's both spend his, we don't need to save it for him. Siren chuckled as she drove. Sithan? Wenshu didn't understand what Guan Sighting was doing. My brother just hit me up for money to take care of you. Si-rin smiled and shook his head. He had plenty of money, but Si-ting had said that Wenshu was his person, so he reimbursed all expenses. Fine, spend his money to go. Wenshu smiled after hearing what happened. The two went to a restaurant, and after eating Si-rin took Wenshu back to his villa. Little sister-in-law, this is the largest guest room. I've already arranged for the maid to pack it up. Si-rin brought Wenshu into a guest room, which was cleaned up. You'll stay here for the time you're back in the capital city. Si-rin arranged for the servants to bring in all of Wenshu's luggage. Okay, thank you, please. Wenshu nodded. Right now it's fine for her to live anywhere. The top priority is to get her own statement of case written first. Si-rin knew that Wenshu was already very tired after a long flight and being called to talk for hours after getting off the plane, so he didn't bother her and went straight to his room. Wenshu first called Si-ting and talked for more than an hour before hanging up the video. She pulled out her laptop, and she began to write a description of the situation. Early the next morning, Si-rin came out of his room, and the servants in the house immediately came up to report. Second young master, it seems like Miss Wen hasn't slept all night. The maid pointed to the guest room. Hearing the maid's words, Si-rin frowned and looked toward the guest room's closed door. How do you know? Siren said, looking at the servant. When the gardener was working in the garden in the morning, he saw Ms. When sitting on the balcony looking at the computer. The gardeners in the house all get up at 5 in the morning, and at 5 o'clock Wenshu was sitting on the balcony, and must have been up all night. I'll go up and see. Siren turned back to the second floor and walked to the guest room door and knocked. Sure enough, Wenshu's voice immediately came out from the room. Please come in. Si-rin opened the door and walked in. Wenshu had already washed up and changed her clothes, but the red bloodshot eyes said it all. Little sister-in-law, why aren't you sleeping? Si-rin frowned slightly at Wenshu. It's okay. I wrote up the situation statement overnight and I'll send it to the school later. I need to cooperate with the school to investigate this as soon as possible, and I have to go back to F. The verbal communication skills of the paramedics over there are poor. Wenshu this night, just answering the phone received 5. All are with the injured cannot communicate. Xiao Yu and Wang Nan called. You give me a description of the situation. You stay home and rest, and I'll drop you off at school. Si-rin looked at Wenshu's face which was really a bit bad, so he directly stated the solution. I'll go by myself. The school will definitely still have to talk to me. Wenshu said somewhat helplessly. It's okay, I'll call you if I need to talk, or I'll come back and get you. My brother's going to get on my case if he finds out I didn't take care of you. Si-rin's tone brooked no refusal. Okay then. Wenshu handcuffed the written situation description to a USB flash drive and handed it to Si-rin. Bring breakfast up to little sister-in-law, and let no one disturb her rest. Si-rin drove to the school after instructing the servants in the house before he left the house. In the principal's office of the capital city university, the principal sat on the sofa making tea and looking at Si-rin, who was sitting across from him. Second young master, what has happened that requires you to come here in person? The principal's forehead was in a cold sweat. The Si family was the biggest sponsor of the capital city university. The gymnasium, laboratory building, and dormitory building were all sponsored by the Si family. Principal Cho, here's a statement of the situation. Wen Chu, a doctoral student at the School of Design, is my little sister-in-law. She came back from graduate school in M and was rumored to have falsified her thesis, which interfered with her regular doctoral studies. Si-rin laid a printed statement of the situation in front of the principal. Little sister-in-law? Principal Zhao looked at Si-rin suspiciously. Sighting's fiancé. Si-rin picked up her teacup and took a sip. The young master's fiancé. Principal Zhou picked up the fact sheet and read it carefully. Second youngest. I won't lie to you. I do know about this matter. Wen Chu, the eldest Miss Wen family. It's her right, isn't it? Principal Zhao confirmed with Si-rin. Yes. Si-rin nodded faintly. Her mentor, Professor Sun Hung, is Wen Chu's graduate school advisor in M country. When Professor Sun returned to China, Wen Chu followed him back. This matter was yesterday when Prof. Sun had already taken his academics to vouch for Wen Chu, guarantee that all the honors, theses, and design drawings that Wen Chu has received were all done by herself, without any cheating or faking. After Principal Zhao finished speaking, Si-rin raised his eyes to look at Principal Zhao. It was something he didn't know and didn't expect. His own little sister-in-law was so good that a professor took his academics to vouch for her. But the whistleblower is a real name, and it's gotten to the school board in addition to the school. The school needs Winchester to write this statement of circumstances himself and then wait for the results of the investigation. Principal Zhao's heart trembled as he spoke, and he watched Si-rin's expression change as he spoke. But Si-rin's expression didn't have any ups and downs from start to finish. 2 days, and in 2 days I'll bring my little sister-in-law here myself. The school told my little sister-in-law the results of the investigation in person. Si-rin looked at Principal Zhao, and the expression on his face told the latter that he didn't have any right to refuse. Okay, 2 days, the school will definitely investigate and give Wen Chu a clean slate. Principal Zhao secretly sighed in relief when he heard Si-rin's words. Chapter 24, Si-rin is the strongest assist. After Si-rin came out of the principal's office, he called Si-ting and told him about this side of the story. When he heard that Wen Chu hadn't slept all night, Si-ting's brows furrowed again and again. Si-rin, who had already walked to the side of the car, heard Si-ting's words and then walked towards Sun Heng's office. Hello, I'm Sun Heng. Professor Sun saw the man who walked in and averted his eyes from the drawing board. Hello Professor Sun, I'm Si-rin. Si-rin paused for a few seconds as he looked at Sun Heng. Before he came he thought that Sun Heng's age shouldn't be small. He didn't realize that he was less than 40. Looking for me for something? Sun Heng sat down on the couch with Si-rin, and he looked at Si-rin with some confusion. Introduce yourself. I'm Si-rin, and Wen Chu is my little sister-in-law. Si-rin knew that the man in front of him was good to Wen Chu, so his tone was much better. I see, you're Sithin's brother. Sun Heng knew that the boyfriend Wen Chu was dating was named Si-ting. Right. I came to say thank you to Professor Sun on behalf of my brother. We know that it was you who protected little sister-in-law, but my brother is in F country for assistance, and I am unable to return home to thank Professor Sun in person. That's why I was sent here. Si-rin briefly explained the situation. It's okay, no thanks. Wen Chu is a good designer. She has her own style of painting, her own ideas, and her skills are very good. She's been with me since grad school, and now that she's been wronged, it's only natural that I should help her. Hearing the purpose of Si-rin's visit, Sun Heng calmly shook his head. My brother guessed what Professor Sun is like, so our way of thanking him will be in the form of a gift of a drawing room. After Si-rin's words were spoken, a light flashed in Sun Heng's eyes. The empty house there on the north wall of the capital university. C's group will apply for sponsorship from the school as Professor Sun's independent design studio. All construction and remodeling costs and the facilities and equipment inside will be funded by the C group. When Professor Sun has time, make a procurement plan. What is needed 2 days later I will personally bring someone to dock with Professor Sun. After Si-rin finished speaking, he stood up directly from the sofa. Mr. C, the purpose of the C group doing this is just because I helped Wen Chu? Sun Heng looked at Si-rin half-heartedly and asked. Little sister-in-law is a student of good character. Professor Sun knows this better than I do. My brother is now serving in China's Special Operations Team, and during the period of assistance from F, my little sister-in-law contributed supplies, equipment, and men to the medical point and the Special Operations Team, openly calling out foreign soldiers who bully Chinese medical care, defended such a student and did not let her suffer an injustice. We can also see Professor Sun's character. It's worth letting C's group work with you. Si-rin nodded and replied to Sun Heng. What else needs to be done at a later stage after the design office is established? Sun Hong nodded, but he guessed that Si-rin must have other requirements. I don't think I need to teach Professor Sun what needs to be done in the design room, do I? C's group is doing this because they want Professor Sun to have a strong backing in his future coaching. It can be done without having to be distracted by any of the other factors. If there's a personal factor in sponsoring the design studio, it's that my brother wants my little sister-in-law to continue her studies in a good environment and finish the PhD she wants to do. Sun Hong froze for a few seconds after Si-rin finished speaking. He heard and understood that C's group didn't ask for a bundle of benefits for sponsoring the design studio. Thank you, Mr. Z. Thank you, Z. Sun Hong said as he looked at Si-rin seriously. I'll go first, then. After Si-rin finished speaking, he left the office and drove from the school directly back to the C group. My brother, I've done everything you set out to do. Siren made a call on her Bluetooth as she drove. Just put your heart in your mouth. You've had a hard time finding a girlfriend. I'll make sure you're taken care of. If you and your little sister-in-law get married early, the family won't toss me around. I still carry these things. Si-rin immediately took a stand as he listened to Si-ting's words admonishing him. He knew how Si-ting and Wen-shu met and got together, so in order to prevent the Si family from pulling such a stunt for themselves as well, he had to help Si-ting marry Wen-shu back home. He didn't want to marry young and have a few more years of fun. Si-rin returned to the villa in the evening after a busy day. Seeing that there was no sign of Wen-shu in the living room on the first floor, he went up to the second floor, and when he walked to the door of the guest room, he saw Wen-shu, who was concentrating on drawing, through the unclosed guest room door. Her hair was pulled back casually by a paintbrush, and her palm-sized googly-eyed face was soft in its delicacy. Siren looked frozen for a few seconds, then took out his cell phone and quietly snapped a few pictures. Si-ting, who had just finished changing his medication, received the photo and looked at it quietly for a long time before he finally smiled involuntarily. Chapter 25. Si-ting's guess was not wrong at all. After Wen-shu finished drawing the design and put away her brush, she seemed to notice someone at the door and turned her head to look over. Siren, when did you get back? Wen-shu asked as she stood up and looked at Si-rin. Just came back not long ago. Si-rin walked in and looked down at the design Wen-shu had just drawn. Little sister-in-law, your design is, indeed, stunning. No wonder your teacher was so patronizing when I went to turn in your statement of case. As Si-rin looked at Wen-shu's design, he did have the feeling of having a bright spot in front of his eyes. C's group has an independent design department, and he dares to say that Wen-shu's level in it is not at all inferior to the people in it. I also just had a sudden inspiration. There are actually a lot of students who are more talented than I am, but because they can't afford the program, they don't get to shine on the path. There was a hint of pity in Wen-shu's tone as he gathered his tools. Hearing Wen-shu's words, Si-rin paused. Little sister-in-law, the school will give the results of the process in 2 days. Just be patient for the next 2 days. Si-rin withdrew his gaze to look at Wen-shu. That fast? Wen-shu couldn't believe that the school would give the treatment so quickly. Well, your professor forcefully defended you, so the school accelerated. Si-rin didn't say much. There were some things it was better to wait for Si-ting to explain himself. Good, then I'll go out shopping tomorrow, just in time to buy something for Si-ting and the others to bring back to him when I go back to F. Wen-shu nodded. She could do a lot in 2 days. Okay, little sister-in-law, I have a board meeting tomorrow, so I can't stay with you. I'll arrange for you to have a driver with you. Si-rin nodded, then led Wen-shu downstairs. The kitchen brought up the finished meal, and Wen-shu glanced at it before looking up at Si-rin thoughtfully. What's wrong, little sister-in-law? Si-rin received Wen-shu's gaze and asked in confusion. All my favorite dishes. You checked me out. Wen-shu smiled faintly. Not that I checked you out. Si-rin pointed to the chair, signaling Wen-shu to just sit down. My brother told me all your favorites. After Si-rin finished speaking, Wen-shu was a bit confused. Si-ting? But I didn't tell him that. Your avid suitor. Statement. Compiled all your favorites and sent them to my brother. It just so happens that you're back in the country, so my brother gave me a copy. After Si-rin finished speaking, Wen-shu's entire body went numb. Statement. Don't worry. I've sent someone to keep an eye on him. He won't get a chance to come near you again. Si-rin smiled when he saw Wen-shu's reaction after hearing the name statement. Good. Wen-shu really didn't want to mention this person. The very sound of his name gave him a headache. Si-rin could see the change in Wen-shu's mood, so he didn't say any more, and the two of them ate their meal quietly. After eating, Wen-shu went back to her room. She called Si-ting on the video but the man didn't answer. She waited for over an hour and still no response, so she left a message on his WeChat and took a break. For 2 days in a row, Wen-shu strolled through the major shopping malls in the capital city and bought everything she needed to buy. She knew that after this trip back to F, she wouldn't be coming back without special circumstances, and had been waiting until the end of the mission would follow the team back home, so she had bought quite a bit of each. Early in the morning of the third day, Si-rin sat on the villa's sofa waiting for Wen-shu. Wen-shu packed her bags and went straight downstairs with them. Little sister-in-law. What is this? Si-rin stood up from the sofa to look at Wen-shu's luggage and asked in confusion. After I finish processing from school today, I'm going straight back to F. And I can't stay at your place all the time and give you too much trouble. In the past few days that Wen-shu lived there, she realized that Si-rin looked gangly and bad on the surface, but his life was very simple. Besides going to the office, it's home. When I got home, I did nothing but work on papers in my study or go to my room to rest. Even the servants in the house said that Si-rin was so quiet in the house that they couldn't feel him at home. She was indeed disturbing him by being here, so she planned to go back to F as soon as possible. You don't say you even bought the airfare? Si-rin frowned slightly at Wen-shu. Got it. For tonight. One day to hear the results of the processing should be enough. Wen-shu nodded. Si-rin saw that Wen-shu really wanted to go back to F country as soon as possible, so he didn't say any more. He drove Wen-shu to the school. This time he didn't go directly to the principal's office. He parked the car downstairs in Sun Heng's office, and then accompanied Wen-shu to walk up. Wen-shu was a bit surprised to see the principal waiting inside as well when she walked in. Si-rin looked meaningfully at the principal, who immediately understood something. Si-rin didn't want Wen-shu to know what he had done. The principal looked at Wen-shu and handed her the processing results in her hand. Wen-shu, this is the investigation report and processing results. After investigation, Zhao Qianshan's real name report is indeed slander. There's nothing wrong with your paper or your work. The school intends to publicize this investigation report and its results. Do you agree? The principal looked at Wen-shu and asked seriously. Wen-shu thought about what Zhao Qianshan had done in Sun Heng's guarantee, and finally nodded. Headmaster, I agree. The principal nodded and left. Wen-shu looked to Sun Heng and bowed respectfully. Thank you, teacher, for helping me so much. Sun Heng smiled and shook his head. Wen-shu, you are a good seedling. In the future, continue to keep designing with care. You'll get farther and farther away. Sun Heng had great confidence in Wen-shu. Seeing that Wen-shu and Sun Heng had finished talking, Si-rin left with Wen-shu. After walking downstairs, Si-rin handed the car keys to Wen-shu. Little sister-in-law, I'll take care of something. You go wait for me in the car first. Wen-shu nodded her head after receiving the key. She knew that C's group sponsored a lot of the capital city university, so she didn't ask much. After seeing Wen-shu walk away, Si-rin retraced his steps back to Sun Heng's office. Professor Sun. Seeing Si-rin walking back, Sun Heng put down his brush and stood up to look at Si-rin. Mr. C is back, and it just so happens that I have something I want to talk to you about. Sun Heng said without haste. Good. Si-rin nodded. I've considered it, and it's better that Mr. C doesn't have to take the matter of the design room to heart. It's not bad for me to be here with my team. Protecting my students is supposed to be what I, a teacher, should do. Sun Heng here. Thank you Mr. C for your kindness. Sun Heng bowed slightly towards Si-rin. Hearing Sun Heng's words, Si-rin froze for a moment, then smiled. What is Mr. C laughing at? Sun Heng was a bit puzzled. It's my brother I'm laughing at. Professor Sun will refuse. He guessed. When Si-ting told him that there was a high probability that Sun Heng wouldn't accept the sponsorship, he still didn't believe him. Now he realized that Si-ting's guess was not bad at all. So yesterday's time, C's group has signed a contract with the school administration to knock down and rebuild the house at the West Wall location. Finished within 3 months. The C group designated the design office to be named after Prof. Sun. Sponsor $10 million a year for the design studio's overhead. It's true that my little sister-in-law is not short of money, but the SCG believes that there must be very talented students who can't learn design because of funding issues. Aside from the normal expenses of the design studio, all other money is at the disposal of Professor Sun to help these students who are talented but cannot afford to study in this program. After Si-rin finished speaking, Sun Heng completely froze, and when he slowed down, his eyes were full of incomprehension. Why would Mr. Z do that? Hearing Sun Heng's question, Si-rin smiled. Because little sister-in-law said that there are a lot of very talented students who can't shine on this path because they can't afford to major in design. In that case, then I hope that Professor Sun can grasp these talented students. Do your part for China in the field of design. After Si-rin finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. Mr. C, I'd like to ask, what are the main areas involved in the design department of the C group? Sun Heng seemed to understand something. C's group has set up a new branch this year, focusing on the traditional clothing of China. By the time Sun Heng wanted to say anything else, Si-rin had already left. He looked at Si-rin's back. The C family is afraid that they themselves don't know that Wen-shu, whom you hold in the palm of your hand, will definitely be a piece of gold that will shine in this field. Chapter 26. Si-rin goes to F country to deliver a courier. In the airport in the capital city, Wen-shu watched Si-rin go through the security check with her, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Are you going on a business trip? Wenchu asked suspiciously. Yeah, business trip. Siren nodded, a trademark gangly smile in his eyes. What a coincidence. Where are you going on business? She had been with Siren all day herself, and she hadn't noticed the slightest sign that he was traveling. Country F. Chinese Special Forces Rescue Point. After Siren finished speaking, Wenchu's entire body froze. You're going to find Si Ting? Wenchu stopped in her tracks and twisted her head to look at Siren. To make a delivery. Siren nodded. Siren said the words to this point. Wenchu could figure it out herself. Come on, little sister-in-law. I've refunded your ticket. Let's go on a private jet. You'll get a little more rest on the plane. After Siren finished speaking, he walked towards the tarmac of the private jet. Hey, my stuff. Wenchu thought of the dozens of boxes of things he brought back to F. They were delivered to the airport yesterday. They're all aboard. Just the two of us, Siren said with a smile. After getting on the airplane, Wenchu set up his drawing board, then quietly began to draw. Siren didn't bother her either, but sat on one side and sipped her coffee while looking at the documents. It was only when it was time to eat that Wenchu stopped his pen, and by now it had been 4 hours since he took off. Little sister-in-law, you're a hard worker too. You had to paint on the plane. Siren pointed to Wenchu's design and said, I owe too many drafts, and when I returned to F, I had too little time to paint in peace. On top of that, I have to take classes for my PhD and then prepare my dissertation. Wenchu had a bit of a headache just thinking about it. By all accounts, you're not too far off, so why are you fighting so hard? The Wen family is one of the largest big families in the capital city. It shouldn't need Wenchu to work so hard. It has nothing to do with money. You're not so bad. Don't you have to work your ass off too? Wenchu pointed to Siren's computer and said with a smile, reading the blog was my choice. I studied design, and if I want to go down that road, I need to be grounded. So all these design drafts, I paved the way for myself. Wenchu said calmly as she ate her meal. You and my brother are a perfect match, one for the other. Siren looked at Wenchu and felt from the bottom of his heart that she was a match for Si Ting. My brother really likes you too. Hearing Siren's words, Wenchu looked at him with some curiosity. Since you boarded the plane back home the other day, my brother has spoken more words to me than in the previous 10 years combined. Your habits to preferences, all dictated, called me yesterday and demanded that I had to get you to him in one piece. I've never seen him do that to any woman. One might even say that I've never seen him with a woman around. Siren said seriously, so Wenchu sat across from him and quietly listened. With Siting's looks and status, it should be easy to find a girlfriend. Wenchu asked curiously. When I was in school myself, I didn't have time for a relationship and I really didn't meet anyone I liked. So I stayed single. Before he was with you, I thought for a while that my brother liked men. He doesn't even have a female friend around. He's been in the army since he was 15, training while attending military school. Then when he went into the special forces, he got to see him less and less. The Si family knew they couldn't count on him to carry on the family business, so they let me take over. Siren had the stewardess pour 2 glasses of wine, a glass of foreign wine for himself and a glass of red wine, and handed it to Wenchu. His life was simple to the point that there were only 2 points of contact, the army and home. He only has 1 house and 2 bank cards in his name. That house is the one he owns. I think I showed you. Wenchu nodded. He took me there. Well, 2 bank cards, one for the army payroll and one for himself. Exactly how much money he has, I'm not sure. The shares he shares in C's group every year, I put them directly on his card. But from what I know of him, he should have quite a bit of money, because he has no time to spend it. Siren had always laughed at Si Ting, having the ability to earn money but not the life to spend it. The troops were fed and housed, and he had no time to buy clothes except for a villa. The vast majority of his clothes were dropped off for him at his cottage when he bought his own. Are you talking about this card? Wenchu stood up and took out a bank card from her own bag. Yo, he handed over power? Siren couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes when he saw Si Ting's bank card. He said he didn't have time to take me shopping either and told me to buy whatever I liked on my own. I'm not short of money myself, so I'll just hold it for him for now. Wenchu said with a smile. From now on you save your own money and spend his. He's got plenty of money. What's the point of keeping it if he doesn't spend it? Siren said with a casual expression as he drank half a glass of foreign wine. I don't really have a penchant for shopping. I basically don't have the time. At best, I go to the mall once a quarter and buy everything I need at once. Wenchu honestly said that it was too much of a waste for her to spend her time on shopping. She was perfectly capable of doing her own designs at home or in the design studio. The most money spent in the last couple years has been money spent on stuff for the rescue team and the special ops team. I heard that you spent a lot of money on medical equipment for the rescue site, and buy a lot of stuff for the special teams. Siren was indeed quite surprised when she found out. All the damsels he knew only knew how to buy luxury goods, bags, and perfume. Buying for the medical and special forces teams was indeed the first time he'd heard of it. They're all so hard up, and I can't do much to help, and the only thing I can do to help is to spend money. Wonshu took his glass and took a sip of red wine. Little sister-in-law, when I was at home I saw you designing traditional Chinese clothing. Is this your forte? Si-Rin suddenly remembered Wonshu's designs, which were indeed stunning. You could say that my favorite thing is vintage clothing and accessories, but there are so few brands that need this. The designs I'm taking on now are more jewelry-based, and those are in high demand, Wonshu said faintly. Little sister-in-law, the position of chief designer of C Group, do you want it? Si-Rin put down his glass and asked in a serious manner. Setha's group? Wonshu looked at Si-Rin with some confusion. Well, the C Group has set up its own Chinese clothing brand, independently designed. The biggest shortage right now is designers in this area. The chief position is yours if you want it. Si-Rin immediately stood up and handed his laptop to Wonshu. Wonshu took it and looked carefully at the branding materials on it. You have a great idea, but it should be a little difficult to actually run it. Wonshu raised her eyes to Si-Rin and said, you're right. The traditional costumes of China, leaving aside the issue of the difficulty of design, are expensive to make alone, and C wants the most traditional, making it all by hand. It's costly in terms of labor, time and materials used in the fabric. Si-Rin nodded as he agreed with Wonshu's words. Chapter 27, Hatsumomo, I miss you. What do you think the advantage is, little sister-in-law? Si-Rin suddenly asked a question. In the future, Chinese clothing must be the trend. C's Group has the money, the design ability, and the production process. It's very rare. Most of the country's Chinese clothing brands exist as studios, but the C Group is different, and on a much larger scale than the studio. And the fabrics, threads and craftsmanship that you're using, from what I understand, should be ceiling level. These are the things that other studios can't do. Wonshu told Si-Rin what she thought. Would you like to come to Z as a designer? You can design the clothes you like, and C is more than willing to pay for your designs. Si-Rin once again extended an invitation to Wonshu. I'd love to, but I really don't have the time. There was regret in Wonshu's tone. I can't finish the design I had first for a year. On top of that I have classes that are really out of reach. Wonshu also hopes to get into C's to-do design because it fits her strengths too well. I'll be waiting for you, little sister-in-law. I'll wait for you to finish the job at hand. The chief's position has always been reserved for you. Si-Rin would never miss the great god Wonshu. Hearing Si-Rin's words, Wonshu smiled. She took out her computer and then handed it to Si-Rin. You designed all this? Si-Rin's eyes brightened considerably as he looked at the design. Well, it's all drawn when I'm inspired. Wonshu nodded. Whose house did you sell these charts to? There was some loss in Si-Rin's tone. No one's for sale, and you're the first person to see these charts. Wonshu shook his head. Little sister-in-law, you name your price. Make a package deal. I want it all. Si-Rin instantly became excited. He was very sure that these were not at all worse than those drawn by these designers of C's. My designs are expensive, Wonshu said with a smile. Si-Rin smoothly pulled out the blank check from the briefcase on one side. Little sister-in-law, you take it and write it yourself. Wonshu looked at the check that Si-Rin took out and almost laughed out tears. A good horse deserves a good saddle, and a 1,000-mile horse needs a boozer. Wonshu pointed to the design on the computer. So, Si-Rin looked at Wonshu with some confusion. These are for you. My intention in designing them was to make more people see the splendor of traditional dress and fall in love with it. Since you like it, it's yours, Wonshu said blandly. Little sister-in-law, I'll take these designs, and you can have the check. I'm a businessman. You're a designer. I should pay for your design. In the future, as long as you draw, no matter how much, C's I'll take it as it is. Si-Rin insisted on giving the check to Wonshu. The check won't be necessary. I have a request. Wonshu shook his head. You say, Si-Rin said as he looked at Wonshu. I want a ready-to-wear garment whenever it's my design. Wonshu hoped that one day, the clothes she designed would fill an entire checkroom. I can promise you that as long as you designed it, the first one will always be yours. Without any hesitation, Si-Rin directly agreed to Wonshu. This, then, is the garment money? Wonshu returned the check to Si-Rin. Si-Rin could see that Wonshu definitely wouldn't take the money and didn't say any more. The two men sat on the plane, drinking wine and talking. By the time the plane landed smoothly, Si-Rin realized that he had possibly made a mistake. Little sister-in-law? Little sister-in-law? Wake up! No matter how much Si-Rin called out, Wonshu didn't have any reaction. Si-Ting, who was standing at the airport exit gate waiting, saw Si-Rin and Wonshu, who was being held in his arms. From a distance, he instantly furrowed both eyebrows. What happened to Wonshu? Si-Rin staggered over with Wonshu in his arms, and just as he approached Si-Ting, the latter smelled the strong odor of alcohol. Brother! Si-Rin looked at Si-Ting with a gangly grin on his face. Si-Ting reached out and picked Wonshu up, then looked at Si-Rin. I asked you to bring someone over to me. I didn't ask you to get someone drunk. Si Rin pointed at Wenchu and Si Ting's arms. Little sister-in-law's ability to drink is very good. Gu Xiao, who was standing to the side, walked up to support the staggering Si Rin. How much did you kid drink? We were both on the airplane, drinking for 8 hours, Siren said with a smile. Hearing Si Rin's words, Si Ting and Gu Xiao glanced at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? Jiang Tu and the others ran over and looked at Wenchu, who was being held in Si Ting's arms, and looked at Si Ting suspiciously. Why don't you guys go move your bags and I'll take them back? Si Ting said as he looked at Jiang Tu. Okay, boss, you go back quickly. After Jiang Tu and the others finished speaking, they ran to the side to carry their luggage. Before Si Rin got on the airplane, he took pictures of the things Wenchu bought and sent them to Si Ting. When Si Ting saw the dozens of boxes of supplies, he arranged for Jiang Tu and the others to drive over together to move them. When Wenchu opened her eyes, she saw that she was already lying inside the dormitory. She sat up and saw that Si Ting was sitting in a chair next to the bed and stood up straight away and pounced on him. Si Ting reached out and caught Wenchu, holding her tightly in his arms. Miss me? Wenchu looked up at Si Ting and blinked. Si Ting said nothing and directly lowered his head to kiss. The atmosphere in the dormitory continued to heat up as the man's slightly cool thin lips and the woman's soft lips pressed together. Wenchu was kissed to the point of confusion when she suddenly pushed Si Ting away. What's wrong? Sito's voice became hoarse. Show me your injury quickly. At the thought of Si Ting's back injury, she instantly sobered up a lot. It's done. It's fine. Si Ting turned around and took off his t-shirt, and Wenchu saw that the wound scabs had completely faded, but the scars were still there. She reached out and ran her fingers gently over the scar. A little distressed. Being touched, Si Ting's body visibly tightened up, and in the next second he turned around and directly pressed Wenchu underneath him. Ah! Wenchu was startled by his sudden movement. Hatsumomo, I miss you. The desire in a man's eyes keeps climbing. Wenchu replaced her hands on Si Ting's neck as well and looked at him with a pair of charming eyes. Si Ting, I like you. Bell. The alarm at the rescue point suddenly went off, and Si Ting, who was just about to remove Wenchu's clothes, instantly stopped his hand. Wait for me to come back. After dropping the sentence, Si Ting got up and ran away. Wenchu's heart clenched once again when she saw the direction that Si Ting had run off in. Chapter 28 finally found Si Ting. Where did Gu Xiao and Si Ting go? It's been 4 days since this departure, and there's no news at all. Xiaoyu sat in Wenchu's dormitory at night and asked in boredom. Wenchu sat in front of the drawing board, her surface clouded over, but in reality, her heart was also in a mess. I don't know. I'm so messed up inside. Wenchu put down her brush and looked at the mess of designs being drawn on the drawing board, and directly reached out and grabbed the paper off with one hand, balling it up into a ball. Hatsumomo, you've got to stop embarrassing yourself. Xiaoyu looked at the dozen or so balls of paper on the ground that had been thrown away by Wenchu and said helplessly, this mission should be difficult. The rescue point doesn't even have a crew on duty. Wenchu and Xiaoyu walked out of the dormitory and stood in the empty courtyard, their eyes full of worry. The two of us. Before Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, the alarm at the rescue point suddenly sounded. Wenchu and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance and immediately dashed towards the medical point. Wang Nan and Yu Tong, who had just returned to the dormitory, also ran towards the medical point. What happened? Seeing that there were no injured being brought to the medical point, Xiaoyu asked the person on duty while breathing heavily. There's been an incident over at Special Ops, and now we need medics to rush over immediately. The man on duty ran out and looked at the medical team from China and said, something's wrong. What is it? Wenchu and Xiaoyu looked anxiously at the person who spoke. I don't know the specifics, only that there is a large number of injured people in dire need of medical attention. The man on duty shook his head. He really didn't know. The entire Chinese medical team is ready. Hurry up and pack up the medical supplies. We're leaving immediately. When Wang Nan heard this, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately looked at all the members of the medical team. Hatsu, get yourself a rescue suit, basic resuscitation and bandaging. You're no problem. Wang Nan knew that Wenchu was anxious as hell in her heart, so he purposely arranged things for her to help distract her. Wenchu nodded and turned to run into the medical point to prepare something. The duty room gave the paramedics a position. Translator 1. You're on your own this time. There's no way for the special ops team to come back and get you. You're on your own for everything. There are 3 other jeeps in the backyard, one for each of the 4 of you, and you should be fine with the equipment and medical devices. Remember, always plant the Chinese flag and the medical flag out of the safe zone. These 2 flags are lifesavers. The man on duty was from F. He didn't know Mandarin, so he told Wenchu all the precautions in F. Wenchu told the medical team all about it, and Wang Nan took out 3 national flags and stuck them on the jeep. Wang Nan drove a car, Yu Tong drove a car, and there was another one where Wenchu sat in the driver's seat. The 3 vehicles drove out of the safe zone and set off towards the special forces location. Along the way, the artillery fire all around them and the occasional sound of gunfire kept everyone on edge. Xiao Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, picked up the walkie-talkie, and the people in the 3 cars all quietly listened to Xiao Yu's words. This is Xiao Yu. According to the positioning, we are now about to route through the first battle zone. Everyone lift your spirits. This car of Winchester and I will go in first as the lead car. Everyone in each car remember to keep an eye on their car's flag. Don't do any damage. We'll get out safely. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she looked at Wen Shu who was driving, and Wen Shu refueled the gas and rushed straight into the war zone. They want to find the special forces. This is the way to go. Sure enough, when Wen Shu drove his car into the war zone, both sides of the firefight really quieted down. Dr. U, speed up. Let's rush over. After Xiao Yu picked up the walkie-talkie and finished speaking, she only saw 3 jeeps traveling with full throttle. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the 3 vehicles made it safely through the war zone. More than half an hour later, someone in the camp suddenly shouted, "Look, the flag of China. It's a medical team from China." Upon hearing the shouts, the people in the camp looked in the direction of the 3 jeeps. "Hatsumomo, this is it. Look at the flag planted there," Xiao Yu said excitedly as she saw the national flag on the camp tent from afar. "Timothy, it's the medical team from the rescue point." With a tired look on his face, Zhang Tu looked in the direction of the jeep. Sitting on the ground, Si Ting and Gu Xiao propped up their arms and stood up. Their physical strength had also reached its limit. After the 3 jeeps stormed the camp, the medics on board jumped off. When Wen Shu got down from the driver's seat and saw Si Ting not far away, she instantly reddened her eyes and ran up to hug Si Ting. "I finally meet you." Wen Shu choked back a sob. "Chu, I've made you worry." Si Ting hugged Wen Shu back and said softly, "Gu Xiao, I thought you were dead." Xiao Yu pounced on Gu Xiao's body, punching him twice as she spoke. "Ouch!" Gu Xiao didn't hold back a cry. When Xiao Yu heard Gu Xiao's voice, she immediately let go of him. "Where is it hurt?" "Arm." Gu Xiao pointed to the place where Xiao Yu had just struck, and sure enough, the combat uniform he was wearing was already soaked with blood. "Are you hurt?" Wen Chu, who was standing to the side, examined Si Ting while the man shook his head. Only the exhaustion on his face could not be concealed. "You sit and rest first. I'll go help you air." Wen Chu pointed at Xiao Yu who was red-eyed and helping Gu Xiao undress and bandage her. Si Ting nodded and sat down beside Gu Xiao. "De Jiang, have the injured team members come over to be bandaged." "Good." Jiang Tu immediately ran away, then called all the injured special warriors over. "Oh my god, why are you all hurt?" Wen Chu twisted her head to look at the team members standing beside her. Most of them were carrying wounds of various sizes. Chu, you come and bandage Gu Xiao. I'll check them." Xiao Yu wipes her tears, then hands the sterilized tools in her hand to Wen Chu. Immediately after, Wen Chu and Xiao Yu switched places. All of the injured team members sat on the ground, waiting for Xiao Yu to examine them one by one. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Chu." Yu Tong walked over and looked down at the busy Xiao Yu and Wen Chu. "Dr. Yu." Wen Chu looked up at him. "Dr. Wang and I are going into the tent for surgery. Crystal and the girls are in charge of treating and bandaging the others' wounds. You two are familiar with the special ops team. They're all yours." After Yu Tong finished speaking, he was about to leave in a hurry. "Dr. Yu." Wen Chu suddenly remembered something, and immediately afterward, she pulled out a dozen boxes of medicine from her case and handed them to Yu Tong. "Anesthetic." Yu Tong looked at Wen Chu in surprise after seeing the logo of the Beijing City Center Hospital. "When I went back this time, I went to the hospital and applied for quite a few anesthetics, all of which are in the Special Forces warehouse," Wen Chu briefly said. "Xiao Chu, you're great." Yu Tong excitedly ran into the tent with the anesthetic. After Wen Chu and Xiao Yu very tacitly helped bandage up all the injured team members, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. "Omi, you guys go back to your tents and rest tonight while I'm on duty," Sighting ordered as he looked at the members of both teams. "Boss, you haven't rested for 2 days either." "I'm on duty today." Jiang Tu shook his head. He wasn't leaving. "That's an order," Sighting said solemnly. "A car is coming," Gu Xiao suddenly shouted. In the next second, all the team members simultaneously drew their guns and aimed them at the car driving towards the camp. "The flag?" Sito saw the flag on the car and was a little puzzled. "Is there a third team here?" Gu Xiao was also a bit puzzled. "No more. Even the medical team is here," Seth affirmed. "Everyone on guard. I'm going up to check it out." Sito held his gun up and walked towards the open car. "Brother, it's me." Siren suddenly jumped down from the passenger seat. Seeing that it was Siren, everyone put their guns away. "Siren?" Wen Shu walked over and looked at Siren in confusion. "With all of you gone, I'm all that's left at the rescue point. I asked for your location from the duty officer." In the time it took for Siren to speak, 6 men jumped down from the business car behind him. Sighting frowned slightly at them. "Who are they?" "Brother, these are my people. I transferred from M. I saw that when you guys went on a mission, there was no one at the rescue point who could protect my little sister-in-law and the girls. That's why I have them as bodyguards. I knew that my little sister-in-law and the girls had come to help you, and thinking that you must be short of men here, I brought them here." Siren looked at Sighting and explained. "Mercenaries?" Sito swept everyone away, his mind made up. "Aha." Siren nodded and said nothing more. Wenshu didn't react too much when she saw these mercenaries. It's normal for someone with Sirin's status to keep some mercenaries. The people are all here. It's just right for the team to take a break. Wenshu walked over to Si Ting's side and whispered. Si Ting still looked at the mercenaries with some uneasiness. "Young Master Si, just don't worry about us. We're all second juniors men. We are all Chinese and we never hurt Chinese. Back in the day, we went on quite a few missions when we were in the army. You take the crew and rest. Leave us on duty today." The man who led the way was called Sun Dalong and walked up to Si Ting and said firmly, "Brother, don't worry. They're fine." Si Rin also gave Si Ting a reassuring look. Chapter 29. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Wenshu led Sighting to the trunk of the car, and Sighting reached down and carried down a whole box of glucose and placed it in the open space. The team walked up and opened it up and drank it in. Wenshu opened 2 packets and handed them to Si Ting and Gu Xiao, and the two drank them and sat to the side. If your old man knew that both of you brothers are now in this shell-shocked place, the blood pressure would be on 200. Gu Xiao pointed at Si Rin and said with a smile. Hearing Gu Xiao's words, Si Ting placed his eyes on Si Rin's body. "At first light tomorrow, you will take your men and leave F and go back to your country." Si Ting thought that Gu Xiao had a point. Having chosen this path himself, he couldn't bring Si Rin into it. "Brother, you're here, do you think I can go back?" Si Rin shook his head. He never knew that Si Ting's place was so grueling, and after this visit, he was worried for Si Ting and Wenshu. "You were supposed to go straight back after you got Prim off the plane. It's not a good idea to always be here." Si Ting was still very patient with this brother of his. Originally, he wanted to fly Si Rin back directly after receiving Wenshu at the airport, but he had no choice but to bring back the rescue point because Si Rin was drunk. "Brother, I've got the numbers. I'll stay here until you guys get back to the rescue point. Then I'll go. They're here and they can help," Siren said, pointing to the man he had brought here. "These people, you shouldn't let them out in the open." Si Ting was a bit helpless. Si Rin had mercenaries in his hands, though he had known about it for a long time, but he never brought it out. Siren smiled and didn't say anything. He himself wasn't a good person in the first place, but that couldn't be said in the open. Also present were Wenshu, Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu. They were all heirs of large families in the capital city and knew very well what it meant to have mercenaries in Si Rin's hands, so they didn't ask much. "Something just occurred to me." Wenshu's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone looked at Wenshu in droves. "What is it?" Wenshu turned her head to look at Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu. "What's the situation with you two?" She remembered Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu who were hugging together when she came just now. That. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that she hadn't formally told Wenshu about her being with Gu Xiao. "I'll do the talking." Gu Xiao held Xiaoyu's hand and looked at Wenshu. "I fell in love with Yuera the first time I saw her. During the time you were back home, the two of us decided to get together. In the future, I'll protect her." Gu Xiao looked at Wenshu and said seriously, as if giving Wenshu an explanation. "Love at first sight," Wenshu said with a smile. "You and Captain Timothy are a lot more exciting than the two of us," Xiaoyu said with a bad smile on her face. "That counts as being backstabbed for both of us." "Unlike you." Wenshu shook his head. Xiaoyu and Gu Xiao at the very least had a process of getting to know each other. The process of getting to know herself and Si Ting was experienced in bed. After the four of you get together, half of the young masters and ladies in the big families of the capital city will have to have their hearts broken. Si Rin, who was sitting on the side, suddenly said. The Si, Wei, Gu, and Xiao families in the capital city were all large families, and their heirs had been targeted from birth. Marriages between big families were normal, but now that they were all paired up 2 by 2, more or less anyone who wanted to get married had to be very lost. As soon as Si Rin's words fell, he saw 4 people turn their heads to look at him at the same time. What are you guys looking at me for? Siren felt bad in his heart. The capital city is headed by the Si family, and although Si Ting already has his heart in the right place, the second youngest master, aren't you still single? Gu Xiao looked at Si Rin with a raised eyebrow. Big brothers and sisters, don't with me. Si Rin desperately shook his head. He was still young and had many very important things to do. Everyone laughed when they saw Siren's reaction. After chatting for a while, they went into their tents to rest. The medical team stayed with the wounded, so there was no room to spare. Wenshu and Xiaoyu then stayed with the special operations team, and when the team members saw Wenshu and Xiaoyu walk in, they got up to look at them. You don't have to worry about either of us, you just rest. We'll both go to the car and rest. Wenshu knew that it was really inconvenient for him and Xiaoyu to live here. Just stay here, there are extra folding beds. You two sleep in the far end and I'll put up a curtain for you. Si Ting pointed to the folding bed on one side, and Jiang Tu and the others immediately supported it for Wen Shu and the two of them. Where did you get the rescue tents and folding beds? Wen Shu is well aware that rescue points don't have these things. From the embassy. This is a makeshift camp, and these are the things the embassy put together, Sito explained. Wen Shu knew that the level of secrecy of their mission this time was very high. They were not allowed to ask more questions even as medics. They just needed to focus on the rescue. There's no need to draw the curtains. You're all pretty tired, so just lie down and rest. Hatsumomo and I aren't taking our clothes off either, so don't bother. Xiaoyu waved her hand towards Si Ting and Gu Xiao, then directly sat on the bed with Wen Shu. Yuer is right. Everyone, don't bother, just rest. Wen Shu also felt indifferent. The conditions are so hard. If these special forces members have to take care of them, it is really too much. Seeing Wen Shu and Xiaoyu sitting on the bed, Si Ting and Gu Xiao also walked over and sat on the bed next to them. Everyone, rest for the night. We'll go into the war zone first thing in the morning. After Sito finished, everyone laid down. Hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and thoughtfully lay down as well. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Si Ting moved his own bed next to Wen Shu's and held Wen Shu's hand as he lay down, speaking softly. Feeling the warmth coming from her big hands, Wen Shu's heart gradually settled down a lot and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 30. Deeper into the war zone. Early the next morning, when Wen Shu and Xiaoyu woke up, they saw that only the two of them were left in the tent. The two of them hurriedly got up and ran out to see that Si Ting and Gu Xiao had already led the assembly. All the special warriors, heavily armed and holding loaded guns, stood on the campsite and listened to sighting speech. After everything was ready, Si Ting and Gu Xiao's eyes looked towards Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. When I get back, Si Ting looked at Wen Shu with his lips and said something before putting on the mask in his hand, then turned around and walked away without looking back in the direction of the car. After Gu Xiao glanced at Xiaoyu, he pulled out a smile before putting on his mask and walking towards another car. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu watched the two teams leave with indescribable worries in their hearts. Little sister-in-law, my brother, he'll come back safe I guess. Si Rin walked to Wen Shu's side, looking at the vehicles that were getting farther and farther away, and for the first time, she had a feeling of fear. Wen Shu said firmly. Si Rin, with his mercenaries, had temporarily replaced Si Ting and Gu Xiao, and had been guarding the camp, protecting the medical care and the injured here. The medics received the injured brought in from all directions, and for each one, Wen Shu would ask if they had encountered any Chinese soldiers, but all the wounded were telling them that the war zone was in disarray, with 5 or 6 teams firing, and soldiers from various countries who had rushed over there, all mixed in, and the whole thing was just a big melee. Hearing this, Si Rin was completely unable to sit still. He gathered the men he had brought with him to take into the war zone to find sighting. Siren, you can't go in there. Wen Shu ran up to Si Rin and looked at him. Little sister-in-law, 3 days. My brother and the others went into the war zone for 3 whole days and were nowhere to be found. Even if they were still alive, 3 days and their supplies would have run out long ago. Siren said with a worried look on her face. What? We've all died from here several times before. We'll go in and not engage in a battle. We'll go to the people. Cooperate with them if we can find it. We'll come back if we can't. Sun Daolong said as he looked at Wen Shu's. Wen Shu also hesitated a bit when she heard this. Little sister-in-law, I didn't choose to save someone on impulse. The situation here is so unique and most of the players on both teams are carrying injuries. They're not going to last much longer with their supplies and ammunition. Wen Shu wasn't hesitating for a moment when Si Rin said this. I'm coming with you. I'll take the medical kit. After Wen Shu finished speaking, Xiaoyu also nodded. I'll join you. No. Siren and the mercenaries said in unison. I'm a doctor, and the one thing missing on the battlefield besides soldiers. Xiaoyu said firmly. I also know some basic treatments and bandages. I'll go cooperate with you. No problem. Wen Shu's tone didn't have a hint of hesitation. Siren could see that if she didn't agree, they would find a way to follow, so she had to nod. Wen Shu went to Wang Nan and explained about them going into the war zone. Wang Nan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Hatsu, I'm coming with you. If Timothy's team and the others are really injured, Xiaoyu is definitely not enough of a doctor. Wang Nan said as he began to pack his medical kit. You guys go, leave this place to us. Yutong walked out and gave everyone a reassuring look. It's just one person attending doctor here. Be safe and protect yourself. Wang Nan nodded. The group packed up and drove off. They didn't know exactly where Si Ting and the others had gone, but they had only heard the injured tell them the exact location of this great melee. They drove for an hour and a half and knew they had arrived when they heard gunfire and shelling getting more intense. Little sister-in-law, this should be the place. You must follow us and not leave without permission. After getting out of the car, Si Rin looked at Wen Shu and admonished them. This is the flag, and your medical team is holding it up. The Chinese are all here to keep the peace, so they basically won't hurt the Chinese medics. Sun Dalong handed the flag to Wang Nan. Then Si Rin and his men, one after another, carried medical kits to help ease the burden on Wen Chu and the others. On top of that, they had pulled the guns from their belts and held them in their hands. Wen Chu, Xiao Yu and Wang Nan didn't say anything when they saw the scene. It would only be strange to them if these men said they were unarmed. Wang Nan and Si Rin walked in front, holding the national flag. Sun Dalong and the others walked on both sides, surrounding Wen Chu and Xiao Yu. The group cautiously made their way towards the center of the war zone. Team Tsunami, there are no more bullets. Zhang Shang crouched down by the wall while breathing heavily. I don't have any more either. I don't have any more here either. The team shook their heads. I don't know what's going on with the timbers and their place either. Gu Xiao leaned against the wall, and the wound on his arm kept bleeding. Team Tsunami, Sito's voice came from behind the wall. When Gu Xiao heard this, he immediately perked up. I'm here. A dozen seconds later, Sito ran in with his crew. Asterisk. Finally we meet, Gu Xiao said with a smile. The two teams were broken up from the second day into the war zone. When Si Ting was hiding in this building with his team, he heard the sound from next door and rushed over to take a look, not realizing that it was really Gu Xiao and the others. Do you have any bullets left? Gu Xiao showed his empty magazine to Si Ting. There is, and not much more. Come on, split it. As Si Ting said that, he led the team to distribute the weapons and equipment on their bodies to Gu Xiao and the others. The two teams checked each other out, and while both were a bit woefully out of shape, everyone was there. We have to find a way to pull back now and adjust before we come back in. Si Ting squatted on the ground and looked at Gu Xiao and said, that's right, but it's going to be a little difficult for us to pull out now with these weapons and ammo on us. When we were dividing up the ammo earlier, everyone had already counted the exact number of rounds that would be too hard to shoot out. It's not a good idea to wear it out. There's 6 organizations in a firefight right now, and 3 more are planning to take advantage of the chaos to come in and fight, and they're on their way here, and they can't be stopped. Si Ting told Gu Xiao what he knew. Find a way to evacuate. Gu Xiao nodded. Team Timothy, Team Tsunami, look. Jiang Tu suddenly saw a team walking in from the distance towards the inside. Everyone looked over as a bright red Chinese flag was held up in the air. Where did this support come from? Gu Xiao asked in disbelief. It's not the support. It's Wen Chu and Xiao Yu who are here. Si Ting held his binoculars and saw Wen Chu and Xiao Yu who were surrounded in the middle of the group. This is not nonsense. Gu Xiao hurriedly got up from the ground and took the binoculars to look over as soon as he could. Siren accompanies them in their antics. Gu Xiao saw Si Rin standing at the front of the line. Those people around Siren are mercenaries. They've all been on the battlefield before. They have experience. Sito had something in mind. They couldn't wait for us at the camp, so they disguised themselves as medics and blended in. See the medical kit they're holding? Si Ting looked at the group that was getting closer and closer. There should be ammunition there. Gu Xiao also saw it, because they don't need to have a medical kit on hand if they simply come in looking for them. Si Ting raised his hand and whistled, and Wen Chu instantly perked up when she heard the whistle. It's Si Ting and the others. Chapter 31, finally found them. Wen Chu suddenly said with excitement. Little sister-in-law, how did you know? Si Rin twisted his head to look at Wen Chu and asked suspiciously. They whistle when it's too late to come to an emergency assembly at a rescue point. I've heard it many times. And it's right, Wen Chu said as she looked around. There, at a glance, Sun Dalong saw Si Ting, who was hiding by the wall and waving towards them. Looks like they've been attacked as well. Let's all keep quiet and sneak in. Sun Dalong commanded the team towards the building. They saw it. Si Ting saw the approaching group, then spoke to Gu Xiao, who was sitting by the wall. Team Tsunami, Team Tsunami. Seeing Gu Xiao's face getting worse, Si Ting hurriedly squatted down and called out to him. Team Tsunami, don't you sleep. Lu Chang crouched on the ground and held Gu Xiao. I'm okay, it'll hold up. Gu Xiao shook his head, but the wound on his arm was still bleeding steadily, unable to stop it. The medical team is here. Xiao Yu is here. You can't die. Si Ting looked at Gu Xiao and said firmly. Soon, Sun Dalong ran in with his team, leaving 2 men standing guard at the door. The rest ran up the stairs. Sighting, the moment when Chu saw Si Ting, she directly jumped into his arms. I'm fine. I'm fine. Sighting reached out and touched Wen Chu's soft hair. Gu Xiao. Xiao Yu knelt on the ground, looking at the pale-faced Gu Xiao. Her eyes reddened. I'm fine. A small injury. Gu Xiao hugged Xiao Yu tightly and said weakly. Wen Chu smelled the strong odor of blood, and after she let go of Si Ting, she saw that almost all of the members of the 2 teams were carrying injuries, so she hurriedly began to treat them. Brother, weapons and ammunition. Si Rin commanded Sun Dalong and the others to open the medical kits in their hands, neatly packed with bullets, grenades and smoke grenades, 5 boxes in all. This is what we moved out when we went back to the rescue point and into your warehouse, Siren explained, pointing to the items. although he knew that it was against the rules of the army. The incident was sudden and there was not a single special forces member at the rescue point, so there was nothing they could do about it. Hearing this, Si Ting looked at Si Rin suspiciously. Where did you get the key? I found it, Wen Shu said as she looked up at Si Ting. She knew there was a spare key in the rescue point, and it took a good deal of searching to find it. Forget about the key for now. If they don't find it, both our teams are hitched here. Gu Shao slowed down and looked at Si Ting and said, not complaining, but wondering they could find the key. Si Ting shook his head. The fact that Wen Shu could find it meant that the others could find it as well, and it wasn't good for the special forces. Brother, don't worry, I've left 2 men there to guard the rescue point. No one can get in. After Si Rin finished speaking, Si Ting nodded and then distributed the weapons and ammunition. It took Wang Nan, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu over an hour to bandage everyone's wounds. Just as they finished packing, the people inside the building heard the sound of artillery fire outside getting more intense. No, Wen Shu stopped her hand and looked at Si Ting. There was no gun of this model just now. Wen Shu said with certainty. That's right, this would be a new organization coming in. Seth nodded. He heard it too. After 3 days here he was sure that this model of gun wasn't in the sound of the previous artillery fire. Everyone present knew about Wen Shu's second major, so no one felt strange when she heard the difference. Having been here for 3 days, he was certain that this model of gun had not been among the sounds of previous artillery fire. The new organization came in, and now is when they are at their most aggressive, and leaving is not an option. Sito surveyed the area. The building they were in was currently the best place to be. Rest and adjust in place, and when they adjust later today or tomorrow, we'll go out. Everyone nodded after Si Ting finished speaking. Young master, you guys rest, we'll keep watch. Sun Dalong took the initiative to take over the task of vigilance. Listen to him, they've been the ones policing the camp for the last few days. Almost all of you are carrying wounds now, and I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of here tomorrow if you don't get some rest. Xiaoyu saw Gu Shao who was about to speak and directly stopped it. Good, hard work you guys. Si Ting and Gu Shao glanced at each other, and Si Ting extended his hand towards Sun Dalong. Sundaram smiled knowingly and shook it back. The people from both teams unloaded their gear and sat down on the ground and began to rest. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu saw everyone's appearance and shook their heads with some heartache. Here's some glucose, specially brought in for you guys. Wang Nan opened one of the boxes. It was true that they couldn't bring in their extra supplies. The only thing they brought in was boxes of glucose. I brought compressed meat. You guys haven't eaten much in the last few days. Wen Shu opened one of the bags she had brought with her, and it contained an entire pack of compressed meat. What a coincidence. I brought this as well. Xiaoyu opened the bag she had brought as well, and it was also a whole pack of compressed meat. It felt like walking in the desert for 3 days and suddenly being handed a bottle of water when you're dying of thirst. Gu Shao said with a smile after taking a bite of the compressed meat. Come on, eat you. Eating won't even plug your mouth. Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Gu Shao, but the heartache in her eyes couldn't be stopped. When Shu sat down beside Si Ting, who was quietly eating, she took a wet wipe and gently wiped Si Ting's face, her eyes full of heartache and tenderness. Chapter 32, A Day of Fear. After everyone had finished eating, they all found themselves a place to sit or lie down and started to rest. When Shu and Si Ting sat on the topmost floor, where the view would be better and they could see the current situation outside more clearly. Hatsumomo, what are you guys doing in here? Si Ting had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but he waited until it was just the two of them before asking. It's Siren. Wen Shu spoke slowly. We've been waiting for you at the camp for 3 days and have heard nothing, but more and more wounded are being sent over, and we know from their mouths what's going on over here in the war zone. Siren then gathered his men, and they guessed that you must be running low on weapons, ammunition, and supplies. There are no aid troops here to come in and help you either, so he's coming in to get you guys, delivering supplies. When Shu told Si Ting what Si Rin and Sun Dalong had said, after listening, Si Ting fell into deep thought, and only after a while did he slowly speak. Rin was right. We were broken up the day after we came in. We also just rejoined Team Tsunami and the others before you found us. Team Tsunami, they're all hurt worse than us, and they don't have a single bullet left. Our whole team put together a mere 200 rounds, was discussing how we could get out when I didn't realize you guys were coming in. As soon as Si Ting put his arm around Wen Shu, he patiently explained, but Hatsumomo, do you know where this is? This is a war zone, the most chaotic war zone in all of F. You guys just walked in here unarmed, Sito said with some trepidation. We came in relatively unscathed. Siren and the Hokage were carrying the national flag and the medical flag, passing by the place where the battle was fought, and they were intentionally avoiding us. Winshu thought back to the process of coming in and explained softly, by the way, when we get back, if your troop pursues us for opening your warehouse, just say me and don't bring anyone else along. I found the key. I opened the door. I moved the stuff to the door myself. No one else had anything to do with it. I can't think of anywhere else to get bullets, grenades, and all that, but your warehouse. It's really not the right thing to do, but there's really nothing you can do about it. Wenchu looked at Si Ting moodily inquiring. She knew the consequences of going into the troops' warehouse and taking the weapons and ammunition, but compared to before, she was more willing to put her own life on the line in exchange for the safe return of these special warriors. Nothing to do with Si Ting. Even if there was no Si Ting, she would still do it. Hearing Wenchu's words, Si Ting smiled faintly and held Wenchu tightly in his arms. The general is out of the army. You did the right thing. If you hadn't been there to open that door, there's no telling if any of us would have made it out alive. Sito had no intention of reporting this matter at all. Without this move by Wenchu, the troops would have lost his more than 20 special forces. Why are you guys stuck here? Aren't you here to keep the peace? How come you're the ones fighting the war? Wenchu really couldn't figure out how it had turned out like this when Si Ting and the others had clearly come in to control the situation. The state of affairs here is the worst it's been in years. When we came in, it was 3 organizations fighting. Before we could find a place to land after coming in, 2 more organizations came in. It had turned into a 6-organization firefight by the time Tsunami and I decided to take the team out. 2 of those organizations have beaten the peacekeeping teams of the other 2 countries to within an inch of their lives. Tsunami and I were the 3rd and 4th team. Now in here, there should be 9 organizations on fire. It's also a condition that hasn't existed before. We can't get in touch with the outside world now either, so we can only choose to evacuate and go back to report the situation here. Si Ting told her in words that Wenchu could understand. You're a medical team, so they're all scrupulous? So you came in a lot smoother. Sito also told her the reason she was able to come in. What about tomorrow? Isn't it easy for us to get out? What about you guys? Wenchu instantly thought of the key point. Tomorrow you will withdraw first and leave how you came in. We'll wait for you guys to get out. Then we'll evacuate outward. Si Ting had long thought that when he went out, he had to separate from the medical team for safety reasons to ensure the safety of the medical team. No kidding. Team Tsunami and the others are hurt like that. If they really fight, you guys are too dangerous. Wenchu shook her head. When she bandaged Gu Xiao just now, although everyone didn't say anything, Xiao Yu didn't say anything either. But still, he himself had looked closely, and the one in Gu Xiao's arm had been hit by a bullet, which had been removed before they arrived. All those who were wounded, except him, were wounded by stray bullets. 2 other members of the team were shot in the leg, and the bullets were likewise removed before they came in. Brother, Si Rin walked up to the top floor and towards Si Ting and Wenchu. What's wrong? Si Ting sat down directly on the floor as he watched Siren walk over. Just now, Dairon came to me for a chat, and he has an idea that he hopes you'll agree to, Siren said seriously. Talk, Sito replied faintly. These guys I have, they used to be special forces too. All have also gone into warzone assistance here in F. Just now, DeLung saw the injuries of Brother Gu Xiao and their team members, as well as 2 of your team members, all of whom were badly injured. The evacuation will be difficult for them. Dairon said the best way to evacuate would be for the special forces and medical teams to evacuate separately. After the medics get out first, the special forces team will go again. At the very least it will ensure that the medics get out first. If anything goes wrong, the medics are off the hook. So Dairon proposed that they switch with the most injured ones. These people evacuated with the medical team. They changed into these men's clothes and evacuated with you. After Si Rin finished speaking, Si Ting frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Wenchu froze. Sun Dalon's analysis was exactly the same as Si Ting's, which meant that he really was someone who had fought his way out of here. Brother? Seeing that Si Ting didn't say anything, Si Rin called out to him. You call Sun Dalong up. I'll have a chat with him. Si Ting looked at Si Rin and opened his mouth. Good. Si Rin stood up from the ground, and Wenchu followed Si Rin. I'll go down and check their injuries. She knew that if she was here, there were some things that Si Ting and Sun Dalong couldn't say well. Sifan nodded. Yuli. Wenchu walked down and saw that Xiao Yu was sitting beside Gu Xiao, while the latter was lying on the ground, already asleep. Xiao Yu stood up and walked with Wenchu to a deserted place, her eyes red. How is Captain Cao doing? Wenchu pulled out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Xiao Yu. Hatsumomo. It hurts me to watch. He was shot in the arm and he took it out himself with a knife. Xiao Yu was a doctor, and she knew how much pain one needed to endure to remove a bullet without anesthesia. It's still feverish. Just a little anti-inflammatory medicine. Fever reducer he doesn't take himself. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she wiped her tears while looking at the other 2 members of the team who had been shot. Those 2 don't eat either. They don't even eat painkillers. Sighting, a while ago, was like this. Wenchu shook her head helplessly as she walked over to her medical kit and squatted down, taking out the pill bottle. It's a painkiller that the medical school developed themselves. You know, and I take it all the time. There are no side effects on the body and no dependency. Take it to relieve some of the pain and rest better. Wenchu handed the medicine bottle to Xiao Yu. Hatsumomo, when you're with a soldier, Do you have to be on edge every day? During the time she had been with Gu Xiao, Xiao Yu's heart had never been in her stomach. It's also where Sito and I started our relationship. We've lived the same life. It's a special situation here, and it will be fine when the mission is over and we return to China. Wen Chu comforted Xiao Yu. As he spoke, Si Ting and Sun Dalong walked down the stairs together. Si Ting looked at Sun Dalong as he watched the players of both teams lying on the ground resting. Thanks. Chapter 33, Wen Chu with a gun. Everyone stayed in the building until the latter part of the night, when the sound of gunfire outside became noticeably weaker. Sito was instantly much more awake, then woke up all the men. Wen Chu, who was resting against the wall, opened his eyes in a daze and saw that Sun Dalong and the others had already begun to change clothes with the seriously injured team members. Rin, when you go out in a moment, stay in the same formation you came in. Have Team Tsunami and the others stand on either side to protect Wen Chu and Xiao Yu. When you walk out, get in your car and head back to camp without a moment's delay. Si Ting stood in front of Si Rin and admonished him. Brother, what about you guys? Si Rin was still a bit uneasy about Si Ting. We'll leave when you're 15 minutes out. Sighting glanced at his watch so that he could all withdraw from the war zone before dawn. Good. After a few words of instruction, Sighting escorted the group out of the building. Everyone get binoculars and stay on alert. Omi, go up to the roof and find a position. Get in position. Si Ting twisted his head to look at Zhang Tu, who immediately ran up to the roof of the building with his sniper rifle. Wen Chu's pedestrians, apart from the ones without any fighting ability, were seriously injured, and Si Ting had to find a way to escort them out. Everyone try to be quiet from now on. Let's evacuate. Siren looked behind him and whispered. Wen Chu and the others nodded. She saw that although Gu Xiao and the others were seriously injured, they still maintained a high level of vigilance. The guns pinned to their waists were all loaded. Si Rin and Wang Nan stood at the front of the group, one holding the national flag and the other the medical flag, and the two led the entire group towards the outside of the war zone in a quiet yet quick walk. Stop! When they walked to a building, someone suddenly rushed out with a gun and aimed it at Wen Chu and the others. Gu Xiao and the others immediately put their hands on their waists. I'll do it. Wen Chu's tone was a little shaky. Little sister-in-law. Si Rin stopped Wen Chu. I'll communicate. Wen Chu tried to calm down. I'm an interpreter for the Chinese medical team. Wen Chu spoke to the other side in F. You're a medical team? The man held a gun aimed at Wen Chu. Are you blind? Can't you see it? Wen Chu asked, pointing at the Chinese flag and the medical flag. Why here? Where are you going? The man continued to ask. Don't you delay here. Don't you know how long you've been fighting in your war zone? Our rescue points are full of injured people. There's an urgent need for doctors. Get out of the way. Wen Chu stared at the man in front of her sternly. These are all doctors? The man suddenly pointed at Gu Xiao and the others and said, then walked towards Gu Xiao. Stop. Wen Chu growled towards the man. The man stopped his feet and looked at Wen Chu. Wen Chu turned her hand and drew the gun from Gu Xiao's waist, aiming it at the man's temple. Translator, what are you doing? The man stood still, not moving a muscle. The seriously injured members of the team were alert to the movements of Wen Chu and the other side. I'll say it for the last time. We're Chinese healthcare. What you delay now is delaying the lives of the brothers around you. And I'm warning you, no one from any of the war zones is allowed to harm us medics. If you dare to take another step forward, we'll die together. After Wen Chu finished speaking, the atmosphere around him seemed to freeze. Si Rin, who was standing to the side, couldn't understand the F language, so he could only stare at the other person. If the other person made any more movements, he would be the first to rush up to protect Wen Chu. Gu Xiao and the others were shocked. The current Wen Chu was something they had never seen before. After the man locked eyes with Wen Chu for a few seconds, he finally nodded. He waved his hand and all his men withdrew into the building. Wen Chu also put away his gun, then turned around and walked back to the circle that Gu Xiao and the others had surrounded. Translator, what's your name? The man suddenly looked at Wen Chu and asked. You care so much. After Wen Chu finished speaking, she directly walked away, never bothering with the man behind her again. The man looked at Wen Chu's back as she left and unconsciously hooked a smile. Boss, you got your eye on that Chinese chick? There was an F, who came up to the man with a bad smile on his face. We'll see again, the man said thoughtfully. Chapter 34, Si Ting asked Wen Chu to break up with him. When Koru, a pedestrian, hiked for more than 40 minutes and finally got out of the war zone. Are you guys okay? Wen Chu, Xiao Yu, Wang Nan and Si Rin hurriedly spread out to support Gu Xiao and the others. Gu Xiao nodded somewhat weakly. It's fine. Get in the car. Let's hurry. Wen Chu and the four of them helped all the team members get into the car. Then Wen Chu, Wang Nan and Si Rin, as the drivers of the three cars, had just stepped into the driver's seat when they heard gunshots coming from the war zone. Sighting, Gu Xiao heard the model of the gun and instantly tensed up. It's Sito and their guns, Gu Xiao said with certainty. What about this? Wen Chu instantly panicked and was at a loss for words. Little sister-in-law, don't worry, You guys drive and hurry. I'll wait for my brother here. Si-rin looked at Wen-shu and said anxiously. You're not enough on your own. I'm with you. You guys get back to camp. Gu Xiao said that he was about to jump out of the car. Wen-shu stopped Gu Xiao and shook his head. You can't help much in this condition. Dashin, can you drive? Wen-shu calmed down and asked, looking at Wang Shan, who was the lightest among these seriously injured. Sister-in-law. Yes. Wang Shan nodded. You and Senior and Dashin, drive them back to the camp immediately. Rin and I will wait here for Sito and the others. I'm the only one who is fluent in the language here. Wen-shu knew she had to stay. Si-rin didn't understand the F language at all and couldn't communicate with anyone over here if she had any problems. You go, I'll wait here. I at least have the ability to resist. I'm afraid you'll be captured and gang raped. Xiao Yu shook her head. Wen-shu was speechless as soon as she heard Xiao Yu's worry that, can't get me, and Rin's here. Wen-shu returned to her senses and pointed at Si-rin, who was standing to the side. Team Tsunami, you guys hurry up and leave. Listen to me if you don't want to involve Siting and the others. Seeing that Gu Xiao didn't want to leave either, Wen-shu said seriously. Dason, drive. Gu Xiao made up his mind with difficulty, then handed the gun in his hand to Wen-shu. He could tell that Wen-shu knew how to use a gun from the way he held the gun against the F Nation's temple just now. As for accuracy, he wouldn't know, but the gun was still a weapon in her hands. After all, when Si-rin and Wen-shu saw the 3 jeeps drive away, they looked back at the 2 pickup trucks parked off to the side that Si-ting and the others had driven over. Let's start the car and get ready for the pickup, Wen-shu said, pointing to the pickup truck. Little sister-in-law, we don't have car keys. Si-rin looked at the 2 pickup trucks and shook his head. Yes, Dashin told me where I put it. Wen-shu ran over and pulled out the car keys from the gas cap. Seeing Wen-shu's action, Si-rin also immediately opened the gas cap of the other one, and there were indeed car keys inside. The 2 men started the car and stood outside listening to the gunfire in the war zone, anxious as hell, but the 2 of them knew that they mustn't be breaking in. All they could do was wait. The gunfire continued for over 20 minutes, only to see a dozen men frantically running towards the location of the parking spot, through the sun that was just starting to rise. Wen-shu saw Si-ting's figure. Get in the car. Si-rin also saw it and hurriedly shouted at Wen-shu to get in the car and drive. The 2 men opened the doors all the way, then sat in the driver's seat and slammed on the brakes. Get in the car. When Si-ting saw Wen-shu and Si-rin, he guessed their movements and hurriedly shouted towards the team. A dozen or so people moved very quickly. A few times all jumped into the car. Wen-shu and Si-rin immediately released the stepped-on brakes, a foot towards the throttle position to the bottom. Wen-shu originally did not drive a pickup truck, but here in F country, the endless land casually drive. No road, no obstacles, do not have to consider the distance between the surrounding cars, straightforward to drive. There wasn't even a tree for miles around, so she didn't have to worry about crashing anywhere. Are you guys okay? Wen-shu asked Si-ting about them while driving. It's fine. Why are you and Rin here? Si-rin frowned at Wen-shu who was driving. We just came out and heard gunshots from inside, so I guess you guys are in trouble. So Rin and I stayed behind and waited to meet you, Wen-shu explained. Seeing the unharmed Wen-shu, a different emotion surfaced in Si-ting's eyes. There were some things that he wasn't going to need to make a choice about. Wen-shu didn't notice Si-ting's change in mood and didn't dare to loosen the throttle under her feet in the slightest. Upon arriving at the camp, the group got out to find that the camp had been taken over by medical and rescue teams from other countries. Si-ting stepped out of the car and chatted with the other person in charge before stepping into the driver's seat. Choo-choo, I'll drive. Si-ting's tone is calm. Wen-shu nodded, then went to the passenger seat. Si-ting drove the car back to the rescue point, and Gu Xiao and the others all stood at the door waiting. Everyone clung to each other when they saw that not a single person was worse off standing in the doorway of the rescue point. Wen-shu looked at Si-ting, who looked deeply at Wen-shu and walked forward to take Wen-shu into his arms. Back. Everyone went back to their dormitories, and Si-ting also went back to his dormitory to take a shower. Si-rin unconsciously frowned as he stood still and watched Si-ting, who was walking back to his dormitory. When Wen-shu finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom, she found that Si-ting had already washed up and come over, but was packing up his things. What are you packing for? Wen-shu asked as she rubbed her hair. Hearing Wen-shu's words, Si-ting placed the packed things on the table. Hatsumomo, I'm moving back to my dorm today, Si-ting said faintly, with indescribable emotions in his eyes. Move back? Wen-shu was a bit puzzled as she realized that Si-ting's mood wasn't quite right. Aha! Si-ting nodded. Did something happen? Wen-shu put down the towel in her hand and looked up at Si-ting. There's something I want to talk to you about. Si-ting paused and looked at Wen-shu and said seriously. Okay. Wen-shu nodded. Let's split up for a while. After Si-ting finished speaking, Wen-shu's brain buzzed and she couldn't hear anything for more than 10 seconds. When she slowed down, her tone was a little shaky. What do you mean? Si-ting looked at Wen-shu as if he had made up his mind. Break up. Instantly, Wen Chu's eyes reddened. Give me a reason. She didn't know what the hell was going on. It was clear that she was fine just a moment ago, so why did she have to break up in the middle of a shower? Hatsa Momo. We're not right for each other. I'm the one who's sorry. From now on, take care of yourself. In 3 short sentences, Sighting paused several times before finishing. Wen Chu watched as he took his things and turned to leave. Her eyes were wet with tears and she slowly crouched down and hugged her legs as she cried out in pain. After Si Ting walked out of the dormitory, he stood in the doorway and listened to the woman's cries inside. His heart seemed to have been seized, and it hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. When Si Ting returned to the dormitory, he saw an equally frustrated Gu Xiao, and a helpless Si Rin. You too. Isn't there a better way? Siren looked at the 2 silent smoking men in front of him. We shouldn't have moved this from the beginning. Sito shook his head and took a deep drag on his cigarette. What you should be thinking is that being here is only temporary. There will always be a day when you return home. Siren was still persuading the 2. The reality of the situation is here. How many lives do either of them have that would allow them to break into a war zone? Is there any chance of breaking in and being able to get out of it? Sito was a little frightened when he thought back on what had happened. Your brother is right. We do stay here just for a year. But this year, we are living inside the gunfire. The only way they'll have a good chance of both of them returning home safely is if they're separated. Gu Xiao pointed to the injuries on his body as he spoke. Your brother and I are both 9 deaths away from dying here. We go into a war zone and we can't even say we'll come back alive. Separate. And it's kind of our way of protecting them. Si Rin could hear reluctance and helplessness in their tone. Wen Chu's dormitory door was knocked on, and when she opened it, she saw Xiaoyu who also had red eyes. You don't say a word. Xiaoyu looked at Wen Chu's appearance and had a number in her heart. You and Sighting broke up too. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Wen Chu looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by also? Gu Xiao and I split up too. He mentioned it. Xiaoyu walked into Wen Chu's dormitory and closed the door. The 2 stared at each other for a long time before Wen Chu slowly spoke. The 2 of them discussed it. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. They are not wanting us to be gambling with our lives for them. At this moment, Wen Chu guessed it all. Chapter 35, there will be no reconciliation. Early the next morning, Si Rin was leaving with his people, and before he left he came to Wen Chu's dormitory to say goodbye. Little sister-in-law, I'm leaving. After Si Rin finished speaking, he remembered how he had addressed Wen Chu. Call me Wen Chu from now on. Wen Chu smiled faintly. Regardless of what happens to me in sitting, thank you for sending me back. It's your brother's card, and I haven't touched the money on it. We've both been separated, and it wouldn't be appropriate to leave it with me now. Wen Chu handed Si Rin the card that Si Ting had given him. Here's the painkillers. You can give them to him along with it. He knows the drug. He and Captain Tsunami's crew. Use it. Wen Chu took all the painkillers and handed them to Si Rin. Can I ask a question? Si Rin hesitated for a moment, and after receiving the card and painkillers, he looked at Wen Chu and asked tentatively. There will be no reconciliation. Wen Chu guessed the question that Si Rin wanted to ask and directly shook her head. This night, Wen Chu thought a lot, and she made a decision for herself. Have a safe trip, Wen Chu said as she looked at Si Rin. See you later, little Wen Chu. After Siren said hello, he turned around and left. Wen Chu walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the medical point. Si Ting, who was standing at the back door of the dormitory, looked at her back as she walked away and didn't say anything. Brother, you should have heard what my little sister-in-law told me to pass on. Si Rin handed Si Ting the bank card and painkillers in his hand. Captain Timothy, Captain Tsunami. Wang Nan knocked on the door of the rescue point conference room. Both teams were able to return for the most part after 3 days of adjustments. They were doing a post-battle summary when Wang Nan walked in with a man. Dr. Wang, what's wrong? Si Ting stood up and looked at Wang Nan and the strange man. Everyone in the conference room went quiet, and it was obvious that Wang Nan sighed. This is the captain of the first team, Captain Sithan. This is the captain of the second team, Captain Gu Xiao. Wang Nan introduced Si Ting and Gu Xiao to the men first. This is our 3 teams, newly assigned interpreter, Zhao Ji. After Wang Nan finished speaking, the entire conference room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Upon hearing Wang Nan's words, Gu Xiao subconsciously looked at Si Ting, whose entire temperature around his body dropped. Wen Chu, where did one translator go? Gu Xiao looked at Wang Nan and asked. She's gone. On my way to the airport. Wang Nan's eyes kept resting on Si Ting's body as he spoke. Has she returned to China? Gu Xiao continued to ask. Hello, Smithy. Si Ting extended his hand towards Zhao Ji, and after shaking his hand he stood back in front of the conference table. Captain Tsunami, Hatsu didn't return. What I do know is that she dropped out of school and gave up on her degree. She didn't tell anyone exactly where she went. Not even little you. Although Wang Nan had been looking at Gu Xiao, he had said these words to Si Ting. Today's meeting ends here. Everyone go back and summarize for yourself. Gu Xiao looked towards the conference room, and after he finished speaking, the team members got up and left the conference room. She dropped out? Si Ting looked back at Wang Nan with indescribable emotions in his eyes. For all he knew, Wen Shu had always taken her own studies seriously, and he hadn't expected her to drop out. I just found out about it too, and when translator Zhao arrived at the medical point to find me, I realized that Hatsu had submitted an application to leave here. She hasn't mentioned a word about it in the past few days, and I rushed to her dormitory when I saw translator Zhao. I didn't realize she was gone, and she only took her clothes and drawing board with her, leaving everything else behind. Wang Nan said helplessly. Si Ting walked out of the conference room with large strides and ran directly to Wen Shu's dormitory. Wang Nan wanted to follow, but Gu Xiao pulled Wang Nan back. Let him stay by himself for a while. Captain Tsunami, don't just mind other people's hilarity. Do you know who Cho Chi is? Wang Nan decided to make the two brothers, together, have a bad time. Who? Gu Xiao asked in disbelief. Xiao Yu's ex-boyfriend. No, ex-boyfriend. The last one was you. After Wang Nan finished speaking, Gu Xiao instantly changed his face. This, Chapter 36, Gu Xiao. Si Ting, I wish you guys find your happiness soon. Since my sister-in-law left, the Timbers have been practicing themselves to death every day. Jiang Tu leaned on the dormitory window and looked at Si Ting, who was frantically running on the playground, and said helplessly, why did boss have to break up with his sister-in-law? Zhao Zhe rested his chin and leaned on the window as well. What's there to think about? Sister-in-law can hold a gun in her paintbrush hand since she's been with the boss. A girl that tender ran from the safe zone to the earthquake zone, then to the camp, and from the camp to the war zone. The boss is protecting his sister-in-law in disguise. He's afraid that one day, when he goes on a mission, he'll never come back. He's also afraid that, if there's another incident like the one in the previous war zone, his sister-in-law will hitch herself up in it. Jiang Tu's tone was all pity. The boss is right, and so is my sister-in-law. We are special forces. This life is never our own, nor does it belong to our family. State only. Zhao Zhe also understood what Si Ting and Gu Xiao had done. Suddenly, there was a fierce wind and lightning outside. In an instant, pouring rain pelted down. Even so, Si Ting didn't stop at all and continued to run through the heavy rain. Boss, at this rate, something has to go wrong. Jiang Tu stood up from his dormitory and pushed open the door and rushed into the pouring rain, running wildly to Si Ting's side and running with him. Boss, you've been running for a long time. You can't keep going, Gang Tu shouted as he ran. You go back, Si Ting said as he ran. I'm not leaving. Jiang Tu still ran with Si Ting. Before he could run 2 laps, Gu Xiao suddenly rushed out of the dormitory, ran to Si Ting's side, and swung a punch towards him. That punch slipped nicely by Sito, but Gu Xiao didn't choose to stop. Instead, he attacked towards Si Ting with punch after punch and leg after leg. The two quickly fought. Madness. Completely insane, Gang Tu said as he ran away. Dr. Joe, Dr. Joe. Jiang Tu rushed into the medical point, looking around for Xiaoyu. De Jiang, I'm here. Xiaoyu ran out from one of the wards and waved her hand towards Jiang Tu. Dr. Joe, come with me to my quarters. The Timbers and Tsunami are fighting, Jiang Tu said anxiously. Hearing Jiang Tu's words, Xiaoyu just wanted to raise her legs and run, but then stopped in her tracks. You go find Dr. Wang. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. Dr. Xiao. Jiang Tu stopped Xiaoyu. Team Timothy and Team Tsunami, they've always done things with thunder and lightning, never hesitating or getting emotional. When they go out on a mission, they are the first to rush, and never hesitate to go on the hardest and most dangerous ones. But ever since you and Team Tsunami separated and your sister-in-law left, Captain Timothy has been training every day in addition to eating, sleeping less than 5 hours a day. Team Tsunami is even more like lost souls. You should be able to figure it out. They were more compelled to separate from you guys. Both of them are at the level of troop warriors, especially Timothy's team, and the two of them fought together. If you don't go in time, there will be consequences. Before Jiang Tu finished his words, Xiao Yu's eyes turned red, and she no longer had any hesitation in rushing into the pouring rain. Have you two lost your minds? It's you who have to share. It's you guys who are tossing yourselves half to death now. What the hell? Xiao Yu stood in the dormitory and yelled furiously towards the two men standing in front of her, who had already finished showering and changed into clean clothes. Sit down. After Xiao Yu pointed at the chair and yelled, the two sat down in silence. Jiang Tu walked in and put down the medical kit, hurriedly turning around to go out and close the door. Xiao Yu finished treating Si Ting's body wounds first. Thanks. Si Ting was about to leave the room when he finished speaking. Si Ting, do you want to know where Chu Chu went? Xiao Yu turned her back to Si Ting, her tone regaining its calmness as she spoke faintly. Si Ting stopped in his tracks and quietly waited for Xiao Yu to say, it's been 2 months, and I finally asked for her from her senior. She went to M country first by herself, and finished drawing all the unfinished designs in her hand, and then she burned her drawing board, with all her drawing utensils, in a fire with her own hands. She told her mentor that she didn't want to be drawing or studying design anymore. She hates the fact that her hands are tied, and because of her incompetence, she can be discarded at will. There's not even any redeeming qualities. Hearing this, Si Ting turned to look at Xiao Yu, who was bandaging and treating Gu Zhao's wound. Hatsumomo is a very smart girl. Her ability to learn should go without saying. You know it very well. She's out of graduate school, but she's only 21. After this, she went back to China. With a letter of recommendation, she reported to the First Military Medical University of China. She's going to start over as a freshman now, but she's clearly due for a PhD. She gave up everything she had, her little white hands, and finally put down her paintbrush and chose to pick up a gun and a scalpel. In the dormitory, Si Ting and Gu Zhao's eyes were filled with shock. The day you guys mentioned breaking up, we guessed why. We know that you have your own considerations, your own helplessness, but we also had our thoughts about all the difficulties and dangers we faced when we chose you. But the only thing we didn't expect was for you guys to not want us. Hatsumomo made her choice, and she told Shifu that she didn't do it all to try to get back on your good side. She wanted to prove to herself that even if she stood on the battlefield one day, she was the one who could help others, not the one who was abandoned because he had no ability to defend himself. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she also finished bandaging all of Gu Zhao's wounds. She quietly put away the medical kit, then looked at the two frozen men. Hatsumomo's gone, and I'm leaving too. She's gone to prove herself, and it's time for me to prove myself. All this is done, not for the eyes of others, but only to give an account of ourselves. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Gu Xiao stood up from his chair, his brows furrowed as he stared at Xiao Yu. The doctor who's taking over is arriving tomorrow, a saint of surgery in the capital, so much better than me. Gu Xiao, citing, in the future, Chu Chu and I, we shouldn't have much chance to meet with you too. So today, on behalf of myself, and on behalf of Hatsumomo, I wish you all a safe return from every mission you go out on. I wish you, too, to find your own happiness soon and grow old together. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she walked out of Gu Zhao's dormitory without looking back. Chapter 37, Meeting again after 4 years. In the compound of the rescue point, the two of them, Si Ting and Gu Xiao, were sitting on a bench, smoking cigarettes one after another. Are we doing something wrong? Gu Xiao said with some annoyance. So wrong. Sito extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He kept thinking back to the way Winshu had confronted the soldiers of another country at the shock site, at the camp, in the war zone, including at the medical point. She was scared, but never backed down. Even at gunpoint, she dared to argue with the other side in a reasoned manner. The two saw Xiao Yu, who had packed her bags and was walking out of the dormitory. Si Ting stood up and slowly looked at Gu Xiao. If we don't chase after him, the mistake will be even more outrageous. After hearing Si Ting's words, Gu Xiao stood up and prepared to run towards Xiao Yu. And just then, the alarm at the rescue point sounded. Xiao Yu stopped in her tracks and subconsciously looked towards Gu Zhao's dormitory, only to see Gu Xiao and Si Ting running quickly towards the dormitory. Come back safely, Xiao Yu muttered to herself, then pushed her suitcase and walked out of the rescue point without looking back. Hello classmate, I'm Senior Suja, can we get acquainted? When Shu was carrying her medical books in her arms, and on her way towards the library, a boy ran over to greet Winshu. Hello, freshman year, Winshu. Winshu nodded, and when she finished, she intended to continue walking. Winshu, can we leave a contact? Suja said without being discouraged. Sazi is it? She doesn't like your type. Another girl's voice came from behind Winshu. Hearing this voice, Winshu froze and turned around to see a smiling Xiao Yu. You! There was some surprise in Winshu's eyes. Then he hugged Xiao Yu. After the two hugged for a while, Xiao Yu gently pushed Winshu away. Now, I'm your schoolmate. Xiao Yu looked at Winshu with her hands on her chest and said with a smile. Winshu didn't slow down for a moment, her eyes all puzzled. Since I am too good to break the rules, I can do my PhD here. Xiao Yu herself was a graduate medical student, and since she had been exceptionally good during her time in school, when she had asked to come here, her professor had used all of her contacts to literally send her in. When we graduate, we'll both be army doctors, but I graduated a few years earlier than you. Follow your sister well, and she will teach you everything she has learned in her life. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, the two girls laughed. It was the first time they had laughed so hard in over 2 months. Xiao Yu is a doctor, and Winshu is an undergraduate, and the military medical university manages very strictly, completely following the work and rest of the army. The two usually barely even had time to meet, but as long as they met each time, Xiao Yu would give Winshu a small lesson and taught her a lot in advance. Moreover, Winshu had seen all kinds of injured people when she was at the rescue point, so her learning speed was again much faster than her classmates. Team Timothy, you're 28 years old and you still don't have a girlfriend? Still waiting for your sister-in-law? After the mission, Si Ting and the team sat on the ground and rested. He had just taken a sip of water when Jiang-tu suddenly looked at him and asked, "Oi, did you just get your brain squeezed by a door?" Wang Hao patted Jiang-tu's head with his hand and gently shook his head, signaling him to stop talking. Without saying a word, Si Ting slowly got up from the floor and walked in the direction of the car. "What? It's been 4 years. It's not a solution for the boss to keep waiting like this," Jiang-tu said helplessly. "Sister-in-law is indeed a ruthless person as well, and it's amazing that I haven't heard anything at all in 4 years. Not to mention sister-in-law, there's no news from Dr. Joe of the Tsunami team either. It seems that these two sisters-in-law are determined not to have Team Timothy and Team Tsunami. The Timbers and Tsunami didn't have anything better to do at that time. It's not like you don't know how much we've been through since the two sisters-in-law left, and we've come back from the dead several times. My mom arranged a blind date for me, and I didn't dare to go. These people, not to the day of retirement. Life is not their own. I have written more than 30 copies of the suicide note." The team members shook their heads helplessly. They could completely understand what Si Ting and Gu Xiao did back then. After returning to the army, Si Ting sat in his dormitory, his heart quiet for a long time. The name Wenshu was a name that no one dared to bring up in front of him in the past few years. He was sent by the army to other war-torn areas for 2 years after he was sent from China. After he came back, he went to Burma, and it was not until this year that he settled down in the capital city. In these 4 years, he hadn't dared to inquire about any bit of news from Wenshu. It's been 4 years, and it's about time for Dr. Yu to graduate, and 4 years of elementary school. On his way back from a mission, Gu Xiao meets Si Ting's team members, who tell Gu Xiao about the incident, hoping that he will come and persuade Si Ting. After all, it's all the more important for two single grasses in the army to sympathize with each other. Si Ting looked up at Gu Xiao. His own 4 years had not been good. Why would Gu Xiao not be the same? 3 ICU stays alone. Shot 4 times. The faces of the two men had faded from their 24-year-old looks, and now just a look was enough to shock. There were more and more military medals, and the rank on his shoulders was higher and higher, but no one had ever been able to fill the vacant place in his heart. Knock knock, come in. Si Ting walked into the commander's office and after saluting, the commander stood up and looked at Si Ting. "Sito, is something wrong?" Si Ting nodded. "Commander, I'd like to take a leave of absence. A week." Hearing Si Ting's words, Lin Jin was a bit surprised. This was the first time Si Ting had taken a vacation since 4 years ago. "Something?" Lin Jin's tone was more relaxed, the tone of an uncle to his nephew. "There are some personal matters that have dragged on too long and need to be taken care of." Sithin nodded. "Okay, approved, but not now." Lin Jin nodded, and Si Ting's eyes were a little puzzled. "I was just about to look for you, but I didn't think I'd come myself. Gu Xiao is also arriving soon. Come and talk together." Lin Jin's facial expression became much more serious. After waiting until Gu Xiao arrived and Lin Jin announced the new mission, Si Ting and Gu Xiao immediately went into battle readiness and went back to gather the team. A bus carrying the special operations team stopped at the foot of the mountain, and Si Ting and Gu Xiao, heavily armed, led the team down from the bus. While the two teams were getting organized, another bus drove up. Si Ting, Gu Xiao, here. The two men looked at Staff Sergeant Chen Jianchen. "This time, you'll take the medical team with you into the mountains. The enemy team, too, will be carrying the same number of medical teams. You must ensure the safety of every doctor on the medical team while keeping yourselves safe. On this basis, annihilate the enemy's ranks." Staff Sergeant Chen pointed to the medical team stepping off the bus. Si Ting and Gu Xiao looked at the medical team before withdrawing their gaze, promised to complete the mission. Soon, the medical team also assembled and walked over to the Special Forces team. Comrades of the medical team, the 2 doctors leading the team are doctors from the military hospital in the capital city. The others are the students from our internship at the University of Military Medicine. They are also well aware of the troops' regulations, so they don't need to say any more. I'll be waiting for your triumph at the command post. After Senator Chen finished speaking, he walked towards the command headquarters. When Si Ting and Gu Xiao walked over towards the medical team, the captain of the medical team walked up and looked at the two men. "Hello, medical team leader, Kai Peng. This is the vice captain of the medical team, Chen Shang. Hello, captain of the first team, Sito. Hello, captain of team 2, Gu Xiao. Good, then we'll split the medical team into 2 groups as well, and I'll take the 3 of them and follow one. Chen Shang, take the other 3 and follow the second team." A few people introduced themselves to each other, and then they split into 2 groups. Kai Peng told the students behind him to come forward and get to know each other. The people behind them were taking their masks off, except for the 2 girls standing behind them who were hesitant to do so. It's been 4 years since I dreamed that the scene of goodbye would look like this. It's a real coincidence. I'm on a team with Sighting and you're on a team with Gu Xiao. Purposely grouped together doesn't necessarily divide so precisely. Xiao Yu and Wenchu stood back and froze for a long time before finally saying helplessly, Xiao Chu, Xiao Yu, you two come over here. After the people in front of them had finished their introductions, Kai Peng and Chen Shang realized that Wenchu and Xiao Yu were standing still. Upon hearing these two names, Si Ting and Gu Xiao instantly froze, and the team members behind them also froze. The four men stood in place staring at each other, not saying a word. Chapter 38, When Eight Eyes Meet. Hatsu? Little Yu? Chen Shang shouted again in confusion. No need for them to come over. We'll go over. Si Ting returned to his senses, raised his hand and removed his mask, taking a step towards Wenchu. Gu Xiao removed his mask at the same time and took a step towards Xiao Yu. Wenchu and Xiao Yu also raised their hands and removed their masks, revealing their two exquisite little faces. When they saw with their own eyes that Xiao Chu and Xiao Yu were their own sisters-in-law, the Special Forces members were excited. Xiao Chu, Xiao Yu, this is Dr. Kai. You don't need to introduce them, they can just introduce themselves. Come on, let me introduce you to us. Kai Peng was just about to raise his steps towards the four people to make introductions, but he didn't expect to be dragged back by Jiang Tu covering his mouth. His own sister-in-law finally showed up and didn't even need another person to come up and help introduce him. Si Ting and Gu Xiao walked up to Wenchu and Xiao Yu, slightly lowering their heads as they looked at the two women in front of them. 8 eyes met, and none of the four could speak. Hatsu, Captain Timothy, hello, Wenchu. Wenchu interrupted what Sighting was trying to say and raised her hand to reach out to him. Si Ting swallowed his words and raised his hand back to hold Wenchu, but he didn't let go. Hatsu, I'm sorry. Si Ting's eyes stared straight at Wenchu. Wenchu, however, couldn't look at each other anymore. She knew that if she continued to look at each other, all the mental construction she had done would completely collapse. Xiao Yu, recognize it? Just hurry up and get going when you're done getting acquainted. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Xiao and said without a good mood, then looked at the hands clasped together by her side and directly raised her hand to separate the two hands hard. It's still Captain Tsunami's family's sister-in-law who's wild. Not to mention not shaking hands with Team Tsunami, but also yanking Team Timothy and her sister-in-law right out of the way. Jiang Tu said cheerfully. Sister-in-law? Kai Peng and Chen Shang looked at Jiang Tu suspiciously and asked. Well, sister-in-law, former sister-in-law and future sister-in-law. Gang Tu nodded seriously. Kai Peng and Chen Shang looked at each other. Weren't they both single? Little Yu. Before Gu Xiao could even say a word to Xiao Yu pulled Wenchu and stood back up to the medical team. Si Ting stopped Gu Xiao, then glanced at his watch. It's time, let's go. 3 days will give us a chance to talk. Once the two teams were well deployed, they set off towards the deep mountains. In addition to doing their own tasks, the troopers had to take care of one doctor for every two. The troopers volunteered to help the medical team with medical kits and backpacks. They were well aware that although these doctors had come out of military medical school, this kind of field exercise was very difficult for them. Not to mention how physically difficult it would be to walk up the mountain after carrying a medical kit and backpack, but it would be difficult to need them to get through the 3 days down the road. Sister-in-law, I'll help you with your backpack. Jiang Tu ran over and looked at Wenchu and said with a smile, I'm fine, you go help the others. Wenchu shook her head. Since she chose to come over, she didn't intend to seek help from others. Give me the medical kit. After Si Ting finished speaking, he didn't give Wenchu any chance to refuse and directly grabbed it. Jiang Tu watched Si Ting's movements, the corners of his mouth grinning out of the corners of his eyes. The two of them, he and Si Ting, were responsible for taking care of Wenchu, but he didn't want to disturb the two of them, so he stepped forward and snatched the medical kit from Si Ting's hand. Boss, I'll take care of the physical work, so you can take care of your sister-in-law. Jiang Tu took the medical kit and continued on his way. Kai Peng always felt strange when he looked at the three people in front of him. Wenchu treated Si Ting as if he didn't know him. Si Ting was very attached to Wenchu, and the two of them were followed by a rabbit like Jiang Tu hopping around. Chapter 39, Si Ting's renewed confession. Little Yu, I'll carry your medical kit. Chen Shang ran to Xiao Yu's side and wanted to help her carry the suitcase. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the medical kit was directly snatched away by Gu Xiao. Xiao Yu was about to say something when Gu Xiao looked at Xiao Yu and smiled. Little Yu, watch the road. Chen Shang looked at Gu Xiao with a dumbfounded look on his face. He felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he couldn't say anything. The two teams quickly set off towards the various mission points, and the doctors following the teams followed them closely in order not to drag their feet. It was until 8 p.m. When the two teams gathered at a rendezvous point halfway up the mountain. The members of the medical team were exhausted. Everyone was sitting paralyzed at the meeting point resting, and only two people, Xiao Yu and Wenchu, were sitting quietly on the side of the mountain. Chu Chu, how are you today? Xiao Yu asked as she looked at Wenchu. It's okay, not very tired. Wenchu faintly shook her head. That's not what I asked you. How are you and Sighting doing? Xiao Yu blankly glanced at Wenchu. He's been by my side the whole time, but we haven't talked much. Wenchu shook her head. If she had known that there would be Sighting before she came, she would not have chosen to come over. In these 4 years, she had come this far one step at a time, and the suffering she had endured, only she and Xiao Yu knew. Although she has only been in clinicals for 4 years, she has already completed her studies during graduate school as well. She was the least educated of the doctors out on this exercise, but not the least learned. Xiao Yu has finished her doctorate and is a qualified military doctor. Wenchu could learn so fast, but also because Xiao Yu was constantly helping her to open up small stoves, and when she was sitting in her own class, as long as Wenchu had time, she brought her to contact the cases. Everyone knew that the pair of sisters, Xiao Yu and Wenchu, were extremely outstanding. On top of that, Wenchu hired a personal trainer and trained for an hour a day without fail. So over the past 4 years, she has also taken up Shotokan and karate, and is now learning mixed martial arts. She wasn't the same girl with no hands anymore. As for Xiao Yu, she also hired a private tutor during her studies, and she didn't fall behind at all on the ones that Wenchu studied, and she learned them all. This Gu Xiao thing, it hasn't bothered me all day. Walk and talk as you go. His players were a godsend and stayed away from both of us. Xiao Yu shook her head helplessly when she remembered Gu Xiao, but Wenchu saw a different emotion in Xiao Yu's eyes. There are some things that the eyes can't hide. As they spoke, Si Ting and Gu Xiao had already finished giving the team a meeting, lined up their night duty and disbanded to start resting. The two men looked around and looked at the two men sitting on the side of the hill and without any hesitation walked over to them. Hatsu. Si Ting's voice came out from behind Wenchu. The two men looked up at the two great Buddhas standing in front of them and exchanged glances. Little Yu, I have something to say to you. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he didn't give Xiao Yu any chance to react, reached out and pulled and left. You dog, let go of me. Xiao Yu cursed while being grabbed by Gu Xiao. Si Ting then sat next to Wenchu, knowing that Wenchu wouldn't hide. Something wrong? Wenchu's tone didn't have any ups and downs. 4 years ago, I'm sorry. Sito's tone was full of guilt. Captain Timothy, there's nothing to apologize for. It's all in the past. Wenchu shook her head, already calm. Can I go after you again? Si Ting looked at Wenchu and said seriously. Hearing these words, Wenchu's heart felt as if it had been hit. What had been a waveless heart suddenly rolled over. Sito, 4 years ago, it was over between us. I spent 4 years letting go of our relationship. There's no point in picking it up. After a while, Wenchu slowly spoke. I know that 4 years ago, I did something wrong. There hasn't been a day in the last 4 years that I haven't thought about you. Give me a chance to get you back again. Will you? Si Ting put his hands on Wenchu's shoulders and made her turn to look at himself. Wenchu looked at the man in front of her. Her face had already faded from the teenage feeling and youthfulness of 4 years ago. It had to be said that the current Sighting was much more attractive. Sighting, if we make up today, tomorrow you'll get another assignment and have to go back to F8 again. Far more dangerous than it was 4 years ago. What would you do? Wenchu looked into Si Ting's eyes and calmly asked the question. Hatsu, even if that's the case, I won't be letting go of you anymore. The mistake I made 4 years ago, I won't make it again. Wenchu had no trouble seeing the firmness in Si Ting's eyes. Boss, someone's coming. Jiang Tu ran over and lowered his voice. Sito immediately stood up and looked at his surroundings. Take cover, prepare for battle. After Si Ting finished speaking, he raised his hand and pulled Wenchu up and ran towards a bush. Hide here. After Si Ting hid Wenchu, he hid himself in the bushes next door. Members of both teams hid with their assigned doctors. The rendezvous point became instantly quiet. Wenchu, who was hiding in the bushes, heard the approaching footsteps and held his breath. The sound just now should have come from here. Look at the footprints on the ground. They shouldn't have gotten far. Wenchu saw through a gap in the bushes that 4 men were searching around them. It was also 3 special warriors with a doctor. The same tactic as Sito and the others. Wenchu looked carefully at the other doctor, and her mind was made up. Dr. Su, wait here and don't move. After one of the special warriors finished talking to the doctor who was with him, he started analyzing the footprints on the ground with the other 2 special warriors, observing the surroundings. After seeing the 3 special warriors separated from the doctor by nearly 5 meters, Wenchu suddenly stood up and lunged towards the doctor, drawing his knife and sweeping it across the doctor's neck. Just as Wenchu rushed out, Si Ting, Gu Xiao, Jiang Tu, and Li Bin also rushed out, drawing their guns and shooting towards the 3 special combatants. Colored smoke instantly billowed out of the enemy's special warriors, meaning they were dead. Wenchu raised her hand and pulled up the doctor she had pounced on, and her own actions just now meant that this doctor was dead as well. Xiao Chu, you're really not soft when it comes to laying hands on me. Su Chao laughed and shook his head. I also just looked at it being you. knowing that you wouldn't be angry if I laid my hands on you. Wenshu smiled and helped Su Chao clean up the dust on his body. Team Timothy, Team Tsunami, your team's doctors are surprisingly good at what they do. The enemy's special forces member looked at Wenshu and said with some incredulity, Hu Bei Lai, be a good dead man. Jiang Tu stood in front of the other party and said with a smug expression. Si Ting didn't answer the other party, but quietly looked at Wenshu. He had seen Wenshu's movements clearly just now. Fast, accurate and ruthless. Wenshu was still the old Wenshu, but Wenshu was no longer the old Wenshu. Chapter 40 An assist from Commander Lin. In the command headquarters, sitting inside and looking at the real-time images coming back from the mountain, Chen Jian looked at the screen with some surprise. Senator Chen, what's wrong with you? The other few people turned their heads to look at Chen Jian and asked suspiciously, pull up this doctor's file for me. Jian Chen pointed at Wenshu on the screen. He needed to see if he was mistaken. Yes. A minute later, someone immediately handed Wenshu's information to Chen Jian. Wenshu, China's first military medical university, clinical medicine graduate student? Chen Jian frowned as he looked at the information on it. Senator Chen, is there a problem? The vice president of the military medical university looked at Chen Jian and asked, it should be right. Wenshu, it should be her. How did this become a military doctor? Chen Jian's mind was in chaos. He took out his cell phone and walked out to make a call. And when he came back, he continued to sit in his chair and look at the information on Wenshu. Winchester, how did she get enrolled? Chen Jian looked at the vice principal and asked. Wenshu, I'm very impressed with this kid. She was actually a PhD student when she enrolled, but she's doing a PhD in design at Kyoto University. We checked her out. She went to F country 4 years ago for support and then suddenly came back from F country, went back to KYU and voluntarily dropped out, then came to apply to our school for clinical medicine. The principal and I met her in person. The kid went to school in M. When she was 21, she was a dual master's degree in design and weapons systems and engineering. She's a student we broke the mold for. She wasn't supposed to have a military record, but we reported her after her political trial, so she was admitted at military school standards. After enrolling in the school, she gave the school what she had learned and researched in the weapons profession in M without reservation. She was very good while she was in school. You see, she's a graduate student now, but the amount of knowledge base in her head and clinically, she's twice as good as a normal graduate student. That's why she's qualified to come to the drill. The vice president told Chen Jian all that he knew. That's right, Wenshu. Chen Jian nodded solemnly after hearing this. Senator Chen, you know this kid? The vice principal asked, pointing to Wenshu's profile. Recognize. Chen Jian nodded. Soon a man walked in the doorway of the command post. The people inside rose and saluted toward the visitor. Commander Lin. It was Lin Jin coming. Old Chen, you're saying that Wenshu is in the team for the maneuvers? Lin Jin looked at Chen Jian and asked. Here, Commander Lin, come and look. Chen Jian played back the video of Wenshu's hands just now to Lin Jin. That's right, it's this girl Wenshu. Why is she here? Lin Jin remembered that Wenshu was not a medical student or a doctor at all. Look at this information. Chen Jian told Lin Jin about Wenshu's information and what he had just learned. After reading it, Lin Jin looked up at the real-time surveillance that had been sent back. Inside, Wenshu was sitting on the ground resting while Si Ting was sitting not far from Wenshu watching her. This girl, Wenshu, must have been wronged by this brat Si Ting 4 years ago. That's why she suddenly returned home and changed her major. Lin Jin made a rough guess. I told you, the marriage application was approved for both of them. Why don't they do anything about it? So it's pissing people off. Lin Jin said with a smile. Everyone in the command was confused as to what it meant. 4 years ago, I came back from F country and gave this boy Sighting and little girl Wenshu approval for their marriage application. Afterward, I haven't seen Sighting with this girl for the past 4 years. Every time it's brought up, the brat keeps his mouth shut. I say these two kids are destined to meet here after 4 years. In this life, it's inseparable. Lin Jin sat on a chair and watched as his nephew walked over to Wenshu and squatted in front of him, and no matter what he said, Wenshu loved it. The more he looked at Lin Jin, the more comfortable he felt in his heart. Finally someone could clean up this brat Si Ting. Commander Lin, this girl, hasn't suffered much over the years. Chen Jian looked at Wenshu's appearance and said with some heartache. Well, the last time I saw her at the rescue site in F, she was still soft. Speak and look softly. Look at the way she moved out just now. It looks like she's practiced. Lin Jin nodded. All these years, Sighting's desperate training and the way he doesn't want to die on a mission should have something to do with this girl as well. Lin Jin said thoughtfully. But what on earth could have caused this girl to become like this? Chen Jian said in disbelief. Someday, we'll find out why. Vice Principal Wang, after this girl graduates, assign her to my place. Lin Jin twisted his head to look at the vice president of the military medical university and said, Commander Lin, She has already submitted her application. She wants to go to the hospital in the center of the capital city, but obeys the transfer. The vice principal looked at Linjin and asked, "Center hospital? That can't be approved. Then this brat, Si Ting, won't be able to recover this wife in this lifetime. Assign her to the capital city Army General Hospital. It's not too late to send her a flower or invite her to dinner if Sita was resting." Linjin thought about it. Nephews do not compete. This do uncle must be a push. That's right. Think about it, Vice Principal Wang. It's too bad that she, a military doctor with a military registration, is assigned to a social hospital. Chen Jian hurriedly said, "Okay, then I'll go back and arrange this." Vice Principal Wang nodded. For the first time in so many years, Linjin had personally asked for someone. It would indeed be inappropriate if he didn't give it. "Come see the others and give these two some space of their own," Chen Jian said as he pointed to the real-time video, and then the people in the video changed to other people. Si Ting sat down next to Wen Chu. "Chu, I know the purpose of the maneuver, to annihilate the enemy to the greatest extent possible and complete the mission," Wen Chu said faintly. "You've suffered a lot over the years." Si Ting's words were very certain, because he could tell that Wen Chu's stance was by no means something that could be practiced overnight. "Yeah, I want to see what I can really become." Wen Chu nodded. The suffering she had gone through over the years was known only to herself. I'm sorry. As Si Ting apologized 3 times in a row, Wen Chu's heart faltered. "Hatsumomo, I'm the one who's sorry. It was my fault from start to finish. You're right to disagree with me now. I want a chance to make amends. Can I? Give me a chance to woo you again," Si Ting said as he stared at Wen Chu. Wen Chu twisted his head to look at Si Ting, for eyes relative to the moment. Wen Chu's heart built up that seemingly impregnable wall, collapsed. Chapter 41. Leave everything to the will of God. Sito, you know what? After you broke up with me, I guessed the reason for the breakup. Wen Chu's eyes dropped their previous indifference. But I can't figure it out. Why would I be a burden to you? The scene of the breakup 4 years ago once again surfaced in Wen Chu's eyes. Hatsumomo, you were never a burden. I never thought of it that way either. I insisted on separating from you back then because I didn't want you to be in danger again because of me. Si Ting shook his head. He never considered Wen Chu to be a burden. Wen Chu was someone he put on the tip of his heart. But because of himself, Wen Chu risked his lifetime and time again to save him. And he didn't dare to gamble anymore. It's harder for me for you to give up than it is for me to be in a war zone. Wen Chu shook her head, the feeling as if she was back 4 years ago. Hatsu, Kai Peng's voice came from not far away. Wen Chu and Si Ting craned their heads to look over. Hatsu, do you have a minute? I have something I want to tell you. Kai Peng stumbled a bit. Good. Wen Chu was just about to get up from the ground when in the next second, he was grabbed by Si Ting's wrist. Wen Chu looked down at the wrist that was gripping her tightly and looked at Si Ting in disbelief. Si Ting glanced deeply at Wen Chu, who seemed to have reacted to something. Dr. Kai, if you have anything to say it here. Wen Chu withdrew his gaze and looked at Kai Peng. Kai Peng looked at Wen Chu's grabbed wrist in some confusion. Hatsu, you and Captain Timothy know each other? Kai Peng actually had a number in mind. Old Kai, Team Timothy is Xiao Chu's fiancé. The troops have all approved it. Xiao Yu's voice came from the side again. Wen Chu stared at Xiao Yu with her eyes wide open, and then looked at Gu Xiao who stood beside her with a smug look on his face. Fiancé? Kai Peng froze. Wen Chu actually had a boyfriend. A fiancé. Hatsu, excuse me, you guys talk. Kai Peng turned away. Little you, are you crazy? Wen Chu looked at Xiao Yu in shock. Koru, Lao Kai has always liked you. You're the only one who can't see it. Might as well take advantage of the fact that Sito rebuffed him. Xiao Yu said as she looked at Wen Chu. And what's going on with you two? Wen Chu pointed at her and Gu Xiao. He had to be a deadbeat to get me to give him a chance, and has been talking about it all day. And if I don't say yes, I'm going to go through menopause early. Xiao Yu said helplessly. Xiao Chu, you come with me. Xiao Yu pulled up Wen Chu and led her to the side. Hatsu, we haven't seen each other again in 4 years. The fact that this situation can be seen means that between the 4 of us, the destiny has not yet been fulfilled. You still have sighting in your heart. You can't let go. If you can't, just try again. Xiao Yu had always thought things through. The moment she saw Gu Xiao, her heart had already made the choice for her. As Wen Chu's best friend, she knew that Wen Chu was equally unable to let go. Tell me more, Wen Chu said faintly. Hatsu, you're tired enough of school right now. Starting the relationship over might help make it easier. At the very least that burden in your heart is down. Xiao Yu persuaded Wen Chu. I applied to go to Central Hospital so I could work with you. Wen Chu told Xiao Yu about applying for the hospital before he left. Center Hospital? Hatsu, don't be ridiculous. Do you believe it? You sure as hell can't go to Central Hospital. Xiao Yu said with great certainty. Why? Wen Chu asked in disbelief. We were both enrolled at the time. and we were both admitted at military school standards. The school has spoken to me 4 times and told me in no uncertain terms that I would be transferred to the Army General Hospital after this exercise. You're even more of a gem of a piece of the school. How could the school send you to a social hospital? Do you believe that we can meet at the Army General Hospital after the maneuvers are over? After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wen Chu fell into deep thought. I want to bet once. Wen Chu looked at Xiao Yu and said, "What's the bet?" Xiao Yu looked at Wen Chu with a slight frown and asked, "Just bet on where I'll be transferred. If I'm assigned to the Central Hospital according to my own wishes, it means that my destiny with sighting is over. If I do get assigned to the General Hospital, it means that he and I do have unfinished business." When Chu decides to leave her relationship with Si Ting to the will of heaven, son, leave it all to God and to fate. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Team Timothy, I have deeply realized a saying in you. Gu Xiao looked at the 2 girls sitting in the distance and said with a smile, "What words?" Si Ting listened to Gu Xiao's words, but his gaze stayed on Wen Chu's body. Gu Xiao hemmed and hawed. Wife chasing crematorium. I was wrong before. It's normal for her to need to think about it. Si Ting understood Wen Chu's concern, and he had the patience to wait for her slowly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Chu's personalities are just the opposite. Little Yu's temper comes and goes quickly. Hatsu has a good temper, but once she gets angry it's not easy to coax. Gu Xiao summarized the temperament and character of Xiao Yu and Wen Chu. That's why the 2 of them are close. To complement each other. Sighting nodded. The 2 of them aren't coming back to rest, and after 3 hours of rest, we should be on our way. Gu Xiao glanced at his watch. They had planned to rest for 5 hours at the same place and then continue their journey. This time 2 hours had already passed. As they spoke, Wen Chu and Xiao Yu stood up and walked back. Xiao Chu, you and Xiao Yu go rest. I'll accompany Team Timothy on duty, Gu Xiao said as he looked at Wen Chu. At this time of day, it should be Si Ting, Wen Chu and Jiang Tu on duty. I'm fine, not too tired. You go rest. Wen Chu shook her head and sat down quietly. Go away. Don't be an eyesore here. Xiao Yu blankly glanced at Gu Xiao. Just this late at night, it was easiest for Si Ting to capture Wen Chu's heart. When the 2 of them were talking about their feelings, they couldn't be disturbed. Chu, rest for a while if you're tired. Da Jiang and I will be fine on duty, Si Ting said as he looked at Wen Chu. I'm fine. I'll stay with you too. Wen Chu shook her head, her tone already too much better than before. Can you tell me how you practiced your stance? Si Ting had always wanted to ask Wen Chu this question. After I went from going to military medical college, I hired private instructors and went from sparring, karate, and learned what I do now in mixed martial arts, Wen Chu explained softly. Hearing this, Si Ting's heart seemed to be seized, and the guilt he felt towards Wen Chu deepened in his heart. Chapter 42 Jiang Tu provokes Si Ting. Si Ting patrolled around the rendezvous point with Wen Chu, conversing a few words every now and then, and Si Ting's heart was slightly relieved. Wen Chu didn't resist herself as much as she did at first, and took her time with the rest. Wen Chu observed Si Ting and realized that during his conversation with himself, his alertness remained high, highly alert to the wind and grass around him. She had to admit that Sighting was indeed a very secure man. All the time it was time to go, the 3 men called up all those who were resting, and after putting on their gear, the 2 teams continued on their way. You guys used to maneuver. Was it always like this? Wen Chu always felt that this exercise did not feel like the intensity of the special forces. No, in previous maneuvers, we rested for half an hour at most. Si Ting shook his head. This exercise was impossible for them to be able to keep up with these doctors because they had to take them with them. So Si Ting and Gu Xiao discussed that they would extend the breaks and had to bring everyone back in one piece. Won't this affect the final grade? Wen Chu looked at Si Ting and asked. Every drill has a purpose for the drill. And this time we're taking you guys as if we're mimicking the rescue process by taking the rescued person or the general population with us. There's no way everyone can keep up with us. Si Ting locked eyes with Wen Chu. And you, doctors, are experiencing what it's like to go into the mountains and save lives. Or you follow the march of the troops. The drills are definitely more intense than you'll find on the training ground. It's also training you to experience rescue missions in different scenarios. Whether it's you or us, saving people is the ultimate goal. If every exercise is just about winning but cannot be applied to real combat, it loses its own meaning. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wen Chu nodded seriously. Take cover. Gu Xiao, who was walking at the front of the group, suddenly lowered his voice and gestured towards Si Ting and the team. In the next second, Wen Chu was once again dragged into the bushes on the side by Si Ting and Jiang Tu. For a moment, both teams were instantly hidden and silent. 2 minutes later, 6 of the other side's special ops team members approached with 2 doctors. Captain Zhang, can we take a break? The doctor following the trooper was clearly out of stamina. Dr. 1. Don't dare to rest. You're following our special forces team out on maneuvers, and you must follow our pace. The two teams on the other side are the ace squads of the capital city's special operations team. We've already sacrificed 3 special forces members and a doctor on our side. We must complete all the tasks in the allotted time and arrive at the command center. The man known as Captain Zhang said with a serious face, but we really don't have the strength. You're a special ops team. We're not. We haven't had these experiences. The 2 doctors found a large tree to sit in and took a drink of water. Exhausted. You guys just don't train as much as you usually do. Dr. 1. You are military doctors. You should have better endurance and stamina than ordinary doctors, Zhang Yuan said as he frowned at the doctor who was sitting on the ground without getting up. Captain Zhang, it's correct that we are military doctors. Our duty is to heal the sick and save people. This exercise is also to train us. No one can get ahead in one step. If you want to follow your words, you special forces guys are capable. Then why don't you stand on the operating table and operate on the patients? The doctor who spoke when Chu knew, majoring in cardiology, Dr. Zhang Ting. You. Zhang Yuan's expression carried some anger. Team Zhang, let the 2 doctors take a break. They haven't experienced the training of our special operations team. They really don't have enough physical strength. One of the troopers looked at the 2 doctors sitting on the floor and helped them out. Zhao Chang, 100 push-ups in place, Zhang Yuan ordered, pointing at the team member who was helping the doctor. Yes, Zhao Chang immediately leaned over and started doing push-ups. They doctors don't know who our enemies are, and you don't either. That's Si Ting and Gu Zhao's team. Have we beaten them once in the big matches and maneuvers over the years? Rest. Have the face to rest, Zhang Yuan said angrily as he pointed at a few other special warriors. Lying on his back in the grass, Si Ting looked at what was in front of him somewhat helplessly. Boom! The sound. Zhang Yuan froze for a moment as he looked at the grenade that exploded at his feet. Si Ting and the others immediately showed up and walked out from various places. Team Zhang, I haven't seen you in a few years. You still have such a temper. Gu Xiao looked at Zhang Yuan in front of him with a disdainful face. Why are you guys here? Zhang Yuan sighed and took off his hat as he looked at Si Ting and Gu Xiao and asked. At the rate they were going, they should have been out of here a long time ago. Let's rest here. Xiao Yu stood to the side and said with a smile. Captain Tsunami and Captain Timothy considered that we medics couldn't keep up with them. Let's sleep here for a couple hours and just woke up and here you guys are. What Xiao Yu said deeply irritated Zhang Yuan. The 2 military doctors sitting on the ground looked at Wen Chu and Xiao Yu and the other doctors with envious faces. Alright, you guys, stop bickering and be good dead men. Underdogs, if we had known the other team was yours, we would have rested a little longer. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he waved his hand towards Zhang Yuan and the others, and then led the way to continue walking forward. The teams on both sides of the maneuver. The people on Zhang Yuan's side knew that the other side was Si Ting and Gu Zhao's team. But Si Ting and Gu Zhao's side didn't know that their mission was to find each other in these deep mountains, annihilate the enemy, complete the mission, and reach the command headquarters. The team on Zhang Yuan's side, on the other hand, was to find Si Ting and Gu Zhao's team and annihilate them, completing the mission and arriving at the command headquarters. Si Ting and Gu Zhao's side is the bright side, and Zhang Yuan's side is the dark side. This first night hadn't even passed yet, and on Zhang Yuan's side, 9 special forces and 3 doctors had already been killed. Doesn't Gu Xiao like that guy just now? Wen Shu asked in disbelief as she walked. Captain Young is the leader of a special operations team from another war zone. Let alone relations with us. They don't get along with anyone from their own war zone. But the individuals are physically tough and technically strong. So the war zone kept him. 2. Si Ting explained to Wen Shu. Sister-in-law, you're in such good shape now. You haven't even cried out of tiredness this whole day. Jiang Tu said excitedly as he looked at Wen Shu. Your Captain Timothy and I. We are now in a superior/subordinate relationship. He's quite a bit higher in rank than I am, and I'm not even as high as you are. You can call me Winshu or Dr. Win. It's fine, Wen Shu said calmly. Boss, you're useless. God has delivered your sister-in-law to your eyes, and you still can't take her. I despise you. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, he carried Wen Shu's medical kit and ran straight away, not giving Si Ting any chance to retort. When Si Ting heard Jiang Tu's words, he wanted to beat him up but didn't have any proper reason. After all, what he said, it's also right. Chapter 43, Wen Shu was happy to be a mom. He said I was useless. Si Ting thought for half a day and twisted his head to look at Wen Shu beside him, his tone surprisingly carrying a hint of aggravation. I feel like he's bull asterisk 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 Ting. Don't listen to him. Wen Shu hesitated for a few seconds before answering Si Ting, then lifted her leg and continued walking forward, looking at Wen Shu's back. Si Ting's thin lips rose slightly before continuing to walk while observing the surroundings. The two teams arrived at one prescribed location after another, accomplished one mission after another, and annihilated a dozen or so of the other side's special operations personnel and doctors. It was not until the morning of the third day that they found the last 3 members of the team and a doctor. Timothy's team, this is giving us heads for nothing. Jiang-tu sat on a tree and looked at the 4 people in the distance, heading in the direction of the command center. Special Forces, who doesn't have a record yet? Sithan asked as he looked at the players of both teams. Then a few people raised their hands. Exactly 4. Go up and snipe them. Si Ting nodded, and the 4 of them quickly climbed up the tree, and after exchanging 2 brief sentences, 4 gunshots rang out at the same time. Si Ting and Gu Xiao held their binoculars and looked at the 4 people with colored smoke billowing from their bodies, then glanced at each other. Go! Last leg of the journey. Command! The 2 teams marched towards the command post, the last kilometer from it. Si Ting, who was standing at the end of the line, suddenly stopped and shouted at everyone to stop. Team Timothy, what's wrong? Gu Xiao, who was leading the team, stopped walking and twisted his head to look at Si Ting. All hands prepare for battle. This last kilometer shouldn't go too well. Si Ting looked up and around, then looked at Jiang-tu. Stand tall and observe. Hearing Si Ting's words, everyone was immediately on alert, and Jiang-tu climbed up to a high point and pulled out his binoculars and began to scrutinize. Boss, you're a god. There are indeed snipers. 2 of them, Jiang-tu said excitedly. Can you hit it? Si Ting looked up at Jiang-tu and asked. The location is a bit tricky and difficult. Jiang-tu shook his head. This bunch of commanders, surprisingly, they've even learned to set up traps. Gu Xiao instantly understood. The 2 snipers had nothing to do with the enemy team and were given separate assignments by command. Whoever comes back from both sides of the maneuver has to be baptized. They're simulating emergencies here. Up the tree. 1 for each. Si Ting said as he picked up the sniper rifle and climbed a tree with sharp movements. Gu Xiao nodded and climbed up as well. At this time in the command headquarters, Commander Lin was overjoyed. This kid is really smart. People don't accept the big gifts we send them. The enemy commander had been on fire because both of his teams had been wiped out, but when he saw that Si Ting had been able to think of a trap, he was instantly convinced. Because of these 2 snipers, which were temporarily arranged by the command, no one on both teams knew about them at all. Next, let's see if these 2 boys have the ability to snipe these 2. Lin Jin said meaningfully. These 2 snipers were hand-picked by him for their tricky positions, making it difficult to hit them with a single shot. Everyone in front of the screen was staring intently at Si Ting and Gu Xiao. The people standing under the tree also looked up and stared at the 2 people standing in the tree. When Chu quietly looked up at Si Ting, this was the first time she had seen Si Ting like this. The moment Si Ting and Gu Xiao found a good angle, the opposing sniper also found the 2 of them. Boom! Boom! The colored smoke that momentarily billowed above both men's heads signaled the official end of the exercise. Beautiful! Lin Jin slapped the table and stood up, smiling from ear to ear. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. The troopers standing in the woods cheered. The 2 snipers at the high point helplessly removed their hats and shook their heads. Not bad for Team Timothy and Team Tsunami to hit like that. The 2 snipers withdrew from the high point with sniper rifles in hand. Si Ting and Gu Xiao put away their guns after coming down from the tree. What a maneuver! It's not even difficult. Gu Xiao said triumphantly. Snap! With a sound, Xiaoyu slapped Gu Xiao's back. What are you getting at? Without people's timbers, you'd be the one with smoke coming out of your head right now. Risky's colorful. Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Gu Xiao. Just don't bubble green. The beaten Gu Xiao said cheerfully. Green smoke on a hat. Doesn't that make it a green hat? Jiang-tu said seriously. You kid, shut up. Watch out, I'll throw you off the mountain. Hearing Jiang-tu's words, Gu Xiao pointed at Jiang-tu and was about to punch him. Jiang-tu hurriedly ran to hide behind Si Ting and Wen-chu. Boss, sister-in-law, quickly save me. Dai-chan, are you the son of Timothy's team and sister-in-law? It has the feel of you being bullied in kindergarten and coming home to tattle. Zhao Quan said with a smile when he saw Jiang-tu's movements. If boss can coax sister-in-law into doing well, I'll admit this, Mom. Jiang-tu said seriously, then suddenly ran in front of Wen-chu. Mom! Wen-chu's entire body froze in place. His eyes widened as he looked at shouting himself Jiang-tu. Ha 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 ha. Hatsu, you have an extra son older than your age. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyu's entire body laughed epileptically. If Timothy and Xiaochu get married and you don't sit in the middle of the stage and eat the banquet on the wedding day, I'm not even done with the 2 of them. Gu Xiao also laughed his head off and pointed at Jiang-tu in a serious manner. Everyone else in the team was also stopped by Jiang-tu's laughter, except in the command headquarters, where a man's face gradually turned dark. Si Ting has a girlfriend, enemy commander Zhao Chuanwu asked, pointing at the screen. Lao Zhao, that's his fiancée. Marriage applications are approved, Lin Jin said with a smile. He knew that Zhao Chuanwu had always liked Si Ting and wanted his daughter to develop a little bit with him, but to no avail. Si Ting didn't even see him. Lin Jin looked at Wen-chu on the screen. The more he looked at her, the more he looked at her. This is the daughter-in-law that all up and down the C family looks at favorably. No one should try to tear her and Si Ting apart. Chapter 44, 5 bags of files on Si Ting. When Sighting and Gu Xiao rushed to the command headquarters with the two teams, the people in the command headquarters and the annihilated enemy troops were standing at the entrance of the command headquarters waiting. Sighting, Gu Xiao, Kai Peng. Congratulations to all three of your teams on your big win, Lin Jin said happily. Look at how happy Commander Lin is. Just as excited as if his son was getting married. Zhao Chuanwu laughed and shook his head. Ha 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 ha. I just have to be happy when my soldiers win a battle. After Lin Jin finished speaking, he looked at Wen Shu who was standing behind him. Don't you recognize it, little girl? Lin Jin walked over towards Wen Shu and looked at him with a kind face. Commander Lin. Wen Shu saluted respectfully. Stand down, all of you. I'll talk to this girl alone. Lin Jin waved his hand towards the others before leading Wen Shu to the side. Little girl, is this brat Sighting bullying you? In all these years, I haven't seen you once. Lin Jin looked at Wen Shu like an elder. Commander Lin, I'm talking to Sighting. Broke up 4 years ago. Wen Shu paused and finally told the truth. Break up? Can you tell uncle what the reason is? Lin Jin thought about it and continued to ask. Wen Shu then told Lin Jin the reason why the two broke up back then, hoping that he would understand. After hearing what happened, Lin Jin was silent for a long time. Finally he turned his head to Wen Shu. Little girl, I'll take you somewhere. Wen Shu didn't know what Lin Jin wanted to do, but he nodded in agreement. In full view of everyone, Wen Shu got into Lin Jin's car and left the command headquarters. Boss, sister-in-law has been taken away, Jiang Tu said anxiously. Sito, what's going on here? Xiao Yu also asked with some urgency. Yue, don't be in a hurry. Commander Lin is Sighting's uncle. He won't hurt Xiao Chu. Gu Xiao comforted Xiao Yu and said. Si Ting looked at the rear of Lin Jin's car and was also a bit puzzled. Lin Jin took Wen Shu directly to the General Hospital of the Army, and after the driver parked the car, Lin Jin looked at Wen Shu. Little girl, follow me. Wen Shu got out of the car after him, then walked into the hospital's director's office. After the two men sat on the couch for a while, Dean walked in with 5 bags of papers. Old Lin, you asked for something. The Dean handed Lin Jin the bag of papers in his hand. Lin Jin, however, didn't move and directly pushed in front of Wen Shu. Little girl, the matter between you and Si Ting, we, whether we are elders or leaders, shouldn't interfere. But this is something that, if I don't give him a hand, there's a chance he won't be able to explain it for the rest of his life. The reasons he made the choice 4 years ago are all here. Lin Jin pointed to the file bag in front of Wen Shu and said. Wen Shu looked at the file bag in front of her and seemed to guess what was inside. She looked at the date on the file bag and chose the earliest one and opened it. Inside was Si Ting's medical record, detailing the time and cause of his injuries, the time and measures taken to resuscitate him, the medical advice and duration of his hospitalization, and the process of his recovery after his discharge from the hospital. She flipped through page after page, and after reading all the medical records in the first file pocket she looked up at Lin Jin. Keep reading. Lin Jin nodded, signaling that these were real medical records. She looked at the second paper bag and then the third. Wen Shu's hands trembled when she saw the fourth file bag. The fourth paper bag was already dated after the two had broken up. That means that the fourth and fifth are both Sito's medical records for the past 4 years. When she finished reading all the medical records, she couldn't stop the tears. Lin Jin pushed the tissue in front of Wen Shu. Si Ting has been in the resuscitation room 11 times and in the ICU 10 times since the day he enlisted. 9 bullet wounds and 52 stab wounds all over his body. Other than those injuries, everything else is considered minor. When he first became captain of this first team, everyone said he was sitting in this position because of me. But I'm the only one who knows for sure that Sito was sitting on his own. I'm his uncle, and I'm the last person in the entire force who wants him to sit in this position. What does a team mean? It means that when we get the most dangerous mission in our theater of operations, Team 1 has to be first in line, and as captain, that's where he has to be at the front of the line. Lin Jin spoke with pride, helplessness, and heartache. Going forward, you know exactly how much he's been hurt in the 4 years you've been apart. He broke up with you because he was afraid to gamble with you. He's a battle-hardened special forces soldier who can't even keep himself safe on the battlefield, let alone letting you, a little girl, go deep into a war zone over and over again. He tried to protect you, but he went about it the wrong way. Lin Jin sighed as he spoke. Little girl, that's all I can say. As Sighting's uncle, this is as far as I can help him. The choice is still yours. Don't feel any pressure. Go with your own heart. After Lin Jin finished speaking, he looked in the direction of the door, then stood up and walked out. Chapter 45, Wen Shu's internship documents came down. When Wen Shu sat on the sofa and wept while looking at the medical records, a pair of large bony hands drew a few sheets of paper, then squatted on the floor and gently wiped Wen Shu's tears. Wen Shu smelled a familiar odor and slowly looked up at the owner of the large hand. I would have guessed that you were brought here, Sito said somewhat helplessly. He reached out and took the medical record from Wenshu's hand, then put it back into the file bag. All of this was originally what he didn't want Wenshu to see, but she still knew. Sithin. Before Wenshu could finish her sentence, she heard her cell phone ringing. She looked around suspiciously. Her cell phone was clearly handed over to Kai Peng's hand for unified custody before the exercise. Here, Dr. Choi knew I was coming for you and gave me your cell phone. Si Ting handed Wenshu's cell phone to her, and after she took it and saw the caller ID, she hesitated for a few seconds and picked it up. Okay teacher, where are you? I'm here, too, and will be with you in a moment. After Wenshu hung up the phone, Si Ting had already filled all the file bags and arranged them neatly. My teacher is here. I'm going downstairs to find him. Wenshu looked at Si Ting and explained. I'll accompany you. Let's go. Si Ting nodded, so he accompanied Wenshu out of the dean's office. Lin Jin stood at the doorway and was chatting with the dean when he saw the two people walking out and stopped his conversation. After explaining to Lin Jin, Wenshu hurried downstairs. After Si Ting greeted him, he also ran away after Wenshu. When Wenshu ran downstairs to the hall, she not only saw her teacher, but also Xiao Yu and Gu Xiao. Her heart was full of doubts. Teacher, you're looking for me? Wenshu ran to the teacher and asked respectfully. Wenshu, your internship hospital has been finalized. It was scheduled 3 days ago, but you went on a drill, so you were only informed today. It's just as well you're here. I'll save myself another trip. Sun Xiaoping handed the document in his hand to Wenshu. Wenshu saw the document handed to him and hesitated to take it. Why did his own teacher come here to give this document to himself? Kud, Hatsu, come on, pick it up and look at it. Standing on the side, Xiao Yu was in a hurry. The notice she had received was that she would be coming to work at the General Hospital of the Army from tomorrow. Now it's just a matter of Wenshu's not knowing. Wenshu twisted her head to look at Xiao Yu, who had Si Ting and Gu Xiao standing beside her, their eyes resting on herself. She slowly took the paper back and took a few deep breaths. What's wrong with Hatsu? Why do you read a file like you're going to war? Gu Xiao asked in disbelief. She's betting her future and the timber's future on this document. Xiao Yu pointed at the document in Wenshu's hand and said, What do you mean? Si Ting turned his head to look at Xiao Yu. Her own wishes were to go to the center hospital as well as not to make up with you. So if she's able to go to the center hospital, it shows that God supports her own will. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, both Si Ting and Gu Xiao froze. What if it hadn't gone to Central Hospital? Si Ting asked hurriedly. That would be to obey the transfer and come to the General Hospital of the Army. That means that God didn't approve of you two separating and overruled her own will, and she agreed to be reconciled to you. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, both Si Ting and Gu Xiao never spoke again and directly stared at the document in Wenshu's hand. Wenshu, who was standing not far away, had already opened the file and was looking at the contents on it. Wenshu, teacher thinks very highly of you. In the future, feel free to contact me with any questions or things you can't handle. You know where my office is. Sun Xiaoping looked at Wenshu with a smile on his face. Thank you teacher, please. Wenshu calmly closed the document and bowed towards Sun Xiaoping. Sun Xiaoping nodded in satisfaction, greeted Xiao Yu and the others, and turned to leave. Director Sun is the General Hospital's surgical saint. Does that mean that Xiao Chu was assigned to the General Hospital? Gu Xiao turned his head to look at Xiao Yu and asked. Director Sun is still an outside expert at the Center Hospital. Xiao Yu shook her head, unable to say where Wenshu had been assigned with this. Wenshu walked to the three people with an expressionless face and slowly spoke. Let's go. I'm going back to the dormitory to pack my things. Choo-choo choo-choo choo-choo. Just tell me where you've been assigned. Xiao Yu was so anxious that she stared tightly at Wenshu, and Si Ting and Gu Xiao also stared tightly at Wenshu. Wenshu scanned the three people in front of her and walked straight towards the gate without saying a word. Xiao Yu's heart was half-cooled as she watched Wenshu's reaction. After Wenshu took a few steps, she raised her arm and casually threw the folder in her hand backwards. Sito caught the folder directly after running forward a step. When it opened, the other two heads rushed over. The three didn't look at the specifics, and when they saw the red seal of the General Hospital of the Military Forces in Beijing, China, the next second Si Ting shoved the folder into Gu Xiao's hand and ran towards Wenshu with big strides. By the time Xiao Yu lifted her head to look at the front door, she only saw that the two people had already hugged each other tightly. This moment is worth 1,000 words. The two waited 4 years for this hug. Chapter 46, The Empty House. Choo-choo, I can finally stand by your side again. Si Ting's tone is very excited. Only he knew how tormented he had been these past 4 years. Don't ever push me away again, Wenshu said as she looked at Si Ting with red eyes. No more pushing away, and no one is going to take you away from me. Si Ting said firmly. Don't get mushy here, Wenshu. I can remind you, if you don't hurry up and go buy luggage and go back to the dormitory to pack, tomorrow you're guaranteed not to be on time. Xiaoyu stood beside the two men and said with a bad smile on her face. The next second Wenchu immediately pushed Si Ting away and looked straight at Xiaoyu. What do you mean? The dorms have been notified, and we're both moving out tonight. It's also written on this document to report to work tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Sharp. I've asked my teacher, and I'll check in directly after him tomorrow after reporting. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we've got up to 6 hours until we both get the hell out of the dorm. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Wenchu felt bad about her entire being. Come on, let's help you two pack. Gu Xiao and Si Ting laughed at the two wide-eyed girls in front of them. Go buy luggage first. Buy more. Wenchu turned around and walked away when she finished speaking, and the next second she was grabbed by Si Ting's wrist. Go the opposite way. Here, aren't you two going back to the army? After getting into the car, Xiaoyu asked Gu Xiao and Si Ting suspiciously. We're both on vacation, and the top has granted us 7 days. Gu Xiao explained. It's so nice to have luggage to carry. Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Xiao Chu, what are you doing with your head down all the time? Xiaoyu asked suspiciously as she looked at Wenchu who was sitting beside her. Sister, you moved out of the dormitory and had to find a place to live? Are you going to live on the street? Wenchu said as she sent the message. Right, oh, I forgot about this. Xiaoyu slapped her head, just thinking about moving out, not realizing where she should live. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wenchu's cell phone rang and she picked it up. Empty? What do you mean empty? What? Wenchu hung up the phone in shock and signaled Sighting to turn around and go to a place first. As the four of them stood inside the empty apartment, Wenchu wanted to die. Ms. Shui, is this the apartment you bought me? Can you tell me why this is still a rough house after 4 years? Wenchu's entire body collapsed. This is the apartment that Wenchu's mother bought for Wenchu 4 years ago, and after buying it, she didn't say where it was before going out on a trip with Sighting's family. She knew exactly where it was when she returned home, but had always had a place to stay, so she hadn't been there. Just now, he contacted the maid to come here and clean the apartment for himself, planning to stay in with Xiaoyu tonight. I didn't realize the maid told her it was empty. Wenchu hung up the phone with a devastated face and looked at Xiaoyu in a lifeless manner. What did Auntie say? Xiaoyu saw Wenchu's expression and asked tentatively. She said, start arranging for people to decorate tomorrow. She forgot there was an apartment here. Wenchu sighed. She shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. Go live at my place. Go live at my place. As soon as Si Ting and Gu Xiao looked at each other, their eyes lit up. No go. No go. The two said in unison. The two of them could still tell the difference between spending a little money on a hotel and a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Put aside where to live first. Pack your bags first. Wenchu glanced at her watch and hurriedly took the three people away. Si Ting first drove Wenchu, Xiaoyu and Gu Xiao to the dormitory, then went to buy luggage himself. In fact, the two people don't have a lot of stuff. The Wen family and the Chow family have servants come over every 2 days to pick up a change of clothes, so most of the clothes are in the old mansion, and there are only a few changes of clothes here. The most is the medical books. Wenchu also have dozens of books about weaponry. The two people's clothes totaled 2 suitcases, but the books filled 6 suitcases. God, I haven't read this many books since I was a kid combined. Gu Xiao looked at the words on top of each book that added up to longer than his own life and hurriedly shook his head. After Si Ting carried all the suitcases to the car, he suddenly realized that inside these luggage, there were indeed no drawing boards or painting tools left. He looked at Wenchu with some guilt. What's wrong with you? Wenchu asked in disbelief after receiving the sight. It's fine. Sito shook his head. He knew very well that he owed Wenchu too much and was determined to make up for it. I've booked the hotel. You guys go ahead. It's time for me to go to class. I'll meet you back after class. No need to wait for me for dinner, Wenchu said as she ran away. What class is Xiao Chu taking? Gu Xiao asked suspiciously as he watched Wenchu run away lifelessly. Mixed martial arts. She takes private lessons every night from 8:30 to 10 o'clock. Xiaoyu looked at her watch. Indeed there were still 10 minutes to go before class. You take Xiaoyu back to the hotel. Si Ting threw the car keys in his hand to Gu Xiao and chased after her in the direction where Wenchu ran away. Now that Xiaochu and Sighting have made up, what more do you need a private tutor for? Fine Sighting, Gu Xiao said as he looked at the direction the two ran off in. If we want Hatsumomo to fully commit to the relationship again, our Captain Timothy will have to work harder. She just agreed to make up, but Hatsumomo's heart certainly isn't completely dependent on Sighting right now. She is guarded. Xiaoyu knew Wenchu too well, better than anyone else. Chapter 47 Wenchu or Chu-Chu. Wenchu ran to the training hall in one breath, and her personal trainer, Ming Yang, was already inside starting to warm up. Coach Ming, sorry I'm late. Wenchu ran in with an apologetic face. Wenchu, you're here. Why are you sweating? Ming Yang looked at Wenchu with a puzzled expression. I ran over here, just as a warm-up, Wenchu said with a smile, then ran into the locker room to change her clothes and walked back out. Winchester, let's have a word before our training begins. Ming Yang gestured for Wenchu to sit down with him. Coach Ming, go ahead. Wenchu nodded. After I give you your last lesson today, you won't have to take it from tomorrow onwards. Yang Ming said seriously. Why? Wenchu asked in disbelief. You had already taken karate and sparring when you started taking my classes. In those 2 years, I taught you Muay Thai, boxing, free sparring and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. These add up to be perfectly adequate for you as a girl. Even if we put you in the army now, a lot of male soldiers wouldn't necessarily be able to beat you. Up to here, that's enough. Yang Ming explained to Wenchu. In fact, Koro had learned enough of this long ago, and he himself had taught her a lot more because he saw that she was not only a doctor, but also a soldier. When the two had practiced in real combat, he was very clear about Wenchu's current strength. Is that really enough? Wenchu said with some lack of confidence. In fact, I can feel that you learned all this to this day, all because of an obsession in your heart. You've been very good. Wenchu, let go of this obsession and don't make yourself so tired. Ming Yang looked at Wenchu and said what was in his heart. Obsession? Wenchu hesitantly looked up at Ming Yang. Ming Yang just nodded, then quietly looked at Wenchu. Wenchu thought for a while and raised her head to look at Yang Ming. Since it's the last class, let's have a good fight. Looking at Wenchu's raised face, Ming Yang nodded thoughtfully. Good. The two men stood on the training ground to begin their final session. This time, Wenchu used all her strength to attack and defend. And in the end, even though she didn't win, she knew she tried her best. Ming Yang also used 50% of his strength to spar with Wenchu, and the two stood in place taking deep breaths and resting. Ming Yang smiled and looked over at Wenchu. It looks like you put your obsession down because of him, right? Wenchu followed Ming Yang's line of sight and looked over. It was Si Ting who was standing in the doorway looking at himself. When did he come? Wenchu asked with some surprise. He was standing there when you came in. Yang Ming explained. Was my performance that obvious? Wenchu looked at Ming Yang with some doubt. This is the first time I've ever felt energized by you. The old you didn't even have a light in your eyes. Yang Ming nodded. He's my boyfriend. Separated for 4 years. Just made up today. Wenchu smiled helplessly. It turned out that in these 4 years, he himself was the deadening kind of feeling in the eyes of the others. The sea is wide enough for the fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for the birds to fly. Wenchu, congratulations on your new life. Ming Yang looked at Wenchu and extended his hand, and Wenchu shook Ming Yang's hand back. Coach Ming, Cloud City Brewing. Miles to go. We'll see each other again, come what may. After the two said goodbye, Wenchu left. The training center wasn't very far from the hotel, so Wenchu and Si Ting walked back towards the hotel together. Chu, your coach is Yang Ming, Si Ting said as he looked at Wenchu. Well, you know him? Wenchu asked with some surprise. The first UFC fighting champion in the history of China. Very impressive indeed. Sifan nodded. It's a shame it's never going to be played again for a couple years. When Si Ting said this, his tone carried a hint of pity. Yeah, I tried everything when I asked him to be my private tutor, but luckily, he agreed to teach me for 2 years afterward. Wenchu nodded, reminiscing. Do you know why he stopped playing? Wenchu suddenly looked at Si Ting and asked. I don't know. He hasn't said anything to the public. Seth shook his head, which was what he was curious about. What's the reason for stepping back from your peak? Because he's married. His wife told him she didn't want to see him fight anymore. Fear that one day, one will never see him again. Wenchu stopped and looked at Si Ting. Si Ting froze after hearing this and also stopped to look at Wenchu. Citing, Ming Yang's wife, is a model. But you're a soldier. There is a fundamental difference between a soldier and a model. A model is a purveyor of beauty, but a soldier, a guardian of the nation. Ever since I saw those medical records today, plus since I got into military medical school, I understand what you did 4 years ago. It's possible that if we switched over, I would have made the same choice you did. So, I don't blame you anymore, and I let go of everything from 4 years ago. Wenchu smiled as she said the last sentence. Seeing Wenchu's smiling face and hearing what he said, Si Ting couldn't hold back any longer, and as soon as he took Wenchu into his arms, he lowered his head and kissed him deeply. Wenchu wrapped her arms around Si Ting's waist and responded to the kiss that was 4 years late. As she sat in the dean's office reading the chart, she clearly saw what the doctor had recorded above. In these 4 years, every time Si Ting was unconscious and about to wake up, his mouth was shouting Wenchu or Chu. The doctor didn't know exactly what he was yelling about until the charts were in the filing bag, and Sito, too, never explained. Chapter 48, a brand new drawing board. Are we interrupting you too? Wenchu walked into the hotel room, looked at Gu Xiao and Xiao Yu lying on the bed, and said with some hesitation, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm exhausted. If he dares to do anything to me in this situation, I'll have to castrate him. Xiao Yu crumbled. Wenchu smiled and walked around to look around. The room she opened was the presidential suite. There were 4 bedrooms alone. and the other supporting rooms and facilities were unimportant to her, the main thing being a superbly large study, perfect for herself and Xiaoyu to set up books and work. Xiaoyu and Gu Xiao had already hung up all the clothes in the check room and all the books on the shelves. On top of that, Wenshu saw a brand new flower stand in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in the study, as well as a full set of brand new painting tools, all of which were his favorite brand. Seeing the frozen Wenshu, Xiaoyu walked over and stood by Wenshu's side, carefully observing Wenshu's expression. "My treasure, do you like it?" Xiaoyu asked tentatively. Wenshu walked forward and gently picked up the brand new paintbrush, the first time she had picked up a paintbrush in 4 years. "Isn't that your least favorite of all these literary things? Why would you go for it?" Wenshu asked with a faint smile. "The point is, do you like it?" Xiaoyu looked at Wenshu's reaction and was slightly relieved, but without an affirmative answer. She didn't dare to say more. "There are some things that it's no use liking anymore," Wenshu said, about to put the brush back. Xiaoyu hurriedly grabbed Wenshu's wrist. "Chu, it's useful. If you like it, don't put it down, even if you can't go down that path. As a hobby," Xiaoyu said with some urgency. Wenshu looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously, then looked at the drawing board in front of her, and suddenly understood something. "You didn't buy this for me. Sighting bought it for me, didn't he? You're worried that if I put this brush back, my heart will give up on Sithan as well." After Wenshu finished speaking, Xiaoyu slowly let go of Wenshu's hand. "You're good at everything. It's the aspect of being too smart that's not good at all. I like it. I haven't given up on him either." We agreed to start over. Wenshu put the brush down, then looked at Si Ting, signaling him to explain. "Little you. Thank you. Hatsumomo forgives me," Si Ting said with a smile. These were the things that he had bought on his cell phone for the store to deliver while he was standing in front of the training hall. He heard everything she said to Ming Yang, so he wanted to help Wenshu, to find what makes her happy, to do what makes her happy, to keep the light in her eyes. "I'm starving. Let's eat." Wenshu looked at her watch. It was 10:30 p.m. "Eat?" Hearing the words that came out of Wenshu's mouth, Xiaoyu was puzzled. "Yeah, dinner? Is there a problem?" Gu Xiao and Si Ting even looked at Xiaoyu with puzzled faces. "She hasn't had dinner in 4 years. Xiaoyu pointed at Wenshu and turned her head to look at Gu Xiao and Si Ting. "Haven't had dinner in 4 years. Gu Xiao and Si Ting twisted their heads to look at Wenshu again. "Lose weight, but I graduated today, so no more private lessons at night," Wenshu explained briefly. "Ming Yang? Which Ming Yang?" Gu Xiao's wide eyes never closed. "Your idol, Chuchu's private tutor." Si Ting patted Gu Xiao's shoulder and said calmly, Hatsumomo, Hatsumomo, Grandma." Gu Xiao pushed Si Ting away and rushed over to grab Wenshu's arm, screaming with more sincerity than a voice. "Stop screaming, it's like wailing. Where to eat?" Wenshu blankly glanced at Gu Xiao. "It's a little late in the day, so I won't be going out. I've booked a private room downstairs." Si Ting booked a private room in the hotel's own restaurant, with a low cost of 10,000 for the hall and a low cost of 100,000 for the private room. After Wenshu inquired about the private room number, she took out her cell phone and made a call, and Gu Xiao was so excited that he almost jumped out of the window when he heard what Wenshu had called. "You thank Xiaoyu. She's the one who told me before that you like Ming Yang, so I made an appointment for you on my way back." After Wenshu finished smiling, she walked out hand in hand with Si Ting. Behind him, Gu Xiao was holding Xiaoyu in a crazy circle. "You put the old lady down. Stop spinning. Gu Xiao, you're crazy, aren't you?" "Wenshu, help!" Xiaoyu screamed more miserably than one. Chapter 49, A Panicky Morning. Gu Xiao was so excited about this meal that he didn't accidentally drink too much. 2 pounds of white wine alone and countless beers. Ming Yang wasn't much better, being toasted and coaxed by Gu Xiao with a glass to his left. The two ended up wrapping their arms around each other and almost worshipping. Wenshu and Xiaoyu had to report to work tomorrow and check in, so they didn't take a sip. Sito also just ate and didn't drink a drop of wine. "Why don't you drink some?" Wenshu asked suspiciously. She knew that Si Ting and Gu Xiao were on vacation, so some alcohol was still okay. Even if you're on vacation, there's a chance you'll be called back on a temporary basis. We both agreed that the least one of us could do while on leave was to make sure that one of us didn't drink, and that we could always go back to the army for a mission. Seth explained in a small voice. "It's been the same rule for 2 people for years. No matter what the situation is, at the very least, make sure that one person is sober." Si Ting called the manager in and signaled to book a room for Ming Yang, then sent someone to bring him to the room. Afterwards, Si Ting and Xiaoyu supported Gu Xiao, and Wenshu stood still and looked at Si Ting. "Where do you two live? Can't you tell by this? Gu Xiao has just taken all their luggage into our room." After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Wenshu directly laughed. This reckoning was really loud. The 3 men then helped Gu Xiao into the room and threw him on the bed. Si Ting took a towel and wiped Gu Xiao's whole body, and after cleaning up Wenshu came in with sober soup. Xiaoyu tried to wake Gu Xiao up, but the latter didn't move a muscle. "I'll do it." Sito stepped forward. "Gu Xiao, emergency assembly. Sighting cleared his throat and suddenly shouted, 2. In the next second, Gu Xiao's entire body jumped up from the bed, and the moment he stood on the ground, both Wen Shu and Xiao Yu felt that he had sobered up. Gu Xiao looked at the three people who were showing smiles in front of him with a confused expression. It really works. Wen Shu looked at Si Ting with admiration. Hurry up and drink your sober soup before you go to sleep. I couldn't wake you up, so Seth came up with this. Xiao Yu hurriedly fed the sobering soup in her hand to Gu Xiao. After Gu Xiao finished drinking, he once again dove headfirst into bed and slept. Go to sleep. It's 1 a.m. And you still have 5 hours to sleep. Xiao Yu looked at her watch and after finishing, she returned to her room, washed up and went to sleep. Wen Shu also walked towards her room, and when she tried the sight coming from behind her, she twisted her head to look at Si Ting. Come over if you want, but you have to be honest. Wen Shu warned Sighting. Okay. Si Ting numbly followed behind Wen Shu and entered her room. Wen Shu washed up and realized that Si Ting had long since finished his shower from the other room. You are really fast. Wen Shu lifted the covers and sat down on the comforter. There are things that can be done quickly. Hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Shu hurriedly picked herself up with the quilt. As promised, you have to be honest. Wen Shu said warily. Go to sleep. I'll squeeze your legs. You have an early start tomorrow. I still understand the reasoning behind the coming days. I'm not going to spare you today. Si Ting smiled and placed Wen Shu's leg on his own before giving her a squeeze. When he was at the dinner table, he saw Wen Shu rubbing himself from time to time. He should be too tired from walking too much in the past few days. Wen Shu had long been exhausted, and before she could properly feel Si Ting's massage, she had already fallen asleep. The next morning, it wasn't the alarm clock that woke up Wen Shu. It was Si Ting who had already washed and packed. Chu, get up. Si Ting gently called out to Wen Shu. Wen Shu sat up from the bed in a daze and instantly sobered up after glancing at her watch. Xiao Yu, get up. Wen Shu ran to the living room and yelled, and seconds later she heard Xiao Yu shout from her room. It's 10 minutes past 6. The two each rushed into the restroom and shuffled around before applying light makeup as fast as they could. Sito, what time is it? Wen Shu asked as she looked for her clothes. 6:30. I'll drop you off in a few minutes. 8 minutes on the road will be enough. Sito said faintly as he stood by the door. Is the time that accurate? Wen Shu stopped her hand and twisted her head to look at Sighting. Well, that's why I dared you to sleep this much longer. Sighting nodded. When Wen Shu heard this, she sighed in relief and continued to look for clothes. When he finally found his uniform, Wen Shu hurriedly changed into it. Chu, how come your uniform doesn't quite fit? Si Ting looked at Wen Shu suspiciously. I've noticed it too. How come it's loose everywhere? Wen Shu looked at herself in the dressing mirror. The military uniform on her body didn't fit in any way. The two were puzzled when Xiao Yu pushed open the door and walked in. Chu, look how I've gained so much weight. I haven't worn it in just a few days and it's so tight on me. As soon as Xiao Yu's words fell, she saw Wen Shu similarly standing in front of the mirror in her ill-fitting military uniform. Hurry up and change. Si Ting immediately walked out of the check room, and heard the two girls inside changing clothes on their hands and knees. And finally at 6:45, Xiao Yu and Wen Shu finally walked out, only to see that Gu Xiao had also packed up and stood with Si Ting waiting for the two girls. This is the end. No breakfast. Still eating? Go late and wait to drink the wind. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu spoke to each other, but their feet were not idle for a moment as they hurriedly left. It took Sighting 7.5 minutes to get the two to the hospital, and it was only when they ran through the hospital doors that the two breathed a sigh of relief. With these two grandfathers at work, they have to be late 300 days out of 365 a year. Gu Xiao thought of the two people sitting in the car, realizing that the shoes were also on the wrong side, and changing over in the car again. So, we have something to do today. Si Ting twisted his head to look at Gu Xiao and raised his hand to point in a direction. Gu Xiao followed the direction of Si Ting's finger and nodded. That's the only way. Let's go. Chapter 50, The Moon Lord's Red Twine. After Xiao Yu and Wen Shu reported for duty, Sun Xiaoping brought two people to start checking the rooms. You sisters are lucky. First day on the job and you get a big checkup. Study hard. Xiao Yu and Wen Shu stood behind Sun Xiaoping, listening to him while taking notes, and more than an hour of the grand inspection quickly passed. Not long after the two returned to the office and sat down, Sun Xiaoping came in. Teacher. The two men stood up and looked at Sun Xiaoping. While we're not busy now, let me have a few words with you. Sun Xiaoping removed his mask and looked at Xiao Yu first. Xiao Yu, I know that your father is the director of the center hospital, and you would have wanted to stay at the center hospital. I talked to old Joe about it, and you're not just a doctor now, you're a soldier. The school has also talked to you for the purpose, as you well know, of getting you to come to General Hospital. Old Joe was very much in favor of you coming. You've been studying medicine for a long time and graduated with a doctorate, so the school and the army transferred you directly without your consent, and I hope you understand. Sun Xiaoping looked at Xiaoyu and slowly said, "Teacher, I know that when I chose to be a medic, I had no complaints about where the troops told me to go." Xiaoyu nodded and said firmly, "That's good. Old Joe and I were worried that you weren't feeling well, so I've come to persuade you. It seems I was overthinking it," Sun Xiaoping said with a smile, then looked at Wen Chu. "Wen Chu, there's a story about you coming to General Hospital." Sun Xiaoping sat down on a chair and took off his glasses. "Me?" Wen Chu looked at Sun Xiaoping in disbelief. "The application you submitted earlier also went to Center Hospital. I read this application, but I didn't approve it. I spoke to the school about your application. The school is also not agreeing to you going to a social hospital. Although you've studied medicine for a few years less than Xiaoyu, the two of you have helped each other over these years, and your level is far higher than your contemporaries. On top of that, you're a doctor with a military license, so putting you out of school isn't something you want to do. But you said you didn't want to come to General Hospital for other reasons, so the school has been hesitant about that. The turning point of things is when you go out on maneuvers." When Sun Xiaoping said this, Wen Chu and Xiaoyu glanced at each other. What did it have to do with the maneuvers? "You know Lin Jin, Commander Lin?" Sun Xiaoping asked directly. "Well," recognizing when Wen Chu nodded, he explained briefly. "So that's how it is." Sun Xiaoping understood. "No wonder. Commander Lin found you when you were on maneuvers. He's the one who brought it up with General Hospital that you have to come to General Hospital. When what he said got to the university, it was unanimous, and it was immediately put on paper. So that document, did you look at the time? It was stamped into effect 2 minutes after Commander Lin presented it. What does that mean?" Sun Xiaoping said with a smile. "Teacher, I understand. The school's intention was for me to come to General Hospital, and the paperwork was already prepared. So when Commander Lin brought it up, the school and the General Hospital had a reason to stamp it." Wen Chu heard and understood. "Yes, you would have been a broken student at the school, both in terms of your grades over the past 4 years and the results you turned in to learn out in that year. The troops have been on to you for a long time, and as far as I know, even if you don't come to General Hospital, you won't be able to go to Central Hospital." Sun Xiaoping told Wen Chu what he knew. "And no more Center Hospital? Why?" Wen Chu's eyes were full of doubt. "The school knew there was a reason you didn't want to come to the General Hospital, so they backed off, and the other paperwork was to send you straight into a military unit as a doctor. But the school considered that it would be too bad for you. It's only on the front line that you get exposed to more cases and learn more. You still have Xiaoyu by your side. She can help you a lot too. The effect of the two of you together is not 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but far greater than 2. I know enough about what you sisters are capable of to put you both together, both under my control. You two are going to be very good doctors from now on. Would be my proudest student." Sun Xiaoping's tone was very certain. Xiaoyu and Wen Chu glanced at each other, then looked at Sun Xiaoping and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, teacher. You don't want to come to the General Hospital because of Si Ting?" Sun Xiaoping asked as he stood up and looked at Wen Chu. "Aha." Wen Chu nodded. "You didn't want to come because of Gu Xiao?" Sun Xiaoping looked at Xiaoyu again. "Aha." Xiaoyu nodded back. "Teacher, you know both of them?" Wen Chu realized this. "I've snatched the lives of these two boys back a couple times." "I didn't realize, but there's a story between you two," Sun Xiaoping said meaningfully. "I see you two were sent by them today, so it looks like everything is settled. Young people, take good care of those around you. It is not red thread that the Moon Lord has tied around you. It is red twine, a knot that can't be untied." Sun Xiaoping put on his glasses and walked out of the office muttering to himself. Chapter 51, A Surprise from Si Ting and Gu Xiao. "Chu Chu, when did you meet Commander Lin?" Xiaoyu looked at Wen Chu with a puzzled expression. "It was when Sito was injured," Wen Chu explained to Xiaoyu, and after hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't stop smiling. "You and Sito are really connected. I can't believe we met when we were kids, growing up and being set up by both parents. They got together for real. The world is a big place." Xiaoyu sighed as she sat in her chair. "All right, Miss Xiao, hurry up and analyze the medical records. The teacher will still need to check in the afternoon." After Wen Chu finished speaking, Xiaoyu hurriedly turned on her computer, almost forgetting the main event. No wonder the director named the two of them to stand forward during the big checkup just now. So it's because they have a backstage. All of what was said just now was heard by a female military doctor standing in the doorway. "Chen Jiao, you should feel that this is a good thing." The other female medic, Wan Susu, looked at Chen Jiao and said, "What kind of good thing is this?" Chen Jiao said without a trace of humor. "Even if they have a backstage, this is the General Hospital of the Army, and everything has to be done with strength. If you think they both got in on the back end, then you should find a way to show it on the job. Prove you're better than them by your ability, and punch them in the face with that, instead of listening to the wall here." Wan Susu said faintly. "I'm listening to the wall? Then what are you doing?" Chen Jiao's face went a shade of red and white. "I came over while you were talking to yourself. Who can get in if you block the door here? Wang Susu said and took a step forward directly. Chen Zhao had to move out of the way and watched as Wang Susu walked in. By the time they got off work, when Wen Shu and Xiao Yu walked out of the hospital, they saw that Si Ting and Gu Xiao were already standing at the door. Aren't you two on vacation? Why don't you go home? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting and Gu Xiao suspiciously and asked. Back through. Taking you guys somewhere. Si Ting reached out and took Wen Shu's bag, naturally holding Wen Shu's hand. Where to? Wen Shu and Xiao Yu looked puzzled. We'll see when we get there. Si Ting got into the car and drove towards the opposite side of the road. And before Wen Shu and Xiao Yu could sit still, the car stopped. Come on, two little grandparents, get off. When Gu Xiao opened the car door, both Wen Shu and Xiao Yu froze. Arrived. The two men were ushered out of the car in shock, then looked up at the apartment building in front of them. What are you doing here? Let's go. Go inside and take a look. Si Ting and Gu Xiao led their men and walked in towards the inside. The elevator reached the top floor and the four men stepped out of the elevator and looked at the two apartment doors. Sighting and Gu Xiao opened the apartment door left and right. When Shu and Xiao Yu looked at the two men with puzzled faces. These two large flats on the top floor are two of the best here. We bought it down for you so you two won't have to go back and forth from now on. Si Ting held Wen Shu's hand and walked into the apartment on the right. Gu Xiao held Xiao Yu's hand and walked into the apartment on the left. The one that Auntie decorated for you. I drove around twice. It takes me 36 minutes to get from my apartment to the hospital, and that's without traffic. If you're driving, I'd estimate it would take between 45 and 50 minutes. That would take you too long on the road back and forth every day. Here, you just need to set aside 5 minutes to get downstairs and cross the street. Si Ting led Wen Shu to the floor-to-ceiling window and pointed to the hospital building across the road. Wen Shu really didn't expect that Si Ting would even consider this. I've moved all your stuff from the hotel. 70 square feet here in the study. Enough for you to read, work and paint. Si Ting led Wen Shu into the study. Wen Shu walked in and let go of Si Ting's hand, looking at everything in front of her. Sure enough, everything was set up and there were even a lot more new books on the shelves. These books, Rin went and bought them, saying they might be useful to you. Si Ting saw Wen Shu standing there at the bookcase looking at the books inside. Here, a check room for you. Si Ting led Wen Shu into the check room again, and Wen Shu saw that her clothes were all hung neatly. She saw a lot of clothes that were all supposed to be in the old Winchester's house, and now they were all hanging here. This is the Winchester's maid who came over to pack up and brought your clothes, bag, and shoes. Without waiting for Wen Shu to speak, Si Ting explained himself. These are the new seasonal styles I went and bought in your size, and I'm not very good at matching them, so you can match them yourself. Si Ting pointed to a row of unmatching clothes, all new from various brands. Here's your dresser, freshly prepared according to the brand you use. It's this lipstick. I just couldn't research the shades and didn't know which ones you had, so I just bought most of them all. There's also this powder, eyeshadow, foundation, all sorts of things that are also color-coded, so I bought a copy of all of them. Wen Shu saw the floor next to the dresser, large and small dozens of shopping bags, really can see that sighting indeed cannot be divided, but all bought back. Si Ting brought Wen Shu to turn the whole apartment around. The big flat of more than 400 square feet. Si Ting surprisingly bought everything inside in just one day and cleaned it all up. Sighting, you. Wen Shu didn't know what to say for a moment. Hatsumomo, I was wrong before. I'll do my best to make it up to you and be good to you in the future. Si Ting took Wen Shu into his arms and said tenderly. Chapter 52. Captain Timothy is quite good at this. Gu Xiao, you're not sick. Xiao Yu's voice came from next door, and Si Ting and Wen Shu looked at each other and hurriedly ran over. You, what's wrong? Wen Shu asked in disbelief. She saw that the apartment over here had the same layout as her side. It just wasn't set up quite the same, and it looked like it was Gu Xiao's vision. Originally I was really quite touched by what he did, but choo-choo, look at the lipsticks he bought. Scary or not? Xiao Yu pointed at the hundreds of lipsticks that were dumped on the dresser. It's not quite as good as every brand out there. Wen Shu swept away with a glance and didn't see anything wrong. Look at the color code. Xiao Yu crumbled. Originally she felt quite good too, but upon closer inspection, she wanted to split Gu Xiao alive. Wen Shu lowered his head and took a closer look. Good lord. Wen Shu was dumbfounded. Most of them are good to say. Nothing more than each brand of Death Barbie powder all by all outside. The most ruthless is one of the G's pile. 606, 704, 702, 123, 700, 601, 708. He did not fall. All bought back. Captain Cao, you didn't die unjustly. Wen Shu raised his head and said with a smile. Don't you girls just love these colorful things? Gu Xiao asked in disbelief. I'm not the only one who bought it. He did too. We bought it together. Gu Xiao pointed at Si Ting with an aggrieved face. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu shifted their eyes to Si Ting, who was shaking his head frantically. I didn't buy it. I told the teller not to have the death Barbie powder or those colorful ones. Gu Xiao's eyes widened as he looked at Sighting. How did you know there was any Barbie powder? You don't. Why didn't you warn me about this? Sighting looked at Gu Xiao helplessly. We're in the army, not in prison. Don't you usually go online? Even if you don't go online, that lipstick rack is so colorful. If you use your brain, there's no way either of them could use it. Don't say I didn't tell you. I told you not to pick those weird colors, but you didn't listen. Gu Xiao stood still with his eyes confused as he recalled the time he bought the makeup, as if Sighting did remind him, but he answered a phone call and he forgot about it. You're both in the same store. Why don't you just ask the clerk to pack the same? Xiao Yu asked suspiciously. He said that to prove sincerity. One of us would start buying from the first one in the mall, and one of us would start buying from the last one in the mall. Proof that everything we buy for our women alone, instead of grouping. So the two of us each got a bunch of membership cards. Sito pulled out a bunch of membership cards from his shirt pocket. Gu Xiao hesitated for a few seconds and pulled it out of his pocket as well. Wen Chu and Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the two people. After dinner, the four of them went back to their respective apartments. When Wen Chu returned to the apartment, she sat down on the chair in front of the dressing table and started to remove the lipstick and other cosmetics. She unwrapped one to look at the other. So Sighting sat beside her and watched her unwrap it. I have to say, you have a pretty good eye. At the very least none of those stepping on thunder colors, Wen Chu said with a smile. Like it. I'm not much of a shopper. I told the clerk to send over a copy of every new product from now on. Sighting said gently. Don't buy it. It's all a waste if I don't use it all up. Wen Chu twisted her head to look at Sighting. These are enough for her to use for 10 or 8 years without running out. It's okay. A different color every day. A different mood. Sighting raised his hand and touched Wen Chu's soft hair. You're pretty good at that. What girl has ever used that to chase a girl? Wen Chu unwrapped the box of masks and casually asked while looking at it. Hearing this, Sighting's ink eyes sank as he took Wen Chu's hand. Wen Chu looked up at Sighting in confusion. What's wrong? I've never had another woman. Only you. Sito said seriously. Captain Timothy in a hurry? Wen Out froze for a moment, then laughed. In the next second, Sighting saw Wen Chu's heartless smile, and as he took her into his arms, he lowered his head and kissed her deeply. When the slightly cool thin lips touched the soft thin lips, the atmosphere in the entire check room quickly heated up. Wen Chu didn't even know when the mask box in her hand slipped. Her hand slowly hooked around Sighting's neck. When the two people kissed until it was hard to part, Sighting picked up Wen Chu in a horizontal hug and took a big step in the direction of the bedroom. Chapter 53, Wen Chu hit someone. The next day, Wen Chu was woken up by her alarm clock in Sighting's arms. She sat up from her bed in a daze and looked at the time on her cell phone. 6:30. The hospital is just across the street. Sighting sat up from the bed and reminded Wen Chu with a smile on his face. Wen Chu tapped her head. Right, I forgot. I'm going to work. What are you going to do? Wen Chu asked as she washed up while looking at Sighting who was standing beside her. I'm going to meet a friend and I'll pick you up for lunch. Sighting was shaving with a razor, and Wen Chu really liked how clean he was. If you're busy, don't mind me. I'll just go to the cafeteria and eat something by myself. Wen Chu didn't ask so much of Sighting. When she talked to Sighting, she knew that this was the first time he had taken a long vacation in years, so she didn't ask him to just surround himself. It's only been a week, but that's a long time for him. Gu Xiao told Wen Chu that the longest vacation Sighting had ever taken in all these years was only 2 days. You are the most important. The way Sighting looked at Wen Chu was all doting. Throughout the morning, Wen Chu and Xiao Yu were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. Sun Xiaoping took them along to the outpatient clinic to receive consultations, and the two of them listened and learned at the same time. When he left work at noon, Sighting was already waiting at the door. You're really cherishing every second of being in love now. Xiao Yu was so tired that she didn't even want to eat. He said he was going to bring a friend to meet me, or I wouldn't go out. Lunch break is an hour and a half. Are you going back to the apartment? Wen Chu asked Xiao Yu as she packed her bag. Back. Gu Xiao made dinner at the apartment. How come I didn't realize before that he's so clingy? Xiao Yu was lying on the table not wanting to move at all. When he goes back to the army, you won't even be able to see him if you want to, so I'll see what you'll do. Wen Chu packed her bag and walked to the door to look at Xiao Yu and snickered. Hurry up and go on your date. Xiao Yu waved her hand towards Wen Chu and saw him leave the office. She also packed up and got up to leave the hospital. Hatsa Momo. When Sighting saw Wen Chu walking out of the hospital, he walked towards Wen Chu's direction from the parking lot. Look at the car. Sighting reminded Wen Chu by pointing at the vehicle that was driving by, and Wen Chu stopped in her tracks with a smile and a nod. Just then, a small figure ran out from the side of the car next to Sito's, followed by the sound of the vehicle's brakes. Sighting saw the little boy who was about to be hit by the car with his afterimage and quickly lunged towards the little boy. Wen Chu was shocked to see Sighting holding the little boy and rolling on the ground for 3 times before stopping. Sighting, Timoko, Joy, Three voices sounded at the same time, and when Shu ran towards Siting, the other man ran towards Siting as well. The child's parents ran towards the child. What's wrong with you people? Driving in the hospital is not a good idea. The child's parents grabbed the child from Siting's hand and turned to point at the driver and yelled. When Shu saw that Siting's arm was bruised during the tumble, and blood kept flowing, Timothy, hurry up and get into the hospital and get bandaged up. The man ran over and looked at Siting's arm, frowning. I'm fine. Siting waved his hand. And you people, what if you crush our kids with that body? My child has to go to the hospital for a checkup. You must be responsible for all medical expenses. The child's mother shouted towards Sito again. You're an unreasonable person? It's a travel lane in a hospital. You don't watch over your own children, and after you've cursed me, you go back to cursing the man who saved your children. There's nothing wrong with you. The driver got out of the car and pointed at the woman in exasperation. What do you mean I didn't watch the kids? Who says you can't walk in the travel lane? What the hell? Bah! The woman shouted as if she were crazy. Come on, go inside and I'll patch you up. When Shu looked at the woman and held back, then looked at Siting and said, Go! Where to go? Pay up! The woman took Winshu's arm in one hand. When Siting saw that the woman had grabbed Winshu's arm, his eyes instantly became much colder and he was about to strike. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Winshu backhandedly grabbed the woman's arm, and with a force on his waist, he dropped the woman to the ground. It's sad that your son has a mother like you, Winshu said with cold eyes as she looked at the woman she had dropped on the ground. Don't you dare hit anyone. The woman's husband saw his wife being thrown to the ground and was about to make a move towards Winshu. Siting was just about to strike when the man standing beside him pushed Siting. Leave it to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man directly grabbed the other's hand and raised his hand for 2 punches. The other party was dumbfounded by the man's beating, and as soon as the woman saw that her husband had been beaten again, she immediately stood up from the ground and suddenly saw the military uniform inside Winshu's jacket. You lunatic! You're still a soldier. With your rank, how dare you fight us? You widen your dog's eyes to see what level my husband is. What are you? The woman said, rushing to the car and grabbing out her husband's uniform. The man beside Winshu glanced at the uniform she had pulled out. The woman's husband took one look at the uniform being pulled out and hurriedly grabbed it and put it behind his back. What are you doing with the uniform? The woman's husband lowered his voice to look at his wife. Yo, more than rank? The man beside Winshu said with a cold smile, then walked to the car and took out a military jacket, placing it in Siting's hand. She's not good enough for her level. Am I good enough for mine? Siting narrowed his eyes in a stern voice, his eyes looking straight at the other party. After the other party saw Siting's rank, he subconsciously hid his uniform behind his back and didn't say a word. Chapter 54, When Shu was disciplined. Chen Jian was sent to the hospital by the military region to investigate the incident of military personnel assaulting each other. When he pushed open the door of the dean's office, he saw the 6 people who were inside, a flash of shock plus helplessness in his eyes. Leader, they're the ones who hit us with their hands. When the woman saw Chen Jian, she immediately complained evilly. Senator Chen, this is the surveillance video from the hospital parking lot. The dean handed the surveillance video to Chen Jian. The woman shut up instantly as soon as she saw there was a video. Siting, Wen Shou and the driver Zhao Jigang, the 3 of them stood straight to one side. The woman and her husband, Wang Shuai, stood on the other side. Sito's friend, Wang Yu, is sitting on the couch. Siting, Wen Chu, Zhao Jigang, and Wang Shuai, how were you able to fight together? Chen Jian said as he plugged the copied surveillance USB flash drive into his computer. Report, Senator Chen, there's been some misunderstanding. Wang Shuai hurriedly looked at Chen Jian and explained. Report, Senator Chen, there's no misunderstanding. Winshu also took a step forward. You're a woman who doesn't know any better. Hearing Winshu's words, the woman pointed at Winshu and yelled. Stop talking. Wang Shuai glared at the woman. There's no misunderstanding. Let's talk with evidence. Chen Jian glanced at the woman before resting his eyes on the computer screen. When he saw what happened, Chen Jian's face changed. Siting. Chen Jian stood up from his chair to look at Siting. Here, Siting responded. Show me your wound. Chen Jian took big steps to Siting's side, looking anxiously at the wound on his arm. It's bandaged, Seth said with a slight lift of his arm. Wang Shuai, as a soldier, you can't even tell right from wrong now. Chen Jian looked at Wang Shuai and said sternly. Zhao Jigang was traveling at a normal speed. Your son suddenly ran out. If it wasn't for Siting, it would be your son lying inside the hospital right now, competing with a trainee doctor in a military hospital to see who has the greatest rank. You are really something. Who can you compare yourself to at this rank? It's okay that your wife doesn't know. Don't you know yourself what the consequences of assaulting an active duty soldier are? How dare you even plan to strike and injure a female medic? The more Chen Jian said, the more ridiculous he felt. Leader, you can't say that. He even hit my husband. who was also an active duty soldier. The woman jumped back in. He's not from our military district and he's not a soldier. I can't control him, but I know that if he hadn't stopped Wang Shui would have had to take off this uniform today. Thanks to you, Chen Jian said angrily. My name is Wang Yu. Sue me. Wang Yu crossed his legs and sat on the sofa looking at Wang Shui. Wang Shui's face turned blue and he couldn't say a word. Finally, after a meeting of the military region, Wang Shui was punished to write a 5,000 word examination, suspended from duty to reflect on his work, and recorded a warning once. Wen Shu was also suspended for 5 days to reflect because he did it. As for Wang Yu, Wang Shui chose to reconcile on his own, knowing that this matter would only be bad for him if it went on. A 5-day suspension. On what grounds? Xiao Yu said angrily. This is a problem that Senator Chen explained to me separately. He told me when he came out of the dean's office. Wen Shu said with a smile. What do you mean? Xiao Yu looked at Wen Shu in puzzlement and asked. Because of Sito's vacation. There are 5 more days. Wen Shu walked up to Xiao Yu's ear and whispered. Xiao Yu's face was helpless. This was the official lead to kowtow to CP. Chapter 55, Wen Shu's physical condition. Gu Zhao's entire body was depressed when he saw the suspended Wen Shu return to his apartment. What heavenly riches is this? How come my Yuer didn't catch up? This is not a 5-day suspension. This is a 5-day vacation for you. Gu Zhao sat in Wen Shu and Si Ting's apartment and ghosted. Si Ting, on the other hand, was sitting across from Gu Zhao with his arm around Wen Shu, and the two of them were smiling from ear to ear. Gu Zhao, I'm not dead yet. Why are you screaming here? Xiao Yu finished her shower and walked over to Wen Shu's side looking at Gu Zhao on the sofa and growled. Yuer, hurry up and I'll also go to your hospital parking lot to sneak around and see if I can find someone to save. Let's replicate what happened to both of them today, and maybe you can get suspended for a few days and we can both go out. Gu Zhao looked at Xiao Yu with an expectant face. Gu Zhao, if you say anything else, I can't guarantee that you won't get your ass kicked. Xiao Yu stared at Gu Zhao just as she finished speaking. Then she heard her cell phone ringing out from the house and hurried back to her room. The spring night is worth $1,000. If you dawdle on, the yellow flowers will be cold. Si Ting looked at Gu Zhao and said with a smile, and pointed to the watch on the wall in passing. Gu Zhao turned his head to the watch, and when he saw that it was already 9 o'clock, he lifted his butt from the couch and ran away without looking back. Captain Tsunami is going to be disappointed today. To be precise, the vacation period was wasted. Wen Shu looked at Gu Zhao who ran away and couldn't help but laugh. Why? Si Ting looked at Wen Shu with some confusion. Today is the first day of Xiao Yu's physiological period. After Wen Shu finished speaking, Si Ting looked very sympathetically at the closed apartment door next door. It's fine if it's not yours. Immediately after closing the door to his apartment, Sito walked over to the couch and leaned over to press down. Hey! Wen Shu didn't have time to make any reaction before she was enveloped by the man's body. Sito, this is the sofa. Nice place. The next day the two slept until they woke up naturally. Sighting washed up fast, and when he finished Wen Shu was still slowly washing her face and applying the mask. Hatsumomo, do you have any plans for today? Si Ting inquired about Wen Shu's opinion. Wen Shu raised her hand to look at her watch and thought for a moment. I'll take you to a place in a while. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a knock on the apartment door and Wang Yu walked in. Dr. Wang came quite early. Sighting welcomed Wang Yu in. You're the only one who can afford to ask me to come to the door for a face-to-face visit myself. Wang Yu said lazily. Okay, you make the offer. Sito said as he stood in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Making terms with you is the most boring thing ever. I asked you to send me something and you gave me money to buy it myself. I asked you to have a drink with me, and your ass just sat down before the troops called you back. To have no vacation, no time, just wear a dress and be my best man on my wedding day. Wang Yu walked to the kitchen and helped Sighting prepare breakfast together. Brother Yu, you're here. Wen Shu was a little surprised when she saw Wang Yu after she packed up. Yeah, I didn't finish what I had to do yesterday, so I took it upon myself to come to the house today. Wang Yu brought up the breakfast Sighting had made. Wen Shu then remembered that yesterday, Si Ting brought Wang Yu to the hospital to pick himself up, and it seemed like he had something else to do besides eating. But because of dealing with the fight, I ended up not even eating. Ayu's family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and the previous generations were all very famous. Throughout the capital city, and even China, they have saved countless patients. When I was in Africa before, I said I'd take you for a physical when I got back home. It's been dragging on for 4 years, so I went to him yesterday to bring him to take your pulse. This guy has a request, no pulse in the afternoon. So, after he was dealt with yesterday, he left. Si Ting briefly explained, and Wen Shu nodded with some surprise. 4 years ago, Si Ting said this matter. In fact, he had never put it on his mind. I didn't think he'd remember and do it. After finishing the meal, Wang Yu sat opposite Wen Shu, carefully observed Wen Shu's face, and then put his fingers on Wen Shu's wrist. The room was instantly quiet. Only the breathing of the three men remained. After a long time, Wang Yu signaled Wen Shu to change his hand, then continued to take his pulse himself. A series of 10 minutes passed before Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Si Ting looked at Wang Yu in confusion. Where do I start with this? Wang Yu pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Wen Shu, who had a puzzled look on her face. Hatsu, your physiological period has been off in recent years. Sometimes they don't come for months at a time, right? After Wang Yu finished speaking, Wen Shu nodded her head. She still understands the reasoning that illness is not something to be avoided. I've been trying for a long time, and I can't figure out what it's caused by. It just occurred to me. Have you been taking birth control pills to delay your period for years? Although Wang Yu was asking Wen Shu, his tone was very certain. Yes. Wen Shu nodded. The first couple years. You did have to take it several times a year. The most you ever pushed it 10 times a year. Although it stopped last year, it has never been reinstated. Wen Shu was truthful. You're a doctor yourself. Why don't you go for a checkup and tune up? Wang Yu asked suspiciously. Tune it up, or it'll be worse than it is now. Wen Shu paused before speaking. What do you rely on to stop the pain every time it comes? By your pulse. You can say it hurts every time. No wonder Sighting came to see me just after his vacation. Wang Yu frowned at Wen Shu. This woman really didn't take herself seriously. Painkillers. Wen Shu pulled out the bottle of painkillers from a side drawer. When Si Ting heard this, his face looked especially bad. Was this woman crazy? Painkillers from the institute. Wang Yu recognizes this drug. Money per pill. No side effects. Good pain relief. Do you think I'd have to say that you love and cherish yourself? Or don't you? Wang Yu looked helplessly at Wen Shu, tossing his body while surprisingly knowing to protect it. On top of that, Yu Miyagi chill is awesome. Stomachs are bad as hell, too. These are things you can't find out with hospital machines. But the pulse doesn't lie. After Wang Yu finished, Wen Shu smiled. Dr. Wang, can you see how many years I can live? Wang Yu shook his head helplessly. If you don't care, you really won't have many years left to live. But you're in my hands, and I can't let you die. Otherwise, my house could be blown flat by your man. Wang Yu said as he pointed at the grim-faced Si Ting. Timothy, I have to go back. The medicine for your woman's body conditioning has a few flavors that are too difficult to get. I'll go back to look for it now, and try to match it up in the next few days. And I'll make pills for it that can go in the mouth better than herbal soup. I'm married to the fact that you're wearing a dress, so that's definitely a no-brainer. Wang Yu got up from his chair and looked at Sighting and said, right. Wang Yu walked to the door and turned to look at Si Ting and Wen Shu, who had escorted him out. Si Ting looked at Wang Yu in disbelief. This man cure all diseases. And don't you have the strength to use it only on the training ground? You're better than medicine for your wife's health condition. Wang Yu looked bitterly at Si Ting and whispered. Wen Shu, who was standing to the side, couldn't hear a word. What were they saying? Chapter 56. What did he just say? Wen Shu felt that her business skills needed to be improved. She would have to enroll in a lip-sync class. He said for me to take you through more training. After Si Ting closed the door, he turned around and looked at Wen Shu's innocent expression, wanting to get angry but not daring to do so. How can this woman hurt herself so much? But come on, at that training pace of yours, I should be looking for a graveyard in 3 days. Wen Shu shook her head. She didn't hear anything in Si Ting's words at all. It's not our team's training format. It's me and you, one-on-one, Sito said in a serious voice. A one-on-one training style? How do you train? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting suspiciously. Men on top and women on bottom doing push-ups. Sito murmured. Male on male? Under woman? Doing push-ups? What kind of training is this? Wen Shu's words in the future were not said, because she figured it out. Seeing Wen Shu blush instantly, Si Ting then smiled, knowing that Wen Shu had reacted. As he spoke, there was another knock on the apartment door. What's all the buzz today? Wen Shu muttered to himself as he walked over and opened the door. She was instantly embraced in a bear hug before she had a chance to see who was at the door. Little sister-in-law, I'm so happy to see you again. I thought my brother was going to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Wen Shu heard the man's voice before she heard that it was Si Rin. You let me go first. I'm suffocating. I'm dead. Your brother will still be a bachelor. Wen Shu was unable to catch her breath from Si Rin's bear hug and almost suffocated. The villa won't fit you anymore? Come over for what? With a speechless face, Si Ting pulled Wen Shu into his arms, then helped her smooth out her breath. Brother, take me in for a day. I have a home and company I can't go to. Just one day, Si Rin said as he looked at Si Ting pitifully. You're blocked? Sito asked without a care in the world. It's not even you. You haven't brought your little sister-in-law home in the past few years. The old man was so crazy about his granddaughter-in-law that he had to force me to go on a blind date. I'm not going. He's got bodyguards at my villa first thing in the morning and at the office. I can't show my face. Si Rin had an expression of a dead pig in a poke. saying that she wouldn't leave. Are you? Wenchu suddenly looked at Si-rin in a serious manner and asked. I'm little sister-in-law. Where did I show you that I look like a homosexual? Hearing Wenchu's words, Si-rin stared at Wenchu with wide eyes and asked, then why are you so resistant to falling in love? Wenchu asked in disbelief. How can I afford to fall in love? I have to deliver flowers today. I have to eat with them tomorrow, and I have to go shopping with them the day after tomorrow. I'm so busy in the company every day now. How can I have so much energy to coax women? When Si-rin thought that if he fell in love, he would have the added matter of coaxing women to his daily work. His whole body was hairy. Okay, as a driver. Once Si-ting thought that Si-rin was indeed busy like this because he was in the army and had no one to help him manage the C group. He loosened up. The three of them went out the door together, and Wenchu gave an address to Si-rin, who bumblingly invited Si-ting and Wenchu into the car. Isn't it just being a chauffeur? Much better than a blind date. Upon arriving at his destination, Si-rin looked at the stadium in front of him with some confusion. Little sister-in-law, is it so exciting for you to date my brother? People go to movie theaters, coffee shops, malls, and hotel rooms. You two coming to the stadium? Or an outdoor? Si-rin looked at Wenchu incredulously and asked. If the two of us were dating, the most exciting thing we could do would be to take you, Wenchu said helplessly. Wenchu lightly led the two men to the entrance and then walked into the stadium. There were quite a few people in the stadium warming up, some running, some doing push-ups, some doing Mark's drill. Sister is here. Just after Wenchu showed up, someone saw Wenchu and immediately shouted, hello sis, hello sis, hello sis. The stadium was instantly buzzing with people, all greeting Wenchu. Sister? When Si-rin heard the boys address him, alarm bells went off in his heart. Brother, these are your love interests, right? Si-rin whispered. Who have you ever seen who had more lovers than a company of men? Although Si-ting didn't know why Wenchu came here, he also quickly dispelled Si-rin's imagination. Hatsu, a slightly older-looking man, came over and greeted Wenchu. Bo, everyone's been waiting, Wenchu said somewhat apologetically. It's not too late. You're the one who gave them the chance. Otherwise it would have been useless for these kids to wait as long as they did. The man known as Bo shook his head. It's that they worked hard enough to have a chance, Wenchu said with a smile. After introducing Si-ting and Si-rin, Wenchu brought the two of them to sit in the first row of the bleachers. Once he saw Winchester in position, Bo began to organize everyone to line up in an orderly fashion to get ready. Bo is the track coach for the provincial team. I've been trying to quit because I can't stand to see some of the insiders, but he's a very good person. And the reason he hasn't left is that he doesn't want athletes who are really strong to not be able to stand on the field and compete for their country because of financial reasons. So the athletes on his team are the least conditioned. All these kids you see are sponsored by me. All of them are the kind of guys whose families are on the verge of unraveling. But there is some talent in Bo's eyes. They were trained by Bo's apprentice, and after a certain amount of time, they moved on to the alternative stage. There will be a monthly screening of these alternative stage kids, and those that meet the criteria will be brought back to the provincial team by Bo. Those that aren't up to par will continue to train. The ones that don't meet the criteria 3 times, I fund the tuition for them to continue their education. After Wenchu finished explaining, Si-ting and Si-rin instantly understood that today was the day to screen the children in the alternative stage. As he spoke, 8 boys were already standing on the track. The 3 sat in the bleachers, watching the kids running hard below. The drive in each of them simply couldn't be hidden, all fighting for their future. It had been going on for 3 hours, and Bo handed the list of those who met the criteria to Wenchu. The kids were good this time. The number of people who met the criteria, for the first time, was so high, Bo couldn't hide the excitement on his face. These kids, who have only been training for 2 months, just now I looked at the results and they already meet the standards of a Division 1 athlete, Bo said, pointing to a couple of kids in the crowd. Can we get them, to run it again? Si-ting suddenly spoke. Of course. Bo knew that Si-ting was Wenchu's boyfriend, so he directly nodded. Soon after, Bo organized another run for all these kids who met the criteria. Sito looked earnestly at a few of the children inside, and then walked away from the bleachers. Wenchu and Si-rin exchanged a glance, looking at Si-ting's movements in confusion. He called out a few of the boys and next had them do push-ups, pull-ups, and waited long-distance running for a few events. My brother is training the team? Si-rin realized that the training was similar to the program in the army. He's coming up to my place to stock up, isn't he? Wenchu also found out about this. The kids that get to be looked at by the provincial coaches are already picked over. He did save a lot of work. Si-rin agreed with Wenchu's thoughts and said helplessly, Hatsu, what does your boyfriend do for a living? Bo asked tentatively as he walked over. The few people he saw Si-ting examining could be people he himself had been eyeing for a long time. The state, Wenchu said with a smile. No wonder the eyes are so tricky. The few people he's testing now have been on my radar for months. Bo understood instantly. Special Forces. The exact nature of the job was kept secret. An hour later, Sito walked back with the two boys. Don't you ever bring in here again. These are the two with the best grades. Bo was completely devastated when he saw the person who had been brought back by Sito. I'd like to see you both when the troops recruit this year, Sighting said seriously as he looked at them. Boy, there are very few people who can be looked upon favorably by your sister Wenchu's boyfriend. Although Bo didn't miss the two of them, he still remembered the original reason why he and Wenchu had chosen to train these kids privately, which was to pick out the good ones who could compete for their country, since they would have a better future if they went into the army. Bo was reluctant with his mouth, but in his heart he was willing. Brother-in-law, we'll definitely go. The two boys looked at Sito firmly. Wenchu saw the tears in their eyes. For these children, it was too hard for them to be sponsored and recognized. Moved? Si Tinggi suddenly looked at Siren. Moving. Siren nodded. He had long been infected by the way these children were running desperately. It's no use just moving. Get the check. Si Ting pulled out the expense list for these children this month from Wenchu's hand and placed it directly in Si Rin's hand. Si Rin was generous, and after taking a look at it, he immediately asked Bo for an account and transferred a year's worth of fees on the spot. My little sister-in-law's money still needs to be saved for beauty treatments and bags. In the future, the cost of this team will be counted as part of the C group. Si Ting and Wenchu looked at each other. This kid is really on the ball. Chapter 57, Si Rin looking for a date. Si Rin did her duty as Wenchu and Si Ting's driver. After parking the car, Si Rin was the first to get out and open the door for Wenchu. Si Ting held Wenchu's hand as he walked, and Si Rin walked on the other side of Wenchu carrying her bag as her bodyguard. During the meal, Si Ting peeled shrimp and crabs for Wenchu, and Si Rin served tea and poured juice for the two. I can just peel the crabs and shrimp myself, and I can pour my own juice. Is it okay for you two to eat? Wenchu looked up at the brothers and smiled. Little sister-in-law, your hands hold paintbrushes and scalpels. Don't get hurt again over these little things, Siren said casually as she poured the juice. Wenchu looked at the food piled into a small mountain in front of her, then looked at the 12 dishes on the table and sighed helplessly. You two give me a hard time, okay? Wenchu raised her head and looked seriously at the two men in front of her. What's wrong? Si Ting looked at Wenchu with some confusion. Do you have some kind of hidden disease? Or is your Si family some kind of dragon's den? It's okay, just tell me so I'm prepared. Wenchu put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked at Si Ting with a serious face. Hidden illness? Sighting's eyes were a bit confused. Where did he get sick? The dragon's den? Si Rin also froze. The atmosphere of the Si family was quite good. You two take care of me like I'm handicapped. It's close to walking for me and going to the bathroom for me. What the hell do you two mean? Wenchu looked at the two men with eyes full of caution. You're my woman. Isn't it only right that I take care of you? When I go back to the army, I won't be able to take care of you, so just enjoy it in peace, Sighting said with a smile. You're my little sister-in-law. Isn't it only right that I take care of you? Siren said with a straight face. When Si Ting heard this, he also felt that something was wrong. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Si Ting and Wenchu spoke in unison. I'm doing this for the good of our parents. Siren put down the glass of juice in her hand and said with a sigh. For the good of whom? Si Ting looked at Si Rin in disbelief. It's not you yet. Grandpa and Grandma were furious when the family found out you two broke up. I can't keep a daughter-in-law who says she'll feed you into her mouth, and then I don't look for a date. They are afraid that one day when they die, neither of us brothers will be able to get married. So, when Si Rin said this, Si Ting's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at Si Rin with his arms wrapped around his chest. So what? What did you do? The fact that the Si family was able to send bodyguards to arrest Si Rin and block the company meant that Si Rin must have done something great that shocked the world and angered the old man and the old lady. When Si Rin saw the look in Si Ting's eyes, he had a feeling of being instantly pierced through, but he could only be truthful. So, they say I'm unattached, so I bought 2 elephants. First thing in the morning, just sent back to the old house, a male and a female. After Si Rin finished speaking, Si Ting and Wenchu sat in their chairs sluggishly. What did you buy? Wenchu thought there was something wrong with his ears. Elephant. The baby elephant. Siren stumbled. The one with the long nose? Wenchu reconfirmed, feeling that there was a possibility that she had a problem with her understanding. Well, alive. Siren nodded. It's the elephant from the one at the zoo. The one you all know. The words have been said to this point. Sighting is a cutie if he can't understand it. I'm not going to be able to get through this. Why did you buy 2 elephants? Sito felt his temples throbbing for a moment. That's not called 2 elephants. That's called an object. A male and a female. Si Rin stretched out his 2 index fingers and said in a serious manner. Seth took a deep breath and asked the next thing he didn't understand. What does this have to do with Mom and Dad? Hearing this question, Siren's tone was much more natural. Grandma and Grandpa said that if we both don't get our act together, They'll let mom and dad open up a trumpet, spell 3 babies. After Si Rin finished speaking, Wenchu and Si Ting once again fell into silence. The Si family, indeed, is a dragon's den. At this moment Wenchu felt like she had read all these years in vain. She, a high school student, couldn't even find a suitable word from her mind to describe the Si family. It's really hard work. Si Ting was silent for half a day before he finally came up with a phrase to describe Si Rin. Wenchu felt that it was possible that there was only one person in the entire Si family, Si Ting, who was in a normal mental state. She suddenly felt that it was really good for Si Ting to stay in the army for the rest of his life. After all, Si's family was a big daibol. Chapter 58, Another Joint Mission. After dinner, Siren sent the two back to the apartment, not dreaming that the two would have any thoughts of inviting him to stay at the apartment. Instead, he got out of the car and walked into the apartment without looking back. Where is Rin staying tonight? Wenchu asked with some reluctance. In the backyard of the old mansion, living with his date. Si Ting answered Wenchu without even thinking about it. How did you know? Wenchu asked in disbelief. Because I saw Si's bodyguard. Just now when Si Rin's car drove onto the road outside the apartment, Si Ting saw the business car parked on the side of the road. Without even thinking about it, it must be here to arrest Si Rin. What will be the final disposition? Wenchu looked at Si Ting curiously. The elephant stays, and Rin is thrown out. Or, Rin gets thrown out with the elephant. After Si Ting's finished speaking, the corners of Wenchu's mouth smiled to the corners of her eyes. At the end of the day, Siren was going to be thrown out anyway. A phone call from Siren the next day confirms this. All of Si Rin's things in the Si family were packed up and sent with the elephants to Si Rin's private villa. On top of that, Old Master Si and Old Mrs. Si made a request. From now on, once a month, Si Rin must lead the elephant back to the old mansion to show his face. Since he's willing to buy it, he'll have to raise it himself, and he'll have to raise it well. The beauty of the name is that you raise your own subjects. Before Si Ting's call was hung up, Wenchu had already burst into tears of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Other men raise objects. Siren raising pair of elephants. Wenchu ended up laughing until she covered her stomach and rolled on the bed. Si Ting looked at the happy Wenchu and couldn't help but smile as well. Want to go take a look? Si Ting looked at Wenchu with a doting face. Yeah. Winchester nodded in anticipation. Si Ting then set off with Wenchu. The two had just driven 2 intersections away when Si Ting's phone and Wenchu's phone rang at the same time. After Si Ting and Wenchu looked at each other, it was clear that their vacation was over. You go back to the army. I'll run back to the hospital myself. When Wenchu saw that there were only 2 intersections away from the hospital, she didn't give Si Ting any chance to retort and immediately jumped out of the car and ran away in the direction of the hospital. When Wenchu ran to the hospital, Xiao Yu and the others were already ready. Hatsumomo, I've packed your medical kit. Xiao Yu handed the medical kit at her feet to Wenchu. Thanks. Wenchu gasped a little and took the medical kit. Now that we're all together, let's get going right away. Just 30 minutes ago, a massive 8.2 magnitude earthquake hit South City. We set out on a rescue mission as a medical team affiliated with the Kyoto Military District, along with the Kyoto City troops. For specifics, let's talk on the way. The troops immediately sent a car to the hospital to pick up the medical team. We're the first team sent from the capital city, with a special operations team of 30 and a medical team of 12. Everyone stay safe and work together to help more injured people. Zhao Chuan, the leader of the medical team, looked at everyone and said. When Wenchou got into the car, he saw Si Ting and Gu Xiao, who were already fully armed, as well as a man Wenchou didn't recognize, and the 3 captains with 3 teams were already sitting in the car. The special operators were seated at the back of the bus in the bumpiest seats, with these relatively comfortable seats in the front reserved for the medical team. Wenchu and Xiao Yu walked straight towards the back of the car. The two of them sat in the same row, next door to Si Ting and Gu Xiao. After the vehicle started, Gu Xiao stood up and silently switched places with Wenchu. Get some sleep. 5 hours away. It's a bad break when you arrive. Si Ting whispered to Wenchu. Good. Wenchu nodded, then gently leaned against Si Ting's shoulder and closed her eyes. Soon, Wenchu really fell asleep and slept soundly. Hatsumomo, wake up. We're almost there. Si Ting shouted Wenchu up in a small voice. Wenchu opened her eyes in a daze, and only after seeing the scene around her did she remember that she had come out to rescue her. Hatsumomo, when you get off the bus later, be safe. When you encounter an aftershock, go to an open area and crouch down. Si Ting admonished Wenchu, who obediently nodded. You be safe too. Wenchu quietly stretched out her hand and shook Si Ting tightly. With that, Gu Xiao stood up and switched back to his seat with Wenchu. When Wenchu stepped down from the car, she knew what it meant to be miserable. The earthquake scene was comparable to a war zone during the F. There were wails and cries for help all around. My God, it's dirty and messy here, Chen Zhao said with a look of disgust. This is the earthquake zone, not a resort. Zhao Chuan looked at Chen Jiao with a serious face. It's not like I volunteered to come. I don't want to come here yet when the conditions are so bad, Chen Jiao said with a disgruntled face. If you don't want to come, take your stuff and just leave the team and go on your own. Go back to the capital city and call in a report to resign straight away. Anyone else who wants to leave, get together. Zhao Chuan was a violent temper and didn't have the good temper to rub it in with Chen Jiao here. Director Zhao, how do you talk? As far as the lives of the victims here are lives. Are our lives not lives? Isn't it enough to have them soldiers here? We can totally find a place with slightly better conditions and let them transport the injured. Chen Jiao retorted with dissatisfaction. Chen Jiao, you have to know that the army pays countless times more money and effort to train a special warrior than it does to train you. These special warriors are here to rescue, not to take orders from you. Zhao Chuan was not used to Chen Jiao's problems at all and directly disliked him back. After saying that, he looked towards the other medical staff and was about to say something about the matter when he realized that Wen Chu and Xiao Yu had disappeared. Where's Wen Chu? Where is Xiao Yu? Zhao Chuan was going to be unable to suppress his violent temper for a while. The two of them have gone in for rescue following the SWAT team. There. Wan Susu pointed to two figures in the rubble. Two people are kneeling on the ground to give CPR to the injured. Chen Jiao, hurry up if you want to leave. Don't delay the rescue here. Zhao Chuan directly froze for a few seconds when he saw Wen Chu and Xiao Yu, who had already been put into the rescue, and then after looking at Chen Jiao and finishing, he led his team to also rush into the earthquake zone to start the rescue. Wen Chu, Xiao Yu, be safe. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth to remind the two men as he passed by before walking in towards the epicenter. Wen Chu and Xiao Yu had years of tacit understanding, so the two of them worked together quite smoothly. Rescue after rescue, seemingly forgetting exhaustion and time. When the ground shook again, Wen Chu subconsciously lunged towards a little girl beside him, shielding the little girl under his body. Xiao Yu shielded the injured man who was being rescued under her. At this moment, the wailing around them continued, and Wen Chu slightly raised her head to see the already shaky building constantly falling masonry. Some of the injured who had just been rescued were smashed again before they could be treated, and after struggling they were no longer responsive. Seeing all this, Wen Chu had a deep sense of powerlessness. How she wanted to save all these people, but she couldn't do anything right now. She could only protect this one child. She waited until the earth had regained its composure before she slowly rose. The scene in front of us was already completely different from before the aftershock, and arguably even more tragic. The medical team and the special operations team quickly checked on their respective team members to make sure no one was injured, and then continued into the rescue. Wen Chu picked up the little girl underneath her and ran in the direction of the rescue tent. After settling down, Wen Chu once again ran in the direction of the epicenter. Doctor! There's no doctor. Wen Chu heard a familiar voice. She followed it and it was Jiang Tu's voice. Oh me! Wen Chu ran towards Jiang Tu with a medical kit on his back, then saw Si Ting under the rubble. Sithan, what's wrong with you? Wen Chu shouted anxiously towards the bottom of the ruins. I'm fine. There's an injured person here with very heavy bleeding. Si Ting shouted as he looked up at Wen Chu. Good. I'm going down. Wen Chu handed the medical kit to Jiang Tu after he finished speaking. Oh me! When I get down there, you put the med kit down for me. Without any hesitation, Wen Chu jumped straight through the gap and landed firmly on the ground. Jiang Tu placed the medical kit down along the gap. Sister-in-law, make way. I'll go down as well. After saying that, Jiang Tu also jumped down. Wen Chu froze instantly when he saw the wound of the injured man. The whole steel bar pierced through the injured man's abdomen, and blood flowed out. Wen Chu knelt on the ground and put her hand at the injured person's neck. After a few seconds she shook her head feebly. At this moment, she understood what it meant to have a heart. Chapter 59, Wen Chu and Si Ting's communication style. Gutted. Wen Chu's tone was a bit lost. When I found him, his pulse was already weak. Si Ting said softly as he helped Wen Chu up from the ground. Oh me, contact the people up there. Let's take him up. After Si Ting finished speaking, Jiang Tu immediately contacted Wang Hao who was on the ground, and the latter ran over with the shrouded bag and threw it down the gap. After sighting and Jiang Tu loaded the man's body in, the three stood to the side and bowed towards the body before zipping it up. The ropes were tied, and the man above took a tool and moved a large opening to transfer the bag. When Sighting and Jiang Tu looked up and watched the shroud bag being hoisted up, they turned around and prepared to use the rope to send Wen Chu up first. I didn't expect to see Wen Chu kneeling on the ground, her side face pressed against the ground, as if she was listening to something. Hatsumomo, what's wrong? Si Ting asked suspiciously as he walked towards Wen Chu. Listen, guys, is someone calling for help? Wen Chu pointed at her feet. Upon hearing Wen Chu's words, Si Ting and Jiang Tu immediately walked over in big strides before lying down on the ground and listening carefully. That's right, someone. Sito also heard a faint cry for help. Hatsumomo, you go up there. We'll save them. Si Ting directly tied the safety rope in his hand around Wen Chu's waist. Go up and wait. Si Ting gestured after he finished speaking, and Wang Hao and the others immediately pulled Wenshu up. Wenshu knew that he couldn't help in this situation, and could only wait on the ground for them to find the injured, and then go down to save them himself. After Wenshu came up, a spot was vacated under the ruins, and Wang Hao jumped down with the cutting equipment. Once Sito had secured his position below, he began to open the opening, which was soon made in the wall. They put down their equipment and immediately got down and started looking for people, and saw that there were indeed injured people calling for help in the next location below. After Sito made a simple communication, the injured man's mood stabilized a lot, but faced with a very important problem. From this side to the injured, the passage was too small. Sighting even took off all his equipment, still could not get in. Boss, this passageway adult men can't enter at all. Jiang Tu also took off his equipment and tried several times but still couldn't. Not many women can get in, let alone men. Wang Hao measured the passage and shook his head helplessly. Now when the heavy machinery comes to clear the passageway, the injured will be the dead long before that. 3 injured people in there, that's 3 lives. Have the top contact the machinery and give me the flashlight, I'll see if there's anything else I can do. Sito commanded as he got down on the ground again to refine the passage. Sighting, me, can I come in? Wenshu lay on her back and shouted at Sighting. Upon hearing Wenshu's shout, everyone looked at Wenshu, or to be precise, at her shoulders. Wang Hao saw the width of Wenshu's shoulders and looked at the passage again. Boss, sister-in-law, it's possible that it's really okay. No, I'm also a soldier, and I'm also a doctor, a military doctor. Wenshu directly interrupted Si Ting, not giving him a chance to reject himself. Si Ting hesitated for a long time and looked up at Wenshu. You come down first. When he finished speaking, Sito got back down on the ground with his flashlight and observed. After Wenshu came down, Si Ting handed a few support poles to Wenshu. Listen to me when you climb in, and stop to support one when I tell you to. After you brace those positions, even if heavy machinery comes on in a moment, it won't hurt you guys. Even if there were falling rocks, these support poles would have blocked a lot of them. The big ones. Si Ting took off his own rescue cap and put it on Wen Chao's head as he did so. Again, he reattached the safety harness on Winchester himself. Don't be afraid, I'll be right here on guard. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wenshu nodded and bolted a rope to the top of the medical kit, taking the end of the rope himself and began to climb down towards the passageway. This passageway is really only climbable by a body like sister-in-laws. Wang Hao and Jiang Tu glanced at each other, unconsciously clenching their fists. Si Ting calmly directed Wenshu to prop up a few pivots, then watched as Wenshu smoothly climbed to the injured man's position. I'm here, Wenshu shouted in Si Ting's direction. 3 casualties, men, all with open fractures, bleeding, small, light, injury. After Wenshu finished speaking, he pulled the rope in his hand and pulled the medical kit over. Sighting stood up from the ground, using the noise made by Wenshu pulling on the medkit to look up and communicate with the team on the ground. When will the heavy machinery arrive? 3 casualties, open fractures, heavy bleeding and severe injuries. Jiang Tu and Wang Hao froze after Si Ting finished speaking. Boss, sister-in-law said it's a minor injury. Jiang Tu asked Si Ting in disbelief. All 3 casualties are conscious, have normal hearing and can talk. So she said the opposite, to encourage them to hang in there. This was the conversation that Si Ting and Wenshu had communicated in advance on the way here. If this happens, they, as rescuers and paramedics, use a special tone of voice that conveys the injured person's situation accurately, but also keeps them from realizing their true situation and gives them a hope to live. The tone of each key word that Wenshu had just expressed was very heavy, so Si Ting instantly understood what she meant. Chapter 60, Wenshu and Xiaoyu broke down. Wenshu was alone on her knees, methodically bandaging the injured. 2 had passed out and 1 was awake due to severe pain. It was true that she had never handled a patient with this kind of serious injury alone, and she was a little guilty of it. Doctor, thank you for being willing to come in and save us. Sober. This man looked at Wenshu and thanked him. Big brother, this is what I should do. Wenshu gave the man a shot of anesthetic. Am I dying? The man suddenly looked at Wenshu and asked. No, you're the least injured here. It's where you hurt. The nerves are more sensitive, so the pain is intense. Wenshu casually found a reason to explain. Don't you go to sleep. Soon we'll be out. Wenshu looked at the man and kept encouraging him. Wenshu, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly came from the end of the passage. Not a moment later, Xiaoyu stuck her head out of the passageway, and she too crawled over dragging her medical kit with her. You are the savior. What's it going to take? Wenshu was on the verge of tears the moment she saw Xiaoyu. These 3 were just so badly hurt that she did what she could. She was just a trainee doctor and had never dealt with an injured person on her own, let alone one this serious. Here, let the M.D. teach you how to handle this situation. Xiaoyu immediately entered into the state, hand in hand teaching Wenshu how this situation should be checked and bandaged. You just handled it in a very correct way. but in a standard textbook way. The environment we're in now, the transfer of the injured out is going to be moving and bumping, so it can be handled that way, Xiaoyu said as she bandaged the places that Wenshu hadn't taken care of. Wenshu listened attentively to Xiaoyu's explanation, and he had to say that Xiaoyu was indeed very powerful. Xiaoyu and Wenshu had just finished giving the injured person a simple treatment when they heard the sound of debris falling on their heads. The heavy machinery is here. We'll be out soon. Xiaoyu looked up to make sure that where they were would not be hit by the debris. You've got to get your ass in gear and get out there so you can be reunited with your family. Xiaoyu looked at the only conscious injured man and encouraged him with a smile on her face. Thank you, doctor. My wife and daughter are waiting for me back home. I was supposed to go back home last month. The boss said for me to finish the month and get a double bonus. I didn't realize. Out of this. The man's voice weakened as he spoke. Big brother, stop talking for a moment. Go for it. Save your strength. Get out and go home. Wenshu choked a little. She could see the man's face getting worse and worse, but there was nothing she and Xiaoyu could do now. Doing all they could. Doctor, I know. I'm dying myself. I want to ask you something. The man's blood pressure kept dropping. Okay. Wenshu held back her tears as she looked at the man. When you get out, call my wife and tell her I love her. She knows the password to my bank card, plus my funeral expenses. We came up with the money for our daughter's surgery. If my boss, a little more death benefit, she can be with child, have a better life. I'm sorry for the girls. After the man said this, his face turned pale and he began to pant heavily. Okay, I promise. You hang in there. Your daughter is waiting for you. Wenshu shouted at him while watching him gradually stop breathing. You wake up. Big brother, you wake up. Wenshu knelt on the ground, desperately trying to give the man CPR. Hatsumomo. Don't do it. Hatsumomo. Cho. Wenshu. Xiaoyu grabbed Wenshu, and tears flowed out of her eyes. You, let me save him, in case he survives. Wenshu broke free and continued to give the man CPR. When Xiaoyu came in just now, she knew that this man wouldn't last much longer. Both legs were openly fractured and his stomach was bloodied from a large cut from a steel bar. If Wenshu hadn't given him a shot of anesthetic, he would have died in extreme pain. The reason why she was able to calmly explain the bandaging method to Wenshu was also because she knew that this man couldn't feel the pain anymore because of the anesthetic. Injuries like this are rare, so she's going to tell Wenshu, who can save more people in the future. When the passageway was completely opened, Wenshu was still doing resuscitation measures. Hatsumomo. Si-Ting scooped up Wenshu and wrapped her into his arms. Sithan, you let me save him. He has a child. He can't die. Wenshu was still struggling. Xiaoyu crouched on the ground and also kept crying as she saw a bloodied photo fall out of the man's pocket. It was a woman holding a girl on oxygen in her arms, who looked to be 3 or 4 years old. Her daughter's eyes were wide open, but the color of her face and lips told her, the MD, that the child had a serious heart condition. Zhao Chuan ran over and reached out to touch the man at the neck, then looked at the bandaged area. He knew that Wenshu had done her best, and that this injury could hardly be saved even inside a well-equipped hospital. Zhao Chuan led the men to carry away the 2 unconscious injured men, and the dead man in a body bag was carried away as well. Si-Ting and Gu Shao hugged Wenshu and Xiaoyu tightly, waiting for the 2 people's emotions to stabilize before letting go. You 2 have done very well for yourselves. Look at the city before you. There are ruins everywhere. He is dead, but there are more living people who need your help. Zhao Chuan pointed at the miserable ruins in front of him and looked at Xiaoyu and Wenshu and said. The 2 men calmed down without saying another word, bent down to pick up the medical kit, and followed the Special Forces team to continue the rescue. Zhao Chuan is right. They don't have time to grieve. They have to keep rescuing. There are more people who need them. The rescue by the Special Forces team was so fast that the doctors of the medical team obviously couldn't physically keep up with them. By the time they reached the back, only 3 people, Wenshu, Xiaoyu and Zhao Chuan, could barely keep up with them. The 3 of them give the injured person emergency treatment and then put on different colored bracelets depending on the injury. Other medical care followed for specific treatment. It wasn't until the evening, when 20 more teams had entered the disaster area one after another, that they had a break. All 3 teams made their way to the rescue camp, and Si-Ting, Gu Shao, and Zhao Chuan each stood at the entrance of the camp counting the number of people in their teams. All in one team, no casualties. Second team all in, no casualties. The medical team, not all of them. Where's Chen Zhao? Zhao Chuan looked around. Director Zhao. I haven't seen Chen Zhao all day, probably back in the capital city. Wan Susu looked at Zhao Chuan and said, communication hasn't been restored in this part of the world, and it's impossible to make a call. Zhao Chuan took out his cell phone and tried to make a call to ask, but found that there was still no signal. Capital City Medical Team. Capital City's first medical team. Suddenly someone shouted from a distance in the direction of the camp. Here. Zhao Chuan reached out toward the distance. Is this doctor one of yours? The man was dressed in a North City fire and rescue outfit, and beside him stood a woebegone Chen Zhao. Sighting and Gu Shao turned and walked over when they saw the man. She is. I'm the captain of the first medical team in the capital city. Zhao Chuan. Zhao Chuan glanced at Chen Zhao before looking at the man. Hello, Li Ling Snap. North City First Fire and Rescue. This doctor was headed toward the airport on foot, and we came across him as we were coming in. She had to buy a ticket to go back to the capital city, and now only rescue planes are taking off and landing normally at the airport. All passenger planes are stopped. We also came to this campground, so we brought it back by the way. Li Ling Snap said helplessly. As a doctor entering a disaster area only knows how to run away. Just straight up let her fend for herself. Chen Zhao, you have the nerve to come back. Are you hungry and thirsty? Now you especially want to come back to eat the relief food and drink the relief water. Xiaoyu couldn't help herself and rushed forward to point at Chen Zhao, almost reaching out to hit someone. Before Chen Zhao could say anything, Wan Susu stood out again. Chen Zhao, you're ashamed of the uniform on your body and the white coat on your body. You're a deserter. Seeing that the scene was immediately about to get out of control, Zhao Chuan stepped forward. Chapter 61, Chen Zhao's Provocation. Chen Zhao, I will report your matter to the hospital truthfully. For the rest of the day, you don't need to treat any of the injured, so you'll just find a place to stay by yourself. I'll drop you off as soon as there's a ride back to King City. Zhao Chuan stopped Xiaoyu and Wan Susu and looked at Chen Zhao and said. Gu Shao took a step forward and pulled Xiaoyu to his side. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhao, who was already shy and annoyed, as if she was grasping some kind of handle, suddenly pointed at Xiaoyu and Wenchu. It's not even fair to come here. The four of them are a couple. You can't be unaware of that. Chen Zhao pointed at the four Wenchu individuals and looked at Zhao Chuan and said, so what if it's a couple? Zhao Chuan looked at Chen Zhao with cold eyes. Director Zhao, just you wait. This time out rescue is to gild the lily for Xiaoyu and Wenchu. Sooner or later you'll be their director. Do you know who Wenchu's boyfriend's uncle is? It's the military commander. After Chen Zhao finished speaking, everyone looked at Wenchu and Siting. Siting looked at Chen Zhao with cold eyes and was just about to say something when Wenchu pulled Siting's hand. Chen Zhao, you only know that Siting's uncle is the commander. Do you know who I am? Wenchu said as she took off her medical rescue suit. Who are you? Chen Zhao didn't understand what Wenchu meant. Throw in my boyfriend's background and their family's background. I'm still Miss Winnie. Wenchu handed Siting the rescue suit he had taken off. Know what Missy's general problem is? Wenchu continued to ask. What? Chen Zhao subconsciously asked. It was true that she didn't know about Wenchu being the eldest miss of the Wen family. Just all grumpy. Xiaoyu threw her own clothes on top of Gu Shao and lifted her hand towards Chen Zhao's face to fling a slap. That's right. Wenchu raised her foot and kicked towards Chen Zhao's abdomen. Chen Zhao didn't have time to react and was slapped then kicked to the ground. Everyone froze at the sight, followed by a wave of relief in their hearts. It was too much. I'll tell you what, you don't see us as good. You can say we're bad, but you had to get involved in special ops, and that's no one spoiled. Siting's uncle is a commander, which means that everyone in their family is in the army defending the country, and has been for decades. That's good. In your mouth it's become a channel for our future promotion. Wenchu said with a cold smile. Right, his uncle is a commander, and he's still the youngest master of the Sea family. Why didn't you say so? According to you, we're here to gild the lily. What gilded man have you ever seen who would lead the way into the most dangerous ruins that could collapse at any moment? After Wenchu finished speaking, those present nodded their heads. Chen Zhao, you yourself have become a deserter for fear of exhaustion and death, and you still want to drag others down here? Wan Susu pointed at Chen Zhao and said, if the director's position requires Wenchu, Xiao Yu, Team Timothy and Team Tsunami, 4 people to trade their lives for it, then I volunteer to step aside. Zhao Chuan also looked at Chen Zhao. It wasn't like he couldn't see what Wenchu and Xiaoyu had done during this day. There were injured people in the most dangerous places, and the two of them never hesitated to go straight to the front of the line. Siting and Gu Shao, on the other hand, were both standing beside the two men clearing away the rubble and blocking the debris. Chen Zhao, as you wish. Wenchu and the 4 of them are the 4 people with the richest and hardest family backgrounds in our area. Shouldn't they be the ones most afraid of death? People have 4 people lying around at home every day with more money than they can spend in 3 lifetimes. Why do they want to be soldiers? To be doctors? Do you think Wenchu and Xiaoyu need to trade their lives for a position? Don't think of others with that nasty thought of yours. The other doctors couldn't stand to watch. They were all watching how hard Wenchu and Xiaoyu were fighting. All of them ordinary people were too tired to hold on a few times, but these 2 petite young ladies didn't have any complaints and always rushed to the front. Even if Si Ting's uncle is the commander, he's sitting in this first team captain position based on his strength. If it's you, on the basis of your medical skills and human virtues, even if your own mother was a dean, your own father was a commander, and your own grandfather was a founding general, You couldn't be a director. Shame on you. Xiao Yu finished with a cold smile and stood up from the ground. Go back and tell on me and Chocho for beating you. Try to get the hospital and the army to suspend us both. We can both still get back to King City early. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she retrieved her own clothes from Gu Xiao. Chen Jiao, be careful where you walk. It's not too embarrassing to fall over yourself. Mansu suddenly spoke up. Yeah, Chen Jiao, this is an earthquake zone, so be careful when you walk. The other medics responded and started bugging Chen Jiao. Everyone's attitude made Chen Jiao react to the fact that no one would testify on her behalf that she had been beaten in this place where there was no cell phone reception and no surveillance. Everyone automatically united their voices that it was Chen Jiao who walked and fell by herself. Even Zhao Chuan wasn't bothering with Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao is sick. Eat your heart out and turn the tables on us. Xiao Yu walked over to a rock and sat down. How did this kind of person get into our hospital? Wen Shu looked at Xiao Yu with some puzzlement. Such a person, sent into the army, would have been cleaned up and understood long ago. Gu Xiao sat beside Xiao Yu and wrapped his arm around her. You guys stay away from her. I suspect she's in a mental state. Si Ting squatted in front of Wen Shu and took off the shoes on her feet, then took off her socks. Don't move. Wen Shu was just about to retract her foot when she was directly grabbed by Si Ting's ankle. What's wrong? Xiao Yu looked down at Wen Shu's grabbed foot in confusion. Blisters. Si Ting knelt on one knee and placed Wen Shu's foot on his lap, casually opening Wen Shu's medical kit. Just bear with me. I'll take care of it for you. As Si Ting spoke, he moved skillfully to treat Wen Shu's blisters. The roads in the quake zone are too difficult. Xiao Yu looked at the blisters on Wen Shu's feet and also said with some heartache. Wen Shu was different from Xiao Yu, who had been naughty since she was a child, running from morning to night. But Wen Shu had been quiet since she was a child, and it was only in the last few years that she had changed a bit. Sighting, how did you handle this so skillfully? Wen Shu asked with some confusion. Get used to it, Sighting said lightly. They train all day and often get blisters on their feet and hands. When Wen Shu walked just now, Si Ting could see that her walking posture was a bit strange and guessed that her feet must have been rubbed out with blisters. Okay, done with the decontamination. Tomorrow will be much better. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu and reminded. Good. Wen Shu nodded as she silently watched Si Ting put his shoes and socks back on. I haven't seen you two in a couple years, but you're off the hook. Li Lingchuan walked over after saying a few words to Zhao Chuan. Not getting off the hook to accompany your Captain Li as a bachelor? Gu Xiao said snidely as he stood up, then hugged Li Ling snap. North City isn't really close to here. Why did you come over as well? Si Ting stood up and hugged Li Lingchu as well. Any farther is the land of China. We in the North City have to do our part. That's why it's so late. Li Ling snap said with a smile. Come on, two little ancestors, let me introduce you. Gu Xiao pointed at Li Lingchu and introduced Xiao Yu and Wen Shu, Captain of North City Fire Department No. 1. Li Ling snap. After saying that, Xiao Yu and Wen Shu greeted him separately. The three men chatted for a while, and Li Ling snap was about to return to the team to put in the rescue. Dude, be safe. Gu Xiao looked at Li Lingchu and barked. You too. After Li Ling snap greeted him, he ran in the direction of the ruins. The four men sat down on a rock and prepared to rest for a while. Sister-in-law eat. Jiang Tu ran over with his self-heated rice and handed it over towards Wen Shu. Da Jiang, look at your smug face. Who doesn't have a sister-in-law anymore? Wang Shan, who was on Gu Zhao's team, blankly glanced at Jiang Tu and also ran to Xiao Yu with a self-heated meal. Sister-in-law, you eat as well. But come on, you guys really know how to learn from our team. Sister-in-law, you drink water. Zhao Zhe ran over and handed Wen Shu a bottle of water. Just your team has water? Come on, sister-in-law, you drink water. Song Feng from Gu Zhao's team also handed Xiao Yu a bottle of water. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu sat on the rock and looked at each other. What's going on here? Here, sister-in-law, I'll twist the water for you. Jiang Tu squatted in front of Wen Shu and twisted the cap of the mineral water. Who doesn't know how to twist a bottle cap anymore? Song Feng hurriedly twisted off Xiao Yu's as well. Sighting and Gu Xiao stood up, the two of them clasping their hands to their chests, wanting to see what else their teammates wanted to do. Do you guys have any more to do? Gangta stood up and glanced lightly at Gu Zhao's crew. No, nothing. Song Feng and the others looked at each other. They really couldn't take anything else here. Sister-in-law, you eat candy. Jiang Tu pulled out a lollipop from his shirt pocket and placed it in Wen Shu's hand. Where did you get the candy? As soon as Gu Zhao's team members saw that Jiang Tu was actually able to pull out a lollipop, they gathered around to look at Jiang Tu and asked. I saved a girl. The girl gave it to me. Jiang Tu said proudly. Yo, girl, how old? When everyone heard this, they instantly came to gossip. Jiang Tu was just about to say something when something was shoved into his mouth. He turned his head to see that it was Wen Shu, and the thing in his mouth was the very same lollipop from earlier. Sweet? Wen Shu asked, blinking her big eyes and smiling. Sweet, Jiang Tu nodded. Sweet, you just eat it yourself. After all, other girls are watching. Shu pointed in one direction. Everyone followed the direction that Shu pointed, and they really saw a girl, with gauze wrapped around her arm, looking over in this direction. Oh me, what are you waiting for? Gu Xiao tapped Jiang Tu's shoulder. The girl standing in the distance saw that she had been spotted and lifted her leg towards the area. Everyone was quiet as they watched the girl step closer. Hello. The girl walked up to Jiang Tu and instantly reddened her face. Jiang Tu didn't know what to do for a while. His hands were nervous and didn't know where to put them. In the next second, Shu was grabbed up and pushed out, and by the time she reacted, Shu was already standing in the middle of Jiang Tu and the girl. Jiang, Chu was still sister-in-law just now, but now she's a shield? Xiaoyu was the first to react and looked up at Jiang Tu and said snidely. Then the team laughed. What are you pushing me for? Shu twisted his head in confusion and looked at Jiang Tu. Sister-in-law, aunt, miss. Jiang Tu actually stuttered. Shu understood, so she stood by Jiang Tu's side and whispered a reminder. Say hello. What's the matter with you? Jiang Tu asked as he watched the girl squirm. Thank you for saving me this afternoon. My name is Tianlan. The girl blushed and introduced herself. My name is Gung Tu. It's what I should do. No need to thank me. Jiang Tu regained a trace of his senses. Can I leave you a contact? Tianlan's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Sorry, I don't have a cell phone. It's all turned in. Jiang Tu shook his head helplessly. He really didn't have a cell phone. Then, how can I contact you if I want to in the future? Tianlan thought Jiang Tu was deliberately rejecting her, but she wanted to try again. Si Ting gently patted Shu, who understood. You add me on WeChat. When you want to contact him, you look for me. Shu pulled out her cell phone and looked at Tianlan as she spoke. Tianlan looked at Shu with some confusion. They have discipline and really don't have cell phones or feel free to give out contact information. I'm their accompanying doctor, so I'll push him on you when it's convenient for him to add you. Shu explained with a smile. Okay, thanks. Tianlan suddenly became happy and immediately took out her cell phone to write down Shu's microsignal. The signal here has not yet been restored. Cannot connect to the internet or outgoing calls? The two people then recorded the two sides of the microsignal. Take a 2-hour break and catch up on your food and rest. Si Ting suddenly opened his mouth. They hadn't been resting as the first team to enter the disaster area, and in order to ensure the progress of the rescue down the road, they had to rest. When everyone heard this, they dispersed, leaving only Jiang Tu and Tianlan behind. Shu and Xiaoyu placed all the self-heated rice in their hands in Jiang Tu's hand. You need it more than we do right now. After saying that, the two ran away holding sighting in Gu Zhao's hands. Jiang Tu was at a loss for words all of a sudden again. He looked at the person who ran away and then at Tianlan in front of him, handing her a meal. Eat together? Okay, thanks. Tianlan was much more generous after seeing everyone disperse, and the two of them sat down in the clearing with their self-heated rice and ate together. Shu couldn't help but smile when she saw the scene. Jiang Tu's spring has come. Si Ting and Gu Xiao were quite calm, looking thoughtfully at the two people eating. The four men sat down in the other clearing and began to eat their self-heated meal as well. I have to say, Omi's vigilance is indeed high, Gu Xiao said casually. What makes it so? Shu and Xiaoyu looked at Gu Xiao and asked in confusion. Chapter 62, Brotherhood Under the Ruins. It's true that he doesn't have his cell phone on him, but it's also true that he doesn't add Tianlan. Sito explained faintly. He spends a lot of time on the force and has very little contact with people from the outside world, except for rescues. Tianlan, he's only met her once. He won't even add her. Even if the two had mutual feelings for each other, he would have waited until he was sure of Tianlan's identity before going further. Shu was even more confused after Si Ting finished speaking. Then why did you ask me to add Tianlan? Shu looked at Si Ting and asked. It's also a way to help Omi stay in touch. And you two can't add WeChat. There's no signal here. Just keep her WeChat signal for now. When Omi goes back, make your own decision. Shu nodded after Si Ting finished speaking. When you guys go on a mission, don't you all carry cell phones? Shu asked curiously. Well, it all stays on the team. Si Ting nodded. He had asked Shu and Tianlan to leave their contact information with each other, also because he didn't have a cell phone himself. After the four of them finished eating, they looked at their watches and there was still an hour and a half break. They decided to rest on the spot and take a nap. The four of them found a big rock. Si Ting wrapped his arm around Shu, Gu Xiao wrapped his arm around Xiaoyu, and the four of them leaned against the big rock and rested with their eyes closed. They hadn't been asleep for a while when a sudden shaking of the ground woke up the four men. Aftershock! Aftershock! Hold your head and crouch! Shouts rose up all around them, and Si Ting and Gu Xiao subconsciously protected Shu and Xiaoyu under their bodies. The two men looked up at the scene around them, then steadied themselves. Don't be afraid, we're safe here. Si Ting held Shu in his arms and comforted her. After waiting until the aftershock was over, the four men stood up from the clearing. Capital City Special Warfare Team 1 prepare for rescue. Capital City Special Warfare Team to prepare for rescue. Sighting and Gu Xiao knew that the break was forced to end. There were aftershocks indicating that the situation at the scene was even worse, and they had no time to rest. Capital City's first medical team, followed by the Special Operations Team to prepare for rescue. Zhao Chuan immediately ran out from the camp tent, shouting for his men. Soon the three teams were once again assembled and ran towards the ruins once more. Call for help. There's a Capital City Special Forces team at the camp. Go call out for someone. The three teams had just run a few steps into the ruins when they heard someone calling out to them. We are the Capital City Special Warfare Team. Si Ting also heard it and immediately ran over with his team. Hello, North City's #1 firefighter, Chen Yi. There are survivors in here. Our captain took people down there, but the passage was blocked because of the aftershock earlier. Gotta save people in a hurry. There are 3 survivors in there besides the 5 firefighters. Although Chen Yi was in a hurry, he spoke quite clearly. What did you say? North City Fire Department No. 1. The man down there is Li Ling Snap, Gu Xiao hurriedly asked. Yes, Li Ling Snap is our captain. We can't reach them on the intercom anymore. Chen Yi hurriedly nodded. Help! Si Ting's face changed, and he immediately started observing the terrain to organize a rescue. 5 firefighters plus 3 survivors. Go back and get another stretcher, Zhao Chuan said as he looked at a male doctor, who immediately turned around and ran towards the camp. Sighting, Gu Xiao and Chen Yi kept observing the scene, leading their team members to clean up the collapsed rocks and walls. Li Ling Snap, can you hear me? Gu Xiao shouted towards the bottom as he lay on top of the newly opened passageway. Still no response. Gu Xiao said anxiously as he stood up. Bring the instrument and measure it. Sito called out for rescuers with life detectors. There's someone alive down there. The rescuer was thrilled. Speed up the progress. After Si Ting heard these words, he once again took the lead and started clearing the rubble. Time passed and even the doctors from the medical team helped to clear and debris. Finally, the group heard a regular pounding sound coming from underneath the rubble. Li Ling Snap. Gu Xiao got down on the ground and shouted again, and this time there was a response, but everyone couldn't hear clearly, so Si Ting gestured for silence, then got down with Chen Yi himself to listen to the response from below. Come on, speed up. The 3 men immediately jumped up after hearing this clearly and continued to open the passageway. The passageway is open. I'll go down first. 2 medics with me. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu did not have any hesitation and jumped down after Si Ting. The moment Wen Shu and Xiaoyu saw Li Ling Snap, the 2 of them couldn't tell a bit from the man lying on the ground, covered in blood, that this was the person who had just greeted them. Ling Snap. Si Ting knelt on the ground, his eyes scarlet. Timothy. Li Ling Snap barely withdrew a smile and shook hands with Si Ting. The medical team came in with 7 men and the rescue team came in with 8. The moment Gu Xiao and Chen Yi saw Li Ling Chu, they immediately pounced over. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu knelt on the ground and immediately performed resuscitation measures on Li Ling Snap. Say something. How was he injured? Xiaoyu asked the firefighters who had just been trapped together as she stopped his bleeding. The captain pushed us out of the way when the secondary collapsed just now and got hit by those. The team pointed to the rocks and bricks on one side with red eyes. After they were trapped inside, they desperately tried to clean up the rubble and take off their clothes to stop the bleeding of Li Lingchu. And even then, Li Lingchu was getting more and more dehydrated. I'll do it. Zhao Chuan rushed over as well, and together they stopped Li Ling Snap's bleeding. Timothy. Li Ling Snap had just said a word when he spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. The 3 of them, Zhao Chuan, Wen Chu, and Xiao Yu, were kneeling on the ground to resuscitate Li Lingchu, and the underside of their knees had long since been soaked with the blood that was coming out of him. After a few minutes, the 3 men stopped their hands and slowly stood up, taking a few steps back. Si Ting looked up with red eyes at Wen Shu who was moving backwards, and Wen Shu shook her head feebly. Hatsumomo, help him. Si Ting's voice choked up as he reached out and took Wen Shu's hand, his tone carrying a plea. Talk to him. Wen Shu's voice was also a little choked. Li Ling Snap, you're holding up. Gu Xiao held his other hand. It's been a while since I've had a drink with you. You and Timmy. No chance. Li Lingchu raised his hand, and the 3 of them, Si Ting and Gu Xiao, clasped together. Chapter 63, A Family of 3 for Your Conscience. Li Ling Snap, Captain. Shouts and cries mingled under the rubble as Li Ling Snap lay quietly on the ground. Si Ting and Gu Xiao were on his left and right sides, using wet wipes to clean Li Lingchu's face. After Li Ling Snap was carried out of the rubble, 2 special operations teams, a firefighting team, a medical team, and other rescue teams passing by also stopped. Dozens of people stood in front of Li Ling Snap's body and saluted him, sending him off in a military fashion. The fire department took away Li Lingchu's body, and Si Ting and Gu Xiao rejoined the rescue, the 2 of them remaining silent although the rescue had not slowed down. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu knew that the 2 of them were in a bad mood, so they followed behind them and bandaged the injured people they rescued. Everyone was so involved in the intense rescue that they didn't realize there was a line of sight that was watching them from the sidelines. Team Thunder, Team Tsunami, almost 40 hours. You must rest. Zhao Chuan was already exhausted and stopped Si Ting and Gu Xiao, who were going to continue the rescue. Sito, rest for a while. Another 30 or so rescue teams have come in, so we can take a brief break. Wen Shu was also exhausted to the point of exhaustion. Only then did Si Ting and Gu Xiao turn their heads to look at their teammates and the medical team, each of them exhausted. Go back to camp and rest. Sithan nodded. When we got back to the campground, everyone had found themselves a clearing to lie down and fall asleep. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu leaned against the boulder. The two of them didn't know Li Ling Chu, so they didn't know why this person would have such a big impact on Si Ting and Gu Xiao. Si Ting and Gu Xiao walked over and wrapped their arms around Wen Shu and Xiao Yu. Ling Snap used to be the leader of the third team of the capital city's special operations team. The three of us are the Iron Triangle of the military district. His father and mother are also in the military, and his father took his mother on a trip to the North City 5 years ago when he was on leave. Came across a fire in a shopping mall. His father and mother rushed into the fire to save people, and they all ended up dying in the fire. So he left special ops and went to North City, where his parents died, to become a firefighter. Li Ling Snap's grandparents and grandparents are all gone. He's unmarried and childless. Starting today, his family, there's no one left. Gu Xiao couldn't stop his tears when he said this. When Shu saw that Si Ting was also in tears, she and Xiao Yu turned and hugged the two men in front of them tightly. They never shed a single tear, either under fire or when they were seriously wounded. But now, the tears couldn't be stopped. The two men held the woman close in their arms and fell asleep when they had cried enough. When the four people woke up, when Shu looked at his watch, I thought we slept a long time, but I didn't realize it was only 2 hours. When Shu said with some surprise, it's normal, everyone here has something on their mind, so they don't sleep for very long. Gu Xiao stood up and caught some water, and the four of them washed their faces, then casually found something to eat and sat in the clearing to eat. In the process of eating, the other Special Forces members woke up. Let's all have a little pick-me-up. When Shu suddenly remembered that she was carrying espresso liquid in her backpack, she took it out and distributed it. Where did you get that? Xiao Yu asked as she looked at Wen Shu with a shocked expression. On the way here, we stopped at a rest stop, and while you guys went to the restroom, I bought 24 boxes and dumped them all in my bag. I've been so busy since I got here that I forgot, and this just came to mind. Wen Shu said with some embarrassment. Hatsumomo, you're a treasure chest, Xiao Yu said as she poured it into her mouth. Wen Shu was just about to remind her of something, and then watched as Xiao Yu sprayed out every drop. Choo-choo, this stuff is worse than Chinese medicine. Xiao Yu's face instantly turned bitter. I was just about to say, it's concentrate, 8 times concentrated. You could at least water it down a bit. Wen Shu pointed to the other members of the medical team, all pouring into bottles of mineral water. Is it a lot of work for you guys to pour into the water and let me know? Xiao Yu stared at her co-workers with wide eyes. It's not a lot of work, but you have to give us time to give notice, Wan Susu said helplessly. They all saw Xiao Yu's movements, and when they tried to stop her, she had already put it in her mouth. I've got food here, so let's all split it. A woman's voice suddenly came through. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the woman who approached them. Chen Jiao, you just stand there. Don't move forward. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist punching you. Xiao Yu didn't have the heart to say. Xiao Yu, Wen Chu, I'm sorry. Director Cho, I'm sorry. Captain Timothy, Captain Tsunami, I'm sorry. Everyone, I'm sorry. Chen Jiao suddenly bowed deeply towards those present. When Shu and Xiao Yu exchanged a glance, was she possessed? Chen Jiao, if you have something to say it. When Shu looked at Chen Jiao with a deep sense of wariness. I just heard what Captain Tsunami said about Captain Li. Captain Li's father, isn't his name Kenmin Li? Hearing Chen Jiao's words, when Shu and Xiao Yu looked at Si Ting and Gu Xiao. Right. Sithan nodded. Captain Li's father and mother, the one who saved the day at the Maxi Mall in North City, was me. After Chen Jiao finished speaking, everyone froze. Si Ting and Gu Xiao were even more speechless. They pushed me out of the fire and didn't get out themselves. Then I learned that their son was in the military in the capital city. That's why I chose to go to military medical college and came to the capital city. I just want to find their son and thank him in person. But I didn't realize that he went to North City when I came to capital city. Even more so, I didn't realize that the person who picked me up off the road was the one I'd been looking for 5 years. You guys are right. I don't deserve to be a soldier. I don't deserve to be a doctor. After Chen Jiao finished speaking, she crouched on the ground and cried bitterly. The moment she saw everyone saluting Li Ling Snap's corpse, she suddenly realized her mistake. She was sitting on the other side of the rock in deep thought just now while sighting, and the others were sitting by the rock talking and resting. After hearing about Li Ling Chu, memories from 5 years ago instantly flooded into her mind. She just realized how wrong she was. Chen Jiao, If Li Lingchu's parents knew that the person they saved with their own lives was a doctor who went into the disaster area and chose to stand by in the face of the injured, and a soldier who chose to desert, they wouldn't be able to close their eyes in their 9 springs, Si Ting said as he looked at Chen Jiao with cold eyes. Chen Jiao, you're ridiculous. Their family of 3 saved you twice. Can you stand up to them? No, 4 times. Li Ling Snap finally awakened your conscience with his life. This is the 4th time their family has saved you. Wen Shu said here, pointing to the injured in the medical rescue tent. This camp, nearly 300 injured. All of them were rescued by those of us who spent 2 days rescuing them. Which one did you save as a doctor and as a soldier? Now you're saying you know it's wrong. Isn't it a little late? After Wen Shu finished speaking, Chen Jiao even squatted on the ground and sobbed uncontrollably. Chapter 64, Who named you? Take your stuff and get away from me. Otherwise, I'd still beat you up. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she directly pulled Wen Shu and turned around to walk into the medical tent. They didn't have the time to spend with Chen Jiao here. There were still so many injured people waiting for them. Wan Susu watched Wen Shu and Xiao Yu leave, and without any stops, she directly entered another medical tent. The other medics saw the 3 of them in action and left. Zhao Chuan was going to leave as well, but when he looked at Chen Jiao, who was crouching on the ground, he ended up being soft. If you really intend to change your ways, do it with your real actions. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu are not unruly and capricious people, but not someone who can be slandered out of hand. After Zhao Chuan finished speaking, he also left. He still had nearly 300 injured people waiting to be examined and changed. He couldn't just ignore the others because of one Chen Jiao. Si Ting and Gu Xiao looked at Chen Jiao with cold eyes and finally left as well. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu were in the medical tent, checking the wounds of the injured inside one by one, changing the medicine and bandaging them, and from time to time, they had to run out to rescue the newly brought in injured. Doctor! Doctor! He's having a convulsion. Suddenly someone shouted outside the camp, and Wen Chu, who had just finished changing a patient's medicine, rushed out. A man lay on the ground twitching and convulsing. I'll do it. A woman's figure rushed over and knelt down to turn the man's head to the side, constantly wiping away the white foam that came out of his mouth. Wen Chu froze for a moment when she saw the woman kneeling on the ground, and then Xiao Yu, who ran out, also froze for a moment. It's Chen Jiao. Save lives first. Save lives first. The 2 men returned to their senses and surprisingly said in unison, the injured man has a head wound. Chen Jiao saw the wound on the man's head and reminded Wen Shu and Xiao Yu. Yes, Wen Shu didn't have any hesitation, then started to check the wound. When Zhao Chuan ran out, he saw that the man had stopped convulsing. Chen Jiao was cleaning the foreign objects from his mouth. Wen Shu was kneeling on the ground taking the man's blood pressure, and Xiao Yu was on the ECG. The 3 of them methodically worked on the man's salvation, with no hint of conflict between them. Soon after the man was stabilized, he was taken to a makeshift operating room. When Wen Shu stood up from the ground, her legs did not have the strength for a while, and she knelt down towards the ground again. Wen Shu, Chen Jiao, who was closest to Wen Shu, hurriedly held Wen Shu. Thanks. Wen Shu looked at Chen Jiao and said after she stood still, Chu Chu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yu supported Wen Shu's other arm. What's wrong with you? Si Ting, who had just returned from the ruins rescue, rushed over and directly picked up Wen Shu in a horizontal hug. I'm fine. I've been kneeling a bit too long so I don't have the strength when I stand up. Wen Shu shook her head, signaling Sighting to put himself down. I'll carry you inside to rest for a while. Si Ting directly carried Wen Shu in his arms and sauntered into their tent, then placed Wen Shu on a chair. Let me take a look at your leg. Si Ting pulled Wen Shu's pants leg up and saw that her knee was already red and swollen. It's really fine. Conditions are almost as bad here. It happens when you're on your knees resuscitating. I'll just go back and put some ointment on it. Wen Shu said softly when she saw Si Ting's expression. I'll put it on you. Where's the medicine? I'll go wash my hands. Si Ting asked as he stood up from the floor and looked at Wen Shu. His hands were not only covered in dust, but also had some cuts from the rocks. The original skin color of the hands, which had been slender and good-looking, was no longer visible at this point. You ask you for it. Wen Shu knew that if she didn't let him apply the medicine to herself, he definitely wouldn't let herself go, so she didn't push back. Si Ting went out and washed his hands, then walked over to Xiao Yu and Chen Jiao. Thank you for holding Hatsumomo just now. Xiao Yu looked at Chen Jiao, her tone neither good nor bad. You're welcome, as it should be. After Chen Jiao finished speaking, she turned around and continued to go change the injured person's medicine. Seeing that Si Ting had arrived, Xiao Yu told him what had just happened. This person, Chen Jiao, is as good as his name. Indeed Jiao, but what must be recognized is that her medical skills are good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the Army General Hospital. She's always done well in school, so hopefully the whole Captain Li thing will really change things for her. At the very least, be a good and conscientious doctor. It's also worthy of Captain Li's parents for saving her life back then. As Xiao Yu spoke, She handed the ointment to Si Ting. Also handed to Sito was a painkiller. This medicine. Si Ting looked at Xiaoyu in disbelief. Count the days yourself. Xiaoyu left after saying that. Si Ting looked at the date on his watch. Today was Wenchu's physiological period. Sito patted himself on the back. He was so busy here that he forgot all about it. Wenchu sat on a chair, rubbing her own small stomach, wondering why her stomach hurt when Si Ting walked back and handed her a cup of warm water and a painkiller. You're a god. How did you know that my stomach hurts? Wenchu ate it directly without even thinking about it. You're on your physical period. It's today, right? Si Ting reminded Wenchu in a small voice. What? Wenchu looked at Si Ting in confusion, suddenly grabbing his wrist and looking down at the watch on his wrist. The date on the watch told her it was today. Help! Wenchu didn't care that he hadn't applied the medicine yet. He didn't even pull down his pants leg and lifted his leg to run. Sister, I didn't bring it. We're half a month apart. What am I bringing it for? Xiaoyu looked at Wenchu and said helplessly. You've got to help me think. What am I going to do? Wenchu was going to break down. I brought it. When Chen Jiao walked into the tent, she heard the conversation between Wenchu and Xiaoyu, so she went to her bag, pulled out 2 packs of sanitary napkins, and handed them to Wenchu. You've brought a really complete set. Xiaoyu looked at the sanitary napkins that were handed over and was a little surprised. I heard that when you come out for disaster relief, you definitely can't change your socks every day, so I used these as disposable shoe insoles, Chen Jiao said with some embarrassment. When she saw Wenchu's red and swollen legs, she knew that she was indeed too petulant, more so than Wenchu, a proper young lady. Who did you give your name to? Xiaoyu asked the question again. My grandfather. Chen Jiao didn't react for a moment and blurted out. The name is good enough for you. Dainty enough indeed. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, the 3 girls stood in the tent and laughed, and the way they looked at each other eased up a lot. Chapter 65, Aftershock Strikes Again. Since this incident, Wenchu and Xiaoyu's attitudes towards Chen Jiao were much better. Chen Jiao also, as she said, takes her job extra seriously and has used her expertise to save a lot of injured people. Chen Jiao really changed as a person because of Captain Li's sacrifice? Wenchu sat on the boulder and looked at Chen Jiao, who was running around with a trace of indescribable incomprehension in her eyes. If it's true as she said, she chose to be a doctor and become a military doctor just to find Ling Snapdragon, then the sacrifice of Ling Primrose is something that will really threaten to irritate her. She used that gratitude and guilt in her heart for her aunt and uncle and Ling Snapdragon on the people who really needed her. Si Ting sat beside Wenchu, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand, and said faintly after finishing his drink, how long will she last? Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. She was a bit unconvinced that Chen Jiao could keep going. I don't know. It depends on how much the whole being rescued thing was on her mind back then. Seth shook his head. It was really hard to guess. How much longer are we going to be here? It's been the 7th day since she came. No one has taken a bath in these 7 days, especially Wenchu. She's still in her physiological period. It's really hard to get through. Normally it's time to evacuate in the next 2 days, when a new batch of rescue and medical teams come to hand over to us. Sito had been notified to prepare for the evacuation and was waiting here for a new team to back him up. A good city. This has become a disaster area. The reconstruction work after the disaster is still very long. How do the victims here have to live? Wenchu looked at the devastated city inside. Suddenly, the familiar ground shaking struck again. Not ing again. Gu Xiao cursed as he put the equipment on the ground back on. Si Ting also put on his hat and ran towards the medical tent with Gu Xiao against the aftershocks. The 2 of them, Wenchu and Xiaoyu, helped themselves to their feet and also ran towards the medical tent. This is the 7th aftershock they've experienced, and the S, W, A, T, and medical teams have developed a high degree of understanding. By the time the aftershock had passed, everyone was checking around them. The special forces, medical team, fire department, and the injured were all gathered in the clearing one by one. Seriously injured casualties have been pushed out with their beds by lightly injured casualties, medics and rescue teams. After 7 aftershocks, these hundreds of people have long been like one big family. Capital City Special Warfare Team 1 assemble. Capital City Special Warfare Team 2 assemble. Capital City's 1st Medical Team assemble. North City Fire Department number 1 assemble. Just as the various teams began to gather, those present heard Chen Yi's voice and turned around. Each person looked at the shoulder patch in Chen Yi's hand, stood up straight and then saluted. Chen Yi would also return a salute towards everyone in place of the owner of the shoulder patch. He temporarily took Li Lingchu's place, and when the salute was over, he eased the shoulder patch in his hand into his shirt pocket. This epaulette belonged to Li Ling Snap, and he had carried it with him every time the fire department had assembled since his sacrifice. Not once had he left it behind. The 4 teams finished assembling again and headed towards the ruins. After each aftershock, they checked to see if there are any new collapsed locations and if anyone is injured and trapped. The first few times they would bring back quite a few more. and then fewer and fewer each time. They were looking forward to it, looking forward to the fact that not a single person would need to be brought back, which would mean that the catastrophe was going to be over. Anyone, help! A sudden cry for help caught Sighting's attention. There, Si-ting saw at a glance. On the roof of a building in the ruins that hadn't completely collapsed, there was a man whose entire body was hanging out, his hand clutching the fence with a death grip. Don't you move! Sighting shouted towards the man, then ran towards the ruined building. Jiang-tu and the others ran after Si-ting. Just seeing Sito observing the building for a moment, he had a good idea of what was going on. You guys run up the stairs to meet them. After Si-ting finished speaking, he leaned against the downpipe on the ruined building and quickly climbed up towards the roof. The medical team watched Si-ting's movements with horror. Still short of the last layer, the man was a bit unable to hold on, and it looked like he couldn't hold on until Sighting climbed up. Sito looked up and immediately tumbled into the penultimate floor, just as the man couldn't hold on any longer at all and missed the drop. Too late, Sito reached out and grabbed the man's arm, but the man's rapid descent brought Sighting's body halfway out of the window. Sighting! Wenshu shouted out in shock. Gong 2, penultimate floor. Wenshu yelled towards the building. Hold on to me, don't let go. Sighting grabbed the window frame with one hand and grabbed the man with the other. Help me, I don't want to die. The man pleaded with Sito. I won't leave you behind. Catch me. Sito tightened his grip on the man's arm, but even so, the man was still falling. Don't you stir, don't move. Wenshu shouted towards the man. Gong 2, you hurry up. Penultimate level. Xiaoyu also shouted towards the inside of the building. Oh me, what are you listening to shouting outside? Zhao Zhe stopped running upwards, and everyone instantly quieted down, listening carefully to the sounds outside. The penultimate level. Jiang Tu vaguely heard it and looked up at the floor, running towards the penultimate floor. Boss! Jiang Tu rushed in with his men and saw Si-ting, who had half of his bodies poking out. The team rushed over, and the medical team standing downstairs was relieved to see hands and ropes sticking out of the window as the man's body was slowly pulled in. Go check on Captain Timothy. He must have hurt his arm the moment he grabbed the man just now. Chen Jiao looked at Wen Chu and reminded him. Chen Jiao is right. Zhao Chuan agreed with Chen Jiao's words. Wen Chu lifted his leg and ran in towards the building, and just before he ran in for 2 steps, the 8th wave of aftershocks suddenly came. Wen Chu didn't stand still for a moment and fell straight down the stairs. Winchester! 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 The entire medical team was shouting Wen Chu's name. Boss, listen, is that sister-in-law shouting outside? Si-ting and the others were holding onto the wall and preparing to evacuate outward when Jiang Tu suddenly heard voices outside. Hatsumomo! Wen Chu! Wen Chu! Xiaoyu ran over against the aftershocks, and Shen Jiao and Wan Susu staggered over as well. I'm here. Wen Chu barely reached out his hand amidst the rubble. Chu Chu! Si-ting rushed down in 3 steps and 2. He knelt down on one knee and grabbed Wen Chu's hand. Xiaoyu and the girls also ran over, all the while waiting for the aftershock to pass. Everyone rushed to check Wen Chu's injuries. Where did you fall from? Xiaoyu anxiously looked at Wen Chu and asked. Just let me slow down a bit. I fell down the 3rd step. Wen Chu waved her hand. She hadn't fallen badly. She had just blinded herself. Chapter 66 End of Relief and Rescue Mission. Where are you hurt? Si-ting picked Wen Chu up from the rubble pit and walked out of the house first, finding a safe location before putting Wen Chu down. I seem to have broken my foot. Wen Chu felt the stinging pain coming from her feet and looked down at her ankles. Si-ting slowly took Wen Chu's shoes off, and sure enough, they were swollen. Bad. There's no ice here. Zhao Chuan squatted on the ground and examined Wen Chu's ankle. Timbers. Gu Xiao ran over with his team, seeing everyone crouching around to see Wen Chu. What's wrong with Hatsu? Gu Xiao asked in disbelief. Fell down the stairs and broke my foot, Xiaoyu said with a worried expression. Was it that aftershock wave just now? Gu Xiao also crouched down to look at Wen Chu. Well, I didn't stand still on the stairs, Wen Chu said with some self-reproach. Her broken foot would affect the speed of the medical team's rescue. Unfortunately, Timothy, word has just come in that the replacement team has arrived at the camp. The troops told us to go back and do the handover. The car that brought them here is waiting at the camp, so we can go back and we can go home. Gu Xiao told Si-ting about the notification he had just received. Great, let's go back while we can. We'll be at the hospital by night, and we'll still be able to control Hatsumomo's foot, Xiaoyu said happily. Si-ting just wanted to bend down and pick up Wen Chu, but Gu Xiao could see that Si-ting's arm stiffened. Team Timothy, what happened to your arm? It's fine, stretched a bit. Si-ting shook his head, ready to bend down to hug Wen Chu again. Don't you move, Wen Chu cried out. She could also see that Si-ting's arm seemed to be quite badly injured. What are you freezing for? You go ahead and hug it. Xiaoyu slapped Gu Xiao's shoulder. Yeah, I'll do it. Gu Xiao directly stepped forward to walk and picked up Wen Chu. When the 3 teams returned to the camp, They did see the team that had come to take over, and Chen Yi had also returned with his team. Citing, Gu Xiao, Chen Yi, and Zhao Chuan were doing handoffs with each other. Wen Shu was placed on the edge of the boulder, and the people from the medical team and the members of the special operations team went into the tent to start packing up their things. Soon everything was packed up and the 4 teams were ready to get in their cars and head out when there was a sudden shout from behind them. Captain Timothy, Si Ting and the others stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look as the injured and rescued victims came out of the medical and rescue tents. Captain Timothy, Captain Cao, Captain Zhao, and Captain Chen, and all the crew and the corpsmen. Thank you for rushing in without hesitation to save us when we were in the most danger here. Tianlan stood in front of everyone and bowed deeply towards the 4 teams. The victims behind them, too, bowed deeply toward them. In the future, when our home is rebuilt, we'll welcome you back for a bit of fun. Taste our home cooking and see our new home. We, the people of South City, Tennessee, will always welcome you. After Tianlan finished speaking, he once again led everyone towards the 4 teams and bowed deeply. Good. Go everyone. Si Ting looked at all the victims in front of him and nodded. Attention. Salute. The 4 teams have stood at attention, raising their hands and saluting towards all the victims. As the car pulled out of the campground, everyone was still waving their arms toward the people in the car. Omi, how are you doing with Tianlan? Xiaoyu twisted her head to look at Jiang Tu and asked, Sister-in-law, Tianlan is too young. Sophomore year. It's not possible for the 2 of us, so we agreed to just be friends. Jiang Tu shook his head. What happened to sophomore year? You, Team Timothy and Team Tsunami, aren't you the same old ox nibbling on our 2 young grasses? Xiaoyu said with an indifferent expression. I'm a year younger than Timothy and Tsunami, so if you do the math, the age difference between Tianlan and I is even greater than yours. Jiang Tu explained. Kid, age is never a gap when it comes to this whole love and marriage thing. Let's just say that you 2 are not destined to meet again. If you are. Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously as she felt that Jiang Tu and Tianlan had a husband and wife look. Wen Shu, this is for you to use. Chen Jiao suddenly walked over to Wen Shu and Si Ting's seat and handed Wen Shu a box. An antipyretic patch? Wen Shu looked at Chen Jiao in disbelief after receiving the box. You don't have an ice pack on your foot right now. You'll have no problem sticking this on it for a while to last you back to the hospital. Chen Jiao pointed at Wen Shu's feet and said, Chen Jiao, why did you bring an antipyretic patch? Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Chen Jiao and asked, as this was not something that was in their medical kit. I was worried about the heat in here. To cool off. Chen Jiao said with embarrassment. You really live up to your name. Xiaoyu couldn't say anything else for a moment. At this moment, the people in the medical team suddenly all realized that it was possible that all these things Chen Jiao had caused before had nothing to do with her character, but purely because of how delicate she was. Chapter 67. Wen Shu questioned her medical skills. Si Ting placed Wen Shu's leg on his own lap, then put the fever-reducing patch on Wen Shu's foot. It hurts, doesn't it? Si Ting looked at Wen Shu with some heartache. It's fine, it'll be fine in a few days. Wen Shu gently shook her head. In fact, she was in pain, but she knew that when she returned to the capital city Si Ting would have to go back to the army, in order to let him be at peace in the army, so she didn't say anything. Your arm, go to the hospital and get it checked out first when you get back. Wen Shu could see that Si Ting's arm was definitely injured, but he didn't say a word either. I'm fine, get used to it. Go back and I'll walk you to a chute first. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu's red and swollen ankle and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Aren't you going back to the army? Wen Shu turned her head to look at Si Ting. Did you forget that I'm still on vacation? And 4 days of vacation. When we get to the capital city, I'll go back to the army first, and then I'll look for you at the hospital. Si Ting reached over and wrapped his arms around Wen Shu, letting her sleep in his arms for a while. Wen Shu quickly fell asleep and she didn't wake up until the car stopped. She was about to stand up when Gu Xiao walked over and directly picked up Wen Shu. Big brother, I'll just walk down by myself. No one knew her in the disaster area, so she was hugged. But now that she was back in the hospital, everyone would be looking up and down every day from now on, and she really didn't want to be famous. Wouldn't it be more humiliating for you to take a few steps on your own and then fall on your ass? Si Ting, who was standing to the side, could see Wen Shu's mind and reminded in a low voice. When Wen Shu heard this, she gave up the idea of going on her own. She had thought that she was humiliated enough by being carried, and she had never dreamed that after getting out of the car, Xiaoyu had pushed a wheelchair over. Gu Xiao also smoothly placed Wen Shu on the wheelchair. As expected, Wen Shu received everyone's attention, including the reporters standing all over the hospital entrance. As the only injured doctor among the 3 teams sent out this time, the reporters have aimed their long guns in their hands at Wen Shu. At this moment, Wen Shu regretted getting out of the car. When she turned her head to look at the special operations team, she suddenly realized that Si Ting and the others had long ago put on their masks and hats, revealing only their 2 eyes. They're moving fast. Shu whispered to Xiao Yu who was beside him. Is it possible that their special forces team is not comfortable showing their faces? And since none of the healers want to be famous, they can only condemn you. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Shu. When Shu saw the mask on her face, she rushed to look at the other medical nurses. All of them had already put on their masks. Only her whole face was exposed. Shu was completely shocked. As expected, Zhao Chuan, who was leading the team, pushed Shu to walk in front of all the cameras, and then retreated to the side, quietly watching Shu being interviewed. The special forces team all got in their cars and left after seeing the medics enter the hospital. They're going back to the army to resume their duties. After Shu finished her interview, she was pushed back to her apartment by Xiao Yu, and the two of them went back to their own homes to take a comfortable shower. After washing, Shu jumped on one foot in front of the dresser to blow dry her hair, and Si Ting came back. Are you done with your shower? Si Ting looked at Shu, who was blow drying her hair, and frowned slightly. It's done. You can go in and wash it. Shu turned off the hairdryer, then smiled at Si Ting. How did you get out? Jumped out on your own? Si Ting squatted on the ground and lifted Shu's foot to look at it carefully. Shu realized that he was worried about falling again. I'm careful. Don't worry, Shu said gently. You're so disobedient. Wait for me. I'll shower and take you to the hospital. Si Ting turned around and went into the bathroom, and when he finished showering, he put his clothes and Shu's clothes into the washing machine. Shu sat on the sofa and looked at the busy Si Ting, suddenly having a feeling of two people living their lives. Let's go. Si Ting walked over to hug Shu. Shu raised her hand and grabbed Si Ting's arm, and the man instantly frowned. Just you, and you're hugging me? Shu laughed helplessly. I can jump on my own, just help me up. Shu helped Si Ting's other arm to stand up, and the two of them slowly walked towards the outside. After arriving at the hospital, at Si Ting's insistence he first took Shu for a checkup before checking himself. The two men held each other's examination reports, and Shu's face was obviously much better than Si Ting's. You're not doing too bad. 2 days of compresses will make you a whole lot better. Shu felt much more relieved. In your case, it's a little bad. Minor bone fracture. Extra attention for the next 6 months. Si Ting frowned as he looked at Shu's piece, in a very bad mood. It's fine. I'm in the hospital all day. I don't train every day like you. Shu coaxed Si Ting, rubbing 2 fingers gently over his brow. You, go back to your apartment first. I'm sending Wang Yu over. Si Ting shook his head helplessly, then helped Shu into the car and took her back to the apartment. So, one of you two hurt your arm and one of you hurt your foot? After Wang Yu finished watching the two, he looked at Si Ting and Shu with a speechless expression. Figure it out. Si Ting looked at Wang Yu. He knew Wang Yu must have a way. I really owe you. Xiao Chu, this is the medicine for you to regulate your body. It was made a few days ago. I didn't expect you to be like this before this medicine even started. Wang Yu handed Shu the medicine he had mixed for her. Thank you Dr. Wang, Shu said with a smile. You just talk so much better than that thing. Wang Yu blankly glanced at Si Ting. He really didn't know what kind of virtue he had accumulated in his previous life to be able to find a woman as good as Shu in this life. You take Primrose and go lie down on the bed while I give you both acupuncture. And you're smart enough to know to think of me. If you take Prim in a cast and want me to treat it, you'll still have to take her to have it removed. Wang Yu took out the needle from the box he brought and looked at Si Ting and said, soon. Shu was lying on the bed and was stabbed with dozens of needles. And Si Ting was sitting beside Shu and was also stabbed with needles. You, let me ask a question first. Shu suddenly turned his head to look at Wang Yu. Tell me, know it all. Wang Yu was curious about what questions Shu would ask. Next, Shu told Wang Yu about an injury, and the more Wang Yu listened, the more serious his expression became, and finally he fell silent. You, if it was you using your Chinese medicine methods, how would you save him? Shu asked Wang Yu seriously. Nothing can be done. Wang Yu shook his head. This injury is too severe. Is this the injured person you came into contact with in the disaster area? How long did he last? Shu slowly looked at Si Ting, and after Si Ting saw Shu's eyes, he instantly understood who this person in her mouth was. It's Ling Snap. Si Ting looked to Wang Yu and took a deep breath, revealing who this injured man was. What did you say? Wang Yu's face instantly changed and he directly stood up and stared tightly at Si Ting. I met him in the disaster area. But, by the time I found him, he was a breath away. I've saved countless people, but, I couldn't save him. He saved countless others, but could not save himself. Si Ting choked again. His heart had been unable to let go of this matter. He had obviously used the fastest speed and opened the shortest passage, but he couldn't save his own brother. That injury just now, was it from Li Ling Snap? Wang Yu looked at Shu and his eyes reddened as well. Shu nodded. That's what happened to him when we went in. The three of us stopped the bleeding, tried desperately to stop it, but couldn't. Wenshou hated herself for her lack of medical skill when she thought of Li Ling Snapdragon's appearance. Wang Yu was silent for a long time, and when he raised his head again his eyes were red. In the end, where did Ling Snap go? Sent back upstate by the fire department and will be buried with my aunt and uncle. Sito's voice was very low. Their whole family is buried together and reunited. Wang Yu choked back a sob and nodded. After Wang Yu put the needles on the two people, he looked at Wenshou. You don't have mental baggage. This kind of situation is hard to save even if Hua Tuo is alive. Wenshou sat on the edge of the bed and nodded slightly. It took a long time for the room to get better. You move your arm. Is it any better? Wang Yu pointed to Si Ting's arm and told him to try to move it himself. Si Ting tried, then nodded. Divine Dr. Wang, you're still good. Yo, you can speak human too. Wang Yu laughed. As for Hatsu's foot, I'll take time to come over a little bit every day and give her acupuncture continuously. 1 week to make sure she can walk on her own, okay? Wang Yu checked Wenshou's feet and estimated the time. Take that back. A week before you can walk is not a miracle cure. After Si Ting finished speaking, he walked straight into the kitchen, not giving Wang Yu a chance to retort at all. If I could make Prim walk today, you think you'd still see me? I've been keyed up a long time ago. I have to be more precious than a giant panda. Wang Yu retorted several times, but Si Ting didn't respond to him at all, so angry that he went into the kitchen to theorize. Wenshou's heart brightened up a lot as she listened to the two fighting in the kitchen. Chapter 68 Conversation between Si Ting and Wang Yu. After eating, Wang Yu left after a few more words of advice. Only Wenshou and Si Ting were left in the apartment. Wenshou sat on the bed, tapping the keyboard every now and then with her laptop. Si Ting hung up all the washed clothes, then got into bed and sat beside Wenshou. Hatsumomo, aren't you tired? Don't go to bed yet, Si Ting asked softly, handing Wenshou a cup of warm milk in his hand. My senior just called. He's having some problems with a design he's working on in his hands. Wanted me to help show him. Wenshou pointed to the picture on the computer. This was the first time she had come into contact with a design drawing in 4 years, and when she saw it just now she had a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Si Ting saw Wenshou use the computer to mark a few places that she thought could be slightly modified and then sent it to Lu Yuan. Hatsumomo, I'm sorry. I'm the one who made it so you can't be a designer anymore. When Si Ting noticed the light in Wenshou's eyes when he saw the design, his heart was filled with guilt. Stop apologizing to me. Wenshou closed the computer and casually placed it on the nightstand. I have no regrets, and I feel good about having gone from designer to doctor. It never occurred to me before that I could cure people and save them, and now the sense of accomplishment is greater than ever. Wenshou said with a smile. She would have been uncomfortable at first when she gave up designing, but then when she discovered the fulfillment that comes from being a doctor, which would be much better than her being a designer, she fell in love with the profession. How much did you have to suffer in those 4 years? Si Ting looked at Wenshou with great pain. Isn't it nice now that the bitterness is over? Wenshou shook her head. Since she was back with Si Ting, she felt much better, without the boredom she felt before. The two sat on the bed and talked for a long time. Wenshou told Si Ting about her experiences in the past 4 years, and Si Ting also told Wenshou about himself. These 4 years have gone so hard, so they treasure the life they have now. When Wenshou woke up the next day, Wang Yu had already arrived and was doing acupuncture on Si Ting. Timothy, your arm will be fine until tomorrow. It won't affect your normal training. Wang Yu spoke as he placed the needle. Hatsumomo's foot, how long will it take to get back to normal? Si Ting wasn't worried about himself. Any of the injuries he had received over the years were more serious than this. Don't worry. What are you worried about with me? I went back yesterday and went over her films. I can get her walking before you go back to the army. But full recovery, you'll have to give it some time. It's a minor bone fracture after all. 1 month, and I guarantee she'll recover faster than she would in a hospital cast. Wang Yu said confidently. Good. Keep me posted on her recovery when I get back to the army. Sithan nodded. Timothy, are you going to stay in the army? Wang Yu sat beside Si Ting and suddenly asked. The position of captain of the first team looks scenic, but there's so much to take on. Now that you have Wenshou, what are you going to do if you two get married? She's a medic. She's going to be in the hospital. You're in the military. You're going to be in the military. Can you two live with this? Wang Yu said seriously. Soon. Days like this won't last long. Si Ting said indifferently. Hearing this, Wang Yu looked at Si Ting in puzzlement, and Wenshou, who was ready to get out of bed, also stopped moving. You're retiring? Wang Yu asked suspiciously. Even if I don't quit, I won't be on the first team for long. The new special ops guys have started training, and sooner or later someone will take my place. Not only my place, but Tsunami's as well. We both couldn't stay long even if we wanted to. The new special operators are younger than us and in better physical condition than us. Who doesn't have a few scars or gunshot wounds on their body, like the ones we have now? All we have to do is wait for the new special forces guys to grow up, teach them what we know, and then make room. Si Ting spoke in a calm tone. All of this was something he had to go through sooner or later. Well, you're right. Batch after batch, generation after generation. You and Tsunami have done well enough these past few years. When you come back, just stay with Hatsu. Make up for all the years you've missed. Wang Yu nodded. Not only was he a friend of Sighting in Gushao, he used to be a military doctor who was a Chinese medicine practitioner. He was born into a family of Chinese medicine practitioners and had been working with herbs since he was a child. Plus he was smart enough to be young but very good at medicine. He had left the force for his own reasons, but sometimes he was called back when someone in the force was injured. He had gone in several times while Sighting was in ICU, except that Sighting was in bed, and he was the one who went to help the hospital save Sighting's life. Chapter 69, 3 Medical Books. Wen Shu stood up from the bed and had just jumped twice when Sighting walked to the bedroom door. Young master, you're carrying a needle. Wang Yu followed Sighting and dragged the man back to the couch. I'm going to help Prim, so don't move, Wang Yu said and walked to Wen Shu's side, helping her into the bathroom. Prim, when you've washed up, it's time for Sighting to pull out the needles and wait for him to come and help you. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he closed the bathroom door with his hand. Wang Yu was just about to sit down when the apartment door rang again. Opening it, Gu Shao walked in. You came over as a servant this early in the morning? Gu Shao walked in with breakfast in his hand. Almost. I've never come in here with my ass in the air. Wang Yu took the breakfast and set it on the table with Gu Shao. Where's Hatsu? Not up yet? Gu Shao saw that there were only Sighting and Wang Yu in the living room, and there was no Wen Shu in sight. It's not out of the wash inside yet. Why are you by yourself? Wang Yu knew that Gu Shao also had a girlfriend, but he hadn't met her yet. How can we have the splashy riches of the two of them? Left first thing in the morning to turn in for a hospital checkup, Gu Shao said helplessly. He was envious as hell when he thought of Sighting's vacation with Wen Shu accompanying him. This richness is given to you, and you want it? Sighting looked up at Gu Shao. Both of them were injured. What kind of richness was this? Yes, I'll even break my foot for Xiaochu. That way I can stay with you as well, Gu Shao said with a sigh. You can now, too. Timothy and I will help you and beat you up. You women's surgery, right? We'll just beat you up as per her area of responsibility, and then you'll be admitted directly to her ward. Wang Yu blankly glanced at Gu Shao and said without a trace of anger. Over the years, he hadn't been in the ICU to save Gu Shao. He himself joked that without himself, Sighting and Gu Shao wouldn't have known how many times they would have been cremated. Wang Yu, you're good at everything but your mouth. Gu Shao poured a cup of water and handed it to Wang Yu. Drink some water and moisturize your throat, or you won't have the strength to talk later. After receiving the glass of water, Wang Yu took a gulp and drank it straight in, then walked over to Sighting's side to start waking up the needle. By the time Wen Shu finished washing up, Sighting had already pulled out the needle, and he directly picked up Wen Shu in a horizontal hug and carried her to the sofa. Wang Yu nodded with great satisfaction. He was satisfied with his medical skills. Is your arm better? Wen Shu asked in surprise. Okay. Sito moved around a bit and basically felt no pain. You quack can. Gu Shao was surprised to see that Sighting's arm was able to hold Wen Shu. Why didn't you call me a quack when you were in ICU with only one breath left waiting for me to save it? Wang Yu was so angry that he really wanted to beat up Gu Shao. You said that would have to wait for you to save your life. If I had but 2 breaths left, I'd have to say something about you before I waited for you to save it. Gu Shao walked to the kitchen to heat up the milk, his mouth still fighting with Wang Yu. The only thing I did wrong in my life was to save your life. Wang Yu took the milk from him and disliked it. How boring your life would have to be without me in it. Gu Shao walked back with 2 cups of milk. When Shu listened to the 2 people fighting, the smile at the corner of her mouth never letting go. She liked it, plain and comfortable, with the love of her life on her side. After eating, Wang Yu did acupuncture for Wen Shu again, and when he packed up his things and was ready to leave, Wen Shu suddenly called out to stop Wang Yu. You, wait. Hearing Wen Shu's voice, Wang Yu stopped and turned his head to look at Wen Shu. Wen Shu let Sighting help himself into the study, and the 3 men stood behind Wen Shu, watching her rummage through the bookshelves without knowing what she was looking for. After searching for a while, Wen Shu finally found it and stood up from the ground holding the 3 books. Wang Yu walked up to Wen Shu, who handed the book in his hand to Wang Yu. These 3 books were given to me by an old gentleman, but I belong to the indisputable fact that I really don't know Chinese medicine. The old man told me something about legacies making sense. I've looked up the information, and these 3 books are old and wasted on me. You, go back and study it. Wen Shu's voice was soft and firm. These 3 books were wrapped up by Wen Shu, and Wang Yu opened the book cover with some confusion. His hands visibly trembled when he saw the title of the book, and he immediately turned around and placed the book on the desk, flipping through it page by page. Sighting, Gu Shao and Wen Shu all looked at Wang Yu with some confusion, not knowing why his reaction was so big. After a long time, Wang Yu's eyes turned red as he held his desk with both hands and looked up at Wen Shu. Hatsu, This set of books, where did you receive them? When Wenchu saw Wang Yu's eyes, his heart shook with uncertainty. You, what's wrong with you? Gu Xiao asked Wang Yu suspiciously. 3 summers ago, I wanted to see the prettiest stars, so I went camping by myself in Mountain City. I sat at the top of the mountain all night, and the next morning when I came down I got lost and walked to a bamboo house with a courtyard. Inside lives an old gentleman who invited me to an early dinner, and then asked me my birth date, and at the end of the day he gave me these 3 books. After Wenchu finished explaining, Wang Yu slowly stood up. Do you know what this old gentleman's name is? Wenchu shook his head. I asked and he didn't say. Si Ting suddenly thought of something. The old gentleman asked about your birth date. Did he say anything else? Wenchu nodded. He said I have a bond with him and his family. He also said that inheritance requires karma for the legacy to be meaningful. This set of books can carry Chinese medicine forward from my hands. But I studied Western medicine, and I've turned them over countless times over the past 3 years. But I can't really read them. It's too hard. Really too hard. Wenchu shook her head feebly. It just occurred to me that you is a Chinese medicine practitioner, so he should be able to read them. I'm afraid I've disappointed the old man. I can't carry them forward. Speaking of which, Wenchu sighed. You have a bond with this old gentleman and his family. It's because the author of this set of books is called Wang Non, and the old gentleman who gave you the books is called Wang Qingxue, who was Wang Non's great-grandson. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Si Ting and Gu Xiao exchanged a shocked glance at Wang Yu. That's right, I'm Wang Qingshue's grandson. My grandfather left home 25 years ago because of my grandmother's death. He took nothing with him but a letter and took the set of books with him. He said that all my grandmother's life she had hoped to heal the nations with her life's study of medicine. She's actually saved more than 10,000 people, and she ended up saving a pregnant woman with 2 babies by going to the mountains to pick up a medicine, and her foot slipped and fell off the mountain. By the time my grandfather found her, she had already breathed her last, so my grandfather took the book with him, saying he would travel the mountains and rivers of China to heal those who needed him. I was 4 years old the year he left. Since then, no one in our family, no one has heard from my grandfather. Until today. Until now. Wang Yu slowly stood up and looked at Wenchu. That means that just because your grandfather said I could carry the set forward doesn't mean it's me who can do Chinese medicine. Rather, I can find the right people to take over the books. And he specifically said that I was related to his family because he knew that sooner or later the books would come back to his family. That is, to you? Wenchu strung together what the old man had told himself back then and looked at Wang Yu in surprise. My grandfather was more than just an herbalist. What he's best at is the 8 trigrams of the Zhou. So, when he asked you for your birth date, he had already figured out what would happen down the road. Wang Yu nodded and gave Wenchu an answer. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Wenchu's face suddenly turned bloodless. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Si Ting hurriedly supported Wenchu and asked anxiously when he saw her pale face. Wang Yu also saw that something was wrong with Wenchu and hurriedly reached out and put his hand at Wenchu's wrist. Hatsu, what are you afraid of? Wang Yu frowned as he looked at Wenchu. Her pulse told Wang Yu, Wenchu was very scared inside. Wenchu was slow to speak because she couldn't say anything. The old gentleman tells Wenchu that everything will go well for her in this life. But there is only one thing, to love but not to be loved. Chapter 70, Si Ting and the female nurse. What's wrong with Hatsu? Sitting there all the time without talking. Gu Xiao looked at Wenchu's back in disbelief and asked Si Ting and Wang Yu with his mouth. Si Ting is anxious and worried, but Wenchu says she wants to be alone. Originally, when he met the old gentleman in the mountain city, what he said Wenchu did not take it to heart. She'd put it largely behind her in the last few years as well. But just now, after she learned that the old gentleman was Wang Yu's grandfather, she instantly remembered what the old gentleman had said about this matter. Either way, she did give the medical books to someone who was capable of reading them and rescuing countless people who were afflicted by illness and disease. And she did pay it forward. Because of this, she knew that the old man's last words about love and not being able to do anything about it had to be true as well. Not true. What did the old man say after that? Wenchu sat on the chair and held her head desperately trying to remember, but didn't have the slightest clue. Just then, Wenchu's phone rang, and she forced herself to calm down and turned her head to look at her cell phone. After hanging up the phone, Wenchu stood up from the chair, and Si Ting hurriedly pushed the door in. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Si Ting looked down slightly at Wenchu, who was a bit anxious. I have to go to the hospital. My teacher has taken on a patient who is very rare and will be undergoing emergency surgery later, and my teacher has agreed to let me observe. Wenchu briefly described the situation. That's a rare injury indeed. Wang Yu nodded. Get me my uniform. I'll change and go. Wenchu looked at Si Ting and pointed to the check room. Si Ting directly picked up Wenchu and carried her into the check room, then helped her remove her uniform. You be careful. I'll stand in the doorway. You call out to me if anything happens. Si Ting reminded gently, then walked out of the check room. Xiaochu must have something on her mind. Ask when you two are together. Wang Yu whispered to Si Ting, his eyes looking towards the checkroom door. Good. I have a feeling that what's on her mind has something to do with this medical book or your grandfather. Gu Xiao looked down at the medical book in Wang Yu's hand. It shouldn't have anything to do with medical books. It should have something to do with Grandpa Au. It was all normal when Hatsumomo gave Au medical books, but when he heard that Grandpa Au was well-versed in the Zhui Bagua, his face suddenly changed. The odds are that Grandpa said something to Hatsumomo that she didn't take to heart before, but through the whole delivery of the medical books thing, she realized that Grandpa Au was right about all of it. Si Ting guessed as he recalled Wen Chu's change in mood. But what exactly did my grandfather say? Wang Yu asked the most crucial point. It all depends on whether or not Hatsumomo wants to talk about it. Si Ting looked at the closed door of the checkroom with some concern. He was worried that Wen Chu would do something stupid again. Smithy, I'm better. Wen Chu's voice came out from the checkroom. She had already regained her normal emotions. After Si Ting took Wen Chu to the hospital, he wanted to carry her into the office, but Wen Chu refused. In the end, it was Xiao Yu and Chen Jiao who ran out and helped Wen Chu inside. Chu, are you not willing to use your family's Captain Timothy? Xiao Yu helped Wen Chu sit on a chair with a hateful look on her face. Are you feeling like I'm not famous enough? Wen Chu thought of herself sitting in a wheelchair being photographed by a reporter and being on the news. She had a lifeless look on her face. She hadn't even read the story. She really didn't have the eyes for it. Should have let Captain Timothy carry you in. The least you can do is let the others know that this man is yours. From the moment Wen Chu entered the door, Wan Susu stood by the window, her tone not too good. What's there to prove? He's my boyfriend. How could he run away? Wen Chu said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. This man, no matter how strong his determination is, he may not be able to control it when he meets a vixen. Wan Susu said, shifting her eyes to the window. Wen Chu, Xiao Yu and Chen Jiao looked at each other for a few moments. Looking at Wan Susu in uncertainty, Xiao Yu ran to the window and looked down, instantly widening her eyes. Chen Jiao picked up Wen Chu and together they walked to the window and looked down. Si Ting stood by the side of the car, and in front of him stood a female nurse who was talking to Si Ting with a shy face. Why hasn't he left yet? Xiao Yu said as she pointed at Si Ting who was standing by the car and twisted her head to look at Wen Chu. I don't know. Wen Chu shook her head. She had walked in and taken the elevator to her office. According to sighting speed he should have already returned to his apartment. Why was she still in the parking lot? You call him and ask him where he is. Xiao Yu said angrily. No need. His character should be best known to both of us. When Shu shook her head, she felt there was nothing to ask. I'll fight if you don't. Xiao Yu pulled out her cell phone and called Si Ting. Then the four of them stood by the window and watched as Si Ting turned around and pulled out his cell phone from the car, picking it up without any hesitation. Sito, where are you? Xiao Yu opened the amplification and asked directly. I'm downstairs in the apartment. Si Ting hesitated for a second, then answered Xiao Yu. Is something wrong with Hatsumomo? Fell down. Sito's tone was a bit anxious. No, she's fine. She just said she wanted to eat Western food tonight and felt it was too much of a hassle, so I was kind enough to remind you. Xiao Yu directly hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Asterisk. Stealing food to eat. The hospital is here. Let's see if I don't go down and beat this adulterous couple to death. Xiao Yu said and lifted her leg to rush out of the office. Hey, you calm down. Wan Susu stopped Xiao Yu. This is in the hospital. Do you have to let the whole hospital know that Cho was cheated on? Why don't you look at the surveillance? Chen Jiao, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up. Watching surveillance? Watching surveillance? Watching surveillance? The three men looked at Chen Jiao in disbelief. Yeah, look at the surveillance. Captain Timothy has been standing in the parking lot doing what and waiting for who? Our hospital is so big, and I can't tell who this is just from the back of this female nurse. Chen Jiao explained. No, I believe. Hey, you are. Xiao Yu. Without waiting for Wen Shu to finish, Xiao Yu ran away, and no matter how much Wen Shu shouted, she couldn't shout back. Chapter 71, I love my fiancé very much. Sorry, I have a fiancé. I love my fiancé very much. Si Ting looked at the female nurse in front of him and looked at her with an expressionless face, and after he finished, he was about to open the car door and get into the car. I know, Dr. Wen is just your girlfriend. You two were separated for a long time and just made up, the female nurse said undeterred. Hearing this, Si Ting stopped and looked back at the female nurse. My friend was your doctor in that exercise, so I know all about it. Captain C, I really like you. I'm the one who took care of you in ICU when you were hospitalized in a coma from a serious injury 2 years ago. I've been following. What's your friend's name? The female nurse saw Si Ting's stopped movement and hurriedly continued, not expecting to be interrupted by Si Ting. Wang Huan, the female nurse spoke subconsciously. Go back and tell him he has an hour to debrief with his own superiors on why he revealed the maneuvers to outsiders. In an hour, I'll report this to the troops. He's a medic, And if he can't remember the secrecy regulations, then he has no business being a soldier. After Si Ting finished speaking, he directly got into his car and drove away. An hour. Perfectly enough time for him to book a Western restaurant first and then head back to the army. Choo-choo. Come and see your family's absolutely wonderful man. Xiaoyu rushes into the office and looks at Wenchu with an excited face. Just now it was an adulterous couple. Now how come it's the perfect man? Wan Susu and Wenchu looked at each other with eyes full of doubt. It's me who misunderstood. Citing is worthy of being citing. Xiaoyu placed the surveillance video she had recorded on the table. And Wenchu. Wan Susu and Shen Jiao stretched their heads to look at it. The surveillance footage showed that from the moment Wenchu got out of the car and was helped away by Xiaoyu and Shen Jiao, Si Ting did not leave, but had been silently following behind them. After Wenchu got on the elevator, Si Ting ran the stairs to this floor of Wenchu's office. He stood sideways by the wall and kept watching Wenchu walk into the office before he turned around and walked down the stairs. No wonder Captain Timothy hasn't left the hospital when you're in the office. Shen Jiao reminded Wenchu, who was sitting in a chair, but was calm, because she trusted Si Ting very much from start to finish. She trusted her intuition. And Si Ting's state of standing by the car just now didn't look like cheating. Detective Joe, things have come to a head, so you can get ready to go into the operating room in a few minutes to observe what's going on. Wenchu looked at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, count him honest. Nah, it's for you. Xiaoyu rolled out the wheelchair from the lounge and gave Chen Jiao and Wan Susu a look, and the two immediately set up Wenchu and held him down in the wheelchair. Xiaoyu, you're crazy. Wenchu was very resistant to being in a wheelchair. Think about it, this surgery is 8 to 10 hours long. You think you're going to be able to hold this foot up? You're going to walk through it on your own. Xiaoyu looked at Wenchu with her hands clasped on her chest, her tone still carrying a warning and threat. This wheelchair is pretty good quality. Wenchu thought about it. A good man is not a good man, although it is not in the operating room, but it is also very tiring to observe. After hearing Wenchu's words, all three people laughed. Even Wenchu didn't hold back and laughed too. When the observation ended, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. When Wenchu and Xiaoyu returned to the office, Si Ting and Gu Xiao were standing in front of the office waiting. Hatsu, you finally lost to reality, Gu Xiao said with a smile as he looked at Wenchu, who came back in his wheelchair. I'm really thankful for Yuer's wheelchair. Otherwise, if I were to stand on one leg for an afternoon, I'd have to waste this foot. Wenchu said a little wearily. Can we go now? Take you to dinner. Sighting crouched down on the ground and gently warmed the beginning of the leg and foot rubbing. Yes, we'll both change our clothes. Wenchu nodded before being pushed into the locker room to change out of her uniform. Clothes don't go back? Si Ting watched as Wenchu jumped out on one leg, his hand empty. Don't take it, leave it here. I'll come over and change it when I get to work. Wenchu continued to hop forward and walk. Si Ting took 2 quick steps and directly picked up Wenchu. Wenchu just wanted to go down and walk on her own when she suddenly thought of what happened at noon, so she directly wrapped her arms around Si Ting's neck. The man froze for a moment. The first time Wenchu took such initiative, his heart actually had a trace of joy. Hey, Choo-choo, look, the hospital sent out an announcement. When Xiaoyu shut down her computer, she saw the announcement that the hospital had posted in the system. Si Ting carried Wenchu to Xiaoyu's office seat, and Wenchu stood on the ground and bent over to watch. Wang Heng, an intern in the orthopedic department, was expelled from the hospital and discharged from the military for violating the confidentiality order. Wan Susu and Shen Jiao also saw the announcement, and all 4 women were surprised. Dismissed from the military. What a mistake that must have been, Wenchu asked as she raised her head in shock. You guys, there's an attachment here. Shen Jiao opened a file, and Xiaoyu opened it as well, and the 4 of them once again bent down to look at the contents. I can't believe he brought his cell phone to the drill and took pictures, Mansu said in surprise at the sight of the document. In addition to this, the names and positions of the Special Forces members were announced to the casual members of the community. The content and mission of the exercise was also announced to the public. Even the troop numbers. It's spying, isn't it? Mansu was speechless. Wang Heng, isn't this going to be a drill? The interns on our team? Wenchu twisted his head to look at Xiaoyu and asked. Yes, how come we didn't know when he brought his cell phone? Xiaoyu nodded. You two don't know either? Wenchu looked up at Si Ting and Gu Xiao and asked. No, that's what we went to the troops to report, Sito said faintly. What? Wenchu asked in surprise. Hatsumomo, I lied to Xiaoyu today. When I brought you to the hospital, a female nurse stopped me and confessed to me. As she spoke, I learned that this man, Wang Heng, had revealed to her about the maneuvers. After I reported it to the army and the hospital immediately checked him out and found out that he had not only disclosed it to this female nurse, he used social networking software and told 7 people about the maneuver. 2 pictures were taken, and luckily the pictures didn't get out. After Si Ting finished his explanation, the 4 people looked at him with shocked faces. The man is literally bouncing around in a minefield. After leaving from the hospital, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu realized that Gu Xiao was driving in the opposite direction back to the apartment. Aren't we going home? Wen Shu asked in disbelief. It's already after 9 o'clock. Where else can we go? Eat first. Sifan nodded. When Gu Xiao stopped the car, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu looked at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Western tables were set up on the beach by the sea, surrounded by lights and flowers. What's this for? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting and asked. I'm craving Western food. It was a beautiful day in terms of temperature and weather, perfect for eating on the beach. Si Ting bent down and picked up Wen Shu, taking one step towards the beach. Wen Shu's mind quickly recalled the phone call that Xiaoyu had given him at noon. Xiaoyu had said that she wanted to eat Western food, and he hadn't expected that Si Ting would have put it on his mind. At this moment, Wen Shu's heart felt incredibly warm. Chapter 72 Gu Xiaoxiao's Evil. It was 11:30 at night when the four of them got home from dinner. Sighting carried Wen Shu into the bathroom. Wen Shu held the sink and waited for Sighting to walk out before taking a bath, but he waited and didn't see Sighting go out. What are you standing here for? Wen Shu really couldn't help but ask. Take a bath. Si Ting hooked up the corners of his lips and said with a smirk on his face, what are you taking a shower for you to carry me in? You wash up first. I'll wait outside. Wen Shu said and was about to jump out. Carrying you in? Of course, to take a shower. As soon as Si Ting grabbed Wen Shu, he wrapped one hand around her not-so-soft waist and directly carried her onto the sink. Well, before Wen Shu could react, Si Ting's other hand clasped the back of Wen Shu's head and lowered his head to kiss. Gradually, Si Ting's big hands rubbed around Wen Shu's waist, and Wen Shu's hands held onto the man's arms. Washed together. The man's low, husky voice rang in the woman's ears, and the lust in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The low panting of the men and moaning of the women in the bathroom continued into the latter part of the night. Wen Shu was already in a near comatose state when she was finally carried out. What are you going to do? Gu Xiao saw that Xiaoyu was about to go out early in the morning without even changing her clothes. I'm going to Hatsumomo's to find a medical book. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a patient's situation when she was washing up, and she wanted to check the information. My good you, come back soon. Gu Xiao hurriedly jogged to the door and pulled Xiaoyu back. It's so hard for Timothy and Koro to have a peaceful day of rest. Let's not bother. Delay. Gu Xiao looked at the puzzled Xiaoyu and said meaningfully. Looking at Gu Xiao's expression, Xiaoyu instantly understood. Right. It's me who was not thoughtful. You'll go to Hatsumomo's later and find the medical books and get them to the hospital for me. Xiaoyu said as she walked back to the check room to change her clothes. You err. It's not easy for me to take a vacation. Can't you take 2 days off? Gu Xiao's tone was aggravated as hell. He was especially aggravated when he thought of Si Ting being able to cuddle his daughter-in-law for a day without getting out of bed. Count your blessings. I'm off tomorrow and the day after. Xiaoyu had changed her clothes and was sitting in front of the dresser putting on her makeup. Really? Were you the one who took a vacation? Gu Xiao looked at Xiaoyu excitedly and asked. Are you worth making me take a vacation? Susu has something tomorrow and Chen Jiao has something the day after tomorrow. They switched shifts with me. Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Gu Xiao, then continued to put on her makeup. She wasn't going to tell Gu Xiao that she was actually the one who switched shifts with Wan Susu and Chen Jiao. It meant that for a month to come, she wouldn't get a day off. Gu Xiao could tell at a glance that Xiaoyu was lying to herself, and after so many years in the army, he still had the ability to read people, but he didn't break it down. His heart was being secretly happy, and his mind was already thinking about his plans for the next 2 days. Shower, sleep, eat, sleep, shower, eat. Xiaoyu stopped her hand from applying lipstick and twisted her head to look at Gu Xiao who had a springy face. Captain Tsunami, in your head, shouldn't I all die in bed? Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Gu Xiao immediately put away his smile. Was his expression so obvious? Has the usual training of not showing your anger and joy been fed to the dogs? Old pervert. Xiaoyu turned her head back and continued applying her lipstick. I didn't say take 2 days off and give you all the time you need. Gu Xiao instantly became anxious. Where are you going if you don't accompany me? Accompany Koru to go shopping tomorrow. Accompany her to the beauty parlor the day after tomorrow. Xiaoyu put away her lipstick and turned around and walked over to where the shoe cabinet was to look for her shoes. Gu Xiao was despairing inside. I'm off to work. Bye. Xiaoyu waved her hand towards Gu Xiao and was about to leave with her bag. No. I'll see you off. Let's talk about it. Let's push back the shopping and grooming. Look at me. It's been years since I've taken so many days off. I don't know when my next break will be. Gu Xiao ran out after Xiaoyu, and kept driving Xiaoyu to the hospital without Xiaoyu letting go. Xiaoyu, who walked into the hospital, smiled and shook her head. What a sizable cutie. What kind of shopping can you do with this foot at the beginning of the year? Gu Xiao sat in the car, looking at Xiaoyu who walked into the hospital. His dark eyes suddenly darkened. Wen Shu. It wasn't until noon that Wen Shu woke up in a daze from Si Ting's arms. The soreness coming from her waist caused her to yelp. Hatsumomo. Hearing Wen Shu's delicate and sticky voice, Si Ting's eyes erupted with desire again. Leave me alone. Wenchu turned around and tried to get out of bed, but was grabbed back by Si. Before he could make his next move, the apartment door slammed. Si had to give up, rolled over from Wenchu and stood up, walking out to open the door. Wenchu's feet had dared to gently land on the ground and walk slowly. She shuffled over to the living room slowly. Si Ting and Gu Xiao were sitting on the sofa, and when he saw Wenchu come out, Si Ting stood up from the sofa and helped Wenchu to sit on the sofa. Hatsu, Hatsa Momo, good chu chu chu. Seeing Wenchu sitting down, Gu Xiao suddenly stood up and crouched beside Wenchu in a pampered manner. Startling Wenchu, she shrank her feet onto the couch and then shifted herself backward. Gu Xiao, have you been possessed? Si Ting was also taken aback. He felt something strange about Gu Xiao when he opened the door just now and saw him carrying a big bag. Captain Tsunami, if you have something to say, don't scare people here. Wenchu also felt that Gu Xiao was possessed. Look here, this is a limited edition bag for this season from a couple of brands you always carry. It's the signature product of several skincare brands. I got it all back for you, tomorrow and the day after. You leave you with me? Okay. Gu Xiao looked at Wenchu with an expectant face. You? Wenchu looked at Gu Xiao with a confused face. What did it mean? Well, isn't Yue resting tomorrow and the next 2 days? Leave her with me. Look, I've bought all the limited edition models, so you can apply a mask to your own skin care at home first. Wait for the next break and you two can go beauty shopping. Gu Xiao's tone carried a plea. Wenchu still didn't understand, but nodded anyway. Oh, good, you're the best. Gu Xiao rushed forward and hugged Wenchu, then turned around and ran away. Only a shocked Wenchu and a puzzled Si Ting were left behind. What's he stimulated by? Or was it possessed by something? Wenchu looked at the shopping bags on the floor, and the open door of the room, and asked suspiciously, you've got a shopping date with Xiaoyu? Si Ting's brain spun rapidly, hearing about the cause of the incident. What can I shop for with these feet? Wenchu shook her head, then raised her foot and asked Si Ting, you two have a date to get a facial? Sito continued to analyze. We both have our estheticians and spa therapists come to our homes and never go out to do it. Wenchu continued to shake her head. Little Yu is off tomorrow and the day after? Sito probably analyzed the reason. Normal is not a break. We only have 2 days off a month. How can she take 2 days off in a row? If you do take a break, you must have switched shifts with someone else. Wenchu said this with certainty. It should be Little Yu catching Tsunami. Tsunami took it seriously. That's why all this is happening. Sito pointed to the shopping bags on the floor and smiled. You mean that Yue taking 2 days off work was intended to accompany Tsunami, but deliberately teasing him about the 2 days to keep me company? Wenchu ran through what happened and probably heard it. It should be. Those are the best explanations. Sithin nodded, pointing to the luxuries on the floor. Wenchu pointed to a random shopping bag and asked Si Ting to hand it to him. Are all you special forces guys this stupid? This brain, it can go around the enemy for a round? Wenchu said with a smile. What's wrong? Don't compare me to him. He's in love brain up. Although Si Ting didn't understand what Wenchu meant, he knew that it definitely wasn't good and hurriedly shook his head. Wenchu looked at Si Ting with an amused expression. Look at this bag. Do you recognize it? Wenchu lifted the bag in her hand and handed it to Si Ting. Recognize? I bought it for you when we moved here. Sithin nodded. True to form, the captain of the second team. This IQ is truly too. All these bags and skincare products. You already bought a copy of all of them the day you both moved in. Got all the new ones for this season. I can't believe he went and bought it again. Wenchu smiled and shook his head. What a way to eat money with no place to spend it. Si Ting also shook his head helplessly. He's always been very analytical, but when it comes to something related to Little Yu, no. Before Si Ting could finish his sentence, Gu Xiao ran back again. What's wrong? What's wrong? Si Ting and Wenchu asked Gu Xiao in unison. Xiao Chu, tell me the truth. Did you and Yue really make a date to go shopping together? Gu Xiao asked in disbelief as he pointed at Wenchu's feet. Gu Xiao, go get your IQ tested again when you return to the army. You're really slow at analyzing problems. Si Ting said with a smile. Guess what? I want to go shopping. Will he agree? Wenchu pointed at Si Ting and looked at Gu Xiao and smiled as well. I've been caught. Gu Xiao finally reacted. What about the grooming the day after? Gu Xiao asked undeterred. You and I both have personal estheticians and spa therapists and have never been in a salon. Wenchu gave Gu Xiao a hard time and spoke bluntly. Done and done. Gu Xiao suddenly got frustrated. When did you learn to change your face? Si Ting said slyly. It's not the changing face now. It's my hair that's turning green. Gu Xiao pointed at his hair. Green? Wenchu and Si Ting looked at each other. What did it mean? Yue told me about Xiaochu's shopping appointment tomorrow and her beauty appointment the day after tomorrow. If neither of those things were with Hatsu, is she lying to me? Has she moved on and fallen in love with someone else? Is she going out with another man? The more Gu Xiao spoke, the angrier he became. and his face became visibly ironic. Wenchu and Si Ting looked at each other again, and the two felt that Gu Xiao was hopeless. Is it possible that the man was you? Wenchu carefully interrupted Gu Xiao, who was immersed in his own world. What? Me? Gu Xiao looked at Wenchu in disbelief. What a 255. Si Ting had never realized that Gu Xiao could become so stupid that even his minimal ability to think had disappeared. If you still can't figure it out, don't ask or say anything, just be quiet until tomorrow, Si Ting reminded Gu Xiao, while the latter nodded with seeming understanding. After sending Gu Xiao away, Si Ting packed up and also took Wenchu out the door. Where are we going? Wenchu asked in disbelief after being helped to the car by the man. Take you to meet a couple, Si Ting said with a smile, then got himself into the driver's seat and drove the car straight away. Seeing the roadside scenery becoming more and more familiar, Wenchu remembered, is this going to Rin's house? Well, didn't you want to see his subjects and show you around? Si Ting drove the car into the garage of Si Rin's villa, then helped Wenchu walk out of the car. When the two walked into the garden, they saw Siren standing in it, a pile of carrots on the grass, and he was feeding the elephants. The keeper stood by and watched Siren feed the elephants. Grand Master, MS, Wive, MS, Wive. When the servants saw Si Ting and Wenshou, they greeted towards the two. Little sister-in-law, brother. Si Rin was particularly excited when he heard the servants' shouts and immediately turned his head to look over. Siren, you keep feeding me. Suddenly Master Si's voice came out, and Si Ting caught the source of the voice in a flash, from the cell phone in the keeper's hand. Grandpa, I fed. Siren looked lifelessly in the direction of his cell phone. Don't you like your date? You have to feed yourself at every meal. When you personally marry the object of your marriage, you have to raise it yourself. Master Si is not accustomed to Si Rin's problems, and video monitors Si Rin feeding the elephants every day. What's going on here? Si Ting asked, looking at the villa's housekeeper. Young master, his lordship has accepted the second young master's object, but demands that he must breed it himself. He had to hand feed every meal every day, even if the second youngest was having a board meeting and the elephant was up for dinner. He stopped the meeting and came back to feed the elephant first, then went back to continue the meeting. His lordship's exact words, even if he's dying on the operating table and it's time for the elephants to eat, he has to come back and feed the elephants before going back to the operation. After the housekeeper finished speaking, Wenchu directly laughed out. She really couldn't help it. It was really one thing led to another. Little sister-in-law, help me. Si Rin looked at Wenchu's happy appearance and said with a resigned face, who are you calling? Where's the little sister-in-law? Who's your sister-in-law? Elder Si's volume was clearly raised several degrees. Old man. Just screw me, my brother's here with his girlfriend and you're making me feed the elephant. I'm telling you, no one is taking care of either of them. Si Rin's brain turned around and he squatted directly on the ground to feed the elephant slowly. Chapter 73, Si Rin raises a subject. Siren, you bastard. Who's your brother's girlfriend? Who else is better than that little girl from the Winchesters? You tell him that it's not that little girl Wenchu that our Si family disowns. If he can't chase Winchester back, you go after him. Elder Si's voice could be heard through the screen in his exasperated voice. Grandfather, open your dim old eyes and take a good look at who this is. Si Rin snatched the cell phone as soon as he could and aimed it at Si Ting and Wenchu, who were holding hands. Wenchu had been watching the fun well. Si Rin's action startled her, and she hurriedly pulled out the hand she was holding with Si Ting. Run for what? Si Ting grabbed back again, looking at Wenchu with a smile on his face, his hand tightly grasping Wenchu. Hello Grandpa. Wenchu greeted the old man in the video somewhat awkwardly. It's little girl Wenchu. This sighting kid finally did something. Elder Si's voice was visibly excited. Siren, that Thai garden of yours stinks so bad. What's the point of letting little girl Wenchu stay there? Hurry up and invite yourself inside. If you can't take care of your sister-in-law, I'll buy you another pair of elephants to go. Elder Si's tone of voice when he spoke to Si Rin changed back. I know. Si Rin threw the carrot in his hand in the next second. He was going crazy, every day in order to feed the elephants. His routine and work schedule was all disrupted. Always following the elephant's routine. Wenchu is here to save him. Little sister-in-law, what happened to your foot? Si Rin watched Wenchu being helped by Si Ting, limping along. It's okay, it's broken. Wenchu gently shook her head. It's a good thing you didn't let my old man see you just now. Otherwise you could have just brought your bodyguards over and killed my brother. Si Rin hurriedly held onto Wenchu's other arm, and the two brothers held Wenchu step by step towards the inside of the villa. Why do you two have time to come to my place? Si Rin asked Wenchu and Si Ting while making tea. He brought me to see your date. Wenchu said with a smile. Little sister-in-law, save me. Si Rin looked at Wenchu pitifully. I see you're keeping it pretty well. Wenchu thought of the way Si Rin had fed the elephant earlier. Very skillfully. I went back to the old mansion 3 times to admit my mistake, and the old man wouldn't even let me in. stopped all my bank cards. Tell me this elephant has to be raised on its own and I'm not allowed to send it to the zoo. I have to live every day according to the elephant's routine. Little sister-in-law, save me. Siren's tone was on the verge of tears. Hearing Si Rin's words, Wen Shu and Si Ting both laughed, which was completely in line with Elder Si's style. You guys, I'm the second youngest master of the Si family, the president of the Si group, and I can't pull out $100 from my pocket. Siren wanted to cry. Where's the family cash? Si Ting asked with a smile, knowing that Si Rin was in the habit of putting away cash. Most of it was moved back by the old housekeeper. Just keep 100,000. Bought food and fruit for the elephants. They're too edible. Siren was suddenly aggravated again. He felt worse than dead when he thought about the days he had recently lived. When Shu had already laughed with tears coming out of her eyes, and Si Ting also laughed, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth. I can't, I'm laughing my ass off. Wen Shu waved her hand and said, covering her stomach, brother, you coax your little sister-in-law to help me. Si Rin sighed and looked at Si Ting and said, here's the man, coax yourself. Si Ting shook his head and pointed at Wen Shu, who was off to the side. Little sister-in-law, you make the offer. As long as the old man agrees to send them both to the zoo and unlock my bank card, I'll buy you anything you want. After my brother goes back to the army, I'll be your driver, bodyguard, and ATM, Siren said in a serious tone. His tone was very firm. Wen Shu laughed even more when she saw Si Rin's expression. Chapter 74, Wen Shu wants to find Grandpa Wang Yu again. Wen Shu took Si Ting's cell phone and called Master Si, and after chatting for more than 20 minutes, Master Si agreed to give the elephant to the Beijing Zoo. But the 2 elephants, which were kept by Siren, were to bear all the expenses of keeping them, and separate keepers were to be arranged. Because Elder Si wanted to make Si Rin understand that you have to finish what you start. Siren was very excited and arranged for a transfer van to take the elephant to the zoo. When the capital city zoo was rebuilt some years ago, Si's group contributed a lot of money, so the head gardener was very enthusiastic when he knew that Si Rin was going to send elephants. Si Rin, in order to come to the zoo in the future to be able to see his elephant at a glance, specifically went to buy a rope and tied it to one of the elephant's legs. Why did you buy the red rope? Wen Shu asked curiously. Red twine, just like the moon's rope. These 2 elephants couldn't have been more carefully chosen by me. I feel like I have a bond with them, tethered to the red rope. It's my elephant. I even named them. This one is called Little Timothy and this one is called Little Prim. After Si Rin finished speaking, Wen Shu and Si Ting put away their smiles. If you had told me that before it was delivered, I would have refused to help you persuade Grandpa, Wen Shu said breathlessly. My little sister-in-law, look at that. I tied up Timothy and Cora with such a thick rope. It means I've tied you to my brother as well. After Si Rin finished speaking, Si Ting twisted his head to look at him. You're such a serious bull ***********. If we follow your idea, if this rope breaks, it means that your brother and I have broken our destiny? Wen Shu casually retorted. I am my little sister-in-law. You and my brother can't be separated. You 2 are meant to be together not only in this life, but in the next. I'm the Moon Lord's disciple. I call the shots, Siren said with a smile on her face. As he spoke, Si Ting's cell phone rang, so he stepped aside to answer it. Rin, why are you and your brother's personalities so different? Wen Shu was curious why Si Ting was expressionless all day long, but Si Rin was very lively when he was also a member of the Si family. Little sister-in-law, is it possible that I have the same personality as my brother? My passion is only for you. Si Rin shook his head. His vivacity, his enthusiasm was only for Wen Shu. Wen Shu was also the best sister-in-law in his heart. You and Sighting are close, aren't you? Wen Shu nodded, probably understanding. Well, if my brother hadn't insisted on joining the army, it would have been better for the 2 of us to run the Si group together. Si Rin had loved following Si Ting since he was a child, so he subconsciously influenced Si Ting's behavior and temperament character. Even apart from Wen Shu, he was not willing to communicate with any woman. Haven't you thought about getting a girlfriend? Wen Shu looked at Si Rin and asked. No time, no patience, especially when I see one of those dainty girls with princess disease. I can't wait to get 100,000 miles away from her. I'm just fit to die alone. Siren shook her head. It was so hard to get her to coax girls. Wen Shu, dainty? Princessy? Good. As the 2 chatted, Sighting returned. What's up? Is something wrong? Wen Shu gently looked at Si Ting. It's okay, Omi asked me something about training. Si Ting shook his head. During his vacation, Jiang Tu led the team's training as the vice captain, but that was when there were still problems that needed to be communicated to Si Ting. You called me too and asked me to take you home. He's on his way there. Si Ting looked down at Wen Shu's feet. Although they were much better than 2 days ago, she still didn't quite dare to walk with her feet on the ground. Okay, let's go then. Wen Shu nodded and was helped by Si Ting to walk to the car and back to the apartment. Wen Yu gave Wen Shu acupuncture while taking her pulse again. Not that I'm bragging about myself. I'm really good. Wang Yu put his hand away after taking his pulse and said with a proud face, Ting, your daughter-in-law's body, after a total of only 3 days of medicine, has changed quite a bit. Wang Yu explained to Sighting, is your medicine that strong? Ting sat down next to Wen Shu and looked at Zhang Yu and asked, well, as I see it, my medicine is primary and your medicine is secondary. That's why Hatsu's body has changed quite a bit. After Wang Yu finished speaking, Wen Shu's face instantly turned red. She knew what Wang Yu's words meant. Wang Yu saw Wen Shu's expression and froze for a moment, then realized that Ting must have told her what he said. Right, you. Something suddenly occurred to Wen Shu. Wang Yu quietly looked at Wen Shu, waiting for her to continue. Do you want to go to your grandfather? Wen Shu asked tentatively. He's not coming back. Wang Yu was silent for a while and said helplessly, even his old man, it is not known whether he is still alive or not. The letter he left asked that no one in our Wang family should go out looking for him. Just be a good doctor and save lives. The bamboo hut where you met him is one of his countless landing spots. Do you believe it? You won't be able to find his old man even if you are finding that bamboo house now. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Wen Shu froze. Her memory could not recall at all the latter part of what his grandfather had said to himself back then, so she moved to visit the bamboo house once more. But if it's true, as Wang Yu said, that he can't be found, and he doesn't even know if he's alive or not, then what should he do? Seeing that Wen Shu was once again in deep thought, Ting and Wang Yu exchanged glances and looked at Wen Shu uncertainly. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Seth asked softly. It's okay. Wen Shu hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head. Now I'm not sure, myself, what the phrase behind the love that year was really about, so there was no point in worrying him with himself. Chapter 75, Wen Shu's initiative. After sending Wang Yu away, Ting sat down next to Wen Shu. Hatsumomo, you're not in the right state. Is there something on your mind? Sito asked tentatively. Wen Shu just shook her head calmly. Sighting, will we be separated? Wen Shu suddenly looked at him and asked. No way. Sito didn't have any hesitation or indecision. Hatsumomo, no matter what happens, I'm not going to let go of your hand or leave you again. After Ting finished speaking, Wen Shu's eyes gradually changed from confusion to determination when she looked at Ting. This man was the man she had chosen twice, and she would never let go again, no matter how it ended. Screw the love and not the love. She suddenly rolled over and sat on Sighting's lap. Ting subconsciously reached out and wrapped his hand around Wen Shu's waist to prevent her from falling. Hatsumomo, how do you? Ting looked at Wen Shu with some confusion, and before he could finish his sentence, Wen Shu directly held Ting's face with both hands and kissed him deeply. The sudden passionate kiss caused Ting to freeze for a few seconds, and after regaining his senses, he put his other hand around Wen Shu as well, giving her a response with practical actions. I don't want to be here. Wen Shu's voice was delicate and glutinous, and Ting instantly understood Wen Shu's hint. Good. Sito's voice became hoarse as well. He hugged Wen Shu and stood up from the sofa, moving in the direction of the bedroom while continuing to kiss with Wen Shu. Walking over to the bed, he laid the woman on top of him on the bed and leaned right over and pressed down. The next dense, fine kisses fell on Wen Shu's eyes, eyebrows, the bridge of his nose, and moved to his earlobes, neck. The man's large, calloused hands slowly rubbed around his waist, gradually moving up. Sithin, I love you. Just a moment before they mated with each other, Wen Shu raised her eyes to look at Ting and said what she had always wanted to tell him. Hatsumomo, I've loved you for 4 years. It never changes. Sito finished and kissed deeply. The two men worked tirelessly again and again, and the ambiguity in the whole room was slow to recede. When Sighting removed himself from Wen Shu had already passed out. He got up from the bed and turned the air conditioner to 32 degrees, then went into the bathroom and filled the tub with water at the right temperature. He picked Wen Shu up from the bed and walked into the bathroom to put her in the bathtub, gently washing all the stickiness and sweat off her body. After he secured Wen Shu in the bathtub, he went back to the bedroom to change the sheets on the bed into fresh ones, and then returned to the bed with the wiped clean Wen Shu in his arms. After all this was done, Wen Shu was still sleeping heavily, without the slightest sign of wanting to wake up. Ting sat on the bed and frowned slightly as he looked at the sleeping Wen Shu. What's wrong with her? Why is it so perverse? Why does she lose her mind every time Grandpa Wang Yu is mentioned? Sito ran through things from beginning to end over and over again, and still couldn't figure out what the problem was. He secretly resolved in his heart that he would not let go of Wen Shu's hand no matter what, even if the two had a mountain of swords and cliffs in front of them, no matter what problems they encountered. He would never let what happened 4 years ago happen again. After thinking about all this, he got out of bed and walked to his study, pulling out a marriage application from 4 years ago. This application was approved shortly after his own separation from Wen Shu. At that time he was alone with this application for a long time in silence. In the end he chose to store it himself. Now that Wen Shu was also in the military, The two people who wanted to get married needed to be reapproved, and this application was no longer useful, but he still wasn't going to throw it away. This application is a constant reminder of how 4 years once passed, reminding himself that he can't afford to lose Winshu again in this life. Chapter 76. It's too easy to make Gu Xiao break his defense. Si Ting made dinner, and when he walked into the bedroom for the third time and saw Winshu, who was still asleep, he decided not to call her. Just as he walked to the table to prepare himself for dinner, there was a knock on the apartment door. Si Ting walked over and opened the door. It was Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu walking in. I'm exhausted. Do you have any food? Xiaoyu collapsed directly onto the sofa. She was so busy this day that she was about to take off, and now she wanted to find a ready meal. Yes, go eat in the dining room. Si Ting nodded. He had made quite a few of his own, just in time to eat them all. Where's Hatsumomo? Xiaoyu thought that when Shu was in the dining room and walked in only to realize that there was only one set of dishes on the table. Si Ting took 2 more sets from the kitchen and put them on the table. I didn't call her when she was asleep. Sleeping. Xiaoyu and Gu Xiao asked in unison. Sleeping. Sifan nodded. You two haven't been busy. Gu Xiao's line of sight swept to the side of Si Ting's neck, a deep hickey so openly exposed, and then looked at Si Ting with a wicked grin on his face. Si Ting looked at Gu Xiao's expression in sight, then walked over to the small restroom and looked in the mirror, and sure enough, he saw the hickey. Since he was in the apartment, he wore a t-shirt, so he couldn't block the hickey at all. Eat your food. Xiaoyu raised her hand and slapped Gu Xiao on the head. Gu Xiao hurriedly shut up and stopped talking. He didn't want to be thrown out. After all, there was food here. I'm off tomorrow. Cho. Xiaochu's foot is still not well enough to go shopping, get a facial, or leave the house. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to finish her sentence, Gu Xiao immediately interrupted her. A hard-earned vacation must not be disturbed by anything. Seeing Gu Xiao's reaction, Si Ting directly hooked a smile. Hatsumomo's feet haven't recovered, but it's still okay to slowly scoot around a bit. For beauty treatments, Hatsumomo told me that you're all used to having a beautician come to your house. Very square, convenient. The last 3 words were spoken word for word by Si Ting. Gu Xiao looked at Si Ting in shock and then started glaring at him. Traitor! This is a traitor! How could he forget that there was a Si Ting when he was only concerned with pleasing Winshu this morning? Xiaoyu heard something in Si Ting's words and secretly glanced at Gu Xiao, who was blowing a gasket at Si Ting. She stifled a laugh and finally nodded. It's fine. Hatsumomo's feet aren't good, so don't wander off. Gu Xiao nodded his head into a garlic masher. Yes. Then I'll directly arrange for the store managers of the 3 brand stores to come to your door tomorrow morning, afternoon, and evening with models to display the new clothing and shoes. It's also closed the day after tomorrow, with an esthetician scheduled in the morning, a spa therapist in the afternoon, and a pedicurist in the evening. It's not easy to take 2 days off and not have a moment to spare. When Xiaoyu finished her 2-day plan in one breath, Gu Xiao directly froze. This woman didn't leave herself any time at all. Well, there is still the night. If you don't leave it to yourself in the daytime, then you're definitely not welcome at night. Tomorrow night I'll take Hatsumomo to the movies. Don't worry, Captain Timothy, I'll be sure to bring her back in one piece. Xiaoyu watched Gu Xiao's face change, and all but guessed what was going through his mind. Once Gu Xiao heard that she had even arranged for the night, he completely couldn't help himself. Snap! With a sound, he slapped the chopsticks in his hand on the table. What are you doing? Xiaoyu was taken aback. That, you error? What kind of movie is worth you 2 girls going to the cinema at night to see? Gu Xiao's tone was tinged with resignation and aggravation. Oh, peacekeeping operations. Specializes in acting out the peacekeeping missions of the Chinese peacekeeping forces in F. Xiaoyu said seriously. Peacekeeping, country F? Do you need to go to the movies to see this thing? This movie is staged. What real scene haven't you seen when you were in F? What do you think you want to see? I'll play it for you at home if you really can't. All the special forces in the movies are actors, and you've got a real one lying under your own covers you don't see? Gu Xiao instantly broke his defenses when he heard about the movie Xiaoyu was going to see. Where on earth is oneself? A real-life special forces soldier back from the F. Any worse than the actors in the movie? People are broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. Xiaoyu spoke as she ate. Am I a tiger? Gu Xiao stared at Xiaoyu and asked without understanding. People have abs. Xiaoyu stifled her laughter and continued to speak carelessly. I didn't? Aren't my abs obvious enough? Gu Xiao lifted up his t-shirt with a defiant look on his face. People's abs are hard at first sight. The corners of Xiaoyu's mouth could barely be suppressed, and she hurriedly took a bite of the steamed bun in an attempt to hide her smile. Are my abs soft? No problem opening mineral water bottles for you. Be a scrubber all you want. Gu Xiao was still struggling desperately. Was his real body no better than a movie actor? Hearing this, Xiaoyu just couldn't help but make it up, and she laughed directly out of her eyes after swallowing the steamed bun. Even Si Ting put down his chopsticks and sat across from Gu Xiao and laughed. God knows how hard he endured just now when he saw Gu Zhao's expression and behavior. That surprise was tinged with resignation, and resignation was tinged with disbelief. It's so close to getting naked and proving that you're just in great shape. You guys, playing me? Gu Zhao reacted with an afterthought. Captain Tsunami, it's fortunate that you haven't been with little you in these 4 years. Your IQ and EQ went straight to negative. If this was on the battlefield, you'd be captured and have to hand someone a gun. Si Ting said with a smile as he looked at Gu Zhao. I haven't finished my sentence. Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Gu Zhao and put away her smile in a serious manner. What words? Gu Zhao kept his brain clear in case he was tricked. Peacekeepers doesn't come out until next year. It wasn't even in theaters this year. Si Ting followed up on Xiaoyu's words and gave Gu Zhao an understanding. After hearing Si Ting finish, Xiaoyu didn't hold back her laughter once again. Well. Gu Zhao was completely helpless, having been tricked himself. Hey, you let go of me. I haven't eaten yet. My buns. Looking at Xiaoyu's heartless smile, Gu Zhao directly picked up Xiaoyu and walked back to his and Xiaoyu's apartment with big strides. Looking at Gu Zhao and Xiaoyu who left, Si Ting smiled and shook his head. Truly two living treasures. He sat himself down at the dining table and finished his meal in silence, tidied up and then went to the bedroom balcony. He sat in a chair on the balcony quietly looking out at the moonlight and lit a cigarette and smoked it. There were only the last 2 days left of this vacation, and he wouldn't be able to take care of Wenshu when he returned to the army. The only blessing though is that he gets to come out every Saturday night and just go back on Sunday night. Just then, Si Ting's phone rang. It was Jiang Tu's call, but Jiang Tu was calling his private number, which meant it wasn't a mission. Jiang Tu's voice came out after Si Ting picked up the phone. Boss, are you resting? I'll report something to you, Si Ting said faintly. Not yet, go ahead. There's a bunch of new guys coming in 3 days, and the higher-ups want our team to take them through training. Gave me the file because you weren't there. Jiang Tu read the contents of the document to Si Ting. Si Ting quietly listened to the contents of the document, and finally fell silent for a long time, realizing that these people were brought out to replace them as the new Special Warfare Team 1. Have their profiles arrived yet? After a long time, Si Ting spoke. It says you haven't taken a vacation in years, so you're told to take a good one. Just gave me the paperwork first and told us to be prepared. I'll let you get the exact list for yourself when you come back from vacation. Jiang Tu continued to report. And, this time, not only our first team trains newcomers, but the second team as well. Again, only a notice was sent. Nothing else was given. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, Si Ting nodded, his heart knowing. You guys train as usual and wait for me to get back. Si Ting hung up the phone with an indescribable feeling in his heart. He lit another cigarette and smoked it quietly before walking back to the bedroom. After washing up, he sat on the bed and looked at Wenshu. 1 year, at most 1 year, I'll be able to be by your side at all times. By the time Wenshu woke up, it was already the next morning. She sat up from the bed with her hands on her waist. She realized that she didn't have a trace of stickiness on her body, but rather the refreshing scent of shower gel, and scratched her head in disbelief. When did she take a shower? Awake from your nap? Si Ting walked in from outside the bedroom and saw Wenshu who was sitting on the bed with a confused look on her face and broke out into a smile. This feeling was really good. You changed the sheets? Wenshu looked at the sheets underneath her that had been changed. Can't sleep in yesterday's sheets. Sito approached, a gangly grin on his face. You. Wenshu instantly turned red. She naturally knew what was going on. On me. Wenshu hesitated for a few seconds, unsure of what to ask. I gave you a bath. Was it comfortable? Sito purposely came closer, dragging out the last word. You. Shameless. Uncomfortable. When Wenshu heard Si Ting's words, she was even more ashamed and pushed him away to get up. Oh. Si Ting nodded thoughtfully and directly dragged Wenshu, who had just stood up, into his arms again, then turned on his side and pressed the person onto the bed with his arm. Yesterday, you didn't have this attitude. One of Si Ting's big hands rubbed back and forth on Wenshu's waist and whispered in Wenshu's ear. The thought that she had pleaded for rest several times yesterday, but the man just wouldn't listen, was aggravating. Si Ting looked at the reaction of the person underneath him and naturally knew what she was thinking. Chapter 77, Jiang Tu's late night call. Aggrieved? Then I'll comfort you, Sito said, about to raise his hand to remove the t-shirt from his body. No aggravation at all. I don't need comforting. Wenshu was so scared that she directly pushed Si Ting away and limped towards the restroom and ran in. Watching the woman's movements, the man slowly got up from the bed and smiled before walking into the kitchen to bring the long-prepared meal to the table. Wenshu had just finished eating when Wang Yu came and handed Wenshu 3 pairs of medicines after sticking the needle. Hatsu, you don't have to do acupuncture starting tomorrow. Put one of these 3 pairs of pills on your ankle every day, and when you're done walking slowly you shouldn't have any major problems. The rest can only be recovered slowly. Only after Wang Yu finished speaking did Si Ting's heart, which had been hanging in the air, drop. He had been worried that after he returned to the army, Wenshu would not be able to take care of himself because of his foot injury, but now he was relieved. For 2 days in a row, Si-ting is at home to take care of Wenshu, cooking and laundry, cleaning up, hygiene, give Wenshu massage compresses. Wenshu walking although slow, but at least have the ability to take care of themselves. Hatsumomo, I'm going back to the army tomorrow. Tsunami and I are going to start bringing in new specials, and there's a chance we won't be able to get out for a while. Call me if you have an emergency. You can usually leave me a message. I'll call you when I have time. Si-ting explained to Wenshu as he packed up his things. Well, I don't have much time to do anything else but be at the hospital and come back to bed. Nothing will happen. Wenshu sat on the floor of the check room and helped Si-ting pack his bags. Good. I've told Rin that he'll bring a maid every 2 days to help you clean up your apartment, and then you let him stay with you or go shopping for you if you need anything. He has plenty of money, no need to save it for him. I've ordered you a mobility scooter, and the dealership will bring it to you tomorrow night. Sito was arranging things in a meticulous manner. Captain Timothy, I have a car. I just didn't want to drive it, so I parked back at the old mansion. You bought another one? This isn't forcing me to drive? Wenshu really didn't want to drive, so she usually took a taxi before. Missy, are you sure you want these feet of yours, walking back and forth every day? Simeon asked with a smile. I do seem a little tired. Wenshu looked at her foot that had been pierced with countless stitches and was also a little distressed. Commit Dr. Win to driving himself before I'm retired. When I get back, I'll be your exclusive driver. Si-ting reached out and touched Wenshu's soft hair, his tone very gentle. Okay, Captain Timothy. Wenshu tilted her head and smiled. Si-ting brought back very little, only a few changes of clothes, so the two of them quickly packed up. The new special warriors you're going to bring in, are they the next batch to replace you? Wenshu asked curiously. That's the general idea, but teams 1 and 2 are the ace teams of the military district. It's not something you can just take over. Those who replace us will need to be selected one by one through countless hours of training and countless selections. It's possible that a batch could pick out several, or several batches couldn't pick out one. Si-ting picked up Wenshu and walked back to the bedroom. So Captain Timothy was picked out of a million? Wenshu winked and smiled. Dr. What? I'm worth a lot of money, but you're worth the most. Si-ting directly hugged Wenshu with a colorful intent. Can you pull your eyes away? We've both practically lived in the bed for the last 2 days. Wenshu's entire body was now terrified whenever she touched Si-ting. It's like this man's has unlimited energy. Can't collect. I now finally understand that the words Xiaoyu said 4 years ago were not a joke. Si-ting once again pressed Wenshu underneath him, and in a few seconds, Wenshu's abdomen felt the hardness. What's the word? Wenshu is still trying to struggle. Can't get soft for 3 days when I see you. Today is exactly the 3rd day. Si-ting had a gangly smile on his face, and after he finished speaking, Wenshu's face reddened once again. Hatsu, you're finally back. After Wenshu walked into the office, Wan Susu and Chen Zhao said excitedly, Are you guys being abused? Wenshu asked with a smile. Since yesterday, the number of patients in the hospital has doubled, and we're dying of exhaustion. Look at my hands. They're so close to soaking in alcohol. Chen Zhao said as she sat in her chair and crumpled a bit. How come? Wenshu and Xiaoyu asked in confusion. I don't know. All the wards are overcrowded in just 2 days. The symptoms are pretty uniform. A persistent fever that won't come down no matter what medication is used. And all the patients had dry, hoarse throats and couldn't make a sound. Mansu also had a tired look on his face. The entire hospital unit is now filled with feverish patients. Our section lives quite a bit too. Chen Zhao pointed to the medical records in front of her. Wenshu, Xiaoyu, you're back. Just in time for an announcement. Our hospital has received a large number of febrile patients for 2 days in a row. According to the official statistics, this is now the case not only in our hospital, but in the entire capital city and even in China. The hospital now suspects a new wave of infectious virus. So starting today, all medical staff are on full duty. No vacation. To ensure the health and safety of healthcare workers, masks and gowns are worn 24 hours a day, whether they are attending, checking in or resuscitating. Sun Xiaoping walked into the office and looked at Wenshu and the 4 of them as he announced the new rules. Is this the case in all of China? Isn't that messed up? Wenshu and the 4 of them were very surprised. Yes, the virus is coming on strong, and our healthcare workers must be well protected so that we can do our best to save the patients. Sun Xiaoping nodded, then led the 4 Wenshu to the locker room, pointing to the piles of protective clothing and several large boxes of masks and sterilization supplies inside. All give your family a heads up. Try to go out as little as possible and take care of your protection. Wenshu suddenly realized that this time, the virus was definitely not as simple as they thought. A few of the girls pulled out their cell phones and called their families to tinkle. Wenshu sent a message to Si-ting in passing, reminding him to take care of his protection inside the army as well. The 4 girls changed into their protective suits and walked out of the locker room. What they didn't know was that this rapidly spreading virus was going to be a hard-fought battle. Doctor! Doctor! He can't breathe. Doctor! His EKG is flat. Dr. What? The emergency room has sent another person. Director Sun and the others have all gone to be resuscitated. What should we do now? Nurse, change the bottle on bed 16. Doctor, there's no air coming out of bed 18. The whole morning, the whole ward is like a food market. All the medical care busy to a mouthful of water did not drink, not to mention rest. Wen Chu's feet, which had just subsided not long ago, swelled up again, but she couldn't care less. The respiratory corridors are starting to schedule beds. The hospital ordered all departments to cooperate with the respiratory department. Do your best to take in patients and request respiratory consults for problems you can't solve. Consultation? Who do I get a consult from? The respiratory cleaning staff are starting to help push the beds. The doctors are in the resuscitation room. I've started going through the medical books. These pages are useful. I've left them at the nurse's station for anyone who needs to see them for themselves. Doctor, bed 6 isn't breathing. Wen Chu, who had just wanted to take a sip of water, didn't even bother to take off her mask and ran towards bed 6. After a series of resuscitations, the person was eventually not saved. Wen Chu, there's an emergency meeting in the break room. Just as Wen Chu walked out of the hospital room, a doctor called out to Wen Chu. When Wen Chu ran to the restroom, Xiao Yu and the girls were already waiting inside. Sun Xiaoping told everyone about the notification that the hospital had just received, telling all the medical staff about the seriousness of this virus. H-virus? The mortality rate is really high. Patients in our department have died 3 times in one morning. Wan Susu's tone was anxious yet full of helplessness. All of the major hospitals are in this situation right now, and no specific drug has been found. It's still only possible to help the patient reduce the fever and follow the fever process by following the conventional treatment. Officials have now collected the bodies of the surviving donors are being autopsied to check the damage done inside the body by this virus. Sun Xiaoping explained to the group. Teacher, I have an idea. Wen Chu suddenly looked at Sun Xiaoping and spoke. You say. Sun Xiaoping nodded. Can I try Chinese medicine treatment? Wen Chu's mind suddenly thought of Wang Yu. Although she is a doctor herself, she has always believed that Western medicine has the benefits of Western medicine and Chinese medicine has the advantages of Chinese medicine. You want Wang Yu to try? Sun Xiaoping asked directly. He knew Wang Yu, because of Sighting and Gu Xiao. The two of them were regular visitors to the ICU, and Wang Yu had gone in for treatment several times to save them. Shouldn't need him to come over. I'd like to make a call and ask. This is what's going on in our hospital right now. And he should have been in contact with a lot of patients. Wen Chu thought of Wang Yu's popularity in the capital city and must have already noticed this flu virus. Okay, ask, and if there really is a way, let me know right away. I'll ask the hospital to step in. Sun Xiaoping said seriously. Good. Wen Chu walked to the side and called Wang Yu, and just as Wen Chu expected, Wang Yu's side was also busy until he took off. After hanging up the phone, everyone was looking at Wen Chu, who had a rather gloomy expression. He's also been in contact with a number of patients there, and he doesn't have a good treatment plan right now. It's been 2 days of flipping through medical books. The only thing better than what we have here is that there have been no deaths yet, but the patients were all in a high fever state as well. Wen Chu thought of what Wang Yu had said to himself and completely understood the seriousness of this virus. Now that the officials have stepped in, the medical authorities of China have rushed to the capital city. All we have to do is do our best to help the patient hang in there until we can determine a treatment plan, and something will be done. After Sun Xiaoping finished speaking, he brought all the doctors back to the sickbay. Hatsumomo, I've been transferred to help in the emergency room. Your foot is not healed. You stay in the section. Take care and protect yourself. Xiaoyu took Wen Chu's hand and lifted her leg to run away after barking a few words through the protective suit. Be safe. Wen Chu looked at Xiaoyu's back and said silently, then also threw herself into her work. Team Timothy, a notice has been sent from above. We're all forbidden to go out except for missions. Cancel all vacations. Gu Xiao took the papers and ran over to Si Ting, who was training new recruits on the playground. What happened? Sito wiped his hands and took the paper. A new wave of viruses, and now hospitals all over China are at full capacity, and the capital city is the worst. There are no specific drugs and no treatment options. Officially, people are urged to wear masks when going out and to disinfect at all times, but the community has yet to take it seriously. Si Ting looked at the documents while listening to Gu Xiao. How did it suddenly get so powerful? Si Ting frowned at Gu Xiao and asked. I'm not sure. We've been out there for the past few days and I can't believe we didn't even notice this. Gu Xiao shook his head. He was also surprised when he received the notification. Train first, and give them a call on your break. Sighting was silent for a moment, then walked towards the training ground. Gu Xiao sighed and turned to go as well. Both men were worried sick in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do about it now. They simply couldn't get out. Sighting had just walked back to the training ground when the alarm went off. Emergency assembly. Si Ting shouted, and Jiang Tu, who was training the new special operations team members, quickly put on their equipment and rushed over. By the time Si Ting and Gu Xiao led the run to the garage, the driver had already pulled out of the garage. What the hell? Sito inquired. There's something going on over at the Army General Hospital. A family member of a dead patient is causing trouble. And there's more than one case. Now a family member of the deceased has taken 3 doctors hostage and is being dragged up to the rooftop. On the way, Si Ting and Gu Xiao's faces were much more grave when they knew the exact time. Team Timothy, Team Tsunami, you've been asked from above to rescue the doctor in protective suits. The hospital is now full of fever patients. By the time Sighting and Gu Xiao led the team out of the car, they had already changed into their protective suits. The hospital's courtyard was filled with onlookers. Several knife-wielding family members of the deceased stood on the roof of the 18th floor building, and 3 doctors in protective suits were pulled up against the rooftop. The fire department was also on the scene. Gu Xiao looked up to find a suitable position for sniping, but Sighting dismissed that option. Up there were 8 family members with nothing but knives in their hands, and they pushed the doctor down as they went along. There's still no guarantee that we'll be able to save all 3 doctors unless they're shot at the same time. Sito stood at his position at the top of the rooftop stairway, communicating with the rest of the team on his walkie-talkie. You guys give back my wife. Give me back my wife. Why a fever can be cured by you all. That's right. You give me back my son. You quacks. I'm going to drag you all down with me. The families of the deceased on the rooftop were very emotional, and those who went up to persuade them all returned without success. Chapter 78, Virus Attack. Big brother, we doctors are the last ones to want our patients to die. You've all seen for yourselves this virus. It's not even a common fever and cold. Your wife went from fever to death in 2 days. The fever was 41 degrees and we did everything we could. The doctor who was being held hostage said feebly, they tried everything they could, but they just couldn't lower the patient's temperature. They're all dead. What's the use of you talking about this now? You'll all be buried with them. One of the doctors was caught on the edge of the rooftop. 3 female doctors. One of the troopers whispered a report over the intercom. Si Ting looked at the 3 doctors wearing protective suits and masks, and the chill around his body simply could not be suppressed. It was Wen Chu who was now caught on the edge of the rooftop. The doctor who advised the family just now is Wan Susu. Big brother, do you think we're willing to let your wife die? Do you realize how much material we have to write about the death of one patient? My whole body is covered in this protective suit. I'm soaking wet from the heat. I still want to go home and shower and lie down comfortably. Which of our doctors would want you to be sick when the whole hospital is now full of febrile patients? Every one of you is healthy and well so we can rest. Chen Zhao said breathlessly. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became as she looked at the knife that was on the ground at her neck. Finally, he cried outright. Just push me off. You release DR1 and DR1, and I'll jump with you. Don't anyone stop me. I'll jump by myself. I'll drag you all down with me and we won't live. My whole body is going crazy. I can't take a shower. I'm all sticky. I'm not living. Chen Zhao cried and shouted at the same time, and the families present froze. Prepare for rescue. Sito whispered as he reached for his walkie-talkie. I'm not living either. Let's die together. Wen Chu, who hadn't said anything, suddenly shouted as well. What's wrong with you again? The family member froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Wen Chu and asked, and what's wrong with me? See for yourself. I still have a cracked bone in my foot, and I'm on sick leave being caught back at work by the hospital. Why don't you try cracking a bone and running for your life? You run one for me. Exhausted you still have to kill me. I'm an army doctor, and you won't survive if you push me off anyway, so why don't we both jump off together? Wen Chu said and directly grabbed the hand that was holding the knife against his neck. The hostage taker didn't react. Jump together. The family's attention was drawn to Wan Susu as she suddenly shouted. Just then, all 3 girls simultaneously powered up and dropped the man holding them hostage to the ground in an over-the-shoulder slam. Do it! After Si Ting shouted, the Special Forces members who were all hiding somewhere just now rushed out and pounced towards the families. After a moment of chaos, all the rowdy family members were caught. Wen Chu, Wan Susu, and Chen Jiao sat on the ground panting heavily. This protective suit wasn't breathable to begin with. It's stuffy as hell. This is great. It's going to heat me up. Chen Jiao's entire body was sticky, and her entire body was going crazy. Wen Chu and Wan Susu both laughed when they heard Chen Jiao's words. Wen Chu suddenly saw a figure standing beside her, and she raised her head to look at the visitor. It was Si Ting, although he was wearing a mask and a protective suit, but through Wen Chu saw the pair of eyes behind the mask at a glance. It was Si Ting, right? The two stared at each other silently, one voicing concern, the other telling the other she was fine. Wan Susu and Chen Jiao didn't notice the stare down and reached out to pull Wen Chu to his feet. The last thing we want as doctors is for our patients to die. Everyone is doing their best to save their patients. Do you know how many doctors' hearts you'll chill with this move? Your son was only supposed to be hospitalized for trauma, and we repeated to you not to take him out of the room. Wear a mask on the ward and sterilize it well. Are you listening? How many times have we stopped a child from running through the hallways every day? From not washing their hands before eating? From touching a patient with a fever? Wansusu looked at the man holding her hostage with a pained expression. You guys really picked the right hospital to hold the doctor hostage. 2. This is the General Hospital of the Army. All the doctors in it are military doctors. Which one of them doesn't carry a bit of skill in his body? If this had been in a normal hospital, there's a real chance you'd have gotten away with it. Chen Jiao pointed at the doctor who was holding her hostage and said breathlessly, "We are deeply sorry for the patients who passed away. Take care of the aftermath once you've calmed down. We have to get back to work. Countless patients downstairs are waiting for doctors to save their lives," Wen Shu said calmly, then turned around and walked slowly towards the rooftop stairs. No one knew that underneath the protective suit, she wasn't even wearing shoes, just 2 pairs of socks. Because of her injured foot, it had swollen again and all her shoes simply wouldn't fit. Chapter 79, Be safe, both of you. The troopers handed the families over to the police. When they realized that the doctor being held hostage was Wen Shu, they consciously ran the stairs down. Wansusu and Chen Jiao also ran the stairs and left. Only Wen Shu and Si Ting were left behind, allowing the two of them to take the elevator downstairs. After entering the elevator, Si Ting wanted to reach out and hug Wen Shu, who subconsciously backed up into the corner. "Don't you touch me." Sito's hand froze in midair. "We're both wearing protective suits. You should know about the hospital. I've got a virus all over my clothes, so don't touch them. In case something does happen, we can't just be wiped out as a group." Wen Shu helplessly explained how much she wanted to hug Si Ting, but she couldn't. "Good." Si Ting withdrew his hand. He didn't care about that, but he considered Wen Shu's thoughts. "How's your foot? Why don't you wear shoes?" Si Ting squatted on the ground and realized that Wen Shu wasn't wearing any shoes. "It's too hot." Wen Shu made a random excuse. "Is it swollen again?" Si Ting reached out and held Wen Shu's calf, his other hand gently touching Wen Shu's foot. Wen Shu was just about to draw back when Si Ting tightened his big hand. "Don't move. It's fine if I don't hug you, but let me see." He felt the swelling of Wen Shu's feet even through the protective suit. "Can't help it. Too many patients. It doesn't sit at all," Wen Shu said helplessly. "But it's okay. You said he got someone to bring me medicine. I'll put it on at night." Wen Shu watched as Si Ting reached out and helped him up, then looked up at the elevator, which was about to arrive. Citing, "Leave me alone and stay inside the troop at ease. Try to stay out if you're not required by the troops and take good disinfecting measures. We'll see each other when everything is better." After Wen Shu finished speaking, the elevator reached the floor of her ward. "Hatsumomo, when this one is over, we'll get married, okay?" Si Ting took Wen Shu's hand and said seriously. "Good," Wen Shu said firmly. The elevator doors opened, and Wen Shu and Si Ting's hands, which were held together through the protective suits, had to be separated. Wen Shu slowly stepped out of the elevator and walked in towards the sick bay. Standing in the elevator, Si Ting's eyes were filled with worry, heartache, self-blame and powerlessness. He wanted to do and take on everything for Wen Shu, but again, nothing can be done. Time passed day by day. Wen Shu relied on the medicine sent by Wang Yu. The swelling of her feet gradually subsided, and she could hardly feel any pain when she walked. But the daily influx of people into the hospital continues to grow exponentially. The halls of the hospital were even full of patients, and all the medical staff of the entire hospital were working overtime. Finally, Si Ting, who was in the army, received an assignment that allowed him to go out, and what caught his eye was that their assignment was to be on duty at the general hospital 24 hours a day, all day long. Because the hospital has the largest number of patients since it was built, emergencies are happening every day. In the end, the hospital and the army decided to send 3 teams on duty at the hospital to maintain stability. There was no need to use the first and second teams for this matter, but after this decision was made, the officials demanded that not only the general hospital of the army should be sent on duty, but all the hospitals in the capital city should be arranged. That's why it was necessary to use the first and second teams, and the reason they were split up in the general hospital of the army was because this hospital was the closest one to the army. If there are any emergencies, they can quickly get back out on the mission. Once the team heard that they were going to the general hospital of the army, they took it upon themselves to arrange for their position on duty. Without even waiting for Sighting and Gu Shao to make arrangements, they had vacated the emergency area and the surgical ward. "You guys are pretty well informed." Gu Shao looked at the team members' own assigned duty positions and looked up at them. "Team Tsunami, for once in your life you've been competitive at your age and got your sister-in-law back for us. We can't drop the ball on you," Wang Shan said with a smile. "Yeah, we can't have the first team talking about how our team even has a male dog," Zhang Sheng said in a serious manner. "4 years have passed," Gu Xiao has even chased back Xiaoyu, and the team's dogs still haven't been mated. Will you second team pay attention when discussing our first team? We're still here, Zhang Tu said as he turned his head to look at the members of the second team while wearing his protective suit. Oh me, our team has a sister-in-law now too. It's a tie, too, and now it's time to start not comparing captains. Then between us, who had a girlfriend first? Song Feng said as he twisted his head to look at Zhang Tu. Our teams aren't tied. Zhang Tu shook his head frantically. Why? Why? The members of the second team asked in disbelief. Because our team has it. Mated. Li Bin pointed to the dogs in the kennel not far away, and the large sign at the door clearly read, Special Operations Team 1 Kennel. Oi 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 oi. Team Tsunami. What are you doing? A team of players surrounded Gu Xiao. I'll castrate it. Before I had a girlfriend. You guys said none of the dogs on our team had ever been bred. I've got a girlfriend. And you guys say all the dogs on your team have been mated. Are we two teams and the dog just not going to get along? Gu Xiao was furious and cursed. You can think about it, it comes with a compilation. Sort of your co-worker. Sito put on his protective suit and smiled, pointing to the dogs in the kennel. Woof woof. Just then, the dog in the kennel barked twice in a very cooperative manner. I'm ing. Gu Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. After everyone laughed and put their protective suits back on, the bus drove by and took Si Ting and the others to the hospital. From the moment they got out of the car, all of them put away their playful looks and walked towards their duty stations. Dr. With. The patient in bed 1 is showing signs of fever reduction. When Shu had just come out of one of the wards, and immediately a nurse ran over and called out for herself. Really? When Shu immediately ran towards the location of bed number 1. Make way! Make way! Wan Susu rushed out from one of the wards with her family members, pushing the transfer bed in her hand towards the location of the elevator entrance. What's wrong? Winshu asked as she helped push the bed. It's not going too well. The teacher is waiting in the operating room. Wan Susu told Winshu as she ran. The teacher has been in the operating room for over 20 hours. Is he still physically capable? Winshu said with some concern. It can't be helped. All the doctors in our department who can go on the operating table are in the OR. I've heard the same thing about other departments. Even the dental surgeon was sent to respiratory support. The chief of orthopedics is used as a porter in the operating room. Wan Susu's tone was full of helplessness. Now they were using themselves as donkeys. Bed 1 is showing signs of fever reduction, so I'll check on the situation and check the doctor's orders to see what he's on. After helping to push the transfer bed into the elevator, when Shu hurried back to the sick bay, Si Ting, who stood in the doorway, did not disturb when Shu and performed his duty. Little sister-in-law. Little sister-in-law. When Shu came out of the hospital room with medical advice and met Si Rin, who had arrived in a protective suit. Rin. When Shu hurriedly ran out and squatted on the ground to look through the large box that Si Rin had moved. Right, that's it. When Shu excitedly pulled it out and looked at it. What are you looking for these for? Little sister-in-law? Siren asked in disbelief. He had just received a call from Wen Shu at the company and needed to go to the apartment himself to move some of the medical books. This time the virus is a new type of virus, but it's also an upgrade of a previous virus. Everything changes. There must be a solution. There's no specific drug now, but there's got to be some way to find relief from here. Wen Shu said, pointing to the pile of medical books. She took out of her pocket a long-prepared piece of A4 paper with the words, for the doctor to look through. Wen Shu taped the paper to the cardboard box. Rin, thank you. Go back now. Be sure to sanitize it properly before you go into the house. Wen Shu admonished Si Rin. What are you going to do with this box? You can't move it either. Siren asked, pointing to the box. Just leave it here, and I'll give a word to the doctors in the department to come out and see for themselves if they need to. No one takes this stuff either. Wen Shu waved her hand without a care in the world. Good, and stay safe you too. Siren nodded and barked. 2. Your brother's in the army. It's safe. Wen Shu got up from the ground. In the army? And who is he? Siren pointed to the man who had been standing off to the side in a protective suit. Wen Shu twisted her head in confusion, and when she saw the heavily armed man, her entire body froze. Chapter 80 Contraceptive pill in Wen Shu's pocket. Wen Shu walked up to the man in the protective suit and stood on her tiptoes to raise her head to look at him carefully. You tell me, why are you standing here? Wen Shu's eyes were full of shock. Shouldn't Si Ting be in the army? Why would he appear here? We've been given a new assignment to stand guard at your hospital. Si Ting reached out his hand and held Wen Shu's shoulders, allowing her to land her tiptoeing feet first. Your special forces team still does this standing guard thing now? Hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Shu smiled. We're just following orders, just like your hospital's chief of ophthalmology, who is now handing out thermometers in the emergency room. We go wherever we're needed, Sifin said with a nod. The chief of ophthalmology is handing out thermometers in the emergency room? Si-rin didn't hold back a laugh at the thought of this image. It's not just the chief of ophthalmology who gives out thermometers. The chief of dentistry works as an instrument nurse in the operating room. The chief of orthopedics works as a porter in the operating room. The head of the dermatology department works as a nurse in the emergency room to give patients bottles. Even the head of the gynecology department has taken the department's doctors to respiratory support. Wen-shu said with some helplessness. He was a surgical intern. Now he is almost a respiratory specialist. His desk is full of books about respiratory medicine. Rin, go back now. Remember to go out less. Wen-shu looked at Si-rin and said that she had hesitated for a long time to ask him to help move the books because there were too many viruses in the hospital. After Si-rin left, Wen-shu admonished Si-ting a few times and prepared to go back to the section to continue to be busy, but he didn't expect to be grabbed by Si-ting's arm, because just at the moment Wen-shu turned around, he suddenly saw a bottle of medicine in Wen-shu's pocket. He slightly looked down and then looked at Wen-shu. Hatsumomo, why are you on the pill again? Through the protective suit Wen-shu could feel Si-ting's current expression. She raised her head and looked at Si-ting. The suits are worn for 10 or 20 hours at a time, and the physiology just can't get to them, so I'll just... Wen-shu knew that Si-ting and Wanyu had gone through a lot of trouble for his body, but right now, she had nothing better to do. She's not the only one taking it, but all the female healthcare workers in the department who are approaching their physiologic periods are taking it. Don't you get mad. I promise I'll never eat like that again after this. Wen-shu hurriedly looked at Si-ting and assured him, I'm not angry. I'm heartbroken. Si-ting shook his head. His eyes were full of heartache. Heartache that the originally delicate girl in front of him now had to suffer so much. I am but the second you. It's like when you're in a war zone and on the scene of a disaster. It's never about putting yourself first. It's all about saving lives. I'm a doctor, and I have to put my patients first, too. Wen-shu looked at Si-ting and smiled. Someone in the sickbay called out to her. She turned around and ran in towards the sickbay. Si-ting looked at Wen-shu who ran away, his mind thinking about what she said. Yeah, none of them put themselves first. It's who they are and what they do. For the rest of the day, the medics and the team members who came on duty never left the hospital. When the team needed to wash up, they did so in the locker room in the duty section. The breaks are all in the medical lounge as well. The two of them, Wen-shu and Xiaoyu, were in the same lounge, so when Gu Xiao and Si-ting needed to rest, they would be in this lounge. Because of the need to alternate breaks, even in one section, Si-ting and Wen-shu never rested at the same time. Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu were both in the emergency room, and the two hadn't rested at the same time. Both of them had to return from the emergency room to the surgery department every day when they needed to sleep. Both the medics and the team members would put on their new protective suits straight after their showers and sleep in their beds with only their faces exposed so that they could run out and rescue a patient at any time. It was not until the 10th day of Si-ting's duty at the hospital that he walked into the lounge after washing up and preparing to go to bed, and saw Wen-shu, who was sleeping on her back in her protective suit, holding the unclosed medical book in her hands. Si-ting squatted in front of Wen-shu and gently pulled out the medical book, clipped the bookmark and placed it on the table. He sat down on a chair and watched over Wen-shu who also fell into a deep sleep. Wen-shu woke up and saw Si-ting sitting on his sleeping body, so she sat up from the bed and softly shouted, Si-ting, Si-ting. Si-ting opened his eyes in an instant, so fast that he startled Wen-shu. It's okay, take it easy, you go to bed, I have to go out. Wen-shu looked at her watch. Si-ting could still sleep for 3 hours, that's why she woke him up. Hatsumomo, eat something first. Rin sent it. Si-ting pointed to the cakes and fruits that were placed on the table. While he was patrolling this floor of the ward, Si-rin had brought someone to carry the cakes and fruits that were given to the whole department. Si-ting looked at his heart, saying that it was for the whole section, but it was meant for Wen-shu. All of them are Wen-shu's favorite foods. Good. Wen-shu sat on the chair, quietly eating the cake. Si-ting stood up and poured a glass of water for Wen-shu and placed it in front of her, without taking a few bites in total. Wen-shu was full and frowned as she looked at the rest in front of her. What's wrong? Seth asked softly. I'm full. Help me eat. I can't eat anymore. Wen-shu shook her head. She could barely take a few bites of food after this bout of exhaustion. Is it too much? Si-ting raised his hand and touched Wen-shu's small face. It was obvious that he had lost a circle of weight. Sito, when will these days come to an end? It's been almost a month and there's still no effective medicine, and the mortality rate has remained high. What's going on with the growing number of people infected with the virus? Wen-shu couldn't figure out why she had suddenly become like this. Soon enough, trust in the country, and also trust in you doctors that something will be done. Si-ting looked at Wen-shu and said firmly. Seeing Si-ting's eyes, Wen-shu's heart was much more at ease and she nodded. Get some rest when you're done eating. I'm going out. Wen-shu stood up and was just about to put on the mask when Si-ting wrapped the person into his arms and lowered his head to kiss. Wen-shu reached out and wrapped her hand around the man's waist, responding to the kiss. When we get home, make it all up. Only at the end of the kiss did Si Ting reluctantly release Wenchu. You'll have to be back in the army by the time I get home. Captain Timothy, simmer down. Wenchu smiled and finished, then put on the mask and walked out after putting on the protective suit. Si Ting stayed where he was. The smile at the corner of his mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. Chapter 81, We Win. I always feel like we've got to have 100 million people come into our hospital this month. Mansu sat in the chair at the nurse's station, lifelessly. I feel like I haven't seen this many people since I was a kid. Chen Jiao leaned against the table at the nurse's station, her entire body having a feeling of exhaustion and weakness. Have you guys noticed that, mister? Sun hasn't come back for 5 days. All live in the operating room. Wenchu also said in tears. It's not just Mr. Sun, the chief of respiratory hasn't been out of the operating room in over 20 days. He said himself that he's seen as many surgical patients this month as he did in the previous 6 months combined. Mansu is always the best informed. Crematoriums have switched to 24-hour work, and just like this, you still have to wait in line for days to be cremated. Chen Zhao also told what she knew. When will this potent drug be researched? What clinical studies did I take back then? Why don't I go to the institute? I just hate myself for not being able to do it. Wansusu shook her head inside. Doctor! Someone fainted at the elevator. The 3 men hadn't been resting for a few minutes when suddenly someone shouted. Wenchu and the 3 of them hurriedly got up and ran out, one of them collapsing unconscious on the ground. Wenchu checked and immediately knelt on the ground and started CPR. Quick! Go push the bed. After the bed came, the 3 Wenchu individuals and 2 nurses tried to lift the man onto the bed, but there was no way, the man was too heavy. I'll do it. Si Ting happened to be passing by on patrol with Jiang Tu and ran straight over, the 2 of them moving the man up. Wenchu rolled up with her hand propped up on the bed and continued to give the man chest compressions. Captain Timothy, get to the resuscitation room. Make way for the people in front. Wansusu shouted as she pushed the bed. There were too many sick people in the ward. Wansusu and the girls couldn't stay away, while they watched Si Ting and Jiang Tu push the bed towards the resuscitation room and run away. Each of Si Ting and the others now knew every location in the hospital by heart, and they were basically the ones who came across situations that required transportation. When the patient was taken into the resuscitation room, Wenchu walked out of it, flinging her arms around as she did so. Sister-in-law, you're so handsome when you save people. Jiang Tu looked at Wenchu with eyes full of admiration. Oh me, do you know when I'm most handsome? Wenchu asked while rubbing his arm and looking at Jiang Tu. When? Jiang Tu shook his head. The moment the hospital is unsealed. You'll see me running toward home, not necessarily slower than you guys. I was most handsome at that time. After Wenchu finished speaking, all 3 of them laughed. God knows how much Wenchu wanted to go back to her apartment, to her big bathtub, to that soft, big bed. I swear, the one day I can rest, I don't go anywhere. I go home and bury my head in the sand. Wenchu dreamed of getting a good night's sleep. One Koru, chor. Wenchu. A doctor in a protective suit waved frantically towards Wenchu. Wenchu was also very excited when she saw Xiao Yu. The 2 were in the same lounge but hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days. I'll send you up a patient from the emergency room later. You must take it in your own hands. Xiao Yu mysteriously looked at Wenchu and said, Is this any good? Wenchu said helplessly. Sister, patient, not a fever patient. Xiao Yu reminded Wenchu. Patient? That's the kind of patient our department specializes in? Wenchu's eyes instantly lit up, asking incredulously. It's been a month and she even doubts she's a respiratory doctor. It was hard to get a patient for appendicitis surgery last week, but before it could reach Wenchu, it was cut off halfway by Wansusu. You finally responded. In a moment you'll stand at the elevator entrance and wait, so you don't get pushed off halfway. Xiao Yu admonished Wenchu, then ran away. After Si Ting and Jiang Tu saw the 2 women finish talking, Wenchu ran away without looking back, not even having time to take the elevator. Running the stairs away. Would a wounded man excite your sister-in-law so much? Jiang Tu asked Si Ting in disbelief. You're a sniper and you've been going to the cookhouse for a month straight. What would you do with a sudden sniper mission? Sito asked calmly. I'll throw anyone who tries to stop me into a pigsty. Jiang Tu instantly understood. When the 2 went up the stairs together, they turned their heads in confusion when they saw Wenchu standing lifelessly at the stairway. Doctors from the whole department are standing at the elevator entrance of the medical elevator waiting now. Wenchu was the last to know the news. Know what this means? Si Ting asked Jiang Tu, pointing at the doctors standing at the elevator entrance. I don't know. Jiang Tu shook his head. When you rush up there with your rifle, you realize that the whole cooking class is full of snipers. After Si Ting finished speaking, he saw the moment the elevator doors opened, and the patient was snatched away before the people in the elevator even had a chance to push the bed out. The last 2 people realized that this was still an appendicitis surgery patient. When he was surrounded by a group of doctors, he thought he was going to die. Hatsu, there's good news. Wansusu rushed over and ran in front of Wenchu and said. Wenchu, who was sitting on the floor of the hall flipping through medical books, raised his head and looked at Wansusu with confused eyes. She really wanted to know, what other good news could there be? It's been 3 months of this, and she's numbing herself. She doesn't even want to think about when she'll be able to go home now, and the only relief she feels is that the death rate isn't as high as it was before. Although all patients are cured and discharged from the hospital, new infections continue to come in every day. The halls of the hospital are filled with patients and the doctor's office is becoming a utility room. The special effects are out. When Wansusu finished speaking, Wenchu's entire body froze, her eyes dumbfounded. Hatsu, what's wrong with you? Wenchu? Wansusu was shocked by Wenchu's reaction and hurriedly crouched on the ground and shook Wenchu. Si Ting, who was standing to the side, also came over and directly squatted down and called out to Wenchu. Chu, what did you just say? Wenchu looked back at Wansusu. The special effects are out. Mansu suddenly shouted out. It didn't matter if he shouted. The whole hall and ward went silent. Just then, the elevator door opened, and Sun Xiaoping and several doctors from the department walked out, stood still at the sight of the raven-haired halls and sickbay. The special drug is out. All of the pharmaceutical factories in China that are qualified to produce it have already begun mass production, and it will be distributed to all hospitals without interruption, free to all infected people. This battle, we won. After Sun Xiaoping finished speaking, he took the lead in taking off his mask and protective suit. The whole hall and ward was instantly abuzz with deafening cheers. The cheering on this floor didn't end there, as chants rose up throughout the hospital. Wenchu directly took off her protective suit and took off her mask. She wanted to cry at this moment but couldn't. The next second, she was yanked into a hug by a force. She didn't even think about it. She knew who the other man was, and she reached right out and hugged him. The two didn't say a word, just hugged each other tightly. Chapter 83, Do you need my guidance? Check out Dr. Win and the Trooper. Patients and family members looked over at the two people hugging each other with excitement in their eyes. I could tell those two were a couple. How can you tell? Every time Dr. Win appeared in the halls, the eyes of the youngest brother of the special operations team were glued to Dr. Win's body. Yeah, ha 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 ha. We're all old enough to hide the eyes of both of them. I really want to know what this little brother looks like. As you all spoke, Sito, even though he had taken off his protective suit, was still wearing his special operations suit and a mask on his face, so people can't even see what he looks like. Give me a kiss. I don't know who suddenly shouted, and Wenchu felt that the voice was familiar. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. As soon as they heard someone take the lead, everyone shouted. Wenchu hurriedly let go of her hold on Si Ting, turned her head and hurriedly waved her hand towards everyone. Don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. After saying that, she twisted her head and wanted to leave, but unexpectedly Si Ting grabbed her wrist and yanked it back. Hands caressed Wenchu's face and lowered his head to kiss it. The hall quieted down to watch the action, and after a few seconds of silence, cheers rang out again. It was only after 10 seconds or so that Si Ting gently let go of Wenchu. You're crazy, aren't you? Wenchu whispered in embarrassment. Crazy 4 years ago. Si Ting looked at Wenchu and whispered. Say what? Speak up so we can hear it too. Wenchu and Si Ting heard this voice felt more familiar. The two people twisted their heads to look. This look does not matter. Not to mention Wenchu. Even Si Ting wanted to dig a hole in the ground. The one who coaxed them both to kiss was Sun Guangping, and the one who told them to talk louder was Lin Jin. The two people were embarrassed, but Si Ting was wearing a mask and hat, only revealing a pair of eyes. Wenchu, on the other hand, didn't have a single cover on her entire face, and everyone watched as her face reddened to the base of her neck. I don't want this life. Wenchu covered her face and ran away in the direction of the office. Dr. With, don't run away. Dr. With, when can we have wedding candies? Dr. When have a baby soon? A whitehead for old age. Everyone looked at the direction Wenchu ran away and shouted with laughter. I thank you all. Wenchu stopped and shouted before running into the office without looking back. Everyone laughed even more when they heard Wenchu's words. All the medical nurses stood guard inside the hospital and waited until the first batch of special drugs arrived and were distributed to all the patients before they began to resume their normal schedules. Xiaoyu had switched shifts with both Wansusu and Chen Jiao for a day before this wave of viruses, so she was the last one to start taking a break after the normal shifts began. Because Si Ting had gone back to the army, he had to train the new special warfare and couldn't get out for a short time. So Wenchu didn't ask for a day's vacation, and switched shifts with all the people in the section who needed to take a break. Sighting had saved up a lot of vacation time over the years, and Wenchu had just started working with no vacation time, so if she wanted to take a vacation with Sighting, she'd have to work her ass off to switch shifts with someone else. Xiaoyu also realized this problem, so she simply didn't take a break either, and like Wenchu, She switched shifts with others to save up for her vacation. Everyone knew what Wenchu and Xiaoyu were up to and how hard it was for a soldier and a doctor to fall in love. So they were all happy to switch shifts with the two of them. After Si Ting and Gu Xiao returned to the army, they didn't have a day to spare and began closed-end training for the new special combatants. We've been back for 2 months and we haven't called them a single time. They both can't be mad, can they? During the training break, Gu Xiao sat on the ground and questioned Si Ting. I said hello to her when I got back. Si Ting looked at Gu Xiao with a look of amusement. You said hello? Gu Xiao looked at Si Ting in shock. Well, spoke of the possibility of not being able to contact for 3 to 5 months. Sithin nodded. Then I'm finished. I forgot to tell you. Gu Xiao could think of 100 ways to die when he returned. Sighting, you're as bad as can be now. You used to know to remind me when something was wrong. Now you're not mentioning a word of it. Gu Xiao looked at Si Ting in a depressed manner. Do I need to remind you to remember birth control when you two are doing your business? Or maybe I'll sit next to you two and guide you? Si Ting asked, looking at Gu Xiao with his hands clasped over his chest. You, tough enough. Gu Xiao was blocked by Si Ting and didn't know what to say. So he turned around and went back to continue training. Choo, why aren't Gu Xiao and Si Ting back yet? Xiaoyu asked as she sat in her office, looking at the medical books. They're closed for training for 3 to 5 months. When Shu was watching the surgery video, her mouth answered Xiaoyu, but her eyes never moved down from the screen. How long? Xiaoyu roared, startling Wen Shu. 3 to 5 months. That's only 2 months, don't you know? Wen Shu finally raised his head and shifted his eyes to Xiaoyu. Gu Xiao the dog man didn't say a word. Xiaoyu's eyes nearly erupted in anger. Wen Shu looked at Xiaoyu's appearance and had already thought of the way Gu Xiao would die when he returned. He shouldn't dare to say it. The secrecy order. Wen Shu held her tongue for half a day. Bail his ass out. That's all Sighting can tell you. This dog man just doesn't have a heart. Look when he gets back. I'll take his last name if I let him get laid. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she closed the medical book and without looking back, she went to check on the room. Dr. What? Get to the emergency room. Wen Shu was sitting in the office, studying the case, when suddenly a nurse ran over and shouted at Wen Shu. Coming. Wen Shu immediately stood up and ran outside the office while wearing a mask. When Wen Shu saw the elevator entrance full of people, he ran straight down the stairs without the slightest hesitation. Since coming to the general hospital, Wen Shu had run up the stairs almost too many times a day to count, relying on 2 legs when it was too late to take the elevator. Where's the doctor? The soldier in combat fatigues anxiously asked the nurse in the emergency resuscitation room. Already notified. Coming right up. Now that the chief and the other 4 doctors in surgery are on the operation, there's only the interns left, and I've called them in. The nurse looked at the soldier and explained. Intern. That man lying in there is our chief instructor. The soldier said loudly, pointing to the resuscitation room. Maharaja. Li Bin hurried over. This is a hospital. What are you yelling about here? Li Bin also ran over in his combat uniform. Bin. There's only the interns. The Maharaja looked at Li Bin with a worried expression. This is General Hospital, and the interns here are all capable of coming up with something. Nurse, please hurry again. That's our captain in there. Or, can you look up Wen Shu in surgery? Li Bin walked up and looked at the nurse and said, the doctor who came is Dr. Win. Over here. The nurse was halfway through her sentence when she saw Wen Shu running over. Dabin? Wen Shu's heart clenched the moment she saw Li Bin. Sister-in-law, the boss is hurt. Li Bin said anxiously as he looked at Wen Shu. Is that Sighting in there? Wen Shu pointed to the resuscitation room. Her face instantly turned white and she pushed open the door of the resuscitation room and ran straight in. Sighting. Wen Shu ran to the side of the bed and looked at Si Ting, whose combat uniform was all soaked in blood, and instantly reddened her eyes. Hatsumomo. It's been a long time. Si Ting lay on the bed, looking at Wen Shu with a tired and weak face. Dr. What? Captain Timothy rolled down the mountainside and has 7 traumatic injuries. All other tests have been done. Don't worry. The emergency doctor handed Wen Shu a copy of the examination report. Wen Shu hurriedly took the report and looked at it carefully, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Transfer it to our section. I'll go up and take care of it. Wen Shu checked the injuries on Si Ting's body and stopped the bleeding for the time being. She wanted to take care of the rest for Si Ting with her own hands. Okay, you take the man. The formalities are fine for the Timber's comrades to stay in process. The emergency doctor nodded. He knew about Wen Shu and Si Ting's relationship, so it hurt. As Wen Shu and the nurse pushed the bed out of the resuscitation room, Jiang Tu had already rushed over with his team. Sister-in-law. They looked at Wen Shu and greeted each other. Sister-in-law, how's the boss? Jiang Tu stepped forward and anxiously looked at Wen Shu and asked. It's all skin wounds. Go into the ward and I'll take care of it. Push up first. Wen Shu said calmly. Good. Jiang Tu and the others hurriedly took the hospital bed from Wen Shu and retreated towards the elevator entrance. Wenshu took Si Ting's inspection report and data and stood in the elevator looking at this seriously without saying a word. The team members looked at Wenshu, and no one bothered her. Just as they stepped off the elevator, everyone saw a man standing at the elevator entrance, holding a large bouquet of roses and looking towards the inside of the elevator. Dr. With. Hello again. The moment the man saw Wenshu walk out, the surprise in his eyes could not be concealed. Are you? Wenshu looked at the man in front of her suspiciously after she stepped out of the elevator. Zhao Jian. We had dinner together last month, the man said excitedly. Oh, hello Manager Zhou. Can I help you? Wenshu looked at the man and asked in a flat tone. I've been wanting to invite Dr. Wen to dinner alone since we last met. Dr. Wen is almost off duty today, right? I don't know if he has the time to reward me with a meal, Zhao Jian said and handed over the roses in his hand. Even as she spoke, Wenshu could feel that the gaze on the hospital bed had turned cold. The temperature at the elevator entrance had dropped quite a bit. Sorry Manager Zhao, I'm working overtime today. Wenshu didn't pick up the flowers and lifted her leg, ready to walk into the sick bay. What about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow would be fine. Zhao Jian wasn't going to give up and ran to Wenshu again. Tomorrow, the day after that, and every day of my future. I won't have time to have dinner with Manager Zhou. I have a boyfriend, so don't bother with Manager Zhou. Wenshu looked at Zhao Jian helplessly and said that she wanted to hurry into the hospital room to treat Si Ting's wounds. Dr. Wen, just a boyfriend? I really like you, and I recognize Dr. Wen's knowledge and connoisseurship very much. My condition is not bad. If Dr. Wen considers me, he won't need to work so hard as a doctor in the future. We'll have 2 kids and you need to stay home and be the broad you are, Zhao Jian said confidently. How I wish I didn't have a cul-de-sac. Wenshu said it without even thinking, unable to stop the dislike in her eyes. Hearing Zhao Jian's words, Si Ting just wanted to get up from the hospital bed when Wenshu reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. Get out of the way. Jiang Tu pulled Wenshu behind himself and stared closely at Zhao Jian. Even if Jiang Tu was usually cheeky, he was a special forces soldier, and the chill that erupted from his eyes caused Zhao Jian to subconsciously take a few steps back. Several other members of the team had stood in a line and blocked Zhao Jian's way, and without any hesitation, Wenshu continued to lead Si Ting into the sick bay. You, what are you doing? Zhao Jian's tone stumbled a bit. I don't care who you are, but you have to know that Dr. Wen and her boyfriend are both soldiers, and her boyfriend is a soldier in the special forces, so if you had the guts to go against the special forces, you can try. After Jiang Tu finished speaking in an icy tone, he led the others into the ward without looking back. Dr. Wen, everything you need is here. After the nurse saw that the person advancing was Si Ting, she didn't wait for Wenshu to say anything and directly pushed the cart into the ward. She didn't want to be a conspicuous bag. Thanks. Wenshu looked at the nurse and smiled. Sister-in-law? Jun looked at Jiang Tu and the others in disbelief. Why were they all calling Wenshu sister-in-law? Taijun, Dr. Wen is Team Timothy's girlfriend. Jiang Tu changed back to his playful appearance. What brings you guys here in this state? Wenshu put on her gloves while preparing the tools to treat the wound. We were on a mission and the boss rolled down a hill to save someone, Jiang Tu explained. Dinner? Wenshu stopped her hand movements and looked up at them and asked. The team shook their heads. Having drunk 2 bottles of water in 2 days without a single bite of food, Si Ting was injured. They didn't even go back to the army. Letting Gu Shao go back to resume orders first, they came directly to the hospital. Wait. Wenshu took off the gloves she had just put on again, and within 2 minutes of walking out of the hospital room, she walked back with 2 large bags of things and placed them on the table. I don't have much food here, just a lot of fast food, so you guys go ahead and eat. Wenshu pointed to the bag, then went back to washing his hands and putting on his gloves. Thank you sister-in-law. Jiang Tu and the others were so happy that they hurriedly stood to the side and started eating. Sister-in-law, why do you have so many ham hocks? What are these? Instant bird's nest? Instant sea cucumbers? Wanhao asked suspiciously while eating the ham sausage and looking at the contents of the bag. 2 days ago, Yuer and I went to the supermarket, and when people's supermarkets had discounts, Yuer got red-eyed. I moved 20 boxes of ham sausages alone, 40 to a box, and I ate a total of 1. When Wenshu thought of the scene where she accompanied Xiaoyu to move the hams, she was a bit devastated. Chapter 84 Chapter 83 made up 2,700 words. You can reread all. Wenshu spoke while treating Si Ting's wounds. She said she'd buy them and split them up in the section, and the cupboards in the section lounge are full, so who's got nothing to go in there and eat them? And then both of our dormitories warehoused. This ready-to-eat bird's nest moved 40 boxes, and ready-to-eat sea cucumber moved 30 boxes. Wenshu said and pointed to the location of her dormitory. If it's not enough, move it yourself. I really don't want to move it. The ward went quiet after Wenshu finished speaking. Sister-in-law, what's this supermarket event? Zhao Zhe looked at Wenshu in confusion. A clearance event wouldn't be enough to move so much, right? You take the ham out of your mouth first. When Shu raised her head and looked at Zhao Zhe in a serious manner, Zhou stopped his hand and really obeyed not to continue out. 10% off all merchandise. After when Shu finished speaking, the ward was awfully quiet. She said that a mosquito's leg is also meat, and that it's time to save and spend, to make the most of this discount, so buy expensive and buy more. She then added. Jiang Tu was not paying attention, the ham sausage in his mouth choked in his throat. Zhao Zhe and the others hurriedly poured water on their hands and knees to help make him swallow. I finally realized why you told me to get the ham out. Seeing Jiang Tu's appearance, Zhao Zhe laughed, and everyone else laughed as well. It took Wen Shu half an hour to treat all of Si Ting's wounds, and Si Ting's face looked a lot better. Since Si Ting was going to be hospitalized, she asked Jiang Tu and the others to go back to the army first. Only Wen Shu and Si Ting were left in the room. Go take a shower. I've waterproofed your wounds. Wen Shu helped Si Ting up from the bed. She knew that Si Ting was particularly concerned about personal hygiene, and letting him lie here dressed like this must have been very difficult for him. Good. Sithin nodded, then walked into the bathroom. When he came out, he was alone in the hospital room. Just then the nurse walked in and placed the insulated bag in her hand on the table. Captain Timothy, this is the meal Dr. When prepared for you. She's gone to turn in for her shift. Sighting looked at the nurse and nodded. Thank you. He had just sat down before he had a chance to eat his food when he heard a group of footsteps coming towards the room. He craned his head to look at a group of doctors walking in through the doorway of the hospital room, which contained Wen Shu. The Timbers are back in? Sun Xiaoping looked at the man who had sat down on the sofa, froze for a moment then laughed helplessly. Wen Shu, come and tell us the situation. Sun Xiaoping didn't even have any hesitation and directly turned his head to look at Wen Shu and said, good. Wen Shu walked up and talked about Si Ting's injuries. Sun Xiaoping gave Wen Shu a few treatment suggestions, then looked at the doctor who was handing over the shift. Captain Ting here. I guess Wen Shu has no intention of leaving the hospital tonight. Just let her look after herself. The doctor who handed over the shift nodded with an anti-smile tickling the corners of her mouth. Wen Shu instantly reddened. How come she didn't realize her teacher was so nosy before? Sun Xiaoping smiled and led the doctors on to do the handover. Sito waited for everyone to leave, then resumed his seat on the couch and ate quietly. Wen Shu finished her shift then went back to the restroom to take a shower before returning to Si Ting's hospital room. Just as he walked in, Si Ting directly pulled Wen Shu into his arms and hugged her tightly. Hatsumomo, I missed you so much. Si Ting whispered. He had been in closed training for 4 months and had just finished his training when he received his assignment. When he was out on a mission, Dejun almost rolled down the hill with the rescued people because he wasn't paying attention, and it was Si Ting who held them back with all his might, but rolled down himself. Sito, I've missed you too. Wen Shu rubbed herself in Si Ting's arms and hugged him back. You've gotten quite a tan. Wen Shu raised her head and looked at Si Ting, her eyes full of heartache. It's okay. Si Ting reached out and stroked Wen Shu's soft hair. One hand wrapped around Wen Shu's waist. The other hand held on Wen Shu's cheek, and he lowered his head and kissed. Wen Shu also did not dodge in the slightest and responded to the kiss. Boo! Sithin, why are you in here again? I'm sorry I'm blind. Xiaoyu took a total of 3 seconds to push the door in, turn around, walk out, and close the door, all in one motion, without any hesitation. It was so fast that the two kissing didn't have time to react, until the two were still kissing after the door was closed. Chapter 85, You're a man of the state. Where's Gu Xiao? Wen Shu and Si Ting sat on the sofa, and Wen Shu asked suspiciously, going back to resume my orders? I shouldn't be able to get out today. I'll be here tomorrow. Si Ting said and opened all the meals that Wen Shu had just prepared for himself, and Wen Shu saw that he had only eaten a little bit at the very edge and had not moved anywhere else. Wen Shu understood straight away that if it wasn't for the fact that Si Ting was so hungry, he was afraid that he would have waited until he came to eat. You have a wound on your body and none on your hand. Still waiting for me to feed you? Wen Shu said, picking up a spoon and scooping up a mouthful of soup, reaching out to Si Ting. After Si Ting took a sip, he reached out and took it, then turned it into him feeding Wen Shu. Looking at Si Ting's reaction, Wen Shu smiled. Don't mind me. You eat, I'll be full after a few sips. Oh yeah, drink this before you go to bed. Wen Shu pulled out the collagen from her clothes and placed it on the table. Si Ting saw the familiar bottle, and the feeling returned to 4 years ago. After the two of them finished eating, Wen Shu told Si Ting to rest and she came to clean up. Hatsumomo, I'll be back soon. Si Ting suddenly spoke. Hearing these words, Wen Shu's hand paused for a moment, and she raised her head to look at Si Ting. It's a vacation. Or, not a vacation, a retirement. Si Ting calmly explained. Do you give up? Wen Shu asked Si Ting's opinion without even thinking about it. I'm here at my age, and with the new special ops team having finished their training, it's more or less a matter of picking out a few. Seth explained that he couldn't stay on the team forever, and he couldn't take his place without the new special forces leaving. You're at the age of desperation. You're not going to be able to back out this year. Lin Jun's voice suddenly came in from the doorway. Si Ting immediately stood up from the sofa, and Wen Shu threw the things in his hand into the trash can and stood beside Si Ting. As an uncle, coming to see your nephew doesn't need to be so formal. Lin Jun smiled and waved his hand, handing the flowers in his hand to Wen Shu. Wen Shu took it and set it on the balcony. Uncle, what did you just say? What do you mean? Si Ting looked at Lin Jun with a slight frown and asked. Your and Gu Zhao's application was rejected after we met and discussed it. Lin Jun sat down on the sofa and gestured for Si Ting and Wen Shu to sit down. Looking at Si Ting's puzzled expression, Lin Jun sighed. Timothy, do you think Xiao Jun and the others can really take over the first team? We know how you were hurt and how you fell. Just based on their performance on this mission, not to mention your first team and Gu Zhao's second team, they won't even make it into the third team. Lin Jun looked at Si Ting and said, Uncle, you should have seen their training results, including data from previous missions. Xiao Jun and their overall stats are better than any of the Gangtu guys back in the day. I got hurt this time, and it was my own fault for most of it. You can't put it all on Jojen. When Si Ting said this, Lin Jun looked deeply at Si Ting. You know very well that no one within the entire force wants you to retire more than I do. I even want you to leave the army. Those stats only show that their physical fitness is better than Gangtu's and theirs. But special forces aren't just about physical fitness. In addition to their physical fitness, their mental state, reaction time and how they handle themselves in a close call is important. When I sit in this position, I am accountable to the country, the troops and the people. I see countless soldiers every year, and I'm there for every test in the army. It's true that Zhao Jun and the others are not the right people. You and Gu Xiao can't leave yet. You'll still have to stick to the first and second teams for me. Pick out the special ops guys who are actually fit, and you can go. After Lin Jun finished speaking, Si Ting was silent for a moment, then slowly looked at Wen Shu. Wen Shu sat to the side and remained silent, and after receiving Si Ting's look, she slowly opened her mouth. You're the country's first, then mine. Go in peace and do what you need to do. I'll be waiting behind you. Hearing Wen Shu's words, Si Ting had mixed feelings in his heart. He had wronged Wen Shu in so many ways. Little girl, the troops owe you an eligible boyfriend. After Lin Jun heard what Wen Shu said, he looked at her somewhat guiltily and said, I chose it myself, and I don't blame anyone. Wen Shu shook her head. Si Ting in her heart was the man she was worth waiting for. You get well. Zhao Jun and the others will be divided into 5 teams first. If you have the strength, sooner or later you'll still be your soldier. You and Gu Xiao have worked hard these past few months. You, teams 1 and 2, can line up for a break. The one piece of mind I can give you is to let the other teams out first for small fights. Except for special missions, before the new special operations selection for the coming year. It's time for you 2 teams to take a break. After Lin Jun finished speaking, he stood up from the sofa. I will go to see your mother tomorrow. You are injured. Don't tell them. Just tell them I'm still on the mission. Without any hesitation, Si Ting looked directly at Lin Jun and said, Good, little girl. You can always mention any problems in life to me. Lin Jun looked over at Wen Shu, his tone softening quite a bit. Okay, thanks uncle. Wen Shu responded politely. When Lin Jun left, Wen Shu closed the ward door behind him. You got a vacation? Wen Shu memorized the point. I should say that any time spent in the hospital doesn't count as vacation. It starts counting after you're discharged. Sighting said with a smile, I've also saved up 8 days of vacation. Wen Shu made an 8 gesture and looked very excited. It's okay. I've saved up more than enough so I can come back and take care of my DR. When it's okay. Si Ting wrapped Wen Shu in his arms. The only days he had used his vacation days over the years were those 7 days, so he didn't even know exactly how many days off he had. After Qiao Yu ran out of the ward, she directly went into the dormitory and went to sleep. She knew with her toes that Wen Shu would definitely not come back to bed at night. As it turns out, she guessed right. Wen Shu sat on the big bed in the lounge in Si Ting's hospital room, looking at the drawings and data on the computer. Si Ting changed into a t-shirt and shorts and walked over, sitting next to Wen Shu. Captain Timothy, a few questions please. Wen Shu was frowning as he watched Si Ting, who was sitting beside him, suddenly turn his head to look at him. No at all. Sifan nodded. Look, you've used a lot of guns. Where would you like to change these models if you were asked to suggest improvements? Wen Shu handed the computer to Sighting. When Si Ting saw what was on it, he turned his head to look at Wen Shu. Hatsumomo, you're working as a doctor and doing weapons research at the same time? Wen Shu said with a smile. I'm an all-around talent. I actually haven't let go of these since 4 years ago. I didn't initiate it. It was my mentor in the program who wouldn't leave me alone. He went back to China to teach 4 years ago as well. And when he found out that I had gone to the military medical university, he let me go even further. Even when I wasn't working in that field, he pushed me to keep learning. And when he had a project in hand, he would send me a copy. Whatever the outcome, ask me to make my own program as well, Wonshu said helplessly. So she was really especially busy. So busy that she suspected that her dementia would be later than normal in the future. It's a shame you're not in the special forces. You're more of a brick than I am. Shoved wherever you need to be. Si-ting looked at Wonshu with some heartache. He really didn't know where exactly Wonshu's shortcomings were. He even suspected that if Wonshu could give birth to a child on her own, there was a good chance that she wouldn't even need a man. Si-ting looked at the program Wonshu had made and offered his thoughts, then explained it to Wonshu in detail. Wonshu listened attentively to Si-ting's explanation, then altered his plan and also drew drawings. Do you want to see the physical object? Si-ting suddenly looked at Wonshu and asked, what's the use of wanting to see it? Where am I going to meet the real thing? Wonshu said helplessly. Her current knowledge of these all relied on the videos and photos on the internet, or the detailed drawings sent by her teacher. What did you want me to do? Si-ting raised an eyebrow at Wonshu. You have them? Wonshu pointed to the computer and asked in surprise. Tomorrow you'll be taken to the team, to see the real thing. Si-ting nodded. Lin Jin had approached himself. He knew about this specialty of Wonshu's and had always hoped that she would use what she had learned in the army. So all Wonshu needed to do to see these physical objects was to write an application. Tomorrow? No, you can't be discharged. Wonshu rejected Si-ting outright. His injuries were not fatal, but they added up to dozens of stitches. I'm not getting out of the hospital. I'll be back tonight after I take you to the meeting, Si-ting said gently. How are you going to get it when you have to get shots during the day? Wonshu asked with some hesitation. There you are, going in with the medicine. Anymore, there are military doctors inside the army. They'll still have no problem giving me a shot. Si-ting thought for a moment, then held up his hand to show Wonshu, reminding her that he had a retention needle in his hand. After Wonshu heard Si-ting's words, she shoved the computer into Si-ting's arms and jumped straight off the bed. Where are you going? Sito asked in disbelief. Go write a vacation note, Wonshu shouted while losing sight of him. Chapter 86 Jung-tu's Calculations. Hello sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Wonshu drove Si-ting's car and dragged him back to the army. And just as she stepped out of the car she realized that Jung-tu was standing to the side with people shouting excitedly. Oh me, don't give me the whole thing. Look at your ranks. Any one of you is quite a bit higher than me. You guys are here to welcome me in a parade. So outsiders will have to say I'm shameless if they find out. Wonshu pointed to the ranks of the men in their platoon and spoke. It didn't matter how they shouted outside the army. Inside the army they guys were their superiors. Who dares say that? No one here has dared to gossip about our first team yet. Jung-tu said without a care in the world. Go wild. Sito said helplessly, but without a hint of blame in his tone. Come on, this sister-in-law has called. I can't say yes for nothing. Give me a hand to get the stuff off the trunk. Wonshu threw the car keys to Jung-tu, and when the team heard Wonshu's words, they all ran to the back of the car to move the boxes with great excitement. It's pretty heavy. Sister-in-law, what are these? Wang Hao said while moving. Ham and instant sea cucumber. Wonshu smiled as she finally found a home for these things. Sister-in-law, you said 40 boxes is such a big box. Jung-tu carried a box from the car, then looked at Wonshu's thin arms and legs with some surprise. That's right, 2 pounds a stick. 40 sticks in a box. A full 80 pounds. Wonshu said helplessly. She remembered again when she moved ham with Xiao Yu. She almost cursed her mother. How did you finish one? Jung-tu asked curiously. They were too hungry yesterday in Si-ting's hospital room to feel that this ham was big, but now they realized that it was indeed not small. He remembered that Wonshu said yesterday that he had eaten one, and he was very curious about how that small appetite of Wonshu could eat such a big ham. One ate for 3 days, and I nibbled a few bites when I was hungry for those 3 days. From morning to night, for 3 days, until today, I haven't eaten another bite of meat. After Wonshu finished explaining, everyone laughed. Boss, what you asked for was delivered first thing in the morning. It's at the range now, and it says it's okay if sister-in-law wants to shoot and try it out. Sent it along with prepared ammunition. Said it was a special treat for my sister-in-law. Jung-tu said excitedly. That's really overestimating me. I haven't touched any of these models. Although Wonshu was touched, she really hadn't touched it, and all she knew about these models was limited to words and data. You've got bosses. We're the ones who can't finish the bullets. These models you asked for, we rarely use them in our normal training. Take this opportunity with you so we can practice too. After Jung-tu finished speaking, a male voice came from behind him. Jung-tu, I heard your calculations from the office. Hearing the man's words, all the team members instantly stopped their hand movements, stood still and saluted the man. Winchester, welcome. Lin Jin looked at Wonshu and said with a big smile, thank you Commander Lin. Wonshu always felt that Lin Jin's sudden appearance must have a purpose. According to the application written by Sito, you want to look at these guns, is there a research direction? As soon as Lin Jin opened his mouth, Wonshu smiled. She understood Lin Jin's thoughts. It's true that there are some ideas, but using them in practice requires experimentation. Winshu nodded. After you see the real thing, can you share your insights with Sito and the others? Lin Jin asked tentatively. Now I'm studying this simply because my teacher asked me to. It's not really a regular army. On a smaller scale you could call it a hobby. When I'm done with this report, I can talk to my teacher about it and give it directly to the troops. He'd love to. Winshu said with a smile. What are you all standing around for? Hurry to the range. After listening to Winshu's words, Lin Jin looked at Si Ting and the others in a serious manner and said. Everyone smiled at each other and hurriedly took Winshu away. Chapter 87. Si Ting treats them differently. Boss, sister-in-law has been sitting there by herself for 2 hours. Are you sure you don't want to go see her? Si Ting and the team stood at the side of the range, watching Winshu dismantle a gun in pieces by himself, with a pen in his hand, carefully studying and scribbling at the same time. It's rare for her to be quiet and do something she wants to do, so let her be. Si Ting's eyes kept resting on Winshu's body as he spoke. Boss, you and your sister-in-law got back together with great difficulty. Aren't you going to get married yet? Jiang Tu asked as he leaned on the table and looked at Si Ting suspiciously. How much Si Ting really liked Winshu. They all saw it in their eyes, but they don't understand why two people haven't written applications to get married. You think I don't want to? Sito said helplessly. I've written my own application, and I'm just waiting for Winshu. But Winshu was just too busy. Plus because of his own closed training and missions, the two hadn't contacted or met for more than 4 months in a row, and there was no chance to discuss the marriage. I'll find some time to have a nice chat with her on this break, Si Ting said with some anticipation as he looked in Winshu's direction. He had long wanted to marry this woman home. Hey, the boss can get married. We don't even have a girlfriend. Li Bin stood to the side and sighed. Looking for a girlfriend? Si Ting twisted his head to look at Li Bin and asked. Think and don't think. Just worry that this one has a girlfriend and doesn't have time to talk about it. Li Bin said tornly. They are inside the army. There are a few women who are willing to fall in love with them and get married. You can't even see anyone for years and years, let alone the rituals that this festival and that festival give. Your sister-in-law said that it just so happens that they have a group of doctors and nurses at the hospital who spend all year round, again with no time for romance. The hospital met and proposed a fellowship. The medical care at their hospital happens to be all military as well. If you'd like, have her sign you all up when it's time to enroll. Si Ting remembered Winshu's comment last night about the sorority, so he could let his team try it out. Really? Jiang Tu and the others instantly had their eyes widened a bit. They needed this kind of marriage partner too much. Well, when your sister-in-law is done, you can talk to yourselves. Si Ting pointed at Winshu, and as he spoke he saw that Winshu had already finished assembling all the guns. Winshu twisted her head in the direction of Si Ting, who immediately walked towards Winshu. What's wrong? Si Ting asked as he gently looked at Winshu. Why don't you have them fire a few shots for me to hear the sound? Tell me how it feels when each person is done playing. Winshu said as he pointed to the several guns in front of him. Good. Omi, Asawa, you guys take turns trying. After Si Ting finished speaking, the team members picked up their guns, excited, because these were not the guns they usually trained and used. This time they were borrowing the light from Winshu. Do you want to try? Si Ting asked, looking down slightly at Winshu. I won't. Winshu shook her head. Although she was also a soldier, she had used a gun very rarely and was not of the same nature as Si Ting and the others. I'll teach you. Si Ting casually picked up a handful and shoved it into Winshu's hand. You've got a wound on you, and this gun has too much recoil. Winshu hurriedly shook his head. Minor injuries, Si Ting said without a care in the world, then held Winshu's hand and walked to the shooting position. He carefully told Winshu the do's and don'ts of shooting. Jiang Tu and the others had stopped looking at Si Ting and Winshu with an anti-smile on their faces. Our boss has never been so gentle when he tells us. That's not treating it differently, Gang Tu muttered in a small voice. You say it slightly louder. It's too low for the boss to hear, Li Bin said with a bad smile on his face. If you were the boss's daughter-in-law, he would have done the same to you. Wang Hao also stopped his hand movements and looked at Jiang Tu and said, Hey, I'll just be a bystander. Jiang Tu hurriedly shook his head. He didn't dare to look for trouble. After all, when Si Ting punished, he could take half of their lives. After Si Ting finished telling Winshu, he stood by her side and taught her to shoot a few shots. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who hit this? And who shot this gun? I'll prove it. The boss didn't move his gun. It was all sister-in-law's own shooting. Old Wei, you bring back the target. After Winshu finished firing a few shots, the team members ran over, and even Si Ting, who was standing to the side, froze. You shoot a lot? Sito spoke with incredulity. No, what's wrong? Winshu's eyes were full of doubt. They had fired a few shots themselves. Were they as surprised as that? Boss, target. Wei Ming brought the target back and handed it to Si Ting. When Sito took it, the team gathered in a circle and came forward to look at it together. Wenshu was the only one who stood in place uncertainly. 2 shots, 10 rings, 3 shots, 9 rings, did I read that right? Jiangtu's entire face was almost on the target. What? It was Wenchao's turn to be shocked. Everyone left a spot for Wenshou and Siting showed her the target facing Wenshou. Who hit this? Wenshu subconsciously asked out. She didn't believe it was her own at all. Yours. Siting told Wenshu with great certainty. Me? The shock in Wenshu's eyes answered everyone's question. She really hadn't practiced. Oh me, give me the sniper rifle. Siting suddenly turned his head to look at Jiangtu and said, yes. Gungtu took the gun and handed it over. Come on, Hatsumomo. I'll teach you. Siting brought Wenshu back to the shooting position once again, then gave her the essentials and precautions of the sniper rifle. What are you timbers doing? Linjin watched as Siting's team members all stood quietly not far away staring at Siting and Wenshu. Commander Lin, look at the target. Jiangtu pointed to the target on one side. 2 10-ringers, 3 9-ringers, who hit them? Linjin looked at the target and casually asked. In the next second, all the players pointed at Wenshu in unison. Who? Linjin was astonished after looking in the direction pointed. Commander, you're not wrong. Jiangtu nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, Linjin also joined the camp of onlookers. Old Lin, what are you doing? Staff Sergeant Chen walked over and watched in disbelief as Linjin stood with the members of the first team. His neck stretched out, not knowing what he was looking at. Jiangtu then explained again. And then Chen Jian joined the onlooker camp with a shocked look on his face. By the time Siting finished his speech and crouched down to watch Wenshu shoot, Gu Xiao and his second team had been added to the onlooker camp. After hitting it, Linjin personally shouted for someone to bring the target back, then held it up and stared at it. Wenshu stood on the side at a loss for words, looking at the 24 eyes staring straight at him in front of him. Little girl, you've never practiced with a gun before? Linjin asked, pointing at the 10 and 8 rings on the target. No, just a few shots. The rest were taught by Sito earlier. Wenshu shook his head. Truthfully. This. Chen Jian pointed at the target for a moment. Try with this. Linjin casually took a handful from the table and handed it to Wenshu. Wenshu stood in the shooting position, recalling the method that Siting had taught him, and without the slightest hesitation directly shot out. This time it was Chen Jian himself who ran over to fetch the target. Everyone watched as he ran to the location of the target and then stopped and kept his eyes on it without moving. After a while he brought it back. And everyone looked at the 2 10 rings on the target and fell silent once again. Timothy's team, should we praise you for teaching us well, or is Koro great? Gu Zhao's eyes never moved from the target. If I'm to blame for this, then I'm a real quitter for being the captain of this first team. Siting shook his head. He only gave Wenshu the precautions and shooting essentials. The gun was indeed adjusted by Wenshu himself to shoot out. What do you think you're doing being a doctor when you're doing fine? Linjin looked at Wenshu with a pitying expression. Just these 3 targets. He wanted to hold them up and walk through every team. It's really something I'm blinded by. Probably a lucky day. It's nothing to do with technology. Wenshu hurriedly shook her head. She herself didn't know how this bullet ran to the center. Jiangtu stared at the target that Wenshu had hit with his sniper rifle for a long time. He was a sniper and had suffered a lot from practicing to become a so-called sharpshooter. He didn't think there would be a woman who hadn't trained and came up with this score. So he had to say that talent really did matter. One of your team will quickly collect Hatsu. Don't waste such a talent. Gu Xiao suddenly suggested. Boss, that's a great idea. We also have a special recruiting situation in our force. It's perfectly fine for my sister-in-law to join the next batch of training. She'll definitely make the cut. The members of the first team proposed when they heard Gu Zhao's words. The people present except for Siting have turned their heads to look at Wenshu, who looked at them with an even more stunned face. They are all crazy, aren't they? Don't look at me, guys. I'm a doctor. Have you forgotten? I couldn't finish that training of yours if it killed me. Wenshu shook her head frantically as she looked at them. I'll be fine here alone, and you guys want to play groupie? Siting suddenly opened his mouth. He himself couldn't guarantee that he would retire alive. He couldn't drag in another Wenshu. Chapter 88. You pick first. Let's talk about this later. Sitting, should you hang up the 4? Chen Jian pointed to the indwelling needle in Siting's hand and said meaningfully. Yes. Siting nodded. Wenshu, who was standing on the side, was a bit puzzled. Hanging what for? She obviously woke up at 5 in the morning and had already finished hanging it for Siting, but she didn't ask questions. Instead, she quietly walked beside Siting together towards the dormitory building. This was the first time Wenshu walked into Siting's dormitory, and the first thing she saw, clean and tidy. Here, Winchester, sit. Linjin signaled for Wenshu to sit down, so Siting pulled Wenshu to sit on the edge of the bed, while Linjin and Chen Jian sat on the chairs, so all 4 people were considered to have a place. Are you happy with the guns you saw today? Linjin said with a smile. Thank you, Commander Lin. I really like it. Wenshu nodded. She was really especially happy to see several models of firearms at once, and at her disposal to disassemble and assemble them. Willing to get inside the army? Chen Jian tentatively asked Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked at Chen Jian with wide eyes. What is this talking about? I've heard of special recruiting into the military, not special recruiting into special forces. After a long time, Wen Shu finally stifled a sentence. You're in a unique situation, the same way a team is in a unique situation. It's not impossible if you're accompanying a medic. Lin Jin slowly spoke. Uncle. Sighting suddenly spoke. Hearing Si Ting address himself, Lin Jin's heart stopped beating for a moment. From the day Si Ting entered the army, he had never called himself an uncle in this compound. Timothy. Lin Jin didn't know what to say for a moment, and at this age he actually had a feeling of being at a loss for words. Hatsumomo is excellent. It's true. It's also true that she knows more about weapons than even some of the crew. It's also true that she's fluent in multiple languages and is now very good with her hands. She does shoot very well. The best woman I've ever seen. But uncle, she's Wen Shu, the only woman I, Sighting, hold in my heart. You want her in the army. What about when she comes in? Don't you know what kind of missions our first team performs? Are you doing her a favor? You're killing her. Si Ting desperately suppressed the anger in his heart. He couldn't let Wen Shu come in and live the same life as him with his head tied to the waistband of his pants. Lin Jin and Chen Jian were silent for a long time and finally shook their heads helplessly. You think we want to? Why do you think we went to see this little girl? I am the uncle. The woman you protect is the woman the Si family protects. Your mom calls me every few days and warns me not to let this little girl get bullied at the hospital. Do I want to tie your two lives together? Lin Jin suddenly burst out. Old Lin. Chen Jian hurriedly stopped Lin Jin. Wen Shu sat on the side of the eyes all puzzled. How did he become the meat and potatoes? From a designer to a military doctor. And now he even wants to specially recruit himself into the special forces. What do you mean? Si Ting looked at Lin Jin in disbelief. I haven't opened any back doors for you since the day you joined the army because of our relationship, so I'm not going to open the back door today just because I'm your uncle, either. Lin Jin took a few deep breaths, then stood up from his chair. Sighting, here. For a moment, Wen Shu subconsciously stood up as well, and Chen Jian gently led Wen Shu to the side. After several meetings of the troops, it was decided to request that Special Warfare Teams 1 through 7, each with a specially recruited medic accompany the team, follow the Special Forces team, eat, live, train and go on missions together. Captain Si Ting of Special Operations Team 1, on account of your many years of fighting on the front line for the country and your many battle victories, I'll give you a list of the army doctors with the team and make an exception to let you pick first. After you pick, the other corpsmen on the list will be randomly assigned to other teams. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Chen Jian silently took out a piece of A4 paper from his clothes, a list that had been folded and rubbed many times. This is the pre-screening list submitted by the General Hospital of the Force. The Force has completed 3 rounds of screening, and the final list is circled in black pen at the end. The paperwork is already being prepared and the decision will be announced within 10 days. It's still confidential. Aside from the top brass of the army and the top brass of the hospital, you and Wen Shu are the first to know about this. Chen Jian handed the list to Si Ting, and Si Ting's hand that went to pick up the list suddenly trembled slightly. He slowly opened the list, and the name at the top of the list, General Hospital Surgical Intern, Wen Shu. A black line circled Wen Shu's name. Chapter 89, The Man Who Scared Si Ting Too Much to Talk. Si Ting looked at the list and hesitated to speak, his eyes staring straight at the list. Wen Shu stood to the side although she didn't see the names on the list, but she knew her name must be on it. Team Timothy, these are the 7 doctors picked from the Army General Hospital. Take your pick. Lin Jin sighed and sat back in his chair. This list, it can never be changed again? Si Ting's voice was low and hoarse, and only he knew how hard it was inside him. The first team out on the mission is the hardest and most dangerous, with the others in that order going backwards. But even if it's Team 7, this is a Special Forces unit, and there are no easy missions to take on. If one didn't want Wen Shu, that would mean that Wen Shu would be assigned to another team. We didn't even draw up this list. It was drawn up by the higher levels themselves, based on the list and resumes from the Force General Hospital. The little girl is so good. She's an intern, but she's the first one chosen. She's the only internist in the list, so think about her gold standard. When Lin Jin got this list, it was the exact same reaction as Si Ting. He had no idea how he should go about explaining this to Sighting. Sito fights to apply for his discharge, which the army has already refused. It's a good thing he's not even out yet, sending his woman back in. He received an application from Si Ting last night to take Wen Shu into the army to visit the firearms, and he agreed directly without even thinking about it. He'd even thought all night about how he should explain it to these two. I didn't realize that Si Ting's team members had recruited Wen Shu in on their own. At that moment, he was thinking that there was a possibility that Wen Shu's entry into the Special Operations Team was really providential. Take your pick. This list is going to be made into a document and handed in tomorrow. Sito, this is the only time I've ever opened the back door for you. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Siting slowly raised his head to look at Wenchu, who was standing to the side. Her eyes were unbelievably clear, uncomprehending in their clarity, and determined in their incomprehension. He knew that this firmness was hers to herself. Special Warfare Team 1, Select Force General Hospital Surgeon Intern, Wenchu, my woman, I protect myself. After Siting finished speaking, he looked at Lin Jin and respectfully saluted. Wenchu, Special Warfare Team 1, welcome. Siting stretched out his right hand towards Wenchu, who froze for several seconds as he looked at Siting's outstretched hand. Lin Jin stood up and looked at Wenchu along with Chen Jian. When Wenchu slowly stretched out his right hand, Siting grabbed it and fished it directly into his arms, holding it tightly without letting go. The two hugged each other for a long time. It was so long that they didn't even know that Lin Jin and Chen Jian had left Siting's dormitory. Long enough for two people to lose track of time. Sithin, I can finally be by your side, Wenchu whispered in Siting's arms. She knew what it meant to be assigned to a special ops team, but she was willing. She didn't want to keep going months without seeing Sito. She didn't want Siting to go on a mission when she had no idea if he was in danger or even if he was dead or alive. If she stayed by Siting's side, she could face any problems with him. Cho, I will protect you. I will protect you. Sito's voice was choked with a tremor. He'd been on countless missions and had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now he did. He was afraid that Wenchu would not be able to leave the army in one piece. He was afraid that any accident would happen to Wenchu, and he was afraid that he would not be able to protect Wenchu. Good, my Captain Timothy. Wenchu looked up at Siting and smiled an incomparable smile. She raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Siting's eyes and stood on her tiptoes to kiss. Boss, treat yourself well and get well soon. Jiang Tu and the others sent Wenchu and Siting out of the army, and Wenchu drove in the opposite direction towards the hospital. Siting could tell that Wenchu was not taking herself back to the hospital, but he didn't ask much. Wherever she was willing to go, he would just accompany her. When Wenchu drove the car to a private club, Siting saw two men standing in front of the club. Two men about 185 or so tall with tattoos tattooed all over their bodies wherever they could see them, and flamboyant diamond studs in their ears. Get out of the car. Wenchu's eyes lit up with excitement when she saw the two men in front of her. Good. Siting could see that the purpose of Wenchu's visit was these two men. Captain Timothy, be prepared. After Wenchu kindly reminded him, he opened the car door and walked down. Hatsu, finally we meet. When one of the men saw Wenchu get off the car, he immediately rushed over and hugged Wenchu. You missed me, my baby. The man hugged Wenchu and finished rubbing the left side of his face against the right side. You touch my heartbeat. Boo hoo hoo. This moment is all about jumping for you and getting excited for you. The man grabbed Wenchu's hand and touched it at his chest, saying with affection, how come it's a little cold? Wenchu just opened his mouth. The man looked around in disbelief. Cooling down? When he saw Siting's gloomy and icy face, he instantly understood. Hatsu baby, that's your man, isn't it? Oh my god, so handsome. Baby, let me have a hug. Feel how well our little primrose eats, the man said and pounced towards Siting. When Shuyi looked at the situation and hurriedly blocked in front of Siting, once again being bear hugged by the man. Sifu, you let go of me. I'm suffocating. He's got a wound on him. Get a grip. It was another man who eventually stepped forward to separate the two. Siting's entire body froze in place. The sternness that was on his body just now instantly disappeared, and a hint of fear actually flashed in his eyes. What is this man? Until he sat in the clubhouse room. Siting leaned close to Wenchu's side, afraid that he would be swallowed alive by the man in front of him. He finally realized what Wenchu meant when he said that he had to be mentally prepared before he got out of the car. I'll explain. This is my senior brother, Lu Yuan. This is my other senior brother and Lu Yuan's senior brother's boyfriend, Zhou Shan. This is my boyfriend, Sitting. After Wenchu finished his introduction, Lu Yuan immediately extended his hand towards Siting. Siting suppressed the fear within himself and extended his hand to shake Lu Yuan, then shook hands with Zhou Shan as well. Hi, Sito is it? Seeing you makes me feel relieved. My Xiaochu has found a really good man, Lu Yuan said excitedly. I see you owe it to yourself. Zhou Shan glanced at Lu Yuan indignantly. Come on eat, I'm starving. Wenchu looked at Siting's expression and desperately suppressed the hooked corner of his lips as he hurriedly pointed at the dining table. Xiaochu, don't mind him. Ever since he knew he was coming back to see you, his whole body has been like a chicken blood every day. Here's the money you made on those designs. I put it all on this card for you, and the pin is the date of your graduation. Zhou Shan handed Wenchu a bank card. Wenchu didn't take it and directly returned it to Zhou Shan. Senior brother, I don't want it. You guys just take it back. Those designs I said at the time were a favor. Wenchu waved her hand. She never thought of asking for money. You're out in force with those designs. The brand liked it so much that it gave a very high price. That's what you deserve. Zhou Shan pointed to the bank card and said, I really don't want it. You two aren't poor, I know. Really, you can't take it back to your teacher. Let him use it in the design studio. Winshu suggested after some thought. That's fine. Then I'll give it to the teacher when we get back. Zhou Shan knew that Winshu wasn't too bad, so he wasn't excusing himself. The interactions between them had always been comfortable and didn't need to make superficial efforts. Little Hatsunibo, you're really overdoing it. When you said you were leaving back then, you were the proudest student of your teacher. Lu Yuan said as he looked at Winshu with a reluctant face. Teachers like me because I listen. Now that I'm gone, you're the NO. One in his heart. Winshu said with a smile. Don't look at Lu Yuan this way. The design has never been a problem. The major brands compete for his design drawings. You can pull it off. You're literally breaking one of the teacher's hands alive by leaving. We're both dying of exhaustion. The designs are weighing us down. It's not like you don't know that teacher's temper. He doesn't even glance at the students in charts he can't see well. Catch us both building hard now. Look at this skin of mine. Staying up all night has made it worse. Lu Yuan pointed to his face and complained. Zhou Shan and Si Ting sat beside the two of them, silently stealing crabs and shrimps for the two of them, especially Si Ting, who didn't dare to take a breath for fear that Lu Yuan would look at him again. Chapter 90, Don't move, I'll help you. Chor Chu, your senior brother. This character is indeed unusual. After returning to the apartment, after Winshu washed up and got into bed, Si Ting sighed with Winshu. Throughout the meal, Lu Yuan's eyes moved to Si Ting's body from time to time, and Si Ting didn't dare to look up at him at all. In case any eyes accidentally met and he then thought he was of the same sexual orientation as him, it would be the end of him. Ha 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 ha. Actually, Shifu is exceptionally nice. Don't look at him like that. He used to be the first to stand in front of me when there was danger. Very manly, Winshu said with a smile. The two of them have a relationship that isn't covered up to the public? Sito's tone was a little curious. Never shied away from it from the beginning. Even my teacher knows that when senior brother Lu Yuan was lazy in making design drawings, my teacher went to senior brother Zhou Shan to complain. Actually, senior brother Zhou Shan liked women in the beginning, but it didn't hold up to senior Lu Yuan stalking, and was finally taken down. Winshu explained to Sighting. This can still change? That sexual orientation could change that. Sito never knew, and it was true that he had never seen a homosexual in the army. I haven't studied it in depth either. I just found that it did change in senior brother Zhou. Winshu shook her head. She really hadn't studied it. Actually, abroad, especially in our program, a lot of same-sex people who are free to love like them, and we're all used to it. It's just a matter of liking someone of the same gender as yourself. It's just not open enough in this country, so you see less of it. When we leave the army later, we'll both go out and travel the world. Winshu said with a smile. She knew that Si Ting had never traveled abroad except for missions since he joined the army as a teenager. The troops were not allowed to leave the country at all and their passports were given to the troops. So when they left the army, she was going to take Sighting on a trip around the world. Good, but the way things are going, there's a chance I'll leave the force before you do. Sito was a little worried at the thought, because his own age would soon be unsuitable to stay in the first team. When that time came, he would have to find a way to transfer Winshu away no matter what if he did. I'll be with you. Actually, your uncle approached me today before we left. It's the meeting where you went to talk to Gu Xiao. Winshu said with a smile. Said what? Sito asked in disbelief. He told me I'd be tied to your first team. If your group retires, I'll be back at General Hospital. The next batch of special operations teams that start will be reselected to have a medic with them. That way they'll eat and live together from the start of training and have a better understanding. After Winshu finished speaking, Si Ting's eyes clearly brightened, which meant that Winshu wouldn't be in the first team for too long. Hatsumomo, I'm sorry. Si Ting took Winshu's hand and looked at her seriously and said, Don't apologize. Not your problem, and I'm happy to be with you. I know what it means to be in special forces, but I'm not afraid. I'm willing to stay with you, Winshu said gently. Hatsumomo, special forces are hard. Si Ting said heartily. He had been there before. He knew how hard it was, but I feel more bitter when we can't connect. Winshu shook her head. She had survived even the hardest and most difficult days, but the days apart from Sighting were the hardest for her. All right, don't want to think about that. I'll change your medicine first. If you don't want to be hospitalized, I'll come back every day to change your medication. Winshu jumped off the bed and returned with the medical kit, then changed the medicine for Si Ting's wound. I'll show you something. After Winshu finished changing the medicine, she excitedly pulled out a book and handed it to Si Ting. What's in here? Sighting curiously opened the book, and on every page of it was the gun Winshu had come into contact with today, and she had drawn all of them. Every part, every area, is drawn very clearly. I thought that I wouldn't have many chances to touch these in the future, so I drew them all. How do you think they look? Winshu said cheerfully, pointing to his painting. You drew this on a 1-to-1 scale? Sito could tell at a glance that it was the same size as a real gun. Well then, it's rare to see a real gun, so surely the more accurate the size, the better. Winshu nodded. You like these a lot? Si-Ting looked at the gun that Winshu drew and closed the book before looking at Winshu and asking. Well, very much. That's why I would have chosen to be a military doctor straight after we broke up back then. It's just that I want to be able to get up close and personal with these someday. Winshu said with a smile. I'll take you through all the practicing when you get into special ops. Si-Ting said with a smile. He didn't dare to promise anything else casually, but he could do it in this regard. Okay, so you're my leader from now on, right? Winshu lay in Si-Ting's arms, her eyes as small as crescent moons. That was in the mission. Normally you're my leader and I listen to you. Si-Ting wrapped his arms around Winshu, his eyes full of favor. Choo-choo, let's, Sito, we. Si-Ting and Winshu suddenly spoke in unison. Get married, get married. The two men looked at each other before speaking at the same time. I'm all done with my application, Si-Ting said with a smile. I'm done writing too. Winshu looked at Si-Ting in surprise. When you get out of the hospital, we'll both turn in our applications. Winshu was so happy that she was looking forward to the day when she and Si-Ting got their license. All at your service. The temperature of the room suddenly rose, laced with intense lust. No, you're wounded. It's fine, a minor injury. The stitches just cracked. No, Hatsumomo, you want it. Well, haven't had meat in months. That, don't you move. I'll help you. Hey, choo-choo, don't. The room was filled with the muffled gasps of men every now and then. Chapter 91, Confinement. Hatsumomo, if you don't get up you'll be late again. Si-Ting sat on the edge of the bed and softly shouted at Winshu to get up. Get some more sleep. It's a rest day. Winshu pulled Si-Ting on the pillow as soon as she could, then wrapped her arms around Si-Ting's waist and continued to fall asleep. Hatsumomo, you don't start your break until tomorrow, and there's a major surgery you'll be observing today. Si-Ting originally thought that Winshu was resting today, but just now Chow Yu called Winshu and he picked it up, only to realize that the surgery had been rescheduled and changed to today. What observation? Winshu opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Si-Ting. That surgery in 3 days. You asked me to tell you that bed 19 is not doing well and the surgery has been rescheduled temporarily. It's scheduled for an hour, so if you still want to observe, you need to do it now. Without waiting for Si-Ting to finish, Winshu rolled and ran off the bed and rushed into the bathroom. Si-Ting, get my uniform. Shoes. Where are the shoes? Come on, hurry up. After Si-Ting helped the frazzled Winshu clean up, the two rushed downstairs from the house to the car. Si-Ting had wanted him to drive, but he didn't expect him to be shoved directly into the passenger seat by Winshu. Sit tight. As soon as Winshu's words fell, he rushed out with his foot on the gas. Even Si-Ting was shocked at Winshu's speed. Usually driving up to 60 miles per hour is considered taking off. Today 100 miles per hour rushed to the hospital entrance before starting to slow down. After stopping the car, Winshu threw the car keys to Si-Ting. You go back to the ward and stay there. I'll find you after I'm done. After saying this, Winshu even disappeared, leaving only Si-Ting standing in place with a smiling face. Looks like the apartment was better bought away from the hospital. You can be almost late for a 5-minute walk. When another house was built in front of the hospital, he would have to buy her another one at the first opportunity. Si-Ting walked back into the room by himself as the nurse walked in with the foreign change tray. Captain Timothy, take off your t-shirt while I change your medication. Dr. One won't be back for a while, the nurse said as she looked at Si-Ting. Si-Ting looked up slightly at the female nurse, and his mind was made up. It's okay, I'll just wait for her, Si-Ting said lightly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. Okay then, let's hang the 4 first. The nurse hung the 4 and left the room. Out so soon? Didn't switch to drugs, did you? Wan Susu looked at the nurse with a speechless face. The nurse's face went a shade of red and white. In fact, Winshu had given the matter of changing the medication to Wan Susu before she left, but was overheard by this new nurse. Blame it on the fact that Si-Ting was too good-looking and had to rush in to change, but he didn't expect Si-Ting to agree at all. Wan Susu directly took the medicine-changing tray and turned around to walk into Si-Ting's hospital room. Team Timothy, change the medicine. After Wan Susu finished speaking, the nurses at the nurses' station looked inside the ward. Good. Seeing that it was Wan Susu, Si-Ting directly lifted the t-shirt on his body upwards. Without any extra sight or movement, Wan Susu finished changing the medicine in a few tries. I took care of all the wounds that needed to be sterilized. The rest should have been changed by Prim last night. And there's still medicine left, so wait until she changes them for you herself at night. Wan Susu took off her mask and gloves and looked at Si-Ting and said. Si-Ting nodded. Thank you. When Wan Susu walked out of the ward door, the nurse who had just been rejected had a puzzled and unhappy look on her face. Know why he let me change and not you? Wan Susu walked forward and asked in an icy tone. because of his eyes, he knows people. He can tell at a glance what your purpose is. This is the general hospital of the army. Put away all those crooked minds of yours or you'll be taught to behave no matter what section you're in. After Wan Susu finished speaking, she placed the medication change tray in her hand on the cart and turned around to go back to the office. Society Maisu. Beautiful and wild, Chen Jiao said with a smile as she sat in her office chair. What the hell? Ever since she joined our department, she's been eyeing men all day. Who in our section doesn't know how hard it was for Xiao Chu and Captain Timothy to get to where they are today? And it's her turn to stick it up her ass. I can't tear her up. Mansu sat down on the chair with a speechless face. I don't know when I'll be able to eat Hatsu and Captain Timothy's wedding candy. Chen Jiao sighed. The joyful candies can be eaten sooner or later. You'd better hurry up and study. You're about to take the transfer exam. Wan Susu pulled out her medical books and began to study. A rare moment of leisure could not be wasted. Chen Jiao immediately turned into a bitter face when she thought of the transfer exam. And then she also buried her head and began to study. When Shu and Xiaoyu stood in the room next to the operating room, carefully watching the surgical images coming from the screen, for 5 hours in a row, the two didn't say a word, staring earnestly at the screen to learn. The two of them were the first two students that Sun Xiaoping was going to bring into the operating room, and they had earned the opportunity to observe this time with their test scores, so no one was unconvinced. When Shu knew that she wouldn't have a chance to go on the operating table anytime soon, but she didn't miss this opportunity either and was still studying hard, because when Sito and the others retired, he himself would still be back, and it was only a matter of time before he was on the operating table. Hatsumomo, you're off from tomorrow, aren't you? After observing, Xiao Yu and Wenshu walked towards the sickbay together. Just 2 days off and then back to work, Wenshu said while rubbing his neck. You had a hard time waiting sighting out. Why don't you take a few more days off? That dog Gu Xiao won't come out until 3 days later. Xiao Yu had a helpless look on her face. She hadn't even met Gu Xiao on one side, but at least she had sent a message to get in touch. It's because Sito goes back in 3 days to replace him. Right now Gu Xiao is leading the team for Siting. So yeah, Siting can't rest for too long or you still won't be able to see Gu Xiao. Only after when Shu finished explaining did Xiao Yu's face look better. In fact, the real reason why when Shu didn't tell Xiao Yu was that last night, Gu Xiao and a few other teams they received a notification that the doctor had entered the special operations team. Gu Xiao finds out that Xiao Yu is also on the list of doctors entering the team and runs to Lin Jin to rebel. Although the resistance was ineffective, Lin Jin decided to assign Xiao Yu to the second team, which was considered a backdoor for Gu Xiao as well. But because of his insubordination, he was sent to the brig overnight and could not be released until 3 days later. When Chu calculated the time, she rested for 2 days, Xiao Yu rested for 4 days, and their transfer orders would come down after the rest. It's time for the two to go into special forces together. Vacations won't matter, and they'll see each other every day from now on. Go and stay with your siphon. Your teacher said that today counts as your day off, so go with your bed. Walking back to the sickbay, Xiao Yu went back to her office, and when Shu went back to Si Ting's ward, little sister-in-law. When Shu had just pushed open the door to Si Ting's hospital room when she saw Si Rin sitting on the sofa chatting with Si Ting. Rin, what brings you here? When Shu looked at Si Rin with some surprise, Si Ting didn't say anything to anyone about this injury. Little sister-in-law, I had come over to look for you, but I didn't expect to see my brother. Si Rin said somewhat helplessly. He really didn't want to see Si Ting here. Before Wen Shu could speak, the door to the ward was knocked on. When Shu walked over and opened the door, it was Chen Jiao who walked in. Little Choo-choo, help me out a little. Captain Timothy, sorry to bother you for a moment. Chen Jiao looked at Wen Shu in a pampered manner, but suddenly thought that there was still Si Ting in the room, so she greeted him. What's wrong? Wen Shu pulled Chen Jiao to sit on the sofa. Look at this article. It's all in Y. I've circled places I can't read, Chen Jiao said dejectedly. Let's see. Wen Shu took the book and carefully looked at the contents. Well, I've read this one, and it's really hard to translate. A lot of the vocabulary in there is a pain to look up, but I remember making a copy with annotations. I'll look for it when I get home tonight, then I'll have you bring it to you tomorrow. Wen Shu raised her head as she spoke, but she realized that Chen Jiao wasn't listening to what she was saying. She looked at Chen Jiao, who had a shy expression on her face, and was somewhat puzzled. Then she realized that Si Ting's gaze was also strange, and she followed Si Ting's line of sight to look at Si Rin again. The latter is like a little cutie, like looking at Chen Jiao and smiling. When Shu and Si Ting quietly glanced at each other and raised their eyebrows thoughtfully. Chapter 92, Si Rin's ex. Little sister-in-law. What's the name of this female doctor? Chen Jiao had left, and Si Rin was still immersed in her own world. Chen Jiao. Female. Wen Shu said as she held back her laughter. I know it's female. She's pretty obvious looking. Si Rin looked back at Wen Shu and said, it's pretty obvious what you look like with this open screen. 2. Sito said thoughtfully. Little sister-in-law. I'll treat you to a place of your choosing at night. All the clubs in the capital city are yours to pick from. Siren came forward, her eyes full of anticipation. Your brother has money, so he can just invite me. Winshu shook his head. All brands of bags, jewelry, perfume, take your pick. Swipe my card. Siren took out the bank card from his pocket and sent it to Winshu with both hands. Your brother has money. I'll swipe his card. Winshu continued to shake his head. Little sister-in-law, good sister-in-law, you make the offer. You say what you want. Siren came forward, holding Winshu's arm and pampering her. Your brother has money. He can buy anything I want. Winshu held back her laughter and continued. I called Grandpa to stop his card. What did you say you wanted? Siren pondered for a few seconds and continued to pout. I have money too. I'll buy it myself. Winshu just wouldn't let go, and Siren was jumping out of her skin. Little sister-in-law, can you bear to see me live with those 2 elephants for the rest of my life? Siren was in a very depressed mood. Ha 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 ha. Hearing those 2 elephants, Winshu just couldn't help it and laughed outright. In the office, the 2 of them, Wan Susu and Xiaoyu, tilted their heads with a puzzled expression as they looked at the dazed Chen Zhao. Watching her mouth stay hooked in a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, completely absorbed in her own world. She's in heat? Xiaoyu asked Wan Susu in a low voice. Kind of. That look is all about wanting a man at first glance. Wan Susu turned her chair to Xiaoyu's side, and the 2 gossiped head to head. Didn't she just make a trip to Sighting's hospital room to look for Choo-Choo? Is this looking favorably on Sighting? Xiaoyu asked suspiciously. That's not likely. She's leading the kowtowing to Team Timothy and Primrose's CP every day now. Wan Susu shook her head, directly denying Xiaoyu's thoughts. So who's this seeing? Is there anyone else in Sito's ward? Xiaoyu was even more confused. Oh yeah, Timothy's brother is here and was going to come and take Hatsu to dinner. I didn't expect to go to Team Timothy when I found out he was hospitalized. Wan Susu remembered that when she went to the nurse's station just now, she happened to run into Siren looking for Winshu. Oh, here comes the flower peacock. Princess Jiao is looking at the second young master of the other Sea family. Xiaoyu had an expression of having solved the case. Flower peacock? I see that Timothy's brother is quite a decent guy. Wan Susu looked at Xiaoyu in disbelief. His face is comparable to a flower peacock. It couldn't be helped that Siren was really good looking too, and was a man of 2 senses with sighting. When the 2 men saw Winshu approaching, they hurriedly made a gagging gesture and then pointed at Chen Zhao. It's killing me. Winshu glanced at Chen Zhao and was completely speechless. How? Wan Susu and Xiaoyu looked at Winshu curiously. Nah, Siren has booked a Western restaurant for the evening and invited our petite princess for dinner. Winshu showed the ordering information to Wan Susu and Xiaoyu. Come on, these 2 are even playing at being 2 lovers. Xiaoyu and Wan Susu were speechless as soon as they locked eyes. When Winshu told Chen Zhao that Siren asked her to have dinner in the evening, Chen Zhao's entire body was about to float. Winshu pulled a group, dragged Siren and Chen Zhao into the group, and then withdrew herself from the group. And the rest of the matter had nothing to do with her. At night, Winshu still had an incredible feeling when she stood on Siting's back and changed his medicine. How the hell did those 2 see eye to eye? Winshu couldn't figure out how 2 people could fall in love at first sight at the same time. Karma is here. Let the 2 of them grind it out on their own. Siting was also a bit surprised. By all rights, Chen Zhao's temperament and personality should not be what Siren liked, but the 2 do see eye to eye again. The next day, Winshu first took Siting to the hospital to change his medication and met Chen Zhao, who was wearing 2 dark circles under her eyes. It didn't look rested, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Princess Jiao, what were you doing last night? Xiaoyu looked at her dark circles under her eyes and asked in disbelief. Ren and I found a place to watch the moon together after dinner and talked all night. Chen Zhao drank 2 cans of coffee and looked at Xiaoyu and Winshu and said, talked all night? Where did you 2 look at the moon? Winshu and Xiaoyu looked at Chen Zhao in shock. He said he'd show me his ex-subject. So I went with him, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Ex-subject? Siren has an ex? Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Winshu and asked. No. Where did Rin get an ex-subject? Winshu twisted her head again to look at Siting, who was standing beside her. You've seen it. Sito reacted immediately. I've seen? Don't you kid yourself. I've never seen a woman around him. Winshu shook her head and said with great certainty. You've really seen it. Siting's tone was also very certain. What did his ex-subject look like? Winshu looked at Chen Zhao anew. We both even took pictures with them, Chen Zhao said and pulled out her cell phone. Winshu and Xiaoyu shouted in unison. When the 2 saw Siren and Chen Zhao squatting in the elephant house, with 2 elephants tied with red ropes standing on either side of them, they both chose to remain silent. There's nothing serious wrong with Siren, is there? Xiaoyu sat in Siting's hospital room with a speechless face. Going on a first date with someone's girl and leading the way to the elephant house to sit all night and watch elephants? Winshu also felt like listening to a joke. The main thing is that Princess Jiao didn't even suspect that the elephant house was dirty and smelly. And she even looked happy? The world has finally turned upside down into something I don't recognize. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she shook her head and walked out of the ward. She had to go and ask Chen Jiao if she was crazy. Chapter 93, Foreigners of Common Acquaintance. Princess Jiao, you've been in the elephant house all night, and you don't mind the stench? Xiao Yu walked into the office and looked at Chen Jiao incredulously as she asked. Those two baby elephants are so cute. It doesn't stink at all. The breeder he hired specializes in taking care of those two cute little elephants. Rin is such a very caring man. Chen Jiao's eyes were bubbling with love as she spoke, and at this instant, Xiao Yu felt her stomach roll over. The feeling of wanting to vomit but not being able to do so could be really hard to bear. Little you, I've never smelled this sour odor of love on either you or Xiao Chu. This sudden smell and how I want to throw up. Wan Susu didn't know how she should describe how she felt right now. It's not a busy day, you catch up on some sleep. Just in case your Rin invites you again in the evening to meet those two cute little elephants. Xiao Yu turned around and went out to patrol the wards after she finished with her voice clamped down. The smell of this office was really bad. After Wen Chu changed Si Ting's medicine, the two of them left the hospital. Where do you want to play? Si Ting sat in the driver's seat and looked at Wen Chu and asked, are you okay with driving? Wen Chu looked at Si Ting, who had fastened his seatbelt, and said with some concern, it's fine, a minor injury. Si Ting shook his head. It was indeed a minor injury for him, but the training really couldn't be done, so the troops asked him to rest. Let's go to the mall then. There's a few new pieces of jewelry out, I'll check out. When Shu thought about it, she hadn't been to the mall for a long time. Good. Si Ting started the car and took Wen Shu to the mall. The two walked in hand, a feeling that hadn't been felt in a long time. Wen Shu and Si Ting had just appeared at the entrance of the brand store when the store manager welcomed them out. MS. What? Long time no see. The store manager looked at Wen Shu respectfully. Although she didn't come often, the amount of money spent each time wasn't low, and she was one of the store's biggest customers. Bring in those limited edition pieces of jewelry from your house. Wen Shu's voice was gentle but with a hint of arrogance that normal people don't have. Si Ting hadn't seen such a Wen Shu for a long time. It was that kind of dainty little princess feeling. This kind of Wen Shu was more like shedding her disguise and was more vivid. The store manager quickly brought over the recent limited edition and new models and placed them in front of Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked at each one carefully. Each one here was a 7-figure starting figure, a global limited edition. MS. What? These models currently only have 18 people in the entire capital city who are qualified to purchase them. It's really rare to have it in stock this time. The store manager highlighted a few models, so Wen Shu took a closer look. Wrap this whole plate. Seeing that Wen Shu was still carefully selecting, Si Ting directly pointed at this entire tray of jewelry in Wen Shu's hand and said. Hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Shu raised her head in surprise and looked at Si Ting. If you can't pick a favorite, then go home and wear them one by one, Si Ting said with a smile, then placed his bank card on the tray and signaled the store manager to check out. Captain Timothy, would your combined salary over the years be enough to buy one of those necklaces? Wen Shu knew that Si Ting wanted to give himself something, but didn't know what to buy to spend so much money, so she didn't stop him. He was rich anyway. Would you believe me if I told you that I don't even know how much money is on my paycheck card right now? Si Ting said helplessly. He didn't even know how much he drove a month. Faith. Wen Shu nodded without any hesitation. Because I don't know. Wen Shu pulled out her paycheck card from her own bag. She had absolutely no idea how much she was billed each month. Because the heirs of a powerful family like her and Si Ting don't live on wages at all. The salaries they pay are not even enough for them to pay their name property bills. After the store manager swiped his card, he wrapped up all the jewelry and handed it to Si Ting, who took it and then left the store holding Wen Shu. Almost as soon as they stepped out of the store, Si Ting felt a line of sight staring at them. He instantly looked to the owner of the site, a foreigner. The foreigner was looking at them with a smile on his face, not seeing any hostility. You recognize? Wen Shu noticed the change in Si Ting's gaze and followed his line of sight. I don't recognize it, but those eyes always feel like I've seen them somewhere before, Sito said softly. Si Ting nodded slightly towards the foreigner and then led Wen Shu towards the parking lot. You don't say. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Wen Shu spoke as she walked. Hearing Wen Shu's words, Si Ting looked at Wen Shu with some doubt. They both felt familiar with the foreigner at the same time? Where did that guy just look like he was from? Wen Shu seemed to react as well. The furs, Sito said with certainty. The Fs we both know, except for the people at the rescue point, are the local militants. Si Ting said in a small voice while not moving and holding Wen Shu's hand towards the parking lot. It was obvious to him that the gaze was still on them, so they couldn't afford to be different. He's definitely not from rescue point. Wen Shu had been at the rescue point for some time. She was familiar with the doctors and nurses inside, and the hospitalized injured had all met many times, so if it was an injured person, she would definitely recognize them even if she couldn't name them. I know who he is. Wen Shu suddenly lowered his voice and said something to Si Ting. and Si Ting instantly thought about it. That was the day Si Ting and Wenchu broke up. When Wenchu was evacuating from the war zone with a severely injured special operations team member dressed as a medical team, he encountered armed men with guns. Wenchu confronted the other boss with his gun pressed against his temple, and it was the F-man who was just there. The reason why Wenchu could recognize it while Si Ting only felt that his eyes were familiar was because the other party didn't wear a mask when Wenchu evacuated, and Wenchu was looking at his full face. And when it came time for Sito's evacuation, the other party seemed to be prepared for it, coming out with masks and gear on. What should we do now? Wenchu asked softly. She had never encountered this kind of situation before and had no idea how she should handle it. Don't startle the snakes. Let's get in the car. When you get in the car, don't discuss this. Talk about something else. You drive. I'll ride in the passenger seat. Si Ting held Wenchu's hand without changing his face and walked to the car. He opened the trunk, put the shopping bag in his hand and naturally closed the trunk and got into the passenger seat. Although Wenchu didn't understand the reason, she knew that Si Ting must have his reasons for doing so. Wenchu got into the car, and in the time it took to turn around and pull the seatbelt over, she quickly looked around. Not far away there was indeed a car parked, with only half-opened windows, and the people inside were looking their way. Couldn't see the full face, but those eyes didn't look Chinese. I'm a little hungry. Let's eat? Wenchu said while signaling Sighting with his eyes. Sighting took advantage of the few seconds it took to pull his seatbelt and also saw a vehicle on his side watching them. Okay, I'll book a room. Si Ting followed Wenchu's eyes to see her side. Wenchu drove Sighting's white Land Rover. The glass in the car is customized bulletproof glass, and it is one-way glass, so you can't see anything inside from the outside. They both made eye contact in the car, unbeknownst to the other. The white Land Rover slowly drove out of the parking lot, and at the same time, the two cars parked not far from the inside also started up to follow the white Land Rover. Chapter 94, Si Ting and Gu Zhao's silent understanding. Boss, the two of them said they were going to dinner. Why is that woman driving? The man's man asked him suspiciously. The special forces guy was wounded, and he's the one who drove here just now. The way he was carrying things before he got in the car should have pulled on the wound. The man had a smile on his face the whole time. When Sighting opened the trunk, his movements deliberately paused, and from the man's viewpoint, he just pulled the wound. The reason Si Ting did this was to give ample reason for Wenchu to drive. Wenchu drove the car as Sighting made the call. Hello, is this Uni West? Reserve a table. Sighting said calmly. Book a table? Gu Zhao looked at the caller ID suspiciously when he received the call and was sure that it was Si Ting's phone number, and he was pretty sure that the other party was Si Ting. Two men, arriving in about half an hour. Si Ting continued, and in this instant Gu Zhao understood that Si Ting and Wenchu were in danger. Hello sir, the restaurant line is being serviced today. I'm having trouble with the signal here. Can you hear me? Gu Zhao asked tentatively, wondering if it was convenient for him to talk. Yeah, two. Si Ting repeated himself and gave Gu Zhao a confirming reply. How many on the other side? Knowing that he could speak, Gu Zhao began to ask. Just prepare 5 or 6 dishes. Is the other side armed? There's nothing to avoid. Know the identity of the other person? Ask for your restaurant's specialties. Foreigners? Okay, we'll leave right away. You be safe. Gu Zhao directly hung up the phone and issued an order for an emergency assembly before striding towards the office building to report. When everyone was fully equipped, they all stood in front of the garage waiting for Gu Zhao, who had finished his debriefing. Oh me, you're in charge of the first team. Gu Zhao ran back and looked first to the first team to command. Jiang Tu nodded. Timothy's team is in danger out there. The other team is foreigners, about 5 to 6 of them, not excluding anyone Timothy didn't realize was there, arriving at Uni West in approximately 25 minutes. It's unclear if the other party is armed. Let's go at once. After Gu Zhao finished speaking, the two teams jumped on the car at the same time and set off towards the Uni Western restaurant. Boss, they didn't say anything, just ordered a couple dishes. The man in charge of the monitor took off his headset and looked at the man and said, Did you locate Sighting's car? Lin Jin walked into the technical department's office and asked seriously. The Timbers car has been located and is traveling on Beach Road towards Uni West, but the Timbers car was being driven by a woman, and it's not clear why. A soldier said, pointing to one of the screens. The one who drove was Wenchu. Sighting was trying to give Gu Zhao and the others plenty of time to prepare, and the women themselves drive slowly so they won't arouse the other party's suspicion. Lin Jin immediately understood why when he saw Wenchu who was driving. As expected of the Timbers, the reaction time is really fast. The technician exclaimed. Those two cars back here are the ones that followed the Timbers and their people. We just backed up and checked the surveillance, and they were in the hospital parking lot in the morning when they approached the Timbers car, and items were placed toward the location of the Timbers undercarriage, presumably not bombs based on size, but eavesdropping gear. So we traced the signal from the bugging gear, and when we found it, we cracked in. After the Timbers got in the car, The female in the car expressed a desire to go to the mall, which was overheard by the other party, so they went straight to the mall. The Timbers haven't noticed anything unusual during this time, the technician said as he put up the surveillance. The Timbers found them when two men were walking out of a branded store. They had also been looking for both Timbers since they got to the mall, and that's when they saw Timbers at the same time. Team Timothy got into the car without moving with the women around him and then called Team Tsunami. The technician put out the contents of the call between Si Ting and Gu Xiao. Both men's cell phones were specially made for the troops, who had the right to check call recordings. Worthy of Sito, he says these dripping words. The others in the room heard Siting's words and said with some admiration. It also shows the degree of tacit understanding between him and Gu Xiao. But it would be impossible for another person to hear what Si Ting is trying to say so accurately. Lin Jin nodded and had to say that the level of cooperation between Si Ting and Gu Xiao was textbook. Did you find out who the other guy was? Lin Jin looked at the surveillance and continued to ask. It checks out. It's an F. The leader of a local armed group in F. Arsenal. The technician pulled up the other person's photo and details. Lin Jin looked at the information on the screen and instantly furrowed both eyebrows. How did they enter the country? These people shouldn't even be able to get a visa. Both Siting and Wenshu have aided in F. The odds are that this is retaliation. Lin Jin suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 95, their targets are Si Ting and Wenshu. Team Tsunami has taken the men to Uni West. 3 female military doctors from the General Hospital of the Army have also arrived. Team Tsunami replaced all the store's attendants with female military doctors and special operations officers, the technician said as he looked at the footage coming back from the restaurant. Okay, keep watching. Have teams 3 and 4 departed yet? Chen Jian asked his men. Departing. They're in charge of reinforcements. The handlers cast the 3rd and 4th teams on a separate screen as well. Go check. How did these people get in? Lin Jin said, pointing to the picture of Arsenal. Commander Lin, this is the information that just came in from the immigration department. Arsenal, they entered the country under a forged identity, having been disguised and entered under a false identity. Technicians pulled up Arsenal's photos and surveillance video of their entry. Is their purpose just to seek revenge on Siting or Wenshu? Does mere vengeance require so much effort? Chen Jian always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. I feel there is a good chance the purpose is not that simple either. Not to mention the fact that they were able to pinpoint Sito is truly unbelievable. It's true that Sito and the others were assisting in F as special forces, but their information was kept secret. How could these militants have been so precise in their search? And Wenshu hadn't been aiding in F for very long, so how could they have found Wenshu first? As far as I know, this girl Wenshu has not been aiding in F country for long, but she is small and bold. There have been clashes with soldiers from several countries, and it's quite well known with their local militants. Go into a war zone and put a gun to a militant's head, Chen Jian recalled, because all the team members have to report back on what happened while they were out when they get back. When the team came back and debriefed, the name Wenshu still appeared very frequently. This girl grew up in a good family, and the one family is a famous family in the capital city. That's why she has a heavenly fear in her. Lin Jin nodded and said, Team Timothy, they're in the cafeteria. The technician said, pointing to the screen. Zoom in on Siting. Lin Jin said, pointing at the screen. The technician immediately placed Si Ting and Wenshu on the large screen. He didn't have a gun on him. Everyone had a close look at Si Ting's waist. He only wore a short sleeve and didn't carry any weapons. The next step will be to see how they work with each other, Lin Jin said as he frowned at the screen, only to see Wenshu and Si Ting immovably walk into the Western restaurant and sit near the window. The location is fantastic, with the ocean just a dozen meters outside. If there was any movement at sea, they could see it immediately, from the direction of the land, but they can't be seen. And if there are snipers on the land, they can't hurt them at all. Soon the first course was slowly brought up on a cart, served by Gang Tu, who wore a catering mask. Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. Jiang Tu set the appetizer in his hand on the table, and at the same time his leg was pressed against the corner of the table's position. Siting casually unfolded the napkin, and the moment his hand moved downward, he fished the gun out of Gang Tu's waistband, then quickly placed it under his thigh. Jiang Tu's position was just right to block all of Si Ting's movements, and the two were so fast that even Wenshu didn't see them. Boss, they went in to eat, Arsenal's henchman said as he looked at Wenshu and Si Ting who walked into the Western restaurant. Arsenal Micron looked at the Western restaurant with both eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked to his men. Go! The Arsenal men looked to him when they heard his words. Withdraw? Yeah, go! Bad feeling, not a good day to make a move. They have our locator and bug in the car. They can't run away from them. Arsenal nodded as his men quickly started the vehicle and left the entrance of the Western restaurant. Team Thunder, Team Tsunami, they're gone. The team member standing at the door as a porter ran in and reported. Are they finding out? Gu Xiao sat inside the bar, looking at the monitor's image and asked with some confusion. Doesn't look like a discovery. Sito got up from his chair and walked inside the bar looking down at the screen. I saw their lips. Wang Bin ran in and said, "What did they say?" Gu Xiao twisted his head to look at Wang Bin and asked. He had just ambushed the high point, so he saw the arsenal lips in an undetected state. "I can't read it, but I recorded it." Wang Bin removed the miniature camera from his shoulder and handed it to Si Ting. "Hatsumomo." Si Ting looked up at Wen Shu and called the man over. How can I read lips?" Wen Shu said with a bit of a headache. "I'll pronounce it based on the shape of his lips and you try to translate it." Sito does know some Flan language, so he can read it by and large. Good. Wen Shu watched the video while listening to Si Ting's pronunciation. "What does that say?" Wen Shu couldn't translate it at all the first time. "I can only guess the general pronunciation. I'll change a few similar ones while you keep guessing." Si Ting guided Wen Shu unhurriedly. He was actually anxious in his heart, but he knew that he mustn't show it, otherwise it would affect Wen Shu's play. Can this girl translate? Chen Jian was also a little anxious as he watched the surveillance. They had seen Arsenal leave with their own eyes, and it was inevitable that there would be problems if they let the man go again before they were sure of his purpose. "Trust her." "No problem," Lin Jin said firmly, unable to find an interpreter proficient in the F national language even now on a temporary basis. And the fewer people who know about it, the better, in order to avoid causing panic and things getting out. They now had to believe that Wen Shu would be able to do it. After Si Ting tried a few times, Wen Shu suddenly matched the lip shape in the video. He said he didn't feel good, that it wasn't a good day to strike so he was pulling out, and that he'd placed a locator and bug on your car. Wen Shu translated out. Everyone was relieved. As long as they weren't discovered, there was still a chance that they could be caught. Feeling bad? Not a good day to get your hands dirty? This thing is still playing evil with us? I have to go back and talk to the commander. Gu Xiao took off the waiter's clothes with a speechless face. Talk about what? Talk about what? Everyone turned their heads to look at Gu Xiao. Even Xiaoyu took off her waitress clothes while walking to look at Gu Xiao. This was the first time she had seen Gu Xiao in months. "Yo, old Lin, Captain Tsunami wants to talk to you." Chen Jian pointed at the screen and smiled. Lin Jin stood in front of the surveillance screen and looked at Gu Xiao, also wondering what he wanted to find himself for. "In the future, if the army arranges for us to go on a mission again, we must first check the yellow calendar and do a spell. If I didn't feel good, I wouldn't have come out." After Gu Xiao finished speaking, the entire restaurant fell silent. Chen Jian desperately suppressed the hooked corners of his mouth and turned his head to look at the speechless Lin Jin. What was I expecting? I can't believe I was expecting to get something serious out of this kid. He should have stayed in the brig. Shouldn't have been let out. Lin Jin pointed at the screen, not knowing what he should say anymore for a moment, when suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Serves them right that all the dogs on their team are single. Tell him, if the dogs on their team don't match up this year, they'll be sterilized. Lin Jin turned around and was about to leave after he finished speaking, and Chen Jian couldn't stop laughing. "Old Lin, what are you doing? Meeting? The militants of this F Nation war zone are on your turf, and you still have the face to bare your teeth and smile." Lin Jin finished his sentence and walked away with big strides. He looked at Chen Jian smiling and became even more angry. Well, meeting. I'll make the announcement, Chen Jian said while also leaving the technical department. "You have up to 1 minute to apologize for coaxing your woman. Get on with it." Si Ting pointed at Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side in silence, and looked at Gu Xiao and said, "You guys go wait for me in the car." Gu Xiao watched the team members finish and then walked directly towards Xiaoyu. Si Ting and Wen Shu couldn't help but laugh out loud as they watched Gu Xiao, who had been imposing in the last second, turn into a docile teacup dog the moment he looked at Xiaoyu. "Come on, let's eat." Si Ting held Wen Shu's hand and prepared to walk back to the table to continue eating. "And eat? Aren't you going back to the army?" Wen Shu was a bit surprised. She thought that Si Ting would directly follow Gu Xiao and the others away, but she didn't expect him to continue eating. Chapter 96 Arsenal's Purpose. "I can't go back. I have their locator and bug in my car. If they start the car and leave now, the other side will know they're being monitored," Si Ting explained to Wen Shu. "So it is." Wen Shu nodded. She had to say that Si Ting's consideration was indeed meticulous. Gu Xiao walked to Xiaoyu's front and slightly lowered his head to look at her. "You error. I'm sorry for letting you suffer. Listen to me. I've been closed for training and then out on a mission. I've never been out of the army without seeing a woman except on a mission. I haven't done anything to wrong you. I would have been able to take a vacation in 2 more days, but because of what happened today, there's a chance that I won't have a vacation break. But you trust me. We'll see each other soon. I can't say exactly now. When we meet again, I'll recognize any beating or scolding you give me. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he reached out and hugged Xiaoyu, then lowered his head and kissed her, then turned around and ran away. "This talk is like a machine gun. Why do I hear it all jumbled up?" Xiaoyu looked at Gu Xiao who ran away. Her face was all helpless. She didn't even hear what Gu Xiao was blah 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 blah. Why do we have to come out in this situation? Chen Jiao stood up from her chair while asking Xiao Yu and Wan Susu suspiciously. We're doctors, so if anything goes wrong with these crews, they can be treated first. On top of that, we're military doctors, trained in the system. On top of that, you're so good looking that the enemy won't believe you're a soldier, and will surely think it's some young lady dining here. Just in case someone looks at you favorably and has to take you back to be a squeeze, you can penetrate the enemy better. As Wan Susu and Xiao Yu spoke to each other, Chen Jiao did not react for a moment to whether the two of them were praising or scolding themselves. The two looked at each other, leaving behind Chen Jiao, who was standing in a daze, and began to pack up their things and walk towards the outside of the Western restaurant. You two are cursing me. Chen Jiao restroked what the two had said, thoroughly reacted, and ran out towards the outside. When Shu and Si Ting turned their heads to look at Chen Jiao, who ran out and laughed outright. Hatsumomo, I'm definitely going back to the army today. These people are clearly headed toward you or me. To ensure your safety, I've just contacted the troops. Your entry into the first team has been temporarily moved up, so come back with me today. Si Ting whispered and communicated with Wen Shu. The restaurant had returned to normal, and the two of them were literally served 6 courses in front of them, so the two of them chose to sit down and finish eating. In such a hurry? I didn't pack anything. Wen Shu looked at Si Ting with some surprise. The troops have to get you protected now, until we find out what the other side is up to and catch them all. Sito explained. What do you think they came all the way from F4, anyway? Wen Shu asked in disbelief. No matter what for, as terrorists in a sensitive area, they should not set foot in China. Now that you're here, don't even think about going back. Speaking of this, Si Ting's eyes became harsh. Wen Shu sat on the chair, also delayed to speak. These people in the end, what do they want to do? After the two finished eating, Si Ting still let Wen Shu drive and he sat in the passenger seat. Boss, they're getting in the car. Arsenal's men suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle starting from the wiretap and then saw the positioning on the screen start to move. Arsenal raised her hand and looked at her watch. An hour and a half after Wen Shu and Si Ting had entered the restaurant, there was no problem with dinner time. He looked at the locator suspiciously. Was he really overthinking this? W just sent an email reminder that both Si Ting and Wen Shu are off today and definitely won't be returning to the hospital. We don't know the addresses of the two men, so we'll just have to watch them locate them. The man on the staff looked at the newly received email on the computer and reported back to Arsenal. Keep an eye on the location. They'll have to come home sooner or later. Call W for another 1,000,000 Chinese currency, and send over all of Wen Shu's information for these years as soon as possible, including all the research she did. Arsenal took a drag on his cigarette, the smile in his eyes gradually becoming vicious. Boss, it's just one Wen Shu. How valuable can the research report she made be? Worth coming over to arrest someone yourself? The handlers asked in disbelief. The research she did have value, but it really wasn't enough to make me risk coming here. But do you know who her teacher is? According to my research, her teacher is the world's leading expert on weapons, and her teacher has her involved in quite a few research projects. There are some items that are so valuable that even Wen Shu herself doesn't know. Once I get my hands on Wen Shu's report, I'll definitely be able to find the key information in the middle. Arsenal said faintly. It's just a shame. When I saw her in the war zone 4 years ago, my heart did flutter in that moment. But what is a woman before profit? Arsenal took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 97, Wen Shu joined the Special Forces team. I'm a little tired. Let's go home. Wen Shu got into the car and asked for Si Ting's opinion. Okay, I have a sore wound spot, so it's just as well to go back and you change my medicine. Si Ting nodded, then gave Wen Shu a look, who smiled knowingly and drove off. Boss, they're going home. Arsenal's man took off his headset and reported back. Keep an eye on their route and watch where the hell their house is. Arsenal continued to smoke quietly. Wen Shu drove in the opposite direction of the apartment, and when he drove to the third intersection, a jeep suddenly turned out, so fast that Wen Shu didn't even react. Just as Wen Shu was about to steer to try and dodge, Si Ting suddenly sidestepped and held Wen Shu with one hand, while controlling the direction with his other hand and crashed towards the jeep. After the white Land Rover and the jeep collided, Si Ting immediately checked Wen Shu's condition. Chu, is something wrong? Are you hurt? Wen Shu shook her head in a bit of shock. She didn't understand what Si Ting's action meant and why she was crashing into it. It's good that it's okay, the car doesn't matter, Sito said while pointing at the man who stepped out of the jeep. When Wen Shu saw that the driver was Gu Xiao, she instantly froze. You guys don't slow down when you cross an intersection. Come on, you get down from the car. Gu Xiao pointed at Wen Shu and shouted, "I." Wen Shu instantly reacted to why Si Ting had to walk in this direction himself when he got into the car. You don't even slow down when you turn a corner. Don't you know when you swerve to yield to a straight line? Wen Shu immediately opened the car door and walked down to dislike him back. Immediately after that Sito stepped out of the car as well. Boss, they crashed. Arsenal was puzzled to see the sudden motionless positioning and didn't realize that his own men said they had crashed. How did it hit? Arsenal stepped forward and took the headset, listening to the scuffling inside before finally putting it down helplessly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I should have known that I would have just robbed Wenshu today. Arsenal slammed her headset to the ground in anger. The crash meant that Sito's car couldn't go home. It was going to the repair shop, and with a crash that bad, surely the repair process would have revealed locators and monitors in the floor pan. Once they're discovered, they're easily exposed. 2. Hurry up and find a way to get the locator and the listener back, Arsenal said as he looked at his men. There's no need to rush. Boss, let's see where this car is sent for repairs. I'll send someone to take it down and then keep an eye on it. Put it back in when it's fixed, Arsenal's man said confidently. Good. Arsenal watched the positioning on the monitor as his men retook their headsets and listened in, shaking his head helplessly. Still arguing, Gu Xiao and Si Ting used a look. Then the two nodded at the same time, and after making sure that no one was watching, Si Ting took Wenshu into Gu Xiao's car. Why are you here? Si Ting asked as he looked at Gu Xiao. The identity of the other party has been found out. Arsenal, and these people of theirs entered China through disguise plus identity forgery. There's been a meeting up there and it's been decided to force them to show up again and arrest them. Gu Xiao told Si Ting and Wenshu about the decision that Lin Jin and the others had come up with in their meeting. Si Ting didn't know when Gu Xiao crashed over at first. He and Wenshu had decided to drive the car to a public parking lot in a community of 10,000 people and then take a taxi home. When he saw that the driver of the jeep was Gu Xiao, he guessed that Gu Xiao had a purpose, which is why he protected Wenshu with one hand and held the steering wheel with the other and crashed. I'll take Hatsumomo back to pack her things and take her back to the army first tonight. Seth decided to troop first and then discuss how to force Arsenal to show up. Almi parked the trooper's car one intersection ahead. The keys are in the car, so take Hatsu and go. Your car will be towed by a tow truck later. Gu Xiao pointed in a direction, so Si Ting took Wenshu out of the car and left the place. After the two walked through an intersection, they really saw the troop's car parked at the intersection. This time it was changed to Si Ting driving, and Wenshu sat on the passenger seat. The two went to the hospital first, and Wenshu packed up the necessary things and left the hospital. After returning to the apartment, Wenshu packed all the uniforms into the suitcase, and packed some changes of clothes and essential supplies. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when the two men arrived at the army. Wenshu lived directly into the dormitory area of the first team, and since she was the only girl, she had a separate dormitory. After the members of the first team heard that Wenshu had already arrived, they also ran to Wenshu's dormitory to see if there was anything they needed help with. After everyone helped Wenshu clean up, Si Ting reminded her to change into her uniform and go with him to the meeting. Only after walking into the conference room did Wenshu see that quite a few leaders of the troop had already arrived, and they were discussing and analyzing. When they saw Si Ting walk in with a team of players and Wenshu, they stopped their discussions and then stood up to look at Wenshu. Wenshu, welcome to the Special Warfare Team 1. Lin Jin led the applause as Wenshu saluted and then thanked him. Because of the urgency of the matter, there was no delay, and everyone was immediately involved in the meeting. By the third hour of the meeting, everyone had worked it out. The organization Arsenal is a part of has actually made a living selling arms and stealing weapons research from various countries for a long time. So their purpose in finding Wenshu didn't have much to do with seeking revenge. Wenshu weaponry's teacher, Zhou Wang, was a top expert, and the number one weapon he was working on was exactly what Arsenal and the others needed. So Wenshu was their breakthrough in trying to get this study. Everyone looked at Wenshu, who was frowning without knowing what he was thinking. Lin Jin quietly raised his hand to interrupt the discussion, giving Wenshu absolute silence to let her immerse herself in her own world of thought. I don't know how long it took, but Wenshu came back to his senses, then looked at the network of relationships on the screen and hesitated to speak. I'm sorry, you guys carry on. I need to go out for a bit. Wenshu stood up from his chair and lifted his steps after receiving Lin Jin's permission to leave the conference room. Wenshu walked back to her dormitory, turned on her computer, and then opened a research paper. Zhou Wang was working on weapon number 1, which was known to everyone outwardly, but no one knew what this weapon no. 1 was, and even the information in Wenchao's hand was only a part of one of the parts of weapon no. 1. But why would Arsenal know what this number 1 weapon is? Even if Arsenal only knew that Zhou Wang was researching weapon no. 1. Why would he know that he had a portion of the research information in his hands as well? His own name was not inside Zhou Wang's team, so it could be said that apart from Zhou Wang, only a few who knew the inside story knew that he was also involved. Wenshu could even feel a chill down her back when she thought of this, but she didn't dare to define this matter, nor did she want to. Wenshu called Zhou Wang, who was already resting, but when he saw the time and the caller's number displayed on his cell phone, he immediately got up from his bed and picked it up. because Wenchu had never looked for herself this late. She must have encountered a tricky problem for her to do so. When Zhou Wang heard what Wenchu said, he instantly lost his sleepiness. He walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly, and Wenchu didn't say anything. After a cigarette was finished, Zhou Wang slowly opened his mouth. Hatsu, weapon number 1 can't be released to the public right now, and with the Kyoto City forces alone, they're not currently qualified to know what weapon number 1 is. But since we've been targeted, we need to respond accordingly. You go ahead and save the research to your hard drive. Give your computer to the troops and have them check to see if anyone is watching your computer first. In addition to that, you tell Linjin that the files in your computer are classified documents, and that he'll have a good idea of whether or not he can open what's inside during the process of examining your computer. After Zhou Wang finished, Wenchu agreed and took the computer back to the conference room. Chapter 98, Who's the Mole? When Linjin and the others saw Wenchu come back, they stopped their discussion noises and watched as Wenchu walked back step by step. Si Ting, who was sitting on the chair, looked at Wenchu with some concern because he was worried that Wenchu couldn't handle it because of what they had just discussed. Wenchu placed his computer on the table and then looked at Linjin. Commander Lin, this is my personal computer. This is the computer I use when I contact my teachers. Wenchu further back, did not say anything more, and sat directly on the chair. Si Ting looked at Wenchu and reached out his hand to hold her. At this moment Wenchu knew that Si Ting and the others also had the same speculation as herself. You called your teacher? Linjin picked up the computer and looked at Wenchu. Well, called. Wenchu didn't hide it and nodded. He taught you to give me the computer, didn't he? And by his temperament, he should have something else to tell me. Linjin handed the computer to the technician. Commander Lin should have guessed what my teacher would say. Wenchu nodded. He'll say to weigh in and see for myself if I can open the files on your computer. After saying that, Linjin looked at the technician, just checking that her computer hasn't been spied on or hacked into. Don't touch any of the files inside. When Wenchu heard Linjin's words, she looked at him in confusion. You want to know why I know? He's an old friend of mine. When we speculated earlier, I was indeed surprised to learn that you were his student as well. Your research report, even if our military region comes out, is not qualified enough to read it. Linjin finished and sat down on the chair. Everyone looked at Wenchu with some surprise, not realizing that she was really a treasure. Soon, the technicians finished checking Wenchu's computer and determined that her computer had not been monitored nor had it been hacked. If that's the case, then the second scenario we thought of is much more likely. Chen Jian sighed and said, second possibility. I have a mole or a spy on my side, right? This was the last thing Wenchu wanted to admit. Everyone had looked at me, I looked at you, and they all chose to remain silent. They didn't know what they should say to Wenchu. Hatsumomo, that's just a guess. Sithin spoke slowly. This one, it should be a good lock. Wenchu said calmly. Yes. Linjin nodded. Any guesses? Wenchu looked at Linjin. We've just gotten to this topic and haven't delved into it yet. Linjin looked at Wenchu and explained. It's okay with me. I actually had a guess in my mind. I just didn't want to admit it. I need your answers to let me know if my suspicions are right or wrong. Wenchu said softly, her tone still calm and without any abnormality. First of all, this person must have gone with you to aid in F. The people you're going with are the medical team, in addition to the special ops guys. And, this man must have started colluding with Arsenal while he was in F. Secondly, this person must be very close to you and knows a lot about your previous schooling in M. One could even say that one knows who your teacher is, and also knows that your teacher is working on weapons, and most importantly knows that your teacher has given you some of the research on weapon parts. After Linjin finished speaking, he handed a piece of paper and a pen to Wenchu. Wenchu raised her hand and wrote a name on the paper without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, Linjin signaled the technician to cast a picture of a person on the screen as well. After Wenchu finished writing, she directly turned the paper with her name written on it upside down and showed it to everyone before looking at the screen herself. The photo on the screen and the name that Wenchu had written down were the same person. Wenchu looked at the photo on the screen with indescribable emotions in her eyes. She didn't understand why this man was doing this. Clearly a good man. Obviously a good and responsible doctor. Obviously, when he was in F, he went into danger time and time again to save people. Why him? Wenchu looked at Wang Nan's picture and was slow to speak. Chapter 99, the more you analyze it, the colder it gets. Wenchu, we now want to get a full picture of Wang Nan as a person. Can you introduce me? Chen Jian looked at Wenchu's expression and asked tentatively. Everyone could see that although Wenchu's emotions were stable, her eyes were full of loss. To avoid casualties and other uncontrollable problems, they had to have all the information as soon as possible. Could be. Wenchu nodded, and then told all of his knowledge about Wang Nan. What's on everyone's mind? Speak freely. Chen Jian looked at everyone in the conference room and asked everyone to share their opinions. If according to what Dr. Wen said, Wang Nan's financial condition can only be described as slightly better within the general population. Then he does have a lot of problems. The technician who had just checked Winshu's computer spoke first. Everyone looked to the technicians. I just found out Wang Nan's spending records in recent years, and it's safe to say that he's had a good time. Buy a car, buy a house, buy luxury goods. $60,000 belts, he has 11 of them. $400,000 watch, he's wearing 2. Living in a 200 square meter house in the capital city. $600,000 to drive on. Those really don't match up with his salary level and family conditions. With that, the technician projected his spending history onto the screen. Winshu turned his head to look, and it was just as he said. A high spending proved that Wang Nan's economic level did not match his salary at all. Is this his personal bank card? Sighting asked suddenly. No, it's a bank card in his mother's name. But according to the relevant information and pictures sent to me by the bank, these were deposited by Wang Nan himself with cash. The technician then sent photos of Wang Nam's deposits at the bank. He's not stupid. If he's the one working with Arsenal and the others, the first thing that will be checked on the day of the exposure will definitely be his bank information. Chen Jian looked at the photos on the screen and spoke as if they were commonplace. But it's not much smarter, and it's no different than his when it's on his mother's bank card. Lin Jin said as he looked at the spending records. There's a difference. Winshu suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at Winshu again. This so-called Wang Nan's mother you're checking out isn't actually his real mom. It's his stepmother. His own mother died at birth. Wang Nan's father didn't wait for him to be on the household register before he found him the stepmother of the one he has now. Back in the day, the whole thing of going on the family register wasn't as strict as it is now. So his birth certificate and household registration make this stepmother his biological mother. But as far as I know, this stepmother also separated from Wang Nan's father when he was in high school. If, as you say, he used his stepmother's bank card. First, it can be proven that even after his father and his stepmother divorced, he and his stepmother were still in contact and on good terms. Second, his stepmother is a businesswoman, much richer than Wang Nan's father. It's not unusual to have large amounts coming in and out of your bank card or purchasing luxury items. After Winshu finished speaking, everyone's eyes redirected to the technician. Give me a minute, I'll check now. The technician understood what everyone meant and immediately started tapping on the keyboard again. For what reason did his father and mother divorce? Si Ting turned his head to look at Winshu and asked. I heard it was a personality mismatch. I didn't ask for specifics, that's all I know. And that's what he said himself when he was in school and drunk. Winshu shook her head. Back then she wasn't interested in gossip either. She was only interested in her profession, so she didn't gossip that much. Do you know what his stepmother does for a living? Chen Jian looked at Winshu and continued to ask. It seems to be an export trade. Most of his father's savings are property from his divorce from his stepmother. His father is a retired schoolteacher. I don't know how much his pension is. Winshu carefully recalled and added. Export trade. Everyone quietly began to think about these things. In terms of Wang Nan, his stepmother, Dong Na's travel records and trade direction, she's most likely in league with Wang Nan. The technician checked Dong Na's travel records in recent years and then showed them. In the last 5 years, Dong Na has traveled to F country a dozen times. Based on her lodging, she stayed at the same hotel 9 times. This hotel, it's about 20 kilometers from the rescue point where Timothy's team and the others are, the technician said as he checked the distance. The rescue site we are at is the most remote and poorest area there in F. Hotel's around 20 kilometers. Sito recalled in detail. Boss, does that count as a hotel? It's not even a guest house in our area. Zhang Tu remembered this so-called hotel. Omi's right, that's not even a guest house. In this position, Sito stood up and walked over to the screen pointing to the location of the hotel. This whole area, there's not even a factory. What's she going there for? Sito drew a large circle and then spoke about the surroundings of the rescue point. The more this is analyzed, the colder it feels. These are traitors to China. Assholes. Lin Jin's face was black with anger, itching to shoot these people with his own hands. Winshu looked at Wang Nan's picture on the screen and once again fell into deep thought. What happened to Dr. Win? Why isn't sister-in-law talking again? Everyone looked at Winshu, who didn't move a muscle, and whispered. It's possible she thought of something else. Si Ting looked at Winshu with some heartache and helplessness. This night was too painful for her. The senior she trusted so much became the one who victimized her and betrayed the country of China. And she was a bit overwhelmed. Can you get me a computer with internet access? Winshu raised her head and looked at Lin Jin and asked. Because inside the special forces, she would need to get permission from the troops to go online. Give it to her. Lin Jin looked to one of the technicians and told him to hand the computer to Winshu. Winshu opened it and skillfully tapped the keyboard. Everyone looked up at the screen on the wall, not understanding what Winshu was up to. When Winshu checked an email address, he returned the computer to the technician. Is it possible to hack into this email address? The technician twisted his head to look at Linjin, who looked deeply at Wenchu for a few moments before finally nodding. Listen to Dr. Wav. The technician hacked into the email address a few minutes later, then handed the computer to Wenchu again. Wenchu held her forehead for a moment, then flipped through her mailbox to 4 years ago. She carefully looked at an email and suddenly clicked on one from it, and after opening it Wenchu's face instantly turned pale. What is it? Linjin asked in disbelief as he looked at the screen on the wall. Wang Nan. It's possible that he's even more despicable than we thought. Wenchu raised his hand and rubbed his temples, pointing at the email. You told me that a professor at the central hospital had a research result that was stolen before it could be announced and published to the public. This professor spent 10 whole years on this one study. The study, which was later published from M, became the result of M. This is the research and data of this professor. After Wenchu finished speaking, everyone's face turned pale. The professor didn't call the police? Someone couldn't help but ask. The professor died of a heart attack on the spot after seeing his research being published in M. He never married or had children in his life. His protege said he would seek justice for the professor, but then it didn't happen. Wenchu shook his head and said, who is his disciple? Why didn't he insist on helping the professor get justice? Chen Jian seemed to have guessed something. His disciple is Wang Nan. Wenchu scratched her hair in annoyance as she said it. This email address. It's the one he used when he gave me information when I first started studying medicine. At the time I was kinda wondering why it wasn't on his own email, but I didn't think much of it. This just popped into my head. I didn't realize this was really his other email. After Wenchu finished speaking, Siting suddenly thought of something and directly pushed the computer back into the technician's hands. Try and see if you can recover his deleted emails, Sito said, pointing to the computer. Okay, Timothy team. The technician immediately started trying, and after 40 minutes or so, he did recover successfully. He deleted more than 8,000 emails over nearly a decade. It's a lot of work to line up. The technician's surprise was tinged with helplessness as he restored the deleted emails. That's enough for today's meeting. You cleaned up the trail so he wouldn't find it. Right now, Arsenal hasn't won yet, and Dr. Win is inside the army, so we still have time on this one. Line up these emails one by one and keep all the useful ones. Don't spook. Wang Nan, Dong Na. The state will teach them to behave, Linjin said firmly. Chapter 100, Siting's evaluation of Wenchu. Walking out of the conference room, Wenchu looked up at the light that lit up from the horizon. She knew a new day had begun, but didn't know what it would hold. Hatsumomo, you haven't slept all night. Go back to your dorm and rest first. Siting walked over to Wenchu's side and looked down at her slightly. They had long been accustomed to staying up all night, but Wenchu had rushed into the army after a tiring day, and without waiting for a break she was pulled into a one-night meeting, and her body definitely couldn't take it. Come on. I'll change your medicine. Wenchu nodded. She knew that it wasn't convenient for the two to do anything intimate inside the army, so she didn't hold hands either. Wenchu's room was right next door to Siting's, and this floor was all the first team's dormitory, so there were no outsiders to Wenchu. After Siting walked into Wenchu's dormitory, Wenchu was treating his wounds with a medical kit. Wang Nan, what will happen in the end? After treating the wound, Wenchu sat beside Siting and asked softly. She knew that Sito must have come into contact with such people. There are only two things that can happen to him. The first one, he was beaten to death by Arsenal if he didn't finish the job. The second one, he'll be arrested, and he's done enough to be shot for a year and end up dead. Siting didn't hide it. As a rule, spies don't end up well. It's not like he's got two downfalls. This is one downfall, death. Wenchu shook her head and blushed poorly. Hatsumomo, don't think about him. Get some rest. Even though you're on the team, you don't need to participate in any training until the other doctors are on the team. Get some rest and get in the mood. Siting raised his hand and stroked Wenchu's soft hair tenderly. Do I need a haircut too? Wenchu suddenly thought that the female soldiers inside the army all had short hair. No need. Gu Xiao and I have already applied for you in Xiaoyu. It'll be easier for you guys to grow your hair long and have special assignments, and you don't have to be exactly to our standards to participate in the training. Just improve your overall fighting ability as much as possible. After Siting finished talking to Wenchu, he told her to go to bed. After coming out of Wenchu's room, Siting directly led the team downstairs to the training ground. Even though they stayed up all night, they couldn't delay their training the next day, and all the players returned to the dormitory and directly changed into their training clothes, then went downstairs and waited for the assembly. Just as he walked into the training ground, Siting saw that Gu Xiao had already started training with his team. Timothy's team, don't train for a while, your wound is still fresh. All me, you lead the training and let your Timothy team stand on the sidelines and watch. Gu Xiao twisted his head to look at Jiang Tu and said, a night of meetings? Gu Xiao looked at Siting's eyes covered with bloodshot filaments and knew that he hadn't slept all night. Aha, she's depressed. It's been a rough night for her, Siting said with some heartache. then told the general story of Wang Nan's matter, and Gu Zhao's eyes were full of surprise. I remember back then in country F, this Wang Nan was still interested in Xiaochu. If you hadn't done it quickly, you might have gotten Koro together with him. Gu Zhao's tone carried a bit of celebration. Even if I hadn't been with her, she wouldn't have chosen Wang Nan, Sighting said, shaking his head. How? Gu Zhao asked in disbelief. In terms of learning and vision, she is knowledgeable and has seen the world. She's strong inside, not like she looks soft, mentally independent and trippy. In terms of wealth, she's worth tens of billions of dollars and has seen countless luxury items and jewelry, a necklace for nearly $10 million. And Wang Nan, even though he's a doctor, he's someone who would sell himself, his teacher, and his country for a mere few million or tens of millions. And how could she look at him? When Si Ting spoke of Wen Shu, there was an unstoppable smile in his eyes. Chapter 101 Zhang Tu's Dream. Wen Shu hadn't closed her eyes from the moment she laid down on the bed because she couldn't sleep at all. Tossing and turning, she couldn't figure out why Wang Nan would do this. How she wished that all of them had guessed wrong and that the person on the other side was not Wang Nan. But every piece of evidence pointed to Wang Nan. It was noon when Sighting returned. He knocked on the door of Wen Shu's dormitory, then gently pushed it open. And he couldn't help but frown with both eyebrows after seeing the scene inside. Hatsumomo, why don't you rest? Si Ting walked over to Wen Shu, who was sitting in front of the table, with a slightly scolding tone. Smithy, I can't sleep. Not at all. Wen Shu put down the pen in her hand and turned her head to say without hiding anything. Or is it because of what happened to Wang Nan? Si Ting put his arm around Wen Shu and asked softly. Aha. Wen Shu nodded. Hatsumomo, don't fight internally over him. Everyone in this world is different. Money, that word is so seductive to people. Think about how much you guys get paid to do a surgery. How much do you guys get paid to see a patient? That's how much we get paid each month in the army. It's only how much we get out of the mission bonus. We face too many enemies, and they give too much temptation. He sold out his teacher's research for glory and riches. After you get a taste of it, you can't stop. Ruined as much by his ambition as by his greed. The state will teach him to behave, and so will the law. Si Ting slowly told Wen Shu. We were born to be surrounded by glory and wealth, and it's possible that we really can't understand what he's thinking. Wen Shu thought for a while and looked at Si Ting and said, but Si Ting could tell that her mood was still low. Exactly. He can choose what he wants to do for his family, for his life, but none of this is above the law. It's a shame he's a doctor. He saved the wounded and the sick, but not himself. Couldn't save his faith and morals. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wen Shu nodded approvingly. Now then, can we get some sleep? Si Ting looked at Wen Shu and asked softly. No, let's sleep together at night. Wen Shu was worried that she had slept in black and white, so this sleep was intended to be saved for the night. Yeah. Si Ting's eyes lit up, and Wen Shu's eyes were all puzzled. Why was he so excited? Soon it was evening, and Si Ting answered Wen Shu's doubts with practical actions. As she was changing into her pajamas and getting ready for bed, there was a knock on her dormitory door. Wen Shu opened the door and saw that it was Si Ting standing in the doorway, wearing short sleeves and shorts. What are you doing running over here instead of sleeping? Wen Shu watched as Si Ting slipped in and sat directly on the edge of the bed. I'm out of the shower and changed into clean clothes, Sighting said with a smirk. Oh, and then what? Wen Shu looked at him with a puzzled face. She was not his superior. As for running over to report these to herself, I thought you said you'd sleep together at night. Get into bed. Si Ting stood up and directly closed the door, turned off the lights, and pulled Wen Shu under the covers as soon as he did. Hey, when did I say sleep together? Wen Shu was inexplicably pulled onto the bed. Noon. Si Ting covered the quilt over the two and whispered as he wrapped his arms around Wen Shu. Noon. Wen Shu desperately tried to remember. So can we get some sleep now? No more sleep. Let's sleep together at night. Yeah. As she recalled the 3 sentences, she suddenly reacted. Captain Timothy, you're waiting here, Wen Shu said with a helpless face. Waiting for months. Si Ting rolled over and pinned Wen Shu down. Are you crazy? This is in the dormitory you also. Wen Shu was startled by Si Ting's action. Just once, okay? Si Ting's voice became hoarse, and Wen Shu even felt the hardness already resting between her legs. You're wounded. Wen Shu was a little worried about Si Ting's injury. Minor injuries. After Si Ting finished speaking, he directly lowered his head and kissed Wen Shu, and with one hand, he pulled the quilt over the two of them. Omi, you're running like a rabbit, being chased by a dog? Si Ting's team members were sitting in the dormitory chatting, only to see Zhang Tu dart back then immediately shut the dormitory door tightly. Guess what I see? Zhang Tu looked at everyone mysteriously and said, see the second team dog mating with a? Li Bin said with a smile. Go. I'm going to watch some dog in the middle of the night. Zhang Tu blankly glanced at Li Bin. I saw the boss change into a t-shirt and short sleeves after his shower and go to our sister-in-law's dormitory. Jiang Tu said with a bad smile on his face. And then what? Who in the whole troop doesn't know about people's two families? Is it weird to live together? It's only news if you shower and go to your sister-in-law's dormitory, right? Zhao Zhe said as he looked at Jiang Tu speechlessly. That wouldn't be news. That would be an obituary. Li Bin followed up his words with a smile. Think about it. A lone man and a woman in a room together. Our boss is still the age of his blood. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Tu laughed to himself as he spoke. Comrade Gong Tu, the organization is now going to give you a very important task. Sent you to pick at the doorway. If you're found, we'll be sure to bury you properly. Zhao Zhe stood up from his chair and said in a serious manner. Just say you want me dead. Jiang Tu blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger. Everyone directly laughed when they heard Jiang Tu's words. The boss is still wounded. What can he do? Even if they did do something, would you be able to go and stop it, or would you be able to go and cheer? After Wang Hao finished, everyone laughed again. But everyone's given everyone a reminder to stay away from the boss today. Hurry up and all go back to your dorms and sleep. Have a good night, boss and sister-in-law. After Chang Jie finished speaking, he stood up first and went back to his dormitory. Everyone better not even go out the door. Give the boss a good night's sleep and wait to carry 50 kilometers tomorrow. Wang Hao stood up and went back to his dormitory as well. I didn't sleep all night yesterday and trained all day today, let alone go out. I'm not even getting out of bed today. Zhao Zhe stood up and went back to the dormitory as well. Fair enough, I'm going to be sleepy. Jiang Tu sat down on the bed and watched everyone else leave, so he laid down to sleep as well. In his dream, he walks into an abandoned factory building with bombs hidden all around it, and he sees teams 1, 2, and 3 rushing in. He looked up at a man tied to a post on the roof of the building. He couldn't make out who the man was no matter how he looked. He tried to run up to the rescue but was stopped by everyone. He saw a man darting in the direction of the pillars, and further back he was pulled out of the plant by the troopers. He struggled and shouted desperately, but got farther and farther away from the 2 men on the roof, so far that he could no longer see. It was dawn when he sat up violently from his bed. He glanced at his watch. It was after 9 in the morning. He immediately stood up and rushed out of the dormitory, noticing that everyone was still asleep. Omi, what are you doing? Zhao Quan of the second team walked into the dormitory building from outside covered in sweat, looked at Jiang Tu and asked with a smile. It's 9 o'clock. Why hasn't our team assembled for practice? Jiang Tu looked at Zhao Quan suspiciously and asked. Timothy's team and his sister-in-law were called to the conference room first thing in the morning. It seems like all of Wang Nan's emails have been checked. Timothy's team said you guys haven't been getting any rest, so we're not going to practice today and give you the day off. Zhao Quan explained. Wang Nan's matter has been cleared up? How's sister-in-law? Zhao Zhe walked out of the room just in time to hear Zhao Quan's words. Team Tsunami went to the conference room as well, and I heard that my sister-in-law's face and condition were very poor. For specifics, they'll give us a meeting when they get back later. Guess we have to go on another mission. After Zhao Quan finished, he told Jiang Tu and the others to take a good rest. If they were on a mission, they wouldn't know when they could rest again. Hey, Jiang Tu suddenly thought of something. What's wrong? Zhao Zhe and Zhao Quan stopped walking and twisted their heads to look at Jiang Tu. Do you believe in dreams? Jiang Tu asked in a serious manner. Faith in dreams? To put it nicely, the dreams are all backwards. If you have a bad dream, you assume something good is going to happen. To put it badly, it's better to believe in your dreams and faith than in yourself. If these really worked, why would we risk our lives when we go on a mission? It's not enough to just zap each other with a little person or something evil, Zhao Quan said with a smile. De Quan is right. You're having a nightmare. Get some rest. It's all exhausting. Zhao Zhe smiled back. Those of them, who have experienced countless lives and deaths, do not believe in heaven or earth or fate. For them, it's more about trusting their fists, the gun in their hands and their teammates behind them. Probably, I really haven't gotten much rest lately. Jiang Tu shook his head and returned to his dormitory to wash up. Within an hour, the conference room sent someone to notify the entire first and second team for a meeting, and they met the iron-faced Si Ting and the pale Wen Chu in the conference room. Wen Chu's shaky appearance caused everyone's heart to ache. Chapter 102, The Story of Wen Chu and Wang Nan. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Jiang Tu walked over to Wen Chu and asked in a low voice. It's okay. Wen Chu spoke with a hint of trembling in her voice. Si Ting, take Xiao Chu out to rest for a while. Lin Jin looked at Wen Chu with some heartache and wanted her to go out for some air. Yes. Si Ting led Wen Chu out of the conference room and walked to the corner of the courtyard. Si Ting directly held Wen Chu in a hug, and at this moment, Wen Chu could no longer hold back and directly cried out in pain. Si Ting, he's Wang Nan. How could he? How could he? Wen Chu cried up and down. She only realized just now that Wang Nan had known Zhao Qianshan for a long time. A few years ago, when Zhao Qianshan stole her designs, it was also taught by Wang Nan. When Wen Chou returned to China to deal with Zhao Qianshan's matter, after Si Rin finished dealing with it, After educating Zhao Qianshan and his boyfriend, he sent them out of the country, telling them that they were never allowed to return to China. What Si Rin and Wenchu they don't know is that when Zhao Qianshan was sent out of the country, Wang Nan was worried that when Zhao Qianshan backtracked later on she would tell on herself, and looked for his stepmother Dong not to kill Zhao Qianshan and his boyfriend. So Wenchu never saw Zhao Qianshan as a person again. On top of that, Si Ting and his men were frequently in danger in the F country war zone, mostly because Wang Nan tipped them off. But in the end, because Wenchu waded into danger to save the others, Wang Nan ultimately didn't want to give up on Wenchu, so he gave the other side a signal to let Si Ting and his men go. Over the years, Wang Nan had taken a considerable amount of money from those people, so it caused his appetite to grow bigger and bigger, and in the end, he didn't even let go of his own teacher. Si Ting didn't say anything, letting Wenchu hold herself and cry. Waiting until she had cried her heart out, he took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Wenchu. Hatsumomo, when you've cried enough, kick him out of your world. Don't let him affect you any more than you already are. In the future, you'll be a Chinese soldier and he'll be a foreign spy. You're destined to be on two paths. Si Ting looked at Wenchu and said seriously, although he knew that he shouldn't be talking to her like this right now. But the situation was in front of him now. He had to give Wenchu a preventive shot in advance, or else later on, when they really met in arms, Wenchu's entire body would break down. If the day does come, will you not make me make the choice? Wenchu raised her head and looked at Si Ting, her eyes tearful. Si Ting looked at Wenchu and nodded. Good. Si Ting held Wenchu's hand and walked in the courtyard. Did I never tell you about Wang Nam? Wenchu didn't want Si Ting to misunderstand his attitude towards Wang Nan. Aha. Sifan nodded. I've known him since my first day of college. I was on my period that night and got myself out of the dorm to go to the convenience store. I was just coming out of a convenience store when I ran into some drunk people. They pestered me and had to take me away. I can't break free. Wang Nan suddenly appeared. He dragged me out of these people's hands and ran back to school with me. I'm thankful for him because without him, I don't know what would have happened to me that night. So I bought him lunch the next day at noon, and I've known him since that day. He's older than me, and he's always taken care of me at school, as well as you. And we trusted him, and we did him all the favors we could. When the earthquake hit Country M, he went to the front line of rescue as a medical student, and I went to the front line as a volunteer. He saved me 2 more times during the aftershocks. That's why I've always had an appreciation for him. Then he went back to the capital city first, and I continued to study in M. We'll know each other the day I get back to the capital, and you'll know the rest. Wenchu recalled. Other than that, at the very least, he was a very good senior in my mind before this incident. He is enthusiastic, loves to learn, and takes his patients seriously. When I was in school, some people made yellow rumors about me, and I thought that the cleaner the better, so I never disliked or retaliated against anyone, but he found out the evidence and cleared me. I didn't have any special kind of feelings for him, so when he was ready to confess to me, I refused without the slightest hesitation. It's because I don't want to poke holes in it and just be friends for life. He is my senior and I am his junior. After Wenchu finished speaking, Si Ting nodded. He believed in Wenchu. Even if Wenchu didn't explain, he believed. The fact that he and Wenchu could still stand together after all they had been through showed that their relationship was capable of weathering the storm. He also knew why Wenchu was so hard to bear, and it was very likely that all the things Wang Nan did for Wenchu later on were premeditated. And Wenchu herself realized this problem. She really couldn't accept it in her heart. After the two returned to the conference room, Wenchu's mood had stabilized a lot. Lin Jin was looking at the surveillance with the top brass of the unit, Team 1 and Team 2. These are Arsenal's men, who had arrived at the garage where Sito's vehicle was being repaired the night before last. Everyone should recognize that most of the maintenance guys in here have been replaced with third-teamers. These Arsenal henchmen, from the day before yesterday until now, have not had the opportunity to go to the grounds to retrieve the locator and the wire. Likewise, Sito's car won't be repaired until it's ordered. The other side must find a way to take down the locator and the wiretap. We'll give them some time after a while, and we're guessing they won't leave after they take it down. It's definitely going to have to be put back together after Sito's car is fixed. I'll give everyone a few days to come up with a countermeasure to catch Arsenal. This must not be put off for too long. Arsenal is not a cutie pie. In time he will react. Chen Jian instructed as he pointed at the surveillance and looked at everyone in the conference room. Did you take down the locator and the bug? Arsenal asked as he walked into the room looking at his men. Boss, not yet, the henchman said helplessly. Why don't you take it yet? Arsenal roared with instant fire. Boss, can't even get close to the vehicle. I hacked into their surveillance system. This garage of theirs is open 24 hours a day, and the people who keep an eye on it report that there are a lot of vehicles lined up inside to be repaired. It's been days since we've had a turn in Shio Sighting's car, and his car was placed in the VIP area, which was patrolled by security guards, and there were people walking around all the time. so he couldn't even get close. The henchman opened the repair shop's surveillance video for Arsenal to see. Arsenal just looked down at the video and realized that everyone in the repair shop was suddenly headed in one direction, even the security guards. "What's going on here?" Arsenal asked, pointing to the video. "I don't know. I'll ask." The person under his command made a phone call and instantly got excited when he heard what the other person reported. Fast forward. Now. He hung up and looked over at Arsenal. "Boss, they're all open for paychecks to go. Someone just yelled from the yard to go to the finance office to get your paycheck." After hearing his men's words, Arsenal didn't react much, instead staring at the video monitor with a tight frown. "Can we get into their finance room surveillance?" Arsenal inquired. "Boss, we can only watch the video of this plant. This repair shop is so close to the troops. Their monitoring system is amazing. We'll get caught if we move too much." The handler shook his head. When Arsenal heard this, he didn't say much more, but continued to stare at the monitor. In a minute's time, his men had removed both the locator and the bug that had been installed underneath Sito's car, and then ran off. After another 2 minutes, the repairmen and security guards walked back in, each with a smile on their face. Some had cash in their hands, some had envelopes, and all were very happy. Arsenal was relieved to see this. Well, the Arsenal position is basically set. They hacked into the repair shop's surveillance system, but were smart enough to not move a muscle from the moment they got in and just stare at the plant's surveillance, probably worried about being monitored. They just sent someone in to remove both the locator and the monitor as well. Didn't get far though. All staked out across the street from the repair shop, the technician said as he showed real-time monitoring. "Where are the Arsenal people now?" Lin Jin asked, looking at the screen. "In the presidential suite at the Moriaka Hotel," the technician said, pointing to the localized red dot. "Mori Shou?" Si Ting turned his head to look at Gu Xiao, which was the Gu family's property. "Command, how do I need Mori Shou to cooperate?" Gu Xiao nodded and looked directly at Lin Jin. "The 4 teams have never been to F. The Arsenal looked all familiar, and it's up to them to pretend to be service personnel. No need to make any moves, just keep an eye on them. Mori Shou is in the center of the city. Everyone is resting these days, and there are too many people to make a move. Everyone discusses the arrest process first, and the arrest is carried out on a weekday evening." Lin Jin looked at Si Ting as they commanded. Yes, Si Ting and Gu Xiao responded. The meeting again lasted 6 hours, this time negotiating a concrete program. Now that all the scenarios are finalized, everyone has worked hard these past few days. The day after tomorrow is a working day, so go back and rest for the next 2 days and get in shape. Lin Jin watched as teams 1 and 2 finished speaking and then left the conference room. Walking out of the conference room, Si Ting and Gu Xiao accompanied Wenchu as they skipped around the playground. "Hatsu, are you okay?" Gu Xiao looked at Wenchu, who didn't say a word, and asked carefully. "I'm fine." Wenchu didn't lie to them. She really wasn't being difficult. Her mind was recalling the meeting she had just had and learning about the things Wang Nan had done. Not all of them, but every single one of them was enough to make her disappointed and angry. "I wondered why I was so blind as this after all these years. Spies were all around me and I didn't even notice." Wenchu's tone was tinged with disgust. Si Ting and Gu Xiao glanced at each other. Seeing Wenchu's appearance, they were slightly relieved. After all, this look in her eyes wasn't a hard look anymore, and she really stood against Wang Nan. As he spoke, someone from the technical department ran over and shouted for Wenchu. "What's wrong?" Wenchu looked at the other party in disbelief. "Team Timothy, Team Tsunami." The technician greeted Sighting and Gu Xiao first. "Dr. What? Wang Nan called you." After the technician finished speaking, Wenchu froze for a few seconds, then looked at Si Ting. "Take it easy. Go get the phone." Si Ting nodded towards Wenchu, then ran back to the technical department with Gu Xiao accompanying Wenchu. Her cell phone had been handed over to the troops for 2 days, just to wait for Wang Nan to take the initiative to contact her, because according to the normal time count, Wenchu should be submitting the research report to the teacher in the next few days. Si Ting had long guessed that Wang Nan would contact Wenchu at this time, so Wenchu directly handed his cell phone to the troops. This way, when Wang Nan contacted himself, they could also locate and listen in. When Wenchu and the others ran back, Lin Jin also rushed from the office to the technical department. By this time, Wang Nan had already called Wenchu twice. "I'll call him." Wenchu looked at the missed call and said calmly, "Hatsumomo, don't be nervous, just call as you normally would. People like Wang Nan are very vigilant. If there is an abnormality he can sense it," Seth reminded gently. "Don't worry." Wenchu nodded. Immediately after that, Lin Jin told everyone to get ready to listen in and locate, then had Wenchu dial the phone out. "Hatsu." The phone rang once and Wang Nan picked it up, showing how anxious he was. "Senior, I'm sorry, I was just busy and didn't hear the call." Wenchu's voice was as gentle as ever. It's fine. The hospital has been so busy lately, and I've just gotten done with it, and I remembered that I haven't contacted you in a while. how's it going at the hospital these days? Is it still going well? Wang Nan's tone was also relaxed. At this point the technician signaled that it had been successfully located and listened to. It's okay, I've been too busy to keep in touch with you lately too. Wang Nan heard Wenchu's voice with some fatigue and petulance, and hooked an unintentional smile while holding the cell phone. How's the Army General Hospital doing? There hasn't been any infectious diseases lately. Why are you so busy? Wang Nan asked tentatively. Ugh, you know, it's not like I'm just busy with the hospital, Wenchu said meaningfully with a hint of contempt in his eyes. And yes, you're a wonderful girl, and even after all these years of graduation, your teachers think highly of you. Wang Nan finally heard what he wanted to hear. I drew 2 designs all night last night, and I can finally turn them in first thing in the morning. It was hard to finish a report from this morning until just now. I'm about to die of exhaustion. Wenchu's tone sounded a little broken, but her eyes stopped on the note Lin Shan handed her, mentioning the report. A report? You're writing another report for your teacher? The curve of Wang Nan's mouth became even larger as he heard that Wenchu had finished. Well, never mind. It gives me a headache just mentioning it. Wenchu pretended to realize that he couldn't say any more and hurriedly changed the subject. Good. By the way, I'm off tomorrow, so I'll come find you. I've recently admitted a couple of injured people with unique conditions, so I'm going to go tell you about them. After Wang Nan finished speaking, everyone present glanced at each other before nodding towards Wenchu. Chapter 103, Wenchu and Wang Nan met. Yeah, it just so happens that I've got some questions I'd like to ask you. Wenchu's tone was much more excited. After the two of them agreed on a time and place, Wenchu hung up the phone. The moment she hung up the phone, Wenchu's face gradually sank, and the coldness in her eyes couldn't be hidden at all. All good? Lin Jin asked, looking at the technician. It's already done a good job of listening in. From now on all messages and calls from Wang Nan's cell phone are under surveillance. The technician nodded. Where is he positioned? Wenchu suddenly asked. It's at Central Hospital, and according to the location, it should be in the hallway of the emergency room. The technician zoomed in and out of the location and finally pinpointed Wang Nan's position. Have Team 5 go ahead to your appointment tomorrow and don't spook them. Wang Nan can't move until we get Arsenal, Lin Jin said as he looked at the displayed positioning. Not enough. Wenchu suddenly shook his head. Hearing Wenchu's words, everyone looked at her. The odds are that Wang Nan will change places tomorrow. Wenchu looked at Lin Jin and said affirmatively. It's possible. Lin Jin nodded. He didn't deny Wenchu's words because this kind of person would act carefully. Every time he and I used to meet somewhere, he would tell me on the fly that he needed to change places because of something. I hadn't thought about them before, but now that I think about it, it's really not normal. After Wenchu explained, everyone was a bit surprised. They were psychologically prepared for Wang Nan to act cautiously, but they didn't expect Wang Nan to be so wary of Wenchu as well. Tomorrow, we'll split into 3 groups of 5 teams to get to the predetermined location early. Teams 1 and 2 will stay out of the way, and arrange for teams 6 and 7 to be flexible. Lin Jin thought about it. The first and second teams couldn't show up. Wang Nan knew them all, and it would be easy to reveal the cracks. But none of the other teams Wang Nan had touched. Lin Jin sighed helplessly when he saw Si-Ting's eyes locked on Wenchu. Si-Ting, tomorrow you will sit in the monitoring room and command as the chief commander of this operation. He knew that Si-Ting was worried that something would happen to Wenchu, but Wenchu was also a soldier, and she was still the key person in this matter. So to make sure nothing went wrong, she could only go to meet Wang Nan alone. The first reason for having Si-Ting as the chief commander was because he had spent a year in F country with Wang Nan and knew him well enough. The second was also because of selfishness. Si-Ting could act as a rear guard to protect Wenchu's safety. After everything was set up, everyone went back to their dormitories to get ready. Gu Xiao went back to his dormitory, and Si-Ting followed Wenchu back to her dormitory. Hatsa Momo. Si-Ting hugged Wenchu, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried in his heart. Si-Ting, don't worry, Wang Nan didn't get what he wanted from me. He won't hurt me, Wenchu said with certainty, because they analyzed it. Wenchu was the best shortcut for Wang Nan to get the data report, bar none. As long as one's attitude towards Wang Nan remained the same, Wang Nan wouldn't find out anything. I know. Si-Ting nodded as he hugged Wenchu. When he thought about the fact that this person Wenchu was independently facing was a spy, an executioner who brutalized his compatriots, it was indeed a lie to say that he wasn't worried at all, but he knew that he couldn't show it in front of Wenchu. Wenchu had her own worries in her heart. She wasn't worried that Wang Nan would hurt her. What she was afraid of was that she wouldn't be able to even pretend her old attitude after seeing Wang Nan. Hatsumomo, if you're really exposed, Team 5 will definitely protect you. There will also be Teams 6 and 7 outside the cafe, and there will be 3 snipers in different places to protect you. Don't you worry about anything, just normal conversation and coffee. Si-Ting admonished Wenchu and said, good. Wenchu nodded. As the two chatted about what was going to happen tomorrow, Lin Jin personally came to Wenchu's dormitory. The techs found out that Arsenal's people were wandering outside the general hospital of the army, supposedly looking for Wonchor and to keep an eye on Wonchor's whereabouts, to make sure that everything is in order and to continue to confuse Arsenal. That's why Wenchu is going to be sent back to the hospital on a temporary basis. Wenchu, I've already greeted the hospital, and the dean knows you're going back on a special mission, so in a few minutes I'll arrange for a car to take you home, and then you'll have to make your own way back to the hospital. You'll just go through the front door. The Arsenal guys will definitely see you. You'll still be working in the surgery when we get back, and you'll still be back in the first team as an accompanying doctor when we catch Arsenal in 2 days. Lin Jin told Wenchu about their decision, and he knew that it was indeed a toss-up for Wenchu, which was why he came to inform him personally. Si-Ting sent Wenchu to the car and watched Wenchu leave the troop. Citing, this girl is really excellent. Lin Jin stood beside Si-Ting and slowly spoke. Uncle, I owe her so much over the years. I've changed my mind. I can stay with the first team and wait until the day the army doesn't need me. But if there's a chance, send her away. Will you? I don't want us both to put our lives on the line, Simeon said with a sigh. Lin Jin turned his head to look at Si-Ting and pondered for a long time. Citing, you two hit apply for marriage. The troops can't put you both on the front line as a couple. Hearing Lin Jin's words, Si-Ting understood and nodded. Married. The next day, when Chu arrived at the place where she and Wang Nan had made an appointment at the agreed time, she ordered 2 cups of coffee, as was customary for both men, and then opened her laptop to quietly look at the medical cases on it. Wang Nan is late. Why isn't he there yet? Zhang Tu stood behind Si-Ting and asked suspiciously as he looked at the coffee shop's surveillance screen. He's long gone. Si-Ting raised his hand and pointed to a black sedan outside the door, which he had long ago spotted parked here. Just now, Wang Nan opened the window a little and smoked a cigarette, and that's when Si-Ting discovered it. It seems that even if it's Wenchu, he's wary, Lin Jin said thoughtfully as he looked at the surveillance. People like him do that to everyone and never see the light of day in their lives. Si-Ting looked at Wang Nan in the car and said indifferently. When Wenchu finished her first cup of coffee, she slowly raised her head and looked at her watch, wondering why Wang Nan hadn't come yet. Wang Nan got off the car and walked in. Hatsu, sorry I'm late for the traffic. Wang Nan looked at Wenchu with a guilty face. It's alright senpai. I just happened to look at a few cases, and I'd like to ask senpai for anything I don't understand. Wenchu stood up from her chair with a smile on her face to greet Wang Nan, her tone as gentle as before. Good. What's not to understand? Wang Nan was completely relieved when he saw that Wenchu did not have any abnormalities. He knew Wenchu's habits and character, so he didn't say anything else and pulled his chair to Wenchu's side and looked at her computer. Wenchu did prepare questions, so she pointed to the computer and asked them one by one. The way Wang Nan carefully explained gave Wenchu the feeling he had before. He was always a gentleman and humble, and when he had questions for himself, he would teach himself without reservation. If he hadn't known another layer of his identity, Wenchu wouldn't have associated him with spies at all. Wenchu and Wang Nan discussed for more than an hour, and Wenchu took notes carefully, just like a good student. Senpai, I'm going to the restroom. Wenchu glanced at the time displayed on the computer, so she stood up from the chair, greeted Wang Nan, and went directly to the restroom. After she walked into the restroom, she stood in the doorway and looked at the bar, an angle that was Wang Nan's blind spot. One of the waitresses at the bar looked at Wenchu and blinked twice, giving a definitive answer. Now, Wenchu was completely dead to Wang Nan. It was a code word they had booked ahead of time, and Wenchu found a chance to go to the restroom and put his computer on the table. If Wang Nan hadn't touched her computer, then he blinked to show that he hadn't. If it touches her computer, then blink twice to be sure. Wenchu stood in the restroom for 2 minutes, then washed her hands and slowly walked out. Wang Nan's eyes were still fixed on Wenchu's computer. After she sat down, Wang Nan pushed the computer in front of Wenchu. Xiao Chu, I just looked over this case carefully, and there is actually another treatment method. Wenchu looked at the computer Wang Nan pushed over and listened to him speak carefully. The two sat in the cafe for 4 hours, and finally Wenchu received a call from the hospital that she had to leave, and Wang Nan sent Wenchu back to the hospital. I was going to invite you to dinner today, but I didn't realize you were called back to work late. Next time. Wang Nan's expression was somewhat regretful. Okay senpai, next time I'll treat you. Wenchu remained in a gentle tone. After separating from Wang Nan, she entered the hospital without looking back. She went into the locker room and changed into her uniform before walking into the room with her stethoscope and the patient's chart. All of this was seen by Wang Nan, who was hiding in the doorway of the sick bay, and he left the hospital after he was sure that Wenchu had indeed come back to work. Unbeknownst to him, everything he did was also under sightings and their surveillance. Wenchu, Si-Ting, Gu Xiao, Lin Jin and Chen Jian, the 5 of them stood in the hospital room looking at Wang Nan who had left the hospital. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Si-Ting quickly noticed that Wenchu's mood was off. There are some things that I really can't figure out. The confusion in Wenshu's eyes couldn't be hidden. The four men looked at each other and looked at Wenshu suspiciously. All the questions I've asked in the 4 hours I've been with him, I already know the answers to. It's hard for you to imagine that every question he answered was yet the right and convenient way to handle and treat the problem. But these are answers that took me a long time to find out. When Wenshu said this, Si Ting heard and understood. He's a very capable doctor, isn't he? In medicine, the knowledge and methods taught to you are also unreserved and correct. But he was a spy. Wenshu nodded after Si Ting finished speaking. She didn't understand exactly what Wang Nan meant. Winchester, there's another piece of information that we just found out as well. Chen Jian looked at Wenshu and opened his mouth. Wenshu looked at Chen Jian suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted to say. After our investigation at Capital City Center Hospital, he's gone from emergency back to surgery. Statistically, patients who have gone through Wang Nan's hands have the lowest mortality rate and the highest cure rate, and he gives his patients the most cost-effective treatment options. He's been in medicine for so many years, and he doesn't have a single pharmaceutical rep on his hands. He prescribes the medications that the hospital reimburses or that are the cheapest and most useful. After Chen Jian finished speaking, the incredulity in Wenshu's eyes could not be concealed. In a way, we can say that he is a spy. We can say that he is a sinner who betrayed China. But there is no denying that he is a good doctor. Chen Jian's tone was tinged with helplessness. A good, professional and dedicated doctor who became a spy. It's possible that this explains why he's been in F for a year and no one has noticed anything unusual about him. When he saves people, he really puts his medical skills to the test. Wenshu stood by the window and watched Wang Nan get into the car and drive away from the hospital. But why would such a dedicated doctor go down this road? Gu Xiao asked in disbelief. That's a question that only he can explain. There was a hint of inexplicable emotion in Si Ting's tone. Although he hated spies, he knew very well that it was also Wang Nan who had saved himself under the ruins back then. He could understand Wenshu's repeated breakdowns. Just as he had to put spies and saviors together every time he saw the word Wang Nan, he was also a bit unable to accept the problem. Tomorrow night is the operation to capture Arsenal. Success or failure is in the balance. It has to be foolproof, Lin Jin said as he looked at Si Ting and the others. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Nan will be arrested tomorrow as well, right? Wenshu looked at Lin Jin and asked seriously. Right. Getting him is the nail in the coffin. The technicians have finished verifying each of the more than 8,000 deleted emails in his mailbox. The evidence of his guilt is overwhelming. This matter, everyone hid it from Wenshu. Just told her a few random things, and she almost fainted in the conference room. But Lin Jin knew that he couldn't hide things from her even now. May I make an application? Wenshu said calmly. She had actually guessed it long ago because it was impossible for the officials to not have any arrest plans for Wang Nan. I approve. Tomorrow night the force will cooperate with the police to effect the arrest. After capturing Wang Nan, he'll be sent to the army's interrogation room for safety reasons. I can give you time to meet with him. On top of that, his stepmother, Dong Na, will also be arrested along with him. Our troops' main target is Arsenal. Wang Nan and Dong Na are in charge of the police. Lin Jin guessed what Wenshu was thinking and nodded. After all, she is Arsenal, their main target. Moreover, this side of her meeting Wang Nan was already destined to be the last in this life. Wang Nan is in the army for a preliminary interrogation. When it's over, he'll be escorted away straight away, and there won't be any more chances for him to see anyone outside. Chapter 104, Wang Nan's honesty towards Wenshu. Lin Jin and Si Ting went back to the army with them, and Wenshu stayed in the hospital. She had been sitting in her office silent and not talking. Originally, she had also been temporarily transferred back, so there were no patients she needed to treat. All she had to do was wait in the hospital until the action started. Her mind reminisced over the years and her mood was as bad as it could be. Xiaoyu and the girls also knew that Wenshu had come back because of something, so they didn't disturb her, but gently closed the office door, giving her an independent space. Little you, isn't Wang Nan your mutual senior? Why it looks like you're emotionally stable? Wan Susu asked suspiciously as she sat in Xiaoyu's lounge. It's our mutual senior, but compared to that, it's Hatsumomo who's on good terms with him. I'm on good terms with Wang Nan because of Chuchu more than anything else, and he's been through a bit more with Hatsumomo. Although Xiaoyu said this on her lips, it was hard on her heart as well. She'd already psyched herself up. As for Wang Nan's matter, the three of them were also the ones who were going to participate in the operation together, so they all knew about it. When Chu sat in the office for the whole day and night, she recalled what she had experienced since she met Wang Nan, over and over again. When she remembered that in the cafe, Wang Nan took her computer and copied all the files in her computer. For this operation, she didn't participate in order to prevent Wen Chu from being unable to control her emotions. Several doctors, including Xiaoyu, Wan Susu and Chen Jiao, went to participate in the operation to capture Arsenal as a medical support team for the special forces. When Si Ting appeared in the office, Wen Chu's eyes were covered with red bloodshot looking at Si Ting. Si Ting's expression said it all. Wang Nan had been captured. Hatsumomo, he's already in the interrogation room. I'll take you back to the army, Si Ting said softly. He looked at Wenchu's appearance, all knowing how she had spent the day and night. After Wenchu pushed open the door, he saw Wang Nan, whose hands were handcuffed to the interrogation chair. Wang Nan looked at Gu Xiao and the police officers sitting in front of him with a calm expression, but when he saw Wenchu who pushed the door in, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, surprise with a hint of guilt. He didn't expect Wenchu to be able to come in. Seeing Wenchu come in, Gu Xiao gently tapped the policeman's shoulder and then waved his hand towards the police and SWAT officers standing beside Wang Nan. Soon, only Wenchu and Wang Nan were left in the room. Wenchu knew that they were not gone, and had gone to the next room. Every move and conversation between her and Wang Nan would be heard by these people. Hatsu, what brings you here? Wang Nan even stuttered. He knew that Wenchu must have known what he had done, but he didn't know that Wenchu could see himself. He was completely unprepared. Senpai, tell me a reason. Why are you here? Wenchu had prepared herself mentally, but the moment she saw Wang Nan in this interrogation room, she still instantly reddened her eyes. Hatsu, I'm sorry. Wang Nan clenched his fists and lowered his head. You are clearly a doctor who saves lives. Obviously in my heart, you are a serious and responsible senior with a big heart. Wherever there was a need for a doctor, you were on the front line. But why are you sitting here? Wenchu's eyes were filled with tears and her tone was full of resignation. She was not willing to let Wang Nan be such a person. She was not willing to let herself see the wrong person. Hatsu, I'm sorry. Wang Nan was still filled with guilt. I'm sorry I lied to you all these years. I admit that my contacting you was premeditated from the beginning. I volunteered at the school when you were first accepted. I've learned of a girl named Wenchu who was dual enrolled in the design department and the weapons academy. My gut tells me she's going to be great. The other side of me that I don't know about needs to be acquainted with the weapons academy the most. So everything from start to finish was me setting you up. Wang Nan slowly spoke. He didn't want to hide it anymore. He was too tired after so many years. When I first approached you, it was all an element of gambling. Bet you'd make a very good weapons researcher. Bet you'll be your teacher's favorite student. Bet your teacher will rehire you. As soon as your teacher starts to reuse you from the day you start, you'll be a useful person to me. You've proven in practice that I wasn't wrong to bet. But I didn't realize that later on when you were going for your doctorate you only chose to specialize in design, not weapons. More than that, I didn't expect your teacher to rehire you even though you didn't choose the weapons program. As long as your teacher is still reusing you, there's still a chance I'll be able to get access to your research on the latest weapons equipment. But then you got together with Sighting. Whether he is the youngest member of the C family or the president of the C group, but he's special forces. Your man is special forces and his uncle is a high-ranking officer in the army. Then it would be extremely risky for me to get information from you in the future. That's why I had Arsenal and the others pull in a couple of teams from the war zone, specifically waiting for Seth and the others to pick a fight in there when they got into the war zone. Let Sito and the others go into the war zone and never come out again. When Wang Nan said this, Wenchu could no longer stand up and sat down directly on the chair. But you rushed in to save him over and over again. You're the only accident I haven't controlled, because I've liked you for a long time. No, not like, love. I've been in love with you for a long time. I couldn't do it to let them hurt you. That's why you've been able to bring Sighting out of the war zone time and time again. As Wang Nan spoke, his eyes went to the wall on one side. He knew that behind this wall were people who were watching them. Back then, why did you save Sighting when he was seriously injured in the ruins? When Chu drew a piece of paper, wiped the tears that flowed down her face, and slowly opened her mouth to ask, I love my profession and I love being a doctor. Sighting can die at the hands of anyone, in any scenario, but I can't let him die at my hands. Not at the hands of a doctor like me. I'm a spy, but I can't do it by letting the wounded die alive in front of my eyes. All I stole was information, all the reports, but I didn't kill anyone, and I couldn't have. Wang Nan shook his head, and Wen Chu could not see any hiding from his eyes. But you sent someone to kill Zhao Qianshan, Wen Chu said with some excitement. I didn't. And, even if Zhao Qianshan dies, she deserves to die. Wang Nan shook his head. He didn't admit that he had found someone to kill Zhao Qianshan. What do you mean? Wen Chu heard that something was wrong. I did teach Zhao Qianshan to steal your designs, but I didn't know you when I stole your design. I swiped your work on social media a long time ago, but I never knew who you were. And then when I found out, it was too late. Only the first time she stole your design was taught by me. She's done it all on her own since then. When Wang Nan said this, Wen Chu thought of the point. You've known Cho Sin-san for a long time? Wang Nan nodded. I'm in the same category as Zhao Qianshan. What I want are materials for weaponry. But she was helping M research the virus. She later stole Professor Zhang's medical research from the central hospital under my name. She gave the results of her research to M. After receiving it and confirming the authenticity of this research, published it directly. Prof. Chang died of a heart attack over this. Did you know, Hatsu? This professor is my master and I'm his disciple. When Wang Nan, whose tone had been calm, said this, his emotions suddenly flared. Didn't you steal that research? Wen Shu questioned Wang Nan. Not me. I told you I only go after weapons research data and reports. Wang Nan did not lie to Wen Shu. He now just wants to painfully tell all the things, and then painfully go to his death. Go find out about that study. Recheck. Double check. The police chief said as he looked at the task force leader who was responding to the incident. Old Lin, is this Wen Shu and Wang Nan so close? The police chief asked Lin Jin with some confusion. Originally, Wen Shu was not qualified to meet with Wang Nan alone, but this was the chance that Lin Jin had bought over for Wen Shu by guaranteeing with himself that nothing would ever go wrong. They could all tell that Wang Nan had long ago discovered that they were next door. Before Wen Shu arrived, Wang Nan hadn't said a word. I didn't realize that after Wen Shu came, he told all by himself in detail, not even using any of the interrogators. Even though they were on the sidelines, they were all people who had dealt with criminals for decades, and they could tell at a glance whether Wang Nan was lying or not. Then why don't you give your teacher justice? Wen Shu asked in disbelief. Xiao Chu, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Although I'm not considered a gentleman, I do know that I have to avenge my teacher. Cho Sin-san and I are in the same organization, and our connectors above us are both Arsenal. When she stole this report back then, it was because I went to the lab to get the results of the experiment, and for once, I left the computer on. Zhao Qianshan took a hacker to my room and used my computer to hack into the teacher's computer and steal this research report. She relies on that result, so she contributes more to the organization than I do, so she has a voice. Because of this achievement she even has bodyguards when she goes out, so I have to put up with it, until she was kicked out of China by Si Rin, at which point my contribution was greater than hers, and my status in the organization was higher than hers. She's come up with a few things after this achievement, but none of them make much sense. So the organization is looking at her as well. I got Dong Na to settle her, in order to avenge my teacher for this. Wang Nan regained his composure and said quietly. When Wang Nan's words reached this point, Wen Shu's eyes could no longer be described as just surprised. Wang Nan sat in his chair and confessed everything without haste, and when he reached the end, he twisted his head to look at the wall on one side. Do you all hear me? Remember? He was looking toward the very spot where Si Ting and the others were. Wen Shu was silent and didn't say anything because she couldn't evaluate anything at all anymore. Hatsu, I've lied to you for so long. Hate me. Wang Nan stared tightly at Wen Shu in front of him with indescribable bitterness in his heart. Senpai, why did you go down this road? Wen Shu looked at him and asked what everyone wanted to know. Hatsu, I'm not like you. Since you were born, you've been a 1,000-year-old lady, and you've been sitting on more gold and silver than you can spend in several lifetimes. From the time I was born, I was destined for the path I would take in this life. My mother, she didn't even die in childbirth while giving birth to me. She was a spy who killed herself on her birthing bed because she failed in her mission and narrowly escaped detection by the Chinese police. Then it was someone from above the organization that erased those things, so the officials couldn't find out about them. My father, too, was in the organization. After my mother died, the organization arranged a new wife for my father and a new stepmother for me. Dong Na, I was raised to contribute to the organization. I tried to break away, but my father told me that even if I did, what would happen? My parents are spies, my stepmother is a spy, and no one would believe me if I were innocent. Wang Nan shook his head and said feebly, you know what? The research reports you handed over to Arsenal, the weapons they developed with our results. Sooner or later they will use them to harm us Chinese. They're killing people and you're handing out guns. Wen Shu choked back a sob. Hatsu, yesterday in the cafe I touched your computer and took your report. Something I had to do as a member of the organization. But what little conscience I had left in me told me that the data in there had to be changed. After Wang Nan finished speaking, Wen Shu looked at him in surprise. There is no need to be surprised that this bit of conscience is not because I am a Chinese national. It's because the data report I got was done by you. It's your heart and soul. It's what you make of it. I can hurt everyone, but I can't hurt you anymore. After Wang Nan finished speaking, the people standing in the next room also froze. This matter was completely unknown to them. Wang Nan gave this report to Arsenal not via email, but via a USB flash drive, which they couldn't trace. In fact, Wen Shu was not unprepared. The research report she left in her computer was one that had already been changed. Even if you take it to Arsenal, it's still a waste of paper. But this big stone that was pressed on Wen Shu's heart was considered to have landed. Come on over here guys, just one last thing, Wang Nan said faintly, and Wen Shu knew that he was talking to someone in the next room. Lin Jin and the others looked at each other for a few moments before they walked over from the next room. Chapter 105, the last thing Wang Nan did. Sito, you know what? I'm envious and jealous of you. You can have all of Hatsu's love in its entirety. I saw her run to you again and again, and all I could do was watch in silence. When you two were together, obviously I knew her much earlier. Obviously you two only met once, but she remained steadfast in her choice of you. When she waded into danger to save you, I knew I couldn't have her for the rest of my life. After you broke up with her, I hated you in my heart for pushing such a wonderful woman away and for failing her love for you. But how can I not understand you? So what if I like her more? So what if I'm with her? How can I protect her when I can't even control everything about myself? In this life, only you owe her, not her you. I chose to be a doctor, and I worked my butt off to learn and to save lives. I want to erase some of the guilt I feel in my heart, but I've saved more people than I can erase. Wang Nan laughed. He was laughing at himself, at his own patheticness. I am a sinner in the country of China, and I plead guilty. One of the best things you guys did was to arrange for Hatsu to come in. It's possible that without her, I won't say a single thing until I die, but the moment I saw her, I didn't want to hide a thing. Wang Nan once again looked at Wen Chu. His favorite girl was still so bright and beautiful. Wang Nan, Seth spoke slowly, and everyone looked at him. You saved me, so I'm returning the favor. Everyone cringed when Seth said that. What was he going to do? This was against the rules. What are you trying to say? Wang Nan calmly looked at Si Ting. Hatsumomo wasn't put in by us. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wang Nan froze, incredulity surfacing on his calm face. It's not our military's job to get you to confess to this. The first time I came in, it wasn't to get a confession out of you. She came in with no assignment, no plan, no tableau or requirements. None of us know what she wanted to tell you. Seeing you was something she volunteered for. She wanted to come in and talk to you and see you this one last time with no regrets. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wang Nan's eyes gradually reddened and tears flowed uncontrollably. Wen Chu, who had come in and stayed with herself for so long, turned out to be without a mission or a plan. Senior, I came in to see you just to see you again. All these years, even if you approached me with premeditation, but in my heart, you're still the same positive and enthusiastic senior. Wen Chu spoke slowly. At this moment, Wang Nan broke down somewhat and cried out in pain. After a long time, he dried his tears and slowly raised his head to look at Lin Jin and Si Ting. As I said, I called you all in here to have one last thing to say. Wang Nan closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening them. I gave the flash drive with the junior research report to Arsenal yesterday. This flash drive is special. I got it off the dark web. When Arsenal plugs into his computer or any device in the same network environment as his computer, the contents of all the devices in this environment are automatically sent to my computer. All this, and he won't know, including the technician in his hand who is also undetectable. After Wang Nan finished speaking, everyone was a bit surprised, not expecting Wang Nan to do this at all. Si Ting opened Wang Nan's computer from the table and then walked over to Wang Nan with it. Wang Nan used his fingerprints to open his computer. He knew that the officials had actually cracked his computer password long ago, and Si Ting was giving him a decent one. Si Ting handed the computer to the technician, who quickly began to look through the contents, and finally raised his head to look at Lin Jin and nodded. Why would you do that? Si Ting didn't understand what Wang Nan was doing. The moment I was caught, I felt like I was freeing myself. I've had enough of this. This flash drive is something I've had ready for a long time. I'm just waiting for the day I make up my mind. Wang Nan said with a smile. What made you make up your mind? Chen Jian opened his mouth and asked. It's Hatsu. All the medical questions she asked me yesterday were all heart-related. Neither of us is a cardiologist. I then guessed that she knew what I had done. She was reminding me that one must have a heart. After Wang Nan finished speaking, he looked deeply at Wen Chu. Hatsu, I've done a lot of things wrong, but the only thing I've done right is that all the medical knowledge and experience techniques I've taught you are true. On my computer, I have a separate folder that is a gift from me to you as your senior. It wasn't the handcuffs on this hand that woke me up, not the police or the military. It's you. It's your kindness. It's your strength. After Wang Nan finished speaking, he felt that the big stone weighing down his heart had finally landed. All those years he lived in fear. He lived for the organization. But now, that was all behind him, and whatever would come after him was what he had always aspired to, even if it meant death. Chapter 106, When Shuhu didn't sleep for a day and a night. Wang Nan confessed everything and was finally taken away by the police for a secret transfer. Dong Na and Wang Nan's fathers have all been arrested, and with the ironclad evidence in front of them, they won't have any chance of turning the tables. Not a single one of Arsenal and the men he brought to China escaped either, and all of them were captured. Si Ting had gone on an escort mission, and when he returned he saw that Xiao Yu and the other accompanying military doctors had already entered the unit. He watched suspiciously as Xiao Yu and Gu Xiao and the others stood at the entrance of Wen Chu's dormitory, not moving a muscle. What are you doing? Sito asked in disbelief. Your wife. She hasn't been out of her dorm room door all day and night. We knocked on the door but didn't open it, and we didn't answer the phone. Xiao Yu pointed at the dormitory door and said, "So what are you waiting for?" When Sighting heard this, he raised his leg and was about to kick the door, but the next second was hugged by Gu Xiao. "Hey hey 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 hey." Hatsu said no one should bother her. Hearing Gu Xiao's words, Si Ting was just about to say something when he only heard a bark sound, and Xiao Yu's hand on the doorknob flipped the switch. "She doesn't seem to have locked the door. Why don't we just open it ourselves and go in?" Gu Xiao, Sito, a day and a night? You guys just stood in the doorway and watched? No one tried the doorknob? Sito asked with some skepticism as he pointed at the doorknob. "We respect Hatsu's privacy." After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he felt a little embarrassed himself. The members of the second team also looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to say for a while. The members of the first team who followed Si Ting felt embarrassed for Gu Xiao and the second team. Xiao Yu first pushed open the doorway a little, then poked her head out to see if there was anything inconvenient to look at or a scene. In the next second, she directly pushed open the door and looked in surprise at Wenshu, who had her back to them. Si Ting walked in with large strides and went behind Wenshu, who was sitting at the desk, and saw that she was wearing headphones and staring intently at the computer, not moving a muscle. "Winchester, what are you doing?" Xiao Yu grabbed off Wenshu's headphones, startling Wenshu. Her soul was scared out of her mind when she saw so many people behind her. "What are you doing?" Wenshu asked in shock as he patted the spot on his chest. "Sighting? Weren't you there to escort Arsenal and the others?" Wenshu looked at them with a question mark on her face. "Big sister, he's all the way back. Tell me first, you've just been here watching the video with your headphones on?" Xiao Yu asked, pointing at the computer. "Yeah, I just watched the video for a bit. Why are you guys reacting so much?" Wenshu nodded inexplicably. "You haven't been out of your dorm for a day and a night. I thought I'd just come straight in and collect your body and send you to the crematorium." Xiao Yu blankly glanced at Wenshu with a helpless face. "A day and a night?" Wenshu looked around for her cell phone and froze herself when she saw the date on it. "Have I been watching this for so long?" Wenshu was a little surprised when she leaned over to look at her computer and realized that she had already watched 15 surgical videos on her own. "Where did you get this video from? This isn't a doctor from China." Xiao Yu looked at the video of the surgery that was playing on the computer, and she was addicted to watching it even after 10 seconds or so. "Don't you look at me here." Wenshu threw Xiao Yu a flash drive. "Here's one of my copies. This is the contents of that folder Wang Nan left me. There's a lot of information compiled in there, all summarized by Wang Nan himself. These are surgical videos of internationally famous major surgeries that we've never seen before," Wenshu explained. "Hatsumomo, this flash drive." Si Ting pointed to the flash drive in Xiao Yu's hand and reminded Wenshu. After all, it was with a USB flash drive that Wang Nan collected all of Arsenal's criminal certificates. "Don't worry, this USB flash drive is my own, and the folders Wang Nan left for the troops are all already vetted by the troops. Make sure it's okay before you give it to me." Wenshu knew what Si Ting was worried about, so she softly explained. "Good." When he heard Wenshu's words, Si Ting was relieved. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Wenshu, the team members quietly left Wenshu's dormitory. Xiao Yu was captivated by the video and ran back to the second team's dormitory without looking back with the USB flash drive and went to watch the video herself. Gu Xiao followed her and ran away as well. Only Si Ting and Wenshu were left in the room. "You haven't slept all day and night?" Si Ting's tone was tinged with helplessness and heartache. "It's really not that I don't want to sleep. I'm mesmerized by it." Wenshu shook her head. She really didn't know. And this day and night she didn't eat. She drank 2 cups of water directly, and she didn't take a single step the rest of the way. She just sat on the chair and watched the video. "Go wash up and rest first. Starting tomorrow, you medics will be training with the team. You don't rest up, you're going to have problems." Si Ting took Wenshu's hand and led her to the bathroom. There was only one bathroom because the first team had never had a female special agent in it before, but now there's Wenshu. So either Wenshu locks the door when she takes a bath, or Si Ting stands guard at the door. Otherwise a slip of the tongue and the crew goes in to wash up without knowing. Wenshu went back to the dormitory first after taking a shower before Si Ting went in to wash. When Si Ting returned to the dormitory, he found that Wenshu had started to wear headphones and started watching videos again. He reached out and tapped on the keyboard and the video paused. "I thought we agreed to get some rest. Why are you looking at it again?" Si Ting led Wenshu to the bedside and held her shoulders to make her sit down. "Didn't see enough." Wenshu had a look of intent in her eyes. "Take your time. You can't lose it." Si Ting directly raised his hand and snapped the computer screen shut. Wenshu saw that he really couldn't watch it, so he could only obey and go to bed. "You go to sleep and I'll call back later for dinner." Sito looked at his watch. There were still 2 hours before dinner was due. "I don't want to eat." Wenshu guessed that he wouldn't be able to get up today after falling asleep. "Okay, you sleep, then I won't eat either and sleep together." Si Ting thought about it. His wife is more important than food, and directly drilled into Wenshu's quilt. "Are you going to sleep here again?" Winshu smiled and shook his head. I don't even want to go back to my dorm with you around. Si Ting whispered as he wrapped his arms around Winshu. You get a good night's sleep or I'll whisk you back to bed. Winshu said threateningly to Si Ting. There was always a feeling of cheating when two people slept here. I'll just hold you. I'm not doing anything. Si Ting nodded, then hugged Winshu. Although he didn't move a muscle, the temperature in the dormitory continued to rise and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Hatsumomo. You don't say a word. Winshu heard Si Ting's hoarse voice and hurriedly spoke. Hatsumomo. Sighting's entire body radiated a strange feeling. Winshu finally sighed. She really didn't want to make Si Ting endure so much. She blinked as she gently looked up at Seth, who was holding her. I'm not moving. You sleep. Si Ting's voice was hoarse to the point of being unbearable, and his tightness let Winshu know that he was having a hard time. Winshu did not say anything again. Her fingers gently slid down a little bit on his abs, and after she slid down, she gently clicked. At this moment he realized that there was no need to hold back. Si Ting rolled over and pinned Winshu down, his large hands reaching around her waist to fondle her. Hatsumomo, what should we do? I can't control myself as long as I'm near you, Si Ting said hoarsely while gently kissing Winshu's soft lips. Then go back to your own. Well, Si Ting didn't give Winshu a chance to say the rest of his words. Back to his dormitory? That was impossible. Although the two people's dormitories, only a wall apart, but in Si Ting's eyes as if separated by an entire Pacific Ocean. When the kiss reached the depths of love, Sighting's arms propped his body up and looked at the woman beneath him. Hatsumomo, I love you. Love to the bone kind of thing. Sighting's eyes were all love, nothing to do with desire. Then stay together. Because, I love you too. Warm and early reddish little face looked particularly attractive. She raised her hand and gently touched the knot of the man's throat. Chapter 107. What a warm welcome. The next day, when Winshu was still sleeping, she suddenly heard the emergency assembly whistle, and she sat up violently from her bed. What is this situation? She looked over to where she was. Sighting was no longer in her bed or in the dormitory. She opened the door to see a team of players running out of the various dormitories, getting dressed as they headed out. Sister-in-law run. Emergency assembly. Jiang Tu saw Winshu, who was still standing in the doorway and froze, and ran back to remind Winshu. Only then did Winshu come back to her senses and hurriedly grabbed her uniform and put it on her body, then ran out as well. After running to the playground, Winshu was confused and wanted to laugh. The captains of teams 1 through 7 stood neatly at the front, and in front of them stood their own crews, all fully dressed as well. In the last row of each procession stood the military doctors in various forms. There were only 2 girls, Winshu and Xiaoyu, in the team of military doctors, and the 2 of them didn't even have time to tie their hair. The other male military doctors looked a bit stronger than Winshu and Xiaoyu, but not by much. Some had a sock on, some didn't even have a sock on. Some came out in t-shirts without even a uniform on them. They may be military doctors, but they all work in hospitals, and it's been a long time since there's been an emergency rally like this. They usually have emergency resuscitation even when they're sleeping, and as long as there's no delay in resuscitation, they basically put on a white coat and run out. At this time, the leaders of the troops also walked to the playground, looked at the military doctors standing at the end, and suddenly smiled. This emergency assembly is a troop tradition. It's to welcome all the doctors to our capital city special forces. In the days to come, we will fight side by side. Welcome everyone. Lin Jin stood in the very center, looking at each of the military doctors with a smile on his face. All hands, turn back. Suddenly someone issued a command. Then all the team members neatly turned their bodies and stood face to face with the doctors in the last row. That, Hatsumomo, do we have to turn backward too? Xiaoyu asked in a small voice. I suppose so. Winshu glanced at the other doctors. Some had switched and some hadn't. The 2 chanted as they turned backward as well. What's this got to do next? Xiaoyu asked suspiciously. Do you guess I know? Winshu muttered in a small voice. This damn Gu Xiao. Gu old dog. Had this out last night and didn't tell me. I'll wash my face at least before I come down. Xiaoyu had already cursed Gu Xiao 10,000 times in her heart. Not even Sighting told me this time. I don't even know when he got up. Winshu said softly. 2 dog men. Just castrate them. When Xiaoyu thought of how she had just fumbled to get dressed in the dormitory, and had just put on and realized that she had forgotten to put on her underwear, and then took off her top and re-wore the underwear, she wanted to castrate Gu Xiao even more. Go on. Suddenly, I don't know who shouted. Winshu and Xiaoyu were even more confused. Where to go? Upon hearing the command, the members of Team 1 and Team 2 ran towards Winshu and Xiaoyu, and both of them turned their heads backward at the same time. Running for what? Where to run? A few seconds later, Winshu and Xiaoyu were thrown into the air by the members of both teams, and were caught again after the next drop before being thrown towards the air once again. Sister-in-law, Team 1 welcomes you. Sister-in-law, welcome to Team 2. The team greeted them in the warmest way possible. Sighting, Gu Xiao. Lin Jin looked at the two people standing in the captain's group and opened his mouth to shout. Here, here. Two men stepped forward from the captain's group. Hurry up. These girls are going to throw up. Lin Jin pointed at Wenchu and Xiaoyu, who were being thrown higher than once, and said with a smile, the first team threw higher than us. No way. The second team is throwing high too. People are making it harder. Wenchu and Xiaoyu just never came back to their senses. From the moment they heard that go ahead, they felt like their bodies no longer had anything to do with them. The other teams were welcomed in a more normal way after all. None of them knew the doctor who came with the team, so they just shook hands and introduced themselves to each other. After getting to know each other, they had formed a circle and watched the competition between the first and second teams, smiling from ear to ear. How it ended up when Shu and Xiaoyu had no idea at all. By the time they came back to their senses, they were already being carried across the arms of Si Ting and Gu Xiao. Chapter 108. Poor Gu Xiao. These brown guys, they don't know how to love a girl at all. Chen Jian looked at Wenchu and Xiaoyu who were carried away by Si Ting and Gu Xiao and said with a smile, Wenchu and Xiaoyu are more than just comrades in arms in their eyes. Because of their captain, these two girls are more like their family, so in their own way, they welcomed their families. Lin Jin was also looking at the two teams that were far away with a smile on his face. Wenchu and Si Ting, Xiaoyu and Gu Xiao, the four of them are truly fated. After all these years in the hood, it's still the four of them. Lin Jin sighed. Old Lin, be honest, did you have anything to do with the fact that Wenchu and Xiaoyu would be on the list of doctors accompanying the team? Chen Jian looked at Lin Jin and asked mysteriously. I'll be honest with you, it really has nothing to do with me. The list that came to me, the first person chosen by the top was Wenchu. The second is Xiaoyu. When I got the list, I didn't know if I should be happy or guilty. Lin Jin's tone was somewhat helpless. Because of sighting? Chen Jian guessed. I stopped him before when he hit applying to Redshirt. My sister scolded me for 10 days. Now it's good that he sent his woman in again before he's even out. I haven't dared tell my sister. If she only knew her son and daughter-in-law were coming in. Ugh, she could curse me for a year. Lin Jin sighed and shook his head helplessly. This girl, Wen Chu, is truly outstanding. People are well educated in the Wen family, so this girl is a self-luminous person wherever she goes. I turned in that research paper she wrote a while back on different models of guns. When the top heard that she was Zhou Wang's favorite student, they paid special attention to the report she wrote. It's already being worked on. Chen Jian told Lin Jin about the report. This girl is indeed a talent. There has to be a way to keep her. Chen Jian said meaningfully. Keep her. When the first team changes to take over, hurry up and get her out of there. She's fine doing her military medicine at the hospital and doing a little research now and then. If something happens to her on the front line, it's a huge loss for both the hospital and the force. Lin Jin shook his head as he disagreed with Chen Jian's idea. You're being biased. There used to be people like that, and you hated to be chained to yourself. Chen Jian hit the nail on the head. He had partnered with Lin Jin for so many years and knew Lin Jin too well. Sort of. I hope Sighting and her can have a peaceful life. Sito has given enough over the years. He's doing right by the troops. He's doing right by the suit he's wearing. Lin Jin nodded. He didn't deny that he did have a selfish motive. Take one step at a time. These kids have too much of a bond with the troops. None of us can control the path they're going to take down the road. After Chen Jian finished speaking, he went back to the office building with Lin Jin. When Chu was carried back to the dormitory by Si Ting and placed on the bed. Hatsumomo, are you okay? Si Ting sat on the edge of the bed and touched Wen Chu's forehead, which was still a little cold and sweaty even now. I'm not so good. I was in a state of shock from the time I heard the emergency assembly whistle until I went up. Before I knew it, my eyes started going up and down and down and up. I feel like my brain is still bobbing up and down. Wen Chu lay on the bed and said with a somewhat weak voice, today's emergency assembly post is to prepare you mentally for life in the army in the future. The welcoming ceremony is indeed a special forces tradition. Before that it was put down 2 or 3 times at the most. I didn't think that they'd put it together today when they switched to you and little you. Si Ting was also a bit helpless. At that time he didn't get the order, he could only stand in the captain's team and watch Wen Chu being thrown up and down. Gu Xiao, I'll kill you. Xiao Yu's voice came over, and Wen Chu was once again startled and sat up directly. This is, Si Ting smiled and asked Wen Chu. Yuer is going to castrate Gu Xiao because he didn't tell her about the emergency assembly. Wen Chu said helplessly. It's something I was going to tell you. Team Tsunami says you should be given a memorable initiation, so it was kept from you. Hearing that Xiao Yu wanted to clean up Gu Xiao, Si Ting immediately confessed. In critical moments, a good brother is there to take a bullet. Sighting, Xiao Yu rushed into Wen Chu's dormitory and looked angrily at Si Ting. What? Si Ting froze. Looking at Xiao Yu's expression he felt something was wrong. Old dog Gu said that you said you wanted to give us a memorable initiation ceremony. So you deliberately didn't tell us there was such a thing as an emergency assembly? Xiao Yu stared at Si Ting and asked. Hearing this, Wen-shu slowly shifted her eyes to Si-ting's body. Wen-shu, why does that sound so familiar? Sito, it really wasn't me. Wen-shu, Citing, if you don't believe me, look at Gu Xiao. After receiving Citing's line of sight, Wen-shu then looked at Gu Xiao, who was standing behind Xiao Yu. Sure enough, the latter was pleading with his hands together, looking at Si-ting pitifully. This initiation ceremony, do you remember? Wen-shu looked at Xiao Yu and rounded off the conversation. Forever and ever. Xiao Yu waited for Gu Xiao and Si-ting to say, look how nice it is. They've served their purpose, and we really can't forget it. Wen-shu held back her laughter and said seriously, good. Never mind, Captain Tsunami, you as my captain. My first day on the team as a new member, and I'll let you feel what it means to never forget it. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she lifted her leg and kicked towards Gu Xiao between her legs. Gu Xiao reacted, and after grabbing Xiao Yu's ankle, he hurriedly bent down and placed her foot on the ground before turning around and running. In a few seconds, Xiao Yu and Gu Xiao could not be seen in the corridor. Why is little Yu reacting so much? Sito was a little puzzled. It was normal to have emergency gatherings in the army, even if Gu Xiao didn't tell her. There was discipline after all. You guys knew about this today ahead of time? Wen-shu smiled and asked Citing. It was set yesterday. It was supposed to be the day before, but I led the escort there, so they negotiated a day's delay. Sito explained. Xiao Yu has been in for 2 days. She won't let Gu Xiao into her dormitory. She locks the door. Gu Xiao climbs in through the window. Gu Xiao tosses her around until 3 or 4 in the morning every night. She's just gone to bed, and you guys have an emergency rendezvous at 5. And now that she knows that you guys knew about this ahead of time, do you think Gu Xiao can have a good time? After Wen-shu finished speaking, even Citing felt that Gu Xiao deserved it, even if he wanted to. He made out with Wen-shu once and then told her to get some rest, so the two of them went to bed at 9 o'clock. Go wash up. We're going to start training later after breakfast. I'll reduce the intensity of your training, but even that will be more tiring than if you were in the hospital, because you're going on a mission with us later, and you've experienced the level of difficulty and danger. Improve yourself a little bit more as much as you can to save your life on the battlefield. Si-ting looked at Wen-shu and explained seriously. Good. Wen-shu nodded. She understood what Si-ting meant. He could reduce the intensity for himself, but he had to train himself. After dinner, Citing was nowhere to be seen. The captains had gone to a meeting. By the time Wen-shu saw Si-ting, he was already assembled at the playground. Each captain had a brand new medical kit at his feet, and Wen-shu and the others all knew at a glance that it was for their doctor. As expected, this medical kit opened up to be full of brand new first aid equipment and medication. The accompanying doctor will have to carry this medical kit in his training going forward, mimicking the scenarios of future missions. Which goddamned person chose us for the Special Forces team? Xiao Yu sat paralyzed on the ground with the medical kit on her back, panting with exhaustion. Wen-shu wasn't much better, sitting on the ground without even the strength to stand up. We're still getting special treatment. Look at those doctors. Half their lives are on the line. Wen-shu breathlessly pointed to the other 5 doctors who were lying directly on the ground. They were all men, so they were just as intense as the troopers, and were already too tired to talk. On the contrary, the special combatants and the 7 captains didn't have any big reaction. Some sat on the ground and chatted, some skipped in place, and the captains stood together to discuss the afternoon's training content. Team Timothy, Team Tsunami, you two can't go back to your knees at night, can you? The captain of the 3rd team looked at Wen-shu and Xiao Yu, who were paralyzed on the ground, and were both worried for the two of them. Team Tsunami, I've psychologically built up Chocho before training, and I've taken precautions. Si-ting twisted his head to look at Gu Xiao and then walked over in the direction of Wen-shu after he finished speaking. I didn't say anything. Gu Xiao instantly felt like he was going cold. Chapter 109 Lingjun learns to play rascal. Hatsu. Winchester, are you okay? Si-ting squatted in front of Wen-shu and almost called the wrong one in passing. During the training period, he still had to abide by the rules, and Wen-shu was merely his own team member, so he couldn't call him too close. Alive, Wen-shu said breathlessly. She didn't even have the energy to think about Citing addressing herself anymore. If you tell me who voted us both in, or tell me who came up with the idea of letting us train carrying medical kits. I had to put poison rat in their rice and paraquat in their water. With her last ounce of strength, Xiao Yu stubbornly raised her head and looked at Si-ting indignantly. Standing not far away from the leaders who came to inspect in Lingjun, the two men subconsciously gulped after glancing at each other. It's only been half a day and we're trying to get us both killed. The leader cried and laughed. I've been prepared for this for a long time, and you scooped up 2 of General Hospital's baby bumps to suffer here. They're not the only 2 who want to get you killed. Lingjun kindly reminded him. The one I'm most optimistic about is actually that Wen-shu. I wouldn't want her out of the force if Dean hadn't been so reluctant to release her, the leader said, pointing at Wen-shu, who was lying on the ground. Do you know why Sighting is crouching there looking at Wenshu? Lin Jin pointed at Siting, who was crouching beside Wenshu to check on her condition, and said, if you leave Wenshu in the army and don't release him, he'll be the first to revolt. After hearing what Lin Jin said, the leader twisted his head and looked at Lin Jin. What does that mean? What do you mean? Wenshu is Siting's woman, my nephew-in-law. Hu Gang, I can tell you, if you dare to leave Wenshu in the army, I advise you not to take off these clothes for 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and not to set foot outside the army compound. You have a higher rank and position in this compound than I do. I don't care who you are when you get out of the compound. I'll let my sister clean you up. Hearing Hu Gang's words, Lin Jin were all anxious and started to threaten his top boss. That's the reason Sito never got married? Hu Gang asked with some surprise. What did you expect? Wenshu is the wife he fought and applied to marry and take home back in F. Wenshu gave up her life several times to enter the war zone to save him, and Si Ting was worried that both of them would be reunited in F country, so he could only mention the breakup. He hasn't even had a woman around all these years, let alone a date. It was so hard to get Wenshu back, but this is good. Now you've got you into the special operations team. Your real body is a pair of scissors, right? Specializing in cutting the red threads that people's moon lords hold? Lin Jin looked at Hu Gang with a speechless face. Where would I know to go? To be fair, when we were selecting people at General Hospital, all information was completely anonymous. All the eligible physicians' information is together. Wenshu's resume was so good that everyone agreed on it as the first choice. Hearing Lin Jin's complaint, Hu Gang still felt wronged. You know that now, don't you? So take your eyes off of Wenshu. When Si Ting leaves the team, take Wenshor with him. Although Lin Jin and Hu Gang had been talking for a long time, the two had kept their voices lowered, so what was said could only be heard by the two of them. It's okay for that Xiaoyu to stay on the team, right? Hu Gang left his eyes on Xiaoyu again. Xiaoyu, the eldest miss of the Qiao family in the capital city. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Hu Gang's eyes widened for a second. Her dad is Jamin? Hu Gang asked in surprise. Yes, the head of the hospital in the center of the capital city. Xiao Min, you left her daughter in the special forces. Guess if he can come to your door to settle the score? Lin Jin kindly reminded Hu Gang. The troops are short of talent. Hu Gang sighed. He had picked 2 baby bumps. He couldn't keep one of them. Good. Even if Jamin agrees with you keeping her on the force. Have you looked at Gu Xiao? Xiao Yu is his woman. You've detained the Gu family's youngest master and youngest grandmother in the special operations team. Guess if Lao Gu can tear down your house? After Lin Jin finished speaking, Hu Gang's entire body was dumbfounded. Old Lin, your team is truly a hidden talent. The Si family, the Wen family, the Gu family, and the Qiao family, the heirs of the 4 great families are all in your hands? Hu Gang pointed at the 4 men in front of him and shouted in a low voice. You think I want to? You can't leave the 2 young couples on the front line, can you? All unmarried and childless. If anything happens to the 4 of them, this is cutting off the 4 great families. These 4 families have joined forces and demolished your old nest for you, Lin Jin said with a cold snort. You do something human. Why didn't you say so? Now that people are coming in, you're telling me they're all in pairs? Hu Gang said helplessly. Normally in a situation like theirs, the troops would basically just let one of them stay on the front line to prevent something from happening to the group. I don't care. Go back and figure it out yourself. Lin Jin is a bit of a broken record. You're a handful of years old, and you're playing a rascal with me here? Hu Gang said as he glared at Lin Jin in anger. I told you not to stare at me. If you don't feel like I have any way to speak, I'll have my dad talk to you. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Hu Gang turned his body to look at Lin Jin. You're a man of your age, half in the ground, and you're bringing the old man out to pressure me? Lin Jin, you're an army, you're a commander, not a kindergarten director, Hu Gang said with an unbelievable face. He never dreamed that a hallowed commander would move his 80-something-year-old father out. You even have to break the route for people? Really, I can't find a master to invite my grandfather up to give you a chat also, Lin Jin said with an indifferent face. Don't you get all evil on me here. You are truly filial. Your Lin family has produced such a filial son as you. Your ancestors' graves are really smoking. Hu Gang didn't want a bull with Lin Jin anymore. He looked at the several accompanying military doctors from the other teams. Although none of them were bad, he felt that none of them were as good as Wenshu. After watching for a while, he left the training ground with Lin Jin. In the evening, Hu just went home after dinner. Simply cannot be quiet. A moment to stand up and sneak around. A moment to stand on the balcony to smoke a cigarette. Old Hu, what's wrong with you? Wang Yuan, Hu Gang's wife, came out and looked at him suspiciously. You've gone dozens of round trips this night and I'm getting dizzy. Did something happen to the troops? Wang Yuan asked in disbelief. Do you think old Lin is crazy? Today, for the sake of 2 accompanying doctors, he brought out the old leaders to press me, and practice getting his grandfather to come out and talk to me. Hu Gang felt that Lin Jin were possessed. 2 accompanying doctors? You're talking about the Winchester's girl. Wang Yuan thought about it and instantly figured it out. You know Winchester? Hu just froze. No one else recognizes it, but Wen's little girl still knows it. Wang Yuan sat down on the sofa and nodded. Her mom, Shui Wei, is BFFs with Yuan Jia. The two have been trying to set up the 2 children since Wenshu and Sighting were children. But Wenshu left the country when he was in school. Sighting is bent on going into the army, so he stays home to study. Later, when Wenshu returned to China, the Wen family and the Si family used some means to let the 2 children meet, and they really let the 2 children get together. Then Sighting was sent to F to aid. Or you were. It just so happens that Winchester was there, but I don't know what happened. But the 2 kids broke up, and Wenshu went back home first on his own. After a few years, the 2 children are finally together again. And Yuan Ji and Shui Wei have been happy about this for a long time. Wang Yuan gave Hu Gang a general rundown. How come I don't know anything? Hu Gang said to himself. He only knew a small part of it. Not as much as Wang Yuan knew. What can you know? You've been holding the list of troop fighters all day, looking left and right. Since when do you care about that? Wang Yuan said helplessly. You're not thinking of holding that girl from the Wen family in the special operations team under old Lin. Wang Yuan suddenly understood something when he thought of what Hu Gang had said about Lin Jin moving out the old man to pressure him. You don't feel like it's working either? Hu just nodded. Yes, of course. Wang Yuan stood up from the sofa and looked at Hu Gang without a good look. Just you wait. When I tell Yuan Jia about this, it's fine that you're holding someone else. Sighting, back from retirement. But now you're trying to hold her daughter-in-law back as well. The old ancestor of the Si family could be so angry with you that he'd come to you for a chat. Old Lin inviting the old leaders out to talk to you is considered light. You're going to have to break people's backs. Wang Yuan pointed at Hu Gang and said, how do you talk now? That into the special operations team is to send to death. Taking a step back, doesn't Lao Si still have a son? Si Rin, and it wouldn't be so bad as to break his back. Hu just finished saying that he was a bit weak himself. Listen to you. Those special operations teams under old Lin are, to put it nicely, special operations teams, special soldiers, special forces. To put it badly, that's a daredevil. Let them go wherever it is dangerous, and send them wherever there is a shortage of those who are sent to their deaths. How many times has Si Ting died and you need me to remind you? How many times has Gu Shao died that I need to remind you? That life of theirs, every day they live is for nothing. Si Rin? You're counting on Si Rin to carry on the Si family's legacy? Do you know that Master Si asked Si Rin to find a date on a blind date? And this brat did something? He bought 2 elephants and led them back to the old Si house. 1 male, 1 female, short for object. Master Si almost passed with a myocardial infarction. Isn't there a shortage of fighting in old Lin's hands? Ancient elephants can also go to war. You 2 hurry up and go to the Si family to take the elephants to the troops as well, and count them as soldiers under Lin Jin. After Wang Yuan finished speaking, Hu Gang's entire body was dumbfounded by his dislike, and he didn't know what to do as he sat on the sofa. Did you all conspire? After a while, Hu Gang came back to his senses, and he realized that Lin Jin and Wang Yuan were saying pretty much the same thing. This is still collusion? These things are out in the open. Throw in your relationship, even if the others, the Si family and the Wen family, are willing to keep these 2 kids in the special operations team. Even people's youngest 2 are willing to stay and be at your disposal. Shouldn't you and old Lin, as leaders of the force, humanize yourselves as well? What kind of person lets 2 people go on missions and battlefields together in the same special operations team? In case something goes wrong and they die together for their country, they become heroes and you wait to cry. Backing up, if 2 people don't have kids, that's neither leaving a legacy. If 2 people have a child, this is a child who grows up without a father or a mother. Are you, as leaders, at peace with yourselves? After Wang Yuan finished speaking, Hu Gang had absolutely nothing to say. He silently stood up and walked to the balcony, smoking one cigarette after another. What's going on here? Winch's entry into the Special Forces team was supposed to be picked anonymously, and he didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Inside these big families, he usually didn't have too many interactions besides not being familiar with the Wen family. Only his own wife knew Wenchu's mom, or because of Sighting's mom, they occasionally drank a cup of tea together. The rest were familiar to him. This is great. It all comes together. Hatsumomo, why don't you eat? Si Ting got his meal from the cafeteria and went straight back to Wenchu's dormitory. Wenshu had already washed up and collapsed on the bed, with only 2 eyes left to move. I can't get a bite in. I'm going to be exhausted. Wenshu lay on the bed and didn't move a muscle. Si Ting looked at something wrong with the t-shirt on Wenshu. He walked up and helped Wenshu up, just about to pull down the shirt on her shoulder. Wenshu shook her head, trying to stop Si Ting's action. Don't you move. Let me see. Sithin said softly, then pulled down her shirt. The wound at the shoulder was clearly visible, but Wenshu didn't do anything about it. Abraded by the medical kit straps, aren't they? Why don't you deal with it? Si Ting was heartbroken, but he couldn't help Wenchu on the training ground. I don't have the strength. It's okay, it's getting better. Wenchu had long known that she had worn out blood blisters on her shoulders, but she really didn't have any strength left. Si Ting stood up and opened Wenchu's own medical kit. Choo-choo, bear with me for a bit. I'll take care of it for you. Si Ting frowned as he gently handled it. The hand that didn't even shake when holding the gun trembled at this moment, and the quail-egg sized wound looked incredibly harsh on Wenchu's pale skin. What he didn't expect was that Wenchu didn't grunt a single word from beginning to end, and when he finished dealing with it, Wenchu unconsciously collapsed onto his shoulder. He held Wenchu up before realizing that she had fallen asleep. Si Ting placed Wenchu Ping on the bed, then covered her with the quilt and sat on one side quietly watching her sleep. He could very well understand Wenchu's exhaustion. He had suffered more than her at the beginning when he himself entered the special operations team. The training he gave Wenchu was quite a bit less intense than a normal special operations female soldier, but it was still strong for a military doctor who hadn't experienced army training. When he first joined the special forces as a male soldier, he had big blood blisters all over the soles of his feet that would stick to his socks when they broke. Even so, he was often too tired to feel pain. Just like Wenchu now. Chapter 110, Emergency Assembly. Team Timothy. Gu Xiao came to Wenchu's dormitory. He knew that if he wanted to find Si Ting he could just come here directly. What you're trying to say is the same as what I'm trying to say, but it's an order from above. We can only carry it out. Si Ting walked out of Wenchu's dormitory and went to his own dormitory with Gu Xiao. Throw in Yuer and Xiaochu's relationship with us. Troops 3 through 7 were male corpsmen, and we were female corpsmen. The intensity they can take is not the same as men would have been. If we let them both practice like this, something has to go wrong, Gu Xiao said with some annoyance. Si Ting looked at Gu Xiao's appearance and knew that Xiao Yu's situation was not much better than Wenchu's. Just sit down and calm down. Si Ting poured Gu Xiao a glass of water and told him to calm down first. Can't calm down a bit? It's not like you didn't pick up that special medical kit for them today. What doctor's medical kit is so heavy? I just went back to carry Yuer's medical kit, and the special one weighs at least 20 pounds more than the normal one. How much do they both weigh? Carrying a medical kit that almost catches both of their weight for training. Crazy. The female special forces packs aren't as heavy as that case. The more Gu Xiao spoke, the more excited he became. I know what you're saying. I went up the chain of command on this but it was dismissed. So I've been thinking about Hatsumomo and little you training all day. On the battlefield, no one will show mercy just because they're both women, and bullets don't fly around just because they're both women. I shouldn't need to advise you on any of this. How could Si Ting not know that the intensity of this training was simply too hard for Wenchu and Xiao Yu? But the problem faced was that there was a high possibility that the two of them would need to go out on quite a few missions during their time on the team. These missions are real wars with the other side. Having the two of them live with us also simulates going on a mission. You can't just give them a separate place to stay when you're on a mission because they're women. They were both chosen to come in and destined to go through this. All we can do is get them acclimated to the intensity and environment in the fastest time possible. After all, danger waits for no man, and we're always ready to go when there's a mission. If we had a mission tonight, they'd both have to get up and come with us right now. This is reality. After Si Ting finished speaking, Gu Xiao calmed down a lot inside after being silent for a while. What the? Are there no more doctors in the whole world? We had to send them both to us so we could torture them ourselves. Gu Xiao scratched his hair. Now was the time for them to impose all the suffering they had once suffered on Wenchu and Xiao Yu. Come on back. Let's give them both a leg up. No surprises. There are definitely surprises tonight. Si Ting stood up and looked at his watch. According to past practices, Wenchu and Xiao Yu could still sleep for up to 5 hours. They and the rest of the special forces had gotten used to it a long time ago, and it was the same whether they slept or not. As expected of Si Ting, after the two of them returned to Wenchu and Xiao Yu's dormitory, they squeezed the legs and feet of the sleeping two, helping them relax their muscles. Even with all this action, neither woman had any reaction and were still asleep. At 11 o'clock at night, Sighting and Gu Xiao were notified to change their clothes and gather at the playground without informing any of the team members. After Si Ting changed his clothes, he twisted his head to look at the sleeping Wenchu, and after a few glances turned off the lights and left the dormitory. At 11:30 p.m., the sound of the emergency assembly whistle resounded throughout the dormitory building. Wenchu sat up from the bed with a jolt, then heard shouts from the corridor, "Gear up for emergency assembly." She hurriedly got up from the bed, and upon turning on the light was surprised to find that it was not the quilt that covered her, but the clothes she had assembled to wear. The quilt on the bed had been neatly folded and placed on the table. The shorts he had worn to bed had also been removed and replaced with pants that needed to be worn. The backpacks and medical kits were also loaded and laid out on the floor. That is, all one needs to do is put on a jacket and shoes, put the folded quilt on the bed, and head out with a medical kit and backpack. As she put on her jacket, she noticed that the shoulders of the jacket were soft and thick, and she reached in and touched them, and there were tampons attached to the shoulders, and with all the wounds on his shoulder treated and extra thick gauze applied, the pain was definitely much lighter when he put his pack on his back. She knew that all of this was done by Si-Ting and unconsciously hooked a smile. He couldn't help himself with anything else, but he didn't hold back where others couldn't see. When Wen-Cho just ran out of the dormitory, she was surprised to find Zhang-Tu and the others waiting for her. The moment they saw Wen-Chu, they quickly rushed forward to take the medical kit in her hand and the backpack on her body. Before Wen-Chu could regain her senses, she was already carried on a shoulder by a force, her head facing the ground. "Omi, what are you doing? You put me down," Wen-Chu shouted at Zhang-Tu in surprise. "Stay out of it, sister-in-law. There's a set time for assembly, and the whole team is penalized for being late. It's not like you have to run over there yourself to do it," Zhang-Tu said as he carried Wen-Chu and ran towards the playground with his legs raised. "Timothy's team, you guys can't make it in time for your first team?" The captain of Team 5 asked in shock as he pointed in the direction of the dormitory building. The captains of the 7 teams turned their heads to look, only to see that the first team was indeed the fastest, but Wen-Chu was carried over. When she arrived at the gathering position, Wen-Chu was placed on the ground, and while she was still in a heavenly situation, her backpack was already on her back and the medical kit was already tucked into her hand. "Report! First team assembled," after Jiang-Tu shouted. All the captains and leaders present froze without speaking. "In all the years I've been in the army, it's the first time I've seen a team being carried out to muster," the captain of Team 7 said quietly as he looked back. "You don't care how people got out, they just got all dressed and assembled in the allotted time. You can't say that people have big brains on the first team. No other team could come up with this." The captain of Team 6 wasn't finished when everyone saw Team 2 rushing out with the same scenario. The difference was that when Shu was fully dressed, and Xiaoyu only wore pants and her jacket was still on, wanting to be more lousy than when she was. The other doctors also basically came out in the same mold as Xiaoyu, but they ran out on their own. After Xiaoyu was placed on the ground, she hurriedly got dressed, put on her backpack and picked up her medical kit. Gu Xiao looked at Xiaoyu's appearance, then looked at Wen Chu's appearance, and really couldn't figure out how Wen Chu did it. Chapter 111, Are you feeding the pigs? How did your family do it? Hatsu? How was she able to get her gear on in such a short period of time? Gu Xiao asked, citing suspiciously. You guess? Si-Ting's eyes kept falling on Wen Chu's body with indescribable gentleness. You gave her individual training? You're too fast for that, aren't you? Gu Xiao seriously guessed. Individual training. Hearing Gu Xiao's words, Si-Ting finally shifted his eyes to Gu Xiao's body. You finally said something useful. Si-Ting patted Gu Xiao's shoulder, then inclined his head and whispered a few words. Hearing the reason why Wen Chu had organized her equipment so quickly, Gu Xiao's entire body was bad. All teams were assembled and late-night extra training began. The special operators are in good shape as they have adapted to the training and intensity of these exercises, but the doctors accompanying the team couldn't take it anymore and screamed their heads off. My God, I'm a man with a scalpel, and now I'm locked up here to be abused and not to live. That's right, Captain. We're doctors. We're not special ops. We don't need to run dozens of kilometers with weights first when we do surgeries. No one will let us on the operating table even after the run. I can't even hold chopsticks now, let alone a scalpel. If I keep practicing like this, I'm going to be on the operating table. Doctors have stopped running. They simply can't. They sat down on the ground without a care in the world and set aside their medical kits and backpacks. When Wen Chu and Xiaoyu passed by, they just calmly glanced at them, rested for less than a minute, and then continued to run forward. The other team captains naturally knew that this training was too hard for them and looked at them somewhat helplessly. Si-Ting and Gu Xiao followed at the end of their own group, which was behind Wen Chu and Xiaoyu, and didn't say anything as they passed by. This is a situation they were prepared for. Team Thunder, Team Tsunami. The captain of the third team called out to stop sighting in Gu Xiao. What's wrong? The two men walked over to look at a few handfuls of captains. Don't the two female corpsmen on your team get tired? The captain of the third team asked suspiciously. How come you're not tired? Too tired to even eat dinner. Gu Xiao shook his head and said, then why do they keep training? Another doctor asked in disbelief. The intensity of this training was too much for them to bear. How did Wen Chu and Xiaoyu manage to do it? Si-Ting and Gu Xiao glanced at each other before looking at the military doctors sitting on the ground. They've done things like run 20 kilometers underweight and then operate on the injured, rushing into an artillery-filled war zone to save lives. They've done that too. Military exercises they've been to. They've actually been to war. They are military doctors who have actually participated in international relief and disaster relief. They know exactly what the point of doing this now is. So, when they can't run, they walk. And even if they eventually can't walk, they crawl back. After Si-Ting finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards his team. You all think that when we took in two female corpsmen in teams 1 and 2, we took in two troubles. In fact, we had a lot less trouble than a couple of your teams, because we fought them, side by side. After Gu Shao finished seriously, he also ran towards his team. The military doctors sitting on the floor looked at each other with some blushes when they heard this. Go! We can't be worse than two little girls. We're all carrying the same heavy medkits and backpacks. They can run and we can run. They can walk and we can walk. They can climb and we can climb. Go! I've heard about Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. They're both people who came back from the F country war zone. We're not training in a much better environment than they were in the war zone. Yeah, at least there's no bullets or guns. At least you can't die. Encouraging each other, several of the male medics got up from the ground and put on their backpacks, carried their medical kits, and continued to run out ahead. The 5 captains were left behind to watch them run away, shaking their heads somewhat incredulously. I really didn't expect that nothing we say would be of any use. It's not as impressive as what the two others, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu, did. I've heard all about both of them, not to mention being a doctor in the same hospital as them. Wen Shu on the first team is a treasure. Used to be a double major in design and weapon systems, both from graduate school. Then for some reason I stopped studying and was busted to restudy clinical medicine at a military medical college. This just got tapped into the hospital as an intern. Now the force has set up a special research group for research purposes specifically for the report on weapons that Wen Shu made. Babyish, the captain of Team 6 said with a smile, his eyes full of envy. How do you know? The captain of the 7th team was also a bit surprised when he heard Wen Shu's resume. I happened to be in our commander's office when he called in a report to request a shipment of firearms. I thought these guns were for us. The commander said those were specially transferred to the first team because a female great goddess came to the first team and needed those firearms for a few experiments. I didn't realize until I met Wen Shu later that she was the female great god. After the captain of the 6th team finished speaking, the other captains all had a different opinion of Wen Shu. This girl who looked so gentle and soft was so powerful. At first I saw that Team 1 and Team 2 were 2 girls, and I thought that Timothy and Tsunami were supposed to be the 2 with the most headaches. Now it seems that the clown is ourselves. Go! Several of the captains chased after them toward the group. In the end, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu really rolled and crawled to the finish line, and the team members stood at the finish line to cheer them on. After running to the finish line, the 2 men lay directly on the ground, not getting up no matter how much they were called or told. Leave us alone, anyone, and let me lie down a little longer. This road, longer than our lives. Xiaoyu broke down and said that she had no idea how she had gotten down here. Can I just sleep here? I don't even want to go back to my dorm. Wen Shu didn't care that the floor was dirty. She wanted to sleep here directly. As the 2 men were dying to move, the assembly whistle sounded again. Zhang Tu and the others hurriedly helped Wen Shu up. Sister-in-law, you hold on. Zhao Fuan also helped Xiaoyu up. Cheer up, sister-in-law. You'll be able to go back to rest soon. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu sat in the cafeteria with lifeless faces, looking at the rice piled up into a small mountain in front of them. The 2 of them could not eat a single bite. If you 2 don't eat, you'll be fixing the ferry. You must eat all your meals. There is no waste in the army. Si Ting sat next to Wen Shu, and Gu Shao sat next to Xiaoyu. Are you feeding the pigs? Xiaoyu pointed at the rice on her dinner plate and glared at Gu Shao. They knew they needed to eat so much because the meals were all typed by Sighting and Gu Shao. There's no more training before lunch, so if you eat early you can shower and go to bed early. Eat slow, sleep short. Before Si Ting could finish his sentence, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu gulped down their rice into their mouths, choking and swallowing several times. The 2 of them were supposed to be the slowest eaters and lived to be the first and second to finish their meals. Chapter 112, Gu Shao who was beaten up. After eating, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu felt that some strength had been restored to their bodies as well, and the 2 of them ran back to the bathroom to take a shower without looking back. The 2 of them, Si Ting and Gu Shao, stood at the bathroom door to watch the door for the 2 of them. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu went back to the dormitory first after washing, and Si Ting and Gu Shao took a total of 5 minutes in the shower. So they packed up and went back to find their respective women. When Si Ting returned to the dormitory, he saw that Wen Shu had already fallen asleep. He took out his medical kit and put medicine on Wen Shu's shoulder and then saw the blisters on the bottom of her feet. His heart ached. He sat on the edge of the bed and little by little he picked the blisters on her feet, applied medicine, and then put a band-aid on them. After taking care of it, he took Wen Shu's changed clothes and went out to wash them. Team Timothy, where's the laundry for sister-in-law? Zhang Tu also carried a water basin out to wash the clothes. Looking at Si Ting who was tanning his clothes with a gossipy grin on his face, the clothes hanging on the clothesline were obviously small-sized women's clothes, and next to the women's clothes were Sighting's clothes. You're the one who talks too much, Si Ting said helplessly after he finished tanning his clothes. Team Timothy, it's not too much to ask for us to follow and eat some dog food when you fall in love, right? He. Zhao Zhe also walked out and looked at Si Ting cheerfully and said, if you want a relationship find it yourself, don't stare at me every day. Sighting said as he walked towards the dormitory. Look, Look, there are still times when our timbers are shy. Jung-tu was even more excited as he watched Si-ting's back as he left. Oh me, be honest. Timothy's team is putting their minds on their sister-in-law. If they put their minds on you, you'll be waiting. Wang Hao chanted as he washed the clothes. Yes, 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 yes. Sister-in-law has been so tired for the past 2 days that Timothy's team must be lusting after her. We can stay away from him, in case this pervert gives us extra practice. It's a death wish. Jung-tu hurriedly chose to shut up. It wasn't a good thing to mess with Si-ting. These words, coincidentally, were all heard by Si-ting, who had come out to brush his shoes. Extra practice starts this afternoon. I can't even apologize for being a lustful pervert without extra practice. Si-ting took his and Wenchu's shoes and skillfully brushed them. Boss. Jung-tu looked at Si-ting lifelessly. Boss, will you train him extra on his own? We are willing to give him all this blessing. The rest of the team wailed. Sito's extra training was notoriously hard on the troops. A team is a team, and none of them can run. Si-ting said calmly, oh me, I really want to sew up your mouth. 10 times out of 10 extra practices every month. You light the fire. The team members glared at Jung-tu, while Jung-tu hurriedly shut his mouth. He couldn't say any more. If he did, he would die from practicing. Sito's eyes stayed on the shoes in his hands, brushing them clean and drying them as well. By the time he lay down beside Wenshu, it was already after 9 in the morning. He gently wrapped his arms around Wenshu and then hugged her as she fell asleep as well. The sleeping Wenshu seemed to feel Si-ting's breath and couldn't help but arch towards his arms, arching to a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Boss, guess what I saw? Wang Shan ran to Gu Xiao's dormitory, who was preparing to go to sleep in Xiao Yu's dormitory. Watching what? Gu Xiao looked at Wang Shan with a puzzled expression. Boss, you still have the nerve to sleep? I saw people's Timothy team washing clothes and brushing shoes for Sister Wenshu's sister-in-law, and they all hung out to dry. You can't leave everything behind the other timbers. Wang Shan kindly reminded Gu Xiao. Washing clothes? Brush shoes? Sighting, you really? Wife. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he immediately ran to Xiao Yu's dormitory, looked at the sleeping Xiao Yu, and hurriedly took all her clothes and ran out to wash them, and even her shoes didn't fall. They were all brushed. I really don't know whose wife, Team Tsunami or Team Timothy. Our Tsunami team usually treats us like individuals, and we don't even dare to utter a word in front of sister-in-law. The members of the second team snickered as they looked at Gu Xiao, who was frantically washing clothes. Hey, it's not. Don't talk. Don't we have to go warn Team Tsunami? What's the point of reminding him? Don't you guys want to see your sister-in-law clean him up? That's right. Let's hurry back to bed and come out as soon as we hear the sound, so we don't miss this good show. The members of the second team snickered and laughed before they all went back to their dormitories to sleep. Gu Xiao, where are my clothes? When it was time for lunch, Xiao Yu's voice resounded through the floor of the second team's dormitory. I've washed you in the sun. Gu Xiao rolled up from the bed and spoke cheerfully, waiting for Xiao Yu to praise herself. You've got some kind of serious illness, don't you? Just do your laundry. You washed the dirty ones. You washed all my clean clothes. And where are my shoes? Xiao Yu pointed to the slippers on the floor. There was only one pair of slippers left in the entire dormitory. All swiped. Gu Xiao stumbled over his words. No wonder when I washed my clothes and brushed my shoes, I found the water to be clear. It turned out that he had taken Xiao Yu's spare clothes and shoes and washed them all. I'm wearing this to practice this afternoon? Xiao Yu lifted her feet in her slippers and said with some devastation. Why don't you take the afternoon off? Just don't use. Before Gu Xiao finished his words, there was a knock on the dormitory door and it was Lu Chang. Team Tsunami. I just ran into Team Timothy and asked me to tell you that someone from above is coming to check on training this afternoon, so get ready early. After Lu Chang finished speaking, Gu Xiao slowly looked towards Xiao Yu, and when he saw Xiao Yu's eyes slightly narrowed as she glared at him, he turned around and ran. Si-ting and Wenchu, who lived on the first floor, had just gotten dressed and were ready to go to the cafeteria to eat when they heard curses and pleas for mercy coming from the second floor. What's wrong with you, Wenchu asked as she stopped walking and looked at Si-ting suspiciously. I don't know. Si-ting also looked puzzled. What's going on? Go eat. I guess Team Tsunami pissed off Xiao Yu somewhere. Si-ting and Wenchu walked in the direction of the cafeteria, and when they passed by the washroom, Wenchu subconsciously looked at the place where she was drying her clothes, and then stopped in her tracks. You did my laundry? Wenchu asked with some surprise as she looked at the women's clothes hanging on the drying rack. Well, the sun is good now, and it will dry in the afternoon. You'll be able to wear clean clothes tomorrow for training like this. Sithan nodded. Wenchu was especially touched, and before she could say anything, she saw two other sets of women's clothing. Do we have any female members here? Wenchu walked in and pointed to the women's clothing and asked citing, just you and little you. The female trooper is not with us. Sito shook his head and looked up at the webtoon women's outfits as well. Wenchu looked down at the women's clothes she was wearing, She and Xiaoyu each had 2 sets. She was wearing 1 set and there was 1 set hanging here, which meant that the remaining 2 sets were Xiaoyu's. I seem to know what's wrong with you, Air. Wenchu looked at the 2 sets of clothes and smiled. It's not just the clothes. Look there. Ting pointed to the 3 pairs of women's shoes placed to the side. In addition to Wenchu's pair, there were 2 other pairs. Team Tsunami is washing all of Yuer's changes of clothes and shoes. Wenchu smiled and shook his head. Come on, let's see what they're up to this afternoon. Ting also smiled, so he led Wenchu towards the cafeteria. The 2 of them were eating their meal when Xiaoyu walked in wearing her own sportswear and then sat next to Wenchu. Gu Xiao followed her with a frustrated face and carefully sat next to Ting. Wenchu looked at the clothes on Xiaoyu's body and didn't hold back her laughter. Little you, where did the rest of your clothes go? Wenchu asked in a small voice. At home and at the hospital. We came over differently than you. You knew ahead of time. We didn't know anything. Brought straight from work. Give us a day off this weekend to get back to packing. Xiaoyu replied to Wenchu in a low voice. I have other clothes there, so you can wear them first. Wenchu reminded Xiaoyu. You're a whole lot thinner than me. I can't wear it. Xiaoyu crumbled a little, then glared at Gu Xiao again. Sick. Gu Xiao hurriedly lowered his head to eat honestly by himself. When they finally gathered, the leaders didn't make things too difficult for Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu. After all, Xiaoyu and the others were brought in temporarily, and their clothes weren't brought with them were all very normal. But Gu Xiao's honorable deed soon spread, and everyone knew about the scolding he received for washing his girlfriend's clothes, and was laughed at for 3 whole days. Yo, Team Tsunami, no laundry? Jiang Tu looked at Gu Xiao and didn't hold back or flirted a bit. You keep your mouth shut. Gu Xiao was so angry that he wanted to kick Jiang Tu. Ting, who was standing beside Gu Xiao, smiled and patted Jiang Tu's shoulder, telling him not to be angry with Gu Xiao. By the way, Hatsumomo, I haven't asked you yet. How did you change your clothes during the last emergency assembly? And how did you pack your equipment? That was fast. Xiaoyu looked at Wenchu curiously and asked. These days were too tiring. After training, the 2 girls didn't bother to chat and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Oh, you mean that time? I didn't pack it. Sighting had it all ready for me when I got up, so I just put on my coat. Wenchu spoke and remembered something and hurriedly stopped her mouth. But it was too late. When she shifted her sight to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu's sight had already killed Gu Xiao. The 2 men walking behind the 2 women stopped instantly. Ting pulled Wenchu to the side in a swift manner, away from Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu. Gu Xiao, you're with sighting 365 days a year. Why can't you learn from others? Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves as she spoke and took a step towards Gu Xiao. No, Yuer, I'm not inexperienced. I was wrong. Gu Xiao's final apology was extraordinarily loud. There's really no comparison. With comparisons all hurt. Xiaoyu glared at Gu Xiao, who dared to retort. Retorting was fatal. Sighting. Next time you want to do something, you teach me. Gu Xiao looked at Wenchu and Xiaoyu, who continued to walk forward, and muttered to Ting in a low voice. These still have to be taught? What else can you do? Ting didn't care about him. He was willing to see Gu Xiao being chased and beaten by Xiaoyu. If you're so good at it, are you sure you didn't have any other women before you were in Primrose? Gu Xiao suddenly raised his voice to inquire about sighting. Ting watched as the 2 women walking in front of him stopped in their tracks again and turned to look at him. Okay, Team Tsunami, you've grown up. Ting cried and laughed at the way Wenchu and Xiaoyu were looking at him. So he turned his head and looked at Gu Xiao and hooked a bad smile. Hatsumomo is my first woman, and I dare say that everywhere I go. I also bet she managed to show up so quickly when she assembled because I folded her quilt for her too. The reason she hasn't gotten any more blisters on her shoulders in the last 2 days is because I've patted the shoulders of her dress with something that doesn't rub her shoulders anymore. And I bet I packed all her backpacks. I know what's essential, what can be packed more and what can be packed less. How dare I say? You shut up. Gu Xiao watched as Xiaoyu's eyes became more and more ferocious as she stared at herself and hurriedly rushed forward to cover Ting's mouth. You're trying to get me killed. I haven't been in Yu's dormitory door for 2 days. Gu Xiao said indignantly, not daring to speak too loudly yet. Hatsumomo, why don't you 2 go? I have a few things to do. Xiaoyu's hands clasped her chest and said meaningfully, okay, bye. Without waiting for Wenqiu to answer, Ting took a step forward and grabbed Wenqiu's wrist and ran away. The 2 of them laughed as they ran, listening to Gu Xiao's pleas for mercy and apologies behind them, and every now and then, Xiaoyu's curses. Aren't we a little bad? After the 2 ran back to the dormitory, Wenqiu smiled and asked Sighting, it's time for Team Tsunami to weather the storm. Sighting said with a smile, Team Tsunami is a big straight man, and Xiaoyu is a girl with a big heart, but Team Tsunami is a man with a long brain. After being cleaned up by Xiaoyu twice, he'll know how to be nice to girls afterward. Ting explained to Wenqiu, Captain Timothy is so experienced. Wenqiu sat on the chair, the corner of his mouth also hooked up a bad smile looking at Ting and said, my experience comes from the fact that I love you. Ting reached out and scooped up Wenshu in his arms and whispered. The two hugged each other, and in just a few seconds, Wenshu felt Ting's love. She lowered her head slightly and looked at the hardness against her body, subconsciously trying to push Ting away from him. Don't run, I won't move you, just let me hold you. Ting held Wenshu tightly. He said that Wenshu was already tired from the recent training, so he didn't touch her even once. Every day when he returned to the dormitory, he helped Wenshu massage, and after the massage Wenshu basically fell asleep. He would then clean up his quarters, wash both of his clothes, and finally be in bed. Wenshu would often say about Ting that he couldn't see a trace of a powerful young master in him. Which young master would do so much work? Chapter 113, What's in the folder? Ting had also evaluated Wenshu, and he couldn't see half of the appearance of a big lady of a luxurious family from her either. Outside the army, one could see through Wenshu's speech and demeanor that she was well taught and very cultivated. From her dress is not to see too much. Wenshu, although big brands of clothes are also very much, but she usually go out more inclined to wear some comfortable usual brand. A few $100s mostly, but those who know what they're talking about will be able to tell from the jewelry Wenshu wears that she has a thick family background and is surely one of the most powerful of the powerful. Wenshu's jewelry are all very valuable. Firstly because she likes them, and secondly because she thinks they can be heirlooms, passed down from generation to generation, so she never goes soft when it comes to buying jewelry again. Inside the army, she gave off the impression that she was a dutiful military doctor, unable to see any of the pettiness of a big lady from a wealthy family. Besides studying is training. When Wenshu woke up every morning, she would turn on the surgery video and studied it while she washed up. She had nothing but information and videos on her computer. Other than that, it was just design drafts and drawing software, and nothing else. When you train, you also go all out to follow the rhythm of the Special Forces team members. Although he couldn't keep up, he was improving quickly, and Wenshu attributed this to the 4 years of mixed martial arts he had practiced. Now every day she was tired, but already better than the first 2 days. Citing very distressed Wenshu, was not too meat on the body, since entering the Special Forces more and more thin, cannot eat a lot of food. He knows that Wenshu is too tired to eat, but he will stare at Wenshu so that she can eat a few more mouths. Wenshu was quiet in Ting's arms as he held her, but she also felt his desire that was slow to fade. Choo, you go to sleep first, I'll be back later to give you a massage. There was a hint of stoicism in Ting's hoarse voice. The smell of Wenshu's body made him burst with desire and he needed to take a cool shower to cool down. When Ting let go of Wenshu directly stood on her tiptoes and tilted her head up to kiss her, stretching out her arms to encircle Ting's neck. Hatsa Momo. Ting once again wrapped his arms around Wenshu's waist. Captain Timothy kisses, doesn't even close his eyes. Wenshu's delicate and sticky voice caused the muscles in Ting's entire body to tense up. Ting clasped the back of Wenshu's head with one hand and kissed her deeply, the temperature in the room gradually rising. Soon, Ting's hand began to slowly move up to fondle. Gu Shao. Gu Shao. How many years have you two been soldiers? The troops have discipline, don't you know that? It's the first time I've ever heard of male soldiers being able to live in someone's female dormitory. Wenshu and Xiao Yu were sent in. That's the military doctor for your special operations team. That's good. It's become for you two to fall in love. If I hadn't gone to your dormitory area today, I wouldn't have realized that you two had run off to sleep in someone else's dormitory. The two of them, Ting and Gu Shao, stood in Lin Jin's office, watching him walk around and listening to his accusations. That's just me watching. If the people up there see you two plus those two girls, you'll all have to take off your uniforms. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? The more Lin Jin thought about it, the angrier he got, and he ran to the dormitory area himself to see how the doctors accompanying the team were getting along with the Special Forces members. I didn't realize that I couldn't find Ting in his dormitory on the first floor, and I couldn't find Gu Shao in his dormitory on the second floor. Finally, in Wenshu and Xiao Yu's dormitory, they saw two people full of spring. One was making the bed and the other was scrubbing the floor. Puzzled, he walked into Wenshu's dormitory, saw Ting's uniform and shoes, and instantly realized what was going on. He walked into Xiao Yu's dormitory again. Gu Shao was happily scrubbing the floor, his shoes on the side of the bed, his feet still wearing slippers that he hadn't had time to change. Immediately afterward, he took both of them back to his office. The first time a male soldier had ever lived in a female dormitory. Ting and Gu Shao just stood straight, not saying a word, just listening to Lin Jin chanting back and forth. Old Lin, take a quick drink and rest. Chen Jian walked in from outside with a file bag in his hand. You've been chanting for an hour and a half. My ears are getting calloused. The training grounds and dormitories for their special operations teams are separate, and the two of them running away from people's Wenshu and Xiaoyu dormitories is only known to their own team members, not even teams 3 through 7. If you don't tell, I don't tell, they don't tell, no one else knows. Chen Jian dragged Lin Jin to sit on the sofa and secretly winked towards Si Ting and Gu Xiao, signaling the two of them to rest assured and watch him perform. Old Chen, you still have to harbor these two brats? Lin Jin asked, pointing at Si Ting and Gu Xiao and glaring at Chen Jian. You're confused at your age, aren't you? Chen Jian pointed at Lin Jin, then came up to Lin Jin's ear. You're senile. It's a good thing that the two of them ran to someone else's Wen Chu and Xiaoyu dormitory. If you want Si Ting and Gu Xiao to stay in the army for 2 more years and bring out 2 more batches of soldiers, you're all for this. Your daughter-in-law is in your arms, and you're worried about the two of them leaving? Chen Jian muttered in a small voice. And you helped them? What are you going to do when people find out about this? Lin Jin also muttered in a small voice. Who knows? Are they stupid? Don't they know it's against the rules? And it was you who let them both pick first at the time. You knew for sure that both of them would choose their daughter-in-law. You had to be prepared for that then. And think about what circumstances would reveal themselves. Chen Jian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Jin. It's only revealing if someone else sees it. Lin Jin said suspiciously. Then don't be afraid of being seen. Have the 4 of them had their marriage applications approved yet? If it's approved, hurry up and urge them to get a license. When that red book arrives, people can't say anything when they see it. Chen Jian reminded. Crap, of course it's approved. How do they have time to go out and get a license? Lin Jin said helplessly. He had all read the training program of the Special Operations Team. It was good to be free to eat and sleep. So yeah, the problem is still with us. The army has rules, but we have to humanize it. Let's take the 4 of them's birthdates and find a master to calculate a good date for them. On that day, just grant a 2-hour vacation. Chen Jian's expression when he looked at Lin Jin unexpectedly had a look of hatred. Lin Jin thought about it, and it would have to do. You too, hurry back. You've been out for so long. Those who don't know will think what's wrong with you. As Chen Jian spoke, he handed the file bag in his hand to Si Ting. What is it? Lin Jin asked, pointing to the document bag. You guys go ahead and go back. Chen Jian patted Lin Jin and told him to leave it alone for now. When Si Ting and Gu Xiao left, Chen Jian sat down on the sofa with a smug smile. That file bag, is the magic weapon that helped the troops leave Wen Chu and Xiaoyu behind. It's also the baby that keeps them from having any accidents on the force. After Chen Jian finished speaking, Lin Jin looked at Chen Jian with a skeptical face. What was so good? After Gu Xiao and Si Ting drove back to the troops' dormitory, Gu Xiao sat in the car and suspiciously opened the file bag. What's this? It doesn't look like a document. After opening it, he looked down and froze instantly. This. Si Ting looked at Gu Xiao's reaction and took the bag of papers from Gu Xiao's hand. What is it if it's not papers? When he looked inside, the atmosphere in the car instantly became a little awkward. Chapter 114, Big Bean. The 2 men sat in Si Ting's dormitory and were silent for a long time as they looked at the 10 boxes of condoms poured out of the paper bag on top of the table. How does that explain it? Gu Xiao pointed at the condom with a helpless face. It's still unreadable? Our marriage application has been approved. So after we get the license, the 2 of them will be able to leave special warfare with honor if they get pregnant. It's a way of telling both of us not to leave special ops so easily. By the way, we were also told that even if we get married, the 2 of them should not have any surprises like pregnancies during special operations. It's not going to let the 2 of us go, and it's not going to let the 2 of them go either. Sito said helplessly. Is that what your uncle wants? Gu Xiao picked up a box of condoms and smiled helplessly. Definitely not. My uncle would only agree to us staying or her too. Certainly not all 4. I guess someone up there talked to Senator Chen. At the last selection, not a single person was left behind. So there's an urgency up there. Someone has to be able to hold up the 2 big flags, the first team and the second team. Si Ting pondered for a while, slowly analyzing. It can't be built just for the 2 of us. Gu Xiao sighed. The Gu family had approached him several times to leave the army. He had to train himself to be the successor, the next president of the Gu group, but he could barely even get out of the door in the army. On one side was the responsibility and mission on his own shoulders, and on the other was the Gu family's 100-year foundation, so he couldn't choose well. Si Ting wasn't much better, and was also urged by the Si family's old man to go back and inherit the family business. Si Rin was already so busy that he was flying all over the world. Si's group had set up branches in 3 countries, and he alone was no longer enough at all. Both were well aware of these things and shook their heads helplessly. Bridge to the top. Think about what's in front of you first. Si Ting raised his hand and pointed to the pile of condoms in front of him. That's something to think about? Gu Xiao stood up and loaded 5 boxes into the file bag, leaving the remaining 5 boxes for Si Ting. I'm going back. It's time for my tigress to come back. Gu Xiao pointed upstairs. Today, the medical team went home to pack their bags in unison, and Gu Xiao and Si Ting were not able to accompany them back because they were taken away. Si Ting looked at Gu Xiao who ran away with the file bag and involuntarily laughed. Gu Xiao was really taken to death. When Gu Xiao returned to the dormitory, Xiaoyu had also just returned and was squatting on the ground pulling clothes out of her suitcase. I'll help you. Gu Xiao immediately placed the file bag in his hand to the side and squatted on the ground to help Xiaoyu organize her clothes. Where have you been? Xiaoyu looked at Gu Xiao suspiciously and asked. The commander came to the dormitory area just now and found out that Timothy's team and I were staying in Yurin Hatsu's dormitory, and the two of us were taken in for a talk. Gu Xiao said somewhat helplessly. So good. So don't you hurry up and move back to your own dorm? Hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Gu Xiao with an excited expression and asked. UAE, do you put up with it? Gu Xiao looked at Xiaoyu with a pitiful expression. Of course I put up with it. How much have you delayed me by staying at my place? You go back to your own dormitory. I'll save all the time I spend sleeping with you by watching medical books and videos. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Xiao's appearance and held back her laughter to deliberately anger him. Ha! I'm not as important as the medical books. Gu Xiao felt his heart break. Of course not. Xiaoyu nodded in a serious manner. Gu Xiao didn't know what to say. Ha 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 ha. You're such a big bean. Hurry up and help me pack. Xiaoyu didn't hold back her laughter. You tricked me. Gu Xiao finally reacted. Ha 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 ha. It's so cute to see you eat your words. Xiaoyu reached out and pinched Gu Xiao's face. You error. I hold a grudge. Gu Xiao placed the clothes in his hand in the suitcase and looked at Xiaoyu and said seriously. How do you want your revenge? Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Gu Xiao, wanting to see what he could say. Me? Gu Xiao reached out and took the file bag that was placed to the side, then threw it to Xiaoyu. What's this? Xiaoyu looked at the document bag suspiciously. Gu Xiao did not reply to Xiaoyu, but directly stood up and closed the dormitory door, then locked it behind him. Xiaoyu instantly froze when she opened the file bag and saw what was inside. Before Xiaoyu could speak, Gu Xiao directly bent down and picked up Xiaoyu horizontally and placed her on the bed. You're playing a hooligan in this broad daylight. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Xiao, who was bent over and pressing down, and struggled desperately. It's your day off, and ours too. The crew is out. It's just us. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, he directly blocked Xiaoyu's mouth with practical actions. You're back. When Si Ting returned to Wen Shu's dormitory, Wen Shu had just returned from washing her own and Si Ting's clothes. She was sitting in the yard on the phone this morning when Sita was taken away. She didn't know where Sighting had gone, but she guessed that something must have happened and that was why Sighting suddenly disappeared. Team Tsunami and I were taken to talk. Si Ting then told Wen Shu about the conversation. So you're still going to live with me? There will be no repercussions? Wen Shu asked suspiciously as he sat in his chair. It won't. Before they left, Senator Chen gave a gift that proved their attitude. Si Ting said, handing the bag in his hand to Wen Shu. Wen Shu opened it and saw that it was 5 boxes of condoms, and her whole body was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Looking back, Wen Shu looked at Si Ting. This is really trying to do everything to keep the 4 of us inside the army. Sito pointed to the condom helplessly. Wen Shu looked down at the bag in her hand and was silent for a long time without saying anything. Chapter 115. Wen Shu resigned herself to her fate and doesn't intend to leave the army. Sighting, let's listen to the arrangement. Let me stay and I'll stay. Let me go and I'll go. Wen Shu really didn't want to dwell on this matter. You're staying? Sighting heard Wen Shu resigning herself to her fate. It's more important than anything that we're together. Wen Shu nodded. The top wants to keep us by all means, so let's not struggle. That's it. Doing things right is a good thing. You and I understand that. Since the troops need us, let's not put it off. Just do what we're supposed to do. Wen Shu spoke slowly. The moment she saw the pile of condoms just now, she made up her mind. Some things are simply out of one's control and should not be done according to one's thoughts. People should be responsible. When Si Ting heard Wen Shu's words, he looked deeply at her and didn't say a word. Half a month passed, and Wen Shu and Xiaoyu gradually adapted to life in the army, and they were able to do quite a bit of daily training following the special forces. Whenever they had free time, the 7 doctors gathered in the lounge to study. People watched various surgical videos or looked through various medical books and talked to each other when they had questions. You guys don't say. Although it's tiring in the army, we're much more relaxed than in the hospital. The doctor accompanying Team 6 said as he took a drink of water and looked up at the group. Yeah, but not being able to see patients is a really bad feeling. We were able to see a real person at the hospital. Now we're left to watch the video the hospital gave us. Xiaoyu held her cheeks with a helpless expression. In a hospital, not to mention the rest, at least you get to meet patients and see a wide variety of cases. But now she could only look at what was in the books. She couldn't even see a wound, and she'd forgotten how to stitch. The biggest wound I've seen since I've been in the army was when a member of our team fell during training and cut his leg 3 centimeters. The doctor accompanying Team 7 also put down the medical book in his hand and shook his head helplessly. The biggest cut I've ever seen was the blister I rubbed on my shoulder when I started training myself. When Shu leaned her entire body against the back of the chair. Life in the army was indeed boring. How on earth do you think they managed to stay in the army for so many years? Not even a cell phone. Every day is nothing but training. The doctor accompanying the 3rd team went to the window and watched the players training and chatting on the playground. The special forces didn't have cell phones during breaks either, so not many people stayed in the dorms. They all gathered at the playground to chat or practice a single bar or something. Sometimes they play basketball, soccer, ping pong or swim. No more games, but games that have to do with training physical fitness. The accompanying doctors just couldn't be aroused, so they were never with them during breaks. Even when Shu and Xiaoyu don't stay with Si Ting and Gu Xiao, you can't have the two of them always alone with them during their breaks, so they're basically separated during the day, except for when they're eating. If I ever make it back to the hospital from this yard, I'll never say I'm tired of going to work again. The doctor on Team 4 looked up at the ceiling and sighed. I'm so tired I've lost my period. Any of you with gynecological experience? Save me, Xiaoyu said with a sigh as she leaned over the table. Instantly, the entire lounge fell silent. To say who among us has experience in gynecology, it's only you and Dr. Wav. The 6-team doctor looked around, and none of those sitting there had spent any time in gynecology. We've both spent time in surgery, and what little we know about gynecology we learned from books. Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. You're not pregnant, Wen Chu suddenly spoke. Hearing Wen Chu's words, Xiaoyu directly sat up from her chair. First of all, no way. Secondly, if I get pregnant, the first thing I'll do is castrate Gu Xiao to go. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, the entire lounge was once again quiet. The doctors from Team 3 to Team 7 looked at each other. The corners of their mouths showed an anti-smile. Is this something we can listen to? Can you ask us to join you when you give birth to the castration tsunami team? We haven't been on a similar operating table yet. Gu Xiao, who was squatting on the playground, suddenly felt a flash of pain in his lower body, and he raised his head to look around in confusion. You catching thieves? Si Ting walked over and sat cross-legged beside Gu Xiao, watching him move oddly. Timothy's team, don't you feel a sudden cool down around you? Gu Xiao turned his head to look at Si Ting and asked. It doesn't feel like it. It's sunny as hell and there's not even a breeze, Sithan said as he shook his head and looked at the leaves of the large trees around him. Team Tsunami, you're cursed. Jiang Tu, who was sitting on the side, looked at Gu Xiao cheerfully and said, Gong Tu, can you think of me all day long for good? Gu Xiao twisted his head and blankly glanced at Jiang Tu. Everyone laughed at Jiang Tu's words. Of these teams, only Jiang Tu wasn't afraid of death, so he was willing to talk to Gas Gu Xiao. Once he was chased by Gu Xiao in the pouring rain and ran to the back of the mountain to hide for 2 hours before he dared to come back. Soon, it was time for the test. This time, it was a competition between 7 teams, and not only the training results of the team members were assessed, but also the training results of the accompanying doctors. The assessment was to go into the mountains and do the mission, and all of the accompanying doctors were also equipped with firearms and weapons. Whichever team gets the flag at the end of the line first will win, and the number of people who survive at the end will be included in the test, and the accompanying doctor will count the scores of 2 people. Sister-in-law, don't worry, our team will win. Jiang Tu confidently looked at Wen Shu and asked, and you're so confident? Wen Shu said with a smile, that's for sure. For things like examinations, our first team has never lost. Jiang Tu nodded. It's not that he's bragging, it's that the first team really hasn't lost and has the strength to say such things. The 7 teams were dispersed to 14 starting points. They have to find a way to complete the mission in 3 days, and they have to finish meeting up with their other half of the team and head back to the finish line together. How the teams were assigned depended on the drawing of lots, and instead of drawing with Si Ting, Wen Chu drew the group led by Jiang Tu. The 14 departure points were also randomized, and they were blindfolded from the moment they sat in the car, which drove for nearly 3 hours. During those 3 hours, various types of music were played in the car and various questions asked by the driver had to be answered. Finally they were placed at their respective rendezvous points. When Wen Shu got out of the car and they took off their blindfolds, Wen Shu realized that he was completely unfamiliar with his surroundings. Can you guys tell where this is? Wen Shu observed her surroundings. She was unable to tell at all. In her eyes this was in a completely unfamiliar forest. After Jiang Tu and the others heard Wen Shu's question, they looked at each other before they all sat cross-legged on the ground. Wen Shu was all puzzled when she saw the 4 people move in unison, but she didn't say a word and instead looked at them quietly. After exiting the army compound, traveled about 45 seconds and turned left. About a minute and a half after the turn right. There was a noticeable acceleration of the vehicle after the right turn, about 90 miles per hour, and after traveling for 7 minutes, the right turn was made. Traveled again for about 15 minutes and turned left. The car slowed down significantly after the left turn, about 60 miles per hour, with large trucks honking on the way. Vehicles are restricted around the troop, and about 25 minutes from the troop, where you can run a big truck, is the Sunward Highway. Based on the direction and timing of the vehicle's travel, it also matches the Sunward Highway. It's been about an hour of driving on the Sunward Highway. The road is noticeably bumpy, and this is the section of road out of the capital city that's under repair. It's been about 20 minutes of driving. After the bumpy section passed, it kept going straight and got bumpy again about half an hour before drop-off time. According to the time math, we are now in the North City. After the four finished their recollections, they opened their eyes together, and Jiang-tu looked at their surroundings and determined that they were now in Biming Mountain in the northern city. When Chu's entire body froze in place, she was in a state of shock from the moment they started to open their mouths and analyze the first sentence, having obviously been blindfolded just now, and then being asked all sorts of questions non-stop. She didn't think at all that these people would be able to memorize the direction the vehicle was traveling. Sister-in-law, go between us. We'll protect you. You are walking points, Jiang-tu said with a smile. The accompanying doctor counted the points of 2 people, so by protecting Wen-chu, they were preserving 2 points. Jiang-tu led the team, plus Wen-chu a total of 5 people, and set off towards the first mission point on the mountain. On his side, Si-ting got out of the car with the remaining 5 team members, lifted his hand to remove his blindfold, and looked around. This is the northern city, and by distance and time, this is Biming Mountain. Sito spoke calmly. The team looked at each other, going over the entire distance and time taken in their minds, then nodded in agreement with Sito's idea. Let's go. We must find Omi and the others as soon as possible. The key to winning this time is not even on us, Si-ting said with a slight frown. It's on the sister-in-law, isn't it? Joe's guessed as much. Exactly. She counts 2 points for 1. It's relatively easy for us to make sure we make it to the end alive. So the heart of this mission is whether or not we can nurse her back to life. It also depends on whether she has the strength to survive to the end herself. As Si-ting walked, they traveled so fast that they couldn't be seen once they entered the mountains. Si-ting is worthy of Si-ting. It's amazing that after answering more than 40 questions along the way, I was able to analyze where I was immediately after getting out of the car. The troop executives sitting at the end command heard Si-ting's analysis and revealed appreciative looks. At the same time, Gu Xiao and Xiaoyu, who were grouped together, also got out of the car and removed their blindfolds. Gu Xiao looked at his surroundings and pondered for a dozen seconds before looking at his teammates. This is North City, Northminster. According to the sun's position, we should be on the south side of the mountain now. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, Xiaoyu looked at Gu Xiao with a rare hint of admiration in her eyes. How do you know? Xiaoyu inquired about Gu Xiao. Because I came. After Gu Xiao finished speaking, Xiaoyu put her admiring eyes away. It was true that he didn't deserve his admiration. Calculations based on the direction and time of the vehicle's travel just now also proves that this is North Brighton Mountain. Gu Xiao added, I'm curious about a question. How do you count time? As Xiaoyu walked, she asked why these special warriors were able to count time when they couldn't see it. Count the time according to your pulse. Gu Xiao placed his right hand on the pulse of his left hand and explained. Xiaoyu was truly shocked this time. She had seen this method in a TV series and didn't realize that it was actually possible in real life. In the car, with all the questions you guys were asked, you still count pulses? The sight of admiration once again surfaced in Xiaoyu's eyes. In our line of work, tripping is a basic operation. Gu Xiao nodded and began to teach Xiaoyu as he walked. Behind him followed 3 members of the team keeping an eye on the surrounding movements at all times. Ha 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 ha. Gu Xiao is indeed interesting. He actually came to Beiming Mountain. The commanding officers chuckled. He's the one who led the team that came to Northminster one time to catch drug dealers. Lin Jin explained. In that case, the second team has more of an advantage this tournament. They've all been here. The executives continued to watch the images coming back. All the more reason for the second team to take first place in this situation. On the contrary, if the first team can still take the first place in this situation, it means that their strength is indeed above the second team. Chen Jian spoke his mind. Everyone was glued to the screen watching how the teams were performing, and this field training was a definite way to see what the accompanying doctors had been trained to do. These special warriors were already at their peak condition, so this kind of training was just a piece of cake for them. But with the addition of the accompanying doctors, the difficulty is raised throughout, and according to the regular time, it would take them 4 days to complete the mission, but this time they were only given 3 days. That's 72 hours. If you don't complete the mission within the allotted time, all of them are counted as mission failures. Soon it was the evening of the first day. Jiang-tu and the others took Wen-chu to complete a quest, got a point, and then sat down in a clearing and rested. How are you doing, sister-in-law? Jiang-tu inquired about Wen-chu, who he saw was barely able to walk. I'm okay, I can keep going after a break, Wen-chu said as he sat on the ground breathing heavily. Let's rest a little longer. We must make it to the second mission point tonight. I haven't met the bosses yet, and I don't know how they're doing. Jiang-tu took a sip of water and stood in the clearing looking around. Gang-tu can The second team's side with the accompanying doctor hasn't completed its first mission yet, and Gang-tu surprisingly did it. Chen Jian said with an appreciative face. This kid is really good. When Sito is gone, he's perfectly capable of holding up a team. Lin Jin nodded. He thought that Jiang-tu would have absolutely no problem holding up a team if he was a bit more stable. Chapter 116, Meeting at Last. On Si Ting's side, since he didn't have a doctor with him, they traveled at a very fast speed, and while Wen Chu and the others were resting in the clearing, Si Ting and the others had already completed the second mission and were heading towards the third mission point. What kind of tactic is this, Sito? Someone asked suspiciously, pointing at Sito on the screen. Each team has to complete 27 tasks. The accompanying doctors are nowhere near as physical. Sito did the right thing. After Lin Jin finished speaking, he signaled the technician to play a recording, which was also what Lin Jin Sense had just heard. Team Timothy, why don't we go look for Da Jiang and sister-in-law and the others? While completing the first mission, Zhao Zhe realized that Si Ting had suddenly changed his route and set off directly towards the second mission point. Omi and the others must be much slower than us. Each team has 27 missions to complete, and if we go straight to their rendezvous now, that means our speed will slow down as well. I'm sure OE and the others will be able to protect Wenshu, and Wenshu has some ability to defend himself. Let's complete as many missions as we can as fast as we can. If we meet them on the way, all the better. If not, we'll go back to them tomorrow. This night, let's shorten our rest and speed things up. Si Ting guessed that Jiang Tu and the others had taken Wenshu with them, and the frequency of their breaks must have been very high. Wenshu didn't have the stamina to be able to climb a mountain for a long time, but they did. Upon hearing the recording, the commanding officer nodded. Sito has complete faith in the people he brings out of himself. I have to say, he did do that faster than the rest of the team. The executives listened and agreed with Sighting's approach. On the whiteboard in front of them, the points of each team were clearly recorded. Team 5 already had someone hit and eliminated by Team 7. Someone from Team 7 was also hit and eliminated by someone from Team 6. Teams 5, 6 and 7 are now in a mixed bag. The executives sat in command looking at the locator points. 12 of the 3 teams were all in one range. Now it's all about who can find who first and who can fix who first. As the night passed, Si Ting completed 7 missions with his team, and Jiang Tu and the others completed 3 missions with Wen Chu. Gu Xiao and the others had completed 3 missions with Xiao Yu, and his other team members had completed 4 missions. The most they've accomplished in 3 teams is 5 missions. Sito and the others hadn't found each other yet, even though they had accomplished a lot. The other teams are all assembled. Although there was no assembly, Si Ting was still in no hurry, and Jiang Tu and the others were in no hurry to find Si Ting, but continued to follow the map and then set off towards the next mission point. A team can be really good, doing their own thing and not looking for anyone. Chen Jian sighed as he looked at the localization points on the screen. It's not like anyone is looking for anyone, but they're going to meet soon. Lin Jin looked at the group that was separated, all heading towards the same mission point. Take cover, someone's coming. Si Ting sensed that someone was coming in this direction and immediately hid with his team. They had just hidden themselves when they saw the members of Team 4 appear not far away. Look, Team 4, Wang Hao, who was nestled in the grass, whispered to Jiang Tu, don't spare a single one. It's their whole team. Jiang Tu whispered with an excited face, only to see the people of the 4th team just about to walk to the mission point. One by one, they were hit by bullets, instantly raising a cloud of colored smoke. Beautiful. All 4 teams wiped out. The command rang out with a roar of approval. It was all their team, but the first team had done really well, and their cheers went to the first team. Boss, no, someone on the other side is shooting too. Zhao Zhe, who was lying beside Si Ting, whispered, Da Jiang, someone across from us is shooting at Team 4 as well. Wan Hao also saw clearly and reminded Jiang Tu, boss, it's Gong Tu. Li Bin saw the person on the other side from the tree and excitedly spoke to Si Ting under the tree. Si Ting instantly relaxed his guard. Li Bin, who was hidden in a tree, learned to call birds, and Jiang Tu and the others instantly heard that it was someone from their own team. Both sides have risen from the bushes, and the first team has finally come together at full strength. The people from Team 4 sat on the ground and looked at the people who stood up from their left and right sides, shaking their heads helplessly, not realizing that they were being played back and forth by the people from Team 1, or in a situation where they had no discussion at all. Chapter 117, the whole team is lost. A team assembled and worked together to complete this mission point and then continued on towards the next one. They had been thrown into this deep forest without any communication equipment and were moving forward with the simple map in their hands, so there was absolutely no lack of tacit understanding between the team members. It was not until the evening of the second day that the atmosphere in the command center suddenly became tense. What's this about the first team? Where is Sito taking the team? A squad of localized red dots on the screen were suddenly all marching in the opposite direction of the command. Not only that, but all the real-time footage about the first team disappeared. This suggests that it was a team that purposely turned off the monitors on themselves. Sito isn't an undisciplined person, and now that it's the first team that's uniformly turning off the monitors, there must be something special going on, Lin Jin said with certainty as he looked at the localized red dot. Special circumstances? The other executives looked at Lin Jin, waiting for him to continue. Exactly. Look for yourselves at the results of the first team. You've already completed 27 mission points, and you're just one last step away from reaching our command headquarters by going over this mountain. They're suddenly traveling in the opposite direction. There must be something going on. Chen Jian pointed to the whiteboard on the side. Team 1 was the first team to complete 27 missions with a full complement of personnel and without any casualties. All that was needed now was for them to return to command and the first team would be in first place. But an unusual move was made at this juncture. Should we send a drone to take a look? It was suggested. No. Lin Jin, Chen Jian, and another high-ranking person refused in unison. They didn't say hello and even turned off the monitors, which suggests a very urgent situation. We don't know what's going on with them. Sending out drones in a hurry could easily go wrong. Lin Jin said seriously. Old Lin, have you ever thought of a question? Chen Jian felt vaguely wrong in his heart. Are you trying to say that they didn't turn off the monitors? Lin Jin guessed what Chen Jian wanted to say. Exactly. Check this mountain for any special signals. Chen Jian looked at the technician on the side and asked. Yes, there's a signal here that doesn't belong to us. The techs detected the anomalous signals and then began jamming them. Team Timothy, their monitor's signal is being jammed. You guys see these orientations? Dr. Wins is in the back. Timothy's team and Omi's signal is at the top. That means they're not the ones on the losing side. They're following each other away. The technician guessed, pointing to the red dot. Just as the command were all staring at the screen, the red dots of the first team all disappeared in an instant. Bad. Even the localization has been interfered with. Technicians began to urgently deal with the jam situation. Contact the officials over here. This is not our military district's home turf. Have their tech check who the other side is. Lin Jin commanded. Commander Lin. A call from the North City Military District. The soldier sitting off to the side suddenly answered the call. Lin Jin walked over and picked up the phone. Hearing the other party's words, his face grew serious. We should have a squad spotting them. The squad is now completely lost. The last location it appeared was near the coordinates you mentioned. Nothing will happen to them. This is our military district's ace squad. They'll be back safe and sound for sure. Okay, we'll meet you at the command post. Lin Jin was silent for a while after hanging up the phone. They had already greeted the North City before they came, and the North City military region knew that they were doing field training here, which was why they called Lin Jin's side. Old Lin, what's the situation? The troop executives couldn't sit still and stood in front of the screen looking at Lin Jin anxiously asking. The North City Military District told me that an international drug cartel has entered Biming Mountain. They're going to trade in the mountains. The first team should have found this drug gang. Sito and the others disconnected presumably because this drug gang is carrying a signal jammer. After Lin Jin finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. It's not convenient for the official North City people to pull a team into Northminster right now. There are drug cartel eyes at the bottom of the hill. But the other side doesn't know we're in the mountains. So, they need us to cooperate in the mountains. After Lin Jin finished speaking, he walked over to the console and pressed the alarm. The alarms on Gu Xiao and everyone else who were in the mountains instantly vibrated. What's going on here? Xiaoyu looked at the alarm on her body suspiciously. There was no sound, but the vibrations were very noticeable. All of the Special Forces members stared at the alarms on their bodies and glanced at each other. Something was wrong. Even the fallen players were quickly resurrected. Hurry! Accelerate towards the command post. Just as Gu Xiao finished speaking, he saw Xiaoyu standing to the side. Is there a problem? Xiaoyu looked at everyone's facial expressions and knew that something fatal had happened, and hurriedly shook her head. I'm fine. Okay, all hands on deck. Gu Xiao nodded and then led the team towards the command headquarters at a run. The other squads couldn't be bothered to do their tasks and all set off towards the command center. The fallen members of the team had been marching towards the command post, and they were the first to arrive at the command post when they received the alert. When they learned the specifics, they immediately replaced all the training guns and ammunition instruments with real ones and set off toward the location where the first team's signal had disappeared. Gu Xiao and their respective 3 hours later have appeared in the command headquarters. To understand the specific situation, Gu Xiao's face has changed. Directly change equipment also set off to reinforcement. Hatsumomo, don't keep following. You stay hidden here and we'll keep following. The other side is supposed to be a drug cartel, and it looks like they want to make a deal. Sito crouched down on the ground and watched as his team members began to assign tasks. Seeing that Wenchu's stamina was no longer able to keep up, he planned to have her conceal herself on the spot. I just realized that the locator on us no longer has a signal. So, command must have noticed our abnormality. You take cover here in position. There must be other teams coming to reinforce you. If they don't find you, you stay here until I get back. Si Ting's tone could not be refused, and Wenchu did not say anything. She knew that she really couldn't run anymore. And if she had to follow Sighting and the others, it wouldn't be helping. It would be helping. I still have live ammunition here. You all take it. Wenchu took all the live ammunition out of his own possession. Originally, they didn't need to bring live ammunition when they came out for field training, but what Lin Jin had asked of his own team of men was that even if it was a drill or a training exercise, they had to bring a certain number of weapons. Especially with field training, they have the ability to defend themselves if there are any special circumstances. Si Ting took the weapons and equipment on Wen Shu, then distributed them to the rest of the team, and after hiding Wen Shu, they set off. Wen Shu looked at the direction that the first team members had left and was secretly anxious, but there was really nothing she could do about it. If this had been put on the first day of field training, she would have been fine, but this was the third day, 2 days and 2 nights without sleep, and she was at her limit. She waited over 2 hours for the first reinforcements to arrive. At this time, when Shu had slowed down quite a bit, she climbed out and brought reinforcements in the direction of sighting, and their direction was about to set off. Gu Xiao led the team also rushed over. Team Tsunami, why are you so fast? The first batch of reinforcements looked at Gu Xiao and the others in shock and asked, I've been here before and know the trails. Gu Xiao briefly explained. How are they doing? Timbers? Gu Xiao looked at Wen Shu and asked. They're still following each other off in that direction, Wen Shu said as she led the group off. After running out not too far, Gu Xiao saw the marks on the tree trunk. It's in a very private place, and it's a code word that's always been used by the first and second teams. Timbers, they're headed in that direction. Gu Xiao looked at the direction the cipher was pointing, and continued to run forward after he finished. Xiaoyu watched from the command headquarters as the signals all disappeared from the screen after everyone arrived at a certain location. This location should be close to where they're trading, Lin Jin said as he looked at the screen and pointed to the spot where everyone's signals had disappeared. Next, it's up to our warriors. Each of the senior leaders of the troop stared at the screen with a tense face, waiting for their special operations team to return. How was Sito's able to spot these people? Chen Jian was very impressed with Si Ting's vigilance and reaction speed. He was the first to recognize problems and dangers every time and then reacted as fast as he could. That's what I've been saying all along. The first team captain seat isn't for just anyone, and even if it is, it's not for everyone. Lin Jin took a deep breath and said, Si Ting was like he was born for the troops. He was too good. Chapter 118, When Shu Caught a Person. Old Lin. A dozen or so people suddenly walked into the command headquarters, and Lin Jin immediately walked over towards the person at the head of the group after looking at the arrivals. Old King, I really didn't expect to meet in this situation. The visitor was Wang Yi, the commander of the North City military region. What a laugh. It's a good thing your military district trains here. The dozen of us still came into the mountains from several places. This gang is internationally known as a drug gang. They were slated to trade in city at first. Old Luan in city has long been prepared for anything. I didn't realize they had suddenly changed their trading location. By the time I was notified of their arrival in the North City, they were already in the mountains. Wang Yi gave a brief account of what he knew. After he received the notice, he didn't dare to delay a moment and immediately called Lin Jin, needing their help. One of our squads was one of the first to spot it, and didn't even have time to inform our command before following it. Now the teams we trained in the mountains are rushing over to reinforce us. Look here. Once all the people get to this location, the signal all but disappears. Now we can't get in touch with all the team members who set foot in this area. Lin Jin pointed at the screen and drew an area. That's something I know. The person brought by Wang Yi pointed at the area and said. Everyone rushed to look at the man. This is our technician from the North City military district, Li Ming. Wang Yi briefly introduced himself and directly signaled Li Ming to continue. According to what the military district of the city of to dock with us, this drug gang is carrying signal jamming equipment. This device is portable, about 3 kilograms. Its jamming range can be controlled up to 8 kilometers in a circle, and all equipment within that range will be disabled. In keeping with this group's usual behavior, the device is turned on early before the transaction begins. If you count on an 8-kilometer radius, they should be in. Over here, Li Ming looked at the map and drew a location approximately, and everyone looked at the location. Boss, reinforcements are coming, Zhang Tu whispered to Si Ting. Soon, Gu Xiao and the others were all in place. Gu Xiao plopped down beside Si Ting. Finally, let me find you. At this point, 4 hours had already passed since Gu Xiao had discovered the first coded message left by Si Ting. During these 4 hours, Gu Xiao led the team to carefully search in the mountains, fearing that any breeze would be discovered by the other side. Si Ting handed the binoculars to Gu Xiao and gave a general overview of the situation here. You're right about all that. According to what the command has learned, they are an international drug cartel, but trading in North City so blatantly. North City officials are surprisingly unprepared for the exact reason the command has yet to analyze. Gu Xiao finished listening to Si Ting's analysis and added a bit of what the command had learned. And there was something about the situation that Sito analyzed that the command didn't know. The two sides are combined and everyone understands pretty much everything. Commander Lin asked me to tell you something. Gu Xiao suddenly whispered in a voice that only he and Si Ting could hear. What? Si Ting twisted his head to look at Gu Xiao and asked. the general will be in charge. Hearing Gu Zhao's words, Si Ting was silent for a moment, and when he was looking at the place where the drug gang was, his eyes became incredibly determined. Team Timothy, I've been thinking about this all the way through. What does it mean? When Gu Zhao saw the look in Si Ting's eyes, he knew that he understood. We're out for training. The weaponry we're carrying is just for saving our lives in an emergency. It's hard to fight against the other side, but guarded in front of the others. He can't put words in our mouths about letting us retreat. So, I'll let you pass this one on. After Si Ting finished explaining to Gu Zhao also understood. The current situation was undoubtedly for them to fight the cannons with their guns, but the look in Si Ting's eyes told him that even then they would not retreat. Smithy, do what you have to do. The captains of the teams are now all ordered, and all teams are at your disposal. Whether it's a man or a ghost, a flat road or a cliff ahead, we're all in this together. Gu Zhao firmly looked at Sighting. All of them, whether it was Team 1 or Team 7, were teams that had come out of the battlefield countless times. They knew very well that no one should ever sing in opposition to this situation, and that it was most proper to listen to only one person. Now that they're here, none of them are going anywhere. Leave the people and the goods in China. After Si Ting finished speaking, he suddenly heard a slight movement behind himself, and several of the Special Forces members were rushing in one direction. Oh me, go see what's going on. Everyone else, get ready to fight. And snipers keep their guns trained on that Scarface. Worried that the enemy in the distance would notice the movement here, Si Ting signaled Jiang Tu to go and check the situation, and then arranged for the sniper who was crouching in the tree to make preparations. Boss, Team Tsunami and I will keep an eye out here, so go check it out. Sister-in-law caught one, Jiang Tu said as he ran back and got down and pointed in the direction behind him. You brought Winshu here? Hearing Jiang Tu's words, Si Ting directly looked at Winshu on the side. I put her in a place in the back to hide. How did she get here? Gu Zhao shook his head. He didn't bring Winshu directly over, but found another place to hide her. Sighting stood up and ran in the direction of Winshu, only to see Winshu sitting on the ground, his body covered in dust, and several Special Forces members holding a man down, his hands and feet tied up and his mouth gagged. What's the situation? Si Ting asked as he crouched down and looked at the unconscious man. Dr. Win was hiding in a pit back there and didn't realize this man had fallen in. I didn't expect Dr. Win to react really fast as well, directly hacking the man unconscious and then climbing up from the pit to run over and shout for us to help. We brought someone back. These are the drugs and guns recovered from him. One of the team members handed a Ziploc bag to Sito. Si Ting looked at the object in his hand and determined that this person was one of the drug gangs. He directly squatted on the ground and slapped 2 slaps towards the man. The man who was cut unconscious by Winshu slowly woke up and looked at the Chinese soldier beside himself with panic in his eyes. Si Ting had the captain of the 7th team interrogate the man on the spot, then checked himself to see if Winshu was injured. After finally making sure that his entire body was unharmed except for some mess, Si Ting let out a sigh of relief. Si Ting led Winshu back to where he had just plopped down to continue staring at the man in the distance. He was waiting for the captain of Team 7 to finish interrogating the man. He needed to know an outcome. The reason why it was the captain of the 7th team who interrogated people was because within their 7 teams, the captain of the 7th team was the best at interrogating people, and when they were on a mission together, as long as there was a need to understand the intelligence, they would all grab someone and send them to the captain of the 7th team. Sure enough, the captain of Team 7 didn't disappoint and came over with the results within a few minutes. Timothy's team, he's the one who's been letting off steam at the bottom of the hill. He saw a military and police coming into the mountains and was coming in to report it. I didn't expect to fall into the same pit that Dr. Win was in. Their team totaled more than 50 people, a gathering of drug dealers from 3 countries, Burma, MND. Everyone had no less than 2 guns on them. As for the drugs he had on him, they were his own because he was also an addict. The captain of the 7th team told Sito all that was asked. Everyone with no less than 2 guns on them. Sighting frowned slightly as he pondered the words. They're an out-of-state organization. How did they bring the weapons in? Gu Zhao's attention was also focused here. There's no way that China's customs, even if they were lax, would have allowed them to be able to bring in such a large quantity of weapons. Sito said as he raised his head and looked around. You mean that the weaponry was originally in China? Gu Zhao guessed what Si Ting was thinking. That's right. And a bold point of conjecture is that the reason why they chose this place is because the weaponry is hidden here. If that's not the case, then they're facing difficulties, not only in bringing in all this weaponry from abroad, but also in bringing them from other cities. These would have been discovered long before we encountered random police checking cars along the way. Let's not talk about the highways in other cities for a moment. The highways into North City will be inspected as well. It's too risky for them. Sito voiced the speculation in his mind. There's no way they're going to take that kind of risk. And they're going to be carrying not only weaponry, but also drugs. How did these drugs get into North City? Gu Zhao agreed with Sighting's idea of carrying both drugs and weapons. These foreigners definitely needed help if they wanted to do this. As the two men analyzed, they both suddenly turned their heads to the captured man behind them, and then to the captain of Team 7. I'll take care of these questions you guys want to ask in 5 minutes. The captain of Team 7 looked at his watch. He had his own method of interrogation, so Sighting and Gu Shao didn't question anything. 10 minutes later, the captain of Team 7 found Sighting again. Team Timothy, it's all been asked. As you suspected, the weaponry is just hidden in the Northminster Mountains. They didn't start out trading in North City, but in City. These people of theirs came into China in batches, and the first batch that came and bought their weaponry from the Burma border there. As for how the weaponry came over, they don't know because all that was promised there in Burma was that it would be delivered for sure. But it's because the in-city side has been too strict about entering the city for inspection lately, so it's been temporarily changed to North City. Their men came into the mountains in 2 groups, and they were the first, coming in to collect weapons and equipment. 5 more hours, the second batch comes in, and it's the second batch that comes in to deal drugs. As for the drugs they did the deal with, they gave them to an underground organization in M who sent them over. The buyer of the drugs is from Minnesota. The captain of the 7th team told this to Sito. From the city of Minnesota? Sighting pulled out a map and looked at it carefully as he spoke. That's smart. The border between North City and Ming City is North Ming Mountain. When they received the drugs, they could have returned to Ming City directly from the North Brighton Mountains, without taking the highway at all. Si Ting pointed to the map. In the middle of North City and Ming City is Bei Ming Mountain. But Bei Ming Mountain is very big. Mountain after mountain. Say it is called Bei Ming Mountain, but in reality it is a dozen or so mountains connected together, for the sake of easy to call it. That's why it's called Bei Ming Mountain. If they had to travel to and from these 2 cities from North Mingshan, even if they were special forces on foot, it would take 6 to 7 days to walk from North City to Mingshan, and another 6 to 7 days to return from Mingshan to North City. It is because the mountains here are difficult to navigate that many troops from nearby cities choose to come to Beiming Mountain for field training. Likewise, many people's illegal dealings go here because the mountains are so big that it's very laborious to try to find and then catch people. Sighting they also coincidentally encountered. Otherwise, by virtue of the North City official temporarily received the task to enter the mountains to find people. The difficulty is very high. They bought the weapons simply for this deal? How many drugs would have to be dealt to make the money for these weapons? Sighting suddenly realized this. It's not for this batch. They're planning to use Beiming Mountain as a location for their organization's trading from now on if this goes well. And it's not just drugs when they can deal these, just as well, the captain of Team 7 said, pointing to the gun that was in a bag. Nice try, Gu Shao said with a cold smile. Where is their warehouse in Northminster? Teams 6 and 7 lead the way. Since we don't have enough equipment, thank them for the snow. Si Ting suddenly had an idea, now letting the troops come over to deliver the guns and ammo. Firstly, it was too late, and secondly, it was easy to scare the snakes. Might as well just tackle them with their own equipment. After Si Ting gave the order, Team 6 and 7 immediately gathered their teams and set off. The remaining 5 teams, still maintaining their current state, stared intently at the drug gangs in the distance. How are Si Ting and the others doing now? Still no news at all. Chen Jian and the others were anxious as hell at the command center, and they watched as the red dot on the screen disappeared and then didn't light up again. Old Lin, now there's a choice. Our anti-jamming system can be turned on. Once we open it, the other team's equipment will malfunction and we can find your team's people immediately. But open it and the other side will realize that we already know. The mountains are your team now. You make the choice. Wang Yi said as he placed a device in front of Lin Jin. Now, as long as Lin Jin pressed this switch, he would immediately be able to find Si Ting and the others, and he would be able to see their current situation. But again, it would have exposed Sighting and the others. Lin Jin lowered his eyes and stared intently at the device in front of him. His heart was doing battle. Chapter 119, Chen Jian's words. Si Ting and the others are my soldiers. I believe them. After a long moment of silence, Lin Jin raised his head and said firmly, he believed that Si Ting would make the best choice and would definitely come back in one piece. In addition to the top brass of the forces of the capital and the northern city, even the top brass of the police had arrived dressed as mountaineers in droves at the command headquarters. Xiao Yu and the other accompanying doctors also stood inside waiting anxiously. I'm so not competitive. Xiao Yu was in a hurry. She was physically exhausted just now, and couldn't go into the mountains with Gu Shao to look for Wen Chu and the others, so she could only be anxious at the command center. I finally realize why training is as hard as it is, and neither of you 2 female doctors have complained a word. There's still a chance for the 6 of us to rest here. And Dr. Wen went on a mission in the middle of training. She didn't even get a break. She really is a role model. If I complain one more time during training in the future, I'll be sorry I had the chance to stand here today. The doctor accompanying Team 4 had a guilty look on his face. They all followed the Special Operations team back to the command headquarters, but they were all physically exhausted. So they were directly left here by the special operations team to rest, but they were clearly the doctors accompanying the special operations team, but they were not able to accompany the team on the mission. Wenshu is indeed very good. 4 years ago, she would have had the worst physical fitness out of all of you. Back then, she was a dainty young lady. It can be described as a handful, but even with this Wenshu, she was still able to confront the soldiers from another country who broke into the rescue point during the rescue, dare to confront armed men at gunpoint, daring to go into disaster areas and war zones over and over again to do what is needed where she is needed. Based on that alone, you guys really don't compare to her. Now she's better than ever. The troopers made you the accompanying doctors because they wanted to have someone to stand behind the special forces team to provide them with an extra layer of life-saving protection when they were charging ahead. But of your 7 accompanying doctors, only Wenshu made it, though she was taken temporarily in the middle of the mission. But according to your real-time positioning, Team 1 has completed all mission points and is heading in the direction of command. What does that mean, you guys understand? This means that if Wenshu can't keep up with the special forces team, she's perfectly capable of coming back on her own. But she didn't. And according to her locator, she didn't drop anything before the first team's signal disappeared. Chen Jian looked towards Xiaoyu and their 6 accompanying doctors and said seriously and gravely. All 6 doctors stood straight, without a trace of reluctance or defiance on their faces, and this included Xiaoyu. In this moment, each of them knew very well that Wenshu was just better than them. Maybe the reason the medical skills weren't as good as theirs was because each of them had been exposed to clinical medicine 4 to 6 years earlier than Wenshu. There is really more to learn and experience than Wenshu, but other than that, the rest just doesn't compare to Wenshu. Senator Chen, I'm applying to return to my unit. I'm on the second team. I'm applying to go back to the second team. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Jian and said seriously, she couldn't stay here. If the special operations team fought with the other side, then her team needed her. I'm applying to go back to the third team. I'm applying to go back to the fourth team. I'm applying to go back to team 5. I'm applying to go back to the 6th team. I'm applying to go back to team 7. Several of the other doctors with the team immediately took the position that they couldn't stay here a moment longer, and that they were going to find their team and fight alongside their comrades. You guys applying to return to duty? Know what you face when you walk out of this command? Lin Jin turned to look at these accompanying doctors. We know. From the moment we enter the special forces, we are special forces, and we will die to be with the team. Our comrades are fighting up front and we can't do anything here. It's our fault, Xiaoyu said firmly. They knew that once they walked out from this command center, the 6 of them, not to mention whether they would encounter any danger in the middle of the way or whether they could find the team, just by having to walk for several hours in this deep forest, it would be a test for their physical strength. Chen Jian, give them the map. Lin Jin looked at their attitude and knew that they weren't joking. Again, if none of them are capable of defending themselves and finding their own team, then they aren't the best people to stay in special ops. They don't deserve it. Old Lin, I've got a dozen or so special warriors on my side as well, and they're on guard outside. We brought some guns and ammo up here. Let's get them together and get your team. Wang Yi looked at Lin Jin and said, this time, it was clearly a matter for their military region, but they can only sit and wait for Lin Jin's people to deal with it now, and he really felt bad about it. Just now, he wanted his people to set off, but making a hasty decision would cause Lin Jin to mistakenly think that he didn't trust his people. Now that there was just the right opportunity, Wang Yi hurriedly opened his mouth. Lin Jin looked at Wang Yi, then at Xiaoyu and the others, and finally nodded. It was true that Si Ting didn't have many guns and ammunition in their hands, so if they really fought there wouldn't be enough for sure. It's not too late. Let's go now. Chen Jian understood Wang Yi's thoughts and hurriedly spoke. The people Wang Yi brought up the mountain were also the best soldiers in his hands. However, Wang Yi ordered that after finding the capital city special forces, all operations would be under Si Ting's command. A few minutes later, the North City Special Operations Team and Xiaoyu and the others set off with their equipment. Everyone in command was staring at the screen, watching the men position themselves a little farther away. Old Chen, if I didn't say that you were nicknamed the No.1 staff officer in the capital city, you really do have 2 skills. 3 words taught these accompanying doctors a lesson. Wang Yi turned around and looked at Chen Jian and said with a smile, I'm telling the truth. This Dr. Wenshu one of ours is the treasurer of our military district. Chen Jian took a sip of water, his eyes once again looking at the screen. He was expecting that Si Ting's positioning of them could suddenly appear and surprise them. The word is out about your military attaché, doctor. We're all waiting for your results. Once it's really possible, all the military regions intend to implement this program. Wang Yi looked at Lin Jin and said, this whole thing sounds good, but it's really difficult. Our special operations teams have been trained for years and are battle-hardened. Now to add a doctor inside their ranks. It's nice to say they're military doctors, but it's true that they're not as physically fit as a special operations officer. As you can see like this, there are very few people who get to come down with the team for the entire mission. Lin Jin sighed and said, the only consolation was that they at least had a one shoe at the very least, so they wouldn't all be wiped out. Chapter 120, Restoration of the Signal. I think that female army doctor just now is not bad either. Wang Yi thought of the way Xiao Yu had looked just now, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Xiao Yu, the reason she's in such a hurry is that her heart is in the team, but more than that, it's because Wen Chu, the doctor accompanying the first team, is her best friend since she was a child. The captain of the second team is her boyfriend. She's more anxious about these two. Lin Jin said helplessly. Wait, I'll run it through. Wang Yi was a little confused for a moment. Si Ting is the captain of your first team, and this accompanying doctor named Wen Chu is Si Ting's girlfriend, right? Wang Yi frowned a little bit and stroked it. Right. Chen Jian nodded. The captain of the second team is the kid Gu Xiao, right? That female doctor just now. Is she Gu Xiao's girlfriend? Wang Yi continued to stroke. Right. Chen Jian nodded again. Old Lin, old Chen, are you guys crazy? You're holding two people down on the line, and all tied up in a team? You guys in the capital military district are really good at this. Wang Yi pointed at Lin Jin and Chen Jian and asked in shock. You put those eyes of yours away, staring at such an old man, not afraid of falling out. You think I want to? Lin Jin said helplessly. Our military district selects all of its doctors anonymously to ensure fairness and impartiality. When I saw the list, I wondered how it could be such a coincidence. Lin Jin knew that once this matter spread, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Old Lin, you're public enemy number one of the Si family now, aren't you? Who doesn't know that Si Ting is your nephew? And it's surprising enough that you put him as captain of the first team. You're holding someone's girlfriend down inside the line now, too. You're playing the big righteous here? Wang Yi was all a bit puzzled by Lin Jin's approach. Citing in this position has nothing to do with me at all, so he's number one overall and I can kick his ass. As for his girlfriend, is that who I picked? That's the man chosen from above. What can I do? Lin Jin felt like he was going to die unjustly every time he mentioned this. Commander Lin is truly extraordinary. I remember correctly. Your sister has another son, Rin, right? You're itchy all over anyway, so it's not that bad for lice. Why don't you fix someone else? Rin, too, Wang Yi said with a snicker. Say it again. If you say that again I'll pull my whole team back. Catch your own drug dealers. Lin Jin was furious, pointing at Wang Yi without any good humor. Old Wang, you wait for his people to catch the drug dealers with these words. Old Lin's careful. You watch out for him really pulling back. You'll all have to rush up there carrying a cannon by then. The people in the command center kindly reminded Wang Yi. Ugh, I really want to carry a cannon myself and rush up to kill all these drug dealers with one blast. Every time they deal, it means someone else in China is on drugs. Every time our guys charge forward, it means they're fighting for their lives. These harmful drug dealers are just some. Wang Yi sighed. He himself also came out from the special warfare. Why would he not feel sorry for these special warriors on the front line? Although the top brass standing in the command center were snickering at each other, their eyes were firmly fixed on the screen the whole time. Their jabs at each other were nothing more than a way to ease the tension. When they saw that the positioning of Xiao Yu and the others suddenly disappeared as well, everyone unconsciously clenched their fists. This meant that all the Special Forces team members had come into a situation that was out of their control, and from this moment on they were out of touch with all of them in droves, and all they did was wait. Lin Jin raised his wrist and looked at the watch at his wrist. At this time, it had been more than 15 hours since Si Ting and his men disconnected from the command, and the entire Beiming mountain was dark and silent. Boo, 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 boom boom boom. Xiao Yu and the others were just about to sit down and rest for a while when they heard gunshots coming from the distance. No good. Fight. Wang Kuan, the captain of the North City Special Warfare Team 1, immediately stood up from the ground and looked towards the place where the gunshots rang out. The first three sounds were sniper shots. It's a gun from the capital city Special Forces. Wang Kuan's men immediately heard the model of the gun and determined that it was a troop gun. We're going for backup. You guys catch up on yourselves after your break. Wang Kuan couldn't be bothered to take a break. They had to go to support immediately with their guns and ammunition. We have no problem. Let's go. Xiao Yu and the others instantly felt less tired, immediately carrying their medical kits and holding their pistols tightly in their hands. Yes, full speed ahead. Wang Kuan nodded and immediately led the team to begin their departure. Shoot the flare gun. When Si Ting held the sniper rifle and fired the first shot, he immediately shouted towards Wen Shu, who was not far away, with a flare gun in his hand. Wen Shu ran out a few dozen meters to the side and fired the shot directly into the sky. The shot had indeed attracted the attention of the drug dealers, but because Wen Shu had run out a few dozen meters to the side, the direction they were looking at was not where Si Ting and the others were. This move immediately bought time and an advantage for Si Ting and the others, followed by Si Ting jumping down from the tree and rushing over with his team. Signaled. They're fighting. The man standing outside on guard suddenly rushed into the command tent looking at the leaders inside and said, "Turn on the anti-jamming equipment. Locate everyone's exact position." Lin Jin, as the commander-in-chief, immediately began to command. Wang Yi personally turned on the anti-jamming equipment, and a few seconds later, the coordinates of all the disconnected team members lit up, and not a single one of them was missing. "How do you know this flare gun is meant for us?" Wang Yi looked at Lin Jin and asked. "This flare gun is never going to hit the other side." Sito guessed it. "We're bound to figure out a way to find them in the next 10 hours or so. The only thing he can do is send a signal," Lin Jin said with great certainty. "Team Timothy, are you sure there's a way for command to restore the signal?" Gu Xiao asked as he raised his gun and followed sighting forward. "It's been 15 hours since our first unit was disconnected from the command. If we don't manage to restore the signal in such a long time, this unit won't stay," Sito explained as he ran. "These guys won't even guess that we're hitting them with their weaponry. Don't kill them. Toward the wrists and ankles. Keep these dogs in jail for them." Gu Xiao shouted towards the team members behind him and rushed straight into the drug dealer's trading den. When Lin Jin and the others accurately located sightings position, the special operations helicopters and police helicopters in the North City took off and flew towards sightings group. Chapter 121 Gu Xiao's sky has fallen. An hour later, Baiming Mountain returned to its former quiet, and a large number of police and SWAT officers took the drug dealers away one by one. Those with injuries are given a handful of packs by the doctors and are guaranteed not to die. The ones that aren't injured will be racked by gun-toting cops and SWAT on the left and right. In a clearing at the trading den were 7 special forces teams on all fours. Lian Sighting and Gu Xiao both lay down in the open space panting heavily. Some of the special forces members had abrasions on their bodies and couldn't care less. They just wanted to rest and didn't want to move a muscle. Wen Shu fell asleep directly leaning against the tree with her medical kit in her arms. God knows what they've been through these past few days. Both physically and mentally they are at their limits. The helicopters of the capital city military region hovered over Baiming Mountain, waiting for Si Ting to get on board directly to take them back to the army after they had rested. Sito lay in the clearing looking at the helicopters in the sky, and had to get up to gather the team together. He and Gu Xiao walked over to Wen Shu and Xiao Yu's side, and after calling for half a day, they couldn't wake up the 2 sleeping women. The 2 men had to tie ropes to themselves and the 2 women and carry them to the helicopter. When Wen Shu woke up, her entire body was lying in dirty clothes in Si Ting's dormitory. While Si Ting was sitting in a chair and falling asleep on the table, she slowly sat up from the bed, and even with such a small sound, Seth quickly came to his senses. "Woke you up?" Wen Shu's voice was a little hoarse. She got up from the bed to look for water to drink. Si Ting directly handed the cup to Wen Shu, having already prepared it for her. Wen Shu drank it all in one gulp before she felt her throat feel better. "How did we get back?" Wen Shu asked Si Ting softly. "The helicopter came to pick you up, and I saw you asleep, so I carried you up." Si Ting bent down and placed Wen Shu's slippers at her feet. "Why didn't you call me when you came back? With such dirty clothes lying on your bed." Wen Shu stood up and took his jacket off. "That's okay, just go take a shower, wash the sheets and everything." Si Ting knew that Wen Shu was clean, so he directly carried her back to his dormitory to let Wen Shu rest, instead of letting her lie in her own bed in dirty clothes. Ayan did it all together in the shower. "You didn't sleep well, did you? You go to my bed and get some sleep." When Wen Shu saw that Si Ting's entire body was clean and dry, she guessed that he had changed his clothes and finished his shower right after he came back. "You give me all your dirty clothes then I'll wash them. Just take a shower. Dinner will be served soon, so eat before you sleep." Si Ting removed all the bed sheets and covers with his hands and feet, then took Wen Shu's dirty clothes to the laundry room. After they were all packed up, Wen Shu looked at the date and was shocked to realize that it was already the day before yesterday when they caught the drug dealers in the mountains. "Exhausted, aren't you? You slept for over 30 hours. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu with some heartache. "It's real tired. Tired and hungry and thirsty. Have you guys done this before?" Wen Shu nodded and walked towards the cafeteria with Si Ting. "Often. There have been times when it's been longer than it is now." Sithan nodded. They were tired too, but there had been many times when they were more tired than this. For them, just a good day's sleep is enough. But for Wen Shu, waking up from sleep was a backache and leg cramps, and the whole person seemed to be falling apart. Wen Shu and Si Ting went straight back to the dormitory after dinner. And Wen Shu went back to the dormitory and threw herself headfirst on the bed. Si Ting looked at Wen Shu's appearance with nothing but heartache in his eyes. Ouch. Sighting, you lighten up. You stop. What are you doing?" Gu Xiao and Xiao Yu suddenly appeared behind Jiang Tu and the others, who were standing at the entrance of Wen Shu's dormitory eavesdropping. "Team Tsunami, you scared us to death." Ouch. Jiang Tu had just finished speaking when Wen Shu's voice once again came out from the door. "Jesus, Sito's crazy, isn't he?" Gu Xiao suddenly realized what was going on and also lay down on Wen Shu's doorway and eavesdropped. "Hatsumomo, just bear with it. It'll be over in a minute." Sighting's voice came out as well. How long has this been going on? How is it about to get better? Gu Xiao looked at Jiang Tu and the others with a bad smile on his face and asked. We just heard the noise and ran out. 2 minutes? Jiang Tu also said with some embarrassment. You timbers can't do it. It's going to be over in 2 minutes? Gu Xiao shook his head and spoke with a disappointed face. In the next second, the door to Wenshu's room suddenly opened, and the group of people lying on the door all fell in unprepared. Wenshu sat up from the bed and looked at the dozen or so people stacked in the door of her dormitory with a puzzled look on her face. What are you guys doing? Wenshu looked at them with a confused face. Si Ting clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Gu Xiao, who was pressed at the bottom. Team Xiao, what are you doing? Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. Xiaoyu laughed while saying this with tears streaming out of her eyes. Everyone stood up from the floor, and when they saw the fully clothed Wenshu and Si Ting, their eyes were even more confused than those of Wenshu sitting on the bed. What are you two doing? Gu Xiao looked at Si Ting and Wenshu with wide eyes and asked. He's giving me a massage. I just had a leg cramp. Wenshu pointed to his right leg and explained in an uncertain manner. Leg cramps. So it was a leg cramp. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. Their faces all embarrassed. What did you think? Setha's eyes drifted to his team. Boss. Jiang Tu suddenly stood out. We already knew you were giving your sister-in-law a massage. It's just that Team Tsunami had to say you guys were doing something else. We were trying to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Had to get down here on the doorstep. Also said. Jiang Tu deliberately paused when he said this. What else? Si Ting pursed his lips, then gestured for Jiang Tu to continue. And to say you can't. The bedtime is going to be over in 2 minutes. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, Gu Xiao looked at Jiang Tu with a shocked expression. Jiang Tu, I won't even apologize for what you said if I don't ing map you. Jiang Tu saw that it was not good and turned to scatter his legs. Xiao Yu, who had just put away her smile, suddenly raised her hand. I'll testify. Jiang Tu didn't lie. Gu Xiao incredulously looked at Xiao Yu again. At this moment, Gu Xiao's sky collapsed. Chapter 122. Si Ting introduces Wenshu to life in the army. Where's Omi? Until the evening meal, Si Ting saw that there was no Jiang Tu in the cafeteria. Boss, the team with Tsunami is in the back of the mountain and hasn't come back yet. The first team chuckled. Backwoods? Wenshu looked at Si Ting in disbelief. Every time Daijiang is chased by Gu Xiao, he runs towards the back of the mountain. He can't outrun Gu Xiao on flat ground, and Gu Xiao can't outrun him on mountain roads. Sifan explained with a smile. But the backcountry is 3 kilometers from us. Wenshu had surprise in her eyes. Sister-in-law, the district is 3 kilometers. Omi was once chased by the Tsunami team for 27 kilometers, all but breaking the Special Forces record. As soon as Li Bin mentioned that time, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xiao is also really a childish temper, and he can still chase and fight. Xiao Yu said helplessly. Sister-in-law, next time you ride your bike and follow Team Tsunami you'll know why he can chase Omi for 27 kilometers. Lu Chang looked at Xiao Yu and explained. No one in our troop knows about this thing called the Great River Gas Tsunami Team. Dislike while running away. Tsunami Team, but if they run slow, the whole troop knows the ugly material of Tsunami Team. If Team Tsunami doesn't catch up with him, tomorrow the entire force will know that the Special Operations Team 2 captain can't catch up with the Special Operations Team 1 members. For short, the second team is not as good as the first team. Team Tsunami has to catch up with Jiang Tu for the sake of his old face. Lu Chang had just finished explaining when he heard cursing outside. Everyone turned their heads to look outside the cafeteria. It was Gu Xiao running back after Jiang Tu. The two of them were all wet. Where have you two been this time? Sighting asked, holding back a laugh as he looked at the two men who were wet from head to toe. Sito, you watch your ing man. Took me with him and jumped into the lake out back. Gu Xiao said, angry and tired. Ha 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 ha. You guys jumped off the north side? Everyone laughed when they heard Gu Xiao's words. Right. He yanked the old man and jumped. Everyone laughed even harder when they heard this. Even Si Ting was laughing, and when Shu and Xiao Yu looked at each other, not understanding why everyone was laughing so hard. If you jump into the lake from the north side, you'll have to swim at least 6 kilometers to get to shore. Si Ting held back his laughter to explain to Wenshu and Xiao Yu. Hearing this, Wenshu and Xiao Yu looked at the wide-eyed two again and couldn't help but laugh out as well. After dinner, Gu Xiao pulled Xiao Yu back to the dormitory to take a bath, and Wenshu and Si Ting went to the playground to skate around. You can get a late start tomorrow. No training duties. Si Ting held Wenshu's hand as he skipped around the playground. Is every troop like this? I feel as if you don't have a lot of rules here. Wenshu asked suspiciously. From what she knew about the army, there should be a lot of rules and regulations, but it seemed like there weren't a lot of rules here in Si Ting's place, except for a little bit of bitter training. Don't you realize that we're here, and we're the only 7 special forces teams? None of the other teams are here. It was purposely arranged. Normal is supposed to be like what you think it is. What time you eat, what time you sleep, training on time every day, a myriad of rules and regulations, but we're a little more relaxed here. We train and train harder and harder than any team, and perform tasks that are more difficult and dangerous than any team, so it was agreed from above that we would manage it separately. We can rest after the mission. On weekdays, you can follow the regulations without having to follow them like the other teams, except for training where you have to give your best. We were put here alone so that the other teams wouldn't know about this. Si Ting explained to Wenshu. Doesn't that count as opening the back door for you? Wenshu said with a smile. Sort of. We're kind of living a godly life compared to other troops. Sithin nodded. But it's also true that there are no cell phones. When there are no special circumstances, cell phones are given every Friday of the week for 2 hours a day. When there's a special circumstance, that time is long enough to have no upper limit. Sito said helplessly. What if there's an emergency? Wenshu asked curiously. There is a special phone in the army, and immediate family members will have the phone number for that phone. They can fight if there's an emergency, but a lot of times it's also out of touch. The missions we go out on are classified level, so over time, no family members have contacted us, except for the sky is falling. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wenshu suddenly remembered that before, when he hadn't entered the army, it was indeed a struggle to reach Si Ting. Citing, do you regret going into the army? Wenshu suddenly looked at Si Ting and asked seriously. Never regretted it. Sito shook his head firmly. There was a time when he was held at gunpoint by his enemies, and all he could think about was resentment. Resentment that he hadn't killed these people who started the war with his own hands. Resentment that these terrorists were still alive. Hatsumomo. I've been to some of the most chaotic war-torn countries in the world. I've seen countless cities and families destroyed by war. When I stood on top of those ruins and saw the bodies all over the place, I only thought about two things. The first one, I'm glad we were born in China and live in this country where there is no war. The people can live in peace and the children can grow up healthy and happy. In the second, I understood why my forefathers rushed to the battlefield one group after another without any hesitation. No one is not afraid to die, but they know that their children and grandchildren will enjoy life only if they take their lives to fight these invaders out. As it turns out, they really traded us for peace and quiet. That's why I've never regretted choosing this path. It's possible that I could have lived a much more comfortable life than I do now by not entering the army and going to accompany Rin to inherit the family business. But I prefer the path I've chosen for myself to this one. After all, someone has to walk this path. In other words, only when society is stable will our family be able to stand more firmly and pass on from generation to generation. There are people who enjoy life, and there are people who want to protect the people who enjoy life. All up and down the Si family is enjoying a stable life. Then someone should come out and be the one to protect it all. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wenshu completely understood why none of them had ever retreated or left when they had obviously come back from the dead time and time again. Because it's not even themselves they have in mind, and they never even think for themselves. Smithy, I'm so happy. Now I can finally stand by your side and walk with you. Finally, I'm no longer the Wenshu who only needs your protection. At this moment, in addition to understanding and admiration, there was also excitement and love in Wenshu's eyes when she looked at Si Ting. Chapter 123, Can I have one last day off? The doctors accompanying the team on days without a mission finally understood what boredom meant, but they are also gradually adapting to a daily life where the only thing they do besides training, eating and studying is sleep. The captains have developed different training programs for each of their different situations, so everyone is progressing quickly. These doctors have a boring enough day. Jiang Tu sat on the bar and looked at the doctors practicing in the conference room not far away. You feel they're bored, and they feel we're pretty bored too. Wang Hao's body was leaning against the bar, and his eyes were in the conference room. Our sister-in-law operates on quail eggs every day. In addition to eggs, peaches, grapes, and cherries did the trick too. I can't even eat anymore. Jiang Tu shook his head helplessly. Luckily each team is given just one doctor, but if there's one more, we can't even eat it. Wenshu was practicing with eggs and fruits every day in addition to training, and the ones he finished practicing were taken to the team to eat. She eats it herself, but not a lot. The troops also pampered these doctors by sending baskets of fresh eggs and baskets of quail eggs every day, and fresh fruit too, just so these doctors could practice. Winchester was better when they had steady hands, but when their hands weren't steady they touched one and broke one, and the players had to eat them one after the other. At first everyone felt fresh, but then they were eating raw eggs every day, and the team had a hard time looking at them. The troop is also generous and sends all the eggs to be eaten raw, which will not affect the body of the Special Forces members. Wenshu had studied medicine for several years less than any of the other doctors on the team, so she would have to work harder than the others. Sometimes you can't eat all the food in your own team, so you have to share it with other teams. Boss, go talk to your sister-in-law about having some fruit today. Jiang Tu looked at Si Ting who walked over and pleaded. Your sister-in-law went down on the grapes today. When you're done with your break go wait in front of the conference room for the grapes. Sighting said with a smile. He had just passed by the conference room and saw the doctors with the team, all wearing masks and gloves, operating on grapes. A tub on the table is full of grapes from failed surgeries. Help! With all our holy hands, we'll be on the operating table in a monkey's time. Xiaoyu gave the grapes an operation to do anxious eyes, lying on the table and collapsed. Can't even handle a grape, and we're going to take a life on the operating table like this? When Shu placed the tweezers in her hand in the tray and lifted her hand to remove her mask to put the surgically failed grapes in her mouth. Take a break. We're too anxious to go on like this now. The doctor accompanying the third team also put down his tweezers and removed his gloves to rub his neck. Go out for a walk. I don't want to be here a moment longer. The doctor accompanying Team 6 stood straight up and led the way. When Shu and Xiaoyu also walked out with fruit pots containing the grapes from successful and unsuccessful surgeries as well as those that hadn't gotten around to it yet, she handed the grapes to Sighting, who had come to get her, and then followed him toward the crew. Sister-in-law, why are there grapes with skins today? Jiang Tu asked as he ate. We're going to take a few days off, and you won't have to eat eggs for the last few days. Winshu looked at the team and smiled. Long live sister-in-law. Everyone froze for a few seconds and then cheered outright. Winshu couldn't help but smile even as she watched the first team members. She has adapted to being with these players. Each of them was positive and enthusiastic, never spoiling or complaining, and she loved the atmosphere. After dinner, on the way back to the dormitory with Winshu and Siting, Siting was notified that the first team could finally take turns to rest. Hatsumomo, can we have the last day off? Siting carefully inquired about Winshu. Sure, just make the arrangements. There's not much for the two of us to do out there, and it's okay to save up for a vacation. When Shu guessed that Siting wanted the team to rest first, she didn't care about that. No new bags or jewelry out lately? Siting also wanted to take Winshu shopping. No, you, clumsy. Hearing Siting's words, Winshu laughed and poked Siting's forehead. What's wrong? Siting's eyes were also full of tenderness. These things are just limited because of the small quantities and the slowness to produce new models. You think there's a new model every day. There is nothing to buy these last few months. Captain Timothy, save you the money. When Shu explained to Siting, the two finally chose not to take a break this time and just rest and relax inside the army. Leave your vacation days a little longer and wait to still travel. In fact, Siting has already had a lot of vacations that he hasn't taken, and when Shu didn't have a few days when he added up the hospital and army ones, so the two are just saving up their vacations for Winshu. For several days in a row, the first team had a break to go out for the day and visibly relax. Boss, I'm back. Jiang Tu came back and found that there was no one in the dormitory building, so he ran straight to the cafeteria, and sure enough, everyone was there, just waiting for you. Come on, need. As soon as Zhao Zhe saw that Jiang Tu had returned, he immediately shoved the bag of flour in his hand into Jiang Tu's hand and went off to chop vegetables with a chopper himself. Is this for dumplings? Jiang Tu's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law said to make dumplings for everyone to eat. She bought a lot of ingredients and sent them in. Wang Hao pointed to the large basin next to him happily. As they spoke, the other teams came in. Sister-in-law, we're here too. I can knead. I'll help Omi knead. I'm going to cut the vegetables. I roll out the dough. I'm doing the dishes. What's with all the sea cucumbers? This bag is full of abalone. Take a brush to it. Not a shoe brush. Everyone started to busy themselves with your words, except Winshu, who kept standing on the side and making phone calls, getting more and more agitated as he talked. Chapter 124, Winshu to be taken away. Siting is being a jerk. Winshu hung up the phone and took a few deep breaths before walking back to the middle of the busy team members. Everyone cut up the vegetables. Winshu looked at the already kneaded dough and chopped vegetables in front of her with a smile. Everyone could see that Winshu was forcing a smile, but no one broke it down. They all looked at Winshu with a smile on their faces. Aha, all set. Sister-in-law, what else do you need us to do? Everyone looked at Winshu and waited for her to continue her orders. I'll mix the filling and we'll start wrapping. Winshu said as she poured all the ingredients together and started mixing the filling. The team members who could roll out the dough started rolling out the dough, and the ones who couldn't roll out the dough were watching Winshu mixing the filling. Sister-in-law, why did you buy so many sea cucumbers and abalones? Some of the team members knew how much money Winshu had spent when they looked at the tub full of fillings that were all hard goods. Shouldn't we eat well? Winshu said with a smile. She just felt that these players, whether it was a team or several teams, deserved the best ingredients. So she had the doc deliver the freshest ingredients to the trooper's door early in the morning. Omi, what the hell are you wrapping? A caterpillar? You have the nerve to talk about me. You're wrapped like a bullet. Who made this one look like a ravioli? Look at me wrapping up a dollar bill. Everyone get rich. I like these. You wrap a few more. Dajian, you should stop wrapping them. You've wrapped 10 of them and none of them look anything like dumplings. Don't expect so much from OE, just stick together. Everyone you a word and I make a joke. Winshu wrapping dumplings is very nimble. Cooking she do general. but wrapping dumplings she no problem, one after the other. The buns are big bellies, stuffed to the brim with filling. Si Ting, who was standing next to Wen Chu and accompanying her to make dumplings, looked up from time to time at Wen Chu, who was forcing a smile. He could feel that Wen Chu's mood was poor to the extreme, but there were too many people in the way, so it was inconvenient for him to ask Wen Chu. After the dumplings were cooked, Wen Chu only ate a few before she was full. She picked up her juice cup and stood up. The entire cafeteria of hundreds of team members had quieted down to look at Wen Chu. They could tell that Wen Chu had something to say. First of all, it's been a pleasure to meet so many of you fine special forces men in the army. Each of you is full of sunshine, integrity and energy. Wen Chu said this and helplessly turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance to the cafeteria where Lin Jin and Chen Jian slowly walked in. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was decidedly off when they walked in, and the two men raised their hands and waved them toward everyone, signaling that there was no need to greet them. After waving their hands, the eyes of the two men all stopped on Wen Chu's body. When the special warriors saw this, they put down the chopsticks in their hands and stood up from their chairs. Si Ting looked at Lin Jin and Chen Jian with some puzzlement, and then turned his head to look at the pale-faced Wen Chu. Wen Chu directly reached out and pulled Si Ting's hand, signaling him not to make any movements. Commander Lin, are you here for dumplings? Xiao Yu didn't care and directly stood out. Lin Jin sighed and shook his head. Let me finish. Wen Chu spoke again. Lin Jin nodded, signaling her to continue. And then, this time with all of you also meant a lot to me, and I'll always remember this time. Finally, I wish everyone here peace in and out, and good fortune at all times. After Wen Chu finished speaking, she drank the juice in her cup in one go and then looked at Si Ting who was standing beside her. Train well and live well. Si Ting grabbed Wen Chu's arm. Chu, what the hell happened? Sighting, Chen Jian called out to Si Ting, signaling him to stop asking questions. Si Ting directly pulled Wen Chu behind himself. You're taking her away? Everyone tried to sense the cold aura emanating from Si Ting's circumference and looked at him nervously. Seth, I'll be fine. Wen Chu looked at Si Ting and said softly. She wanted Si Ting to calm down first. Sighting, do you realize what you're doing? Do you want the two of us to take her? Or do you want someone out there to take her? Lin Jin pointed to the dozen or so men in military uniforms standing outside the cafeteria. You took my players from my team. Give me a reason. When Si Ting saw the people outside, he didn't understand what it meant. In what capacity are you asking for reasons? Captain of the first team, or Wen Chu's boyfriend? If it's her captain, then you should be aware of the troops' regulations. Reasons can be given, but not now. If you're questioning me as Wen Chu's boyfriend, then we can't say anything. It's true that the two of you had your marriage application approved, but you haven't gotten a license yet. She doesn't count as your dependent. Lin Jin's words sounded harsh, but every word was a reminder to Si Ting that the people outside could take him away at any time as well, and not to do anything that violated discipline. Commander Lin, are you forcing me to break discipline? Si Ting was also reminding Lin Jin with every word that he wasn't afraid of anything. Sighting, do you realize that if you break the rules this time, your family won't be able to pass the political examination for the next 3 generations? Chen Jian stared tightly at Si Ting, slightly closing his eyes and shaking his head, telling him to stop talking. Do you think I care, or the Si family? Sito remained firm, undaunted. Gu Xiao. Lin Jin shook his head helplessly and looked at Gu Xiao, but Gu Xiao and Xiao Yu also stood in front of Wen Chu, blocking him tightly. Commander Lin, the Gu family doesn't care either. Commander Lin, the Qiao family, again, doesn't care. Lin Jin's face changed as he looked at these 3 people. The people outside the door were clearly impatient, and one of them walked in. The very moment he walked in, all the members of Team 1 and Team 2 also blocked in front of Wen Chu and the 4 of them. What are you special forces doing here? The person from the troop disciplinary inspection looked at Wen Chu being surrounded tightly and asked seriously. We're the ones who should be asking what you want. Are the people of our special operations team something you can just take away? Sito stepped forward, undaunted. He could take off this uniform, but he also had to protect Wen Chu. Old Lin, the leader of the discipline inspection, looked at Lin Jin. He couldn't forcefully take Wen Chu away in this situation. Old Su, did I tell you that it's harder than climbing up to heaven for you to take Wen Chu away from these assholes? Lin Jin said helplessly. Sito, give me the man. We're just going back to get some information first. Su Bin said as he looked at Si Ting, who walked out and stood at the front. I'm not 3 years old. The discipline inspection is so gung-ho. Once I let you guys take the person away, will I have to see her from a court-martial next time? Sighting said with a sneer. Sighting, don't you be a jerk here. Su Bin had a bit of a headache looking at Si Ting's softness. It doesn't matter. You can take her. Strip me of this uniform along with her. He knew too well that once Wen Chu was taken away, even if it was found out that she was innocent, she wouldn't be able to stay in the army. Even if the troops want to keep her, then her good temper has been worn out. The words she said just now have shown her determination. In that case it would be better to go together. He had already made Wen-Chu suffer many times, and this time he couldn't take half a step back. Chapter 125 Jiang-Tu's Divine Assist. Citing, do you have to ruin yourself by being capricious? Su-bin shouted in anger, pointing at Si-Ting. Did the troops have to destroy such a woman? People stay in the hospital. You have to bring people into the army, into the special forces. Okay, come in even. I'll watch the people myself, watching every inch of every day. A good doctor has now become a special operations officer who carries a medical kit and an explosives bag over the mountains every day and fights the enemy with real bullets. These hands of hers, Wen-Chu, are healing and saving lives. Now it's become a gunfight with a bayonet. Good, she's a medic, that's what she's supposed to do. She should be healing people as well as defending her country. And now what? You're taking her away in broad daylight with all these disciplinary people. Say it, say what she did. Saying that she was wrong to give the troops the drawing she made. Or that she was wrong to give them her research. Is it wrong to say that she found the spy and cooperated with the officials to catch the spy, or is it wrong that she was the first to catch the drug dealer? If you guys don't say 1, 2, 3 today, don't even think about taking the people away from me. Not only by virtue of the fact that she, Wen-Chu, is my Si-Ting's woman, but also by virtue of the fact that she is also a member of our Special Warfare Team 1. The people in our first team are not yours to take as you please. Si-Ting was completely enraged as he stood at the front and confronted Su-Bin. After Si-Ting finished speaking, Lin Jin raised an eyebrow and secretly glanced lightly at Su-Bin. It seemed that his choice to let him take Wen-Chu here was right. Citing, you hand the person over to me. I'll give her back to you once I've investigated her, okay? Are you as angry as that? Su-Bin froze for a long time, and his tone loosened a little. For you to investigate? How to interrogate? How to investigate? Trial her the way we train our special ops. Come on, don't you want a trial? Right here. You guys guard the 100 or so special ops members for trial. Si-Ting finished walking to the end to carry Wen-Chu to the front. Everyone froze for a moment as they looked at the woman who was tied up and still gagged by Si-Ting. No wonder Hatsumomo hasn't moved for most of the day. So she's been tied up. Xiaoyu really couldn't hold back her laughter as she looked at the bound Wen-Chu. Si-Ting was worried that Wen-Chu would voluntarily ask to go with the people from the discipline inspection when he saw that he was angry. So when everyone was blocking the two of them, he used a rope to directly tie up Wen-Chu. He also gagged Wen-Chu with a glove, just to keep her from talking. You, Lin Jin, Chen Jian and Su-Bin had never seen this before either, and they all froze in place. No one noticed that Jiang-Tu had disappeared when Si-Ting was angry just now. Just as everyone was still in a daze, Jiang-Tu ran back, shouting as he did so, "Boss!" Next, everyone's eyes were instantly drawn back to Gang-Tu, only to see 3 metal objects streak through the air, and Sighting reached out to catch them. Click, 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 click. The sound of a few metal snaps snapping shut was extraordinarily clear in the quiet cafeteria. When everyone looked at Sighting again, they froze once more. Si-Ting handcuffed his left hand to Wen-Chu's right hand. Gu Xiao snatched a pair and immediately cuffed his right hand to Wen-Chu's left hand as well. Xiaoyu also snatched a pair from Si-Ting's hands. There was really no place to cuff them. She cuffed her left foot to Wen-Chu's right foot. The picture of the cafeteria is extraordinarily peculiar. Standing in the very center, Wen-Chu was tied up with 5 flowers, and 3 people stood beside him with 3 pairs of handcuffs to handcuff themselves tightly together with them. Trial. The trial is over just in time for the 4 of us to go back and inherit the family business. Xiaoyu shrugged with an indifferent expression. If it wasn't for Lin Jin and Chen Jian, who had been through many battles and had strong willpower, otherwise they would have laughed out loud. But the slightly twitching corners of the 2 men's mouths also betrayed the state of the 2 men. Lao Lin. Ah, Lao Lin. Tell me how nice it would be to take it away in the dormitory in private. You had to come to the cafeteria to arrest someone. Chen Jian really couldn't help himself and looked at Lin Jin in a serious manner and said, arresting people is the business of the discipline inspection. We're both here. Try the dumplings they made. Lin Jin was also going to strain himself. He had to do something else. It was too embarrassing if he laughed out loud. Chapter 126, Xiaoyu's face was open to the sky. Old Lin, that's really something. If old Su tries to take Wen-Chu away from here today, he'll have to lose half his life. Chen Jin muttered to Lin Jin in a low voice, citing the boy I've watched grow from his birth to this age. After so many years in my hands, can I not know him? If he can get old Su to take the man away, I'll twist my head off and kick it for Su-Bin as a ball. Lin Jin said smugly as he ate the dumplings. According to Sighting's temper, old Su won't be able to take away Wen-Chu even if he's in the dormitory. Why did you have to let him come to the cafeteria and arrest people? Su-Bin asked in disbelief. Didn't you hear what that Sighting kid said? There are things that you, and I, cannot say. To say that would be harboring, and the more you say it, the worse it gets. But Wen-Chu is someone else's Sighting's wife. This kid can say whatever he wants. He, Su-Bin, ran over with his people to say that someone else, Wen-Chu, is suspected of being a spy, so Wen-Chu is a spy, and I said he was a spy. If this girl Wen-Chu really has connections with an offshore spy organization, then I'll be the first one to take off these clothes and I'll go offshore with her to be a spy. I'd like to see what spy organization could have produced such a good one. Lin Jin turned his back to Su Bin and talked to Chen Jian. No one could hear what he was saying. If he takes someone away from the dormitory, even if it's finally found out that Wen-Chu is innocent, then Wen-Chu's girl's face has been disgraced. Doing your best in your life for the troops and being called a spy. And even if you make a scene in the dormitory, how many people are going to make a scene at the most? Making a scene here, with hundreds of eyes watching. What's wrong with people arguing with reason? People have died dozens of times for the troops. What's wrong with wanting to say a few words? No matter how high his position is, Su Bin, he has to listen. He'll go to war himself if he can. What man in the special forces doesn't go to war more than he does? Just those soldiers he brought with him, combined, aren't enough for citing to fight alone. Soldiers who can't even hold a gun steady coming to arrest a team of men isn't purely and simply sending them to their deaths. The more Lin Jin talked, the more excited he became, and he ate several large dumplings in one sitting. Chen Jian, who was sitting across from him, also realized that the dumplings were really tasty and also ate while listening. Old Lin, Commander Lin, Lin Jin, will you two stop eating? This is your soldier. Don't you guys care? You're still eating. Su Bin watched as Lin Jin and Chen Jian ate the second plate of dumplings, and his entire body went bad. Old Su, you're right about that. Lin Jin put down his chopsticks, stood up and walked over to Su Bin. Tell me about it. My soldier, I didn't even notice anything wrong with her. I'd really like to know how you disciplinarians knew she had a problem. How were you guys able to label someone else, Wen-Chu, as a suspected spy? Lin Jin said seemingly jokingly, but in actuality, he was drawing the fire of this group of special warriors towards Su Bin. When interrogating Arsenal, he mentioned it, that he had met Wen-Chu when he was in F. How refined a person Su Bin was. He instantly heard what Lin Jin meant and shook his head helplessly. That's all you heard, isn't it? Xiao Yu suddenly spoke. What do you mean? At the same time Su Bin looked at Xiao Yu. Lin Jin and Chen Jian glanced at each other. Good guy. After pointing Si Ting's cannon and then pointing this little ancestor's thunder, it won't blow you up. In F. Not only has Win Koro seen Arsenal, but so have I. Xiao Yu sneered. I've seen it too. Gu Xiao, who hadn't said anything, also spoke up. What? Su Bin's mind was messed up for a moment. Right. Not only have the two sister-in-laws and Team Tsunami met, but so have I. I've seen it too. I've seen it too. I've seen it too. We met together. A large portion of the second team stood out and looked at Sabine and nodded, indicating that they had all seen it before. Nah, look at that. Leader, why don't you go back and bring some more people? Xiao Yu looked at Su Bin with a disbelieving expression. You can't catch as many of our suspected spies as you can with the handful of men you've brought outside your door, Xiao Yu said while looking at Su Bin with her hands clasped over her chest. She didn't care who or what level of official this was. She couldn't wait to hurry up and go. She didn't even have long to drink and bungee jump. You, what's your name? Xiao Yu, the eldest miss of the Chow family in the capital city. My father is the director of the central hospital. What else do you want to ask? My ID number is 370. You stop. Su Bin raised his hand to signal Xiao Yu not to say anymore. He already knew who her father was. If he said it again, something would happen. I'll stop what? What do you expect me to stop? Do you see me as poor? Am I, Miss Xiao, poor in money? Xiao Yu pointed at Su Bin and asked him to answer. Not bad indeed. Su Bin couldn't guess what she wanted to say. My surname Xiao is not even poor. Her surname Wen is poor. The assets of her Wen family are worth 3 Chow families. She Wen-Chu didn't enter the army before. Buy a necklace are tens of millions of people. She went to do spying. Let's not talk about whether or not that spy organization has the Wen family's money. Let's just say whether or not it has her Wen-Chu's money. She's a spy taking her life to fight armed men? She a spy gave the troops a report on the weaponry she researched. Come on, you tell me which organization, which spy organization is so powerful, to be able to train troops that are so dead set against the country they're going to infiltrate. If Wen-Chu is really a spy, then you should beg and plead with her to let her take you to her organization's boss. You shall not get into the army with a boss who is so good at training people. Xiao Yu didn't care, pointed at Su Bin and fired. I see you've lived a long life. Why can't you live and understand? After you ask who I am, do I have to ask who you are? How come I didn't see you when I was catching drug dealers in Baiming Mountain? How come I didn't see you when I was in F8? How come we didn't see you when we caught Arsenal? Where are you as a soldier in these times you? Where? Come, OE, you give him the gun. Give it to him. If you have this kind of energy for Wen-Chu, you take your gun and go to a war zone to keep the peace. You go to a drug dealer's lair to catch drug dealers. What's wrong with your high rank? Have you ever gone to war? How many times have you fought for China? You have the nerve to come to the special forces to arrest someone. Is your experience, your war record worthy of your uniform? You can't live with that at your age. Xiaoyu was thirsty from talking and looked at Jiangtu, who immediately handed over a cup of juice. Sister-in-law Sao, you moisturize your throat. Su Bin was completely blocked speechless by Xiaoyu's words. You wimp. I'm telling you, don't you dare see me here pointing and cursing at you like that. Out of this army compound I'll dare to take my gun to the battlefield. Don't you dare. Do you think our special operations team is playing house with you? We had a hard day's rest and you jumped out at us. Suspected spy. I see you're still a ing suspected spy. Don't you hurry up and get yourself in for review and examination. You listen to a word from Arsenal and you're here to put a label on Winchester. And I'm calling you a suspected spy as a soldier. Do the troops think Arsenal's word is credible or mine? After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Lin Jin and Chen Jian's faces were suffocated into a greenish-purple color. They truly didn't dare to laugh, nor could they. Don't you be ridiculous. What do you mean bull asterisk? I'm calling bull asterisk when I say you're a suspected spy? You're saying that Wenshu has to be arrested if he's suspected of being a spy. And I said you were full of. Xiaoyu completely shut Su Bin up. And the special forces members present all felt pain in their hearts, as Xiaoyu spoke their hearts, saying what they couldn't say. If you're not convinced, you can call in all your soldiers, and Wenshu and I will play with them. As long as one of your men can beat one of the two of us, we'll walk away on our own. No, we'll send Win Crew to you in the interrogation room for you to interrogate. Don't you dare. After Xiaoyu pointed at Su Bin and finished speaking, Su Bin's face went a shade of green and white. How could his men be enough to fight the special forces, even with these two women? Old Su, have some dumplings. These dumplings are delicious. Lin Jin suddenly opened his mouth, and everyone realized that he and Chen Jian were sitting in their chairs eating dumplings again, with 3 empty plates in front of the two of them. Lao Lin, this compound of yours, it's not easy to get into. Su Bin shook his head, turned around and left the cafeteria. You guys are awesome. Lin Jin watched Su Bin walk away and jumped straight up from his chair, excited. Captain Timothy is awesome. Sister-in-law Sao is awesome. Su Bin walked out more than 100 meters, suddenly heard deafening cheers coming from the restaurant behind him, and he sighed helplessly. Chapter 127, the 4 of you are really having a good time. Hey no, before you cheer, can you untie the 4 of us? Where are the keys? Gu Xiao interrupted everyone's cheers, then lifted the hand tied to Wenshu. Hearing Gu Xiao's words, everyone looked at Jiangtu. Forgot. Oh me, where are the handcuff keys? Give it to me, I'll open it for the timbers. Zhao Zhe extended his hand towards Jiangtu, but didn't wait for the key. Everyone looked at Jiangtu's fading smile and signaled something. Jiangtu felt left and right from his own clothes pockets, and nothing came out. Where did you get it? Zhao Zhe reached out and felt around on Jiangtu as well, and couldn't feel where the key was. In our team's armory. Dongtu was still continuing his search. Don't touch. You've got 2 pockets in these t-shirts and shorts combined, and you can't feel through them. Xiaoyu said with a helpless face. Go find it. Gu Xiao looked at Jiangtu with some despair. You guys wait for me. Jiangtu turned and ran after saying that, looking for the key along the road. Well, everyone forgot about Wenshu, who was still gagged, and after hearing the voice everyone's eyes moved to Wenshu's body once again. I'm sorry. As soon as Si Ting saw that Wenshu wanted to get up, he hurriedly yanked the glove out of her mouth. Holy, suffocate me. Wenshu was loosened for a moment, rushed to breathe heavily. She was really inexplicably tied up and inexplicably handcuffed. From start to finish, she was never given a chance to resist or retort, but she was in a good mood after being a complete bystander for once. The way Si Ting defended her against all odds was all in her eyes. Hatsumomo, are you okay? I won't let anyone bully you. Si Ting looked at Wenshu with all the love in his eyes. He reached out and touched Wenshu's cheeks and said gently, Stop, sighting, pay attention. Look, Yuera and I are still handcuffed here. Gu Xiao once again raised the handcuffed hands together, interrupting the 2 people who were in love. Shut up you. Can you keep your voice down when you're on the first line of eating? Where will there be such a good place to eat in the future? Xiaoyu slapped Gu Xiao's head and gave him a blank look. What an eyesore. You hit me again. Gu Xiao pitifully looked at Xiaoyu. Really have grievances, cannot say. Every day in addition to being scolded is to be beaten. Team Tsunami, you're lucky the rule of law saved you. Otherwise you would have been killed by sister-in-law Tsunami long ago. Jiangtu ran back with the handcuff key and numbly unlocked the handcuffs for Si Ting first. Da Jiang, if Gu Xiao gets pissed off one day, it'll mostly be because of you, Lin Jin said cheerfully as he sat in his chair. Could not dare. Team Tsunami, I wish you to be like a wolf in your 30s and a tiger in your 40s, and to be a groom every night. Jiangtu looked at Gu Xiao in a serious manner and said, You brat, I can't beat you to death. Gu Xiao was so angry that he raised his hand to punch Jiangtu, and Jiang Tu saw that it was not good and turned to run. Gu Xiao lifted his leg to chase after Jiang Tu, but he forgot that Jiang Tu had only uncuffed Si Ting and Wen Shu, and hadn't had time to uncuff them yet. He took a step forward, and Wen Shu's hand cuffed to his was yanked forward. Wen Shu didn't stand still for a moment and lunged forward. This lunge did not matter. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu's feet were still handcuffed together, and Xiao Yu was also brought forward by this force. Si Ting's quick eyes and hands reached out to grab Wen Shu, who was about to fall, and just as he grabbed Wen Shu's other wrist, Xiao Yu crashed into him. Boss, sister-in-law, boom. In a moment, all four fell at once. Let me see. Chen Jian couldn't be bothered to eat the dumplings and hurriedly ran over and squatted on the ground. Ego, the four of you have a really unusual look. Chen Jian didn't have the slightest desire to pick up the four men. He just wanted to watch the fun. Gu Xiao and Si Ting fell to the ground. Wen Shu fell on top of Gu Xiao, and Xiao Yu fell on top of Si Ting. The two men moved in unison, catching both women with open arms. But Gu Xiao and Wen Shu's hands were handcuffed together, and Wen Shu's feet were handcuffed to Xiao Yu's feet. Therefore, Wen Shu people in Gu Xiao, hands also with Gu Xiao's hands together, but feet in Si Ting body, four people in a very strange form. After the special warriors were shocked, surprisingly, no one held them up, and they all looked at the four men with big grins on their faces. You, boss, Team Tsunami, the four of you are having quite a time. In broad daylight, this is a change of arms? Jiang Tu ran back without fear of death, squatting on the ground and looking at the four people, the corners of his mouth almost smiling to the corners of his eyes. Omi, I advise you to hurry up and uncuff them, or you won't even know how you died later. Lin Jin walked over and swallowed the dumplings in his mouth, looking at the four people on the ground, kindly reminding them, Boss, I was wrong. Jiang Tu stood on top of the double bar with a lifeless face, and underneath the double bar stood more than 100 special forces members carrying plates and eating dumplings while watching Jiang Tu take horse stances on it. Si Ting put the word out that Jiang Tu wouldn't want to come down until everyone had their fill. So, for the first time, these members of the team, who had been in the army for so many years, chewed and ate slowly. 20 minutes later, most of the team members were full, but Xiao Yu and Wen Shu were still eating slowly. Sister-in-law Tsunami, it's been 20 minutes and you've only eaten 3 dumplings. Jiang Tu was on the verge of crying as he watched Xiao Yu's eating speed. Omi, sister-in-law Tsunami eats fast enough. Look at Team Tsunami. It took 20 minutes to eat one. Zhao Zhe kindly pointed to Gu Xiao, who was sitting on the side with his legs crossed and biting into dumplings the size of a small thumbnail at a time, and said, Team Tsunami, that dumpling isn't as big as your mouth. You can eat 3 in one bite without choking. Help! Jiang Tu's entire body was about to collapse. The rest of the team laughed and the atmosphere in the compound became more lively. It took Gu Xiao an hour and a half to finish this meal of dumplings, and in the end, he resumed his normal eating speed because he was too hungry. In the end, Gang Tu fell off with his butt on the ground, unable to stand up on either leg. Omi, it's a good thing you don't have a girlfriend, or you're like this. You can only look and not move. Zhao Quan looked at Jiang Tu, who was sitting on the ground and couldn't stand up, and laughed so hard that he couldn't see out of his eyes. Jiang Tu sat on the ground and rubbed his 2 legs. It was true that he couldn't mess with his boss by messing with anyone. Messing with Gu Xiao will cost you a bit of energy at best, and running will be the way to go. But messing with your own chief is a death sentence. The group played until 9:30, when Si Ting and Wen Shu held hands and headed for the dormitory, where they met Lin Jin and Chen Jian, who were chatting at the dormitory entrance. No need to be formal. We both stayed here just to talk to you. Lin Jin waved his hand when he saw the 2 men standing straight and saluting. Wen Shu girl, I've wronged you today. Lin Jin looked at Wen Shu with a loving face. No commiserations. Although Wen Shu said this on her lips, everyone present could hear that Wen Shu's words were not the truth. Ugh. We also knew about this matter on the spur of the moment, so I had Old Chen call you first. Old Chen and I stopped their discipline for an hour and a half, and finally they came hard. So let them come to the cafeteria and take you in front of everyone. But as long as your man is here, the disciplinary people surely can't get what they want. I know the boy too well. Lin Jin pointed at Si Ting and said with a smile, Commander Lin, I want to know why I'm the one suspected of being a spy? Wen Shu looked at Lin Jian and asked the doubts in his heart. This is really none of your business. Anyone with eyes could tell that Arsenal deliberately mentioned seeing you in the war zone during the interrogation to try and pull you down. He's not happy that he's ruined it for you after all the years he's been laying the groundwork. But the interrogators just nonetheless said that the reason someone as discreet as Arsenal had traveled to China was because you were related to them. So it was reported to the discipline inspection and you had to be investigated. Why don't they know that they can't find out anything even if they investigate you? You'll be politically scrutinized from the time you enter the military medical university, and you'll be politically scrutinized when you enter the general hospital of the army. Even if you enter the special forces later on, you'll still be scrutinized all over again. Do they think the Special Forces political trials are a joke? If you have a problem, you won't be able to start attending military medical college. Wang Nan is staying at the Beijing City Center Hospital. I'm afraid that if he went into the general hospital, he would have been found out long ago, Lin Jin explained to Wen Shu, who was the man who interrogated Arsenal. Si Ting, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke. Hearing this question, Wen Shu twisted her head to look at him with some confusion, but Chen Jian, who was standing to the side, froze for a moment and then laughed. Old Lin, worthy of citing. You really know this kid. Lin Jin laughed after Chen Jian finished speaking, but only Wen Shu had a puzzled look on his face. Where is this going? Kid, we can't say anything extra. You're as clear as a bell in your own mind. You don't need to ask me, Lin Jin said meaningfully. People who can't speak with strength can only play these has-beens behind their backs. Waste is always waste. Wen Shu froze as soon as Si Ting's words came out. She had never heard Si Ting curse like that before. Wen Shu, Si Ting and the others bailed you out in public today though, but the disciplinary people will certainly go back and report these cases. Do you understand? Chen Jian's tone was a bit helpless. Although Wen Shu hadn't taken anyone away, this would definitely be reported upwards. I know, so what do I need to do? Wen Shu nodded calmly. She had already guessed that there would definitely be a follow-up. Go back and write up a fact sheet about meeting Arsenal in F. I'll take this fact sheet and hand it in personally. Chen Jian looked at Wen Shu and said seriously, yes, this note I can write. Just because they bailed me out doesn't mean I'm innocent, so you guys have no problem letting me incriminate myself. But if, after the investigation, it is proven that I am innocent, how should the troops make up for the fact that I am indiscriminately labeled a spy? Wen Shu didn't choose to back down this time. Everyone was protecting her and she had to protect herself as well. Upon hearing Wen Shu's words, Lin Jin and Chen Jian froze for a moment and were silent for a long time after looking at each other. They didn't expect Wen Shu to ask such a question. Before they could answer this question, Chen Jian's phone rang. He stepped aside and picked it up. The other party hung up when he finished. Chen Jian shook his head helplessly. What a way to let go of a good day. Chen Jian walked back and looked at Lin Jin and told him about the content of the call, which requested the two of them to take Wen Shu over there. Su Bin's speed was obviously faster than they thought, and had already gone back to finish his report. It was also emphasized that he couldn't bring sighting, only Wen Shu, one more than the other. Lin Jin listened to the request with some impatience in his eyes. Who doesn't know sighting in the whole military area? Sighting can walk sideways with the war merit when he goes, so Su Bin didn't dare to do anything to sighting here just now. But Wen Shu is different. She is a doctor with the team, so she has to follow orders and cooperate with the investigation. No, Si Ting rejected it outright. Taking Wen Shu away, this is a clear case of bullying. Sighting, don't worry, I won't let anyone bully me. You trust me on this one. Wen Shu stopped Si Ting and looked at him with an unparalleled determination. You can bail me out once, twice, but I'll always be unknown when word gets out. Can't have you guys taking your reputations and protecting me here. I have an idea. Wen Shu already had a way out. Since he was going to make a scene, he would make a scene. Can I make a phone call? Wen Shu looked at Lin Jin. Her tone was still calm, but Lin Jin could see that Wen Shu's eyes had changed. Her eyes carried a hint of disappointment. Who are you calling? Chen Jian asked in disbelief, as it was against the rules to have Wen Shu on the phone at this time. Someone who can prove my innocence. Wen Shu didn't say who the other person was. Chen Jian looked at Lin Jin, while the latter carelessly walked towards the parking lot. Chen Jian understood. We'll wait for you in the car. Wen Shu pulled out her cell phone and walked to the side to make a call, only to say a few words before the other party angrily hung up. Wen Shu looked down at her cell phone, gripped it tightly, and took a deep breath. She walked back to Si Ting and said a few words before handing his cell phone to him. Don't worry, go back and rest first. Si Ting, who was guarding Wen Shu, opened her cell phone, and after seeing who she had called, he raised his eyes to look at her carefully, and finally nodded. If there's a problem, you tell him to call me. Wherever you are, if you want to go, I'll go over there and take you, and no one will stop you. The man Sighting spoke of was Lin Jin. Good. Wen Shu nodded, then turned around and walked towards the parking lot. Si Ting stood in place and eyed Wen Shu, watching her walk to the parking lot then get into her car, and he didn't retract his eyes until the car had left. Instead of going back to his dorm, he found a place to sit on the playground. Gu Xiao standing at the second-floor dormitory window watched as Si Ting sat down and rubbed his brow somewhat helplessly, and Xiao Yu also saw the scene and directly whisked Gu Xiao out of the dormitory, with the door unlocked. Chapter 128. Wen Shu shakes a big god by shaking a person. Wen Shu was brought into the office of the disciplinary leader, in which 7 or 8 leaders in military uniforms were sitting, and Su Bin was also inside. But Wen Shu always had a calm face. Without any panic, Wen Shu stood in the office, and the people inside asked Wen Shu all kinds of questions like an interrogation, and Wen Shu answered them all, especially when they heard the scene of Wen Shu meeting Arsenal in Country F. Their eyes even carried a bit of shock, not realizing that when Shu met with him in such a situation. Chen Jian pulled out a thick pile of documents and placed them on his desk. Here are the notes of all the 8F special warriors, which were sealed with us when they came back from the F country. If you want to know if Wen Shu said he was lying, just open it and read what they wrote. If you think these special warriors have been harboring Wen Shu since 5 years ago, we don't mind pulling the entire first and second teams over for you to interrogate. Chen Jian's tone wasn't too good because he couldn't listen to the questions these people had just asked Wen Shu. Old Chen, you know, we're the process. It's normal for us to have suspicions when Sabine went to bring someone and couldn't bring them back. A man looked at Chen Jian and opened his mouth. Bring someone? Doesn't one have to have proof to go and bring someone? I didn't say anything when I was guarding those hundreds of special warriors, and now that we're the only ones in the room, I'd be sorry for Wen Shu if I didn't say anything. Old Su, what evidence do you have to say that Wen Shu is suspected of being a spy? Just Arsenal said he'd seen her. Did you ask under what circumstances you met her? Lin Jin looked at Su Bin and asked excitedly. Old Lin, Zhao Cheng, the interrogator, and I both asked Arsenal, and he won't talk. Su Bin said helplessly. He doesn't say. Don't you have a brain? Why didn't he say anything? If he had proof, could he not have said anything? Also, Zhao Cheng asked you for a report and you arrested people? Have you reported it? First things first, who in the entire military region doesn't know that Wen Shu is Si Ting's person? Doesn't Zhao Qing know that? It's useless for you to defend Zhao Qing. It's a nail in the coffin that he's inferior to Si Ting in every aspect, and the fact that he can't sit as captain of the first team is because he's not strong enough. Sito can't get it up, so now he's coming to get Sito's woman? Lin Jin, will put my words here today. He's a waste. Lin Jin slapped the table and stood up from the sofa. Furious, why are we talking about this again? It's all stale. Old Lin, sit down and calm down. Someone hurriedly stood up and pulled Lin Jin back to sit on the sofa. Check, I brought you the man. What did you find out? What did you find out? Here, go on and check me out. Lin Jin directly opened all of the documents that Chen Jian had brought and let them flip through them on their own. Although several of the people in the room were Lin Jin's leaders, they were all aware that the Special Forces team in Lin Jin's hands was the voice. To go on missions and fight wars, the hardest and most dangerous thing, they just had to rely on Lin Jin. Everyone looked through all the team members' notes and realized that things were indeed just as Wen Shu had said. All clear? All of you are literate, aren't you? The Wen Shu of 5 years ago was not a soldier, not a doctor. She was a translator. You put the hat of a spy right on the head of a girl who came forward. She saved 2 Special Forces teams. You guys are really good. My team went out to fight and keep the peace, and in return the peace is for you to eat and bully your own people here. Lin Jin let out all his suppressed fire, and no one in the office could speak for a moment. It was already a fact that they had wronged Wen Shu. Winchester, I've wronged you. Why don't you go back and we'll have a meeting to discuss this? Back where? What meeting? What's there to discuss? Without waiting for the other party to finish, a low and angry voice came from the doorway. Everyone looked to the door. There was clearly no one else there this late at night. Seeing the people who walked in, the leaders who were originally sitting on the sofa hurriedly all stood up. Chou Lao, Mr. Chow, Elder Zhou. Everyone greeted and saluted the man who walked in. What evil wind had brought this god here? Lin Jin, I heard your voice at the gate of the compound. The man walked in and patted Lin Jin's shoulder before looking at Wen Shu, who was standing to the side. Little girl, I'm coming. What are you standing there for? Wen Shu looked at the man and instantly reddened her eyes. Teacher, why did you come so late? I'd been interrogated several times. The people present saw the instant change of face of Wen Shu were frozen. Just not still good. How all of a sudden crying on? Teacher? Subin asked in a puzzled whisper. That's right. The spy in your eyes is a student of my Zhou Wang. I don't even want to be mean to her. But you guys are good. One by one, you're sitting here interrogating her. Which of the weapons information she is holding is not more classified than the documents you are holding? Zhou Wang directly led Wen Shu to sit on the sofa. The scene in the office changed all of a sudden, and now it became Zhou Wang and Wen Shu sitting, and all the people who were sitting just now stood neatly in a row like a schoolboy. Lin Jin was the only one who also sat on his but on the sofa. Anyway, he was not in the same gang as those people, and it was none of his business if they were scolded. Lin Jin waved his hand towards Chen Jian, signaling him to sit down as well. Now that the wind and water had turned, it was their turn to interrogate people. Chapter 129, Here, let me add a few words. Elder Zhou, what brings you here? The highest-ranked person in the office looked at Zhou Wang and asked cautiously. Zhou Wang hands of the project are China's weapons. The military rank even higher to see him also have to speak honestly. I've come to see my student who is a suspected spy. You've tried all my students. You're not too far behind me. Come on, ask, Zhou Wang said unhurriedly as he sat on the sofa. Elder Zhou, look at what you're saying. How can we interrogate you? Wonshu, this matter is a misunderstanding because we didn't investigate clearly in the preliminary investigation. We just got the word out. The man looked at Zhou Wang and explained respectfully. Misunderstanding? Wonshu, is it a misunderstanding? Zhou Wang twisted his head to look at Wonshu and asked amiably. The way he looked at Wonshu was completely different from the way he looked at the others. Teacher, it's a misunderstanding, Wonshu said calmly. So teacher, I want to apologize. Wonshu stood up from the sofa and bowed deeply towards Zhou Wang, who looked at Wonshu without saying a word. Tonight, I become famous in the special operations team. So many people from the disciplinary inspection went to arrest me. It was the special operations team that protected me, so I wasn't arrested. It didn't take me, but then it got Commander Lin to bring me here from the special forces for interrogation. Whether this matter is a misunderstanding or not, even if the back helps me clarify it, this hat on my head won't come off. Whoever sees me in the future will remember that I was once officially suspected of being a spy. So, Sensei, the projects and tasks you have given me are not suitable for me to continue with. I haven't opened the project book yet. The seals are all there. I'll return the project book when I get back. And the students have let you down. When Wonshu said this, the people in the office looked at each other and their faces turned white. Wonshu even worked on Zhou Wang's project. This has really offended this god. How can I explain? Commander Lin, since the troops have suspected me, it's not appropriate for me to stay in the special operations team, and I request that the special operations team let me return to the hospital. If it's deemed that I'm not comfortable in the hospital either, I can stop being a doctor at General Hospital. I can go to Central Hospital or keep going back to my design. My design teacher has been waiting for me to return. Wonshu looked at Lin Jin again and said calmly. After hearing Wonshu's words, the faces of the executives in the office worsened. Their heartbeats instantly accelerated, and they all silently prayed in their hearts for Wonshu to stop talking. This not only offended Zhou Wang, but also offended Lin Jin all over again. The special operations team was originally a piece of treasure in the military region, which is why it was placed in a separate place. And for so many years Lin Jin had never had any problems with these 7 teams, and had countless military honors. They're doing well now, forcing someone else's Lin Jin's men away, and they won't have a good life in the future. Not only that, but there's a Chow Chow lookout. Knowing that there were very few people who could be Zhou Wang's students, the fact that he was able to hand over the project proposal to Wonshu showed that Wonshu was someone the country trusted. This is good. The country are believed in their hands or said to be spies, is really waiting for bad luck on the line. Hearing Wonshu's words, Zhou Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing, then looked to the man he had been talking to. You're doing great. You did a really good job of getting my students to return their project books. If I remember correctly, Win gave you guys a study for nothing when he first joined the force, right? The study didn't help her get even, not to mention that it shouldn't be hard to prove that her person and her heart are yours. You set up a special research team to study her report while falsely accusing her of being a spy. I see you're sitting in this seat, sitting too idle. Zhou Wang's tone grew colder and colder, and the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped quite a bit. Are you done? Lin Jin twisted his head to look at Zhou Wang and asked, and Zhou Wang nodded. Here, let me add a couple of words. Lin Jin put down the teacup in his hand and crossed his legs to look at the row of people standing in unison. No one else is tossing it, are they? Toss to our special ops team? Aren't you willing to toss? You guys are on for the national tournament next month. How boring it is to sit in an office every day and not be stimulated once. I'm taking all the special warriors to the national competition next month to watch it live. I'm sure that all of you senior leaders who have the country and the troops at heart will be able to achieve first place in each program. Even if you guys can't get on, you can send another team to compete. You guys are wise. You'll be able to pick good contestants even if you don't pick them from the special teams. It's sure to keep our military district's good ranking of #1 for the 7th year in a row. As for Si Ting, Gu Xiao, and the others, they've all been competing for 7 years, so it's time to take a break. Especially Sighting. Isn't it true that for 7 years he's been first in every competition whenever he's been there? He doesn't even deserve to be on the field again just based on the fact that his players are suspected of being spies. You are worthy. You guys got credit for catching spies. You don't want this qualifying special ops team this year. Don't want to give me an order. Give an order that can only let them on. On is the bottom of all kinds of first. Just can't race level. Can't race style. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Chen Jian's face was suffocating into a pig's liver color. He shouldn't have been sitting on the sofa. How embarrassing it would be if he laughed out loud now. The heads of those standing instantly went up. How could they have forgotten about the great national match? Si Ting was a popular contestant in the great competition every year. As long as there was an event with him in it, he had never come in second, and the first position was as good as welded to him. The same goes for Gu Xiao. As long as there is a project for him, he never wants to take second place, and likewise no one else wants to take first place. In team competitions, the first team only plays against the second team. and the second team only plays against the first team. So the first and second teams never appear in the same program. If it weren't for the limit on the number of entries, Lin Jin would have only had to send the first and second teams to compete. But because of the limitations, teams 3 through 7 also had a chance to compete and basically finished in the top 3 in good standing. Their military district, number 1 in overall rating for 7 years in a row. Second place is a disconnected gap from them. Those of them who were able to leisurely sit on the stands and drink tea every year at the great competition were also all because of Si Ting and their strength here. At this juncture, they had really had their fill of pissing off Lin Jin. They knew Lin Jin's temperament too well. He didn't get angry easily, and once he did he would do whatever he said. And they knew Si Ting's temper. He was never a soldier that could be held. That's why he brought out his own team with the same temperament as him. The first team never bullies, but whoever dares to bully the first team, sighting is really on. Love whoever Si Ting dared to say and do. He once let slip that he could still leave the army and go home to inherit the family business and be his Si family's youngest master. So no one should try to touch his people. So the big match, even if the troops gave a dead order for Si Ting and the others to compete, as long as Lin Jin opened his mouth and let Si Ting and the others be the bottom one, Si Ting dared to lead the team on the field to fight for the throne of the bottom one. Wen Chu, this matter is our poor consideration. Tell us what you have in mind. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The man ultimately chose to bow his head. Compared to Lin Jin here it was still manageable, but Zhou Wang's place was really bad. Also on the national team, they're not the same type as Cao Cao. They've been dealt with for this. The force can always have someone to take their place in the seat. There's no shortage of people at a moment's notice. But when Zhou Wang dropped the ball because of this, they all ate it up. Chapter 130, Zhou Wang's Divine Assist. My thoughts as I said. I'll go back to Central Hospital or go back to being a designer. No more contact with any research on weaponry. I hope you guys let me back in. Wen Chu sat on the sofa and said calmly. Hearing Wen Chu's words, Lin Jin and Chen Jian's expressions were just one, cool, but the others didn't look too good. Looking at each other with some headaches, they really didn't expect Wen Chu to be so difficult to deal with. Winchester, it's true that this incident was done somewhat inappropriately by us at the top, not to mention that both Elder Zhou and Commander Lin vouched for you, so we believe you. In that case, we'll send out a clarification announcement for you tomorrow, so you won't have to leave here or the hospital. You can remain in the special forces, or you can continue your weapons research. Look, we're better to get access to weaponry than the troops. One of the leaders who hadn't said anything spoke up. When these words came out, Zhou Wang, Lin Jin and Chen Jian's faces changed slightly, but no one noticed without looking closely. This leader, I'm not sure what you should call him, but it doesn't matter to me either. First of all, a clean slate. I don't need anyone to vouch for me. Not to mention that Teacher Zhou and Commander Lin didn't vouch for me either. My teacher was able to come over because he was willing to put in a word for me. But if you have to vouch for this little matter on his honor, then I can say categorically that I don't need to. There's no need for me to explain what kind of person Mr. Zhou is, and his status and position won't vouch for anyone. Commander Lin will speak up for me because he believes from start to finish that there's nothing wrong with his soldiers, and it doesn't mean he's vouching for me with himself. Wen Chu, walk the walk and sit upright. If I haven't done it, I haven't done it. I don't need anyone to take anything or honor to vouch for me. When Shu heard something in his words, he wanted to express that the few of them reluctantly admitted that they weren't spies under the pressure of Zhou Wang and Lin Jin, instead of the troops believing in themselves anymore. What they said only represented a few of them. Then Wen Shu didn't need them to believe it. Don't you want a solution? Winchester is subject to any kind of investigation or interrogation. On the day of my innocence, I demand that each of you leaders present write a statement of the situation. Make a public apology for slandering a military doctor who was dedicated to the troops without any investigation, based on just a couple of off-the-cuff provocations by well-intentioned people, as well as for this private interrogation tonight that was out of order, unfair, and unjust. I've been in the army for a short period of time, but based on what Commander Lin and Captain Sighting usually ask of us, I know that soldiers have to be bold and courageous. I believe that this article is not only required of us ordinary soldiers, but this should also include soldiers at the leadership level. Speaking here, Zhou Wang slightly twisted his head to look at Wen Shu who was sitting beside him, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. This girl is really daring. As for what you said, I can stay in the army. I can continue weapons research. I think the initiative in both matters is now in my hands, and it's not just a matter of writing a clarification as you call it that I should do so. Use the man. Doubt the man. Since you have chosen to doubt me, there is no need for me to put a hot face on a cold ass. I'm not staying here. I'm not working on weaponry. I can go back to being a designer, a translator, or if I'm desperate I can go home and inherit the family business. I don't have to be dead set on staying here. Today you can label me a suspected spy. Tomorrow you can label me something else. There are so many hats. I can't wear them all on one head. After Wen Shu finished speaking, the faces of the people standing in the office all changed. They didn't expect that what Wen Shu wanted was for them to personally apologize. And Wen Shu had a sentence that got to the point. Their interrogation of Wen Shu tonight was indeed out of line. And it's true that there was no investigation done prior to the trial and no formal process was followed. All because of Zhao Qing's intentional sentence. We all thought that caught a spy. Only thinking of the first to find out Wen Shu has a problem. Simply did not expect Wen Shu not only is not a spy, but also a great deal. A phone call even Zhou Wang shook to. It was rare to see a man shaken in their place, and it was unheard of to see such a god shaken. In my opinion, this fact sheet, I'd better write it first. Zhou Wang took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. The people present all looked at Zhou Wang. It is clear that he is here to ensure people. What kind of fact sheet are you writing? The document you're returning to me is top secret. You're going to quit the research team, and I'm going to have to write up all the causes and consequences. This document has reached you and you returned it, so do something to prepare yourself for the investigation from our side. But don't worry, just be honest when the time comes, Zhou Wang said unhurriedly, and when he said the last sentence, he even raised his hand and patted Wen Shu's shoulder. Lin Jin and Shen Jian subconsciously put their hands by their legs at the same time, and both of them secretly pinched their thighs at the same time, forcing themselves not to laugh out loud. When Zhou really invited a god. Chapter 131, Fate to the Coin. Hearing that Zhou Wang wanted to personally write a statement of the situation and taught Wen Shu to be truthful, the people standing in a row instantly became anxious. Zhou Wang personally write situation description, coupled with Wen Shu's truthfulness. This is 2 knives are stabbed in the aorta, the lethality rate of 100%. Elder Zhou, the matter of this matter is indeed our problem. Now that it's happened, let's try not to make such a big deal out of it. Let's just do what Wen Shu said and admit when we're wrong. Through this incident, we will definitely meet afterwards to discuss it seriously, and try to avoid accidentally injuring other people in the future. Wen Shu is a good comrade. If it's really because we made a mistake in our work and made the troops lose such a good comrade, then we really made a big mistake. I hope Wen Shu can give us a chance to correct our mistakes. A leader who hadn't said anything spoke up. He could see that they definitely couldn't get through this thing today without taking a stand. How do you want to change it? Zhou Wang calmly looked at him and asked. Early tomorrow morning, we'll send out a circular in the military district to clear Wen Shu's name. On top of that, Su Bin and Zhao Qing will each write a letter of apology and attach it to the briefing. Elder Zhou, do you think it's appropriate? The man looked at Zhou Wang and asked tentatively. Ask me what for? I am not the one who was aggrieved, nor am I the one who was vilified. Zhou Wang casually picked up a teacup and sipped his tea. Wen Shu, do you think this is okay? The man immediately reacted to look at Wen Shu and asked. I don't feel right. Are you all the same kind of leaders who only let their men take the fall when things go wrong? Zhao Qing first wronged me. That's right. It's not wrong for leader Su to go and arrest me without any evidence. Other than that, who was it that interrogated me in violation of the rules? Are none of you involved? Hearing Wen Shu's words, even Zhou Wan wanted to laugh. He had known Wen Shu for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen her being unreasonable and demanding an uptight solution to a problem. The man who had just opened his mouth didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhou Wang and Lin Jin took advantage of the whispered discussion between these people to look at each other, and after looking at each other, Lin Jin whispered a few words to Chen Jian. Wen Shu, here's the deal. Chen Jian suddenly opened his mouth, and the office instantly quieted down, all wanting to hear what Chen Jian had to say. Only you inciting know about you being brought here for interrogation, other than the rest of us. The leaders are also doing this for the good of China and the troops. They're worried that there really are spies, affecting the security of our country of China, and you've really been aggravated on your end. Let the leaders apologize to you, and the rest of it will be the same solution as we talked about before. Is that okay with you? After Chen Jian finished speaking, Lin Jin nodded and took over. Old Chen is right. Let's be reasonable. Now that the reasoning is clear, you shouldn't be angry. What's more, it does affect morale too much if this gets out. Hearing Chen Jian and Lin Jin's words, the leaders froze for a moment, but considering that merely apologizing to Wen Shu was enough, they all nodded. Wen Shu didn't reply in a hurry, but looked at Zhou Wang. In fact, she saw the glance that Lin Jin and Zhou Wang had just looked at each other, and she understood what it meant, but on the surface she definitely had to foot her teacher's face. Girl, I'm just here to back you up. If you agree, I'm fine with it. It's fine with me if you don't agree, Zhou Wang said meaningfully. Wen Shu understood and looked at the leaders. All of you are leaders, and I hope that as you sit in this position you will go down and see more of us military men and women on the front lines. We fight on the front lines, with our hearts in the right place to protect our country. There are enough enemies standing in front of us. I hope you don't make us feel that we have enemies behind us as well. Apologizing is not necessary. My teacher taught me the saying, you get what you pay for. Wen Shu calmly finished what she wanted to say. She eyed the red faces of the leaders before her. Although Wenshu suggested that they didn't need to apologize anymore, the leaders ended up apologizing to Wenshu one by one. As Wenshu followed Zhou Wang, Lin Jin and Chen Jian to the parking lot, Wenshu saw someone standing next to a sedan and instantly her eyes lit up. Go have a few chats. Bring him here specifically. Zhou Wang happened to want to chat with Lin Jin as well, so Wenshu ran in the direction of the sedan. Shifu. Wenshu happily greeted the man, who was another of Zhou Wang's students. Chan Dong. Little Wenshu. Long time no see. The man reached out and hugged Wenshu. Just at that moment, a jeep drove into the entrance of the parking lot. Wenshu laughed when she saw the license plate number and said, "My family's jealousy is here." Changdong also looked at the jeep. "Is this your special forces boyfriend?" "Aha." Wenshu nodded. "He's okay with you?" Changdong looked at Wenshu and asked. "Well, he's been good to me, elder brother. Don't worry, he treats me like you treat elder sister," Wenshu said with a smile. Little Wenshu's vision should be fine. Changdong nodded. He was several years older than Wenshu and had been around Zhou Wang for a longer time. Wenshu was the only female student within all of Zhou Wang's students, so Wenshu was the group favorite in Zhou Wang's team. Are things settled? Changdong had already gone home, but he received a call from Zhou Wang asking him to come with him to the army. He was the person Wenshu had the best relationship within Zhou Wang's team, so Zhou Wang had brought him here because he wanted him to make Wenshu happy. Work it out. I don't know how long it would have taken to fix it if the teacher hadn't come. Wenshu muttered that Changdong was Zhou Wang's man, someone she could trust. The teacher was angry when she got your call. I don't hear him curse a couple times a year, and he cursed all the way here. Tell me about you. You don't stay at the teacher's place. You have to come here to suffer, Changdong said helplessly. He knew how aggravated Wenshu had to be when he saw her appearance. As he spoke, Sighting parked his car and walked over. Wenshu then introduced Si Ting and Changdong to each other. You're the kid who made our little Wenshu follow you and suffer in the army? Changdong's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Si Ting. In terms of age, Changdong was 2 years older than Si Ting. Coupled with the fact that he was Wenshu's senior brother, he still had the right to lecture Si Ting. Senior, if it's possible, I'd really like you to take Hatsumomo away from me, Sito said somewhat helplessly. You smoked? Wenshu suddenly smelled the smoke on Si Ting's body. Aha! From the time Wenshu was taken away, Si Ting smoked half a box of cigarettes, and after receiving the news that Chen Jian asked him to come and pick up the people, he still washed up before coming over, not expecting that he was still sniffed out by Wenshu. Little Wenshu, don't be so strict with people. Changdong pulled out a cigarette case as he spoke and handed Si Ting a cigarette. Si Ting took it and looked to Wenshu for advice. Shifu has spoken for you. From now on this is your Shifu, not mine, Wenshu said with a snicker. I really want to take little Wenshu, but she won't go away. Back when it was a choice between design and weapons, she chose design. When it was a choice between going back to medicine and going back to the team, she chose to do it again. Even up until then, when it was a choice between going into the army and going back to the team, she chose to go into the army without a second thought. My teacher said something about how every choice Wenshu makes is God's way of helping her get closer to you. Changdong said calmly, this is the path that Wenshu is going to take. God has arranged it long ago. She has no choice. Little Wenshu, given the choice again, what would you choose? Changdong suddenly looked at Wenshu and asked suspiciously. Sifu, there are no dress rehearsals or do-overs in life, but if I did have to choose again, I will also leave my fate in the hands of the coins. After Wenshu finished speaking, Si Ting and Changdong froze, and even Zhou Wang, who had walked over, froze. Dare I say that every time Wenshu makes a choice, she is handing her fate over to the coins. Chapter 132, Wenshu, the Gambler. Little Wenshu, do you mean that every time you make a choice, it's all about the coins? Changdong asked as he looked back at Wenshu. Exactly. Back in the day when it was either design or weapon, the reasons I gave were all excuses I made. I didn't have the heart to say it because I made the choice by flipping a coin, Wenshu said somewhat sheepishly. Shifu, do you remember? You still gave me that coin I flipped back then. I was so stressed about my exams that you took me to the game room to play a game and I ended up with one coin left over. That's the choice I made with that play money. The digital side selects the weapon, the flower side selects the design, Wenshu explained. Hearing Wenshu's words, Changdong looked at Wenshu with wide eyes. What did you say? That game coin you used? Changdong looked at Wenshu incredulously. Yeah, play money. That's the choice I made that day when I got back to my dorm from the game room. Wenshu nodded. Why don't you check that playpen? The game room I took you to had flowers all over the front and back of the coins. There are no numbers at all, Changdong said with a bit of a crash. What? What kind of coin doesn't have heads and tails? No numbers? It was Wenshu's turn to be shocked. No, both sides are full of M's national flower. Changdong shook his head. This is God's will. Zhou Wan walked up to Wenshu. and behind him stood Lin Jin and Chen Jian. Little girl, do you know why I still recognize you as a student and on our team after you didn't choose my team so many times? Zhou Wan looked at Wen Shu and asked. Teacher, I don't know. Wen Shu really does not know. This question she herself has thought about. Obviously so many times the choice she did not choose Zhou Wang. Why Zhou Wang is still as good as ever to her. Little girl, this is your life. I've read your birth date since the day you became my student. And from that day on, I knew that every time you made a choice in the future, you wouldn't be able to pick a weapons major. But you're really good. So I didn't care about that and still see you as a team player. Zhou Wang also said the words that had been left unsaid. Birth date? Wen Shu looked at Zhou Wang suspiciously. Exactly. Zhou Wang nodded. Suddenly Wen Shu thought of something and stared tightly at Zhou Wang, wanting to ask the doubts in his heart. Little girl, don't ask anything. What's meant to be will be, and what's meant to be will be. The underworld has its own destiny. Without waiting for Wen Shu to ask, Zhou Wang opened his mouth. Teacher, you know what I'm going to ask? Wen Shu was a bit surprised because the question she was about to ask was not known to anyone. Know that it was someone who told you something and you realized the problem yourself. Little girl, follow your heart. Everything's all set. Zhou Wang pointed to the sky and said meaningfully, boy, you treat the little girl well. There's no one in this building I can't clean up, so you know in your own mind. Zhou Wang pointed to the office building again, then watched as Si Ting patted his shoulder and went straight to the limousine. Sensei, thank you. Wen Shu bowed deeply towards Zhou Wang, who was sitting in the car. After Zhou Wang left, Lin Jin and Chen Jian stood beside Wen Shu, looking at her with a smiling face. Wen Shu was startled and subconsciously took a step back. Commander Lin, what are you laughing at? Looking at the two people's smiles, Wen Shu always felt that the two people did not have good intentions. Wen Shu, Zhou Wan's place, do you have a new project? As soon as Lin Jin opened his mouth, Wen Shu knew what it meant. In fact, Lin Jin and Zhou Wang had a good relationship in private, but on the surface Lin Jin was in awe of Zhou Wang. Commander Lin, are you trying to say what I just said in there about returning the top secret project documents to the teacher? Wen Shu blinked and playfully looked at Lin Jin. That's right. What about this document? We really have no right to know about it, much less read it. But is there one of those slightly less important ones that could be given to the troops for reference? Lin Jin asked with a smile. No. Wen Shu shook her head without any hesitation. No. Lin Jin just looks a little lost. I'm not saying there aren't any to make reference to. I'm the one who doesn't have the document at all. After Wen Shu finished speaking, Lin Jin and Chen Jian looked at each other. What did that mean? How can I have access to the core project in my teacher's hands? He's all about each part in separate batches for the team to work on. And I've been in the army. Where would I get to meet a teacher? The computer can't get emails coming in from outside either. I don't have any project books in hand. After Wen Shu finished speaking, Lin Jin and Chen Jian were both dumbfounded. Hey, no, what you just said to Elder Zhou. Chen Jian stumbled over his opening. It's all made up. Wen Shu didn't hide it and told the truth. When did you two discuss this? Lin Jin recalled that he couldn't remember when Wen Shu had a separate exchange with Zhou Wang. We didn't discuss it. My bet is that the teacher will cooperate with me. Wen Shu shook her head. She was just purely scaring those guys. And she bet Zhou Wang could understand what she was saying. I didn't realize that she really won the bet. And Zhou Wang not only heard and understood, but also added fuel to the fire to help scare her. Lin Jin, Jian Chen, Sito, what's the bet? As for being so shocked, after returning to the dormitory, Wen Shu sat on the bed and told Si Ting about the night's events. And Si Ting was surprised for a while after hearing it. So your teacher is so good. Si Ting knew that several of Wen Shu's teachers were very powerful, but he didn't expect it to come to this. You know that according to the looks of the several leaders in the office that Wen Shu described to himself today, Si Ting knew who they were. These were all senior leaders now, and I didn't expect Wen Shu's teacher to shock these people. My teacher is ranked #1 in this area in China. Any program he has in his hands is a top priority. He's reaching out to people not at the local level, but at the top. That's why all these leaders have to be respectful when they see him. You haven't studied this area, so it's normal that you don't know. Not too many people actually know him. After all, he's not someone who throws his weight around every day. Sometimes he'd disappear for months because of research on a single part. At best, Shifu and the few of them who follow him know about his travels. Wen Shu explained. It's good that you're okay. I'm just worried that you're being aggravated and not retaliating. Si Ting said heartily as he put his arm around Wen Shu. You smoked a lot of cigarettes just for that, didn't you? Even if nothing else is regulated in this compound, how come smoking is also unregulated? Wen Shu gently pushed Si Ting away. Her eyes gently looked at him and asked. Her tone had no reproach because she knew Si Ting was worried about her. I was wrong. I won't smoke it later if you don't agree. Si Ting immediately apologized to Wen Shu, and he would follow Wen Shu in all these matters. He had long ago assured Wenchu that he would listen to Wenchu in small matters, and listen to himself in big matters. Except for things that concern Wenchu's future in life, all of them are considered small matters. I don't hate smelling cigarettes, but you don't want to smoke so much at once. How much it affects your body. You're the one who's going to live a long life. If you walk in front of me, I'll take another man's hand and dance in front of your tombstone, Wenchu said with a smile. You. Si-ting reached out and poked Wenchu's forehead, dotingly saying, if I do have that day, I can no longer be there for you or protect you. If you could really hold another man's hand and go to my grave and show me, I won't be angry. I'll be happy, because you can have a new life with someone who loves you, Si-ting said gently. He had long thought about this, and if there really was a day when he left first, he wanted Wenchu to be happy and joyful. But Sito, I'm a clean freak. My person and my heart can only belong to one man. I can't take a second man, so you're going to live. Come back safe and sound from your mission. You're the one who's going to protect me for the rest of my life. Wenchu reached out and wrapped her arms around Si-ting's neck smilingly. Good. Choo-choo. Let's get married. Si-ting took out the marriage application that he had applied for a long time ago and looked at Wenchu and said seriously, Captain Timothy, you're proposing to me with this application. Ha! Wenchu purposely didn't take the application and said with a beep, open it up. Si-ting signaled Wenchu to open the folded application and read it. Wenchu curiously opened the application, and when she saw what was clipped inside, her entire body froze. Inside is a contract that has been notarized, and Si-ting will gift all the property in his name to Wenchu. Si-ting stayed in the army for too long, and there wasn't much real estate or vehicles outside the army, but there were a lot of deposits and shares, and he didn't leave any of them behind. All of them were gifted to Wenchu. Just when Wenchu was surprised, Si-ting suddenly took Wenchu's hand and ran out of the dormitory. Wenchu didn't know what was happening and could only run out after Si-ting. Si-ting took Wenchu and ran all the way to the playground and to the flagpole. Si-ting stood in front of the flagpole with his back to the flagpole facing Wenchu and directly knelt on one knee, startling Wenchu. Before Wenchu could react, both the first and second teams suddenly ran out. Xiaoyu was looking at Wenchu with an anti-smile on her face. Wenchu saw Si-ting pull a ring out of his own pocket and hold it up to himself. Hatsumomo, I've fantasized countless times about proposing to you, and I've picked out a lot of places for that, but in the end I chose to be in the place that meant the most to me. Actually, part of the reason is that I wanted to propose but neither of us could get out. After what happened tonight, I don't want to wait any longer. I want to ask for a name. Ask for a name that you can justify standing in front of you and taking all the storms for you. Ask for a name that will tell everyone that you are my wife. That's why I chose to ask you to marry me under the flag of the army. I will be as loyal to you as I am to my country and my troops. As long as I have a breath in my body, I will be your solid support, always loving and protecting you. I really don't have a lot of real estate or cars to my name, and I don't have anything else valuable. The only things that look good are shares, equity funds and savings. I'm not keeping any of it. I'm gifting it all to you. This is my utmost sincerity, and it is my willingness. Will you marry me? After Si-ting finished speaking, Wenchu's entire body froze in place. She never expected to be proposed to in such a situation and didn't return to her senses for a moment. Si-ting wasn't in a hurry, so he knelt on one knee in front of Wenchu and quietly looked at her. He saw Wenchu's eyes go from surprise to elation, from elation to moving, from moving to moist eyes. Sister-in-law, promise us team timbers. Jiang Tu and the others stood to the side and shouted excitedly. They all saw how hard it was for Wenchu and Si-ting to go all the way, through life and death, through trials and tribulations. It was really not easy for Si-ting to kneel under this flag to propose to the woman he loved so much, and for them to stand under this flag to witness the love of two people. Xiaoyu stood to the side and had long since burst into tears. She was a witness to how much Wenchu had given for this love. Suddenly, sirens blared throughout the playground and everyone looked in the direction of the loudspeaker at the same time. Emergency assembly. A massive 8.5 magnitude earthquake and tsunami has struck Tokai City. Special Warfare Team 1, Special Warfare Team 2, Special Warfare Team 3, Special Warfare Team 4, and Special Warfare Team 5. Please prepare to run to the disaster area for rescue, and meet at the playground in 15 minutes. Emergency assembly. A massive 8.5 magnitude earthquake and tsunami has struck Tokai City. Special Warfare Team 1, Special Warfare Team 2, Special Warfare Team 3, Special Warfare Team 4, and Special Warfare Team 5. Please prepare to run to the disaster area for rescue, and meet at the playground in 15 minutes. The radio kept playing the news of the assembly and everyone got instantly serious. Promise, I promise, we'll get married when we get back. Wenchu wiped her tears while grabbing the diamond ring from Si-ting's hand and wore it directly on her hand. Back for candy. Jiang Tu was the first to shout back. Good, come back and get married. Team 1, pack up your gear quickly and meet in 15 minutes. Si-ting stood up from the ground and looked at Wenchu and said firmly, looking at his team members and ordering them after he finished speaking. Gu Xiao also immediately ordered his team to go back and pack up their equipment, then took Xiao Yu and ran towards the dormitory building. The entire compound of the special operations team was instantly lit up, and upon closer inspection every floor of the dormitory building was busy. By the time the 5 special operations teams had finished packing up their gear and running to the playground, teens 6 and 7, who didn't need to run to the disaster area, had also assembled at the playground. They don't have to run to the disaster area because they have other tasks at hand. Even though they didn't have to go, one of them stood on the playground, saluting and watching the other 5 teams leave. Chapter 133, Going to the Disaster Area Again. On the bus, the various captains stood in the middle of the bus exhorting all the players. Si Ting took the specific damage situation he had just received regarding Donghai City and looked at it carefully. His face got worse and worse as the massive 8.5 magnitude earthquake coupled with the tsunami took a heavy toll. Si Ting told the Special Forces members all about the situation in Donghai City. He never hid the situation in the disaster area, and he believed that all the team members had the right and the need to know the truth, because only by doing so can their casualties be minimized, and all people can do the best and most meticulous rescue work. After speaking about the situation in Donghai City, everyone's faces became grave. Not only do they need to protect themselves from aftershocks and batches of tsunamis, but they also need to save as many people as they can. Same old rules, everyone on their own, Sito said as he opened a tin box with everyone's notebooks neatly placed inside. When Shu saw that the notebooks had the names of each team member on them, and once everyone had gotten their hands on them, they began to lower their heads and write and draw on the notebooks. When Shu didn't have a book, so she didn't know what it was for. Hatsumomo, this is yours. Si Ting handed a brand new notebook to Wenshu. What are they doing? There's nothing in this book. Wenshu asked in disbelief. She couldn't see anything simply from the book. This is the book that all team members get before every mission. Every sheet and page in here is filled with words from their hearts. It's a special book for suicide notes. When Si Ting finished speaking, Wenshu's entire body froze. Specialized in writing a suicide notebook. This one book is filled with all the Special Forces members of the thoughts and blessings of their families, but also written in their hearts. Wenshu took the book and twisted his head to look at all the Special Forces members in the car, all writing their suicide notes with a calm face. Everyone had countless pages written in their books, and before going out on a mission sighting would hand out the books to everyone and put them away before getting off the bus. At the beginning of writing the suicide note, the team members would still shed tears, with longing and dismay. None of them will be now, because everyone is used to them, and the ones written in the past are already complete, and the later ones are added. Wenshu took her own book and turned the first page, holding the pen but not knowing how she should write. After a long time, when Si Ting started to collect the book, he walked over to Wenshu and saw that she hadn't written a single word. The book was open and placed on her lap, the pen resting on the book. Seeing Si Ting walk over, Wenshu closed the book and handed it to Si Ting. We'll come back safely. She thought about writing to her grandparents and parents, but she knew in her heart that even if she left a suicide note, what would she do to her family? Even if she left a 100,000 word suicide note, it would be better than coming back alive. If it comes to that, if you don't leave a suicide note, you will still have the belief that you have to try to stay alive to give your family a call. If you leave a suicide note, the belief in your heart may not last long. Right, we'll be back safe and sound. Will do, and we're going back to eat the boss and his sister-in-law's wedding candies. When everyone heard Wenshu's words, they started cheering. The car carrying the special operations team gradually couldn't drive after arriving in Donghai City, so it stopped at a roadside. The members of each team got out of the car wearing life jackets, got into the submarine they had brought with them and then rushed in towards the center of the most severely affected area of Donghai City. The whole city is devastated, and the more you look at it, the more heartbreaking it feels. The polarization between the rich and the poor in Donghai City is very serious, and the damage to the houses in the rich areas is very light, and the rich areas are on high ground and are less affected by the tsunami, and 90% of the housing stock can be inhabited normally. But there were also areas in the rich neighborhoods that were badly damaged, and it was the houses purchased by these people near the sea that were greatly affected by the tsunami, and these houses were the first to experience the effects of the tsunami. Other than those two cases, it's just regular people's housing. They were all decades old, and a massive 8.5 magnitude earthquake destroyed the vast majority of them. Moreover, these houses are on low ground and the tsunami flooded the lower floors of countless houses. 5 special operations teams made up the capital city rescue team, bringing a total of 10 assault boats with them. Boss, there's someone over there asking for help. A member of the team pointed to a roof on which 3 people were calling for help. Sito stood up and looked around. There weren't any other city rescue teams in sight. Ship 2 to the rescue. The rest of you continue traveling towards the designated area. Si Ting shouted, and the second boat that Jiang Tu was in immediately left the group and rushed to the position on the roof. Each of their cities had an assigned rescue area. but they were here for the purpose of rescue, so even if it wasn't a disaster in their rescue area, they still had to manage it. Wonshu sat on the submarine and looked at the ruins around him, as well as the corpses that floated from time to time. The bodies were also recovered by the rescue teams and then put into body bags, all of which will be placed in designated places for uniform verification of identity and then sent to temporary crematoriums. The submarine also had to dodge back and forth from floating tree trunks and branches and all sorts of debris as it traveled. Hatsumomo, how are you? Si-Ting sat beside Wonshu and looked at her with some concern. He watched Wonshu's face get worse and worried that she was seasick. I'm fine. It's just a little hard to look at all the misery. Although she had seen the war zone and the earthquake zone, she was still a bit overwhelmed when she entered the disaster area again. None of this is what we want to see, but the disaster has happened. Let's do our best to save them. One can live. As for the victims who have already been killed, let's fish out as many as we can and give them this last ride. Si-Ting grabbed Wonshu's hand, then looked at everyone on Ship 1, entering the disaster area again. Si-Ting thought of Li Lingqiu, who had left himself at the rescue site forever, and who should have been reunited with his parents, if he was still around. Then this rescue operation in Donghai City would definitely have him leading the team as well. The punch bowl traveled for nearly an hour before reaching their designated spot. As they entered, cheers of joyful tears rang out from every corner around them. Being the first team to rush into the hardest hit areas, they were undoubtedly a heartbeat for all the victims. All the assault boats immediately went into an intense rescue effort, with Boat 1 being responsible for delivering Wonshu to the location where there was an injured person, helping to save him, and then delivering the injured person to a safe area. Donghai City set up camps as fast as possible around hospitals that were on high ground and had not received the tsunami. Those with serious injuries were sent to hospitals and those with minor injuries were sent to camps. Uninjured survivors have also been sent to volunteer at various camps. Boats 3, 5, 7 and 9 had the same mission as Boat 1, carrying the accompanying doctors around to save lives. All the others are responsible for taking the survivors to the Unified Transportation Rescue Boats, who will take the people to camps in safe areas. Everyone was so intensely busy that they couldn't think about drinking or eating. Sister-in-law, you really saved my life. A member of the team sat on the boat and said tiredly that all the relief meals prepared by the government were distributed to the injured, and instant food such as instant noodles, bread and ham sausages were given to the victims. The compressed dry food brought by their rescue team was also distributed to the victims, and none of the team members were able to eat. But when Wonshu set out, she stuffed all the compressed dry food in her backpack into Si-Ting's bag, and with her own bag stuffed full of her meal replacement powder for weight loss, she can drink it after stirring it with water and feel full in no time. So the first team was sustained by her meal replacement powder, and no one was hungry, even though they hadn't eaten. Her meal replacement powders are all formulated by a nutritionist and are so comprehensive that everyone drinking them in is equivalent to being full and energized at the same time. She also told Xiaoyu when she packed up, and Xiaoyu then made the same choice as Wonshu. So the second team members weren't hungry. Come on, let's share. I brought a lot. Let's not share these. Let's keep them for ourselves. If the rescue teams are running out of stamina, there will be a lot of people who will miss out on being rescued. Wonshu distributed all the meal replacement powder in her bag to the team members, then poured 3 packets into the mineral water bottle herself. She drank a few mouthfuls before handing the rest to Si-Ting, who drank the rest in. She originally could not finish a packet at a time, and could finish a packet when she was hungry and anxious, so she drank them all together with Si-Ting, and Si-Ting drank all that she could not finish. Winchester, Xiaoyu called out to Wonshu from the third boat, then waved her hand. What's wrong? Wonshu stood up from the boat and looked at her. Did you bring a tampon? After Xiaoyu finished yelling, the surrounding rescuers all quieted down, and the people from Boat 1 and Boat 3 all looked at Wonshu without saying a word. Brought it. Wonshu calmly took it out of her bag and handed it to Si-Ting, who raised his hand and threw it at the third ship. Do you want it? Wonshu asked as he looked at the crew of Ship 1. A group of older lads shook their heads with wide eyes. We, don't have a physical period. Who told you to use it during physiology? Wonshu took off her shoes and then showed off her insoles, which were padded with tampons, so that the soles of the feet are not easy to grind blisters, and sweat can be directly torn off and thrown away for a new one. In this and cannot change the socks, cannot wash their feet. Change a sanitary napkin on the line, Wonshu said as he resumed putting his shoes on. The team looked at each other. Good idea. The surrounding rescue boats then watched as the troopers from Boat 1, Boat 2, Boat 3, and Boat 4 all sat on their beds ripping the tampon packages. What about teams 1 and 2 using tampons as diapers? You're not sick, are you? There are 2 girls sitting on someone's boat. They can take off their pants and pad up. I don't see them all taking off their shoes. 4 insoles. Hey, it feels good to have a girl on the team. Several other teams have sighed. Every time they go out on a mission, Team 1 and Team 2 have a better time than they do, because the 2 girls are fine-minded. not letting the team members enjoy the blessings. Help! Help! There was a sudden cry for help, and everyone immediately followed the sound. A woman was in the water holding a tree that hadn't fallen yet, with a child in her arms. It's not right. Did I misremember? Wasn't this mother and daughter both saved just now? Wonshu pointed at the mother and daughter and carefully identified them. I remember correctly. We were just sent to a safe area. Why are we here again? Si-ting frowned as he looked at the mother and daughter both before commanding the crew to drive the boat over. Everyone pulled both mother and daughter onto the boat with 7 hands. Didn't you guys just get to the safe zone? Why are you in the water again? Wonshu took a towel from the boat and wiped the water off the little girl's body, then coaxed her gently. Go to the safe zone. Sito commanded the crew to steer the ship. Can't go. Can't go. The woman suddenly cried out, reaching for the hands of the boat crew. Si-ting immediately grabbed the woman's wrist and frowned at her with both eyebrows. This is my house. 3rd floor. I'm going home to get my bag, the woman said, pointing to a floor. This area was backed up by the tsunami, and the water flooded the windows on the 2nd floor. So to get to the 3rd floor you needed to put the boat against the side of the building and climb nearly 2 meters. Package? Are there any special medicines in the bag? Wonshu asked suspiciously. If they were in need of some special medicine, it would be fine for the team to climb up and help them find it. There's no drugs. There's 2 shopping bags on it. They're my new bags. You guys get up there and help me take it down. In case the tsunami comes back and gives it away, I'll lose a lot of money, the woman said, pointing to the window. What did you say? You came back from a safe area with a child just to get your bag. Wonshu's tone changed directly with a question. You soldier, you don't understand. That 2 bags of mine add up to over $40,000. It's worth it, the woman said as she waved her hand with a showy expression. Go to the safe zone. Si-ting looked directly at the crew member who was driving the boat, and his tone became stern. Stop the ship. What are you doing? Isn't that what you soldiers are for? To protect us civilians and our property. You guys don't want anything to happen to me? You climb up and get it for me. The woman stood in the boat, full of nonsense. Shut up. Even if we protect the property of the people, we have to make sure you live first. How many people here are still waiting to be rescued? We don't have time to climb the stairs to find it for your so-called 2 bags. If you don't want to live, you can jump off the boat and get it yourself. We'll get the baby to the rescue point, and you'll come back for her if you live. Si-ting shouted, pointing at the woman. They were already tired enough from rescuing here, and after nearly 20 hours without a break, it was amazing that they could jump out at one that made them climb the stairs to get to the bag. Don't you dare yell at me. I'm telling you, I'm going to the army to complain about you, the woman screamed, pointing at Si-ting. Go. When you get to the camp you immediately go and complain about me. Sito didn't even care, directing the submarine to head for the rescue ship that specialized in transporting survivors. Chapter 134, When Danger Comes. After approaching the rescue boat, Si-ting stood at the front of the submarine now handing the child on. And then when the woman was allowed to get on the rescue boat, the woman sat down and wouldn't go. I'm not leaving. You guys have to walk me back to get my bag. You stinking pawns. We the people get paid to support you and you don't serve us. You're not doing your job. The woman kept crying and just wouldn't go away. As we speak, the submarine parked on the water begins to sway from side to side. Aftershocks are coming. The earth was trembling, causing the water to begin to move as well. All sit down. Hold on to the boat handle. Si-ting hurriedly looked at everyone and shouted. Sail the boat. Sail the boat. Aftershocks are coming. The tsunami is coming again. My bag. The woman screamed desperately as she watched the aftershocks begin. Wonshu looked at the roaring woman instantly came to anger. I do not know from where the balance directly from the boat stood up, raised his hand to cut stunned the woman. The woman fell straight onto the ship without any of the crew reaching out to help catch her. After the aftershock passed, everyone was checking to see if anyone around them was hurt, and after making sure they weren't a member of the team stood up from the boat and lifted the woman up and threw her right into the rescue boat. Sito spoke to the captain of the rescue ship about the man and told them to keep an eye on her to get her to the camp. Wake up and keep knocking out when you can't control it. Sito thought for a moment and added before he set off. The man from the rescue boat looked at the fainting woman and pulled handcuffs directly from his belt to cuff the woman. Just as the assault boat next time back to the position of being backed up intends to continue the search and rescue. Just at this time each team's walkie-talkie rang. Everyone will open the headset to listen to the news of the command. The tsunami is coming again. Emergency shelter. Command sounded very anxious. Seeing that the situation was bad, Si-ting personally drove the boat towards the high ground. 20 seconds or so later a sharp break braked the submarine. Just then, the crew was ready with ropes to tie the assault boat to the building. It took less than 50 seconds from the time we were notified to tie up the submarine. Run for higher ground. After Si-ting shouted, he took Wonshu's hand and ran towards the high ground. The team also ran up in droves. Not only boat number 1, but all the rescue boats found the most suitable spot to secure their charge as fast as they could and ran towards the high point. The faster teams had just run to the high point, and the slower teams hadn't even gotten there yet when this tsunami came through. Run! Run for your life! The players standing at the high point were shouting towards the players running up the hill. Wonshu's entire body stood at the high point nervously watching the team members who were running upwards towards the top, and her heart was seized up. Some members of the team wearing life jackets to run down to catch the team members who cannot run up to run down the Special Forces team members. Wonshu saw the figure of Sighting. She turned her head to see when Sighting, who had been standing beside her a moment ago, had run down she didn't even know. At this moment, Wonshu felt that the whole world was quiet, and he could only see the special warriors who were desperately running upwards. The tsunami pounding in the distance came closer and closer, the water swirling with boats and people who couldn't get out of the way in time to avoid it. All gone in seconds. By the time the sea swooped in, all of the Special Ops team members had collapsed in a paralyzed heap high above the ground, and not a single one of them was missing. All of them came back. Everyone watched as the seawater was less than a meter away from their feet, and if anyone ran slower than that, they would be washed away by the seawater without mercy. Wonshu tightly hugged Si-Ting, who ran up. That scene just now almost scared her to death. I'm fine. Si-Ting panted heavily while patting Wonshu's back. He knew she was scared. When Sighting came to rest, Wonshu pointed to the seawater at his feet. How do you know the sea won't wash up? Wonshu asked suspiciously. Because when he learned that the tsunami had struck again, Si-Ting didn't have any hesitation in choosing this location. You want the truth? Si-Ting turned his head to look at Wonshu and asked. Aha! Wonshu nodded. I don't know where the sea will wash in. This position is the highest point around. The only place we can survive. There's still hope that you can live if you run here, but you definitely won't if you don't. After Si-Ting finished speaking, Wonshu's entire body froze. That means that when you ran up here just now, you didn't even know if we were going to survive? Wonshu asked incredulously. Indeed not. Sifan nodded. Then why did you run up after him without the slightest hesitation? Wonshu looked at the people around him, not only the members of the first team, but also the members of other teams. In times of emergency, not everyone can react faster than the speed of approaching danger. When someone can react as fast as they can, all we can do is trust them and trust our comrades standing beside us. The captain of Team 5 answered this question from Wonshu. This answer, which was what all the team members were thinking, was indeed what Wonshu hadn't expected. The first thing you have to do in a special operations team is trust. Trust your comrades, regardless of your private relationship. When you go to war, when you go to a dangerous place, your comrades are your back, your shield. Likewise, you are their back, their shield. And here, very few people count the gains and losses. From the first time you go into battle, you have to consider yourself dead. Every day going forward is for nothing. Think this way before you truly dare to stand face to face with the enemy on the battlefield. If my choice is wrong, their hearts won't resent me, because even if we're wrong, we think we've earned years for nothing. If it's right, it's going to be like it is now, and we just survived. Likewise, if someone else had made that choice at the time, I would have run after him without hesitation, because I believe in every single one of my comrades. After Si-Ting finished speaking to Wonshu truly understood why the people in the special operations team were so well connected. Everyone stayed at the highest point, and from their headsets came the voice of command, making sure that this wave of tsunami had passed, and everyone started back to the assault boats to begin a new round of search and rescue. Because of this wave of aftershocks and tsunamis, a number of people who had already been rescued were swept into the water again, and this time they weren't so lucky to be rescued, and by the time they were encountered, they were all floating in the water. But being in a position where you can't give up on any of them, even after those who are floating in the water have been retrieved, all the doctors will check them again and make sure that the ones who are hopeless will be put into a body bag. There were also those who were still struggling in the water and were rescued and treated and returned to normal. When the search and rescue efforts had been going on for 48 hours, the Special Forces team was finally able to take their first break. They arrived at a makeshift camp, and 2 tents were where they rested. Inside, they were prepared with instant noodles and boiled water. Everyone sat on the ground outside the tent and ate the instant noodles with a big mouthful, and the 2 people, Wonshu and Xiaoyu, finally met. I can't take a single bite of this bubbly. I'm going to bed. Xiaoyu shook her head as she looked at the noodles that Gu Xiao had helped her soak, unable to eat a single bite. I'm not eating either. I just want to sleep. Wonshu also shook her head, and before Si-Ting and Gu Xiao could speak, the 2 walked straight into the rescue tent. Si-Ting and Gu Xiao put down their bubble noodles and stood up from the ground, and when they walked into the tent, they saw that the 2 girls were already lying on the ground asleep. The 2 of them, not to mention anything else, are already in the same habit of sleeping as we are. The 2 men hadn't even taken off their shoes and were still wearing their rescue suits. There are no beds or quilts here. When this has happened before, 2 people simply know how to sleep. Now the 2 didn't hesitate. They just put their bags on the floor and lay down to sleep. It's not really easy for two young ladies to break into the army. Sito sighed and shook his head. He wasn't clear about Xiaoyu's habits, but he was clear about Wenchu's. I have to take a shower every day just to leave the house and to go to bed. But since entering the army, she had hardened herself to only showering before bedtime every day. I can tolerate not being able to take a shower for days when I'm on a mission. I don't know whether to call them both lucky or unlucky. Said they were lucky they were assigned to the special ops team. Said they were unlucky they were split between us. Gu Xiao walked up and tied a curtain next to the two, which was considered a temporary screen. The water here won't recede for many more days at the very least. A great disaster can easily be followed by a great epidemic. Go back and inform all team members to wear masks 24 hours a day. A lot of medical supplies were just delivered, so let's get everyone sterilized with alcohol. Si Ting saw the medical kit beside Wenchu and Xiaoyu and suddenly remembered this. That's right, it's better to be careful. I'll go out and inform now. Gu Xiao heard Si Ting's words of approval and immediately walked out to inform everyone. The Special Forces members all walked into the tent after eating their fill, and after seeing the curtain that was pulled up it was clear that it was Wenchu and the girls who were sleeping inside. They were the only two women in the entire Special Operations team, so the camp didn't have separate tents for them. All of them lay down peacefully. The conditions in the disaster area were really hard. The supplies sent by the government were first distributed to the affected and injured people. They had gotten used to the hard conditions, so no one cried out in pain, and they all found themselves a quiet place to sleep. Si Ting and Gu Xiao lay down next to the curtain, the equivalent of guarding two sleeping women. When they say they are resting, it's not like they can sleep until they wake up naturally. After 4 hours of rest, everyone woke up immediately when the alarm went off. They're going to relieve the other rescue teams who are still searching the water for a break. When Chu and Xiaoyu sat up in a daze even though they hadn't woken up. Walking out, the two wiped their faces with wet wipes and watched in confusion as all the crew put on masks and glasses. What are you doing? Counter-terrorism go? Xiaoyu looked at all the people's equipment in disbelief. How come all the equipment was still arranged during the rescue? You two put them on too. Si Ting came over and looked at Wenchu and Xiaoyu and said, looking at the two people's puzzled eyes. He then explained in a small voice. Come on, you're the boss, you say so. We don't wear the one you have. We wear this one. Xiaoyu pulled out a medical mask and handed one to Wenchu before putting one on herself. You two stand in line with your masks on and your positions look clear. We are donkeys, and you are healing them. Gu Xiao walked over and said with a smile, you get going with your team of male donkeys. Hearing Gu Xiao's description of the team, Si Ting hurriedly pushed him back to his team. Actually, when you think about it, he's really right in describing it. Special forces aren't just women for men and men for asses. Wenchu said with a smile. The team laughed when they heard Wenchu's words. Everyone boarded the search and rescue boat in turn to start the second phase of the search and rescue, which was much lighter than the previous task. And there are a lot more search and rescue teams going into the affected areas, with 2 to 3 teams working together in each area. Each special operations team sent 2 members in diving suits to follow the search and rescue boats to search for submerged areas and bring up any remains. Otherwise many of the bodies would be washed away with the receding seawater. In the 4th hour of the second stage of the rescue, Wenchu suddenly looked at a body floating near the wall, and she identified her when she saw the body's clothes. The owner of this body is the woman who asked the SWAT team to climb the wall for the bag earlier. When Si Ting saw Wenchu's eyes, he followed her line of sight, and when he saw it, Si Ting frowned both eyebrows. Go there. Sito commanded the search and rescue boat in the direction of the body. As they got closer, they saw that there was a platform above where the body had been, and on the platform sat a man and a child. The child's red, swollen eyes looked like he had just finished crying, and the man was all wet and bruised and bleeding from his wounds. The man's eyes were hollow as he looked at the body floating in the water. Little girl, sister here has a candy bar. Wenchu took out a piece of candy from his own pocket and brought it up to the platform and handed it to the girl. Sister, I don't have a mommy anymore. When the girl saw Wenchu, she directly jumped into Wenchu's arms and cried loudly, Your mom, you've been saved by us twice. Why are you still here? Wenchu really couldn't hold back or asked. No one can save her. Can't be saved. The man whose eyes had been dull suddenly spoke. The SWAT team salvaged the woman and put her in a body bag, then looked up at the man. Big brother, are you? Wenchu looked at the man and asked suspiciously. I'm her husband and the father of her child. The man said calmly. People look at me, I look at you. The woman's husband and the father of her children. Why are they sitting here in a daze? You're the rescue team that the kid said she forced to climb the wall to find the bag. Hearing the man's words, Wenchu nodded. Chapter 135, No one can save her. She's bewitched. She met a couple of rich wives, people who had a lot of money, and their day-to-day life consisted of a game of cards, afternoon tea, beauty treatments, and shopping. She just thinks that's the way a woman should live her life. But I'm just a regular clerk with a $10,000 a month salary. We both work for the same company, and she gets paid $5,000 a month. The two of us have a car, a house with no mortgage, and a loving daughter who understands. But she thought she should enjoy life like a rich wife and quit. People get tens of thousands of dollars for a facial. She can't afford to do the same program. She gets $1,000 a session. When people buy a bag for hundreds of thousands of dollars and she can't afford it, she buys a bag for $10,000 or $20,000. The tsunami came just minutes after the earthquake. After the tsunami passed, I jumped into the water and swam toward my home. I wanted to find her and the baby. After I was halfway through the swim, I was spotted by the rescue team, who told me that all the survivors were sent to the nearest rescue point. The rescue team sent me to the rescue point and I didn't find them, so I searched rescue point by rescue point and finally found her mother and daughter. But before I could be happy for a moment, she was gone again. The child told me she had run back and forth several times just to find the two newly purchased bags. She said that when things get back to normal, she'll be able to carry a designer bag to a party. I brought the kids back to her, and she's already found both bags. The man pointed to the two bags that lay to the side soaked with water. I thought that was enough to take her back to the rescue point. She was walking by and saw that it was a jewelry store with all the jewelry in glass cases. She had to go down and get some and I stopped her from getting it. It's not ours. But she wouldn't listen. She said she'd take a few necklaces and go away. And with them she could hold her head up with the rich wives. I wouldn't let her take it. So she pushed me into the water and jumped herself. By the time I saw her, she had already swum in. I went to grab her and she struggled. She ended up going into the water to get the necklace and got her hand stuck in the glass cabinet. And I went to her rescue and tried my best to save her. But in the end I couldn't get it out. I then swam and picked up rocks to try and smash open the glass case. But it was too late. She drowned. Ridiculous, you say? She'll get her hand out when she's dead. Because she dropped the bracelet she was clutching. Turns out it wasn't a hand or a glass case that stuck her, but a bracelet. Till death do us part she won't let go. So yeah, you can't save her. No one can. The man finished it all calmly, and after he finished speaking, Winshu loosened the hand covering the girl's ear. She didn't want the girl to know what her mother had done, so she covered the girl's ears when the man started talking about it. Condolences. The remains we send to the unified settlement. You give me the information and the crematorium will contact you later to collect the ashes. Si Ting was silent for a while, and finally spoke slowly. Good. The man gave the woman's name and his own phone number to Sito, who wrote it on the top of the shroud. They then took the man and the girl to the rescue point. Sitting on the search and rescue boat, when Shu has been silent and not saying anything, everyone thought she was feeling bad because of the woman's death. But Si Ting guessed that there was another reason. Hatsumomo, did you think of something? Or did you see something? Si Ting crouched in front of Wenshu and asked softly, those two bags of hers are fake. Wenshu slowly spoke. She could tell the real from the fake by looking at these bags with just one glance. Fake? The teen's eyes were full of amazement. Well, fake. Wenshu nodded. No matter from the alignment or hardware is fake. The leather and pattern is even more fake can't be fake. For a while everyone didn't know what they should say. They also understood what Wenshu's expression just now meant, because it's impossible to say what the mood was. Pitiful in its helplessness and even more helpless in its hopelessness. Soon, everyone forgot about the women, because they were too busy to think about such things. The second tsunami caused many survivors who would have been rescued to fall into the water and be killed. And with the previously undiscovered bodies surfacing, all the rescue teams were constantly recovering bodies. But starting to do this work meant that Wenshu's rescue mission for them would soon be over. After the most dangerous and difficult work is done, the salvage work will be docked to other rescue teams, who will have to go back to continue to stand by to be ready to go to the next place where they are needed. Hatsumomo, what are you going to do when you get back? Want to rest? Xiaoyu sat on the ground of the campsite and looked at Wenshu and asked. Let's not rest yet. Waiting to save up a few more days of vacation. I'll rest with Sito. Wenshu thought of what she and Si Ting had agreed to, that she would go back to get a license when the mission was over and pick a good day to get married, and that she couldn't put it off any longer. We're both also planning to save up our vacation days and go back and type up our marriage applications first. Xiaoyu and Gu Xiao also thought about it and they decided to get married. It wasn't until the night of the fifth day that the special operations team finally set foot on the road back to the capital city. On the way back, everyone sat in the car and fell asleep, all of them very tired. Over these 5 days, their rest time was simply less than 10 hours, and for Wenshu and Xiaoyu, they had already reached their limit. They have rescued and bandaged more victims than they can count in the past 5 days. The two saved the day while muttering about their improved medical skills, but it's also true that things have progressed quite a bit, and the injured they face are no longer eggs in grapes. They're living, breathing human beings. Both were rusty at first when facing the injured, but grew more skillful by the end. The two had discussed this and it was better for them to be rusty. The more rusty it is, the fewer the injuries. And while the purpose of a doctor is to save lives, all doctors would prefer to have no injured or sick people. All the sleeping people in the car woke up when the car stopped at the army compound. It became a habit for them to wake up quickly as soon as they stopped, no matter how soundly they slept in the car. When Chu and Xiaoyu were able to wake up slower, while the others could be said to sleep and wake up in seconds. When they got out of the car, they found that the senior leaders were standing in the courtyard waiting for them and then applauded all of the special operators and welcomed everyone back safely. When Chu's face was very calm when she saw the senior leaders in front of her. Several of them she recognized. Truth be told, one doesn't have a favorable impression of these people. When dismissed, the team members all flocked towards the dormitory building, with the captains of the 5 teams staying behind to debrief. When Chu was just about to turn around and walk towards the dormitory building when she heard someone call out to her, come on, the spy, are you hurt? Lin Jin waved his hand towards Wen Chu, signaling her to stand beside him. It seemed like a joke, but in reality he was slapping the faces of all those who had previously said that Wen Chu was a spy. Old Lin, aren't we done with this? Some of the people present could understand, some couldn't, but those who did instantly blushed and asked Lin Jin in a low voice, turn the page? Why do I remember that the announcement hasn't been made yet? Lin Jin also asked the other party in a small voice, but with a bit of questioning in his tone. He himself was not as high in rank as he was, but he had a special forces team in his hands and didn't care about any of that. Spies? Old Lin, what spy? Where are the spies from? The uninformed asked Lin Jin suspiciously, while Lin Jin just smiled and didn't say anything. You, the leader who was questioned, was a bit embarrassed. When Chu walked straight to Lin Jin's face and expressionlessly saluted the person who had interrogated her before, then consciously stood in front of Lin Jin. Wen Chu, are there any injuries? Chen Jian held back his laughter as he inquired about Wen Chu. I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me. Wen Chu looked at Chen Jian and Lin Jin with much better eyes. Wen Chu, oh Wen Chu, why don't you remember? Who told you to go to the rescue? Spies like you should have stayed home and sat on your ass. Going to the rescue to save who? If something happens to you, you'll be told that you deserve to die. Lin Jin appeared to be educating Wen Chu, but actually spoke for the others to hear. Old Lin, what do you mean by that? Someone never understood what Lin Jin meant. What do you mean? Say it to whoever understands. Lin Jin replied carelessly. The faces of the few people who were interrogating Wen Chu at the time were not good, because the statement to clarify had indeed never been issued. It wasn't that they didn't send it, it was that Zhao Qing was resistant to the matter of apologizing, having been confined for insubordination and still refusing to write a letter of apology when he came out of the confinement room. Old Lin, calm down. Wen Chu, this just came back. Let her have a good rest. There's a misunderstanding in this matter you know all about. I believe that the matter of that should return Wen Chu's innocence. There will definitely be a reply today and tomorrow. Chen Jian and Lin Jin sang the white face and the red face, just like in comedy. With both of you talking like that, we have a problem if we can't understand. It's Comrade Wen Chu who's aggrieved, isn't it? Being called a spy? The man with the highest rank in the room spoke up. We don't know. Lin Jin's face twisted and his head turned, and his mouth was still turned up. Lin Jin, what age are you? Still twiddling your thumbs here? The man said helplessly. What's wrong with being a handful of years old? Even if I'm older, I didn't speak out of turn and bully someone's little girl. Lin Jin said with a straight face. I'm scared of you, okay? Lao Lin. Lao Lin. When will your stubbornness change? If I'm not capable of getting Zhao Qing to write this apology letter tomorrow, can I write it myself? The one who had the highest rank in interrogating when junior high school that day finally spoke up. Okay, you can criticize or discipline my people for having problems, but since you have wronged someone, you should admit your mistakes, or you guys can charge yourselves if something happens later. Don't use my people. Lin Jin immediately spoke. You too, come to my office later and explain what's going on. Comrade Wen Chu, go back and rest. If you were wrongly accused, the troops will definitely clear your name. The man pointed at the interrogators and Lin Jin finished, then looked at Wen Chu and said seriously. Wen Chu nodded, saluted and left. In fact, she'd really forgotten about the apology letter thing, and she was too tired to get upset here. She might as well go back to sleep if she had time to be angry. When Si Ting returned to the dormitory, he saw that Wen Chu had already showered and gone to bed. He searched the dormitory for the dirty clothes that the two men had changed out of in the disaster area, not realizing that he had found nothing. Si Ting then went to the bathroom to take a shower, and after doing so washed the clothes he was wearing along with them. When he was drying the clothes, he saw the clothes drying in the sun. It turned out that Wen Chu had finished washing all the clothes that he had changed out of. His heart was warmed but tinged with heartache, coming over to do laundry when he was obviously already tired. Si Ting dried his clothes and returned to the dormitory, then sat on the edge of the bed and gently lifted Wen Chu's legs and feet and placed them on his lap. He knew too well that his body would feel sore and tired when Wen Chu woke up from her nap, so he was going to give Wen Chu a massage so she could feel better when she woke up from her nap. Wen Chu felt her legs and feet being massaged comfortably in her sleep. She thought she was dreaming. plus she was too tired to open her eyes, so she didn't care. Si Ting lay down beside Wen Chu after giving her a massage, reaching out to put his arm around the already sleeping Wen Chu and falling asleep together. The next day, all the Special Forces members get a day off from the compound and are given a day's worth of cell phones. Everyone is happy as can be, calling when they should be calling, playing games when they should be playing, and being laid back. Si Ting also called Si Rin, and when he hung up the phone, the upper and lower parts of the Si family were directly buzzing. Rin, you didn't lie to us? Is it really your brother who said he was getting married? The old man of the Si family looked at Si Rin with an expression of disbelief. Not from me. Anyway, Siren sat on the couch while eating a peach. What else did your brother say? Yuan Jia asked anxiously as she sat next to Si Rin and looked at him. My brother said for you to take his and my little sister-in-law's birthdates and pick a license date and a wedding date. He's going to marry his little sister-in-law. You choose the hotel. You pay the bride price. Si Rin said Si Ting's original words. It's not that Si Ting doesn't want to offer a bride price. It's that he has already gifted all his property to Wen Chu. It's already been notarized. And he's now penniless, with only the salary and allowances that come in every month. The bride price is all well and good. Let's set the date first. Rin, the hotel will be the one newly opened by our family. And 3 days before and 3 days after your brother's wedding, leave all the rooms upstairs empty, reserving them for the VIPs who come from other cities to attend the wedding. Let the backroom begin to draw up the menu now. The most expensive and the best are arranged. Si Ting and Si Rin's father, C.E., commanded. Chapter 136. By the way, the wine for William's wedding. Move it from my cellar. The mitai I've been saving for 40 years has finally come in handy. Elder Si said excitedly. Dad, how much have you saved? Is it enough? Not enough, I'll go get some more. Yuan Jia knew that Master Si had saved a lot of wine, but 40 years ago mitai wasn't as famous as it is now, so how much could the old man have saved? Not enough? I have 5 grandchildren and granddaughter wedding wine saved up. Who knew you two had 2? I still have over 200 jars of daughter's red saved up. It's a good thing the family doesn't even have a daughter or granddaughter. Elder Si shook his head helplessly. His entire wine storehouse of wine could only wait to be used on his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. And you're talking about me? If you hadn't gotten a fortune teller to tell us that we'd have 10 sons and at least 11 daughters, we'd have at least 11 daughters. We don't have to have just one child. I.e., Mrs. Si gave a light whack towards Mr. Si. Okay, my bad. Wifey, hurry up and prepare a bride price for your grandson's daughter-in-law. Bring out all the gold bars and bricks in your little vault. Don't be polite with the jewelry. If Ting marries his grandson's daughter-in-law in our lifetime, we'll have no regrets even if we die. Elder Si exclaimed. You don't have to tell me. I've been ready for this for a long time. One for Timothy and one for Rin. Both ready. Old Mrs. Si said cheerfully. She had waited for this day for too long. By the way, Rin, go hire a designer for your sister-in-law's wedding clothes. The best materials are used, and all the diamonds on the dress are real, at no cost. Yuan Jia admonished Si Rin and said, Mom, you don't have to worry about that. None of the designers we hired are as good as little sister-in-law. She's long since designed the wedding dress she'll use to get married. She has a dedicated team of producers. Si Rin remembered that design from Wen Chu's year and told the Si family, there was this back in the day. You brat, you didn't say so. How much your sister-in-law has been made to suffer. Elder Si was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to smash the teapot in his hand at Si Rin. Zhao Huai's pot. You smash it. It's gone when you're done. Si Rin pointed to the teapot in Master Si's hand and said carelessly. When Master Si heard this, he looked at the teapot in his hand and hurriedly put it down, almost forgetting about it. When Elder Si moved his hand to the teacup, it was again seen by Yuan Jia. Dad, this teacup came back from the auction last month. Out of print. Yuan Jia also kindly reminded Elder Si. Hearing Yuan Jia's words, Elder Si had to put down the teacup in his hand again. He looked around, and even the ashtray had come back from the auction, and he really had nothing left to throw at it, so he had no choice but to call it quits. Dad, take it easy. Those things are in the past. And Rin cleaned up the people who bullied the little Wen family girl. Si said as he stood out and looked at the old man. Let's figure out now how to marry the little Wen family girl in style. The Wen family is also a large family, and marrying their daughter is naturally a top priority, so definitely don't drop the ball. The etiquette that we should do in the Si family should definitely not be missing. Si said seriously. Yes, my son is right. Since Ting and Wen's girl were set up by you and old one, then you should hurry up and contact the Wen family and ask them what they are asking for. And we should prepare. Old Mrs. Si looked at Master Si and admonished. I'll go upstairs and call old Wen now. This old thing must be happy as hell too. Elder Si said and stood up to go back to the study on the second floor. The old man, walking a lot faster when you're excited. Mrs. Si said cheerfully. Si Ting and Wen Chu getting married. This was a great thing for both the Si family and the Wen family. Dad, you've gone back and forth for the 30th time. Wen Chu's father, Wen Kong, looked at Elder Wen and said with a smile, our Chu-Chu is finally getting married. This kid from the C family is really good. I've looked favorably on him before. He has a good character and a good appearance. This kid is definitely okay with Cho-Cho. The old man of the Wen family said cheerfully. Don't get excited. Hurry up and prepare your granddaughter's dowry. The C family must have prepared quite a lot, and we can't just wait for people to prepare. Old Mrs. Wen smiled and shook her head. Ever since Elder Wen received the call from Wen Chu and Elder C, his entire body was excited. I've asked Old Man C to pick the date for the license and the wedding. Our family only needs to prepare Chu-Chu's dowry. Old Man C is stocked up on a lot of white wine, and he's planning to take out half of it to use for Chu-Chu's wedding to the C family boy. Then our family doesn't care. Ah Kong, the two children get married, you move out the red wine in my cellar and use it. It's all for Chu-Chu. Elder Wen likes to drink red wine, so we prepared a lot of red wine for Wen Chu's wedding. Okay, Vivian and I will go back to prepare more gold and silver jewelry for Cho-Cho. Two people who don't have the space to spend money now, and when they get out of the army there's a lot of money to spend. Can't miss them. When Kong nodded, he knew his daughter loved jewelry, so it was only right to prepare these in money for her. The C family is a big family. Surely they won't treat our family Chu-Chu poorly, so we don't need to prepare anything else for our family. Just prepare more gold, silver and jewelry to subsidize the little couple. Prepare a big red packet for Si-Ting as well. I heard from Hatsumomo that the boy has gifted her all the property he has on him. I'm broke right now, so I'll give him a big red envelope to keep and spend on himself. Shui Wei was a bit surprised to know what Si-Ting had done, but she also felt relieved because Si-Ting's did give to her daughter, but they couldn't just let Si-Ting pay alone, so they had to prepare a big red packet for him as well. Transfer 6% of the Winchesters from me to Si-Ting. It's a separate red envelope for him from my old man. Elder Wen was also satisfied with this approach from Si-Ting, so his hand was not soft at all. I'll give the C family boy a red envelope with a 10-figure check in it, and I can't afford to shortchange this granddaughter-in-law. Old Mrs. Wen also took a stand. They are all very generous. These Wen family is really nothing. What they want is Si-Ting to be good to Wen Chu. The two families began feverishly preparing for the license, engagement, and wedding, 3 events scheduled together because of the special status of the two people. License on day 1, engagement on day 2, wedding on day 3. It's time to go through the process. The first 2 days are easier, but the wedding is going to be big. Just as they were feverishly busy, a phone call from Master C interrupted everyone's thoughts and the work at hand. Everyone in the C family rushed to the Wen family's old mansion to discuss a plan. Old Man C, are you sure this is what Master Hong said? Elder Wen looked at Elder C with a serious face and asked. Of course, I'll definitely be looking for Master Hong to count the days when these two kids get married. Master Hong is a very famous metaphysical master in the capital city. Very difficult to invite. Even if the C family and the Wen family invited him, they have to follow his time to see things. How can these two children's birthdates not match? Elder Wen was rarely serious. According to Master Hong's words, Wen Chu and Si-Ting's 8 characters are not suitable and marriage is not recommended at all. Some incompatibility can be remedied in other ways, but these two are straight up unable to pick a date. Master C asked him if there was a way to dissolve it, and Master Hong simply refused to continue counting. The two men sat in the living room in silence for a long time. They had seen a lot of things, but it was true that they had never heard of such a situation either. Old One, we've lived our whole lives. Have we ever done anything against the will of heaven? Elder C broke the silence and raised his head to look at Elder One. Hearing this, Elder One seemed to understand something. In retrospect, it really hasn't been done. Elder One said and lifted his teacup. I didn't do it either. We've been through thick and thin in our lives, and we really haven't done anything that goes against God's will. Then let's two old things make an arrangement that goes against the will of heaven for once. Elder C also lifted his teacup and clinked it with Elder Wen's. Then it doesn't count as days. Every day is a good day as long as the two kids want to be together. After Elder Wen finished speaking, Elder C nodded in agreement. C and Wen Kong looked at each other. In that case, Dad, Uncle C, here's the calendar book. Dad, Uncle Wen, here's the calendar book. The two men pulled out their calendar books at the same time and placed them in front of the two old men. They both looked at each other's calendars and laughed. It was something they hadn't even discussed, and they hadn't realized they were both prepared. The two old men took one book each and began to pick out the day. Old One, what do you think of this day? Lao Si, look at this day. The two old men spoke again at the same time. Hearing each other's words, the two men lit up the chosen day at the same time. The 6th day of the 6th month. The 6th day of the 6th month. It's all as if it was arranged. How does it not fit? Elder Mrs. Wen and Elder Mrs. C exclaimed that as long as it concerned the two families, every single thing was so well understood. Master Hong's words, Si Rin told Si Ting as is. After Si Ting froze for a moment, He looked up at Wenchu, who was chatting with Xiao Yu. He'd missed it once before, and he couldn't afford to do it wrong this time. Hatsa Momo. Si Ting walked to Wenchu's side and softly called out to her. Wenchu saw Si Ting's expression and knew that he had something to say, so she followed Si Ting back to the dormitory. Si Ting told Wenchu about the counting of the days, and what old Mr. Wang had told himself earlier immediately came to Wenchu's mind. When Si Ting saw Wenchu's hesitation, he always felt something was wrong in his heart. Hatsa Momo, tell me what's wrong with you, okay? Si Ting said gently as he sat across from Wenchu. Wenchu sighed, then told Si Ting what the old gentleman had told himself earlier. Love but not love? Didn't you memorize any of the latter? Si Ting inquired about Wenchu. Just remember one word, but. I don't remember any of the words after but. Wenchu shook her head. She had really forgotten all about it. Si Ting looked at Wenchu's expression and gently pulled up Wenchu's hand. Hatsa Momo, will you marry me? Si Ting's tone was gentle and serious. Aha. Wenchu nodded. In this moment she figured it out. No one, no thing, no reason can stop me from marrying you if you will marry me. Let's get married, Sito said firmly. Good, let's get married. Wenchu didn't have any hesitation. She didn't want to have any more regrets. The news that Si Ting and Wenchu were still determined to get married after learning the Real situation reached back to the ears of the parents of both sides who were discussing the marriage, and the parents were very happy. Just add the item of both families going to the temple together to seek blessings to all the original processes. It was then decided that all the gift money from the wedding would be donated to the temple. Money has never been an issue for either family. They just want their family to be safe and healthy. The two families didn't let this incident affect their enthusiasm and anticipation for this wedding, and were still feverishly preparing. Master, there's something I don't understand. In one room, someone stood beside a man in puzzled inquiry. You're asking about the marriage between the Si family and the Wen family. The man said calmly after taking a sip of tea. Yeah, even if their 8 characters don't match, it's not so bad that you won't show the date. Hongsheng's disciple didn't think to understand how different the two people's 8 characters could be. These two have a surprisingly strange figure of 8. Mono looks like everyone's is fine. Taken together, it's hard to tell. Hongsheng shook his head helplessly. So they really aren't fit to be married? The disciple looked at the paper in Hongsheng's hand, which had Wenchu and Si Ting's 8 characters written on it. Depends on what they both end up choosing, whether to choose a lifetime, or a life besides this one. Hongsheng also wanted to know what Si Ting and Wenchu would choose. He looked at Wenchu's birth date and suddenly thought of something. This 8, Hongsheng carefully recalled. His disciple knew what his master had thought when he looked at his expression. Wenchu, this birthstone, my master has also seen it once. While he was in the mountains he met a girl with the same 8 characters, so he gave her a message, to love and not to be loved. But where there is cause and effect, God will not fail you. After Hongsheng finished speaking, he looked at Wenchu's 8 characters and fell into deep thought, saying nothing more. Master, where did your teacher go? Hongsheng's disciple asked suspiciously. I only saw him once a couple years ago, and I haven't heard from his old man since. Hongsheng shook his head. In fact, he could figure out if the master was still alive, but the master had told him that no one was allowed to find him, and that he had his own plans and path to follow in his life. Chapter 137, No One Can Stop It. Wenchu and Si Ting's license date was set for the 6th day of June, the engagement date was set for the 7th day of June, and the wedding date was set for the 8th day of June. During this period, the two planned to not take a day off, mainly because Wenchu doesn't have enough vacation time. They want to save up enough vacation time so that they can still go on their honeymoon after they are busy with the wedding. Neither person's status allows them to leave the country now, and the honeymoon is intended to be a trip to China. Returning from the disaster area, the entire special operations team began to prepare for the big match. The only good news is that the accompanying doctors cannot participate in any of the programs, and the Grand Prix will still be attended by the original team members, with years of experience competing, so everyone knows which program they should enter themselves. With 2 events each, everyone got into an intense training session. The doctors accompanying the team also had a rare moment of leisure, the easiest time they'd had since they'd been in the special forces. While everyone trains, they can watch videos, read medical books or sit on the playground and watch the players train. In short, they can do whatever they want. Wenchu and Xiaoyu read medical books and watched videos every morning, and then sat on the playground in the afternoon to watch the team train. I have to say that watching the players train was much more shocking than watching it on TV. If training wasn't tiring, it would be nice to just sit here and watch them train every day. Xiaoyu sat on the ground and watched everyone train inside. Although they saw these people every day, they still felt that they were very handsome every time they saw serious training. Wenchu and Xiaoyu looked at each member of the team in their short sleeves and shorts, and they could see the scars that had been left on each person's body over the years, which were hideous and unsightly in the eyes of others. But in their eyes, the scars, one by one, are the most beautiful tattoos. Everyone is handsome, and everyone is a hero in their hearts. Team Sao. Look at sister-in-law Sao and sister-in-law Timothy. The two of them are already staring at a team of people. Song Feng patted Gu Xiao and pointed at Wen Shu and Xiaoyu who had their backs turned to them. They can be so handsome. Wen Shu also looked mesmerized, with a face like a nymphomaniac. But won't your team members get jealous when you look at our team members so openly? Wen Shu turned her head to look at Xiaoyu and kindly reminded. You said, seems kind of reasonable. Xiaoyu twisted his head to look at the members of the second team who had kept their backs turned, and Wen Shu accompanied him as he twisted his head to look at them. The members of the second team were indeed all gathered together, with Gu Xiao standing in the center, all of them looking at Xiaoyu with a jealous expression on their faces. Sister-in-law Sao, what do you want to see? Abs? Backs? Shoulders? They're not the only ones who have it on their team. We can show you too. Zhang Sheng said jealously. Team 2 is jealous. Zhang Tu heard Zhang Sheng's words and shouted at the top of his voice. Oh me, you keep your mouth shut. After Wang Shan shouted, the members of the first team started to rise up. There are only 2 girls in our entire compound, and they're all looking at our first team, so the second team must be jealous. That's right, it shows that our first team is more attractive than the second team. Ha 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 ha. The second team can't do it. After the first team's players finished shouting, the second teams quit. Dare the first team to have a match. Dare. Come on. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu sat on the ground with a puzzled expression as they watched the two teams compare. Teams 3 through 7 also stopped training and ran over to watch the competition between teams 1 and 2. What's going on with teams 1 and 2? I don't know. How is this even a match? It's comparing all the events of the big match. The first team versus the second team is the most interesting thing to watch. But the first team also proved with strength that the first team is the first team. Jesus, the second team didn't win a single item. Team Tsunami, you guys didn't win a single item. The other teams shouted directly after seeing the results of the game. Gu Xiao laughed helplessly. Team Timothy, it's been 8 years, and our second teams hasn't beaten you once. Si Ting wiped his sweat, then took a sip of water. It doesn't matter who wins or loses for either of our teams. Just go out there and don't lose. In fact, the thing that sets Sito apart from the others in leading the team is that he's never cared about grades or numbers. He only looks at all the players to see if they have put their best foot forward and given it their all. Normally, whenever he trained with weights, he would add an extra 5 to 10 kilograms to the original training requirement, because there were bound to be all sorts of special circumstances when they were needed, and they are tasked with dealing with all sorts of special situations. He has always adhered to the principle that there are statistics on the training field and results on the field, but there are no do-overs in life on the battlefield. After this competition between the first and second team, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu changed their positions and started to watch the team members train. That is back to back. Wen Shu looked at the first team, and Xiaoyu looked at the second team. Only when both teams were together did the two girls sit side by side to watch. According to Care Tsunami, the players also need stimulation, and having girls watching will greatly stimulate everyone's play. Don't care if the girl has a boyfriend or not, or if she's married or not, as long as it's different from their gender it works. In this compound of theirs, they hadn't seen a girl in years, and they kissed a sow in the back kitchen to death. So it's rare to come in with two girls who are good looking and have good personalities, so they are the group favorites of both teams. When they find out that a girl on their team has gone to look at another team, they inevitably get jealous. But if they look at their team honestly, it will invariably give the players a boost of confidence. That's why when Shu and Xiaoyu came up with this position where they could chat and gossip while not letting both team members get jealous, which was back to back. We're like two female hooligans watching a bunch of men dangle in front of us every day. The two men side with their backs to each other. We're much better than female hooligans, who look at all male models. Which one of these we're both looking at isn't better quality than the men out there? Xiaoyu's eyes were starry as she looked at the team members who were practicing sprinting. That's true. These guys are in much better shape than a gym instructor. Winshu nodded in agreement. OE. While the two of them, Winshu and Xiaoyu, were chatting, an urgent shout suddenly came from one of the teams. Everyone looked at Jiang Tu, who was sitting on the ground covering his leg with a very painful expression. Sister-in-law, come over here. Sister-in-law. The team hurriedly turned their heads to look at Winshu and shouted. Siting was also running towards Jiang Tu's direction from a distance. Injured, Winshu immediately stood up from the ground and grabbed the medical kit at hand and ran towards Jiang Tu's direction. Omi, don't move. I'll check. Winshu and Xiaoyu knelt on the ground and immediately began to examine Jiang Tu. Just for this effort, the doctors accompanying the other teams ran over. Well, Siting squatted beside Winshu and asked calmly, pull the muscle. After the doctors examined him, he looked up at Siting and said, there are 7 days until the great competition. In time? Jiang Tu asked anxiously. Normally you shouldn't be able to participate. Several doctors said with some regret after the discussion. Sister-in-law, help me think of something. I can't drop the ball at such a critical time. Jiang Tu's tone carried a plea. Nothing at all? Si Ting looked at Wen Shu, hoping that she could think of something else. Wen Shu was silent for a while, and consulted with the other doctors for a while. It's true that, according to Western medicine, there's really no way to treat it, but if it's a Chinese doctor, there could be a way. After Wen Shu finished speaking, Si Ting instantly understood something. You mean, without waiting for Si Ting to finish, Wen Shu nodded. She knew that Si Ting understood, but there were words that she couldn't say. She had no right to bring any outsiders inside this compound herself, including Wang Yu, who used to be in the army as well. Okay, I know. I'll call in the report. You guys give him emergency treatment first. Si Ting stood up and gave Jiang Tu a look of someone reassuring him before running off himself. What did the boss do? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and they didn't know what sighting had done to go. He's gone to seek aid for you. Trust you, boss, Wen Shu said firmly, knowing that Si Ting must have a way. The stretcher is here. Here, lend a hand to lift Omi up. 1, 2, 3, quick, carry it back to the dormitory. A few people gave a hand and then carried Jiang Tu back to the dormitory. Wen Shu was doing emergency treatment, and within half an hour, Si Ting ran in with Wang Yu. Wen Shu's eyes lit up the moment she saw Wang Yu, and she knew that with Wang Yu's medical skills, there must be a way. Hatsu, it's been a long time, Wang Yu said unhurriedly, and as he did so, he walked over to Jiang Tu's side and bent down to inspect him. Omi, remember what you used to say about me? It's in my hands now, isn't it? Wang Yu finished his inspection and crossed his legs to look at Jiang Tu and asked. I was wrong. I'll never say you're a vet again. Jiang Tu said helplessly. And you two have a story? Wen Shu asked curiously. That's true. When I used to be a medic in the army, this kid was the most annoying. Yesterday the hogs in the cooking class were sick. He was able to rush me to my office and ask me to treat the hogs. I was out on a mission today and caught an injured bird in the woods and was told to heal it. Catch a fish in the pond tomorrow and send it to me here and say that a shrimp has been eaten by the fish and ask me to save that shrimp. Grab a snail and come over the day after tomorrow so I can give the snail a little dental work. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile as he thought back to the Jiang Tu of that year. Grooming teeth for snails? Wen Shu was surprised, then looked at Xiao Yu with a smile. Do you know how many teeth a snail has? I really don't know. Do snails have teeth? Xiao Yu listened with a blank stare. Finally shaking her head, she really didn't know. Not only do snails have teeth, they are the most toothy animals in the world. It has 600 teeth. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded after hearing this. How much? 600 pills, she asked incredulously. Why did you get so many animals for you? Wen Shu asked in disbelief. I've known you since I wasn't in the army. I had just come in not too long ago then and was a little homesick, so I thought I'd go and talk to them both. Then it turned out he was studying the condition in addition to treating patients. I then found him countless animals for him to treat. The main thing, indeed, is that I want to spend more time with him, and I feel much better when I'm homesick, Jiang Tu explained. So yeah, he named me Vet, the doctor who treats animals every day. Wang Yu laughed, then pulled out the needles used for acupuncture and began to give Jiang Tu the needles. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu, however, looked at Jiang Tu lying on the bed and fell into deep thought. So what if you're a special forces soldier? Your heart is still made of flesh. Wearing this suit entails the responsibility of defending one's family and country. Out of these clothes, they are all boys not much older than themselves. At the age of 20 or even a teenager into the army. Want to go home cannot go back. Want to see their parents and relatives cannot see. Especially into the special forces cannot even make a phone call. It is possible that they have chickens, ducks, cows, goats, and pigs in the cooking class as their friends in addition to their comrades around them. When they go into the mountains to train, the birds flying in the sky, the insects crawling on the ground and the fish swimming in the water are also their friends. Gangtu is a smart man. It may seem like he used to do all these silly things, but in reality it was him opening up to his own psyche. He survived the hardest days, and that's why he is now the lively and cheerful OE. When Si Ting and Gu Shao saw the two people who were frothing, they gently walked up and took their hands to take their people away. What's wrong? Wasn't it fine just now? Si Ting brought Wen Shu back to the dormitory and sat down across from Wen Shu and asked gently. I'm fine. I want to ask you a question. Wen Shu suddenly thought of a problem. You say. Sithan nodded. When you have a kid later, do you want him to go into the army? Special forces, just like you? Wen Shu asked seriously. It's a question I've thought about, but no matter how many times I think about it, the result is the same. The same? Wen Shu asked with some confusion. Right. Don't think for the child on this one. Let the child make his own way. If the kid has what it takes to get into the special forces, it means we raised him well and he's in good shape to get in. On the flip side, the two of us have produced a talent that the country needs. If he doesn't want to go into the army, it means he has his own plans and his own ideas. The sky is the limit. Let him make his own way. At the very least, we have a family business for him to inherit. Sighting said calmly. What's wrong? Want a baby? Si-ting asked in a low voice as he scooped Wen-shu into his arms. No. Wen-shu hurriedly shook her head, fearing that she would be pounced on by Si-ting in the next second. Chapter 138. Everyone start reading from here. All new. I was just thinking about what Omi said. He must have been less than 20 the year he entered the army. Obviously a child. But he was made to take care of himself as well as take on the burden of defending his country. I was just thinking, when we have kids in the future, will we still let him go down this road? Wen-shu wrapped her arms around Sighting's neck. Let him be. But Hatsumomo, would you like to have a child? Si-ting also asked Wen-shu seriously. That's a question I hadn't thought about. It's true that I don't know how to take care of a child, and having a child is an added responsibility. We're really afraid to have a baby in our current state. Wen-shu shook his head. Hatsumomo, if we hadn't left the army, the two of us would have been living as a couple. When you get out of the army, you'll have a good time and have enough fun before you think about it. Our family isn't obsessed with children, so if procreation is too much for you physically or emotionally, then we'll just spend a generation as a couple. I'll leave the matter of passing on the family name to Rin and his object. Sighting reached out and touched Wen-shu's soft hair. And I wonder how Rin and Princess Jiao are doing? Wen-shu sighed as she sat on Si-ting's lap. We'll see when we go out on break. The two of them do look pretty good together. Rin is careful, gentle, and a good hand at taking care of people. Chen is petulant and likes to be protected. Sithan nodded. So I don't know what kind of boyfriend I can get. You and I guess there must be someone in her heart. When she was in the hospital, her suitor came to her, and Suzu didn't even bother. Wen-shu thought back and always felt that there must be someone in Wan Susu's heart, but Wan Susu hadn't mentioned it, and they hadn't asked. After an hour's interval, Si-ting and Wen-shu returned to Jiangtu's dormitory and saw Wan Yu helping him try to walk. Well, Si-ting walked forward and held one of Jiangtu's arms, asking with his head down, Boss, much better. Jiangtu's eyes were full of surprise. Find me a place to stay. I'll stay here for the next few days and give him a massage once a day, acupuncture once a day, and compresses once a day. On the day of the big match, I'll give you back a living, breathing team member. Wan Yu said confidently. Better give it back to me the day before the big tournament. Give him a day to practice. Wan Yu sat back and waited for Si-ting to thank him, but he didn't expect the words to jump out of Si-ting's mouth. Are you Sepsipi? He was supposed to be off for at least a month and a half to 2 months, man. I took 7 days to rehabilitate him, and you had to subtract a day. Wan Yu stared at Si-ting with wide eyes. Pervert, right? If you weren't pressed for time, would it be worth it for me to fight the application to get it in? Hurry up and heal. Don't go out if you can't cure it. Believe it or not, you can't get out of this compound door without me. Si-ting sat on his butt in the chair and just didn't want to face it, letting Wan Yu say whatever he wanted. What are you keeping me here for? When Wan Yu heard this, he knew that if Si-ting gave the order, he wouldn't be able to get out even after a week. The sows raised in the cookhouse are about to give birth to piglets and need a steady woman to deliver them. We intend to highly recommend you to the troops for this stabilizer. Gu Zhao's voice came in with a bad smile on his face. I'm a ing. Shouldn't have saved you two all these years. It's easier to burn paper for you two than to be tossed around. Wan Yu didn't have the heart to say. He knew coming in here once, these two would have to toss themselves to their deaths. As expected, after treating Jiangtu, the two men racked Wan Yu away with a left and a right. When Shu and Xiao Yu glanced at each other, not knowing what to do, but also followed them. Wang Yu and Si-ting and Gu Xiao racked into the lounge, where all the players were sitting and waiting. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu knew he had fallen into a den of thieves. Hello Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang in the world Hua Tua, Dr. Wang worked hard. Hearing the shouts of the team members, Wang Yu's hanging heart completely died. These members of our compound are more or less covered with ailments that have accumulated over the years. Tough on Dr. Wang. Si-ting stifled his laughter as he looked at Wang Yu and bowed. You are ing killing me. Wang Yu cursed on his lips, but his hands were honest as he opened his medical kit and sat down. When he came, he guessed that there was a possibility that this might happen, so he brought enough needles, and the others that weren't enough for Wen-shu and the others had them. Wen-shu and their 7 accompanying doctors were not idle either. All of them stood behind Wang Yu to give him a hand, and then learned the knowledge of Chinese medicine. 7 hours passed in a row, and Wang Yu wrote a prescription for each person and handed it to Si-ting, so that the troops could send someone out to grab and boil medicines to regulate the bodies of these team members. There are also some body problems. Wang Yu should be orthopedic. The needle under the needle. A person did not fall. He originally had a rule that he didn't take a pulse after noon, but he also broke his own rules inside the army, because these players rarely have the opportunity to be able to condition their bodies so much, and he also wanted to do his best to make these special forces players' bodies a little better. Come on, everyone's okay. Team Tsunami, you're up. Wang Yu carelessly pointed at Gu Xiao and said. Without thinking too much about it, Gu Xiao sat down across from Wang Yu and extended his wrist to him. Wang Yu took Gu Xiao's pulse within a few seconds, and suddenly furrowed his brows, his face becoming more and more grave. What's going on here? Xiao Yu and Wen Shu were a little nervous when they saw Wang Yu's expression. All the team members had been given a pulse before, and none of them had this look on their faces. Si Ting did see a different emotion in Wang Yu's eyes. He gently shook his head towards Xiao Yu and Wen Shu, signaling that they did not need to be nervous. Wang Yu put away his hand and shook his head helplessly, followed by a sigh. Dr. Wang, what's wrong with my boss? It's not going to be sick, is it? Is the illness severe? The second team member stepped forward and asked nervously. Alas, it's late. It's late. Wang Yu shook his head. What late? Gu Xiao didn't see the meaning beyond Wang Yu's expression and asked suspiciously. The pulse is sunken and late. The waist and knees are sore and weak. The extreme of yang deficiency. When Wang Yu said this, Wen Shu and Xiao Yu instantly understood, but Gu Xiao didn't understand. You speak human. Gu Xiao always felt that the words coming out of Wang Yu's mouth were not good. Decreased libido, struggling erections, short duration, weakness. You shut up. I knew you didn't have a good fart. Gu Xiao understood at once that Wang Yu was deliberately trying to fix him. Hey, Captain Tsunami, don't be embarrassed. Sickness is not a taboo. Come. I'll prescribe you some aphrodisiac and kidney tonic herbs. I guarantee it will work after you drink it. How can Wang Yu just let Gu Xiao go? Just as the members of the Special Forces team are here. More than 100 people. We will have fun together. The players all heard that Wang Yu was deliberately trying to fix Gu Xiao, so they all started to coo. Team Tsunami, let's cure the disease if there is one. We're all men. No shame. Just, ha 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 ha. Don't mind Team Tsunami. We don't tell. Ha 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 ha. Everyone said as you spoke, and Gu Xiao's face turned green. You're all well sick, aren't you? Get up. What I look like. She knows. Gu Xiao pointed at Xiao Yu, who was on the verge of bursting into tears of laughter. Xiao Yu hurriedly retracted her smile once she saw that she was pulling on herself again. Brother Yu, we've all seen your medical skills. You're not wrong at all. Soft, short, void. After Xiao Yu finished speaking in a serious manner, the people present laughed even more. Gu Xiao had the feeling of calling out to the world. This woman has never been on her side. Unwanted. So in full view of everyone, Xiao Yu was carried away by Gu Xiao. Hey, you put me down. What are you going to do? Xiao Yu struggled against Gu Xiao's body. She absolutely couldn't enter the dormitory. If she went in, she wouldn't want to come out today. The facts proved to be of no use. And after Xiao Yu was carried into the dormitory, Gu Xiao physically proved whether or not he was false. Si Ting and the others all laughed as they watched Xiao Yu being kidnapped by Gu Xiao. And no one tried to help. After all, it's better for two people to work things out on their own. Small fry. Fight me. Wang Yu said with a smug look on his face. In fact, Gu Xiao's physical state is very good, where a big young man in his prime would be weak, but he purposely pissed him off. You still can't stop messing with him after all these years. Sighting leaned against the door with his arms wrapped around his chest and smiled. That's how Gu Xiao and Wang Yu used to be, and the one result that hasn't changed over the years is that Gu Xiao loses. Gu Xiao often said that he had failed in living. He couldn't win Wang Yu in literature and couldn't Sighting in martial arts, and he was in a very bad mood just thinking about it. But Si Ting and Wang Yu comforted him. When he needed a civil general, Wang Yu rushed. When he needed a military general, Si Ting rushed. And he was the only one who didn't have to make a move. So he didn't have a heart. He must have lived a long life, and would have lived longer than Sighting and Wang Yu. Gu Xiao thought about it, and that was a plus. But Gu Xiao and the three of them have long said, the longest lived one must give the first two people to burn more golden treasure on New Year's Day. The more the better. After all, you've never been poor in this life. You can't be poor down here, and you can't be poor in the next life. Wang Yu stood up from the chair and started to pull out the needles for the team members. This one Shu they all know, so together they helped Wang Yu to deal with it, and soon it was dealt with. You guys, it's true that you're in good shape, but you also have some injuries that need to be conditioned. All the time I've been locked up here, you've come here every day on time and I've dealt with them one by one. I'll tell you what, it's going to be hard to get my number again after you get out of the army. I'm expensive, so while you Timbers and Tsunamis are out of pocket, make yourselves at home and come to me if you have any problems. Wang Yu spoke as he pulled out the needle. Si Ting and Wen Shu both laughed. Wang Yu wants money is false, but he wants to do these team members do not have any psychological burden. Bent on giving them a cure is true. Wang Yu was very confident that he was quite a bit better than the military doctors in the army and could help these team members. When they were done treating everyone, Si Ting, Wen Chou, and Wang Yu skulked around the playground. What's their physical condition? Sito was not only worried about his own players, he was also concerned about the other team's players, because they were all in this together. Even though he was the captain of one team, Each of their teams was actually closely related and cooperating with each other. There are very few that do have some hard wounds that are hard to recover from, but most of them are from injuries caused by years of duty and overwork that can be treated. Wanyu spoke about the situation, and he specifically remembered a few people who were in more serious situations. When Sito heard the names of the people in these, he felt pity while feeling thankful that there was no first team member. Is there nothing these people can do at all? Sighting knew how hard it had been for these players to get to where they were today, and wanted to think of a solution for them. There's really nothing I can do on my end. The injuries they have are already classified as permanent damage. It's not even something that therapy can fix anymore. It's like a broken fingertip. It's past the best time to put the bone back together and there's really nothing you can do about it. Wanyu shook his head. He also wanted to help these people recover, but there was indeed no way out. Let's not talk about this yet. After the big match it's just about time for the big biannual physical. Let the trooper's medic discover these problems when the time comes. Sighting thought about it. He really couldn't say these words. He could only leave them to the doctor. Okay, I'll help ease them in first. In fact, they should know in their own hearts. Usually training they can feel their bodies can't keep up the pace. Wanyu nodded. In fact, he himself knew that his own identity was not suitable to say too much. There were some things that could only be counted after their own people had appraised them. However, Hatsu's body is very different from before. The timbers are kind of out of their element. Wanyu said meaningfully. Si-Ting instantly heard Wanyu's words and helplessly blanked him. When Shu was thinking about things and didn't listen to what the two were saying at all. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Si-Ting and Wanyu looked at the frothing Wenchu and exchanged glances before whispering to her. Ha! Even though Si-Ting's voice was already very low, it still startled Wenchu. What are you thinking about? So involved? Si-Ting looked at Wenchu suspiciously. I always feel panicky, like something's going to happen. Wenchu said with a worried face. What's going on? Did you not get a good night's rest? Sithan said with some concern. I don't know. Wenchu shook his head. Wanyu suspiciously put his own hand at Wenchu's wrist and realized that her heartbeat was indeed abnormal. Hatsu, take it easy. Your heartbeat is really not normal. Wanyu could feel Wenchu's heartbeat caused by nervousness. I don't want to be nervous, but I can't help it. Wenchu shook her head. She was panicking too hard. Chapter 139 Newly Mended. Jung too was injured. Go back to the dormitory first. She needs to rest. Wanyu looked at Si-Ting and said. Si-Ting nodded worriedly and directly bent down and picked up Wenchu in a horizontal hug towards the dormitory. Timothy put me down. I can walk. Wenchu said in a small voice with a red face. Don't move. It's not much of a walk altogether. Si-Ting said gently, then carried Wenchu quickly back to the dormitory and placed her on a chair. Wanyu carefully examined Wenchu and still didn't find anything wrong. What's wrong with you? Wanyu looked at Wenchu suspiciously. There was indeed no problem, but it was the heartbeat that was abnormal. I always feel like something is going to happen, but I can't tell. As soon as Wenchu's words fell, the alarm of the compound went off, and just a moment after it went off, Wenchu's heartbeat returned to normal. Sure enough, half a day later, teams 1 and 2 were all assembled, carrying full gear on their backs, with an official bus parked in front of them and teams 3 through 7 standing behind them. Team Timothy, Team Tsunami, will be at the compound waiting for your safe return. Dr. With, Dr. Chow, you two must be safe and protect yourselves. We're all waiting for you. Teams 3 through 7 were dinged by the players, the doctors who accompanied them, and teams 1 and 2. They've been given their latest assignment to go to Iraq for 3 months to assist. Citing, Gu Xiao. This time, the two of you will lead the team to E, with Si-Ting as the captain and Gu Xiao as the vice-captain. The team is in the hands of you two. Go in one piece. Come back in one piece. This Iraqi aid is more difficult and more dangerous than F-aid was 5 years ago. Stay safe. We'll be here when you get back. Lin Jin looked at the players of the two teams and barked. I promise to complete the mission. After Sighting and Gu Xiao saluted Lin Jin, they led the group and prepared to get on the bus. Sighting, Wenchu, Gu Xiao, Xiao Yu, come back safe and sound. I can't wait to attend your wedding. Eat your wedding candies and drink your wedding wine. Lin Jin's eyes were red as he looked at the 4 people, his heart full of guilt. Obviously they are almost married, and they sent the 4 of them to aid. The bus slowly drove out of the Special Forces compound toward the airport. Old Lin, they're all waiting for you to go to the meeting, but you're sitting here without moving. Why do I still have to invite you? Hu Gang strides into Lin Jin's office, watching Lin Jin smoking one cigarette after another, his face full of anger and sorrow. Old Hu, I tell you, it's gonna be a ING party, Lin Jin said without a trace of anger. As soon as Hu Gang saw Lin Jin's appearance, he shook his head helplessly and directly closed the door. What do you have to do here? This thing about teams 1 and 2 going to Igloo, it's been named from above. Hu Gang walked up to Lin Jin and looked at him. Who? You tell me who? Who among you doesn't know that both Si Ting and Gu Xiao should have retired a long time ago? In addition to those two, there are 4 other players on the first and second teams combined who should also be retired. And this time Megaku just had to send them out. Was citing in Gu Zhao's marriage application approved. Returns don't let people return. Marriages don't let people get married. Who the promised me at the time to keep them from going out during the band? Did you who just say that yourself? Lin Jin pointed at Hu Gang and said angrily. Yes, I said it. When I went to the meeting this time and asked for special operations teams 1 and 2 to go out, I was the first to object. But the top just took a sentence to press me. The army doesn't keep idle people. The day they're here, they're special forces. They have to obey the arrangements. Hu Gang was also helpless. He couldn't say a word as he was blocked by the above sentences. No idlers. Hu the is a loafer. There's no one left in our military district? Just ING sighting and Gu Shao breathing? There are no other soldiers? Over the years, whenever I went to a war zone, the notice I received from Lin Jin was always to designate the first and second teams. There are only 24 men in the whole military district. The first and second teams aren't there. Lin Jin was even more furious when he heard Hu Gang's words. And don't ING feed the idle. You don't want to feed the idle, but you agree to let people go. Agree to let people go. You're not done until you toss them to their deaths on the battlefield. Lin Jin had just finished speaking when Chen Jian pushed the door and walked in. All right, you two, knock it off. I can hear you both from 10 meters away from the office. Chen Jian sighed and shook his head helplessly. Old Chen, you've come at the right time. Hurry up and persuade him. When Hu Gang saw Chen Jian, it was like seeing a savior. Persuade? Old Hu, don't even think about it. I'll side with the old forest this time. You people up there are not doing things right. Chen Jian closed the door and walked over to Hu Gang, immediately making his attitude clear. You think I want to? When I got my orders, I could have guessed I'd end up where I am now. This time when they come back, nobody ING stops them. Let them go immediately. Hu just tried to swing for the fences too, and every time something came up, the first and second teams were pushed out first, and the third through seventh teams didn't get much assistance. He had a headache. It was indeed the same as Lin Jin had said. The feeling was like there were no other teams in the military district, only the first and second teams. Even if you want teams 1 and 2 to go out, what are you doing sending the accompanying doctors out with them? Chen Jian looked at Hu Gang and asked. They've been part of the Special Forces team since the day they entered it. Hu just explained. You've got to stop talking. Si Ting and the others, those are soldiers picked out of hundreds of thousands. How long have they been training? What is the intensity of their training? Then Wen Shu and Xiao Yu are doctors. To put it nicely, it's a doctor with some body who can shoot a gun. According to the selection standards of the Special Operations team, don't you know in your heart if the two of them are considered Special Operations members? You don't know if they're fit for battle. Why don't you guys just leave them both for me? Lin Jin's head hurt when he thought that Wen Shu and Xiao Yu would have to live in fear in a place under fire. Old Lin, calm down. Don't forget that the two of them used to aid in F. Hu just explained. The two of them counted as medical team members when they were assisting in F. Is not required to go into a war zone. Now the two of them are special forces, and they're going to follow the special forces to the combat zone. This is not nonsense. Your life is a life. My life is a life. The lives of all of us count, but not theirs? When Lin Jin went to send the special forces team off, he did so by suppressing the anger in his entire body. When he returned, he stood in his office smoking cigarette after cigarette, unable to suppress his anger any longer. After a day and night's flight, the capital city special warfare team had finally arrived in the country of E, a place that was even more dangerous than the country of F back then. What a familiar voice. What a familiar smell. Xiao Yu sat in the car, listening to the sound of gunfire, artillery and the smell of smoke outside, and said in a bittersweet manner, yeah, that sound hasn't been heard in years. Wen Shu's mood was calm. Have you ever been to Igloo? Xiao Yu looked at Gu Shao and Si Ting and asked. Been here. The good news is that the accommodations and meals here will be a little better than in F. The bad news is that the war here is more complicated and dangerous than in F. Gu Shao nodded. The last time they were here, he and Sighting were carried back home lying down. This time, make sure you walk back on your own. The bus drove for nearly 3 hours before they finally arrived at the rescue point dormitory. Before getting out of the car, Si Ting ordered everyone to have all their guns loaded, wear their weapons and equipment, and be ready for battle. When Shu and Xiao Yu looked at each other. What is this? Come up and fight? There's only one place that's safe here, and that's the rescue point. As long as you walk through the gate at the rescue point, that counts as a war zone. So everyone keep in mind that no one should set foot outside the rescue point gates without a mission and authorization. Our lodging and medical point are in the rescue point, and even if we are helping outsiders transport the injured, we must never set foot outside the gate. Also add that all of you must be fully armed when you leave the dormitory and don't give anyone a chance to see what you look like. We have a doctor with us, and a medical team from the Army General Hospital is arriving tomorrow. All injuries, big and small, are treated by our own doctors. Got it all memorized? Sithan admonished everyone in front of him. In fact, the team members were all here for the second time, so they knew the situation here. But when Shu and Xiaoyu were here for the first time, he said it again to remind Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. And secondly, he was reminding all the team members. Remember that. Remember that. Once everyone heard that, Si Ting and Gu Xiao led the way out of the car. The team put Wen Shu and Xiaoyu in the middle of the group and led them out of the car. Jiang Tu would follow the medical team from the general hospital because of his injuries, and Wang Yu stayed inside the compound to give Jiang Tu and the rest of the team continued treatment. After getting out of the car, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu saw the rescue point in front of them, and sure enough, it was much better than the one in F country. The rescue point in front of us had the hospital on the left, a large yard in the center, and the official command room on the right. Behind the hospital are dormitories for the medical staff. Behind the command room were the troops' quarters. Behind the troopers' quarters belonged to the backyard, a large playground. Only the team members who live here have access and can train or walk on the playground. No one outside can see them. Wen Shu and the others all stood in place as Si Ting and Gu Xiao went to dock with the dockers before leading the team into the dormitory area. Start checking. As soon as Si Ting's words fell, the team members began to inspect one dormitory by one dormitory with their instruments. What's this for? Wen Shu asked in disbelief. Check this place for bugs, cameras, or other surveillance instruments. Si Ting replied to Wen Shu in a small voice. This is a rescue point. We're here to rescue. Would anyone else be watching us? Xiaoyu asked in a small voice. Don't think too well of the people here. All good in nature, but living here under fire for years. It's inevitable that you'll get your head around it. After Gu Xiao finished explaining softly, the four of them watched as the team members walked over with the various things they had searched out. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu looked at these things in front of them in shock. Just now the two of them thought that it was just because Si Ting and Gu Xiao carefully, so it turns out that this would really happen. Left evidence? Gu Xiao looked at the pile in front of him. Well, it's all documented. Wang Shan nodded. Deal with it and keep it and give it directly to them when they come from above. Si Ting nodded and then led Wen Shu into the dormitory. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu directly chose to live in a dormitory with Si Ting and Gu Xiao this time. They didn't need to be on duty today, so they were all packing up their quarters and organizing their clothes and belongings. Timothy, why did you make the request this time that people not show their faces when they go out of the dormitory? Wen Shu asked Si Ting as she organized her medical books. Because of you. Si Ting stopped his hands from organizing his clothes and twisted his head to look at Wen Shu. Me? Wen Shu looked at him with some confusion. You've been called a spy before just because you showed your face in a war zone. This time to avoid that and protect us all. After Si Ting finished explaining, Wen Shu nodded in understanding. This time he intends to just avoid the situation altogether and protect every member of the team. And the refusal to allow foreign doctors to treat the players is also due to the fact that each country has its own requirements for the use of drugs. Only the Chinese doctors know the Chinese best. And as all the doctors who came this time were from the military hospitals, they knew better which medicines could be used by the team members. Another is to avoid what the enemy might do to the team by blending in with the foreign doctors. This time, he thought of a lot of unexpected situations that would happen and came up with countermeasures for each of them. He's going to bring everyone back safe and sound. On the first night, everyone rested early because of the long journey. When the next day after doing the handover with the last batch of foreign special operations teams, everyone had just lined up their duty schedules when they saw the bus carrying the doctors from the General Hospital of the Army and Jiang Tu drive into the courtyard. Boss, the heavily armed Gantu was the first to jump out of the car. He's a good chunk of the way better. And he came with Wang Yu's medicine. Hatsumomo, you! Two women's voices suddenly rang out, and when Shu and Xiaoyu froze, seeing two women in rescue suits and masks running towards them. Su and Princess Jiao. Xiaoyu's eyes were full of surprise when she saw them. They were totally surprised that the doctors who came were them. You two are going to miss us. I haven't heard from him since he went into the army. I heard about you guys recently, or Rin told me that Hatsumomo is getting married to Captain Timothy. Have you forgotten about us both? Chen Jiao said and cried. The more she cried, the louder she cried, and finally sat directly on her but on the steps and bawled. Chapter 140 Newly Mended. Crazy Si Rin. When Shu and Xiaoyu were originally very moved and almost cried out, when they saw Chen Jiao's actions, they directly did not cry and laughed instead. Princess Jiao, you're not sitting on a chair or a floor. This is concrete. Hatsumomo, was there a wounded man brought in just now, covered in blood? And did Princess Jiao sit her butt on top of the blood? Xiaoyu said with a bad smile on her face. In full view of everyone, Chen Jiao jumped straight up from the steps. Where's the blood? Where did I put my alcohol wipes? Chen Jiao asked 3 questions in a row, making everyone laugh. What had been tense was straight up hilarious. Princess Jiao, there are viruses everywhere, so be careful. Wan Susu gave Chen Jiao a blank look. She knew it was all jokes when Chen Jiao came. If I get the virus, I'll be the first to drag you down with me. Chen Jiao pouted. Si Ting led the special operations team to thank every medical team that had come here, and then after arranging dormitories for everyone, he went back to his own and Wenchu's dormitory. After pushing the door in and realizing that Wenchu wasn't in the dormitory, he looked around for a while and finally found Wenchu and the rest of the special warriors in the lounge. What are you doing? Puzzled, Sito walked in to see 30 large boxes stacked in the lounge. We came in smarter. I knew Omi would arrive a day after us, so these are the ones I asked him to bring. Wenchu explained. All of these things were bought and sent to Commander Lin by use people. I had thought I'd have to talk to Commander Lin to bring it over, but I didn't expect that when you only said that it was something for his sister-in-law. Commander Lin didn't hesitate and directly packed it up and sent it to the airport and onto the plane we were on. Jiang Tu also said with some surprise. He has a guilty conscience towards Wenchu, so he will agree to any reasonable request. Si Ting understood Lin Zhen's feelings of guilt towards Wenchu, and it could be said that it was not only towards Wenchu, but also towards himself, towards Gu Xiao, towards Xiao Yu, and towards all the members of Team 1 and Team 2. Hatsumomo, what are these? Xiao Yu asked, pointing at the boxes. Open it up. Let's all open the box together. Wenchu said with a smile. Did sister-in-law buy us a lot of groceries again? I bet there is. Look, I have this box full of socks. My god, how many pairs is that? I have this box too. Ha 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 ha. I can wear new ones every day again. This big box is full of collagen. It's a must-have for my sister-in-law. She brings it everywhere she goes. It's a case of fire-reducing tea bags. I'm all about the girl stuff here. My case is all hanging ear coffee. My box is full of men's skincare products. Sister-in-law, are you asking us to learn to take care of ourselves? This box is full of food. Same here. So many kinds of snacks and fast food. You're lucky to have your sister-in-law. Everyone joyfully opened the boxes and realized that they were all things that Wenchu had bought for everyone, so that they could live a much more comfortable life here again. My god, choo-choo-choo-choo. You are truly a heavenly maiden. Xiao Yu looked at these things in shock. She finally knew how Wenchu got those things in F country back then. Don't thank me, everyone. Thank you, Error. Wenchu said with a smile. Why? Xiao Yu asked in disbelief. Because everything, all swiped on Intimate Pay, is on your bank card. After Wenchu finished speaking, Xiao Yu instantly understood Wenchu's thoughts. Actually, what Wenchu swiped wasn't Xiao Yu's money, but she didn't want to make a spectacle of herself, so she said it was all about her spending money. She smiled up towards Wenchu, and Wenchu knew she understood. By the way, sister-in-law, this is what you asked me to give you. Jiang Tu handed Wenchu a large bag with a note written by Wang Yu inside. Wenchu didn't know what it was, so she opened it and looked at it. It's medicine that you mixed himself. There's healing wounds. There's stopping the bleeding. There's stopping the pain. Here are the instructions for use. After reading it, Wenchu pulled out the box of pills that Wang Yu had dispensed from his large bag, one box at a time, all of which he had labeled well and could tell apart at a glance. Yu has always been careful. Citing sighed as he held the pill boxes. He recognizes these medicines. These are the Wang family's secret recipes, not available to outsiders. Even for Wang Yu's patients, he would not take out these medicines easily because the price of these medicines would not be affordable to an ordinary family. I have all these medicines here, and I hope I won't have to use them. If you do get hurt, these are the ones that keep you alive. Wenchu nodded, healing the wound, stopping the bleeding, and stopping the pain, whichever was important. Once everyone had gotten all their stuff organized separately, they began their duty in accordance with the duty roster. The medics had it easier. They could care less about any local wounded and sick on this visit. They just had to cooperate with the special forces. The special operators don't need to go out either. They just need to take turns on duty and stand guard. The team members not required to be on duty were basically working out on the playground, and there really wasn't anything else that could be done here. Hatsumomo, what are you doing? Xiao Yu slipped over to Wenchu's dormitory and watched as she was looking at her computer. I'm here to learn the language of Igbo. It used to be just a little bit. And yesterday I went and talked to the medical care here and it was very difficult. There's no teacher here either, so I'm learning online. Wenchu pointed to the screen and said, looking at the syntax on it, you're studying again. My first, can you do something else? Every day is nothing but studying. Don't you have something in your head that makes you happy? Xiao Yu sat beside Wenchu and said in a serious tone, if I hadn't learned the Igbo language, I know I would have been very unhappy when I heard them jabbering and talking and I couldn't understand them. Wenchu said with a smile, then you won't listen, okay? Xiao Yu sighed. An analogy. I'm just making an analogy. Team Tsunami has been injured and now needs equipment from Ikoku, but we don't have anyone who can communicate with the medical care of the Igbo. What would you do? After Wenchu finished speaking, Xiao Yu thought for a few seconds. I'll get in his ear and tell him he deserves it. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Wenchu directly laughed out loud. Hey, Chu Chu, you'd better study hard. you're the only hope for special ops. Of all these people, you're the only one with this self-taught skill. Xiaoyu understood why Wenshu had to learn the E language. Hatsumomo. Little Hatsumomo. When Chen Zhao's voice drifted in, goosebumps rose on Wenshu and Xiaoyu. Goodness gracious, Princess Petite, are you in heat? Xiaoyu said in shock as she looked at the goosebumps on her arms. Almost. Wan Susu, who was following Chen Zhao, said with a helpless face. What's she going to do? Xiaoyu asked, pointing at Chen Zhao. You don't understand people. Hatsumomo, let's leave them both alone. It's too rude. Chen Zhao sat down next to Wenshu. Princess Zhao, what's wrong with you? Wenshu was also curious about what happened to Chen Zhao. What if I can't reach Rin here at all? Chen Zhao said with an unhappy face. It's true that there's no contact. There used to be a way to do it in F. There's no way to do it here at all. Wenshu could do nothing about it, because all of their cell phones had been taken away after they arrived, and they could never contact anyone in the country without special circumstances. It's a form of protection for the special forces and for the family at home. But he doesn't even know I'm here, and he didn't even give me time to just talk to him before he left. Chen Zhao's eyes reddened as she spoke. Don't worry, he's not stupid. All these years you've watched him when he couldn't find Siting. He knew Siting was on a mission. You're such a big guy, and suddenly you disappeared from the hospital and disappeared. He can't move his toes without knowing you're out on a mission with the troops. Xiaoyu gave her a reassuring expression. You is right. Maybe no one else can guess, but just rest assured that Rin will be able to guess. Wenshu nodded, agreeing with Xiaoyu's statement. Really? He doesn't think I don't want him. Chen Zhao stifled her tears and looked at Wenshu and Xiaoyu. The two hurriedly shook their heads before they pushed down Chen Zhao's urge to cry. Say, when did you two get together? Xiaoyu asked Chen Zhao with a gossipy face. We were both together shortly after you left the hospital. Rin is so nice, loving, kind, sweet and gentle. Chen Zhao's face immediately surfaced with happiness, changing her face so fast that Wenshu, Xiaoyu and Wan Susu did not react. Lovely? Gentle? With love? Wenshu and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance. Which Si Rin was this talking about? Yes, he was really so handsome when he fed the elephants that he still goes to see the pair of baby elephants on time. Stop it you. Wan Susu interrupted Chen Zhao. You guys don't want to hear her talk for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll do it for her. Just as Wan Susu said this, Chen Zhao stopped Wan Susu. You don't know what I want to say. Mansu shook his head frantically. No, I know. I'll summarize. Afterwards, Wan Susu looked at Xiaoyu and Wenshu. The next thing she'll say is that Siren is very responsible and treats her well. For all of Princess Zhao's night shifts, Si Rin would come to the hospital to stay with her even if she was tired for the day, not only to keep her company, but to protect her. A refreshing coffee every morning, a loving milk tea at noon, a blissful afternoon tea, and a nutritious and healthy fruit meal when working late. Siren never broke, and he won't just buy it for Princess Petite alone, he'll buy it for the whole section. It's because he wants everyone to take care of Princess Zhao. We've had all brands of coffee and milk tea several times. The whole section got fat. I'm the least fat. I've gained 4 pounds. Our director has gained 8 pounds. After Wan Susu finished speaking, Wenshu and Xiaoyu's mouths were slightly open, as if they were listening to heavenly books. Siren bought her an apartment in your apartment building as well and has moved in together. He would remember Princess Zhao's physiological period and start giving her brown sugar water a day in advance. Warm babies, hot water bags, and threadbare socks are on hand from the first day of physiology. It's fair to say that she was cared for in every way. All that Siren has done has long impressed her, and in her heart Siren is the best man in the world. The 2 elephants that Siren keeps are also the cutest elephants in the world. In this life she is not married to Si Rin. She thinks that Si Rin should have more children with such good genes, so she plans to have 5 boys and 5 girls for Si Rin. She wants to grow old with Siren's children and grandchildren. After Wan Susu finished speaking in one breath, Wenshu and Xiaoyu were completely dumbfounded. Whoa, how did you know I was going to say that? Chen Zhao looked at Wan Susu with a happy and blissful expression. Because I don't want to hear you say it for the 250th time. Wan Susu sighed with a raw look on her face. No, 250 times. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at Wan Susu. That's right, at least 5 to 10 times a day. She said it for the 249th time. Even our director has memorized it. Mansu nodded and gave an affirmative expression. Is that so exciting? The corners of Wenshu's mouth twitched. Ha! Mansu sneered. Si Rin bought 87 bags for our delicate princess, 167 pairs of shoes, more than 30 sets of skincare products, 326 lipsticks, 138 bottles of perfume, 57 bracelets, 96 necklaces, 220 princess dresses, 37 silk scarves, 190 pairs of earrings. Other than that, bought a jewel-encrusted princess hairpin. It's close to building an exhibition hall for our delicate princess. After Wan Susu finished speaking, both Wenchu and Xiao Yu's brains buzzed. How long have these two been together? Where did you get such accurate numbers? Even Chen Jiao looked at Wan Susu with a shocked look on her face. Did you forget? The team of organizers who went to your house to help you get organized were referred by me. It took them 3 days to pack these things of yours. It's the 3 days you were away for training. By the way, your family Rin has already paid. Wan Susu was dumbfounded when she thought of the organizer telling her these figures. How do they know these were bought by Princess Petite's boyfriend? Xiao Yu said with a smile. Because the ones I mentioned above are the ones that have not been unpacked. None of the open packages count, and they can't count the exact numbers. It took a team of organizers alone, 12 people, 3 days to organize her home. The organizing costs alone are $170,000. After Wan Susu finished speaking, Wenchu and Xiao Yu were completely helpless. Crazy. Siren went crazy. Princess Jiao was also mad. The world had finally turned upside down into something they didn't recognize. Chapter 141. Everyone start reading from chapter 138. It's all new. I wrote 12,000 words today. My Rin is the most handsome. Chen Jiao was once again immersed in her own world. Wen Chu, Xiao Yu and Wan Susu shook their heads. Being in love was horrible. By the time Sighting came back, Wen Chu was the only one left in the dormitory, and she was still learning the Igbo language. I'm back. Si Ting sat down next to Wen Chu and looked at her tenderly. Captain Timothy, listening to the gossip? Wen Chu put down the pen in her hand and clicked pause with her hand in the computer, then turned to Si Ting and asked with a smile, there's still gossip to listen to around here? Si Ting nodded. He loved whatever Wen Chu said. Wen Chu then told Si Ting about Si Rin and Chen Jiao. Sito wasn't surprised at all. Don't you feel shocked? Wen Chu looked at Si Ting strangely. Not feeling it, because what Chen Jiao has, you have, Sighting said with a smile. What does that mean? Wen Cho didn't understand for a moment. Before we left, I looked at my cell phone and there was a message from Rin. He didn't just buy one for Chen Jiao, he bought one for you too. But it's true that I didn't buy as much for you as I did for Chen Jiao, because a lot of the styles you already had, Chen Jiao didn't, and he buys you limited editions. The ones I bought for Chen Jiao were all regular models, and there were very few limited editions. It's not that he's not willing to spend money, it's because there are some bags and jewelry with limited styles that only have 2 or 3 pieces in the whole of China. There's no way the brands are letting him buy them all by himself. He still knows who the limited edition should go to. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wen Chu was once again shocked. These two brothers are the losers. But, aren't these bought with money? That's too much, isn't it? After a long time, Wen Chu came back to his senses and slowly opened his mouth. Hatsumomo, it used to be that I couldn't buy you anything inside the army. And then yes, you came in too, so you didn't get a chance to go out shopping either. Money spent can be earned again, but when the limited edition is gone, it's really gone. I don't want you to miss out on anything you like, a bag, a necklace, a pair of earrings. You deserve the best. Si Ting looked at Wen Chu and said seriously, boss, you're too good at this. Jiang Tu's voice came from the doorway, and Wen Chu's face instantly turned red. Si Ting twisted his head directly toward Jiang Tu, who was holding back his laughter, and when he heard others laughing in the hallway, he stood up and walked out. Hesitantly, I saw that the team members had even taken off their shoes so that they wouldn't realize they were eavesdropping, and were hiding on either side of the door with socks on their feet to eavesdrop. Oh me, are you idle? Don't you say anything? We can still be listening for a while. That's it. Maybe the boss is going to do something next. If you make a sound, we won't have anything to watch. The team looked at Jiang Tu with an expression of disempowerment. Are you guys going to lose face? If the boss and his sister-in-law are doing something, surely they must close the door. It's not like the two of them make any money off of it and leave the door open for the cameras to record. Is it that you have to post it online after you shoot it? Waiting for a good price. The more Jiang Tu spoke, the more the atmosphere felt wrong. And then he turned his head to see Si Ting's cold face. Holy, Gong Tu, you should have your mouth sewn shut. After these 50 laps, you don't even need to eat dinner. A dozen or so members of the team ran around the playground in full gear carrying their guns in lap after lap. Gu Xiao had just returned from duty with 5 people when he saw the people running laps on the playground and shook his head with a smile. Not only are there first teams in these guys, but there are second teams as well. However, this time, when they came out to assist, Team 1 and Team 2 were temporarily merged, and the whole thing was known as the Capital City Special Warfare Team. What's going on here? Someone asked Gu Xiao suspiciously. What's there to think about? One look at all the penalties. To be penalized here. Some bright, brave and forceful little darling must have lit the timbers thunder. Gu Xiao said with a smile. Who is this so powerful? That's just 2 days of getting into trouble. The player asked with a smile. Look at the slowest runner. There's no one else but him. There's nothing to mess with here. So I guess I just got caught picking at a doorway with those other guys. Gu Xiao pointed to Jiang Tu. who was running the slowest because his muscle strain was not yet healed. Team Tsunami, I feel like you analyzed it correctly. The team nodded. They also felt that Gu Xiao had a point. You're not understanding Team Tsunami, Zhao Quan said as he looked at Si Ting's crew. Our Tsunami team doesn't even have to analyze it. He and Omi are essentially the same kind of person. Seeing Omi is the equivalent of our Tsunami team looking in the mirror. Everyone laughed when Zhao Quan finished. Quanzi, you summed it up best. You from now on you'll be Mr. Quan. Ha 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 ha. Team Tsunami and Omi looking in the mirror. Ha 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 ha. How did you come up with that? While everyone was laughing, they didn't realize that Gu Xiao, who was standing at the front, darkened his face. So there were a few more lap runners on the playground. Didn't you guys just get back from duty? Omi asked suspiciously as he looked at the men running up. Not really. Stealing a chicken is talking about us. Zhao Quan shook his head and sped up his run. Let you all eat your fill and watch the fun. Now watch the smash. Jiang Tu instantly understood that these people were watching the fun and also drawing fire. I can see that the first and second teams are getting along. It's really a heart in the right place. Xiao Yu and Wenshu sat at the edge of the playground, looking at the neatly organized first and second teams. Not a single one of them worse for wear. All running laps. Sito and Gu Xiao demanded that everyone wear full gear, and that killed them. It was nearly 30 degrees in I.C., and the team was running laps with glasses even on their eyes. Who says otherwise? Death-defying altogether. And the main thing is that no one is left behind. Wenshu felt hot looking at them all. Here you two are again watching the buggers. Gu Xiao walked over and sat next to Xiaoyu, and Si Ting sat next to Wenshu. Either that or you two are ruthless. 50 laps in this heat. Mustn't it take half their lives? Xiaoyu asked, pointing at the people running the laps. We just got word that the whole team goes back next week for the big tournament. Come back after the competition. Sito said as he looked at the team running laps. The conditions here are a bit poor, so you'll just have to favor doing a bit of physical training. You're not kidding, are you? When Shu and Xiaoyu looked at Si Ting in shock. These people rushed back from Ikuo for the grand tournament? Well, it's something we applied for ourselves. Sithan nodded. This grand tournament is the last time Team Tsunami and I will be in the army. It's a tournament for all Chinese troops. We wanted to bring closure to all those years in the military. There are a couple other people who will be backing out with us besides the two of us. They don't want to miss this last chance either. So when we were on our way out, we called in our application. I was just notified that it was approved. Sito explained. To him and Gu Xiao, rankings and honors didn't matter so much. What they want is to give themselves a happy ending to these years. Whether it's coming out this time or going back for the big tournament, it's the last time. Lin Jin and their executives met and finally agreed to their request. Their round trip this time was a big expense for the troops, but they didn't want to disappoint these heroes who were defending their country. They deserved to have the troops help bring their lives full circle. When Wenshu and Xiaoyu heard this, they nodded in agreement. It was not too much to ask for those of them who had paid so much for nothing more than one round trip from Iraq to China. And the fact that these guys are going back means a guarantee of achievement for the Kyoto Military District. Honors and accomplishments for the military district can't be bought with money. Do they know the news? Wenshu asked, pointing to the people running laps one after another in front of her. Should be able to guess, Sithan said as he looked at the team. He doesn't go to this extent even if he punishes harder every time. Is the boss crazy? This gear is so heavy, and he's making us run laps with submachine guns on our shoulders. Some of the players didn't understand how Si Ting suddenly punished so hard. If you use your brain, the boss must have his reasons. I also have a feeling the boss is there for a reason. Reason? Yeah, I guess the boss is practicing our physical skills here. It's been a long time since we've trained with this mask on. Could it be that we want to go back for the grand tournament approval down the road? I feel like you have a point. Yes. I have a feeling it's this one too. There's a lot of training you can't do here, so the boss trained us in a different way. This guy is a real pain in the ass. Jiang Tu cried out tiredly. After the shout, the whole playground fell silent. Captain Timothy, listening? Your people are saying you're full of. Gu Xiao looked at Si Ting with a watchful face and said, Gong Tu. Si Ting stood up and shouted towards Jiang Tu. Jiang Tu felt that he was not far from death. Ha 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 ha. Oh, he waits to die. He really dares to yell about anything. Do or die. It's a good thing we're wearing masks, or else all our little human faces would be showing. Run and run and run. Don't be drawing fire. Amatba bless you. Everyone laughed and ran while you were talking. Their mood to watch the fun was at its peak, and they couldn't even feel tired anymore. Shut the up you guys, Jiang Tu said as he crumbled. Come here. After Si Ting finished shouting, Jiang Tu hurriedly carried his equipment and ran over. How's your leg? Sighting asked, pointing at Gang Tu's. Not bad, half crippled. Gang Tu honestly didn't have good but basic training wasn't too much of a problem anymore. Go take a shower and wait in the dormitory when you're done. After Si Ting waved his hand and finished, Jiang Tu looked at him with a shocked face. Wasn't he going to punish himself? Chu, you and little you go and help him heal. Oi is also a favorite for the annual grand tournament. Don't think he's usually a square. Try to help him recover a little more. Si Ting looked towards Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. He knew that Wang Yu had given Wen Shu a medical prescription that was specifically for Jiang Tu's injuries, using methods that Wen Shu and Xiaoyu could solve. Good. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu nodded. They were happy to do this. They had hoped that all the players would be healthy. Wen Shu returned to the dormitory and found the medical prescription Wang Yu had given himself, opening it and studying it carefully. Then he found the medicine that Wang Yu had dispensed for him, took it and went with Xiaoyu to find Jiang Tu. When they walked to Jiang Tu's dormitory, Jiang Tu had already finished his bath and was standing inside waiting. The two men massaged and applied medicine to Jiang Tu as Wang Yu had taught them, and it took a whole hour and a half to finish. Dai-chan, that's all the two of us know about Chinese medicine that you taught us. We'll do our best to help you heal. And don't you stress too much. Seth told me you were strong. Even if we do, the results won't be bad. So let's just do everything we can. Wen Shu looked at Jiang Tu and said comfortingly, don't worry sister-in-law. I don't internalize it and I don't put too much pressure on myself. Actually, you guys don't know that the boss practiced us to death every time though, and outsiders thought he cared about our grades, but only we know that he doesn't care. Let's not even talk about the fact that he doesn't even know what's on our score sheet for each game. He doesn't even know his own. He's never seen it. Ask him how much he runs in the 100 meters himself and chances are he can't even tell you. Jiang Tu smiled and explained to Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. So Buddhist? Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Tu curiously and asked. He was very strict with us and with himself. Not Buddhist. It's that he's been thinking that which is written on paper is always data, and it's just that one time. What he wants is for everyone to give it their all and put their best foot forward. When we competed, we never thought of the other contestants as comrades. Those are our enemies. The enemies of China. It's the terrorists. It's the enemy with a gun to our heads. If we want to live, if we want them not to set foot in our country of China, we have to put up a fight. If we're late, they'll kill us, and not only will they kill us, but our loved ones, and the common people we're trying to protect. Our first team always had those words from the boss in our heads, so we never lost. It's not just that I have a good record. Every single person on our team has a record that takes out that is impossible in the eyes of others. Those two programs of the bosses, no one has broken the record since his first year. It's not like there's no one to break it. He's got a record that only he can break. He broke his own record 3 times over the years, but the exact numbers, we don't remember. He said there's no need to keep track of that, and that no one can guarantee they'll be at the top for the rest of their lives. Anyway, put up a good fight. According to him, there's no shame in dying. It won't come to the moment of death. Feeling so sorry for myself. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, both Wen Shu and Xiaoyu felt from the bottom of their hearts that this concept was too shocking. Chapter 142, The Great Competition ends successfully. Soon it was the day that Si Ting and the others were going to return to China for the grand tournament. The entire special operations team was excited to get on the special plane back home. On the day of the big match, the entire stadium was filled with soldiers, and both Wen Shu and Xiaoyu were dazzled. My goodness, I've never seen so many soldiers in my life. Xiaoyu's mouth was watering as she looked at everything in front of her. Look at that. Hatsumomo. That guy's body is too good. Look at this one. The legs are so long. Is there anyone else in the military that white? Look there. There. That man is so fine looking. Asterisk. 7th in the 3rd row of the west stands. Does he look like my ex-boyfriend? Look at the one that just ran past. So cute looking. I want to give him a kiss. The man in the east bunker is alive and well at this sight. Jesus. I'm going to choke. Why are these people so extreme? Quick. All under my covers. Well, before Xiaoyu could finish, her mouth was covered. Sister. People are coming from every military region in the entire country of China. It's all military. It's not like you're picking a table at the bar. Why did you even pick it? Winshu whispered. Just now. Xiaoyu was so excited that quite a few people passing by looked at her and smiled. If any bar had male models of that quality, I could live in it and never come out. Xiaoyu whispered after being released by Winshu. Don't you worry that the one in your house is jealous when you say that? Winshu asked with a smile, then joined Xiaoyu in looking towards Si Ting's position and theirs. They had number plates on them and were all warming up in the infield. Soon, the great match officially began. Item by item, the cheers were deafening and the whole stadium was a hot mess. The two of them, Winshu and Xiaoyu, looked straight in the eyes. Chu, this is the first time I've known that Gushao can run so fast. This is also the first time I've known that Sighting can run so fast. That's a great shot by your family's Captain Timothy. Too damn handsome. Your family's Captain Tsunami. This climbing is really fast too. So Omi has a serious moment too. If Omi usually had this image, kids would be running all over the place. First, First, team first, awesome. Wenchu and Xiaoyu jumped straight up as they looked at the rankings on the big screen. All first place in any competition event with a member of the Special Operations first team. The Special Operations second team participated in programs that were forked off from the first team. So there was only one second place in a program that had a Special Operations second team, and all the others were firsts as well. On top of that, several other teams had good results. Si Ting and Gu Xiao had also completed their last big competition in the army, and the two ended up standing in the middle of the playground looking at their surroundings for a long time without speaking. This place will have nothing to do with us from now on, Gu Xiao exclaimed. No regrets after all these years. Si Ting nodded, his eyes also full of dismay. Team Timothy, Team Tsunami, group photo. Jiang Tu and the others called out to Sighting and Gu Xiao. Lin Jin and the others all stood to the side with photographers waiting for Sighting and Gu Xiao. Go! Si Ting and Gu Xiao walked over, and just before they were about to take a picture, Si Ting suddenly looked at Wenchu and Xiaoyu on the bleachers. Two women were sitting in the bleachers watching them and laughing. Both of them were proud and honored for those below them. Just as the two girls were overjoyed, they saw Si Ting and Gu Xiao suddenly running towards them. Hatsumomo, what are they doing? There's not going to be anything behind us, is there? Xiaoyu and Wenchu were instantly startled and put away their smiles. The only time either of them had ever seen these people run towards them like this was when they were in danger. Wenchu and Xiaoyu slowly turned their heads behind them. In these few seconds, they both thought, well, there are robbers and thugs murderers behind them. When the two men turned fully around and realized that the only people behind them were the military people who hadn't left the field yet, they then looked at each other. That's not happening. This is, Xiaoyu turned her head back halfway through her sentence, and just as she did so, she saw that Si Ting and Gu Xiao were already standing in front of them, so she was taken aback. Hey, what are you two doing? Gu Xiao, are you crazy? You put me down. Sighting, what are you doing? Xiaoyu and Wenchu were picked up directly from their chairs, and as they walked to the edge of the stands, the two looked down at the women in their arms and smiled. Gu Xiao, you put that impish grin of yours away. Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. What are you doing, Seth? Wenchu also felt something was wrong. Boss, give us your sister-in-law. After Jiang Tu shouted out, Wenchu and Xiaoyu instantly understood what they were going through. Catch! After Gu Xiao shouted, he directly threw Xiaoyu down. Gu Xiao, you goddamned bastard! Xiaoyu was thrown out while shouting, and a second later was caught by a member of the team underneath the bleachers. Don't be afraid, they'll be able to catch you. After Si Ting finished speaking, he threw Wenchu down as well, and before Wenchu could say anything, she had already fallen on the arms of the first team members. After Sighting and Gu Xiao had finished throwing people, they were just about to raise their hands and flip down, only to hear the team members below shouting as well. Boss, jump down. Boss, we'll pick you up too. After hearing this, Sighting stopped what he was just about to flip down, stood on the fence and jumped down with his back to the bottom. The first team caught Sito solidly. After Si Ting went down, he directly took Wenchu's hand, and the two of them smiled at each other. Immediately after, Gu Xiao also jumped with his back turned, but he was not as lucky as Si Ting, and when he was caught by the team members, before he was put down, Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, "Let go!" All the team members neatly released their hands, and Gu Xiao fell straight to the ground. The members of the first team froze, then burst out laughing. Even Si Ting and Wenchu didn't hold back their laughter directly, and Xiaoyu laughed until tears came out of her eyes. You guys! Gu Xiao covered his butt and stood up, pointing at his team members in anger and unable to speak. Boss, between you and your sister-in-law, we still know who we should listen to. That's right, boss. It's always good to listen to your sister-in-law. The members of the second team ran behind Xiaoyu, looking at Gu Xiao with apologetic faces. Team Tsunami, don't be sad. Jiang Tu suddenly ran out and looked at Gu Xiao in a serious manner, just when everyone was looking at Jiang Tu with a puzzled face. When did he know to comfort Gu Xiao? After all the dogs on your team listen to Sister Saw now, not to mention them. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, Gu Xiao's face was white with anger. How did it involve that dog? The members of the second team looked at each other. Do you have a feeling what Omi said was wrong? He said all the dogs on our team listen to his sister-in-law, not to mention us? He means we're not as good as that dog? That's what it's supposed to mean, isn't it? Omi! The members of the second team pointed at Jiang Tu and ran towards him. Jiang Tu saw that something was wrong and scattered his legs. Hey, don't bully our first team. That's just it. Omi's right too. Tell yourselves, Team 2, who does that dog listen to? The rest of the first team surrounded Gaintu in case he got beaten up. Listen to our sister-in-law. Wang Shan didn't react again and directly pointed at Xiaoyu. Who do you listen to? Wenchu suddenly spoke. Listen to our sister-in-law. Wang Shan looked at Wenchu and replied, so you guys are just like dogs. Gaintu added by sticking his head out again and running afterward. The second team came back to their senses and chased after Gaintu while running and fighting. What are you looking at? Take pictures. Take more. Chen Jian hurriedly called out to the photographer to take more photos and videos of these players. It's all kids. How long has it been since we've been this happy? Lin Jin said with a sigh as he looked at the two teams that were fighting. When they leave the military, they'll realize that the time they spent with these comrades will be the most memorable they'll ever have. I wish they were always this happy. Get some rest when they come back from Igloo. They get tired too. Chen Jianjin hoped that these people would never have a mission in their lives and could always run and jump so happily. Well, it's useless for anyone to say anything this time. When they come back, let them hurt for a while. Lin Jin nodded. The troops could afford to feed them. For the final group photo, when Shu and Xiao Yu were pulled inside the group, when it came to the last photo, the moment the photographer pressed the shutter, surrounded by all the team members, Si Ting turned his head and kissed Wen Shu, and Gu Xiao turned his head and kissed Xiao Yu. The great competition has come to a successful conclusion. After the great match, teams 1 and 2 embarked directly on their flights back to Ikaruga. Their task remains daunting. Sighting was notified before they got on the plane that the rescue point had been called outside 7 times in the 3 days they had been back. The body was sprawled out on the ground and there was no time to dispose of it. When they rushed back to the rescue point, they could still see the blood still wet on the ground outside, and the smell of blood was in the air. The bus carrying the Special Forces team drove into the rescue point under the protection of local troops. The doors of the bus opened and the Special Ops members stepped out of the bus, heavily armed and armed with assault rifles. When Shu and Xiao Yu were still sandwiched in the middle of the group, protected by all the special warriors. But even then, when Shu and Xiao Yu came out with guns raised in their hands, the two people that Sighting and Gu Xiao specifically instructed before they got out of the car, if anyone threatened them, they would just shoot them and they would be responsible for anything that happened, because even in the IRS, they are expected to follow the rules and never fire the first shot. But Sighting and Gu Xiao thought, well, if it really came to the point of necessity, they would take off these clothes to protect Wen Shu and Xiao Yu. Wen Shu and Xiao Yu stood inside the compound, nervously staring at the special operations team as they walked out of the rescue point compound. It was the first time they'd been out of the compound other than in a car. From the moment they stepped out, it meant they stepped out of the only safe zone. Luckily, the moment Si Ting walked out with his team, the two warring sides immediately ceased fire, but it was still a standoff between the two sides. Both sides knew that Si Ting and the others were troops from China, and that they were not here to start a war. They were here to maintain peace, and they knew that they couldn't start a conflict with the Chinese soldiers. Sighting and Gu Xiao walked out and tried to communicate with the Yi soldiers, but a few people spoke for half a day without much result. When Wen Shou saw Si Ting and Gu Xiao even gesticulating with their hands and arms, she knew that they had a language barrier. Wen Shu gestured to Si Ting, who hesitated for a few seconds after seeing it, and finally whispered something to Jiang Tu, who was standing closest to him, only to see Jiang Tu bring two people over to bring Wen Shou around in the center. Although Wen Shu had a talent for languages, she was self-taught in Igbo, and she didn't understand some parts of it very well, but while speaking and gesturing, the general meaning was understood. Wen Shu then relayed the words of the Yi soldiers to Si Ting and Gu Xiao. After hearing this, the two men frowned and turned to look at the two sides of the firefight that had just taken place. Both sides were impatiently waiting, and there was a readiness to start a fight regardless of who they were. Put the gun down. Gu Xiao suddenly raised his gun and pointed at one of them and shouted. Wen Shu turned his head to look over, and sure enough, there was a person whose gun muzzle had actually moved to the Chinese Special Forces team, and was aiming at Wen Shu and the others. Immediately after Gu Xiao shouted, 7 or 8 team members directly aimed their guns at each other. The atmosphere was tense to the core. Seeing this situation, Si Ting didn't say a word and directly turned to stare at the one holding the gun. Through the glasses Wen Shu could feel the sternness radiating from Si Ting's body. It was only after 10 seconds or so that the man with the gun moved his muzzle away that Si Ting slowly moved his eyes away, then scanned the entire room before finally moving his eyes to the soldiers of the Igbo nation once more. Wen Shu helped Si Ting communicate with the Yi soldiers again for a while, and in the end, a consensus was reached. The two teams worked together to dissuade both sides of the firefight. It was persuasive, but it was a lot of work. By the time they withdrew to the rescue point compound, it was 3 hours since they had returned. Sighting dismissed the team and everyone went back to their dormitories to rest. Wen Shu and Si Ting also went back to the dormitory. After Wen Shu took off her own clothes, she watched Si Ting take off the equipment on his body one by one, and she casually took them all and hung them up. Timothy, why is this place so messy? Wen Shu asked with some confusion. She had indeed seen a lot of chaotic scenes in F country back then, but this kind of scene of fighting to the door of the rescue point was really something she had never seen. It's all forced. All want to live in peace, but the situation here is too grim. In addition to their own homegrown organizations, there are state-to-state conflicts. Anyone who has been oppressed for a long time wants to fight back. Simeon said with a sigh. What can we do? Wen Shu asked with some confusion. The way things were going here now, she didn't even know what they could do here. Chapter 143, The moment Xiaoyu and Wan Susu collapsed. What can we do? I talked to Team Tsunami about that today. It's a fool's errand to think that the organizations over here will stop the war with just our people. There are deaths and injuries here every day. After so many years of fighting, it's simply not something that can be fixed overnight. All we can do is like what we did just now. Stop once if we can. Persuade once if we can. To put it bluntly, let them live as long as they can and make a day out of it. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wen Shu still couldn't understand. Can't we not fight then? Can't we sit down and talk about something? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting and asked. War is not a social situation where two people fight each other or two gangs fight in a group. It's negotiable at the station. War is a conflict between two countries or several countries. The only reason it can be fought is because it can't be talked about. But if we could talk, it wouldn't be what it is now. Sito shook his head and answered patiently. When's the end? Hearing Wen Shu's words, Si Ting sighed and wrapped Wen Shu into his arms. I don't know. No one knows when it's going to end. The wars in these places are due to a myriad of factors in the politics, economics, etc. of these countries. No one doesn't aspire to peace. And the reason these men picked up guns and put their lives on the line to fight is because they want to live. So there will be troop after troop of peacekeepers coming through. Get the people here out of the war zone and get the defenseless to safety. Do everything you can to stop the firefight between them. This will be over when their country actually figures out how to solve the problem. Si Ting said as he wrapped his arms around Wen Shu. How do you determine when it's okay to do it and when it's not? Wen Shu asked suspiciously. The two teams you just saw, trying to get them to stop is persuasion. They're two local organizations in a firefight, and everyone is from their organizations. There's no need for us to get in the middle of them. But if there are innocent people in it when they have a firefight, this is the time to force them to stop and not to hurt innocent people. If they move their guns in the process, we can just do it. We have a rule about not firing the first shot, so it usually makes sense to force them to shoot first, and then we shoot. Sito explained. I see. You guys have so many more rules. Wen Shu nodded. She was indeed hearing all this for the first time. We can't bring the war to China just to maintain peace over here. Si Ting suddenly remembered something after he finished speaking. Just now outside. Are you okay? Sito thought about how the air was thick with the smell of blood when he got out of the car. Didn't bother to see if Wen Shu was okay. I'm fine. Don't forget I'm a doctor now. Not the designer I used to be. This blood. Does see a lot of it, too. Wen Shu shook his head helplessly. After becoming a doctor myself, I realized that doctors are actually the last ones to want to see blood. Doctors want everyone to be safe and healthy and disease-free. She also completely understands the saying, I wish people in the world were not sick. Rather the medicine on the shelf would generate dust. By the way, we won't have to come out again when we return home after this mission. In the future, assignments coming to peacekeeping will not be given to teams 1 and 2. Si Ting thought of the time after the great competition when Lin Jin had called himself aside to make a serious pledge. Ting, it's uncle who has wronged you. It's also not right for this girl Wen Shu. It was agreed that you first and second teams would not be allowed out again from the last time we returned, but this time it still sends you out. When Lin Jin said this, he wasn't explaining it to Si Ting as a leader, but as Si Ting's uncle. Uncle, we're already out, so let's not talk about that. Sito shook his head calmly. I went to the top after you guys went to Igloo. I've told the top, if you go back this time and the troops have to let you out again, now I'm not releasing this position even if I don't want it. Lin Jin spoke very firmly. And, when you guys get back home, the guys on your first and second teams who are due to retire will be able to hit apply. I will let you go this time. Those who are willing to step back from the second line will do so. As for you and Gu Xiao, you two probably don't want to retire to the second line, so just go home. With a family business as big as the Si and Gu families, you guys have to think about it too. And with you guys gone, Wen Shu and Xiao you can also leave the team. The troops will release them back to General Hospital. Say something you shouldn't. Both of their experience in the special forces will be a plus for future promotions at General Hospital. Especially your Wen Shu is so good. Lin Jin's eyes were glowing when he spoke of Wen Shu. Hearing Lin Jin say that he could let them go, Si Ting was in a much better mood. Wen Shu smiled helplessly after listening to what Si Ting and Lin Jin said. Promotion? It's possible that for others, promotion is indeed a big deal. It's what they're after. When they are promoted, their pay packages go up quite a bit, as do their commissions and grants, and the power in your hands will grow. But for you and I, it's nothing but icing on the cake. That's why we're not obsessed with promotion. Just want to get down to business and be able to heal people. Isn't being a doctor supposed to have the patient in mind? After Wen Shu finished speaking, Si Ting smiled and nodded. His Wen Shu is really different. I'm a little confused though. You guys get a commission for being doctors too? Sito didn't understand any of this, so he was a little curious to hear it. Of course the doctor gets a commission. The commission for doing the surgery is one aspect. Did you know that sections have a track record too? It's an open secret that some doctors will have other medical commissions in their hands. Everyone knows it, but everyone doesn't say it explicitly. Winshu nodded. However, the commission in medicine has nothing to do with us little doctors, and we're a military hospital, so there's a tight grip on that. So there aren't many people who would dare to do this secretly. The social hospitals out there are just awesome. Medicine and equipment commissions can be quite a bit higher than the doctor's own salary. After Winshu finished speaking, Si Ting was a bit surprised that there would still be these things. Isn't that the equivalent of having extra money? Sito reacted to what was going on with the commission on medicine and equipment. Exactly. In fact, doctors, even if they get a commission, when they prescribe medication to patients, they prescribe it according to the patient's condition. Patients who have reimbursement, chances are they'll just prescribe something that they have a commission on and is slightly more expensive. When it comes to patients who are not reimbursed, they still prescribe medications that are relatively inexpensive for the patient's situation. Doctors don't just earn a commission. When Shu explained to Si Ting. While talking, the dormitory door was knocked on. Si Ting sent away when Shu walked over to open the door. It was Xiao Yu and Gu Xiao. Hatsumomo, are you okay? Xiao Yu walked over and sat beside Wen Shu and asked worriedly. I'm fine. It just does feel like it's more of a mess than I thought it would be. Winshu shook his head. Actually, that was the case there for a while back when you left from F. But compared to here, F State is in a good situation. Xiao Yu compared the situation, and the battle here was indeed more impressive. I just looked at the people on both sides of the firefight, and the oldest person could be 30 years old? The youngest one, I feel like he's 12 or 13. Winshu recalled the people in the two teams, none of whom were older. It looked like the one in his mid-30s was the oldest. It's not easy to live to this day at an older age. It's even more difficult for the younger ones to live to this day, and they take on responsibility and pain that shouldn't be expected of their age. I wish one day the war would stop and we could live in peace. When the day comes that we can pop into a bar here and get a male model, that's a sign that they're living the good life. 2. Xiao Yu envisioned. I think you're really too late. Here you are thinking of getting male models. Chen Zhao's voice came over, then said with a happy face, just not like me. All I have on my mind is my Rin. You shut up. You shut up. Before Chen Zhao could finish, Wan Susu and Xiao Yu shouted out at the same time. Hell no. There goes your family Rin again. Citing, hurry up and get your brother. When I hear the word Rin now, I want to go strangle him, along with Princess Jiao. Xiao Yu crumbled. She finally realized why Wan Susu had broken down countless times in front of Chen Zhao. You're all so mean. Nasty. I'm going to get my family Rin to help me get revenge. My Rin doesn't even bother to talk about me like that. Humph. Hearing Xiao Yu and Wan Susu's words, Chen Zhao pouted in anger. Help. Why won't your Rin let you stay home? Why don't you quit your job when you get back to the capital? Okay? Wouldn't it be nice for you to be a rich wife at home? Clothes shopping, beauty treatments, jewelry. Spend enough money and you plant flowers and vegetables in the garden. Or keep the pair of elephants. If we miss you, we'll come visit you at your house. If you miss us, you come and see us. Tell me what a shame it is that you're a doctor. Aren't you worried about your Rin stealing food in your house when you come to aid? Xiao Yu looked at Chen Zhao with a bad smile on her face and said, my Rin wouldn't steal food My Rin is a responsible, take charge man, and I don't want to quit my job. I have goals in life too. I want to be a great doctor. I want to save patients, and I will do my best to cure the ones I can. And the ones I can't cure I want to help minimize the pain of the patients. Chen Zhao's eyes were filled with determination when she said the last sentence. Everyone laughed at her words. Chen Zhao, although very petulant, they hadn't looked at the wrong person. Laughing, everyone suddenly fell silent. Chen Zhao's change was obvious to everyone, but the reason for her change is also known to all. Just as everyone was silent, Wan Susu herself silently turned around and walked away. Since Xiao Yu and the others all had their backs to Wan Susu, none of them saw it. Only Si Ting and Wen Shu saw it. After the two of them exchanged glances, Wen Shu followed Wan Susu out of the room. Su, what's wrong with you? Wen Shu chased after Wan Susu and walked to the playground, asking with concern. I'm fine. Wan Susu said it was fine on her lips, but her eyes were already red. Wen Shu always felt that something was wrong, then took out a tissue from his clothes and handed it to Wan Susu. Seeing the tissues handed over, Wan Susu couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Wen Shu just sat quietly beside her and watched her cry. After a long time, Wan Susu calmed down and looked at Wen Shu with red eyes. Hatsumomo, do you believe in love at first sight? It's just a glimpse of it, and it's in your heart, and it never goes away again. Even though he's gone, yet you can't forget him. Mansu choked back a sob. Wen Shu looked at Wan Susu in confusion. Who did she like? The moment Wan Susu said her name, Wen Shu's mind was completely messed up. She didn't know what to say about the mess. When Wen Shu returned to the dormitory, Si Ting stood up from his chair and held Wen Shu's hand. Hatsumomo, Why are your hands so cold? What's wrong? Si-ting reached out and touched Wenchu's forehead. There was no fever. Wenchu shook her head, then sat down on a chair with Si-ting. Timothy, do you know who that person is in Susu's heart? Wenchu inquired about Si-ting. I recognize? Si-ting was a bit puzzled. There weren't many people he knew in common with Wenchu and Wan Susu, so he really couldn't think of who it was. Li Ling snap. Captain Li. After Wenchu finished speaking, Si-ting also froze. Did they know each other before? Si-ting asked in disbelief how he hadn't seen that the two knew each other when they were in the disaster area. Wenchu shook her head. They don't know each other. After Wenchu slowed down for a while, she told Si-ting what had happened. So went out and volunteered as a paramedic once when I was in school. It just so happened that I met Captain Li at the scene of the rescue. The first moment I saw him, Sue liked him. The two met several times in the disaster area, all in the course of saving lives, but both sides were on a mission. So until Susu returned to the capital city, she didn't have a chance to say hello or ask for contact information from Team Li. Until the last time we met Team Li in the disaster area. That was the second time Sue saw him. She was really happy when she met Li Ling Snap. She didn't want to miss this opportunity anymore. She doesn't know if Li Ling Snap still remembers her, so while rescuing she's thinking about how she should speak. Speaking of which, Wenchu sighed. Chapter 144, The Owner of the Suicide Note. Did they know each other before? Si-ting asked in disbelief how he hadn't seen that the two knew each other when they were in the disaster area. Wenchu shook her head. They don't know each other. After Wenchu slowed down for a while, she told Si-ting what had happened. So went out and volunteered as a paramedic once when I was in school. It just so happened that I met Captain Li at the scene of the rescue. The first moment I saw him, Sue liked him. The two met several times in the disaster area, all in the course of saving lives, but both sides were on a mission. So until Susu returned to the capital city, she didn't have a chance to say hello or ask for contact information from Team Li. Until the last time we met Team Li in the disaster area. That was the second time Sue saw him. She was really happy when she met Li Ling Snap. She didn't want to miss this opportunity anymore. She doesn't know if Li Ling Snap still remembers her, so while rescuing she's thinking about how she should speak. But I didn't expect to give her a chance to confess her feelings this time either. By the time she figured out how to express her feelings, Team Li had. This whole thing has affected Sue so much. That's why up to now Soso hasn't had a boyfriend. She said her heart is all about Li Ling Snapdragon. She said her mind would often go back to the first time she met Team Li and he said he was Li Ling Snap of North City Fire Department No. 1. It will also float back to his final sacrifice. Her never got over him, so she didn't want a relationship. She herself doesn't know how long it will take her to come out of it. After Wenchu finished speaking, a few words that Wan Susu said to herself came to her mind. Hatsumomo. Love at first sight is beautiful. Crushes are beautiful and painful, but they're bearable. But when you can't see the person in your heart again for the rest of your life, it's like your heart is ripped out. I'll never in my life forget that big, sunny, smiling boy. Hatsumomo. You have to cherish Captain Timothy. The two of you have gone through a lot to get to where you are today. Don't let go of each other anymore, and I hope that neither one of you ever goes through what I went through again. When Chu and Si-ting sat in the dormitory in silence for a long time, no one expected that the person in Wan Susu's heart would be Li Ling Chu. Si-ting silently stood up from his chair, then went to his suitcase and took out a piece of paper, handing it to Wen Chu. What is it? Wen Chu asked in disbelief. Open it up. Sito gestured for her to open it and look at it. When Shu opened it and saw that it was a suicide note. The suicide note was only a few lines, a few sentences, but in the last line, there's only one word, veg. When Shu's entire body froze after seeing this word. This is Ling Snap's suicide note. He didn't have any family left, so eventually his lieutenant gave me the suicide note. I've never understood what that last word means. Now it makes sense. This suicide note was written before going into the earthquake zone. Maybe Sue never had a crush. It was after the first meeting between the two of them that this love affair planted a seed in both of their hearts, so she has a good eye. Ling Snap is very good, as she says, a big sunny boy who loves to laugh. They weren't meant for each other enough in this life. In the next life I hope they get what they want. After Si-ting finished, Wen Shu looked at this suicide note for a long time, and finally the two of them went to Wan Susu's dormitory together. When Wen Shu handed this suicide note to Wan Susu cried out with a wow when she opened it and saw the entire contents on it. Wen Shu and Si-ting didn't persuade her, but let her cry enough to her heart's content. Painkillers here. You bear with me. I'll help you take off your shoes. You wake up, little friend. Don't be afraid. Sister has a piece of candy here. Eat it and you'll find your mom. Mansu pointed to the sentences and explained. These are the words I said to the wounded when I first met him. The first sentence was my teacher looking for painkillers in my suitcase. The second sentence was that one of the firefighters had hurt his foot and I was changing his medication. The third sentence is that the fire department rescued a survivor and brought him to me. but once again, he was unconscious. Fourth sentence, this little girl is hopelessly bleeding from her broken legs. I gave her a piece of candy to try to make these last few minutes a little sweeter for her. The little girl ended up with candy in her mouth and swallowed her breath. I think she'll have a sweet life in her next life. After Wan Susu finished speaking, Wen Shu couldn't help but cry as well. Si Ting slowly stood up and walked out of Wan Susu's dormitory, leaving the two alone. In the end, the suicide note sighting gave to Wan Susu. Li Ling Snap's suicide note ended up in the hands of the person he wanted to write to. Wan Susu held this suicide note and cried for a long time. It turned out that she was not a crush. The person she liked was also thinking about her. On this day, Wan Susu hadn't taken half a step out of the dormitory, and hadn't even eaten. But the next day when Wan Susu appeared, Wen Shu could clearly feel that Wan Susu's heart was much more comfortable than before. This matter was only known to Wen Shu, Si Ting and Wan Susu, so none of the three said anything else. They just looked at each other and understood. The rescue site is very quiet when there is nothing going on. The special warriors should be on duty, cleaning and training. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu rarely saw the hospital colleagues, and hurriedly pulled them to ask if there were any special cases for them to listen to. Doctors at the General Hospital of the Army have been telling the two men about recent cases. The two men listened as if they were actually participating in these surgeries. Were either of you exposed to different cases in the military? Manso's gaze was expectant. It's true that we don't have the same contact with you guys in there. Xiaoyu gave an affirmative answer. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, everyone looked at Xiaoyu and Wen Shu with an expectant expression. Scuffed arms and bumped legs. It's either a scratch or a bump. Either that or it's a stomachache caused by irregular meal times. After Wen Shu finished speaking, one of the doctors looked at Wen Shu with a puzzled expression. Nothing exciting? Something special? Different? Hearing the doctor's words, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu laughed outright. The most exciting, serious and specific thing we encountered was Omi's muscle strain. But because he's competing in the grand tournament, he's recovering too slowly with Western medicine. It ended up going to TCM. We've been in the army so long, we haven't even come across a cold or a fever. Their physiques are really good. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she watched as the light in the eyes of several doctors disappeared. They thought that Wen Shu and Xiaoyu could encounter some different cases, but they have to say that they are indeed different. If hospitals encountered patients with this condition, then doctors could be happy as hell. Before we could finish talking, the alarm at the rescue point suddenly went off. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu quickly rushed out, changed their equipment and then stood on the playground with their medical kits. This volatile behavior confused the other doctors. They're both that fast? Chen Jiao said in surprise. They've both been different since they've been in the army, but they don't even notice the changes in themselves. Mansu sighed. It's a good thing I wasn't the one chosen when the doctors were chosen. If I'm voted in, I won't be able to talk to my Rin. Hey, I haven't finished. Where are you going? When Wan Susu heard the word Rin, she had already lifted her leg and walked towards the outside. Although the medical team didn't have to go on the same mission as Wen Shu and Xiaoyu, they had to be ready to take over in case someone was injured and sent back but couldn't get timely medical treatment. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu followed the special operations team onto the bomb-proof vehicle and traveled towards the war zone. Sighting on the co-pilot of the bomb-proof car, Sighting used the intercom to speak clearly to the people in the car about the situation at the scene. The two sides fought over turf, with Organization A capturing 11 men from Organization B and Organization B capturing 7 men from Organization A. On the surface, Organization B suffered a loss. After all, Organization A had captured a large number of people, but Organization A captured all of its men. But Organization B captured 3 captains and 4 lieutenants of Organization A. Organization A asked for 11 for the 7, but Organization B disagreed and asked for 3 for 1. As soon as Organization A heard this, they directly brought their weapons to kill, and Organization B was ready to meet them directly with their weapons. The ZH of the two sides were not equal and it was chaos. The Iraqi police were knocked out just as they entered the war zone, with 7 seriously wounded and 11 lightly wounded. Seeing the situation, the Iraqi army also sent 2 teams to rush in, and are now surrounded inside. Neither side fights the Iraqi army, but the lineups on both sides wrap them up and they don't come out for 2 days. The troopers resend people to try to go in for support, but there was no one available, and those who could be sent out went out. So a request for help was sent to the Chinese rescue point. Don't hurt innocent people when you enter the war zone. All personnel get ready for battle. If the other side takes the initiative to attack any of our team members or vehicles, shoot immediately. When Shu and Xiaoyu are in the car following the special operations team that's driving the car to cooperate with the operation. After Si Ting finished his orders, he looked at the special operations team member driving beside him. Into the war zone. The lead vehicle in which Sito was riding rushed into the war zone, followed by the second, third, and fourth bomb-proof vehicles. The front of the 4 bomb-proof vehicles were hung with the national flag of China, which fluttered in the wind and was very conspicuous in the war zone. The war zone was in chaos. with guns firing and curses and wails ringing out from all directions, and the war zone was miserable. Wen Chu, start yelling, as the last 3 cars rushed up immediately parallel to the first. Sito's voice came over the intercom. After hearing Si Ting's words, Wen Chu picked up the blast car's external amplifier and started shouting, "We are the Chinese peacekeeping force. Please cease fire immediately. Please stop shooting or we will take action. We are the Chinese peacekeeping force. Please cease fire immediately. Please stop shooting or we will take action." Wen Chu kept shouting words in Igbo and N languages. After shouting, he realized that it wasn't too useful. Not only did the gunfire not stop, but there were also stray bullets hitting the explosion-proof car from time to time. Turn the outgoing sound up to maximum, Sito commanded over the intercom, followed by all 4 cars turning up the outgoing sound to maximum. "We are the Chinese peacekeeping force. Please cease fire immediately. Please stop shooting or we will take action." Wen Chu's voice instantly spread throughout the war zone. When Wen Chu shouted for the 6th time, the sound of gunfire gradually diminished quite a bit. "Keep shouting. Don't stop." Seeing that the shouting worked, Si Ting let Wen Chu continue shouting. Because of the peace regulations, Organization A and Organization B didn't dare to open fire on Si Ting and the others even after they realized that the vehicles that drove in were China's bomb-proof vehicles. "Team Tsunami, get out of the car. Everyone else stay in place in the car. Be aware of the perimeter and be ready to fight." After Si Ting finished speaking, he opened the car door first and jumped down. Without any hesitation, Gu Xiao also opened the passenger seat of the second car and jumped down together. After the 2 people got off the car, they were instantly surrounded by Organization B's people with guns, and the Special Forces members sitting in the car had their guns in their hands, and once the other party made any movements, they would immediately rush down. Sighting and Gu Xiao communicated with each other in M. The other party couldn't understand and the interpreter wasn't there. There was no way around it. Si Ting could only look towards the vehicle Wen Chu was in, then walked over and brought Wen Chu down. "Got your bulletproof undershirt on?" Sito asked as he walked. "I'm all dressed up. Don't worry," Wen Chu replied in a small voice as well. The 2 men were in full gear and had masks and glasses on their faces, so the other man didn't realize the 2 men were talking. Wen Chu walked in and made their intentions clear to the other party in Igbo, that they were taking the 2 Igbo teams. Wen Chu then persuaded Organization B to agree to exchange hostages with Organization A, and not to continue the fight, which would end up in a lose-lose situation. The man from Organization B shook his head in denial. "You're the boss?" Wen Chu saw a man approaching, and the people of Organization B made way for him. "Right." The man still had his submachine gun in his hand, and it was obvious that he had been in the middle of a fight just now. "Stop fighting. You'll both lose if you keep fighting like this. Let's call a truce. A ceasefire after you both exchange hostages," Wen Chu said as she looked at the man and shook her head. "There can be no ceasefire. It was Organization A that took our people first." The Organization B boss also immediately refused. "You are all Igbos, and at this rate of fighting, if suddenly another country comes at you, you will be defenseless," Wen Chu said as she looked at the Organization B boss. She wasn't scaring these people, it was the fact that she'd been on the international news for the past few days, and that there would be other countries hitting at any time here in Izod. Once there's a war, it's a civil war. At such a critical time, they are still infighting. Chapter 145, Re-entering the War Zone. As he spoke, Gu Xiao came with the boss of Organization A. In an instant, Organization A's people and Organization B's people were once again locked in a gun-to-gun confrontation. "How do you bring people in?" Wen Chu asked in surprise. "He speaks M. Let the 2 of them talk in person," Gu Xiao whispered. "Pull out your cell phones and check the international news yourselves. You too. You're supposed to be from the same country, and you're all in a war-torn country, and you're going to start infighting here. Don't the hostages you've taken have relatives and children at home? Don't you know how hard it was for you to live until today?" Wen Chu looked at both organizations questioningly. The 2 men said nothing when they heard this and remained silent. "Your country itself is unwilling to change the status quo from within, and it's useless to have as many groups of peacekeepers coming from all over the world. Do you want your children and grandchildren to be in this condition when you are in war?" Hearing Wen Chu's words, the boss of Organization A was the first to be unconvinced. "No one wants to have a war all the time, but our loved ones die faster if we don't pick up a gun to protect ourselves. You don't want there to be a war. What are you doing running to Organization B to take hostages?" Wen Chu asked him directly in return. "Us and them, we've been feuding with each other for years. This time it's us robbing people. Last time it was them robbing people," the Organization A boss said, pointing at the Organization B boss. Organization B took one look at him being pointed at gunpoint, and in the next instant raised their assault rifles at Organization A's boss as well. "Do you two want to try and see if your guns are faster, or our special forces?" After Wen Chu shouted, he gestured towards his teammates. The team jumped out of the car and aimed their guns at the Organization A boss and Organization B boss. "Chinese soldiers, we can release the Iranian soldiers from the war zone. and don't you guys try to stop us here. While the boss of Organization B spoke, his eyes were fixed on the boss of Organization A. When Shu told Si Ting and Gu Xiao what the Organization B boss had said, Si Ting thought for a moment and asked Wen Shu to convey a message. We're not trying to stop you, we're trying to save you. If you keep fighting like this, you won't even have a home, let alone a family. After Wen Shu finished speaking, she inquired about the place where the soldiers of the E Kingdom were. After telling Jiang Tu immediately led the team and ran over to pick up the members of the two teams. When Jiang Tu ran over, he found that the place where Wen Shu and the others were standing just now was already fighting. Good thing Organization A and Organization B have put away their guns with what's left of their sanity and are beating the crap out of each other. Sighting in Gu Xiao, they were stopping the two sides that were beating each other up. Boom! The sound of a gunshot froze all three parties. Upon seeing that the shooter was one of Organization B's men, Organization A's men instantly lost their minds as well, pulling out their guns and starting to shoot as well. The gunshots came again in rapid succession. Seeing that it was no longer possible to stop them, Si Ting and Gu Xiao hurriedly pushed Wen Shu back into the car and then began to evacuate the innocent people at the scene of the firing. Jiang Tu and the team members behind him also began to evacuate the crowd that had just gathered around. Military personnel from the Islamic State, armed with guns, began to organize a blockade of shots towards both sides, signaling a ceasefire. Half an hour later, Organization A and Organization B were finally stopped again. The Igwa soldiers were keeping a close eye on Organization A, and Si Ting and the others were keeping an eye on Organization B. Wen Shu was taken out of the car again, and finally, after 4 hours of negotiation, a ceasefire was reached, hostages were exchanged, and a brief handshake was made. Sito and the others had completed their mission and returned to the rescue point as well. Timothy, these people dare to fire at their own country's soldiers. Why don't they dare when it comes to us? Wen Shu had just sat in the car and watched Si Ting and the others persuade them to fight, and noticed that when Organization A and Organization B fired their shots, they both avoided the Chinese team members. But the Iranian soldiers, they weren't very careful, so several of the Iranian soldiers were shot. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu gave them first aid treatment on the spot to save their lives. They're fighting their own country, and no matter how they fight, it's their internal problem. But once it shoots at us, it rises to the level of a problem between countries. Sito explained. The truth is these guys don't want to fight in their bones, but because of the different positions, Organization B is on the side of the IR, but Organization A is on the side of M. They all think the other side will have a good life if they rule according to the country they support, and that's why there's this firefight after firefight. But Organization A can't figure out where they count themselves as Igbos when they've even given their country over to other countries to rule. All became puppets. Wen Shu shook his head helplessly. When she was bandaging the Igbo soldier, it was the Igbo soldier who told her why Organization A and Organization B always fight non-stop. After hearing the reason, Wen Shu didn't even know what to say. All brainwashed. It comes down to their country not being strong enough. It's as if now if there were another country with the Chinese would make the people better off by handing it over to them. Do you think anyone will take a ride? Even if there are people who believe it, it's a very, very small minority. Most people are still sober. China's peace of mind is not something that every country can achieve. Si Ting poured a glass of water and handed it to Wen Shu. Don't think about them, rest for a while. He saw the fatigue on Wen Shu's face, then squatted down and took the initiative to help Wen Shu take off her shoes. Then watched her lie down on the bed and covered her with a thin quilt. Go to sleep. I'll go fetch the food back in a little while and eat it when you're awake. Sighting on the edge of the bed, Sighting gently massaged Wen Shu and watched as she quickly fell asleep. Team Timbers. Omi suddenly ran over to the door and knocked on it, calling out to Sighting. Si Ting immediately opened the door, worried about waking Wen Shu up. What's wrong? Sithan asked in disbelief when he saw Omi standing in the doorway. Team Timothy, I brought you something when I came from China. I know you must not have been prepared when you came in such a hurry, so I'm prepared. After Jiang Tu finished smiling, he shoved the bag in his hand into Si Ting's hand, turned around and ran away. Si Ting opened the bag in his hand with a puzzled face as he looked at the godly Jiang Tu. Looking down at the contents of the bag, Wen Shu did not sleep soundly this sleep, dreaming of the corpses and rivers of blood in E. In her dreams she saw countless bodies shattered by shells, saw the wounded man covered in blood, rolling and wailing on the ground. Saw the Igbo woman who was crying bitterly while searching for her husband among the countless corpses. Saw the Igbo child sitting on the ground with wide open eyes and a look of confusion in his eyes. She wanted to save these wounded, but there were too many really. She desperately tried to stop the bleeding, but there were too many injured for her to save. She tried to blindfold these children from seeing the scene before them, but her hands were covered in blood, all of it from the wounded. The little boy ate the candy and smiled a clean, big smile. He said to Wen Shu, "Sister, thank you for the candy. So sugar is so sweet. You know what? This is the first piece of candy I've ever had in my life, and it could be the last." here I am, growing up. As the little boy finished smiling, the sound of a woman's heartbreaking cries came from the distance. The little boy pointed at the woman. Look, my mom found my dad. He has died in this war. I'm going with my mom to be with my dad. After the little boy finished speaking, he stood up from the ground and waved his hand towards Wenshu, then ran towards the woman who was crying in pain. No! Wenshu reached out to grab the little boy, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift her arm. She finally watched as the little boy ran to the woman, who hugged the little boy, looked down and kissed her husband, who had already breathed his last, and then kissed the little boy, and after whispering a few words, the woman took the gun from her husband's hand. The first shot hit the little boy in the heart, the second in his own temple. Finally a large and small figure fell to the ground. Wenshu saw that after the woman fell to the ground, she fell right next to the man's body, and the little boy fell into the arms of the two men. A family of three, reunited. No, no, Hatsumomo, Hatsumomo, Wenshu wake up. Wenshu was instantly awakened as she snapped her eyes open and sat up, seeing Si-Ting anxiously looking at herself. Hatsumomo, what's wrong with you? Si-Ting gently stroked Wenshu's face, his voice making Wenshu feel a hint of reassurance. Wenshu looked at Si-Ting and let out a cry. Si-Ting then guessed that Wenshu was having a nightmare and directly reached out to take Wenshu into his arms and coaxed her gently. It's okay, it's okay. It was a dream. Si-Ting gently patted Wenshu's back. Si-Ting, why are we fighting? Why are they fighting? Can't we all live well? Exactly who started the war and who the beneficiaries of the war are I don't know, but I know that the victims of war are ordinary people. When Wenshu cried out these words, Si-Ting suddenly frowned both eyebrows. He guessed what kind of dream Wenshu had, and he was pretty sure that after coming here, everything that happened here had traumatized Wenshu's heart in no small way. Hatsumomo, don't think about it. It's all going to be fine. Everything will be fine. Si-Ting comforted Wenshu for a long time before she calmed down. Wenshu, who had calmed down, told Si-Ting about his dream. After listening, Si-Ting gently softened Wenshu's soft hair. Hatsumomo, when we go back from here, you won't see these scenes again. Where there is war, there are casualties. These can't be avoided. These lives will not be given in vain. The war will end someday. This place will also live a stable life like China. Do you believe in reincarnation? Si-Ting looked at Wenshu and said seriously, believe. Wenshu nodded without hesitation. These people who lost their lives because of the war will be reincarnated back when the place is restored to stability. They are the ones who gave their lives for peace. In their next life, they will surely live happily ever after. After Si-Ting finished speaking, Wenshu froze and looked at Si-Ting. Will it really? The latter, for his part, nodded in affirmation that it would. One day the world will be at peace. After Si-Ting saw that Wenshu was better, he opened all the lunchboxes on the table. Wenshu was a bit puzzled when she saw the 2 dishes and 1 soup in the lunchbox, all of which were Chinese dishes. This was done by Omi and the others with the medical team. None of them are used to eating the food here, and the medical team doesn't have much to do, so they cook with the rest of the special ops team. As long as there's nothing special, we'll be making all our own meals from now on. Si-Ting could see Wenshu's doubts, so he took the initiative to tell her. It's not easy for any of us to come up with someone who can cook. Wenshu tasted it and felt that the flavor was quite good. Of all of them, the Special Forces guys could indeed cook, but only to the extent that they could cook it. Whether it was good or not was another story. After all, they all went into the army in their teens and spent all day with guns and ammo and singles drills, and they hadn't been used to cook for them in all those years. The medical team, not to mention the people who go to school, spend their days in classrooms, libraries, and labs. After getting out of school and into the hospital, I was so busy until my ass was on fire every day that there was no way I was going to be able to cook when I got home from work. If you can solve the problem in the cafeteria, you certainly do not go out to eat. If you can go out to eat, you certainly do not go home to eat. And if you go home and can order takeout, you are determined not to open fire. If I have to fire, then I'm not going to eat. So the 2 teams combined couldn't come up with anyone who could cook, and they did their best to make it this way. If it weren't for the fact that the food here is really bad, I don't think we'd be able to unearth the potential of these people. Wenshu ate a few bites before she was too propped up to eat. Why don't you eat? Si-Ting watched as Wenshu ate a total of a few vegetables, plus a few mouthfuls of rice, before putting down his chopsticks. Not too hungry to eat. Wenshu shook her head. She didn't know why. It was probably still because of the dream she had just had. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. This lunchbox is insulated. You can eat later when you're hungry, Sito said as he put the lunchbox away. Why don't you eat? Wenshu asked in disbelief. I just finished eating in the cafeteria. Want to take another break? Si-Ting said gently. No sleep. I'll watch some surgery videos. Wenshu shook her head. She didn't want to sleep. She was afraid that she would still have the nightmare she just had. While Wenshu was watching the video, Si-Ting walked out of the dormitory and went to Qiao Yu's dormitory. What did you say? Something wrong with Hatsumomo's heart? Xiaoyu shouted in shock when she heard Si Ting's words. Not what you think. I feel more like she came here and saw all this bloodshed and couldn't take it for a moment. Si Ting explained as he recalled Wen Chu's reaction. Chapter 146, everyone read from the last chapter. Made up 2,500 words, when Shou has a problem in his heart? After hearing Si Ting's words, Xiaoyu nodded. That's possible. When we were in the hospital, we came in contact with military personnel who came back from war zones or disaster areas with PTSD. This post-traumatic stress disorder? Severe enough that people lose the desire to live on and self-harm or commit suicide. Hatsumomo is just having a dream right now and isn't sure that's what's going on. Let's just watch and see if she reacts in any other way. If so, have Dr. Su give her some psychotherapy. Dr. Su is a professional. Xiaoyu gestured for Si Ting to rest assured that even if this was really the case, Wen Chu was just starting out now, and it would be good to do psychological counseling in time. After Si Ting returned to the dormitory, he saw that Wen Chu was still watching the surgery video attentively, so he turned around and went to the training ground. Gu Xiao has already started training with his team. In fact, they could have rested more here, but every member of the team knew very well that even if no one was in charge here, they could never relax their training or let their guard down. After Sighting put on his equipment, he joined the training group. After 2 hours had passed, Sighting was still training on the playground, and some of the team members were already resting. This physicality of your timbers is really strong. He lasted so long in this heat. Don't look at Timothy's team usually practicing us to hit hard. He trains himself to hit harder. So yeah, every time we encounter a dangerous situation, it's always him saving us, not us saving him. Timothy's team said that to slack off on training is to get killed on the battlefield. Look at him. It's been 2 hours and his movements are still so disciplined, without the slightest distortion. Or you can guess why he got to be captain of the first team and we couldn't. In addition to hard work, innate talent is important. The leaders have said that in the last 10 years the entire military region has only produced a Timbers team so powerful. Even the Tsunami team has a gap with the Timbers team. This is absolute talent coupled with the efforts of the latter. Those of us who put our lives on the line won't be able to catch up. With all that chatting, why don't you try to see if you can push your limits on training? Gangtu walked over and took a sip of water, looking at his resting teammates as he spoke. Omi's right, let's go, let's try again. Those who had just sat down for a rest, took a sip of water and then stood up and re-entered the training ground to start training. It was only at night that the special combatants stopped training. The clothes on their bodies had long been soaked through, but none of them cried out for exhaustion and pain. Everyone had exchanged their training tips, and Si Ting sat down to rest in place, took off his mask and glasses, and looked at the smiling faces of the team members spreading out in front of him. Everyone is very adaptable and has fully acclimatized to the environment here. This should also be the last time they go out on a mission like this. I wish they were just here every day to talk, laugh and train. We both have to bring them all back in one piece. Gu Xiao came over, exhausted, and sat down to rest beside Si Ting, his eyes also on the team. Yes, how to get here and how to get back. Not a single person missing. Sighting nodded. That was the goal he had set for himself. Brother, we must all live. We still have to go back and get married. Gu Xiao smiled and patted Si Ting's shoulder, and the two looked at each other and laughed outright. Yeah, go back and get married. Si Ting took a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to finish rinsing and hung the clean clothes to dry. After returning to the dormitory, he saw that Wen Chu had just finished watching the video of an operation and was about to watch the next one when Si Ting walked over and directly shut down the computer. Hatsumomo, don't look. It's been a long afternoon of watching, and you deserve a break. Let's go eat first. Si Ting extended his hand towards Wen Chu. Wen Chu realized that it was already dark at that moment and nodded. The two held hands and walked towards the cafeteria. Dinner was cooked by the medical team, and Gangtu and the others were helping with the cooking and scrubbing. Team Timothy, Hatsu, you're here. Wash your hands for dinner. We made spicy hot pot tonight, the medical team said gleefully. When I say it's spicy hot, it's actually a hot pot base that someone from the medical team brought in and then cooked the vegetables and meat that were delivered together. And the luncheon meat? Xiaoyu looked down and saw that there was actually lunch meat in the large pot. Ha 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 ha. It's canned meat from your special ops team. There's not much meat delivered here every day. And Omi and the others brought some lunch meat when they saw it was spicy hot. This spicy hot pot is not as good as the ones we buy in China, but at least it has vegetables and meat, the medical team said cheerfully. You guys try it and see if it's good. Dr. Su pointed to the spicy hot pot and asked a few girls to move their chopsticks first. I'll taste it. I'll taste it. Chen Zhao excitedly ladled a spoonful of soup, then blew on the hot air and tasted it. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao with an expectant face. In the next second, this mouthful of soup sprayed directly out of Chen Zhao's mouth. Luckily she turned around and didn't spray it in the basin. It's awful. How is this spicy hot? It's poison, isn't it? Chen Jiao's beautiful features were all wrinkled together. Princess Jiao, say you're petulant, you're really petulant. This base is all brought from China. Not to mention cooking these things. Cooking shu insoles is delicious. Are you letting your Rin feed your mouth? Xiaoyu said as she took a spoon and scooped it up as well. Put. Xiaoyu sprayed out even faster than Chen Jiao, spraying Gu Zhao's face without a single drop. What is this thing? Spicy hot? Xiaoyu asked in shock as she pointed at the pot of spicy hot pot. Is it that bad? Not really. I've had this base before. Ah, very popular brand. Quite delicious. Originally, Chen Jiao was the only one who said it was hard to eat, and everyone thought it was because she had a bad mouth. But now Xiaoyu also said it's hard to eat. Now people don't know what's wrong. I can't. It smells good to me. Me too. It looks like it's selling pretty well too. The two of them, Wan Susu and Wan Chu, also picked up a spoon and tasted it, and everyone moved their eyes back to Wan Chu and Wan Susu to see how the two of them reacted. Chen Jiao and Xiaoyu watched as Wan Chu and Wan Susu put chopsticks of vegetables on their spoons and added some soup into their mouths. When they saw the two people swallow, Chen Jiao and Xiaoyu's eyes both widened a little. Princess Jiao, we've both lost our sense of taste, haven't we? They both swallowed it? Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Chen Jiao shook her head. Little you, it's not that we've lost our sense of taste. It's both of them. They're not mutating, are they? Chen Jiao pointed at Wan Chu and Wan Susu in shock. Just as everyone watched the two men swallow, within seconds of each other, the two men covered their mouths and each searched for a trash can, squatting in front of it and wailing and vomiting. Hatsumomo. Su, sister-in-law. Dr. 1. For a while, the cafeteria was in chaos, all running to see Wan Chu and Wan Susu. Old Su, we didn't drug this spicy hot pot, did we? Why do I remember I didn't drug it? Did I lose my memory? I've at least cooked and entertained guests at home. The cooking can't be this bad. I've cooked too. I can see my wife can eat. The several doctors of the medical team were at a loss for words as they looked at Wan Chu and Wan Susu who were wowed and vomiting. What kind of hard food can this be? Gu Xiao just didn't believe it and directly took a spoon and dug a bite into his mouth. 3 seconds later, a third person appeared in the cafeteria clutching a trash can and throwing up. I don't believe it. I want to taste it. Dr. Su looked at everyone's reaction and directly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Soon, a fourth person holding a garbage can and puking appeared as well. You have to add a bottle of soy sauce to this spicy hot pot, Gu Xiao asked suspiciously as he stood up after throwing up and pointed at the spicy hot pot. I just added 3 spoons. Dr. Su also stood up and looked at spicy hot with a confused expression. Su, you added 3 spoons? I added 3 spoons too. The other doctor looked at old Su and said in surprise. You two added it? You both made me add it too. One of the special warriors also said with some surprise. He had just arrived early so he helped out. During the help, both doctors called out, add 3 tablespoons of soy sauce. It was only at this point that the 3 realized that they had all added the soy sauce and called out to remind the others that they had already done so. I didn't realize they all heard it as letting themselves add soy sauce. The soy sauce is all well and good. Who added the cinnamon in there? Xiaoyu asked, pointing at the spicy hot pot. Cinnamon? Didn't I add ground chicken? Dr. Su puzzled to go to the kitchen. Not a moment later, he held up 2 bottles of seasoning with a helpless face and came out. A bottle of chicken essence powder. A bottle of cinnamon powder. Identical bottles. Not to look closely really cannot be distinguished. Well, how does Snooze explain it again? Wan Susu stood up and looked at the few people cooking with a helpless face. Snooze? I added salt. The trooper ran into the kitchen and ran out with the salt shaker. This is ing sugar. Gu Zhao's entire body jumped up, pointing at something inside and shouting. How much did you add? Wan Chu asked in tears. Just this little spoon. Add 15 spoons. The trooper held up the spoon from the candy jar. You call that a little spoon? This spoon digs into a mouthful of rice, and neither Hatsumomo nor I can fit it in our mouths. Xiaoyu took the spoon and dug a spoonful of rice with it for a demonstration. It was indeed a bit difficult to stuff into her mouth. Ha! Jiang Tu suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Gu Xiao with a look of disgust. What the are you looking at me for again? Gu Xiao's heart trembled when he saw Jiang Tu's line of sight. He didn't have anything nice to say every time he looked at him. Ha! Jiang Tu repeated it again. What the hell are you going to say? Gu Xiao said, picking up his vegetable spatula and pointing at Jiang Tu for him to hurry up and speak. Team Tsunami, are you sure you want me to talk? Jiang Tu asked Gu Xiao with a bad smile on his face. Get the over it. Gu Xiao pointed at Jiang Tu and said, Team Tsunami, you can't. There's not even a spoon for most of them. Jiang Tu's eyes slowly moved downward from Gu Zhao's face and finally moved to the middle of Gu Zhao's legs. The cafeteria was instantly quiet. Everyone followed Jiang Tu's line of sight towards Gu Zhao, and finally landed together in the middle of Gu Zhao's legs. Gu Zhao followed everyone's line of sight and slowly lowered his head, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath after reacting to Jiang Tu's meaning. Help! Boss! Boss, you save me! Jiang Tu was beaten out of the cafeteria by Gu Xiao with a vegetable spatula, his voice gradually becoming smaller and finally disappearing. Everyone didn't come back to their senses until after they couldn't hear Jiang Tu's shouts. The cafeteria instantly erupted in deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's still Omi. Does Omi's brain look different from ours? Laughing my ass off. I got all my laughs this year from Omi. Omi challenges the Tsunami team every time. Why doesn't Omi challenge your Timbers team? Challenging the Timbers? He can't even run or fight. Isn't he looking for death? Everyone laughed their heads off. Even Xiao Yu laughed. Gu Xiao really seeks his own dislike. When people don't say anything, he still has to make them hurry up and say it. Xiao Yu said while laughing. Si Ting smiled and shook his head. He was used to this scene. For 365 days a year, Jiang Tu was able to challenge Gu Xiao 366 times. He took this pot of spicy hot pot back to the kitchen, rinsed it with water, then re-added some base ingredients and cooked it, and finally brought it up and everyone tasted it again. And this time the flavor was much stronger. When Gu Xiao and Jiang Tu came running back, everyone was eating their meals, loading the two of them up separately. Don't eat it, it's hitting back, Gu Xiao shouted exciting. In an instant, all of the special warriors all stood up from their chairs and took out their guns from their belts to run towards the outside. Hey, 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 what are you running for? Eat! Gu Xiao grabbed Jiang Tu, who was about to turn and run out, and told him to sit down and eat in peace. We're not going out? Jiang Tu looked at the empty cafeteria. Even the medical team had run out. He asked suspiciously. There they are. Let's both eat first. In case of a fight, it's another night, Gu Xiao said as he used a bowl to serve some rice, and after taking a big bite, he wiped his mouth then pulled out his gun from his waist. Gang Tu also ate a bowl, pulled out his gun and the two ran out. After running out, Si Ting and the others were all standing inside the compound, looking at the firefight going on outside the compound. Why don't you go out this time? Wen Shu asked suspiciously. All the team members were already standing at the door with their equipment on, but Si Ting didn't let everyone out to block them. The situation here is special, and we can't intervene without orders from above to fight here for 3 days and 3 nights. Gu Xiao came over and answered Wen Shu's question. Exactly. Every organization here has its own supporting country behind it. Firefights that rise to the national level. We can't just step in without orders. Sithin nodded. All they had to do was make sure these people couldn't hit the rescue point. There was nothing else they could do. Chapter 147, Wen Shu received psychological treatment. The fight went on outside the rescue point compound for a day and a night, and the special operators stood at the door watching the battle for a day and a night. They couldn't go back to sleep until they were done fighting, and the medical team didn't dare leave in case something happened, and by the time they ran out to rescue them it would be too late. Eventually the SWAT team moved a couple of folding beds and placed them next to the wall, and everyone took turns going to sleep. When Shu looked at everything in front of her, how could she not sleep? As long as she closed her eyes it was the scene she had dreamed of before. This, coupled with the sound of gunfire outside, made it even more difficult for her to sleep. So he sat up straight away, switched to another paramedic to sleep, and walked off to sit by himself. When Si Ting saw Wen Shu get up from the folding bed and walk to the side to sit, he guessed why. Hatsumomo, can't sleep? He walked over and squatted in front of Wen Shu then looked at her. Well, all I have to do is close my eyes and I can see the scene I dreamed about, Wen Shu said somewhat helplessly. You go back to your dorm and get some rest and sleep with your earplugs in. It can be a lot better not to hear what's going on out there, Si Ting said with some concern. I'll stay here with you. I'll go back if I get tired. Although Wen Shu said that, she didn't want to go back to sleep by herself, and she was more scared to sleep by herself. When Xiao Yu saw the situation on Wen Shu and Si Ting's side, she pulled Dr. Su to the side and whispered a few words. You suspect PTSD? Dr. Su frowned when he heard Xiao Yu's thoughts. Not like that? Xiao Yu asked in disbelief. But I don't feel like it's that powerful. Dr. Su twisted his head to look at Wen Shu. Hatsumomo I know especially well. She used to not be able to see this kind of bloodshed. When she first volunteered during the school year, she could cry several times a day and continue to help with the rescue afterward. Then it took quite a while to get better after returning from the disaster area. After going to F, she saw scenes worse than the disaster area, but didn't have much of a reaction anymore. I thought she adapted. The next few times she went to the disaster area to help or treated patients in the hospital, she was fine. I didn't expect this visit to turn out like this. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Dr. Su had an idea in his heart. You have to realize that rescuing and hospitalizing patients in a disaster area is a different concept than being in a war zone. In her mind, the survivors in the disaster area, whether they are injured or dead, that is because of the natural disaster. When you save a patient in a hospital, that's mostly due to the patient's own illness, or an accidental car accident, etc. Being here, let alone her, is a little too much for us to take in. Every war here has been started because of human beings, people who should have lived well but had to fight each other. All the deaths and injuries were intentional. Let's say, for example, that I intentionally killed you with a gun and you intentionally killed me with a gun. How many car accidents in this country that are caused by failure to dodge? How many a year are caused by me intentionally driving into you or you intentionally driving into me? These bloody scenes are two concepts in the mind of the youngest. After Dr. Su finished speaking, Xiao Yu probably understood. She's been to a war zone before, and it's not like she's in the state you're talking about based on her condition. I'm going to ask her to come in for a chat. Dr. Su watched as Si Ting walked over with Wen Shu, so he planned to lead Wen Shu to some psychological counseling. I didn't realize that Si Ting had also brought Wen Shu over to see Dr. Su, who had just talked his way into a little psychotherapy. Wen Shu was taken away by Dr. Su, and as Si Ting watched the two enter the dormitory building, he took his gun up to the guard post and watched the firefight outside. Both sides had been exchanging fire for more than 30 hours, and Si Ting stood on top of the guard post looking down at the corpses littering the ground below, shaking his head helplessly. How long has it been since I've seen this kind of scene? And if I hadn't seen it myself, it's true that I wouldn't have imagined that there would be such an artillery barrage. Gu Xiao also went up to the guard tower and looked at the near distance, then picked up the binoculars and looked at the distance. Look at the 11 o'clock position. Gu Xiao handed the binoculars to Si Ting, who used them to look at the 11 o'clock position. It was the soldiers of the Igbo nation, and seeing them, Si Ting guessed that they had been watching for quite some time. Where they don't want to care, they can't. Si Ting saw that some of the soldiers had bandages wrapped around their arms, so it was evident that the troops over here were using everyone they could. If they keep fighting, even the women here will have to carry their guns into battle. Gu Xiao saw the two sides that were in the middle of a firefight. One after another fall, one after another replenish the firefight ended the next night when the officials of the igloo finally intervened. After it was over, the Igbo officials started to pack up the battlefield, and Si Ting and the others turned around and went back to their dormitories. He had just returned to the dormitory when he encountered Dr. Su sending Wen Shu back. Hatsa Momo. Si Ting didn't have time to take off his equipment before he immediately walked over to Wen Shu. Dr. Su, how is she? Si Ting looked at Dr. Su and asked anxiously. Don't worry, Captain Timothy, Hatsu is stronger than you think. No big deal, just received a psychological shock. It's been good. Dr. Su let Wen Shu enter the dormitory first, then gave Si Ting a detailed account of the treatment process. After hearing this, Si Ting was relieved that it was okay. Captain Timothy, when you get a chance to go out, you take Koro around to the busy places here. She came here only to see all this bloodshed, so it was hard for her. I've heard from the doctors here that about 30 kilometers from here are safe living quarters. You show her around and let her know that there are places where she can live in peace. She can feel a lot better in her heart. When Dr. Su finished, Si Ting nodded. It just so happened that he was going out shopping tomorrow, so he decided to take Wen Shu and lead a few more people around. Chapter 148. The little girl healed Wen Shu. After Si Ting entered the dormitory, he told Wen Shu that he was going to take her out for a sneak tomorrow. Really? There's still a place to shop here? Wen Shu's eyes lit up. Yeah, where we are is the most messed up part of the place. We're just about due for purchases here tomorrow, so I'll show you the bustle. Si Ting nodded, then hid a basin of water for Wen Shu to soak her feet and rest. After all, standing outside for a day and a night was really tiring. Early the next morning, Si Ting set off with Jiang Tu, Lu Chang and Wen Shu. The four men drove out of the Rescue Point compound in a bulletproof jeep with the Chinese flag still hanging on the front. From the moment they drove out of the compound, the guns in Si Ting and Lu Chang's hands had never been lowered. Jiang Tu drove but also had his gun pinned to his waist, and could draw it out at any time in a state of combat. Wen Shu was still better, because there were three of them, so she wasn't very scared, so she turned her head to look out the window quietly. Sure enough, where they were was the most chaotic place. The scene around them got much better as the SUV drove further and further away. Si Ting opened the window a little for Wen Shu, and the smell of blood in the air faded a lot for Wen Shu. Wen Shu's ears were finally much clearer, and the sound of gunfire around him faded away. After about 50 minutes of driving, the jeep entered the downtown area of Ikuo. After Jiang Tu parked the car, the four men opened the door and walked down. Wen Shu looked at the scene in front of her in a much better mood. Although not as prosperous as the streets of China, but it really is also a scene of peace and happiness. She looked at the buildings untouched by gunfire, the vendors selling their wares on the streets, the stores enthusiastically open for business and the crowds coming and going. Si Ting saw a long-lost smile finally appear on Wen Shu's face, a look of happiness from the bottom of his heart. Why don't you guys go shopping and meet back in half an hour? Si Ting spoke to Jiang Tu and Lu Chang. They bought nothing more than supplies and food for their special operations and medical teams. No matter where the mission was, When they came out to make purchases, Sighting would let everyone go out and pick for themselves. The money was all from the troops, and it would have been necessary for Sighting to make the decision on what to buy, but Sighting never cared. People buy whatever they want and need. It's hard enough to be here in the first place. There's no need to set everything in stone. Mom, look, it's a soldier from China. Suddenly a little girl from country pointed at Sighting and Wenshu happily. The childish voice reached the ears of both men. Although Sighting wasn't considered to be proficient in the Igbo language, he could still understand this simple conversation. Not to mention Wenshu. After seeing the little girl, Wenshu squatted on the ground and waved her hand towards the little girl. The little girl's mother surprisingly did not have any hesitation to release her hand, signaling the little girl to go to Wenshu. The little girl happily ran to Wenshu and stretched out her little arms to hug Wenshu. How old are you, little girl? Wenshu asked gently. Sister, I'm 4. The little girl gesticulated happily. How did you know we were Chinese soldiers? Wenshu asked curiously. Because you and Big Brother have the flag of China on your car. Can I touch it? The little girl pointed at the car next to Wenshu, who turned her head to look at the flag flying in front of the car, then looked up at Sighting. Sighting nodded, then crouched down and picked up the little girl directly, leading her to the car. The little girl reached out her hand to touch the flag of China and smiled happily. You're awesome, and you recognize the Chinese flag? Wenshu said as she looked at the little girl stroking the flag. Mom and Dad told me. They told me to remember my own country's flag and also the flag of China. We can live in peace because the Chinese soldiers are protecting us from afar. The little girl pointed in a direction, and Wenshu and Sighting looked up in the exact direction they had come from. While Wenshu and Sighting were talking while holding the little girl's mother had unexpectedly disappeared. Timothy, where did the little girl's mom go? Wenshu craned his head to look around, but was nowhere to be seen. Kid, was that your mom just now? Sighting also looked at the little girl suspiciously and asked. Well, it's my mom. Where did she go? The little girl also noticed that her mom was missing, but didn't show the slightest sign of fear on her face. The three men were puzzled when they saw the little girl's mother running from the distance, carrying a bag in her hand. Mom! Mommy! The little girl raised her hand and waved excitedly when she saw her mom. Mom, where have you been? The little girl inquired of the woman. I went to buy a few packs of cookies. Will you come and give them to the big brothers and sisters in China? The little girl's mother squatted down and handed the bag in her hand to the little girl, then whispered a few words, and the little girl nodded. Mom, I remember. Big brother, big sister, here are some cookies for you from mommy. She said thank you for your dedication to the stability of our igloo. You guys are the ones who deserve our trust. So she was just relieved to leave me in your hands and run out to get cookies herself. The little girl handed the cookie in her hand to Wenshu. Wenshu smiled and took the cookie. Kid, you're awesome. You're right. The Chinese soldiers are worthy of your trust. She then stood up and walked over to the little girl's mother and handed the woman the cookie she was holding. Ma'am, thank you for your kind words. We will not be allowed to collect things. Take it back to the little girl. Wenshu thanked the woman. I should be the one thanking you. You are a woman, and so am I. You look about my age, but I'm surprised you made it to our peacekeeping. You're amazing. This is our way of thanking you. The woman shook her head, determined not to take the cookies back. Tell you what, I'll take the cookies. I'm giving the kids a present. You'll give it to her later when she's older. I'll take your thoughts, and you'll take mine. Wenshu thought about it and directly took his bracelet off his wrist and handed it to the woman. No way. This looks expensive. The woman waved her hand, determined not to take it. The price just indicates how much you can get for it. But thoughts are priceless. The cookies you gave me were far more expensive than this bracelet. If you ever get into trouble, selling this bracelet will help you out. If there is no difficulty, then give it to the little girl as her dowry when she grows up. It's from her sister in China. Wenshu said with a smile. She didn't deny that the bracelet was expensive for someone here, but she thought the cookies the woman had given her were more expensive. The woman finally pushed back and had to put it away. Wenshu asked the woman what kind of delicious places and local specialties were around here, and the woman enthusiastically took Wenshu and Sighting to take the place for a stroll. Sighting held the little girl and followed behind Wenshu and the woman in a very harmonious scene. Wenshu bought a lot of local specialty food under the woman's recommendation, and finally when it was time to gather, Sighting returned the little girl to the woman. The woman and the little girl kept watching Sighting and Wenshu leave. Sister, when I grow up, I'll go to China to find you to play. The little girl waved her hand towards Wenshu and said with a smile, Great, I'll wait for you in China. Wenshu waved her hand towards the little girl, then left with Sighting. Sighting could see that this little girl had healed Wenshu. Neither the little girl nor her mother had told Wenshu that the little girl's father, the woman's husband, was also a soldier of the iguana, and had died in the war a year ago. Therefore, Wenshu also gave the little girl a piece of faith. She had a sister far away in China, and she could go to her sister to play when she grew up. It was a country she longed for. A country without war. Chapter 149, coming to a well-furnished house, leaving to a rough one. When Wenchu and Si-ting walked to the car with several large bags, Jiang-tu and Lu Chang had already returned from shopping and were loading the car. I'll get it. When Jiang-tu saw the big bag in Wenchu's hand, he immediately ran over and took it from Wenchu's hand. What are you buying, sister-in-law? Jiang-tu realized that the contents of the bag in Wenchu's hand were completely different from what they had bought. They're all specialties from here. I don't know if they're good. Let's go back and try them. Wenchu chuckled. Sister-in-law, where's your bracelet? Jiang-tu suddenly saw that the bracelet at Wenchu's wrist was missing. She was the only one in the special operations team who wore jewelry, which was not allowed according to the rules. But then Si-ting had no intention of treating Wenchu according to the rules, so no one cared. You've been observant, and you just gave it to a little girl. Wenchu was quite surprised that Jiang-tu was so careful. Oh, that's fine. I thought you dropped it. Hearing Wenchu's words, Jiang-tu was relieved. Then after putting everything away with Lu Chang, they drove back. The trip back was much tougher than the trip there. They encountered several 2- and even 3-way firefights, but when the jeeps pulled into the engagement zone, whatever sides would stop and continue the fight when the jeeps passed. It ended up going back with a bang. But when Chu had seen how calm Si-ting and the others were, even when the jeep passed through the engagement zone, they were surprisingly not the least bit nervous or flustered, driving Jiang-tu humming from beginning to end. Sitting in the passenger side of Lu Chang has been with the same as watching the scenery to look at the outside hit. Si-ting accompanied himself to sit in the back row, holding Wenchu's hand with one hand and opening his cell phone with the other to look at the message sent from the command center. Every time he passed through an area of engagement, he could tell who was fighting whom, all from the commanding officer. How did command know where we were passing? Wenchu asked Si-ting suspiciously. The cars all carry a locator, and command knows where we went, which way we went, and how long we stayed in each place. Sito explained. So is there still listening gear? Wenchu realized the problem. This is the only car that doesn't. All the other cars carry them. Sithin nodded. Upon arriving at the rescue point compound, the team members all ran out to help move things together. It was only when moving down that Wenchu saw how much Jiang-tu and Lu Chang had bought, filling the trunk, because when Wenchu and Si-ting went over, the two had already packed up and loaded the car, so Wenchu didn't see it, but the unloading of the car did surprise Wenchu. You two have too much stowage, Wenchu said, pointing to the things that had been carried down. It's all basic operations. It's not just the two of us, sister-in-law. You can do it with just 2 people, Lu Chang explained with a smile. What kind of organizer are you looking for when you go back home? It's much better to invite them home than an organizer. Xiaoyu also saw these things and exclaimed in surprise. Sister-in-law, we'll go help you clean up your home when we return home, Wang Shan said excitedly. Just you wait. Don't even talk about hiring an organizer. Even if I do it myself, you guys aren't going anywhere. Gu Xiao jumped out and rejected it outright. Why? Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Gu Xiao and asked. Let them go. The stowage was really clean. That was a big hardcover flat before they came in the door. By the time they leave, it will be rough housing. They can even lift up the marble floor for you and take it away. There was a break some years ago when they went to hang out with me and ended up ganging up on me and getting me drunk. When I woke up the next day, I wanted to make a meal and the fridge was empty. Not even an egg left. The freezer was empty, not to mention the seafood and meat. They even took the frozen dumplings and frozen buns. The Gu family chef didn't even leave me any steamed buns he made himself. The kitchen took away instant noodles, self-heating hot pots and whatnot. That's not a big deal. Even more annoying, not to mention the rice flour grain seasoning. Even his mom pots and pans are gone. A pair of chopsticks are not left. My unopened clothes, pants, shoes, socks, even my underwear, took it all. The cupboards took the tea away, not to mention the paper towels and wipes were all removed. I can take it away if I want to. I'm going to the balcony to do my laundry and I don't even have any laundry detergent left. A dozen pairs of slippers in the house, one for each person, took all of them, and I ended up having to go into the bathroom barefoot to take a shower. Guess what? There's not even my open shampoo and body wash in the bathroom. Just left me a toothbrush, a toothpaste and a towel. That's all, I'll admit. I don't even have hot water for my shower. Then I found out they took out the gas water heater. Forget all that, even the razor was taken away. I ended up going back to the team and begging my grandpa and grandma to borrow them back to shave. The more Gu Xiao spoke, the more angry he became. If he didn't remember that these people had come to the house the day before, he would have thought that the house had attracted thieves. That's okay. I remember you had a big liquor cabinet at home. Why didn't you move the liquor cabinet? Xiaoyu smiled as she looked at Gu Xiao's team members and asked, Sister-in-law, it's not that we won't move, it's that alcohol is forbidden in the army, and we wouldn't dare to drink even if we moved. Wen Chu and the medical team laughed after Lu Chang finished speaking. That's something I remember. They were moving out from the tsunami team's house. and the cars they drove there couldn't fit, and then they called us, and we drove 3 more cars to move them together. Gang 2 added as he parked his car and walked back. And what about you guys? Xiao Yu was even happier when she heard it. No wonder they said that the first and second teams were not separated. Well, this thing was a collaborative effort between Team 1 and Team 2. We all moved back to the army compound. It took our 2 teams 3 months to use up the toilet paper alone that was moved. Zhang Sheng nodded and said with a smile, "How much toilet paper did you actually buy? Do I need to stock up on this stuff?" Xiao Yu asked while smiling and looking at Gu Xiao. "Hey," Gang 2 spoke again. "What are you trying to fart again?" Gu Xiao got a headache when he heard Jiang Tu open his mouth. "Sister-in-law Tsunami, there are some things that would be inappropriate to ask, but since you asked, at that time Tsunami team did not have a girlfriend. Some things will have to be resolved on their own. So much for toilet paper. Gang 2, I'll throw you out of this compound. Why don't you let those people outside kill you in a firefight?" Gu Xiao picked up the broom in the yard and hit towards Jiang Tu, who raised his legs and ran. Gu Xiao's curses and Jiang Tu's laughter could be heard throughout the courtyard. "Sister-in-law Sao!" Jiang Tu ran and shouted at the same time, and Xiao Yu watched him run far away around Gu Xiao before running back. Team Tsunami definitely didn't have a girlfriend at that time, and we have a door full of stuff in his house. Nothing that shouldn't be there. "I thank you." Jiang Tu ran back just finished. Gu Xiao scolded while hitting back. He hurriedly raised his legs again and ran. Everyone else stood still and laughed, looking at the frenzied Gu Xiao and the beaten Jiang Tu. Chapter 150, Bullying by the Crew. They go to your house and move like that? When Shu managed to stop laughing and looked at Si Ting to ask, "After having this thing with the Tsunami team, every time they go to my place, I have a van full of stuff prepared ahead of time. Just don't bother them to dismantle it now." Sithin shook his head and smiled. "His does all get prepared ahead of time. It's a lot of work to move around, so you might as well do it yourself." Gu Xiao, look at how aware other people's Si Ting is. Xiao Yu pointed at Gu Xiao, who ran back and said, "Is that a lack of awareness on my part? Them buggers are just bullies. I also give preparation. I prepare 2 vans of things are useless. Still demolish my home. Ask them, did I prepare 2 vans of stuff for the second trip? And finally, even my couch was moved. Where do you think the couch in the Special Ops Lounge came from? Troops buy hundreds of thousands of dollars a set of couches? Those 2 massage chairs, the troops buy them, and those 2 big double-door refrigerators, all moved out of my house." Gu Xiao think about it are aggrieved. If not their own family is not bad, this have to let their own team members to move poor. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Wen Chu, Xiao Yu, and the medical team all couldn't hold back any longer and began to let out loud laughter. One by one, when they have questions or problems, they go to Sito for advice. Citing is the captain, the teacher, the backbone. When there's no problem, when there's nothing going on, they all run to me and use me for fun. Do I look that much like a spiteful bastard? Gu Xiao's aggravation all showed on his face. The more aggrieved he was, the happier Xiao Yu and the others laughed. "Leave your Tsunami team alone. When we return to China, sister, I'll take you guys to spend money. We'll buy whatever we want. I have all the bank cards of your Tsunami team in my hand, so he'll pay for everything with his bank card." Xiao Yu's atmospheric hand waved. Anyway, Gu Xiao had plenty of money. Not to spend for what? "Thank you, sister-in-law. Long live sister-in-law." The players began to cheer one after another, and Gu Xiao, who was standing in place, reacted to the fact that the goal of having the only person in the world injured had been achieved. After a few laughs and jokes, the team moved all their stuff inside and then went back to their regular duties and patrols. Wan Susu brought the medical team to the door of Si Ting and Wen Chu's dormitory and knocked on the door. "Captain Timothy." When the door opened, Wansu looked at Sighting and greeted him. "Dr. Wan, what's wrong?" Sighting looked at the medical team in front of him with some confusion. Winshu also thought something had happened and walked out. "Captain Timothy, we do usually get a little bored here. The director of the medical aid site next door came to us and requested that we could go and help them with their wounded when our time was free. We didn't give an answer, so we came to get your opinion." Wansusu was a pain in the ass and directly explained the reason for coming over. Sito nodded after a few seconds of thought. "Could be. You carry a pistol with you, and you must wear a mask throughout all treatments. Stay protected and keep us posted. Starting today I'll arrange for special ops patrols to watch you guys more closely. Safety first." Sighting admonished them. "Hatsumomo and I are going too." Xiaoyu suddenly ran over to look at Siting and said, "Not the 2 of you." Sito refused outright. "Why?" Both Xiaoyu and Wenshu looked at Siting and asked suspiciously. "Here you 2 are the doctors accompanying the special forces team. You are to go out with us at all times. You can't let anything hold you back from going out on a normal mission." Sito explained. It wasn't because he didn't want the 2 to go to the medical point, but because they were both going to be on a mission at any time. It is important to make sure that they are on call and that they are as physically fit as possible. Tell you what, we'll make sure we can go out on missions with you guys whenever we want. We'll be the ones watching even if we go into the operating room. We won't delay anything. Is that okay? Wen Shu thought about it and discussed it with Si Ting. Let us go. What's a doctor if he doesn't save lives? And since Hatsumomo and I are inexperienced in handling a gun or something like that, it's good for us to get some practice. Xiao Yu nodded. Having her and Wen Shu here every day just looking at the light was really boring as well. Seeing that the two insisted on going, Si Ting had nothing more to say. Go on. Each of you try not to go into surgery. And if you do, you'll only be assistants, not lead surgeons. Let's avoid some strife here. Si Ting looked at all the medics and barked seriously. But don't be afraid if something does happen. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If there are any conflicts or problems, protect yourself and find any of the Special Forces team members immediately. You are only responsible for saving lives. Other than that, leave it to us to sort it out. Everyone felt safe from the bottom of their hearts after hearing Sighting's words. Where they are, it's the safest place to be. After the medical team heard Si Ting's instructions, they immediately went back and prepared themselves to run directly to the medical point. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of injured people inside who need to be treated, and with only a dozen doctors and nurses in the medical site, it was busy almost all day long. Si Ting usually didn't allow the medical team to go towards the medical point. First of all because this time, the medical team's mission didn't have the item of going into the medical point. They were just acting as the medical team of the Special Operations Team, and only needed to be responsible for the Special Operations Team. Secondly, although this is a medical point, there are shootouts and firefights that happen from time to time inside. Although the target is not a doctor, doctors can easily be injured or even killed while protecting their patients. That's why Sighting only allowed the medical team to operate on the troop side, not letting them go over there. Just now, when Wansusu offered to go and help the medical point together to aid the injured, Si Ting also hesitated. Letting the medical team go over there means a heavier responsibility on the shoulders of the Special Forces team to protect each and every one of the medics and nurses back home safely. And once anything happened, Si Ting, as the leader of this aid team, he was the first person responsible and could not afford to eat. However, Si Ting considered that the medical team was, after all, doctors, and the injured people they faced in there were all out of reach at home, so it was impossible to say that their hands were not itchy and their hearts were not anxious. So Sito still risked this responsibility and let them go to their aid. Even though he is aiding, his selfishness is to let these people to learn and practice. In the event of an accident with a Special Forces team, these doctors don't just throw their hands up in the air and do nothing. Chapter 151 Sister Yu gives you a lesson. Hatsumomo, look, we've finally met the patient. A gasping patient. A living wounded man, having just walked into the medical point, before the dean could introduce the medical point to the Chinese medical team. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when she saw the injured being pushed around. Little Yu's eyes are like a wolf seeing a lamb. They're about to glow green. Chen Jiao gently poked Wansusu and pointed at Xiao Yu with a surprised expression. Little Yu and Chuchu are going to be stupid in the army. The Special Forces team told me that both of them were wounded with nothing but raw eggs and grapes. Every day I'm operating on eggs and grapes. If you succeed, that's called the wounded. If you fail, it's called the dead. Special Forces have eaten countless dead. Eat it raw. Sauté it. Fry it. Steam it into an egg custard. Spread it into a cake. Eat so much they want to puke at the sight of eggs. Wansusu softly explained to Chen Jiao. No wonder they don't eat any of the eggs we have for breakfast every day. They give them all to us. Chen Jiao instantly understood. Nah. A basket a day is too much for any good man to bear. Mansu nodded. Look at that. Koru's eyes are drawn when she sees a patient as if she's seen her man. Dr. Su smiled and pointed at Wenshu. It's so sad for the boys. Being a doctor doesn't know what a patient looks like. When I went to Xiaochu's dormitory, I saw that her medical books were almost torn. After the medical profession, Xiaochu, in addition to encountering the plague, is to go to war or maneuvers. The only access is to go to the disaster area to rescue the injured encountered. 100 points for theoretical knowledge and 50 points for practical work. Xiaoyu is better. At least she's been studying medicine longer than Xiaochu, and at least she's seen patients. The doctor of the medical team looked at Wenchu and Xiaoyu and said. The dean led the Chinese medical team to familiarize themselves with the entire medical site. The medical team then went straight into the rescue effort. Wansusu and Chen Jiao, they both stayed in the hospital, so they quickly got into the swing of things. Wenshu and Xiaoyu followed behind them to do the supporting work. The first thing was that Sighting had already reminded both of them that they couldn't be the main knife but only an assistant, ready to go out on a mission at any time. The second thing is that, now that they are given patients, they can't get the most accurate treatment plan. A few hours passed, and Wenshu and Xiaoyu gradually became skilled, able to start stitching up patients and treating wounds. You don't see this many types of wounds in your lifetime in this country. I just dealt with 2 gunshot wounds. And that's enough to go back and blow for a couple years. Xiaoyu was treating the wounds of a stabbing victim while chatting with Wenchu in Mandarin. It's actually quite a paradox to be a doctor. All the while thinking that it's good that there are no sick or injured. It means that everyone is safe and healthy. While thinking it would be good to have more exposure to different patients and injured people so that I know what to do if I encounter them in the future. Wenchu said with a sigh. Hatsumomo, don't think so much. We are doctors, not saviors. Since we can't stop the war from happening, there's no way to keep people from getting sick or hurt. But not only can we make our patients heal faster. It's okay. When Shu heard Xiaoyu's voice getting obscene? What else? When Shu stopped the movements in her hands and looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously. Hatsumomo, the sick man is all yours. I have more important patients to attend to, Xiaoyu said as she took off her gloves, a look of excitement on her face. Who? When Shu looked around in disbelief, not seeing any injured person who was tall and handsome enough to fall into Xiaoyu's eyes. Your sister you will teach you a lesson. Not only can we make our patients heal faster, we can also make them suffer more. Heal at the slowest rate. Xiaoyu leaned over and whispered 2 words in Wen Shu's ear, and after finishing, she ran towards the injured man who had just advanced. Ha! Wen Shu froze in place. What is Xiaoyu's problem? She looked in the direction that Xiaoyu ran away. When she saw the military uniforms on them, Wen Shu instantly understood and subconsciously raised her eyebrows. Good guys, waiting here. Wen Shu felt pity from the bottom of her heart for the injured person who had just been pushed in, falling into the hands of Xiaoyu, waiting to suffer. Ah, pain. In the hospital room, a man cried out in agony as several men in military uniforms reached around him to press down on the man lying on the bed. Geez, bear with me, you're a man. What's it called? It's too easy to injure the nerves in your brain if you anesthetize it. What a shame if something should happen to you and you become paralyzed again in this life. Xiaoyu explained to the other party in a serious manner. Doctor, stitch faster. It hurts too much. The man on the bed said through the pain. I'm doing this for your own good. I'll sew you up a little more carefully. A few more stitches. This way you recover faster and can get out of the hospital sooner. Xiaoyu looked like she was doing this for the good of the patient as she dawdled around stitching the injured man's wounds. Ah! The man's agonized cry came out again. It reached the ears of Wen Shu, Wan Susu, Chen Jiao, and the other doctors of the Chinese medical team who were lying on the doorstep. God! It hurts me to hear it. Chen Jiao shivered just at the sound of the man's shout. Little Yu is really ruthless. This wound is on the leg, almost a 30-centimeter gash, and she stitches without anesthetizing people, and she's sewing real slow. That's enough time to sew both of this man's legs. Dr. Su shook his head. He felt pain too. One can only say that this man went out without reading the yellow calendar. Injured, not to mention that he managed to let Yuer discover him. Wen Shu couldn't help but smile when she thought of the scene just now when Xiaoyu snatched the injured person from the other medics. There's a kind of old hen protecting the egg she laid. She dares to fight anyone who dares to grab this injured person from her. It can't be helped. The uniforms they're wearing are just ugly. Little you can only recognize the uniforms of the footbath country, except those of the Chinese country. It's just as well that she knows footbath Mandarin. It's just what she wants. Mansu smiled back. When the dean of the medical point passed by, he heard the shouting in the ward, saw Wen Shu and the others standing in the doorway discussing something, and stopped his feet to inquire suspiciously. When he learned from Wen Shu's mouth that it was the injured person from the footbath country inside, the dean instantly understood something. Dr. Zhou Shi, very careful work and thorough consideration for the patient. A good doctor. The dean is an Iberian, and he loves China and its military and medical personnel. He had seen all the help that China had given them here, so the Chinese were his friends. The enemy of my friend is the enemy. While he couldn't make an enemy out of the injured, he could be on the side of his friends. Chapter 152, Second Brother. What are you doing? Sighting and Gu Xiao brought the patrolling special forces members over to take a look at the medical team, not realizing that after looking around they actually saw the group of people all eavesdropping at the door of the ward in the corner. Hush! Ah! Pain, pain, pain. You scared me. Look! More wounds. Don't you scare me. You're going to get multiple injuries if my hand shakes here. And why are you a big man crying? How much can it hurt? Is it better to be hurt a little or to lose your life? After the man from the footbath country shouted out in pain, Xiaoyu's voice immediately followed suit. But in her heart she was thinking, it won't hurt you to death. Team Tsunami, your woman is fighting for her country. Keep your voice down, Mansu whispered, pointing to the closed door of the room. The wounded of the footbath country? Si Ting heard the men talking to Xiaoyu all in the footbath Mandarin. Aha! Yuer is planning to kill him? Gu Xiao heard the man's screams and skimmed his lips, feeling the pain himself. Team Tsunami, this is a sideways reminder to never piss off Mrs. Tsunami. Gangta stuck his head over and chuckled in a small voice. By the time the bandage is finished, the man will be half dead from the pain. When Shu nodded and looked at Gu Xiao with a bit of sympathy in her eyes. What are you looking at me for? I just had to fall into her hands. Can't she just fall into my hands? Just see if I collect her. Let her be rude all day long. She doesn't know who's the parent, does she? The more Gu Xiao said, the more straight-laced, said the last tone of impassioned. A moment did not control the volume. The tightly closed ward door suddenly opened, and Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Gu Xiao with a displeased expression. Gu Xiao was startled and immediately stood upright, faster than meeting the leader and standing straighter than a parade. Who's the parent? Xiao Yu asked without haste. You, Gu Xiao shouted without any hesitation. Put. The people standing in the doorway couldn't hold back their laughter for a moment. Team Tsunami, that's all you've got. This time, even when Shu didn't hold back and started to flirt with Gu Xiao. Little you, done with it? Mansu asked with a smile, pointing to the door. It's hurting and crying, and if we don't end it, this guy's going to go crazy. It took 2 hours to sew a stitch. The bad smile on Xiao Yu's face couldn't be stopped. 2 hours is short too. He really should be stitched up for a day and a night. It hurts like hell to pull it off. Wansusu blankly glanced at the already closed door, hating the fact that the person inside had to go and die right away. Can't die. Then I don't have any toys. Xiao Yu hurriedly shook her head, happy as could be. I'll change his medication from now on. I'm his primary care physician, Xiao Yu said excitedly. Then she jumped up and ran to the nurse's station to register. Si Ting and the others all laughed as they looked at the happy Xiao Yu. Satsi team, the parade is over. At ease. Jiang Tu looked at Gu Xiao, who was still standing straight, and kindly reminded him, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was not suppressed for a moment, betraying his expression. Everyone laughed again when they heard Jiang Tu's words. Gu Xiao gave Jiang Tu a blank look, but still relaxed. I have to say, doctors have a lot of ways of cleaning up after people. Yeah, while cleaning up after them and making them thankful. The team cheerfully looked at Xiao Yu's back and said, hey. When Jiang Tu made this sound, Gu Xiao instantly changed his face. What are you trying to say again? You Yakuza, you must remember that there is the day of return. Can't do anything to you here. You'll be crying when you get back home. Gu Xiao preemptively pointed at Jiang Tu and scared him. Team Tsunami, what's a doctor? A doctor can stab you 365 times without killing you. Just be careful. If you have a fight with sister-in-law Tsunami in the future, you might get zapped with holes all over your body. And in the end, you won't even be able to identify a minor injury. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, Gu Xiao instantly had the urge to strangle Jiang Tu. Can you expect me to be nice? Why did I have to let her stab me 365 times? Gu Xiao's hand trembled as he pointed at Jiang Tu. Sister-in-law Tsunami. Team Tsunami yells at me. Bully. Jiang Tu suddenly looked behind Gu Xiao and said, stand still for me. Hearing Jiang Tu's words, Xiao Yu suddenly shouted. In the next second, in full view of everyone, Gu Xiao glared at Jiang Tu while standing up straight again. Everyone took a look at the scene and their faces suffocated into a pig's liver color. Go, 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 let's go on patrol. Team Tsunami, bye-bye. Team Tsunami, be good. Go Team Tsunami. One of the team members gave a blessing as they passed by Gu Xiao's side. Brother, suffer. Si Ting walked over to Gu Xiao and shook his head helplessly, then patted Gu Xiao's shoulder, then took Wen Shu and left as well. You're such a big man, and you're still bullying someone else. Oh me, a child? After Xiao Yu walked back to the dormitory, Gu Xiao followed behind and closed the dormitory door, then listened to Xiao Yu's education. I didn't bully him. I'm wronged. He's still a kid? He's not a couple years younger than me. Do you think I can bully him? Anyone citing brought out has more heart than me. He's the one who bullied me, Gu Xiao said with an aggrieved face. Oh, people brought out by Timothy's team have a lot of heart, but all the ones you brought out lack heart? That means the problem isn't with the players at all. It's clearly with you. If you're usually nice to people, what are they bullying you for? I think Da Jiang is just fine. He's a real person. He never talks big. He tells the truth. I just love him, Xiao Yu said as she sat on a chair, crossing her legs and looking at Gu Xiao who was standing in military posture in front of her. People really? That bugger man is real. 10 of me couldn't play him. Gu Xiao looked at Xiao Yu with wide eyes. When he was bullied by Jiang Tu, Xiao Yu was obviously there. Why didn't she stand on her side? Gu Xiao, find out more from yourself. Why doesn't he play Sito? Xiao Yu looked at Gu Xiao with a serious look on her face. He plays Sito? 100 Jiang Tu couldn't play with sighting. What a smart guy Sito is. Anyone who doesn't have hair on his body is a monkey, but if he has hair on his body, he's the Monkey King. The Monkey King. Gu Xiao opened his mouth. You're stupid because sighting is smart? Oh yeah. Timothy is the captain of the first team and you're the captain of the second team. If he's the Monkey King, you're the second brother, right? The problem is still with yourself. When Xiao Yu said this, her mind had already replaced Piggyback's face with Gu Xiao's. She couldn't help but smile at the thought. As soon as Gu Xiao saw Xiao Yu's appearance, he knew what had happened without even guessing. Ah, Gu Xiaoyu, let go of me. You're out on duty. Duty is over. In broad daylight. Well, hey. 153rd Medical Team's first foray into a firefight. Gu Xiao, who was in the dormitory, had just put on his clothes with satisfaction when he heard the alarm at the rescue point go off. 1 second Xiaoyu was still in a daze on the bed, and the next she jumped up from the bed, her legs softening the moment her feet first touched the ground. Gu Xiaoyu, stay away from me from now on. Xiaoyu grumbled as she hurriedly put on her clothes and equipment. It's all my fault. Don't get mad, don't get mad. Gu Xiao put on his equipment quite a bit faster than Xiaoyu, and after he finished wearing it, he hurriedly helped Xiaoyu put it on as well. By the time the two ran out, everyone else was ready. Team Timothy, what's going on? Gu Xiao ran up to see Ting and looked at him and asked. 20 kilometers to the southeast from the rescue point, a firefight between the two sides broke into a residential area. The number of casualties is uncertain. The Iraqi government asked for help from the command, and the command sent our team to the rescue. Sito briefly explained the situation. Sick. Firefights, they fight in war zones. What's the point of going to a residential neighborhood? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao instantly became angry. All set? Upon arrival at the designated location, shots can be fired to expel both sides of the firefight from the residential area. The medical team did a good job of rescuing and treating as many of the injured as possible. Let's go! After Sito's instructions, everyone ran to the blast van. This is the first time the medical team followed the special operations team on a mission. Sitting in the car is inevitably a little nervous. It's okay. Murder doesn't kill doctors, so they won't hurt you. First class, we will fence the car and park it. The fenced-off area will be your temporary relief site. These armed men will not attack towards this area. If anything happens, you get in the car immediately and close the windows and doors. Our car is bulletproof and blastproof. It's safe. Wang Shan drove while calming the medical team in his car. We're safe within range. What about Prim and you? Chen Jiao asked worriedly. The two sisters-in-law are now considered members of the Special Forces team, and they have to follow us. But don't worry, we will definitely fight to protect them. Wang Shan affirmed. If there was really any danger, any one of them would go and take the bullet for Wen Chu and Xiaoyu. The roads traveling towards the southeast were basically open fields. Plus there were innocent Igbo people involved this time. So the special forces drove at high speeds. It was clear to everyone that a minute late in getting there could put one more citizen at risk. Wen Chu, start shouting. Wen Chu, start shouting. As the convoy was about to rush into the location of the firefight, Si Ting's voice once again came out of the intercom. Wen Chu picked up the outboard device again and his voice rang out at the delivery location. We are the Chinese peacekeeping force. Please stop the exchange of fire and evacuate the residential area. Otherwise we will take measures. This time Wen Chu's voice carried a full warning, because when the bomb truck pulled into the firefight, she had seen the bodies on the ground outside, of armed men, women, old men and even children. But this time the shouting didn't do much good. Both sides of the firefight also just shot to avoid the Chinese bomb-proof convoy. But the sound of gunfire still didn't diminish or stop in the slightest. The special operations team formed a circle around the convoy and parked it on a flat area that hadn't been baptized by artillery fire, with the front of the vehicle facing outward, still flying the Chinese flag quite visibly. Doctors from the medical team got out of their vehicles and started setting up temporary rescue points. Wen Chu and Xiaoyu followed the special operations team as they ran towards the firefight area. Hatsu, little you, and everyone, be sure to come back safely. Chen Jiao looked at the direction the special forces team ran off in, her hands nervously clutching her clothes. Don't worry, they're no problem. Save lives first. Wan Susu walked forward and held Chen Jiao's hand, then helped the other doctors of the medical team to carry the injured that they could see around into the rescue first. The male doctors were in charge of carrying the patients, and Chen Jiao and Wan Susu followed them, carrying the Chinese flag and the medical flag. These armed men have some heart. Wan Susu realized that wherever she and Chen Jiao raised the flag to, the gunfire would surely stop around that area. But when they moved the injured person away, they immediately returned to their original state. The medical team moved back a dozen wounded men on just 2 flags and 2 stretchers. After moving back, Wan Susu and Chen Jiao inserted the 2 flags back and then began to rescue the injured. More than half an hour later, the special warriors were running back towards the rescue, and it was Wan Susu who looked up and saw them first. Go, 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 make room. After Wan Susu shouted, all the doctors moved the injured who had been bandaged but were too badly injured to move to the side. The injured who could move voluntarily made way for the open space, only to see the special warriors lift what they could, carry what they could, and bring back 10 wounded in one breath. Even Wen Chu and Xiaoyu both ran back holding an injured child each. We're done bandaging these 2 kids. Give them a shot for the pain. After Wen Chu and Xiaoyu placed the child in a safe area, both of them sat on their asses on the ground and started breathing heavily. Wen Chu was better off. The tired Xiaoyu didn't even want to take a step. After all, before he came, He was bullied by Gu Xiao in the dormitory in a good way. And you only saved the common people? Wan Susu suddenly realized that none of the injured people that the Special Forces team even carried back with them were armed men. All of them were ordinary people of the Iraqi nation. This ordinary people can't be saved. So how can we afford to save the militants? Saving them before they get a gun and hurt these people and us. If they're capable of fighting, they have to be capable of figuring out how to survive on their own. Xiaoyu said indignantly as she stood up from the ground. The militants they faced this time were so heartless that they were able to hit people's residential areas. So everyone was angry. Even though the members of the Special Operations team hadn't discussed among themselves at all, there was surprisingly a very tacit understanding that none of them would save the armed men. How about the posies soliciting an opinion? That is, this time, let them return home and turn on the Overlord mode? 154. Explosion of building. Si Ting sighed helplessly as he looked at the injured people at the rescue service. The medical station over here has sent someone on their way. Just transfer the injured to them when they arrive. They'll take it back for the next step in the rescue. Si Ting gave a few more instructions to the medical team and was just about to lead the team deeper into the residential area to save people again when a loud bang came out from the residential area. Bomb! Immediately, someone reacted. All ing tired of living. Gu Xiao was so angry that his back teeth were about to be clenched. This trip in is a direct expulsion. A few of you follow Wen Shu and Xiaoyu to save the people. The rest of you go in with me and fight. Si Ting was also enraged when he heard the sound of the bomb, and after pointing at a few of the Special Forces members and instructing them, he directly ran in with his team. Wan Susu and the others' hearts were in their throats as they listened to the sounds of intense fighting coming from not far away. All the gunfire just now had nothing to do with them. They only cared about saving people. But not anymore. Everyone knew that there was Sighting and the others inside in the middle of a firefight. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu, with guns on their waists and medical kits on their shoulders, rushed in with several Special Forces members to pick up people from the side of the road. And when they picked up someone who was still breathing, they immediately lifted them to a relatively safe place and started to resuscitate them. Even if they found someone who had already breathed their last, they would crouch down and check to see if there was any possibility of resuscitation anymore. There was a man then wasn't there. Xiaoyu suddenly pointed to the roof of a building and saw someone, covered in blood, lying on the roof of the building, waving their hands at them for help. Yes, it's a person. Wen Shu followed the direction that Xiaoyu was pointing and also saw a hand that kept swaying. Go! Help! Wen Shu and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, lifted their legs and ran in the direction of the building. Jiang Tu, who was exchanging fire with the other party by Si Ting's side, saw the direction Wen Shu and Xiaoyu ran away and subconsciously glanced at the building they were running towards. Suddenly a scene flashed in Jiang Tu's mind, and those images completely overlapped with the building in front of him. In the few seconds it took for him to wander off, a stray bullet grazed past his arm. The shirt hit his arm, instantly breaking and splattering blood. Oh me! Oh what the are you doing? Take cover! Si Ting and Gu Xiao, who were closest to Jiang Tu, shouted out anxiously. Jiang Tu immediately hid behind a wall after returning to his senses. Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law! Don't go over there! Jiang Tu didn't even care about the injury on his arm and shouted in the direction of Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. Boss! Team Tsunami! There's a bomb! Stop them! Without any hesitation, Jiang Tu braved the rain of gunfire and rushed over in the direction of Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu's arms were strapped with medical signs, and the armed men didn't dare to move. But Jiang Tu was different. There was already a firefight going on, and as soon as he showed his head, the other side hit towards him. He kept dodging while running towards Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. Si Ting and Gu Xiao exchanged glances and realized that something was wrong with Jiang Tu. Immediately, he began to have the team behind him suppress the other side with firepower, helping Jiang Tu draw a lot of firepower. The two then ran towards the building as well. Where's the bomb? Gu Xiao shouted towards Jiang Tu while running. There are bombs. We can't let them go up there. Jiang Tu couldn't hear the voices coming from behind him at all, but instead shouted over the intercom towards the team members who were following behind Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and Wen Shu had just dropped their headsets when they were rescuing people. They didn't even realize that they were hanging on their bodies, and this time they only cared about rescuing people and didn't hear what was being shouted behind them, so the two of them desperately ran towards the building. The team members following Wen Shu and the girls heard Jiang Tu's words and quickened their pace to catch up with Wen Shu and Xiaoyu, one of them pouncing on one. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu didn't wait to have a reaction before they were pounced on, and in the moment they fell, the two special warriors rolled over with force, serving as human cushions for Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. What are you two doing? Wen Shu and Xiaoyu were startled, and when they came back to their senses, they hurriedly stood up from the special warriors before pulling the two men up. Without any hesitation, the two team members pulled Wen Shu and Xiaoyu to hide behind a vehicle that had already been blown up and scrapped, the body of the vehicle blocking the bullets that were coming towards them. He says there's a bomb in the building, one of the special ops members explained, pointing to the building. Just then, Jiang Tu also managed to run over and squatted directly behind the car. Sighting and Gu Xiao also followed. Luckily this was a big car, completely blocking these few people. Omi, you're hurt. Wen Shu saw that Jiang Tu's arm kept bleeding. Never mind. Let's get as far away from that building as we can. Pull out of the range first. Jiang Tu couldn't care less about the injury on his arm. Hearing Jiang Tu's words, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu raised their heads to look at the injured man who was still on the roof of the building waving at them for help. How did you know there was a bomb? Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze to look at Jiang Tu in puzzlement. Don't ask. Retreat first. Don't ask. Retreat first. Sighting and Gu Xiao said in unison. Cover. After Si Ting finished shouting a sentence on the intercom, the Special Forces members not far from them increased their firepower to distract the opponent's firepower for Si Ting and the others, helping them to take cover. 5 people escorted Wen Shu and Xiaoyu and ran in the opposite direction of the building. Boom! Just a dozen meters into the run, there was the deafening sound of bombs and buildings collapsing behind them. The very moment the voice sounded, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu were once again pounced upon. The medical kit was slammed out, and this time the two were knotted up by Si Ting, Gu Xiao, and the team. Meanwhile the earth trembled. The gunfire also stopped for an instant. When it had completely calmed down, both sides of the firefight suddenly ceased fire and fled the residential area. Timbers, Team Tsunami. The special warriors also put away their guns and ran towards Si Ting and the others. Holy, crushing me. Xiaoyu's voice came out from underneath Gu Xiao and the others. There's still a chance I can be resuscitated. Wen Shu's voice came out as well. Si Ting, Gu Xiao and Jiang Tu, they hurriedly all stood up. The moment of the explosion just now, they were the ones who coincidentally pounced on Wen Shu and Xiaoyu, protecting both of them underneath their bodies. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu were crushed without the strength to stand up, and directly rolled over, lying on the ground with dusty faces. The other special warriors ran over and saw that Si Ting and the others were all fine before they put their hearts down. Here, sit up. All right? Si Ting and Gu Xiao pulled Wen Shu and Xiaoyu from the ground and sat up to inspect them, and other than being nearly crushed by them, they also made sure that they were all fine. There really is a ING bomb. Xiaoyu sat up and saw that 2/3 of the building that they had just been in had collapsed, and the position of the large vehicle that they had just been in had also been half smashed by the collapsed building. Omi, you're open, aren't you? Gu Xiao looked at Jiang Tu in shock and asked. At this point, the clothes on Jiang Tu's arms were completely soaked with blood. He sat down somewhat weakly. Wen Shu and Xiaoyu couldn't care less about what had just happened and hurriedly started bandaging Jiang Tu. After a brief bandage, the group withdrew to the temporary medical point. Medical teams from Iraq and 8 medical teams from other countries have already arrived. This firefight was also considered to be over, so Si Ting led his team back to the rescue point compound. Chapter 155, Wen Shu understands. Omi, how did you know there was a bomb in that building? Wen Shu and Xiaoyu treated Jiang Tu's wounds while asking him in puzzlement. Sister-in-law, would you believe me if I said I dreamed about that scene? Jiang Tu looked up at Wen Shu and said seriously. Dreaming? Wen Shu's hand movements lurched as she looked down at Jiang Tu. Si Ting and the rest of the team, who were standing to the side, looked at Jiang Tu. Dreaming? Jiang Tu then told the dream at that time, and everyone present was silent. Omi, you're evil. Gu Xiao suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at Gu Xiao again. Is this a counterattack? Team Tsunami, I also had a dream. Jiang Tu looked up at Gu Xiao, knowing that there were definitely no good words coming out of his mouth, and decided to make a preemptive strike. When everyone heard Jiang Tu's words, they immediately knew that once Gu Xiao answered, he had fallen into the hole dug by Jiang Tu. What dream? As expected, Gu Xiao lived up to his reputation and jumped in without the slightest hesitation. I dreamt that there was a man standing in front of a hospital in the capital city. 6'5". Special forces. Some of the embarrassed ones have been hesitant to go in, Jiang Tu said in a serious manner. What hospital? Everyone asked curiously. They all knew that Jiang Tu was talking about Gu Xiao. Men's hospital. Jiang Tu answered immediately, not giving Gu Xiao any chance to react at all. Hearing this, Gu Xiao's face instantly turned green. He's 6'5". Special forces. Ha 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 ha. I can't do it, I can't hold it in. Team Tsunami, are you good or not? Today Oi showed everyone that his dreams are indeed accurate. Team Tsunami you. The rescue team's medical room was buzzing with laughter straight away. Am I good or not? Can't you tell by looking at your sister-in-law's complexion? Gu Xiao suddenly pointed at Xiaoyu, who was stitching Jiang Tu, and said, Gu Xiao, you're tired of living. Do you believe I'll sew your mouth shut? Xiaoyu raised her head and glared at Gu Xiao, who hurriedly shut up and didn't dare to speak. This armed man's tie shooting today. Can't you hit it right? Gu Xiao held his tongue for half a day and finally pointed at the wound on Jiang Tu's arm and said indignantly. But Jiang Tu was already injured, and he couldn't chase after him and beat him up. So in the end, he could only silently endure it. Only after everyone watched Wen Shu and Xiaoyu finish bandaging Jiang Tu did they return to their respective dormitories with peace of mind. Wen Shu handed Jiang Tu a few painkillers and then urged precautions, and Jiang Tu went back with the medicine. Wen Shu and Si Ting then went back to the dormitory, and when she was changing her clothes, she suddenly remembered the scene before the explosion just now, so she turned her head to look at Si Ting. Hatsumomo, what's wrong? Si Ting received Wen Shu's sight and asked in confusion. Timothy, let me ask you a question. Wen Shu changed her clothes and walked over to Si Ting and sat down on the chair. Okay, know it all. Si Ting nodded, then waited for Wen Shu to continue asking. Before the building exploded, you asked Oe how he knew there was a bomb. You and Team Tsunami yelled at the same time to stop asking questions and withdraw first. Did you guys know there was a bomb in there too? Wen Shu asked, the doubt in his heart. I don't know. Si Ting answered Wen Shu's question directly. No? Wen Shu looked at Si Ting in surprise. Yeah, no, that's what we heard from Omi. Sithin nodded. Truthfully, didn't you guys ever think to verify that there was a bomb in there or not? Wen Shu blinked, her eyes full of incomprehension. Hadn't thought about it. Do you remember what the captain of Team 5 said when we were in the earthquake-stricken area of Donghai City? When an emergency hits, not everyone can react faster than the danger hits. This is a time when someone can react, and all we have to do is trust our comrades. Omi didn't even care that he was injured by a stray bullet in order to stop you from entering the building. He risked his life to run to you. What do you say we don't trust him? Take a step back and say, even if there are no bombs in the building, so what? We didn't have any casualties or losses either. Once there's actually a bomb, it's like this situation today. If we had been there to discuss it for a few more seconds, would we have all died in that explosion? Always choose comrades who trust you unconditionally on the battlefield. Even if your comrade has a gun pointed at you, you have to think it's the danger behind you that he's pointing his gun at. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wen Shu was slow to speak. I have to say that today, Si Ting and the others gave themselves an educational lesson with what they did. If she hadn't seen and experienced it with her own eyes, chances are she would never have understood what it meant to believe unconditionally. And Jiang Tu's approach made her realize what Si Ting had told herself at the time. In battle, your teammates are your back, your shield. When the explosions went off, the special operations team showed Wen Shu what it meant that when there was danger, your teammates would really not hesitate to push you away and protect you. On this day, Wen Shu learned a lot and understood a lot. Chapter 156, Where is everyone? For the next period of time, the special operations team could be said to be relatively idle. Only 3 missions, and the rest of the time, they were only on duty in the rescue point, or else accompanying the medical team to cook in the kitchen. When the medical team came back from helping out at the medical site, they cooked with the special operations team, and after eating everyone would walk around the yard. This is a peaceful day for us. Xiaoyu sat on a bench in the courtyard, looking up at the stars in the sky, with the sound of gunfire not far away coming from time to time to her ears. Just because they don't need to go on missions doesn't mean there isn't a war going on here. The war continued and the casualties mounted, but for a while it was all firefights between the militants, who fought in the engagement zones and didn't go into the residential areas. So the special forces became a sightseeing tour. After standing in the yard and watching the shooting in the west, I went to the east to watch the firing of the guns. After watching the artillery discharge on the east side, go straight to the north side and watch the militants dance around the minefield. Sometimes when I get tired of standing and watching, I sit down. When it was too far to see clearly standing in the yard, they stood on the guard tower and watched. When they had seen enough, they taught the medical team science. And every time they heard a gunshot, they taught the medical team what type of gun it was. Every time you hear a gun go off, teach them what type of gun it is. More than 20 days had passed, and the medical team had learned to recognize weapons by their voices. On top of that, Chen Jiao has changed quite a bit. At first Chen Jiao wore earplugs or headphones every day when she stayed in the yard. She couldn't stand the sound of the gunfire. She was startled every time it went off. But after so many days of refinement, even if the guns blew up outside the fence, she wouldn't have a reaction anymore. Go ahead and blow it up. Who has them can bomb. What a life. People sit in the rice paddies and listen to country songs. We sit in a war zone and listen to the sound of gunfire exchanges. How did the gap get so big? Wan Susu sat on a chair, holding a thermos cup with red dates and wolfberries in it, taking a sip every now and then. Hey, think of something nice. Some people don't get to go through all of us in their lives. When those of us who have breathed our last, the great things we've experienced can be written all over the face of the tombstone anyway. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Gu Xiao suddenly sat up. Team Tsunami, where's your scam? Jiang Tu was startled by Gu Xiao. Q. I've decided that I'm going to write my own epitaph starting today. Write out all the high points I passed through. When the day comes for me to die, you must carve the epitaph I wrote myself word for word on the tombstone, Gu Xiao said in a serious manner. You stop. Don't say it. Xiaoyu directly covered Gu Xiao's mouth. Seeing Xiaoyu's actions, Gu Xiao's heart was suddenly filled with emotion. It was Yue who felt that she was talking nonsense and was heartbroken. Yue. Gu Xiao grabbed Xiao Yu's hand with both hands and looked at Xiao Yu with affection. You don't say. Really? I'll hire you 2 writers when we get back home. You do the talking, they do the writing. Let them help put your highlights in a book. On the day you die, I'll give you this book to put inside your tomb. Or I'm worried that you've written so much that you can't finish carving 1 headstone, and I'll need to buy you 2 or even 3 headstones, and it won't be worth it. Put. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the jujube wolfberry water that Wan Susu had just drank into her mouth directly sprayed out. Ha 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 ha. Sister-in-law Tsunami makes so much sense. Help. Write a book. Ha 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 ha. The team didn't hold back and laughed outright. Team Tsunami. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it either. Wen Shu rubbed her cheeks while laughing so hard that her face hurt. Si Ting couldn't stop laughing even as he wrapped his arms around Wen Shu, realizing that Gu Xiao had never stood up again since he had chased Xiao Yu into his hands. For a while, the entire compound was filled with laughter and hilarity. As he spoke, the alarm in the compound suddenly went off. The special operations and medical teams subconsciously stood up and ran in the direction of the dormitories. They were going to put on their gear. After 2 minutes had passed, the team was standing at the rally point, fully armed and ready. Sighting and Gu Xiao were late in showing up. Where are the Timbers and Tsunami? Everyone looked around for Sighting and Gu Xiao. Sister-in-law, didn't Timothy's team go back to the dormitory with you to change their gear? Jiang Tu looked at Wen Shu and asked. He switched faster than me and obviously came out first. Wen Shu was also puzzled. Her eyes looked around and she didn't see Si Ting and Gu Xiao's figure. Everyone's nerves tightened when the alarms in the compound went off again. What was going on? Timothy, are you sure this is going to make them understand what we're trying to do and come to support? Gu Xiao hid behind a pillar at the medical point, whispering questions to Si Ting, who was back to back with him, the backup switch for the compound's alarm in his hand. The 2 of them were the first to finish changing, and when they ran out, they saw someone running into the medical point from outside with a gun. So they rushed over here before they could inform the others. The armed men abducted 2 doctors from the medical point and demanded that the doctors leave with them to go back to their organization to save lives. Gu Xiao and Si Ting were hiding behind a pillar and preparing to rescue the doctor. What's with the alarm? Lu Chang felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that the alarm wouldn't go off twice. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Could it be the boss signaling us? Jiang Tu looked up at the compound sirens and also felt that something was wrong. A signal from Sito? What does he want us to do? It's going to be a mission out of nowhere. Xiao Yu asked as she looked at Jiang Tu and the others in puzzlement. Jiang Tu contemplated seriously for a moment, then looked at the other special warriors. Boss and Team Tsunami came out first, but they're gone, and there's a good chance they found something. What can they find in the compound? Jiang Tu spoke as he looked around to see what Si Ting and Gu Xiao could find in the compound. Where the compound is located flanks the entire rescue site. I'm standing where the Timbers are accustomed to stand at every muster. You can barely see the door to the rescue point compound from this angle. Zhao Quan recalled where Si Ting stood every time he assembled, then walked over and looked around. The gate to the compound? It's possible they saw who came in. Jiang Tu stood and analyzed Zhao Quan's position. Second alert. Doors to the compound. Come in from the compound. Except into our place. And that's the medical point. Something must have happened at the medical point. Snipers on the roof. The rest of you come with me. Let's go for backup. Jiang Tu was the first to react. And when he finished, he loaded the bullets and ran towards the medical point with the rest of the team. When Shu and Xiao Yu glanced at each other, although they didn't react, they knew that Jiang Tu must have his reasoning for analyzing it like that. And then they also raised their guns to follow the Special Forces team as they ran towards the medical point. When Wan Susu and the others saw the Special Forces team that ran away, they immediately prepared the resuscitation room and the resuscitation equipment and were ready to resuscitate at any time. Coming! Si Ting and Gu Xiao heard someone taking a step towards the direction of the pillar they were in, and their hands tightly gripped their submachine guns. The 2 men held their breath back to back as they heard footsteps approaching step by step. The Chinese Special Forces are here. Suddenly someone shouted, and the armed men who were just about to walk to the pillar turned quickly and raised their guns towards the door of the medical point. Just then, Sighting and Gu Xiao simultaneously rushed out and started shooting towards the armed men in the hall of the medical point. Jiang Tu rushed in from the outside with his team and started shooting and strafing as well. The hall of the medical point was instantly in chaos, with doctors, nurses, and the injured all desperately dodging. The SWAT team members kept both the medics and the wounded at bay while firing back toward the militants. Mom! A little boy's voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Get back here! You get back here! Xiao Yu was behind a pillar, crouching on the ground and gesturing towards the little boy, telling him to hurry to his side. When Shu stood behind Xiao Yu, helping the Special Forces team members to shoot towards the armed men together. When the little boy saw Wen Shu and Xiao Yu, He lifted his leg and ran towards the two men. Just then an armed man saw the little boy and raised his gun towards him. Chapter 157, Handcuffed away. No, no. When Shu and Xiaoyu saw this scene and simultaneously lunged towards the front. Boo! Gunshots were fired. Wen Chu, Xiaoyu, sister-in-law, give me a fight. Not a single one. The moment Si Ting saw Wen Chu fall, his eyes instantly turned scarlet, and he moved towards Wen Chu's direction while shooting. 2 minutes later, the halls of the medical site returned to their usual quiet, but the corpses everywhere on the ground and the smell of blood in the air proved what had just happened. Hatsumomo, you wake up. Si Ting knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he cried out, his hands desperately plugging the steady flow of blood from Wen Chu's chest. You! Gu Shao covered the muzzle of the gun in Xiaoyu's abdomen and shouted at the top of his lungs. Soon, Wen Chu and Xiaoyu were carried into the resuscitation room. When Wan Susu and the others saw that the people being carried in were actually Wen Chu and Xiaoyu, they all froze. Help! It was only after Gu Shao shouted that the medical team came back to their senses and immediately started the rescue work. What did you say? Lin Jin, who had just returned to his office after the meeting, saw Chen Jian walking around in a panic in his office, and before he could ask, Chen Jian told Lin Jin about the news he had just received, and Lin Jin only felt that his mind instantly went blank. How's the man doing now? Lin Jin stared at Chen Jian and asked anxiously. It's been 3 hours since the surgery and we haven't heard anything yet. All we know right now is that there was a shootout at the medical point, to save a young boy from Ibo. Wen Chu was shot in the chest, and Xiaoyu was shot in the abdomen. The other troopers have 3 minor injuries. The rest are fine. The worst thing right now is Wen Chu. Don't know how close to the heart that shot was yet. Chen Jian told Lin Jin everything he knew. Go! Arrange for an airplane. Take the specialists and instruments from the general hospital and fly to Iran immediately. Lin Jin didn't have any hesitation. He had to bring someone to save Wen Chu. Old Lin, where are you going? When Chen Jian saw that Lin Jin had finished, he immediately took large steps towards the outside. Where am I going? I'm going to tie up Hu Gang, Zhao Da, and Su Bin all on a plane and take them to Igua. Wen Chu but something. I have to personally peel off this layer of skin from these people. Lin Jin said and walked out. Lin Jin, you're crazy. Chen Jian hurriedly ran out and dragged Lin Jin back. What did you go and kidnap the 3 of them for? It's not like they shot the gun. Chen Jian closed the door as he spoke. They didn't shoot this gun themselves. That's the same bullet they handed out. They shouldn't have been the ones to go to Igloo this time. Originally, this time to go to Iraqi aid. Initially set down at all is not the first team and the second team. It is Zhao Da personally ordered let the first team and the second team go out. It wasn't even a team from the capital military district that was initially scheduled. It was Jode who had to take this over. Hoa Gang was there. Teams 1 and 2 were supposed to stay out of these missions. Even if Zhao Da didn't know about it, didn't he Hu Gang know about it? Go out even if you want to. You have to let Wen Chu and Xiaoyu go out with the team. Saying something about testing the results of the training that has been going on for a while. How long did Si Ting and the others train to get into the first team? Even if Wen Chu and Xiaoyu are gifted and extraordinary and have this adamantine body, can they be on the same level as Si Ting and the others in a few months' time? And Su Bin, calling someone else Wen Chu a spy. Writing a letter of apology is harder than making him eat. I'll personally catch the person in front of Wen Chu's hospital bed this time, so that he can take a good look at Wen Chu with his doggy eyes wide open. I'll put another gun in his waistband. I'll throw him in a war zone. I have to see if he can still be awesome when he gets into a war zone. After Lin Jin finished speaking, he directly threw off Chen Jian and slammed the door. Hey, Lin Jin, old Lin, crazy, just crazy. Chen Jian shook his head helplessly, and then quickly began to contact the General Hospital of the Army, gathering the team and preparing the instruments. On the airplane flying to Lin Jin stood at the front like a cold-faced llama, looking at the 4 people sitting in the first row. First was a helpless Chen Jian. The next highest position is Jode. Next to Zhao Da was a sad-looking Hu Gang. Finally raw and unlovable Sabine. Old Lin, we've got people on the plane. It's about time you untied us. Hu Gang raised his head to look at Lin Jin and raised the handcuffs on his hands. Is it appropriate for you, a military commander, to handcuff me with handcuffs? When Zhao Da was handcuffed by Lin Jin, he had just come out of the restroom, and he didn't wait for himself to say anything, but he was directly handcuffed and dragged away. Old Lin, I've written the apology letter and made it public. When do you think your temper will change? Su Bin marinated, not knowing what to say at all. Chapter 158. Lin Jin went crazy. I change. Old me with this temper you all don't care about. I'll change it so you can keep bullying my people. Satisfied now? It had to be some kind of entourage doctor. The army has a large number of military doctors you don't use. You have to get people from the hospital. After a total of a few days of training, you're sending me people into battle. Come on, all 3 of you have been veterans for decades. I'm a soldier from the battlefield too. Don't just bully people who are young. This time, the four of us charge the war zone with guns. Be an example. Show the whole military region. The whole country of China. This bunch of old things in the Beijing military region can still fight. No one is a wimp when they go to war. After Lin Jin finished speaking, he directly instructed his men to drag the weapon case aside. Lin Jin opened it and the four men sitting in the first row stuck their heads out to see 4 submachine guns and rows of bullets. When we get off the plane, one for each of us. Let's go stand guard. Go on duty. When the Iraqi military needs assistance, the 4 of us will go. Doesn't it feel like people when Shu and Xiaoyu can be on the first line after training for so many days? Come on. Let's show them this time that those of us who have trained for decades can get it on. After Lin Jin finished speaking, Chen Jian was all confused. When did old Lin move up the weapon box? Old Lin, sit down and calm down. After Chen Jian came back to his senses, he hurriedly stood up and rounded off the scene. He had been partnered with Lin Jin since he entered the army, and was too familiar with his temperament and character to know that this time Lin Jin was really angry. The 3 people who were handcuffed. In terms of rank, both of them were higher than Lin Jin's rank. Lin Jin just didn't leave himself open at all by doing this. Calm down what? You sit down. If you talk anymore, I'll cuff you too. Submachine guns are less prepared, aren't they? Isn't it necessary to have an extra one for you? Lin Jin said as he was about to continue pulling out handcuffs from his waist. You stole the armory. How many handcuffs are you loaded with? Chen Jian said helplessly once he saw that Lin Jin really still had handcuffs around his waist. Right. Did you 3 hear that? I stole the armory. Hurry up and call the police to arrest me. Lin Jin pointed at Zhao De, Hu Gang and Su Bin. What are we calling the police for? What are you being arrested for? Zhao De sighed. Had he known this, he would have killed himself not to take this job to their military region. Don't say it's useless. If anything happens to Wen Shu and Xiaoyu, I, Lin Jin, will put my words here, and none of you will be able to come back for me. I'm going to have to drag you guys into battle to try it out. Especially you. I'll make you try to live the life of a spy in your mouth. Lin Jin pointed at Sabine and spoke. You wrote an apology? I'm telling you, even if you kowtow to Wen Shu 3 times, you won't be able to make up for the harm you've done to her. You just wrote a letter of apology. But Wen Shu is the one with a damaged reputation. Is it okay if I go all over the military district right now and yell that you're a spy? And I said you cheated on me after marriage, looking for a mistress. And I said your ancestors were all from the footbath country. I'll write you a letter of apology at the end and you can say for yourself if it's enough. Is it enough? Lin Jin pointed at Su Bin continued to roar. Those 2 higher than his own level. He then scolded cannot be too hard to hear. But Su Bin here, he just do not let him go. Just pick the soft pinch. Su Bin was dumbfounded by Lin Jin's words, so he could only keep his head down and continue to shut up. Chen Jian thought about it and finally decided to leave Lin Jin alone. Let him curse, not counting Su Bin. It would be good for him to get the remaining 2 people to understand. Old Lin, are you just so mad because Wen Shu is Si Ting's woman? Zhao De looked at Lin Jin suspiciously and asked. Old Zhao, let me tell you. You guys just be glad that Wen Shu is Si Ting's woman. But if Wen Shu has nothing to do with Si Ting, it's not me who's scolding you guys right now. You think the Wen family doesn't know about the Wen Junior High School gun? It was I, Lin Jin, who put the Wen family at ease before getting on the plane. Lin Jin literally called the Wen family for a while before getting on the plane and stopping Master Wen and old Mrs. Wive. He had really not wanted to stop. He had wanted to bring Elder Wen and old Mrs. Wen along, but considering that they were indeed not young, and that was a war-torn country, if anything happened to these 2 old ancestors again, the whole bunch of them would not be able to take it in their stride. Dr. 1. How are they both doing? Sighting and Gu Shao stood at the door of the resuscitation room. Half a step did not dare to leave. So running out of Wan Susu anxiously asked. Little Yu is okay. She saved her life for now, but Hatsu is in a bad way. Team Timothy, did you know that Dr. 1 you gave Xiaochu some medicine? Where are those drugs? In the briefest of statements, Wan Su said about the 2 men and their needs. I know, come with me. Without any hesitation, Si Ting ran back towards his and Wen Shu's dormitory with Wan Susu in tow. After running into the dormitory, Si Ting carried out a large box and then placed it in front of Wan Susu. These are, at the top, the instructions, Si Ting explained to Wan Susu. Wan Susu hurriedly squatted on the ground. After opening the box, she first found the instruction manual and scanned the contents of the manual. There really is the medicine we need. Hearing this, Si Ting hurriedly squatted on the ground and helped Wan Susu rummage around together. Wan Susu found out 2 medicines, one for Wen Chu and one for Xiao Yu. Captain Timothy, can you call Dr. Wan Yu? Wan Susu wasn't very sure about daring to use it for Wen Chu and Xiao Yu. After all, she wasn't a Chinese medicine practitioner herself. I can't get an outside line on the phone I'm holding, so I have to call the troops. I'll contact command to contact Wang Yu. Si Ting immediately called the command. Less than 2 minutes over there gave back. Wang Yu cell phone off? The other day has also gone from the army compound. Cannot find him. Hearing this, Wan Susu and Si Ting glanced at each other, gripping the medicine tightly in their hands. A choice had to be made. A dead horse is a dead horse. According to Xiaochu's current condition, there's little hope for her to survive. How about a bet? Wan Susu looked at Si Ting and suggested. Yes. Si Ting didn't have any hesitation. He told the command to continue to find a way to contact Wang Yu while he and Wan Susu ran back to the resuscitation room with the medicine. Timothy team, come here for a second. Gu Xiao suddenly walked over to Si Ting's side, called him aside, and spoke out his thoughts. Si Ting turned his head towards the tightly closed resuscitation room, then looked at Gu Xiao and nodded. When Lin Jin arrived with his team, 12 hours had passed since when Chu and Xiaoyu were injured. They're here for an emergency rescue, so the flight is faster and the flight time is shorter. They landed from the military airport and went straight to the helicopter and flew to the rescue point without a minute's delay in between. The special warriors standing at the door of the resuscitation room immediately all lined up and stood at attention when they saw Lin Jin and the others appear. There's no need for these rules here. Where are Wen Chu and Xiaoyu? Where did Sighting and Gu Xiao go? Lin Jin returned a salute and then immediately looked at the special forces members and asked. Still in resuscitation. Never came out. Lu Chang pointed to the door of the resuscitation room and said, where did Team Timothy and Team Tsunami go? Haven't seen them in a while. The special warriors looked around. They initially thought that the two had been busy with something, but when Lin Jin asked, they realized that the two hadn't appeared for a long time. Quickly, get in there and participate in the resuscitation. Lin Jin first looked at the medical team behind him and immediately commanded, saving lives first. DR1. DR1. The team suddenly saw the man who jumped from the last helicopter. None other than Wang Yu, who was dragging a medical kit. That's right, I brought Wang Yu with me. Never let anything happen to Wen Chu and Xiaoyu. Lin Jin nodded. After he knew that Wen Chu and Xiaoyu were injured, he immediately contacted Wang Yu privately and brought the people in first, and the applications had not yet been handed in for approval when the people arrived. Not good. Jiang Tu suddenly ran over at speed from the direction of the dormitory. What happened? Stop saluting and talk. Chen Jian looked at Jiang Tu who ran over and asked. The first time Jiang Tu saw Lin Jin they were going to stand at attention and salute, which was directly interrupted by Chen Jian. Chapter 159, I won't let you lose. Boss and Team Tsunami are gone. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, the eyes of those present looked around. Where is the person? Where did your captain go that you don't know? Chen Jian stared at the special warriors in front of him and asked in disbelief. Boss and Team Tsunami haven't shown up in a while. I just ran to the dorm to find them, thinking something was up. After going to the dormitories of Team Timothy and Team Tsunami, I found that all of their combat uniforms were off in their dormitories, and all the uniforms are there. It means they must be wearing their own clothes. I didn't feel right, so I ran to the weapons warehouse. Sure enough there were several guns missing in there, as well as grenades, smoke grenades, etc. Jiang Tu said this. If the people in the room couldn't figure it out anymore they would have been soldiers for nothing for so many years. Bad. These two brats have gone for revenge. Lin Jin's brain was buzzing for a moment. It couldn't have waited. It couldn't wait until they arrived. Lin Jin looked around, then looked at the special warriors in front of him. A dozen hours ago the rescue point was damaged by a militant attack on the door of the Chinese weapons and equipment warehouse. A number of weapons and equipment were lost and their whereabouts are still unknown. Hearing Lin Jin's words, Zhao De stared at Lin Jin with wide eyes. Crazy isn't it? I'll get the weapons. Jiang Tu immediately understood, turned around and ran in the direction of the dormitory, taking off his combat uniform as he ran. I'm going to look for weapons too. I'm going to go. Almost simultaneously, the special warriors turned around and all ran towards the dormitory. They understood that this was Lin Jin's way of giving them the opportunity to go help Si Ting and Gu Xiao. Every member of the team that turned to run towards the dormitory did so reluctantly. They were going to help their bosses, the two captains that had protected them for so many years. Lin Jin, you really aren't afraid to cause trouble. Just blatantly give them weapons and let them out. You don't want to wear this outfit anymore. Hu Gang asked in shock as he pointed at the team members running away. They're all Sighting and Gu Xiao's men, and they're also my soldiers. I know my soldiers. Even if I don't let up, they'll use 10,000 ways to support Sighting and Gu Xiao. If that's the case, I'd rather take off this suit and give them this chance instead. After Lin Jin finished speaking, he turned to look at Chen Jian. Keep an eye on this place. As long as you can save Wen Chu and Xiaoyu, all methods can be used. Those present saw Lin Jin walk towards the weapons warehouse after he finished speaking, and as he did so, he began to take off the uniform he was wearing. Si Ting had been in the army for so many years and had earned himself countless honors, allowing him to hold his chest out wherever he went. Si Ting was his backbone, and now he was going to use that to give Si Ting an impenetrable backbone. Putting all that aside, he was still Sighting's uncle. When Lin Jin came out of the weapons warehouse, he was already dressed in his own clothes, submachine gun in hand, and didn't even have a piece of body armor on. Although Lin Jin hadn't been in a war zone for years, he had never stopped training, and the tight muscles on his body said it all. Old Lin Jin, don't you fool around. Zhao De and the others hurriedly all stopped Lin Jin, trying to stop him. Don't anyone stop me. Not only am I Sighting's superior, I'm also his uncle. The one lying inside is my own sister's daughter-in-law. Now, that's an uncle going to save his nephew. Lin Jin's mind was made up. The special warriors firmly followed Lin Jin's lead, all of them wearing their own clothes, as if they were not even remotely related to the troops. You guys, go on. I'll guard your nephew-in-law for you. I'll guard your two sisters-in-law. Chen Jian walked to Lin Jin's front, pulled out his own gun from his own waist, and stuck it directly into Lin Jin's waist. His attitude made it clear that he had partnered with Lin Jin for so many years, and if Lin Jin left the army because of this incident, then he chose to accompany him as well. Another partner, and that's never going to be Lin Jin. Lin Jin looked at Chen Jian's movements and understood his thoughts in his heart, looking up at Chen Jian without saying a word. Old Lin, I'm still waiting to travel all over China with you. How can young people progress when those of us who don't allow positions? It's time for some fresh blood in our military compound. Chen Jian patted Lin Jin's shoulder, and the two of them laughed after looking at each other. From this moment on, Lin Jin didn't glance at Zhao De and the others again, but firmly walked towards the rescue point gate. Lin Jin had taken the career he had fought for all his life to protect Si Ting, and how could Si Ting let him end up with nothing? Si Ting had never let Lin Jin down. Boss, Team Tsunami. Before he could get to the door already, Zhang Tu saw the two bloody men who tumbled in through the door of the rescue point compound. It was Si Ting and Gu Xiao. Chapter 163 New Recruits. Sighting, Gu Xiao. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jin and Chen Jian rushed over to support the two people who were staggering. The moment they approached the two people, the rich smell of blood directly entered Lin Jin and Chen Jian's noses. Zhang Tu and the others also rushed over. Boss, where are you hurt? Where? Zhang Tu's eyes reddened when he saw Si Ting, whose entire body was covered in blood, and his voice choked as he asked. It's okay. Sito shook his head a little wearily. Boss, say it, where's the wound? What's with all the blood? Several of the special warriors looked at Sighting and Gu Xiao, and were so anxious that they actually cried. Don't cry, we're both fine, it's all someone else's blood. Si Ting took out a handful of bullets from his pocket, stained with blood, and fainted directly after using his last strength to speak. Crying on the wrong grave, can't die. Gu Xiao hardened himself and finished the sentence and fainted as well. The Special Forces members rushed Sighting and Gu Xiao together into the rescue room, regardless of whether he was injured or not. Check it over first. How did they both get back in? This is a ING resuscitation room as a dormitory? Wang Yu was completely speechless when he saw the two people sent in. This one after the other can't be saved. Brother Yu, will my sister-in-law survive? Jiang Tu looked up at Wang Yu and asked, why don't you ask your boss if he can live? Hearing Jiang Tu's question, Wang Yu was a bit curious, because he said he wasn't hurt, and all that was on him was someone else's blood, and he couldn't die. Jiang Tu was truthful. What are you sending it in for if you can't die? Carry it out to the shower. Wang Yu was completely speechless. Forget it, I wouldn't dare undress him. You might as well check first. Jiang Tu shook his head. If he dared to strip and bathe Si Ting would wake up and dare to throw him from the compound into the war zone. Hatsu was lucky. The bullet was off kilter. It's been taken out. There's no ICU here, so stay in the resuscitation room for now. You guys carry these two out and throw them in the shower while I give them a bath. Wang Yu looked at Sighting and Gu Xiao with a disgusted expression, then took off his mask and gloves and walked towards the outside. Come on, come on, come on. You is willing to bathe boss and Team Tsunami. Hurry up and send them to the shower room. Don't back out later. Upon hearing this, the Special Forces members hurriedly lifted up Si Ting and Gu Xiao and sent them to the shower room. Hatsumomo. Hatsumomo. Sito woke up suddenly and sat up looking around. Si Ting's voice woke up Gu Xiao, who also immediately sat up. Where is you air? Stop yelling. I can't get any ing sleep. Have the strength to get out and roar. Wang Yu raised his head to glare at Sighting and Gu Xiao. Why are you here? Gu Xiao asked as he saw Wang Yu's shocked face. I'm stuffed. I'm idle. I'm sick. Okay? Wang Yu gave Gu Xiao a blank look. Hatsumomo. Si Ting saw Wen Chu in the next bed, with a respirator on her face and her eyes closed tightly without any reaction. Don't worry. I'm here. I can't let you two be bachelors. Wang Yu sat down on a chair and took 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to Si Ting and Gu Xiao. Both drank in one gulp. Who gave us a bath? Gu Xiao suddenly realized that he was clean and dry. Me. Don't tell me. It feels good to touch you both. Wang Yu suddenly said with a bad smile on his face. Hearing these words, both Si Ting and Gu Xiao suddenly shifted their eyes to Wang Yu's body with indescribable expressions on their faces. I've seen you both all over. every bit of you, and I've touched everything I should have. By the way, do you two know your sizes? I even took a ruler and measured it to show you both the numbers. Wang Yu said, about to start pulling out his pockets. Do you know where this is? Gu Xiao asked, pointing to the resuscitation room. I know, the resuscitation room. Wang Yu nodded as he crossed his legs. This is ing for you. You ing pervert. I said you haven't had a woman in so many ing years, so you're good for both of us. Gu Xiao looked at Wang Yu with wide eyes. Wang Yu watched him absently, just to see how angry he could get. Si Ting looked at Gu Xiao. Well, I really don't want to say I know you. Where did the IQ go? If you ask me, you're not even as smart as that dog on your team. Wang Yu really couldn't help but laugh. The bath was indeed washed by him. The clothes were indeed changed by him. And what he should have seen he did see. But over the years, he'd watched the two more times than he knew how many times just in the operating room and ICU. So it wasn't even close. Si Ting could figure this out. But Gu Xiao didn't. Gu Xiao, it's that dog in the team again. I have to kick it twice when I go back to my country. Otherwise I can't solve my heart hatred at all. Little Yu's injuries are relatively minor compared to Xiaochu's. The bullet didn't hit anything vital and was removed. And the danger period has passed. Just wait until she wakes up and recovers slowly. But Hatsu's injuries were relatively severe. And it's a good thing the bullet was deflected. It's not out of danger yet. And it's unknown as to when he'll wake up. Wang Yu puts two and two together. Si Ting's eyes reddened as he looked at the unconscious Wen Chu. He walked over and cupped Wen Chu's left hand with both hands. Obviously alive. But the hand that was held tightly was horribly cold. Timothy, go out and get something to eat first. Primrose won't wake up for a while, and she still needs to stay here. Get something to eat and come back with her. In case she wakes up any time and you boil yourself down. No one can take care of her better than you can take care of her. Wang Yu walked over to Sighting's side and advised him. He already knew that from the beginning of when junior high school gun Sighting had not rested, but also went out to fight. And when he came back he was too tired so he passed out from exhaustion. Although Si Ting and Gu Xiao fainted when they returned. The news that came back to the command headquarters from the engagement area was that two people wearing face masks suddenly broke into the engagement area with guns, killing on sight, and destroying an armed gang alive. Before they left, all the bullets that had hit them were withheld, both those that had hit their heads and those that had hit their bodies, even those that had hit their hearts. To this day no one knows who these two men are. There is not a single useful trace left at the scene, and the only thing we can be sure of is that it must have been done by very experienced people. Si Ting didn't want to come out for dinner and was finally pushed out of the resuscitation room by both Wang Yu and Gu Xiao. All three men visibly froze in the doorway as they were wheeled out. Si Ting and Gu Xiao subconsciously stood upright in their places, because the people on gun duty at the door of the resuscitation room were Zhao De and Hu Gang, with their shoulder insignia replaced with those of a private soldier. Sighting, starting today, you have 3 more soldiers in your team, all at your command and bidding until your assistance is over and you return to China. Now, you just master. Lin Jin walked back and looked at Si Ting meaningfully. The next scene surprised Si Ting even more as Zhao De and Hu Gang took the initiative to salute towards Si Ting. Hello Team Timothy. Hello Captain Tsunami. Sighting and Gu Xiao glanced at each other. What is this play? Commander Lin. 3 soldiers? Gu Xiao froze. It was 2 people. Who was the third? Well, that other rookie is cooking in the kitchen. Lin Jin nodded. He knew that Su Bin could cook, so he directly sent the man into the kitchen to work as a cook. Captain Timothy, don't be reluctant to use new recruits. Usually do your laundry, brush your shoes, wash your socks, whatever. Don't mention it. The flowers in the hothouse, all need to be sharpened. Lin Jin spoke with a hint of arrogance on his face. Si Ting turned his head to look at Zhao De on his left, then at Hu Gang on his right, and finally held back 3 words raw, do well. He knew that this was Lin Jin taking it out on himself, so he couldn't afford to lose Lin Jin's face. But Zhao De and Hu Gang, they gave them face before because they were higher in rank than they were, and they should have obeyed orders, but now it's a private. So what's the point? Si Ting watched as Wang Yu turned and closed the door to the resuscitation room, so he had to go back and eat something. His condition and face obviously much better. Brother! He had just walked to the door of the resuscitation room when he suddenly heard Si Rin's voice. When he twisted his head to look in the direction that Si Rin came from, his whole body stopped in place. Chapter 161. Si Rin waved his hand in greeting with himself, and behind him stood the old man and woman of the Si family, his own father and mother. On top of that, there stood the Wen family's elder one, elder Mrs. With, Father Wen and Mother Wen. They brought the butlers and bodyguards of both families with them, and they were looking at themselves. Sighting, what are you looking at? Lin Jin and Shen Jian walked over from the side to look suspiciously at the frothing Si Ting. Uncle, the man who is looking for you to settle the score is here. After Si Ting finished speaking, he hurriedly ran over with big strides. Lin Jin looked in the direction that Si Ting had run in. And when he saw the group of people standing not far away staring intently at him, this battle-hardened man was actually so frightened that he turned around and tried to run, but it was stopped alive by Chen Jian. "What are you stopping me for?" Lin Jin glared at Chen Jian and asked. "Old Lin, the monk can't run away from the temple. It's good to learn from your mistakes. You resign yourself to your fate." After Chen Jian finished speaking, he quickly flashed to the side. In the next second, this capital city military region tantrum commander was kicked to the ground. Chen Jian took a long breath. Fortunately he was quick to dodge. "Lin Jin, Lin Jin, you're just not a person. Wen Chu is a tender girl, and you sent her to a place like E. Why don't you do the peacekeeping yourself?" Si Ting and Si Rin hurriedly ran forward, one of them grabbing one of Yuan Jie's arms. "Mom, calm down. You calm down." Two people know their mother's temperament too well. Rarely angry, but really angry. She does not care what level or official you are. In her eyes are all targets. All are enemies, including her own brother who she kicked to the ground. Lin Jin stood up from the ground and subconsciously took a step back. "Yuan Jie, calm down. I didn't come here first thing when I was notified. The bullet in Wenchu's body has been removed and is recovering." Lin Jin knew his sister's temperament too well. "Took it out? Just take it out. Other little girls have to carry a scar on their chest for the rest of their lives, just in case there's a bit of an aftermath. Our dad and mom said that if anything happens to William's daughter-in-law, they'll come to your military compound with their swords. Our mom told me to tell you that if Wenshu has any problems in the future, you should change your last name. No Yuan, and don't take her last name, Lin. He's all for not having you as a son. You, wait to die." Yuan Jie's hands were shaking with anger as she pointed at Lin Jin. "You think I want to? Nah. The man who forced your daughter-in-law to come to Igloo is there to watch the door. Zhao Da, Hu Gang. I didn't spare any of them." Lin Jin immediately pointed at Zhao Da and Hu Gang who were standing guard with their guns. When they saw Lin Jin pointing at them, Zhao Da and Hu Gang had a lifeless look on their faces because it wasn't just Yuan Jie who was glaring at them, but also the four old men behind him. "By the way, to let you know, the Qiao family and the Gu family are also here. They're in the car in the back, and they'll be here soon, too. You, wait to die." Yuan Jie pointed at Lin Jin, Zhao Da and Hu Gang in turn. She doesn't care who these people are. God is not good enough. Satisfied? Happy? Did I tell you guys that if you're going to be offended, it's going to be one family line? That's good. 4 families all together. Oh, that's not even 4 families. Now even my mother's family is offended. 5. Lin Jin gestured a 5 towards Zhao Da and Hu Gang, who were standing guard. This is hilarious. Looking at the entire capital city, no one would dare to offend these families. I can't believe you guys came up with more than half. 5 families at once. I advise you to behave yourselves and never leave the army when you return to the capital. There are a lot of surprises when you get out of the army gates. In other words, you'll all have to retire someday, and counting your ages, you're not far from it, except for the kitchen cooks. Chen Jian stood to the side and played to his strengths, watching Zhao Da and the others talk smack. You can't listen when you're talking nicely, and you don't know regret until you get to this point. Even if Si Ting and Gu Xiao should come to E, when Shu and Xiao you really shouldn't come. It's too much of an imposition, both in terms of seniority and ability. When Shu and Xiao Yu's hands are now even better, but they haven't experienced much training with real guns and bullets, so the concept of coming here is almost the same as sending them to their deaths. Zhao Da and Hu Gang's eyes were all helpless as they looked at Chen Jian. What a way to add fuel to the fire. As they spoke, the cars of the Qiao family and the Gu family arrived. As everyone watched, first the bodyguards got out and surrounded the car before the 2 families stepped out of the car. When the parents of the 4 families stood together, Lin Jin and the rest of them all looked as bad as they could. The 4 old men of the 4 families were the 4 Earth Emperors of the capital city. The annual tax payments of these 4 families feed more than half of the official population of the capital city. The bullets that go into the bodies of the enemy have their financial backing. Such a family, the treasure of their palms now lying in the resuscitation room, one just out of danger, the other not yet showing any signs of coming to its senses. Chapter 162, Wen Chu's real situation. Elder Wen and Elder Mrs. Wen helped each other, walked straight toward the rescue room, passing Zhao Da and Hu Gang without a glance. Wan Yu hurriedly helped the 2 old men into the sterilized room, with one father, one mother, Si family's old man, Si old lady and Si father and mother all following closely behind. Wan Yu helped them put on their sterile gowns then walked into the resuscitation room. Grandpa, Grandma, there's no ICU here, so Hatsu will have to stay here for now. The good thing about this place is that it's fully equipped with all kinds of resuscitation equipment, so that if there's any special situation it can be dealt with as quickly as possible. When things are better, then let her go back to the dormitory for a retreat. When Wan Yu saw Elder Wen and Mrs. Wen walking into the resuscitation room looking around, he opened his mouth to explain. "You, hard work." Elder Wen sighed. then slowly walked towards the unconscious Wen Shu. The Chow family and the Gu family also walked into the room that Xiao Yu was in, separated only by a door from this resuscitation room of Wen Shu's. The Wen family and the Si family instantly reddened their eyes when they saw Wen Shu lying on the hospital bed, but neither stood still and reached out. It is not that they do not want to get close. Wen Shu's eyes are tightly closed. His face is wearing a respirator. His body is inserted with all kinds of instrumentation and equipment. Even his fingers are clamped with a detector, and a urinary catheter is inserted underneath his body, and they are completely unaware of where they can touch Wen Shu. Son, Grandpa's here. Elder Wen trembled and walked to Wen Shu's side, bent down and touched Wen Shu's hair that was tied into a twisted braid, his eyes full of heartache. When Elder's short sentence made Wen Shu's mother and Si Ting's mother couldn't hold back any longer, instantly raining tears as follows. Why did a good person become like this? Wen Shu's father and Si Ting's father held onto their wives, and the tears in their eyes couldn't be stopped. Lying on the hospital bed, Wen Shu did not make any movement. Only the monitor that was running told everyone that Wen Shu was still alive. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm sorry, I didn't protect her. Si Ting stood aside, looking down at Wen Shu, his face full of self-blame and guilt. Old Mrs. Wen slowly walked over and gently patted Si Ting's shoulder. Timothy, good boy, it's not your fault. It's Hatsu's robbery. It's the boy's life. You're doing well enough. Old Mrs. Wen wiped her tears and said with a sigh. On their way here, not a single person complained about sighting because it wasn't sighting's cause at all. It's my fault. If I had moved a little faster, Hatsumomo wouldn't have gotten hurt. The self-blame in Si Ting's heart was due to the fact that he attributed Wen Shu and Xiao Yu's injuries to his slow movements. If he had taken care of the armed men before Wen Shu and Xiao Yu arrived or before he found the little boy, then Wen Shu and Xiao Yu wouldn't have been injured. Sighting, we came here this time because we want to bring Xiao Chu home. As Elder Wen spoke, his eyes never moved from Wen Shu's face. He wanted to take Winchester home, with the best medication and the best treatment. Grandpa, thank you, for bringing Koru Koru. Grandpa, Prim can't take it back now. Wang Yu interrupted Si Ting and spoke directly, and Si Ting looked at him suspiciously. He was just about to state his agreement to bring Wen Shu back to his country, his hands agreeing. He also wanted Wen Shu to return to China to quietly recuperate. He himself, even if 1,000 reluctant to part, but he did not want to let her stay in this place where there are many gunfires. You, what's the situation? Si looked at Wang Yu and asked. He had already prepared everything with Wen Kong in the capital city, just waiting for Wen Shu to go back for treatment. Uncle, in Xiaochu's current condition, let alone going back to the capital city, she can't even leave this room. Now she's stabilized for now, but as you can see, she can't even get off the ventilator right now. If we send someone back home now, it's no different than just taking her life. Wang Yu honestly said. Now Wen Shu cannot stand any little bumps, otherwise Hua Tuo in the world cannot be saved. It's too dangerous here, and with the conditions here being so poor, my little sister-in-law will definitely not be able to keep up with her treatment. Si Rin looked at Wen Shu's current situation and was also worried sick. My team is already on its way here from China with the latest and now most needed medical equipment. I'll be here for the rest of the day as Hatsu's primary care physician, and I'll be in full charge of everything she does. Right now the priority is to get her stabilized first, and not only can she not leave now, but if her recovery is good later on, when the mission on Aiting's side is over, Xiao Chu will be able to follow the special operations team back to China. If she's slow to recover, it's likely that Timothy and the others will return home first, and she'll need to be treated until she can carry the long journey. After Wang Yu finished explaining, the faces of the people present got even worse. Everyone knew Wang Yu's medical skills, and if he even said that, it meant that Wen Shu's situation was very dangerous. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Si Ting subconsciously clenched his fists, but he didn't say a word. Only Si Rin noticed this action of Si Ting's, and he walked over to him and called him out. Wang Yu followed and went out as well, leaving the resuscitation room to the others. Brother, what's wrong with you? Si Rin looked at Si Ting and asked. Tell me honestly, is Hatsumomo in danger up until now? Si Ting thought for a moment and shifted his eyes from Si Rin to Wang Yu. Ting, don't worry, I'll spell out all my medical skills to get Xiao Chu back for you. Wang Yu sighed as he saw that Si Ting had guessed the true situation of Wen Shu. Everything he said before was to comfort Si Ting and the Wen family. Wang Yu said a lot of Wen Shu's situation towards the good. Just want to let Si Ting can take a proper rest. Do not always tighten the nerves. He was worried that before Wen Shu woke up, Si Ting again boil himself down. What the hell does that mean? Siren was a bit confused. Xiao Chu's life is just hanging by a thread right now, and whichever breath doesn't come up, the person is gone. Wang Yu pondered for a while and finally told the truth. She was hurt too badly, and that bullet deflected a little bit, but only that little bit. Hatsu was able to hold out until I got here, and I really have to thank Dr. Wan Su Wan for that. She was the only one who thought to use those medicines I prepared. so she lasted until I arrived. Now it's 20% on medical skill and 80% on providence. After Wang Yu finished speaking, both Si Ting and Si Rin froze in place, unable to say a word. Brother, how did you hear that little sister-in-law is not doing well? Si Rin asked in disbelief. They were all in the resuscitation room just now, and only Si Ting could hear that Wenshu wasn't doing too well. Yu's medical skills are evident to all. When have you ever seen him use his own team? Tsunami and I were in ICU, and none of his team showed up. But this time, he actually called his own medical team from China. That means your sister-in-law's condition is beyond even his control. Sighting walked over to the wall, handed Siling a cigarette and lit it himself. His insides were a mess. Hearing Si Ting's words, Si Rin thought carefully. He really hadn't seen Wang Yu's medical team either. Every time only he himself treated Si Ting and the others. AU's medical team has both Chinese and Western doctors. The TCM doctors on the team travel all over China all year round, learning treatments and remedies from different places. Part of the Western medicine is in China, and the other part is all in different countries, studying and researching the latest treatments in each country, and being able to get the latest medicines. It's rare for his team to get together. He only gathers people together if you can't handle the situation himself. As far as I know, in the last 5 years, his team has only assembled once, and that time wasn't even when there was a patient to be healed. It was when you asked everyone to get together and exchange ideas back in the capital city. This one, I think, is the first time in the last 5 years that we've assembled because of patient need. After Si Ting finished speaking, Si Rin's entire body froze. These were things he didn't know, which meant that Wenshu's situation was indeed dangerous. Brother, little sister-in-law in case, what are you going to do? It was hard for Si Rin to imagine what Si Ting would do if Wenshu really couldn't hold out. Medically, there's nothing I can do. I trust you and his medical skills. At this point, Sito paused. If your sister-in-law really can never go back, then I'm not going back either. I'll stay here with her. I brought her people with me, to leave together, to stay together. I separated from her 5 years ago in F. It was the worst decision I've ever made in my life. This time, I'm with her wherever she is. People live. I stay with them. If she dies here, I'll take off this uniform and stay here with her forever. Every militant here counts. Kill everyone you see. Fight until the day I can't fight anymore. Until the day I go to be with her. Si Ting calmly finished saying this, raised his hand and quietly took 2 puffs of his cigarette, his eyes looking towards the resuscitation room where Wenshu was. Brother, little sister-in-law will be fine, and you're going to marry her. And when she comes back home, I'd like to show her the elephants I raised. Little Timothy and Primrose were raised well raised. Si Rin's heart is very bad taste. His heart Wenshu has long been his family. Speaking voice with choking. When she's better, I'll take her back to see that subject. Your sister-in-law really likes it. She makes all her bookmarks by printing pictures of that object. Sifan said with a nod. It wasn't hard for Si Rin to hear the breathlessness in Si Ting's tone. He knew that his brother was really tired. Not physically, but mentally. Wenshu lying there is the biggest torture to Si Ting. He would rather lie there himself. Would rather that bullet hit his heart. Do not want to let Wenshu to bear these, but he now has no way at all. Can only wait, can only suffer. Si Ting had just finished his cigarette when he suddenly heard a medical help signal from the compound, and he instantly tensed up. This signal was exclusive to the Chinese medical team, and ringing it meant that there was an emergency on their side. Si Ting and Si Rin saw the medical team suddenly all run out of their respective rooms and towards the resuscitation room. What's going on here? Siren spoke with a tremor in her anxious voice. Your sister-in-law is not doing well, Sito said as he ran towards the resuscitation room. Hatsu, wake up, boy, wake up, you save her. When Sighting ran into the resuscitation room, Wenshu's mother, Shui Wei, was being helped and pulled out by Wenkong. Don't you move me, let me stay with my daughter. Vivian, don't interfere with Yu's resuscitation. Wenkong looked at Wenshu unwillingly pulling Shui Wei out. Hatsumomo. Sighting runs in and he hears the monitor alarming all the time. Wang Yu is sticking needles into Wenshu with acupuncture needles in his hand, and Wan Susu is infusing medicine into Wenshu's body. Hatsu, you hang in there, you're not allowed to die. Chen Jiao kept unpacking the needle in her hand then handed it to Wang Yu. Her mouth kept shouting Wenshu, and her tears couldn't stop flowing. When Sighting saw the horizontal line on the monitor, his entire body froze. Hatsumomo, choo-choo. Sighting ran to Wenshu's front. No matter how much he shouted, Wenshu on the bed didn't have a single reaction, neither on the monitor. Timothy, you go out first. Trust me, I'll definitely return Wenshu to you. Sweat was already seeping out of Wang Yu's forehead, but even so, his hand remained steady, sticking needle after needle. Si Ting saw that every needle that was stuck in Wenshu's body was as if it was stuck in his own heart, and it hurt like hell. Gu Shao looked at Sighting and also looked at Wang Yu again, who gave Gu Shao a look that he understood in seconds. Sito, come out with me first. Gu Shao, who received a look. immediately looked at Si Ting and said, "I'm not leaving, I'm staying here with her. I'm not moving." Sito didn't take a step. He didn't dare to go. Trust Au. Trust Hatsu. Gu Xiao had to grab Sighting and drag him outside. At this moment, the members of the special operations team also ran over. And when they saw the parents of all 4 families quickly exiting from the resuscitation room, they knew that Wenchu was being resuscitated inside. But Sighting didn't want to go at all. He just wanted to stand here and watch Wenchu resuscitate. He was afraid. He was afraid that when he walked in again, he would completely lose Wenchu. Gu Xiao had a hard time pushing Si Ting out. Standing at the door of the resuscitation room, Si Ting didn't say a word, just stood quietly at the door, his eyes fixed on the door of the resuscitation room. I don't know how long it took, but he suddenly crouched down and hung his head. He had never been so scared. He raised his hands to his head and clutched at it unconsciously, his heart unquiet and beating abnormally fast. He didn't know what he should do anymore. He wanted to save Wenchu but couldn't do anything. He couldn't figure out how he had saved countless people and why he couldn't do anything about it in the face of his woman. In this moment he could hear and see nothing. His mind was full of Wenchu's appearance. Chapter 163, 2,000 words added in the last chapter, I'll stay with you. A scene from the past is like a movie. There was the look of the first time he saw Wenchu, sitting on the bed with a confused and helpless look on his face. There were 2 people standing in the old Wen family house, looking at the empty villa when surprised. There was standing in front of Si's old mansion, surprised and amused to find the gate welded shut. There's the way she was surprised when the 2 locked eyes on the plane while aiding F. There's her bewildered look when she saw the shelled ruins in the F. There was her awe-inspiring look as she stood in front of the soldiers of his country and confronted them. There's the serene look of her as she sits in front of her drawing board and focuses on her painting. There was her shocked look when she saw herself in the war zone. There's the empty bewilderment he felt when he broke up with her. There's the look of eyes growing disorganized when they meet again. There's the low, disgruntled look she gets when she's wronged. There was the way she defended herself with determined candor. There's the look of 2 people blazingly deep in love when they're firmly together. There was the way she looked when she saw her panic and urgency when she was hurt. There's her focused and serious look as she saves lives. But he had seen her in all sorts of ways. But he had never seen her like this. She was so lifeless. The whole thing was lying on the bed, pale as if she was going to disappear into thin air the next second. Division. Sito. Brother. Someone helped Sighting up, desperately shaking his shoulders and shouting at him. Si Ting looked up feebly at the person in front of him, and could only see his mouth open and close, but couldn't hear what he was saying in the slightest. It was only after 10 seconds or so that Si Ting gradually returned to normal, and only then did he see that it was Gu Xiao and Si Rin in front of him. Hatsa Momo. Si Ting's eyes moved to the door of the resuscitation room once again. Timbers. Au's medical team arrived but was stopped by militants about 10 kilometers from the rescue point. They don't have weapons on them, and they're all trapped in the car right now. Gu Xiao told Sighting the news. I'll get it. Sito recovered as he spoke while striding in the direction of the armory. Sighting. Lin Jin suddenly shouted at Si Ting to stop. Si Ting looked back at Lin Jin without saying a word. Put on your uniform, take your team, and bring me back the medical team that the Chinese military hired. 1 person at a time. Lin Jin looked at Si Ting and said solemnly. Hearing Lin Jin's words, everyone present froze, even Chen Jian, Zhao De and Hu Gang. This statement meant that the local militants were not ordinary people stopping them, and if they dared to shoot or continue to block them, they would be attacking and blocking China's troops, which was equivalent to declaring war on China. The consequences are not for these armed groups to bear. In other words, not even the official Iranian state can afford it. Soon enough, Si Ting set off with his team in full armor. The expressions on the faces of the 4 families became more serious as they saw the vehicles drive out of the rescue point compound. This is the first time I've seen Timothy on a mission in full armor. Elder Si slowly spoke as he looked at the departing caravan. I used to know that Timothy's job was dangerous, but I've never seen this scene. Old Winnie, I regret it. If we hadn't put these 2 kids together 5 years ago, this girl, Xiao Chu, wouldn't have become what she is now. She wouldn't have gone through all this. Elder Si's eyes were full of remorse and heartache, and when he saw Wen Chu's appearance, he had nothing but reproach for himself in his heart. You old man, you're starting an internal conflict at your age? This child is destined to live her life. She has to live it herself. Hatsu was blessed with a strong life. She'll be fine. Elder Wen sighed and sat in the courtyard looking at the resuscitation room. When Sighting and Gu Xiao arrived at the place where the medical team had been stopped, they saw that there were about 60 armed men, and the entire bus was surrounded. Although the militants have not yet struck, they are also resolutely uneasy. Team Tsunami, when you get a chance later, you take the medical team. Sito raised the gun in his hand as he spoke. What are you doing? Gu Xiao frowned as he listened to the voice coming from the walkie-talkie. Sighting. They won't let go easily. I'll make a path for you, and leave the rest to you. Hatsumomo can't wait any longer there. When Sighting finished speaking, he simply turned off the intercom. When Gu Xiao shouted a lot with the intercom in the rear car and realized that there was no response, he immediately contacted with the earphone. But Si Ting even took off the earphone together. Grass, tell me straight if you don't want to die. I'll stay with you. If you want your sister-in-law to live, bring back the entire medical team without missing a single person. Me and Timothy's team will clear the way for you. After Gu Xiao finished with the walkie-talkie, it was directly time to turn off and take off as well. Before the vehicle had even stopped, Sighting and Gu Xiao jumped from the vehicle with guns at the same time. When Si Ting saw Gu Xiao, who was walking towards him, he stopped himself. The two men looked at each other and then laughed. Master, why are you fidgeting? In an office in the capital city, Hong Sheng's disciple looked at Hong Sheng who was walking around and asked suspiciously. I don't know. It's bothering me inside. Hong Sheng sighed. He thought for a moment and walked over to the offering table. Skillfully lighting a stick of incense, he took a deep breath while closing his eyes to try and quiet himself. It was during this process that a row of words appeared in his mind, and after slightly frowning and contemplating for a while, Hong Sheng suddenly thought of something. He opened his eyes and quickly went to sit down in front of his desk, opening a drawer before pulling a piece of paper out of his own notebook. Hong Sheng's disciple walked up and looked at the note in Hong Sheng's hand as he carefully recalled it. Master, this birth date, isn't it that Miss Wen's? Why do you still have it? He had an impression of this, so he quickly remembered. Hong Sheng didn't say anything, and he picked up another slip of paper with Si Ting's birth date on it. He put the two notes together and looked at them carefully, and finally realized something. Wen Chu, Sithan, the two of them chose to be together. Hong Sheng held up Wen Chu and Si Ting's birth dates at the same time and said meaningfully, aren't their characters incompatible? Hong Sheng's disciple's level is actually not bad, but according to him, he can't even see that Wen Chu and Si Ting don't get along. He didn't understand why Hong Sheng said that these two people were not suitable, and Hong Sheng never explained. Love is not enough, but everything happens for a reason, and God will not fail you. That's all my master said back then. As I see it, if the two are separated, they'll have a good time in every way but the emotional aspect. But if these two choose to be together, there are countless setbacks, bumps and dangers to be faced. It's up to them to see how far they can go, how long they can hold out, how long they can live. Hong Sheng's eyes never moved from the 8 characters, which only gave Wen Chu and Si Ting 2 choices, 1 life and 1 lifetime. Chapter 164. An hour or so later, the 4 families standing in the yard saw 3 bomb-proof vehicles protecting a bus drive into the yard. From the bus came down more than 20 people, all of whom were Wang Yu's men. There are men and women, Chinese and Western doctors, each with their own area of specialization. Wang Yu ran out of the resuscitation room, signaling everyone to rush in and try to save the people. Brother Yu, how's my little sister-in-law? Si Rin hurriedly looked at Wang Yu and asked. The heartbeat is back, but right now it's just me hanging her with a needle. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Wang Yu turned around and ran back after saying that. Oh me, where's my brother? And where did Tsunami go? Si Rin realized that the team had rushed into the weapons storage for 10 seconds before running back to the car again, and he hadn't seen Si Ting or Gu Zhao's silhouettes. Let's go help the boss. He wants us to escort the medical team back first, while he and the Tsunami team stall the armed gang chasing us. Omi got directly into the car after he finished speaking, and the blast car once again rushed out at full speed. At this time, Lin Jin and Shen Jian also ran out from the command room. He looked at the direction of the 3 explosion-proof vehicles driving away and pinched a sweat for everyone. Brother, what's going on here? Yuan Jie looked at Lin Jin and asked anxiously. According to the real-time surveillance of the vehicles we saw in the command room, Si Ting and Gu Xiao did stay at the scene. 2 people are still holding out. They must be able to hold out until Jiang Tu and the others rush back for support. Lin Jin's voice trembled as he looked in the direction of the bomb-proof vehicle, because he had seen with his own eyes that Si Ting had been shot. But even so, Sito was hanging on, not letting any of the armed gangs run out of the engagement zone. Team Timothy, how are you doing? Gu Xiao looked at Si Ting, who had been shot in the shoulder, as he changed magazines. I'm fine. Although the blood had already soaked the clothes at Si Ting's shoulders, Si Ting didn't even frown. His sight was always in the direction of the enemy in the engagement area. He knew that he was determined not to let any of them go, or else he would catch up with the bus and his Wenshu would be hopeless. Oh me, faster! Lu Chang and the others shouted over the intercom for Jiang Tu, who was driving the lead car. Jiang Tu, who was driving the car, hated that his foot couldn't step on the gas pedal into the gas tank. He knew that 1 minute later to support, his boss and Gu Xiao would be in danger for 1 more minute, and the speed of the 3 cars was just short of taking off. I'm out of bullets. Gu Xiao leaned against the wall, panting heavily. I'm out too. Sito pulled out his magazine and looked at it. It was empty. How long has it been since you've used a knife? Gu Xiao wiped the blood on his hands on his clothes, then pulled out 2 knives and asked Sighting with a smile. Some days. Sito also placed the gun in his hand on the ground and pulled out his knife. Sighting, all your wishes in this life, have they all come true? Gu Shao looked at the knife in Sighting's hand, then shifted his eyes to Sighting's face. Just one more step. Marry Winchester and go home. Sito smiled helplessly and bitterly. Me too. Just one step closer to marrying Xiaoyu and going home. Gu Shao paused. But if we let these S get out alive, not many people in the compound make it home alive, including your Wenchu. My Xiaoyu. That's a real reunion. From the old to the young, the four great families of the capital city are gone. It would be better for us, the two brothers, to accompany all these people to be handed over here. Change the people in the compound to live. As soon as Gu Zhao's words fell, a messy sound of footsteps was heard. Team Tsunami, what are you dreaming about? You guys want to die in exchange for us continuing to guard that rabbit-ridden compound you used to protect us. This time, it's our turn to take you back, Jiang Tu said as he rushed up with his special forces team, and the fierce attack startled the armed gang. They clearly saw with their own eyes that the special forces team had all left, and only 2 people were left in the engagement zone. The armed gangs did not see it all when these special forces members came back or from where they came in. Hey, don't go all the way. Save some bullets for both of us. Gu Shao watched the team members run away and hurriedly shouted towards the last few people running. Team Tsunami, go spell your own sword. We see you're pretty good. Just spar with a knife. What bullets do you need? Zhao Zhe shouted as he fired his gun. You, Sighting, look at your people. Where did you get the bullets? Gu Shao hadn't even finished his sentence when he saw Sighting changing magazines. My people dropped it off for me. Look at my people. They're better than yours. Siting watched as Gu Shao pushed his glasses away and stared at himself with wide eyes. So the clown is myself. Gu Shao suddenly felt a real punch in the face and reached out to catch the clip that Sighting threw over. He hurriedly put the knife away and was about to rush out after replacing the magazine when he heard the gunfire suddenly stop. What's wrong with this? Gu Shao sidestepped and stuck his head out to see that the fight was already over. But the other side isn't finished dying. What are you doing? Gu Shao watched as the team walked back, holding 2 uninjured people with their guns searched. Just 2 armed men with bare hands. Team Tsunami, aren't you going to spar? Nah, left 2 for you. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, the special warriors threw the 2 men in front of Gu Shao. After the 2 men were thrown to the ground, they quickly got up and fought towards Gu Shao. I'm ING. You buggers are sick. Gu Shao was startled by the 2 armed men, and hurriedly dodged to avoid them, then began to fight back, cursing as he did so. The special forces members stood by Si Ting's side in droves, watching Gu Shao fight with the other side, none of them attempting to reach out and help him. Look at our Tsunami team. What a good hand. Team Tsunami, pull out your knives. That's it. Where's the knife? Where is it? Open our eyes. We haven't seen you fight the enemy with a real sword yet. Everyone shouted. You all ing wait. Gu Shao shouted, finished pulling out a knife and wiped the other's neck twice, which ended the struggle. Winning isn't easy, Jiang Tu said as he stood still and shook his head. What? Gu Shao was panting with exhaustion, glaring at Jiang Tu. Neither of them had any weapons or sharp objects. I can't believe you pulled out a knife. The hallowed special warfare soldiers of China bully people in broad daylight. Hey, you have a character problem. I'm your mom. After Jiang Tu finished speaking, he saw the knife in Gu Zhao's hand being thrown towards him while he cursed, and he dodged it with a tilt of his head. Everyone laughed at this scene. Only Jiang Tu had the ability to make Gu Shao angry like this. Chapter 165, Wan Yu takes the bullet. Team Timothy, can the clothes come off by themselves? I'll help you if you can't. Just take off the top half of your body, then lie down on the bed and I'll give you the anesthetic. Wan Susu walked over to Si Ting with the anesthetic in hand, ready to remove the bullet after numbing him and then sewing and bandaging him up. But after Wan Susu said so much, Si Ting, who was sitting in front of Wenchu's hospital bed, didn't have any reaction. Si Ting looked at Wenchu, who was lying on the bed. Although he was saved by Wang Yu and their hard resuscitation, he still didn't have any signs of waking up, and he didn't pass the danger period. Wang Yu had told himself that Wenchu might spill his hand at any time, so he let Si Ting into the rescue room to accompany Wenchu. If Wenchu really cannot, he is also considered to accompany her side. If Wenchu wakes up, the first thing she wants to see should also be Si Ting. Team Timbers? Team Timbers? Wan Susu called out to Si Ting several times before the latter looked back at Wan Susu. Team Timothy, can the clothes come off? Wan Susu pointed to Si Ting's gunshot wound, and with a nod Si Ting stood up from the chair and in a few moments took off all of his shirt, resuming his seat on the chair with his naked upper body, continuing to look at Wenchu. Wang Yu walked in after communicating with his medical team and frowned slightly when he saw Si Ting's state. Timothy team, bear with me, I'll numb you. It hurts slightly. After Wan Susu finished speaking, she realized that Si Ting had no response again. Here, I'll fetch him a bullet. Wang Yu walked over while putting on his gloves. Dr. Wang, no anesthetic yet. Mansu held up the needle helplessly. No need to fight. Won Yu picked up the sterilization tool and started to disinfect Si-Ting's wound. Woof! Won Susu was shocked by Won Yu's action, directly removing the bullet and sewing it up without anesthesia. She didn't even dare to imagine how painful it would be. Do you see that he knows it hurts? After Wang Yu finished speaking, Won Susu realized that Si-Ting was still looking straight at Wen Chu, and seemed to really not feel any pain. What's going on? Won Susu was a bit puzzled. What was wrong with Si-Ting? His heart isn't even in himself. All his attention is on Hatsu. He can't hear us right now when we're talking. A wound hurts even more, that's a physical pain. But Timothy is heartbroken right now. And it hurts more for him to see Xiaochu like this than it would for him to go through death by 1,000 cuts. Do you think he can still feel physical pain? As Wang Yu spoke, he removed the bullet that had been shot into Si-Ting's shoulder and threw it on a tray to the side. Then he continued to sterilize, suture and bandage. After everything was done, Si-Ting still didn't have any reaction. His eyes were still on Wen Chu. When it was all bandaged up, Wang Yu sighed helplessly as he looked at Si-Ting, who was still in a daze, and then gestured for Won Susu to go out first and accompany Si-Ting for a chat himself. It's just the two of us. Wang Yu took a chair and sat beside Si-Ting. Does she hurt? Sito spoke slowly. It didn't hurt as much as you did. She had anesthesia. Wang Yu handed Si-Ting a bottle of water, and Si-Ting took it. In fact, he had been hearing the words of Won Susu and Wang Yu, but he didn't want to speak, didn't want to move once he moved, and just wanted to sit quietly and watch Wen Chu. He clearly felt the sharp pain coming from his shoulder when Wang Yu treated his wound, but he realized that, as Wang Yu had said, the physical pain was far less than the pain in his heart. With every movement Wang Yu made, he thought about how she felt when this bullet was in Wen Chu's chest, and what kind of pain Wen Chu went through when he removed the bullet. Timothy, you need to pull yourself together. What if Hatsu wakes up the next second and you fall down? What's the point of sitting here without eating or drinking now? Even if she wakes up, you think she's as fit as you are? Even if she wakes up, it's going to be a long recovery. You want to starve to death alive? Wang Yu looked at Si-Ting and didn't even know how he should advise him. I can't eat. I've never been more scared than I am right now. I'm afraid she'll never wake up again. Si-Ting hung his head and rubbed his brow. His tone was all heartache with a touch of helplessness. Actually, there's something I didn't tell you. Seeing Si-Ting in this state now, Wang Yu decided to tell Si-Ting. What? Si-Ting raised his head and looked at Wang Yu with some confusion in his eyes. There's a reason why Hatsu can't wake up right now, and there's a reason why we can't. Wang Yu's tone lightened a bit. Si-Ting didn't understand Wang Yu at all. Hatsu's current medication carries a sleeping component. Actually, when you didn't come back, she was already showing signs of waking up. Hearing this, Si-Ting sat straight up directly and listened to Wang Yu continue. But Hatsu isn't in a very good state. She's still in the danger zone, and it's not a good time for her to have too many mood swings or mental burdens. Guess what state she'd be in if she woke up and found herself like this? She's a doctor herself now. Where this bullet hit and what she's taking on herself, would she not know? So, my medical team gave a treatment plan. That means not letting her wake up and letting her sleep for a few more days. So we spiked her with a sleeping medication to delay her waking up. At the very least, make sure this life is saved before you let her wake up. As Wang Yu spoke, he raised his hand and handed the switch for the 4 to Si-Ting. Here's the switch. Turn it off and she'll wake up in less than a day. If it's not off, she won't wake up for a while. You're Hatsu's man. You make the decisions. Hearing this, Si-Ting looked at the switch in his hand and contemplated for a while, then raised his head to look at Wen Chu, who was lying quietly on the bed, and finally he let go. Wake up. She's going to hurt. She's most afraid of pain. Let her sleep. She hasn't had a good night's sleep since the day she joined the special forces. Si-Ting reached out and touched Wen Chu's hair. He understood what Wang Yu meant. If Wen Chu woke up and realized that she was injured like this, coupled with the pain in her body, she would most likely get agitated. And agitation makes things easy. It would be better for her to be in a state where she didn't know anything right now. Chapter 166, Turn It Off. Wang Yu got up from his chair and walked out of the room, leaving the resuscitation room to Si-Ting. Si-Ting raised his hand and took Wen Chu's hand, placing it next to his face. Chu, why are your hands so cold? I'll warm them up for a while. Don't be afraid. Go to sleep. I'll be right here with you. You'll be fine when you wake up from your nap. When you get better, I'll take you home. We'll get married when we get back. I'll go back to C's group. You go back to do what you want to do, and we won't even stay inside the army, okay? Let's live a normal life. After all these years, I've done right by the troops. I can't afford to be doing you wrong. When we get back, we'll go wherever you want to go, and I'll accompany you in whatever you want to do. From now on I work, I cook, I earn. I'll do whatever you want. Hatsumomo, I'm good. Will you stop not wanting me? Even if you really don't want me anymore, can you not do it in such a way? As long as you are safe and healthy, I will never pester you even if you don't want me anymore. Si-Ting held Wen Chu's hand tightly and pleaded, the tears in the corners of his eyes slipping down silently. This pair of white and tender little hands are now icy and terrible. Won Yu is worried that Wenchu's wounds will be inflamed and infected, so the air conditioning in the resuscitation room has been in a cooling state. Wenchu's body was covered with a quilt, and she just kept lying on the hospital bed. After a long time, Si Ting went back to the dormitory to get a basin, towel and shampoo to return to the rescue room again. He walked to the side of the shed and boiled a pot of water before bringing it to the bedside. Turning off the air conditioning, he sat quietly in his place at the head of the bed, only to see him reach out and open Wenchu's twisted braid, gently washing Wenchu's hair. Hatsumomo, rest in peace, I'll get you clean. After washing his hair, Si Ting reboiled the water and started to wipe Wenchu's body. He knew that Wenchu loved to be clean. Even when she was in a coma, he still wanted Wenchu to be clean and dry. When everything was done, Si Ting rebraided Wenchu's hair into a twisted braid. Once he didn't make it up, he made it up a second time. And the second time he didn't make it up, he started making it up a third time. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. He tirelessly braided his hair again and again. Hatsumomo, it didn't hurt you, did it? I'm not very good at it right now, but I can learn slowly, until it is learned. I'll brush your hair too when you're better. Sito himself didn't know exactly how many times he had braided it before he finally came up with a nice twisted braid. Are you sure you don't need to go in and check on Timothy? Gu Xiao stood at the door of the resuscitation room and hesitantly asked Wang Yu. Now that's a hurdle for Timothy and Hatsu. It's up to God to decide whether or not Koru can move past it. It's up to Timothy to step through. No one can help him. Let him accompany Xiaochu for a chat to relieve the bitterness in his heart. Wang Yu shook his head and told Gu Xiao not to go in and disturb Si Ting and Wenchu. He can't have a nervous breakdown. Gu Xiao was a little worried. You talk less. Little Yu is out of danger. If she's in the same situation as Xiaochu, you'll get sick faster than he did. Wang Yu gave Gu Xiao a blank look and turned around to go back to the dormitory to rest after saying that. For the next 5 days, when Wang Yu went into the resuscitation room to examine Wenchu, Si Ting went back to his room to wash and change his clothes. The parents of the 4 families would also take this time to go in and check on Winchester, who, thankfully, had been doing very well. It didn't get significantly better, but it didn't continue to get worse either. Xiaoyu was released from the resuscitation room the next day and returned to the dormitory to slowly recuperate. When she wakes up and realizes Wenchu's condition, she cries and wants to go see Wenchu, but is stopped by Wang Yu. All he said was that the more people who came into contact with Wenchu now, the worse it would be for Wenchu's recovery. As a doctor, Xiaoyu understood this matter, so she didn't continue to make a scene, and every day she would ask Wang Yu about his specific situation and then cry for a while. Si Ting would return to the resuscitation room again every day after washing up, eating and living in it. Now if we wean off the sleeping pills, will Hatsumomo wake up? Si Ting calmly looked at Wang Yu and asked. The teams just come in and check them all, both from the Chinese medicine point of view and the Western medicine point of view. We think she can wake up, and she can wake up, too. Wang Yu's tone was noticeably lighter. What do you mean she can wake up too? Si Ting's voice actually carried a hint of trembling. Primary is kind of past the danger zone. Life saved. Your wife. Back. Wang Yu patted Sighting's shoulder, then pointed to the switch for the sleeping pill. Sighting walked over to the 4 switch, and his hand, which didn't even shake at the end of the gun, actually took several tries to pick it up. After he slowly turned the switch off, his eyes instantly reddened as he looked at Wenchu again. At this point, Wang Yu has already exited the resuscitation room, and he won't be needed here for a while. Is Hatsu waking up really soon? Elder Wen and Elder Si looked at Wang Yu excitedly. Yes, both grandfathers. Primary got through the hardest, most dangerous time. Tomorrow, at the latest, she'll be awake, but the subsequent recovery will take a while. Wang Yu looked towards Linjin as he said this, and this was what he was saying to Linjin. Do you hear me? Those 2 columnists. Enlistment physical done, right? Any problems with your hearing? Linjin received Wang Yu's line of sight and understood his meaning in seconds, immediately looking at Zhao De and Hu Gang who were standing guard. Report commander. Hearing is fine. Zhao De stood bored and immediately replied. Hearing is fine, and I hope your brains are fine when you get back home. Linjin snorted coldly, and everyone present heard what Linjin meant. Si Ting knew that Wenchu was about to wake up and suddenly started fidgeting in the resuscitation room, walking around constantly, rubbing his hands together as he walked. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Timothy, not dizzy? When the weak female voice resounded in the resuscitation room, Si Ting's entire body seemed to be frozen in place. The moment he turned to look at the hospital bed, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Hatsumomo, you're finally awake. Si Ting trembled and reached out to wipe his tears, but the more he wiped, the more he ended up burying his head at Wenchu's shoulder. Wenchu slowly raised an arm and hugged Si Ting, not saying a word. When Si Ting raised his head again to look at Wenchu, Wenchu could see that his eyes were covered with red bloodshot and his face was much worse. Hatsa Momo. Si-ting reached out his hand and kept touching Wenchu's face. He didn't even know what he should say. Timothy, I'm thirsty and hungry. Wenchu's voice was a little aggravated. Good. I'll feed you water. Si-ting got up and poured water on his hands and knees, pouring hot water after pouring cool white water. And finally he tasted a mouthful of the right temperature before taking it to Wenchu. He rocked the hospital bed up and then fed Wenchu a little bit of water. Wenchu drank a few sips and then suddenly saw that Si-ting's hands were red and had 2 large blisters. You're burning. Wenchu raised her hand and grabbed Si-ting's wrist, then looked to where the kettle was, and sure enough there was a puddle of water on the ground. She then knew that it was Si-ting who had poured boiling water onto her hand. But he stiffly didn't say a word and didn't react in any way. Chapter 167, Wenchu looking for Linjin. I'm fine. Still drinking? Si-ting sat on the edge of the bed looking at Wenchu with eyes that were both gentle and heartbroken. No more. I'm hungry. My body aches. I want to sit for a while, and I want to stand for a while. Wenchu shook her head. She couldn't lie down for a moment. Just stay still for a moment. I'll go call you to check you out. Si-ting finished coaxing Wenchu softly and walked out of the resuscitation room with large strides. The parents burst into tears of excitement when they heard that Wenchu had woken up. Their Wenchu had finally returned. Xiaoyu was helped out of the dormitory as well, her eyes tearful as she looked towards the resuscitation room. These days she had a very tormented life, because she couldn't see Wenchu at a glance. She had even suspected that Wenchu was gone and everyone was hiding it from her. When she heard the news that Wenchu had woken up, she could no longer sit or lie down, and was helped out by Wan Susu and Chen Zhao. Just as Xiaoyu walked to the door of the resuscitation room, she saw Si-ting and Si-rin standing in the doorway, the two of them assisting Wenchu and looking at themselves. Wenchu, I thought I'd never see you again. Xiaoyu directly hugged Wenchu and cried out. Yuli. Wenchu called out to Xiaoyu somewhat weakly. Why are you suddenly so pale? Xiaoyu asked nervously. You're pressing on my wound. Ouch. Wenchu's face went white with pain. I'm sorry. Xiaoyu hurriedly let go of her hand as she hurriedly checked on Wenchu, and only sighed in relief when she was sure that Wenchu was fine. The parents accompanied Wenchu back to the dormitory, and Wang Yu led the medical team to give Wenchu another checkup to make sure that she would not be in danger before the parents were relieved. Under Wenchu's extreme request, Si-rin had to take the 4 parents and start packing their bags in preparation for returning to China. Everyone left Wenchu and Si-ting's dormitory after visiting her. Only Wenchu and Si-ting were left in the room. Timothy, can you call out to Commander Lin for me? Wenchu half leaned on the bed and looked exciting. Hearing Wenchu's request, Si-ting didn't hesitate. He guessed that Wenchu wanted to mention the matter of leaving the army. He had already thought about this matter. Even if Wenchu didn't mention it, he would still mention it. Not only did Wenchu leave, he also left. He's going to accompany Wenchu to go live a normal life. He's done enough over the years. He's going to be selfish for once. Lin Jin rushed over soon after receiving the call. But it wasn't just Lin Jin himself. Chen Jian had come along with the cook and 2 soldiers. Upon entering the dormitory, Wenchu's eyes were full of doubt after seeing the cook and the 2 soldiers. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. She didn't even suspect her eyes were out of order. She didn't even suspect that it was Jiaoda and the 3 of them who had their shoulder patches switched. Girl, you're not wrong, Lin Jin reminded with a kind face. Hearing Lin Jin's words, Wenchu looked at Si-ting again, who nodded slightly. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Wenchu knew that there must be a reason, so he didn't ask much. Commander Lin, I'd like to make a phone call. Wenchu looked at Lin Jin and made a request. Although Si-ting had a cell phone, his cell phone couldn't make outside calls, so if he wanted to contact the people outside the unit, he had to go through Lin Jin and the others. Everyone in the room froze when Wenchu's request was made. Not only Si-ting, Lin Jin and Chen Jian also thought that Wenchu was going to make conditions, but they didn't expect it to be for a phone call. Pull out your cell phone. Chen Jian nudged Lin Jin to remind him. Yes. Lin Jin hurriedly pulled out his outside cell phone and handed it to Wenchu. Wenchu took the phone and made a call. Teacher, I'm Wenchu. As soon as Wenchu opened his mouth, Lin Jin and the rest of them froze. Wenchu had actually called Zhou Wang. What Wenchu said next made Lin Jin and the others hesitate to return to their senses. The 2 soldiers and the cook, in particular, had mixed feelings. Hanging up the phone, the dormitory was silent and only a few people's breathing could be heard. Girl, you sought me out just to report to Elder Zhou? After a long period of silence, Lin Jin looked up at Wenchu, and there was actually a hint of admiration in his eyes. Yeah, Timothy's phone can't make an outgoing call, so I had to call you. Wenchu nodded. Winchester, you really taught a few of us a proper lesson. If something does happen to you this time, we'll never forgive ourselves for the rest of our lives. Zhao Da, who hadn't said anything, slowly spoke. After saying that, those present saw Zhao Da straighten his military uniform. His eyes were firm and incomparably serious as he gave a military salute to Wenchu, who was half leaning on the bed. Hu Gang and Subin followed and did the same. Now it was Wenchu's turn to froze. What was wrong with these people? Didn't he just make a phone call? Wenchu then didn't say anything else, nor did she make any demands or conditions. She was just a bit tired. So Lin Jin and the others left Wenchu's dormitory. Old Lin, I finally realize why you would fight tooth and nail to protect Wenchu. Why did you get so angry when she got hurt? Zhao De stood in the courtyard and looked at Lin Jin and said seriously, Old Cho, those of us who have lived in peace for too long, there's no way to see what these soldiers down there are living through. All thought that salary increases, benefit increases, and merit badges were enough for them, but those are out of body. You go ask the families of those fallen soldiers if they'd rather have the man or that merit badge? As a soldier, leaving aside all the money and benefits and honors, and having the people, the country and the talent of the cause in his heart, we must treat people well. Lin Jin pulled out a cigarette from his shirt and lit it. He had violated enough discipline so he didn't care anymore. I got a call from sighting on my way to bring you guys here, and I was prepared for how much Wenchu would demand, but I didn't realize that all she wanted was just a phone call. How many days has this child been in a coma? Wang Yu and the others pulled her back from the ghost gate several times. It's amazing that the first thing she did when she woke up was to call Elder Chow, nor was the call made to air grievances, or to sue, or even to mention a word about being shot and injured. I can't believe she only mentioned the gun she took from the militants during the rescue. You've all seen the surveillance video. It took less than 2 minutes from the time she killed an armed man, grabbed the gun from someone, disassembled it, and all the way to the time she was shot. She then remembered what she wanted to remember. And after so many days in a coma she was still able to recapitulate the structure and features. Doesn't someone like that deserve protection from the likes of us? What kind of person is Elder Zhou? How much of the existing guns, ammunition, and weaponry in our country of China is due to Elder Zhou? I want you to remember that not only does Elder Zhou get the credit for these later, but also a girl named Wenchu. A girl who has been driven to despair by our powerful leaders. After Lin Jin calmly finished saying this, he turned around and headed back to the command headquarters. Zhao De was right. Wenchu used his behavior to give everyone a vivid education lesson and ruthlessly slapped everyone in the face. Chapter 168 Gu Xiao Xiaoyu's assisted 100%. Timothy, what was that all about just now? And how did they become soldiers? Wenchu asked as she lay in Si Ting's arms in disbelief. Si Ting then told her what had happened after Wenchu had passed out, and Wenchu then realized that she had been hurt so badly. Hatsumomo, are you in pain right now? Is there any discomfort? Si Ting asked as he gently turned his head to look at Wenchu. I'm fine, can you help me sit up? Wenchu suddenly tried to sit up. Good. Si Ting stood up from the bed, then bent down to help Wenchu up. Wenchu sat on the edge of the bed and asked Si Ting to bring over the medical kit that was not far away. What's wrong? I'll go find you. Si Ting took a look at Wenchu pointing at the medical kit and asked nervously, listen to me and bring it here first. Wenchu shook her head gently and continued to point at the medical kit. Good. Si Ting brought it over and put it aside, and Wenchu raised her hand and opened the medical kit. Take off your clothes. Hearing Wenchu's words, Si Ting hesitated. Want me to help you take it off? Wenchu asked calmly. Si Ting sighed and shook his head helplessly before taking his jacket off, revealing the short sleeves inside before he hesitated again. Go on. Wenchu continued to look at Si Ting. Finally Si Ting sat down next to Wenchu with his naked upper body, the gauze on his shoulder no longer covering him. Captain Timothy, don't you want to tell me how this hurts? Wenchu reached out and pulled Si Ting to sit across from him. Knife wound. Accidentally injured while out on a mission. Sito lied as calmly as if it were the truth. Well, I can see that. Wenchu gently removed his gauze and took a closer look at the stitched wound. Here in Ikoku, the shape of the sword is really strange looking, Wenchu said meaningfully. And Captain Timothy, I was hurt in the chest, not the brain. I'm wondering if you lied to me, or if I learned all those years of medicine for nothing. After Wenchu finished speaking, Si Ting closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was really no hiding it. It's a gunshot wound. Accidentally shot while out on a mission. Sito kept his mouth shut about what he was shot for. The placement of the shot. It hurt, didn't it? Wenchu had already roughly guessed where the bullet had struck in Si Ting's shoulder. I'm not afraid of pain. I'm afraid of you. Si Ting shook his head lightly. He only cared if Wenchu was in pain anymore. Wenchu gently sterilized and bandaged Si Ting's wound, and when she finally looked at Si Ting, her eyes were red. Hatsumomo, will you stop crying? I'm fine. Look, I'm really fine. Si Ting anxiously coaxed Wenchu, somewhat at a loss for words. You're still lying to me. You haven't told me the truth about why you were really hurt until now. Wenchu deflated her mouth and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. I'm telling the truth. Sito balked at the fact that it was the truth. You're lying. I can't tell when others lie, but I can't tell when you lie. Wenchu got angry and raised her hand to wipe her tears and glared at Si Ting. Don't you dare swear, Wenchu asked, pointing at Si Ting. I swear I got this injury from going on a mission. Si Ting's brain was spinning rapidly. Wasn't it just an oath? It wasn't much of an oath anyway. If you lie to me, you've been impotent and premature all your life. He didn't expect that when he didn't finish, Wen Shu immediately interrupted Si Ting, and after holding his tongue, he thought of an oath that would definitely work well for Si Ting. Hearing this, Si Ting urgently withdrew the oath he hadn't finished and shut up instantly. Go ahead. I'm listening. Wen Shu raised her head proudly. She knew that Si Ting didn't dare to say anything. Hatsa Momo. Swear. This one. It doesn't mean anything either. Wouldn't you say? How dare Si Ting bet on that? Yeah, it doesn't mean much, but that's what I want you to swear on with. Wen Shu blinked. Chesty. She was pretty sure Si Ting was lying to her now. I don't. Sito outright recoiled from his oath. Well, don't you? You used to say you wouldn't hide anything from me or lie to me. So now you're keeping it all from me. So I'm pissed. When I get angry, I get a headache. After the headache I had a chest pain. Don't you say it. I'll say it. Si Ting hurriedly interrupted Wen Shu and said helplessly. Say it. Wen Shu raised her eyes to look at Si Ting. In fact, she had just cried because she was heartbroken for Si Ting, not really guessing that he had lied to himself, but her instincts told her that Sighting was lying, so she tried. If you don't say that women's tears are the best. Sighting really couldn't resist. When Sighting finished his explanation, he instantly regretted it. Wen Shu cried up and down, covering the gauze on her chest as she cried. Hatsumomo, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Will you stop crying? I'll do whatever you want me to do. So stop crying, okay? Si Ting squatted on the ground and kept wiping Wen Shu's tears, and when he saw Wen Shu covering her chest he knew that her wounds were hurting, so he hurriedly raised his hand to try to look at her wounds. What are you touching me for? You're a hooligan. Wen Shu smacked Si Ting's hand away and continued to cry. Before Si Ting could say anything, Xiao Yu's voice came in from the doorway, and Gu Xiao supported her as she looked at the upper half-naked Si Ting. She looked like Wen Shu knew the reason why Si Ting was injured and that's why she was crying. And Si Ting couldn't coax people anymore with his hands full now. What kind of mess is Si Ting in? Chaos to the point that the door opened without him knowing. Gu Xiao and Xiao Yu stood in the doorway admiring the battle from the moment he started apologizing. Admiring the battle for a while without Wen Shu and Si Ting noticing them. Alas. Si Ting's brain was short-circuited. Wen Shu had never cried like this before, and he had no idea how he should coax it. Suddenly he saw Gu Xiao gesturing towards himself. He squatted on the ground and turned his head to look at Gu Xiao holding Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu pointed to her mouth, and then Gu Xiao kissed towards Xiao Yu, and the two of them used their practical actions to give Sighting a sample. For a moment, Sighting's eyes lit up. Chapter 169, Zheng Tu is a traitor. Si Ting knelt down on one knee and after straightening his upper body, he raised his hand and cupped Wen Shu's face and directly kissed the soft lips. Hatsumomo, I was wrong. Wen Shu tried to struggle as Sighting apologized softly. Si Ting's voice was husky with a hint of lust, and gradually Wen Shu gave up struggling and began to respond to the kiss. Gu Xiao and Xiao Yu were looking at the two people who were kissing passionately with an anti-smile on their faces, completely not noticing that there was a row of people standing behind them watching together. Team Tsunami, watching? Zheng Tu leaned over and whispered in Gu Xiao's ear. You're scaring me. Gu Xiao was startled, then ran into Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was startled by Gu Xiao, and the wound was tugged, the pain coming instantly. You're sick. Xiao Yu covered her stomach while raising her hand towards Gu Xiao's shoulder to slap her. The entrance to the dormitory was a mess, and Si Ting and Wen Shu's side really couldn't kiss anymore. One sat directly on the floor, one sat on the bed and turned his head to look at the scolded Zheng Tu, the beaten Gu Xiao, the beating Xiao Yu and the team members behind them whose mouths were grinning wider than one another. In the end, everyone laughed as they watched Gu Xiao being fought off by Xiao Yu who was covering her wounds. When Wen Shu and Si Ting saw the scene, the feeling in their hearts was indescribable. This kind of joyful scene is not easy to come by. Rin, as much as I hate to part with you, I still want you to come back home and wait for me. Chen Jiao and Si Rin stood glued together in the corner of the compound whispering. Jia Jiao, I can't let you go either. I can come back and stay with you after I drop the parents off. Si Rin's tone was also very spoiled. Don't come back. We're still safe here. You go home and work hard. And when I get back I'm sure I'll have a vacation and I'll spend time with you. Chen Jiao had a shy face and was held in Si Rin's arms like a little woman. Changzi, as much as I hate to part with you, I still want you to come back home and wait for me. I'll keep you company when I get back. Oh me, I don't miss you either. I can come back and stay with you. Zhang Tu and Lu Chang's voices rang out from Si Rin and Chen Jiao's heads. The two men looked up in shock as one of the Special Forces members sat on the roof of the house. On top of that there were the doctors from the medical team, and sitting in the center was Gu Xiao with a bad smile on his face. Your family's tsunami team really can't go a day without getting beaten up. Their whole body feels bad. Wen Shu stood at the door of the dormitory, looking at the pile of people on the roof not far away, and said with a smile, "He's really quite idle. Two people were talking about love and he had to come over and listen. Just listen to it yourself. You have to bring everyone with you." Xiaoyu clasped her hands to her chest and leaned against the door to watch. But this time, Omi and Team Tsunami are surprisingly in the same gang. It's pretty rare when two people are so harmonious. When Shu found Jiang Tu and Gu Xiao were hooking up and chatting together. "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Si Ting, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke. "Omi, go ahead. Are you coming down, or am I going up?" Si Rin took 2 deep breaths and asked, pointing at Gun Tu. "Rin, this isn't me coming here. It's Team Tsunami dragging us here to eavesdrop. If you have to settle a score, you find him. I'll send him down to you. Go you." After Jiang Tu finished speaking, he exerted force in his hand and directly pushed Gu Xiao off the roof. Hey. Ah. Jiang Tu, you traitor. Gu Xiao was pushed down and rolled 2 times in a smooth manner before standing up, and then shouted furiously, pointing at Jiang Tu on the roof. "Team Tsunami, you're the co-captain here. You're supposed to protect us," Jiang Tu said with a bad smile on his face as he sat on the roof. "You fart. I'm protecting no one but you. Come down yourself or I'll go up." Gu Xiao pointed at Jiang Tu and roared, "Don't be mad at Team Tsunami. We'll send someone down for you." The other members of the team said as they pushed Gang Tu down as well. Jiang Tu smoothly rolled twice and stood up before realizing that he was impartially standing in front of Gu Xiao. Jiang Tu immediately dodged when he saw Gu Xiao raise his hand and swing his fist over. Immediately after that, everyone saw Jiang Tu being chased around by Gu Xiao again, receiving a few punches from Gu Xiao every now and then. Aren't those two together? Why are those two fighting again? Wen Shu was a bit confused as she looked at the two people who were fighting. Normal. You should be surprised that the two of them can't fight, Si Ting said with a smile as he supported Wen Shu. Even more puzzled than Wen Shu was Chen Jiao, who was clearly in the middle of a love affair with Si Rin when she was suddenly interrupted. Before she could react, she saw Jiang Tu and Gu Xiao being pushed down from the roof, followed by one running and the other fighting, and the whole compound was in chaos. What's wrong with those two again? Wang Yu, who was in the dormitory looking at the cases, heard the noise outside and came out suspiciously. Upon seeing Gu Xiao and Jiang Tu, who had fallen to the ground at the same time, there was a look of speechlessness. Guess what? Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. These two just don't have a clean slate. Gu Xiao is a big straight man. Gang Tu also knows how to pick a soft target to pinch. That's why your special ops team came out with these two live ones. Lin Jin's voice came over, and as Si Ting and the others turned to look, Lin Jin walked over with Chen Jian, the columnists, and the cooks. Walking up, they saw that the shoulder patches of the 3 men had been switched back, which meant that they were not required to stand guard on duty. Si Ting, Wen Shu and Xiaoyu immediately stood up straight. Just about to have a downward movement, Xiaoda waved his hand, signaling that it was not necessary. Wen Shu, Xiaoyu, how are you two doing? Xiaoda looked at Wen Shu and Xiaoyu. His attitude was already too much better than before. Not good. The wound keeps hurting. Xiaoyu opened her mouth without even thinking. She was not Wen Shu. Her temper was not that good, and her tone was naturally impulsive. I hurt all over. The wound hurts even with painkillers. Wen Shu's tone would be better, but every word carried aggravation. Both of you have deep wounds that are really slow to recover from. It's no use for you guys to take medication. It'll only slightly reduce the pain. Wang Yu God helped with a comment. After the 3 men opened their mouths and finished speaking, the atmosphere became noticeably more awkward, because in the army it was customary in the past for the people above to visit the injured and none of them would say they were in bad shape. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu and Wen Shu didn't follow the normal way of thinking to answer at all. Zhao De and Hu Gang directly understood the implication of the words of the people in front of them and nodded after returning to their senses. You have been so badly injured, and it will take a long time to recover from it down the road. It's not a good time to go back home in your current physical state, and you'll be pretty much recovered by the time the Special Forces team gets back home. No need to go out on any missions until we get back home. Turn in your application when you return home. You guys type the application and I'll sign it. Zhao De finally loosens his tongue. Not only does he intend to release Wen Shu and Xiaoyu from the army, he also figures it out and agrees to release Si Ting and Gu Xiao together. Hearing Zhao De's words, Lin Jin finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as Zhao De loosens his lips, this is a done deal. Winchester, may I have a favor to ask? Zhao De looked at Wen Shu and spoke seriously. Go ahead. Wen Shu nodded. In fact, she had guessed a generalization. When you leave the army, can you continue to do research? The research team in the military district of your study has already done their tests. Very applicable. The military district has already handed in the results, and I believe that they will soon be used on China's own weapons. Zhao De opened the report of the test results and handed it to Wen Shu. Wen Shu also smiled as she looked at the contents of the test and the final results on it. This smile comes from the heart. In fact, Part of the reason I agreed to stay on the force before was to have access to all this weaponry, but I don't think I'll be able to do any more work in that area after I leave the army. After all, you can't do research just on paper. I don't have access to these things, and I can't write any reports without feedback from the special operators using them one at a time. That's why I chose design over weapons research when I was a PhD student. Designing, I can go to shows, look at other designers, and find inspiration for what I want. But weapons research isn't that simple. There's so much more it needs to involve, so much more it needs to touch. Wunchu sighed. It wasn't that she didn't want to do the research, it was that she didn't have the conditions anymore. Ever since she had entered the Special Forces compound, Linjin had created countless conditions and broken countless precedents for her. She wanted real numbers, and the entire first and second teams gave her real numbers. The guns or other weaponry they used for daily training were chosen according to the needs of Wunchu. When the bullets ran out, Linjin gave them a grant, saying to the top that the special operations team had strengthened its training and needed these things, but in reality it was all for Wunchu's needs. However, the special operations team was not a team that wasted resources. They adjusted their training program by providing data to Wunchu, so their exposure to firearms was the most comprehensive in the entire military region. And now every one of them could skillfully use any model of gun, so they had both fulfilled Wunchu's needs and delivered a satisfactory answer to the top, proving that they were just the strongest. If Wunchu had left the army, and indeed did not have these conditions anymore, she would have to give up. If we make an exception for you, so that you can go in and out of the compound even after you leave the army, will you be able to continue doing research? Hu Gang looked at Wunchu and asked. Can't do it. I was able to do research before I got into the army because I understood that stuff. Those are largely what I was exposed to when I used to do research, and then even with the changes my teacher gave me the exact data as well as the samples, and I'm familiar with them so I can write about them. The report that I turned in when I got into special operations was written because there was a huge amount of data to back it up and real guns in front of me, and I could touch it, I could take it apart, I could put it together, I could fight it. Once I left the army, I couldn't access the latest data anymore. I couldn't touch a real gun. It was all on paper. Even if I go in and out of the compound once in a while to make contact, it's nowhere near enough. Like Sito and the others, they sleep and eat with a gun on them, so they are familiar with guns and shoot them accurately. If you let them touch it once every 10 days, half a month or even months, they're not going to be able to hit it. Put it this way, can you understand? Wunchu patiently explained. Would it be okay to transfer you to research if you don't leave the force? Jode came up with the solution. But I don't want to. I want to leave the force to do what I want to do. This bullet that hit me in the chest woke me up. I died once for the crown. I want to leave the compound now. I want to go home. I want to live a simple life with my parents and family and with the people I love. Taking a step back, if I want to continue doing research, I don't need to stay in the army at all. I can do just as well by joining my teacher's team, and there are more and more valuable things I can research. I can't say anything else. I can say that my character, my expertise, my ability, deserves to go to a better team. What I do must be what I want to do, not what you want me to do. Wunchu's tone was gentle, but the gentleness carried determination and disappointment in Zhao De and the others. Hearing Wunchu's words, Zhao De and the others knew in their hearts that there was indeed something wrong with what they had done, and they had let Wunchu down. Citing, take Wunchu back to rest. The wound hasn't healed yet, and you've been standing for so long. Chen Jian gave Si Ting a look, signaling him to take Wunchu away. When Si Ting and Wunchu left, Lin Jin smiled brighter than a flower. Happy? Satisfied? Driving people away, I guess. Is this the loss of a few special forces? You are losing talent. If you don't listen to good people, you'll suffer. You don't listen to what you say. You don't do what you do. Lin Jin said with a look on his face and a mocking tone. Hey, no, old Lin, they're your soldiers. Doesn't that bother you at all? Hu Gang looked at Lin Jin's expression and helplessly opened his mouth to ask. It doesn't hurt. Not to mention Citing and Gu Shao, that are from birth I watched the children grow up. From the compound to leave that I am also their elders. Let's just say Wunchu. Wunchu left from the compound, but entered the door of the C family. I'm missing a soldier, but I've got an extra nephew-in-law. She won't call me commander from now on. She's calling me uncle. I'm not losing anything at all. I earned it, because we're one step closer. Lin Jin had an indifferent expression on his face, and Zhao De and the others were completely speechless. Why did you let us both come back? Are Commander Lin and the others angry? After returning to the dormitory, Wunchu looked at Si Ting with a puzzled expression. No, he's the one who's on our side unconditionally. Having us come back is nothing more than he's going to start disliking everyone else. What he says next is not for us to hear. After all, we still have to save face for those guys. After Si Ting finished speaking, Wunchu nodded in understanding. Chapter 170, Zhao De loosened his mouth. She knew that Lin Jin had always been good to her, so that was why she was willing to give him the ones she had researched. Does the wound still hurt? Si Ting slowly helped Wenchu change into her pajamas after taking off her clothes. The medicine you put on me carries pain-relieving ingredients, and I took my own painkillers, so it doesn't hurt. Wenchu faintly shook her head. She really didn't feel any pain. She had to say that Wang Yu's medicine was really strong, and Wang Yu was the most powerful Chinese medicine practitioner she had ever seen, bar none, because Gu Xiao was fighting with Zhang Tu. It was Wang Yu who helped Xiao Yu back to the dormitory. You, why do you think Senator Chen and the others wanted Chu Chu and Team Timothy to recuse themselves? Can't be backtracking again, can it? Xiao Yu asked with some concern. Don't worry, Uncle Lin isn't like that. In officialdom, people of their status have to talk, and people of your rank must be recused. From what I know of Uncle Lin, I don't think what he's going to say next is going to be very nice, and he's letting us leave in order to save face for a few other people. Wang Yu thought about it, and that was all that was possible. It's a real shame that they didn't capitalize on the talent that is Hatsumomo, not to mention the capital city military district. Looking at the whole country, her kind of patriotic and responsible, skilled, and educated marksman, who can design, research, and understand the medical arts, can't be found in a few people even after rummaging through the whole country. I'm surprised they don't cherish it. Hatsumomo just didn't say it herself. In fact, from the moment Su Bin and the others wronged her, Hatsumomo's heart died. Her heart is long gone. She stays here all on the basis of her patriotism, her sense of duty plus the fact that Sighting is in the compound now. She's been a gem since she started school, no matter what school she was in or what teacher she had, especially with Ms. Zhou, not to mention the teachers, even her senior brothers hold her in their hearts. People apply for mentors in graduate school and doctoral programs. Winchester is where the mentors send out their own profiles and ask her to choose. Being proficient in 9 foreign languages, you can't find many people in all of China. One of her designs can be sold during the school year for the price of a design by the chief designer of someone else's brand. Not to mention that, her senior brother's wife had warned her senior brother that he should never bully Wenchu in the lab, and that he must be spoiled. The precious thing in everyone's eyes has become a grasshopper and a spy with Xiao De and the others. Is it really true that the first time was a good time to bully? Xiao Yu said with a breathless expression. Xiao Yu, did Zhou Zhou ever have a boyfriend before Si Ting? Wang Yu asked curiously. Such an excellent girl should be pursued by many people. No, Hatsumomo never had this string in his head about falling in love. People chase her and she doesn't care. Do you know how many people are on her social media apps? 78. 18 of these are teachers who taught her. Aside from these teachers and her family, the rest are all her mentors and siblings from her design studio and research lab. Any of the random teachers or siblings she tweets are at the top of their own profession. Throw in these people, and now there are more of you. I'm the most useless one in her tweets. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wang Yu's eyes were filled with shock, and he had to say that Wenchu's circle of friends was indeed impressive. Open up the address book of the first social app and you don't have to guess who these people are. All of them are real names. Just type the name of whoever you want. None of them have screen names. Nope, you can't say that. In her address book, Family and Harmony is Grandpa Koro, Blossom and Fortune is Grandma Koro, and Thickness and Virtue is Papa Koro. All real names except these 3. But her circle of friends is really boring too. One time I took her phone and looked through it, and the latest circle of friends was one of her teachers posting a scholarly report she had published. I looked at the time, 6 days ago. All the people in her address book combined can't come up with 50 friend circles 365 days a year. No one is posting videos and photos of their daily lives, or traveling or food. No one flaunts their wealth. No one cries poor, and no one spits. No one even posted a selfie, not even a landscape shot. The only circle of friends you can see are academic presentations and research papers. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wang Yu was even more at a loss as to what to say. This was indeed beyond his imagination. What is life like, really, in primary? Wang Yu really can't imagine what Wenchu's life is like. Let me tell you something. Chocho has read countless books since she was a little girl, but no novels, not a single one. Her books were nothing but the 4 books and 5 classics and the Taoist classics. She can say that she knows the 36 stratagems, Sun Tzu's Art of War, the 6 Towers, the 3 strategies, and the 4 great masterpieces backwards and forwards. The 24 histories and the 100 schools of thought are not well versed, but they have been read a few times. In my eyes, the most interesting books she's ever read are the Sermon on the Mount and various fashion magazines. She hasn't seen the TV shows or cartoons. She only watches the news, the morning news, the noon news, the evening news, the financial news. Her video software is even more devastating when she opens it. In addition to various documentaries or videos of various fashion shows, it's either videos that talk about the disassembly of weaponry and equipment and that sort of thing, or various instructional videos for learning languages. When she feels bored, She listens to the news of each country because people broadcast in each language. Other people listen to the news from other countries to try to understand a few sentences. She does it to see how many sentences she doesn't understand. When she was in school, there were so many people chasing her, but she couldn't even remember their names. People go after people. She lives her own life. A lot of suitors ask me what things Hatsumomo likes that they want to give her. And all I can tell them is that what Hatsumomo likes none of them can afford. Anyone who wants to give her a gift must have a mine at home. It's not that she worships gold, it's that she does pick. But it has to be said that none of the jewelry at the beginning of the year is a popular model. I've researched it. People sell jewelry that have to lose a lot of money, but her jewelry would make at least 6 figures if she resold it. So, when you talk about your girlfriend in the future and want to buy something, let Choo Choo buy it for you. It's definitely not a loss. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wang Yu's entire body froze, and he didn't return to his senses for a long time. Won't she feel bored as a girl? Wang Yu thought for a long time and continued to ask. I asked her that question too, but Hatsumomo told me she wouldn't be bored. She thinks she's happy just to be able to read a book. It's an accomplishment for her to draw a design. She said people can't just think about pleasure in this life. For her, traveling around the world when she has time and experiencing the folklore of different places is the greatest enjoyment. She said that we, the heirs of the family, are destined from the moment we are born for the path we will take in this life. If you want to take your family far, then you must have something in your head. Otherwise the family's 100-year foundation could easily be destroyed in our hands. Sooner or later she is going to have to give up all her current hobbies to go back and inherit the estate. That's why she doesn't dare let up. I asked her about boyfriends, too, and she said that both men and women need to clean up their act. Ordinary people have to do it. And we, the heirs, have to do it. It's easy to want to talk about boyfriends, but if you choose the wrong person and leave something bad behind, it's easy to involve the family. So she's never been in love, and Sighting is her first man. After Wang Yu heard this, he had a new understanding of Wenchu. This girl was really good. Hatsumomo, 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 wake up. The sleeping Si-Ting felt as hot as a furnace next to him and hurriedly rolled over and sat up to turn on the light. Sure enough, Wenchu's little face was red. Not only her face was hot, her whole body was hot everywhere. No matter how much Si-Ting screamed, she couldn't wake up. Wang Yu rushed over and immediately checked Wenchu's wound and found that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Then he reached out and touched his pulse, and in the end, there was some doubt in his eyes. That's not right. Xiaochu's pulse is fine, and the wound is fine. Wenchu was indeed running a high fever, but the wounds and the pulse showed that she was indeed fine as well. What about this? Si-Ting looked at Wang Yu somewhat handily. Wait a minute. Wang Yu once again felt Wenchu's pulse and breathed a sigh of relief when he finally thought of something. It's okay. I'll put a few stitches in her and she'll be fine by morning at the latest. Wang Yu gave Si-Ting a reassuring look, then went back to his dormitory to bring the medical kit to place the needle on Wenchu. What's going on with her? When Si-Ting saw that not long after Wang Yu placed the needle, Wenchu started sweating and her face gradually returned to normal. He took a warm towel and wiped Wenchu's face. There are 2 medicines in the medicine we put on Hatsu that will help her wound heal, but there's also a little bit of a reaction. It's different for everyone, and for primary it's a fever, but it's okay now, so don't worry about sleeping. Wang Yu looked at Si-Ting after pulling out the needle and said, then how come she can't wake up? Sito was still a little uneasy. There's a sleeping effect in her medicine that has nothing to do with the fever. Just apply this medicine and you won't be able to wake her up for the duration of its effect. If you don't believe me, try again tomorrow. Her wounds are deep and will hurt, and applying this will help relieve her pain quite a bit. Si-Ting was only relieved when Wang Yu finished speaking, and then sent Wang Yu out of the dormitory. Si-Ting couldn't sleep after Wang Yu left, so he sat next to Wenchu and quietly watched her. After tossing and turning for several months, Wenchu had lost a large amount of weight as she watched, but it was good that she had been looking good. Si-Ting reached out and touched Wenchu's soft hair, carefully calculating that he and Wenchu could not tie the knot on their original wedding day. Now he can't hold the wedding until Wenchu's body recovers, but he decides to go and get a marriage license first when he returns to China, and then the two of them reset the date for the wedding. But the best news for them was that it wouldn't take more than 2 months to leave the army after returning to China. He could live the life they wanted with Wenchu. Now it seems as if the hard times are all going away and their good times are coming soon. When Wenchu woke up, Si-Ting was sitting in a chair taking a nap, and she was just about to sit up when she didn't expect Si-Ting to open his eyes. Hatsumomo, you're awake? Si-Ting reached out and helped Wenchu up, who sat with her back against the pillows on the bed. Why are you sleeping in a chair? Weren't you lying next to me last night? Wenchu was puzzled. What is this? I just got up too. I haven't been sitting for long. Si-Ting shook his head. Since Wenchu didn't know he had a fever last night, there was no need for him to say anything. Timothy, I want to take a shower. Why do I feel sticky all over? Wenchu looked at Si-Ting with some difficulty. You can't take a shower yet with the wound on your chest. Go into the bathroom and I'll scrub you down. Si Ting knew the reason why Wenshu was having a hard time, but was worried about her wound getting infected. I'll ask Sue for waterproof stickers to put on it. Is it good? Seeing that Si Ting didn't agree, Wenshu began to pout. I have to say, pampering does work. Wenshu sat on the bed and looked in the direction of the bathroom. Si Ting asked for 2 waterproof stickers and then first put them on his shoulder wound and went in to take a shower. He wanted to do an experiment to see if there was a problem or not. In fact, he had used the waterproof sticker before and knew it worked, but just wanted to try it out to make sure it was okay before letting Wenshu take a bath. Soon Si Ting came out of the bathroom. Wenshu helped him remove the waterproof sticker to see that it is indeed alright. Si Ting and carefully help Wenshu stick it. Help her sit in the bathroom. Why don't you go out? Wenshu asked suspiciously as she looked at Si Ting in her t-shirt. Don't you move. I'll wash it for you, Sito said as he adjusted the water temperature of the shower. Ha! Hearing this, Wenshu instantly blushed. It was only when Si Ting looked at Wenshu again after mixing the water that he realized her reddened little face. You listen to me. Wash yourself with a lot of movement. The wound is easy to split. And there's nothing I haven't seen on your entire body. The last sentence, Si Ting was leaning down to whisper in Wenshu's ear. You hate. Now it's just like a hooligan. Hearing Si Ting's words, Wenshu's face turned even redder. Hooligans? If I were a rogue, I couldn't spare you even if you were hurt like this. But don't think you're okay just because you're hurt. The time you've been injured is counted as 1 day at a time, and when you recover, all of it will be compensated to me. Si Ting gently leaned down and said in Wenshu's ear, you're getting more and more immodest. There's an afterthought to this thing. Wenshu lightly hit Si Ting. She realized that Si Ting was no longer the old Si Ting, not wanting to do anything serious in his head every day. Thinking about you is the most serious thing. I'm the one who's immodest if I think of anyone else. After Si Ting lowered his head and kissed Wenshu, he began to help her with her bath, washing her hair, shower gel, feet, and finally drying her body and then helping her dress. Chapter 171 Hungry Wolves Inside. That. Are you done yet? I can wear it myself if I really can't. Wenshu blushed again as Si Ting was bending down to help her put on her underwear, but no matter how hard he hit the clasp, he couldn't fasten it. Don't worry. I'll be in a minute. Why is this so hard to dunk? And how do you guys even backhand it? Hatsumomo, wait for me again. The picture in the bathroom slowly changed. It was originally Wenshu sitting on the chair. Si Ting bent down to help her with the buckle. After a while, Si Ting got down on one knee and continued to buckle. No matter how he did it, he could never buckle on a row. In the end, it turned into Wenshu standing in the bathroom and Si Ting sitting on the chair where she had just sat in the shower and continued to buckle. After nearly 5 minutes of tossing and turning, Si Ting finally buckled down, sweat seeping from his forehead. He saw Wenshu standing with her back to him, her shoulders twitching. He thought Wenshu was crying and hurriedly stood up and went around to look at her. I didn't expect to see Wenshu smiling right in the middle of it. Captain Timothy, you proved in action that you really haven't had a girlfriend before. Seeing the thin sweat seeping from Si Ting's face, Wenshu drew 2 paper towels and raised her hand to wipe his sweat. Hatsumomo, you smell good. The action of wiping the sweat caused the 2 people to get very close, and Si Ting instantly went mute and directly lowered his head to kiss Wenshu. He raised one hand and clasped the back of Wenshu's head, while his other hand encircled Wenshu's waist. The ambiguous atmosphere caused Si Ting to resist aggravating the kiss. Wenshu also slowly raised her hand around Si Ting's waist in response. Hatsumomo, you finally come back to me. Si Ting lowered his head, his thin lips slowly moving from Wenshu's lips to her neck. The scent of the woman's body kept drilling into the man's nose, making him gradually lose control. Choo-choo, just once. I'll be gentle if you don't move. Okay. Si Ting's hoarse voice rang in Wenshu's ears, and Wenshu realized that her hands had already tightly grasped the clothes on Si Ting's body, and the hardness of the man's body was pressing against her. You also have a wound on your shoulder. Wenshu was kissed to the point of confusion, but slightly regained her senses. Minor injury. Si Ting didn't care. This little sheep was right by his mouth. Now he still cared about what was hurt or not, as long as the little sheep was fine. Wenshu nodded softly in Si Ting's arms, and she had just released her hand to help Si Ting take his t-shirt off when the dormitory door slammed. In this instant, Si Ting was so lifeless that he nestled his head at Wenshu's collarbone. I want to kill the man at the door, Si Ting said hatefully. Nah. It's not that I don't give you a chance. Wenshu was also interrupted in her lust by the knock on the door, and instantly returned to normal. Hatsu? When the door to the dormitory opened, Wanyu was a bit puzzled to see that it was Wenshu who opened the door. Where's Timothy? How did he let you walk over and open the door? Wanyu walked in and looked around, not seeing Si Ting. He's in the restroom. He'll be out soon. Wenshu pointed to the restroom, and Wanyu didn't notice anything unusual. I came to see if your fever had gone down and if you were uncomfortable. Wanyu carefully checked Wenshu's face color. The fever should have gone down. Reduced fever? Who has a fever? Wenshu was confused by the question and looked at Won Yu in disbelief. I burned my little face off last night, and Timmy grabbed me over here in the middle of the night. And Timmy didn't tell you? It was Wang Yu's turn to look puzzled. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Wenshu lifted her hand to look at her arm, and sure enough, there was a mark of having been stabbed. She instantly understood why Sito was sitting in a chair when she woke up instead of sleeping next to her. Just then, Si-Ting walked out of the restroom and glared at Won Yu with a grimace. With just this glance, Won Yu was first stunned, and finally his eyes were filled with doubt, and finally realized that he had delayed a good thing. After he finished checking Wenshu's wound and changed the medicine, he hurriedly changed the medicine for Si-Ting, and finally left their dormitory nimbly carrying the medical kit. As Si-Ting stood in the doorway to see Wang Yu off, Won Yu tapped Si-Ting on the shoulder. I added a little extra painkiller to Hatsu and your medicine. Bro, I can only help you so far. Won Yu turned around and left after he finished speaking with a bad smile on his face, not seeing the sudden flash of light in the eyes of Si-Ting who had a black face. What's this for? I don't know. There wasn't this cordon sanitaire when I passed by here earlier. Why is this cautionary tether pulled right in front of the boss and sister-in-law's dormitory? Let's see what's written on this paper. There are hungry wolves inside. Stay away. As the team passed by Si-Ting and Wenshu's dormitory, they saw a cordon drawn in front of their dormitory, stopping anyone who wanted to approach their dormitory. Hungry wolves. Where do you get wolves in this poor rabbit hole? Don't you guys think this hungry wolf describes the boss? Our sister-in-law is the white and tender lamb. I have a feeling Omi is right. What kind of good Samaritan did this? Omi, I realized that you know everything except how to chase girls. Shame shame. Gang 2 nodded cheerfully. Let's go. Don't let the big bad wolf come out later and eat us together. If the old dolly and we can all get down, it means he's really hungry. Jiang 2 chanted as he walked towards the courtyard. In no time at all, the dormitory building was empty and there was no one left, because everyone was hanging around in front of the dormitory building. Gu Xiao sat on the bar holding a stopwatch in his hand and was timing Si-Ting. Gu Xiao, how did you manage to find death so blatantly? Xiao Yu sat on a bench to the side, looking at Gu Xiao, who was pinching his stopwatch with a bad smile on his face, and asked helplessly, It's not like the timbers can do anything to me. Gu Xiao looked at the time on his stopwatch. It had been 56 minutes. Just because Seth can't do anything to you doesn't mean they won't do anything. Xiao Yu's line of sight moved behind Gu Xiao, who twisted his head to look behind himself. In the next second, the members of the first team held extra long water pipes, and after opening the water valves, the water from the pipes sprayed up towards Gu Xiao. Crazy. Gu Xiao fell straight off the bar, but even when he did, the team didn't let him go, holding up water hoses and spraying them towards Gu Xiao non-stop. Gu Xiao stood up from the ground and started to run, and the members of the first team also carried the hose together and ran after Gu Xiao. Seeing that their bosses were sprayed into a soupy mess, the members of the second team directly raised their legs and charged towards the members of the first team. Oh me, what are you guys doing? Why don't you know to yell at us about this? The members of the second team ran behind the members of the first team and helped them run after Gu Xiao carrying the extra long hose with them. Are you guys crazy? You helped them? Gu Xiao instantly became anxious when he saw that his people had become a team. Boss, let's have you practice us to death normally. It is. I've been penalized by you 49 times a year for running 50 laps. I was penalized 70 times for doing 600 push-ups. It's rare to get a fair and square revenge once. Don't care how many times it's actually happened before. Just spray it. After Jiang 2 shouted, all of them accelerated their running pace, because there are more than 20 people carrying water pipes, so the speed of everyone is obviously much faster. Gu Xiao can only run desperately, and the people behind him see him accelerating and then also desperately chased. Does the wound hurt? Si-Ting asked as he sat on the edge of the bed after getting off of Wenshu's body, looking down at Wenshu with his naked upper body. It doesn't hurt. Wenshu shook her head somewhat sheepishly, and when she saw the thin sweat seeping from Si-Ting's forehead, she raised her hand and gently wiped it for him. Si-Ting grabbed Wenshu's hand, his eyes full of love. Timothy, what's that noise outside? Wenshu was a little confused when she heard the chaos outside. Never mind. Here, in the absence of an enemy, Team Tsunami is the Special Forces team's worst enemy, and there's nothing else to do but for him to be bullied. When Si-Ting heard that it was particularly chaotic outside, he guessed that it must not be a matter of Jiang 2 and Gu Xiao dueling. It must be a group of people who were bullying one person. This person was Gu Xiao when he thought with his toes. They're really not worried about Team Tsunami flipping out either. Wenshu was helped up and dressed by Si-Ting. It won't. Everyone enjoyed the hustle and bustle, both the players and me and Team Tsunami. Everyone is well aware that this joy is not easy to come by. Even the bullied Tsunami team. He said himself that he'd rather the team beat and run at him every day than he'd also one day see any of them carried back to the compound. Being able to run and bully him means that these people are sound and disease-free. Hearing Si-Ting's words, Wenchu was a bit surprised. She had never thought about these aspects, but when she thought about it, it was indeed true. Si-ting helped Wenchu with the intention of going out to watch the fun, and when he opened the door, he was stopped by the police rope at the door. Where's this cautionary tale coming from? Wenchu looked around in disbelief. Watch this. Si-ting raised his hand and tore off the A4 paper attached to the cordon, and when the two men saw the 8 words on it, they instantly understood who had written it. You've been spending too much time here. Si-ting laughed and shook his head, then helped Wenchu walk out. The two walked out of the dormitory building and saw Xiaoyu sitting on the wall to avoid the water, a field of water in the yard, and Gu Xiao, who had been sprayed into a soupy mess. I finally realize why it's such a mess out there. Wenchu couldn't stop laughing at the scene in front of her. Gu Xiao crouched on the ground with a lifeless look on his face, but when Si-ting walked out, he slowly opened his hand. 1 hour and 21 minutes. Team Tsunami, you are really good. You're in this condition and you still have this stopwatch? Jiang Tu looked at the stopwatch in Gu Xiao's hand and was completely speechless. Seeing Gu Xiao move, Si-ting directly guessed the reason why Gu Xiao was sprayed with water. You are quite bored in your dormitory. After Si-ting finished speaking, the compound was instantly quiet for a few seconds. He helped Wenchu towards Xiaoyu's direction, and then helped her step up the ladder as well, sitting on the wall together as well. Si-ting and Wenchu had just taken their seats when they heard a cheer, and within seconds Wang Yu was carried out by the team. The team members who carried out Wang Yu had just placed him on the ground when Gangtu's hose they had was directed towards him. Wang Yu ran while shouting in confusion. What did he do? He saw from a distance that Si-ting, who was sitting on the wall, raised the A4 paper in his hand and instantly understood. Si-ting, you don't know what's good for you. If it weren't for me, Gollum, if I hadn't written the note, Gollum, you might just get one of these times. Gulp gulp. Interrupted. Whenever Wang Yu opened his mouth to speak, the hose was guaranteed to be aimed at his mouth, and he was doused with several gulps of water after finishing those few words. In the end, Wang Yu also honestly squatted next to Gu Xiao. Brother, you're here too. Gu Xiao looked at Wang Yu and greeted him politely. I'm squatting here because I wrote the note. What are you squatting here for? Wang Yu asked in disbelief. Just because of the note you wrote. I timed Timothy, Gu Xiao said and took out the stopwatch again. Wang Yu was instantly speechless when he saw the 81 minutes and 39 seconds displayed on it. The least I can do is to do what's best for Timothy. But man, you're really damaged. Wang Yu laughed and shook his head. Gu Xiao really deserved it. Parents stood in the lounge looking through the windows at what was happening outside and couldn't stop the smiles in their eyes. Obviously they are all children, but they really hold up the country of China. Elder One sighed as he looked at the smiles that spread across the faces of the players. Yeah, they're all good. In this outfit they hold up the sky. Out of this outfit they are the big brothers next door. So yeah, as long as they're back inside the compound, I don't have to use the system and the army to discipline them. Run if you want to run. Jump if you want to jump. If you want to eat fruit and snacks, eat the best. Or even want to smoke, I'll buy them a couple sticks once in a while. Lin Jin said as he looked at his teammates. He was the one who knew best how hard these team members usually trained, how dangerous it was to go on a mission, and how hard it was to survive. That's why all of his compounds follow his rules, and the players are allowed to do anything inside the compound that doesn't violate the principles. Brother, when will Si-ting and Gu Xiao and their 2 young couples leave the army? Yuan Jia looked at the 3 people sitting on the wall and Gu Xiao who was climbing up the ladder and suddenly opened her mouth to ask Lin Jin. They'll be back home in a month or so. Back home and out in 2 months. Provided that someone approves it. After Lin Jin finished speaking, the people in the lounge looked at Zhao De who was standing to the side watching the players. Zhao De was speechless. How could he still be named when he was standing properly and hadn't said a word?